You are clearly just an 18-line actor who made it into the entertainment industry based on looks alone. However, with just one sentence, entrusted by the heavens, longevity and prosperity are granted. You managed to shock the Oscar-winning director. Then, with the timeless words, those who have never stood at our height, how can they understand the scenery in our eyes, dare to judge our achievements? You instantly set the whole internet on fire. Not only did the Oscar-winning director humbly seek your advice, even meddlesome journalists asked you strange questions every day, like whether you use your left or right hand to wipe with toilet paper. Faced with this situation, you simply said, just basic operations. It all started when you crossed into a parallel world and became an unknown extra. Just as you were ready to waste away the rest of your life, you discovered that the acting in this world was far behind. So, you had a bold idea to showcase the grandeur of historical figures with your acting skills and become an unparalleled movie emperor. At this moment, as the host gave the cue, the performance began. You instantly immersed yourself in the role of the tyrant Yang Wang, naturally taking a seat on the dragon throne, gazing down at the courtiers with an indifferent expression. In that instant, the audience below widened their eyes, holding their breath, as if the Emperor Yang of Sui was right there before them. Even the veteran judge from the entertainment industry, Zhang Yikai, gave high praise. Under the heavens, there is no land that is not the king's. On the borders of the land, there are no subjects who are not the king's. And at this moment, your scene partner Yuan Hua and the performer playing Li Qian furrowed his brows and involuntarily took a step back. Li Qian's gaze towards you was like facing a fierce beast. Even though he knew it was just acting, he couldn't muster the courage, his lips trembling, unable to speak. Upon seeing the situation, you spoke up. I heard that the ministers are in a great hurry to see me. What is the matter? At this moment, Li Qian realized that he was attempting to usurp the throne, but his mind went blank, and cold sweat started to form on his forehead. Finally, he reluctantly drew the sword at his waist and pointed it at you, stammering, you. Li Qian struggled to speak. Even though you had taken the lead, Li Qian remained silent. You had no choice but to continue. You Wenzi, is this all you've got? Unable to resist the play, Li Qian's drama became yours to act out. The audience was shocked to hear this line. Ruthless, too ruthless. Is this the emperor who will be remembered throughout history? Everything is under his control, effortlessly breaking through all obstacles with a casual demeanor. At the same time, three mentors were also shocked. This kid actually changed the lines on the spot. And the key point was that the timing and intensity were just right. Not a bit more or less. A perfect performance. He is Yang Guang. Do you really think you are Yang Guang? However, just then, Li Qian suddenly blurted out. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was outraged. Incompetent fool, get off the stage. Refund the tickets. The audience at the scene started to make a commotion. Even the live broadcast screen exploded. Seeing this, Zhang Yikai in the audience finally couldn't help it. He angrily smashed the bottle of mineral water in his hand on the ground and roared, "Can't you act? If you can't, step down. Let me do it. I've tolerated you for a long time." At this moment, Li Qian's face turned pale. The knife in his hand had already fallen to the ground, because he knew that his recent actions undoubtedly ruined his own future. Zhang Yikai waved his hand without much explanation. You are too young to handle this role. Go down and reflect on it. Shortly after, Zhang Yikai came to you and asked, "Next, I will play the role of Yuan Huakai. Do you have any objections, brother Du Xiao?" Upon hearing this, you were somewhat surprised. Someone like Zhang Yikai could have been directly assigned, but unexpectedly, he was asking for your opinion. You quickly replied, "I am grateful for the favor and of course, I am willing. It is my honor." After a 2.5-minute costume change, Zhang Yikai put on court attire and walked onto the stage. The moment he stepped on stage, he waved his hand and flicked his robe. This seemingly ordinary flick was different from the rest, as if declaring sovereignty. Then, Zhang Yikai raised the sword in his hand. "Yang Guang, what do you have to say today?" Upon hearing this, your body involuntarily took a step back, and your trembling hand behind you could not help but shake. You then struggled to speak your lines. Zhang Yikai raised his sword and moved from the south end of the stage to the north, roaring like a god of slaughter. "Seize him!" Finally, soldiers pinned you down in the center of the stage. The whole audience fell silent, as according to the public script, the play ended here. Just when everyone thought the performance was over, you suddenly shouted, "Emperors have their own ways of dying. How can swords clash?" With these words, Zhang Yikai was instantly shocked. He then chuckled lightly. "Let go. Someone, bring me the white silk." At this moment, the audience was completely shocked, because on you, they saw the unparalleled dominance and free-spiritedness of an emperor, even facing a dead end, even facing the assassin Yuan Huaji. you remained the legendary emperor echoing through history. Yang Guang. On stage, you held a white silk, a hero in his twilight. The whole audience fell silent. Undoubtedly, your performance won everyone's approval. However, the most shocking was Zhang Yikai, because in the end, your improvisation, an emperor meets his end like an emperor, that is the true Yang Guang. Zhang Yikai couldn't say he had lost the scene, but at least he hadn't won. After finishing a day of live recording, you returned to the hotel arranged by the program team. Immediately, you lay on the sofa and opened the system interface. This was the system's golden finger that you had awakened when you crossed not long ago. The popularity value displayed a number of 1200, and you also received a reward chest. Afterwards, you opened the treasure chest. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the advanced equestrian skill, integration of body and horse. Integration of body and horse. Sounds reliable, right? You have the chance to try it out. You feel that if you had a horse right now, you could gallop for an hour without stopping, mastering various techniques like sprinting and maintaining a steady pace effortlessly. Dum. Just at this time, Du Chen's room door was knocked on. Who comes to me at this hour? Du Chen got up and headed for the door. Chapter 9 Master Kai's Invitation. Missing an emperor? The door to the room opened and standing in the doorway was the judge who was acting opposite Du Chen today. Mr. Zhang Yikai. Du Chen's afterglow looked down both aisles. There was no one else. And the host, Yu Zhu, hadn't shown up either. He politely invited Zhang Yikai into the room. Although Du Chen was meeting Zhang Yikai for the first time today, he still had a good feeling about Zhang Yikai as a person. The other is an old artist and a pure artist. When acting opposite Zhang Yikai, Du Chen could feel that the other party, like him, had no distractions and was dedicated to his hobbies. Du Chen, I haven't disturbed you by venturing here, have I? Zhang Yikai walked into the room, and although he asked if there was any disturbance, his body was honest enough to sit on the sofa. This is the same as those young ladies at the entrance of the university town. The mouth more than saying that this man is no good. The eyes are impolite, but wearing a skirt that is one shorter than the other. The big long legs are one more than the other shaking flower. Du Chen said, there is no disturbance. Zhang Yikai said, I was amazed by your performance today. It was very good. That's also a good teacher's lead. Nowhere. I couldn't have performed if it wasn't for your cooperation. I'm flattered. It still teacher's profound power. Two people a meal mutual blow. Zhang Yikai's eyes narrowed with a smile. This flavor is very positive, but there were no outsiders at the scene to listen, so blowing behind closed doors like that wasn't an option. Zhang Yikai had some regrets that the occasion was not right. After the courtesies, Zhang Yikai took the lead and said, Du Chen, do you know that the title of today's scene between Yang Guang and Yu Huahe was actually my idea? Specially requested for the program team? Du Chen knew that Zhang Yikai was about to get to the point. The judges couldn't have come to him for no reason without something going on. He shook his head and said, I really don't know about that one. Of course you don't know. I just cut into the topic like this. Zhang Yikai cleared his throat. Actually, I came to this program partly because a friend asked me to, and partly because I had my own selfish reasons for coming to look for seedlings. Zhang Yikai looked at Du Chen and said frankly, straight to the point, a friend of mine has been shooting a big movie recently, and it just so happens that there is a lack of actors for the emperor. Zhang Yikai finished his speech and looked at Du Chen waiting for his attitude. He had made it clear. Du Chen frowned a bit and didn't say anything, just looking at Zhang Yikai, waiting for Zhang Yikai to continue. He didn't think it was that simple, realizing that the emperor's role was, most of the time, the main character. It's a heavy role even if it's not the main character. A big drama. Such a role could come to him. A small actor who is nothing. Du Chen is, after all, a clear-eyed college student with a clear head. Unless the other party takes out Valentino. Zhang Yikai could see Du Chen's doubts. He thought Du Chen would be surprised plus happy, but he didn't expect Du Chen to see straight through to the essence. This in turn made his feelings towards Du Chen rise quite a bit. He said, I know your concern. It's like this. There are many emperors in this play. Just because there are so many emperors, but there aren't many people in the inner recreation who can play emperors suitable for the role. Speaking of this, Zhang Yikai couldn't help but sigh. Inside entertainment these days, everyone is chasing traffic. Whether it's the direction of the media company's investment or the individual actor's goal, it's all geared towards traffic. All want the fastest way to hype up traffic and make a wave of money. There aren't many people, anymore, who are willing to dive down and study acting properly, let alone the quality of actors. But today, Zhang Yikai saw talent in Du Chen, as well as plain, unadorned purity. Obviously young and handsome, no worse than those chasing traffic to engage in the rice circle of fresh meat. But he stepped down to run the show and concentrated on acting. So it is. Du Chen nodded, but still didn't say much. After all, he did not know any information. at this time to say more unintentionally, in vain to add to the embarrassment, but rather listen to the other side to talk about understanding the situation. When Zhang Yikai saw Du Chen's appearance, he knew that it was basically impossible for this young man's mind to try something superficial, but it just reassured him that only someone with this kind of maturity of heart was worthy of his support. So Zhang Yikai continued, "The director is a good friend of mine. Naturally, I'm not trying to lead you through the back door. It's definitely because I see that you're suitable before recommending that you can go and try the mirror if you're interested. This drama is not simple. Big investment. Many people are competing. This is a good opportunity for you. Want to think about it?" Du Chen sucked in his breath. This issue was indeed worth considering. All he wants is to get more roles to act in the future. And this program he's involved in now will boost some fame and is a good way for him to get roles in the future. Du Chen was thinking about it. Zhang Yikai leaned on the sofa and chatted idly. "Looking at you, you're not very old, but your mind is mature. Can you tell us how you did it?" Without thinking, Du Chen said, "Read more and you'll understand." Zhang Yikai raised an eyebrow. "That's a great answer. Read more and you'll understand." He nodded and said, "Reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles, and traveling thousands of miles is not as good as seeing more. It makes sense. If you see more, you'll understand. So what do you read? How do you read it? In books, lady?" Dukhan said. "The ladies watch it too. The video too. And usually just watch this at the school gates." "Good. Not bad." Zhang Yikai is very happy. This young man is not humble, not impatient and motivated, pure thinking and talented, is a good seedling. So going or not, you in this program a meal to screw not much use. When the time comes as nothing more than the program group to find a cooperation company to sign you. And then began the road to screw traffic, to act or to be used as a gimmick you choose. With that said, Zhang Yikai also let go. Du Chen said, "Acting. So going or not, go." "That's right. The lad's on the up and up." "Right. Pack up. Go now. Go to sleep first. Then lift your pants and go." "What about you, Zhu? The programmer?" "To pull crotch. Ignore him." "Yes. Dry. Well, dry up." Chapter 10 Location of the audition, Prairie Battlefield. The clear-eyed Du Chen was certainly not stupid. "Can this be done? Of course I can do it." The program, The Birth of an Actor, is supported by 3 big-name judges. Without the endorsement of these 3 men, what purpose could this show have in existing? Who in the circle could make the people coming out of this show? Of course people recognize you only if you have the endorsement of 3 big-name judges. But one of the most talented judges was right in front of Du Chen's eyes. Not only do you have to carry the book, but you even have to run with him on your back. Of course he ran. Thus, the 2 men, who were jointed in the room, reached a unanimous agreement. Sleep and run. The next day, Zhang Yikai led Du Chen to meet the Birth of an Actor program director early in the morning. In the office, the director was bewildered to see the 2 men push their suitcases in. "What's this for? A prop for today's program? I'm bringing Du Chen to say goodbye." Zhang Yikai opened the door and said. The director asked with a dumbfounded look on his face. "Farewell. Farewell to what? Are you guys going to act going on a voyage together, Master Kai?" Although he acted all puzzled, he actually had a guess in his heart. He more or less gave up. Zhang Yikai said, "This is a strange and embarrassing thing to say. I have a friend who has a movie being filmed, so I'll take Du Chen to audition for it, and the opportunity will be gone if I miss it. If it causes trouble for the program, then it's okay if we don't go." When the director saw the graceful, smiling old artist in front of him, he really wanted to slap this old pen in the face with a shoe rake. "This is an old artist. Pure old writing. I just got a talent on my show. I haven't had a hot bite yet, and you're on it without an overnight. How dare you? You're asking me not to leave if it bothers you? You're dragging your ing suitcase here. Can I stop you? If I don't let you go and you put shoes on me, do I still want to be in the circle?" The director's inner drama played out over several springs and summers in the space of a few breaths, but on his face was a look of righteousness. Bang bang, beating his chest. What words? What words? "Master Kai, just tell me if you've booked the tickets yet. If not, I'll have someone book them now. It's fixed." Zhang Yikai hurriedly excused himself. "The car to the airport has also been ordered and is waiting downstairs." "Director, MMP. Then I'll walk you 2 downstairs?" The director finished thinking of all the happy things he'd done in his life to keep himself smiling. "That works too." Directed by Du Chen followed behind Zhang Yikai and kept quiet, but in my heart, I thought, this Kai master is indeed respected, character reputation can be seen. Very good. Otherwise this director will not let him go in a few words. Not only did he let him go, but he also personally pushed boxes for both him and Zhang Yikai. When Du Chen saw the director pushing the box for him and still looking honored, Du Chen knew that he had chosen the right one this time. The downstairs where the program is located. Li Qian happened to be coming from the hotel. He lost yesterday's rivalry with Du Chen, but he still has a chance to resurrect, so there's still a program taping today. It's just that at this time, he no longer had the spirited and frustrated face he had yesterday. From a distance, he saw Du Chen and Zhang Yikai come out from inside the building and get into a car. Behind the two, the show's director personally pushed boxes for them. Mud. Li Qian cursed. Actually, he has never played a leading role, but after years of his own business, he has his own place in the showbiz industry and has no problem making a living. The birth of an actor, this kind of program, he didn't need to come at all, or he even counted himself as degrading himself by coming here. After all, this is where people who can't act at all, or some who have no way out come to venture. But he came anyway. The purpose of his coming here was to come towards Zhang Yikai. As long as he was seen by Zhang Yikai, or even said that as long as he climbed into friendship, his future path would be much better. But I didn't expect Du Chen to come out halfway. Not only did it ruin his future, it robbed him of his opportunity. Now in this situation, Zhang Yikai took Du Chen out together with his suitcase. There wouldn't be a second reason other than the fact that Zhang Yikai had introduced Du Chen to a role to take on a movie. Even the director himself sent them off. Looking at Du Chen's back, Li Chen couldn't wait to kill Du Chen by 1,000 cuts. However, Li Chen likewise knows that the moment Du Chen and Zhang Yikai get into the same car, it is already equal to getting on the highway. The next time they met, he and Du Chen might already be people from two worlds. Ugh. Forget it. Li Chen lowered his head and walked forlornly towards the program's building. On the pickup special, Du Chen and Zhang Yikai had already gotten into the car. Zhang Yikai rolled down the window and waved at the director. Hard work, little Lu. When we're done, we'll be back if the program needs us. The director was all smiles. Holler, holler. Slowly go at Kai Master. Kai Master, pay attention to more rest. The plane squint a little bit, to the contact. The smile on the director's face instantly retracted as he waited for the car to move away. The scene seemed to emphasize that if he hadn't been directing, he would have been a great actor. Can this ing come back? Ugh. His heart was cold. He had swollen his thighs watching Du Chen's performance yesterday. I went back at night and watched it again many times. A talent on the first day of his own show. With Du Chen around, he was certain that he could take this variety show to the next level, and could even go on to rival those pan-entertainment flows. But during repeated viewings, he noticed the way Zhang Yikai looked at Du Chen, a kind of look of seeing a big baby. But director Lu said, it's bad. He stayed up all night for this, thinking of all sorts of scenarios, never letting Zhang Yikai abduct the person. Eventually he came up with the idea of giving money. I'll go to Dokkan tomorrow and pay directly, and then let the various jobs align Yuzu and Dokkan. Double-barreled. I don't believe you young people aren't greedy for money and sex. If Du Chen were here, he would have said to director Xiao Lu, you're a good judge of character. But I didn't expect it. Zhang Yikai, the old piker, made his move one step ahead of him. Xiao Lu, mother ********. The director spat and turned around, ready to go upstairs. This turn, then love has become a thing of the past. A fixed situation has been set. I'm Aya. But on this turn of director Xiao Lu, almost soul was scared out. Li Qian stood behind him silently. What are you doing with your face as black as a dead wife scaring the laborers to death? Director, I have a secret for you. The plane Du Chen and Zhang Yikai took was to Inner Mongolia. On the airplane, Zhang Yikai said, there are a lot of scenes in this play, and now that we've just cast Zhu Qizhen's role, we're planning to set up the battlefield over in the grasslands, so you're just in time to go over there and see what's going on. Battlefield? Du Chen's mind floated some scenes. He happened to get the horsemanship from the system. A little bit of intention. Chapter 11, audition for a play immediately. Du Chen and Zhang Yikai took the plane to Inner Mongolia, running all the way straight to the grassland. On the grassland, the crew was busy and in full swing. Zhang Yikai and Du Chen were led to the outside of a large tent. Quite a few of the actors, who would be out of camera this time, were resting on the sidelines, and when they saw someone coming, they looked at them. Du Chen swept a glance at a number of actors present that he had seen on TV. Just sweeping a glance, Du Chen got the experience. The long legs of the crew were indeed generally longer than the schoolmates in front of the school. A man with a bearded chin came out from inside the pitched tent with a pile of K4 paper typed in his hand. Behind him were several young men. Master Kai, you're just in time. He's the one who came over to audition for Zhu Zhanji, right? Chen Nang also recommended someone to come over, so it's a good idea to let the two of them try out together. It was obvious that the director and Master Kai were very familiar with each other, and the two of them dispensed with unnecessary politeness and met directly to talk about business. Yes, this Du Chen. I look good, it's a good seedling. Bring it over to try. Zhang Yikai picked his chin and said. At this time a young man behind the director walked out and greeted. Hello Master Kai. My name is Zhu Yan. I'm also here for the audition. Zhang Yikai sized up Zhu Yan and said with a smile on his face. Well, the young man looks spirited and good. Behind Zhu Yan, an older middle-aged man came out and said in a tone that sounded less than friendly. Now that both are here, Chu Zhanji is just one, which means that the right one stays and the unsuitable one goes away. This person is the Chen Nung who recommended Zhu Yan to come over, is also a big shot in the circle, and Zhang Yikai an era of characters, but Zhang Yikai is friendly to young people like Zhu Yan, but not when facing Chen Nung, directly pulling out his cell phone. What's so good about this? Don't need to see it all. I'll buy you a ticket directly now. No need to act. You two go directly. The director covered his face with a look of wanting to die. Oops. I'm busy. You two don't mess with me. He couldn't do anything with these two. And although they were friends, neither was good enough to be offended. Now that one of the two was recommending someone to come over, of course he had to give face to both. The director looked at Du Chen, is an unseen newcomer, and in his heart, he estimated that this Playmaster Kai is going to suffer in front of Chen Nung. After all, the person Chen Nang brought over is Zhu Yan, who is already a little famous, and he has seen Zhu Yan's plays. Not to say that they are much better, but if the roles are suitable, there is still no problem in performing them. This young man is looking at the newcomer and has an okay image. He first complimented Du Chen very much to Zhang Yikai's face. Zhang Yikai said, "It's not bad. I abducted from the program group of Xiao Lu. Such a good seedling can't be buried for Xiao Lu." Little Lu? Crew director Li Wangjiang thought about it after a little thought, and sighed in his heart. He does not veto Master Kai's vision, but I guess Master Kai just sees that this Du Chen has talent and wants to bring it here to train and train. After all, that Birth of an Actor program is full of new toadies playing in it, and Ginger wouldn't go there. The actors who come out of it, even if they have talent, lack experience. Now that he has competition for this role here, it's definitely going to come down to who's better suited, and it's unrealistic to put an inexperienced one on and eliminate the right one. Okay, then get ready for them to try it out. I have to leave again before dark, and there are scenes to shoot over at the palace. Alright, then hurry up and prepare. Zhang Yikai nodded his agreement. He had brought Du Chen with him with confidence, but it was up to Du Chen to decide whether or not it would work. He had a few thin spots, but he wasn't in the habit of going through the back door. His friends also know that he doesn't. Zhang Yikai can swear he doesn't go through the back door. The director, Li Wangjiang, immediately had someone go to open up the venue and props for the audition. Then he called out for a makeup artist to dress up both Zhu Yan and Du Chen on the spot. The attention of the actors who were resting next to them was all on this side. The actresses, in particular, were all, if anything, looking for an excuse to lean this way. After all, Du Chen's face value was there, and Zhu Yan's reputation wasn't bad either. All of them are able to take their place on the screen by their face value. And these actresses, not necessarily each is a big star. They see the Curry High star. In fact, with the little fangirl is not much different. For example, Su Yafei, who has acted in many roles and has her own fans, is just a little karami with not much presence in the cast, just some face value. This would be pulled to lean this way by another close actress. That actress had little stars in her eyes. See, Chu Yan is here. I idolize. I didn't realize he came here to audition. Do you think there's any chance I'll be playing a character that he'll interact with? Wow. Su Yafei's pretty mouth twitched as she watched the actress look like her ego was on top of her head. Will you stop being so dramatic? Shame on you. Let's not even talk about whether or not he'll interact with your character. It's not like there are two people who both auditioned for the role, and it's not certain that he'll get picked. Su Yafei said, picking at Du Chen, who was putting on makeup. With her chin, the actress was not happy at once, with a face of Subway Grandpa's expression. Have you got it wrong? That's Zhu Yuan, alas. How can he steal the role of Zhu Yuan? This person at a glance on the newcomer have not seen. Su Yafei rolled her eyes, although she felt that this her good friend had a point. There was no need to be so uptight with Zhu Yuan, right? What is it about this Zhu Yuan that you like so much? The actress said. He's handsome. Su Yafei glanced at it, then at Du Chen, and said, then isn't the other one, whom she doesn't recognize, even more handsome? The actress got stuck for a moment, stammered and said with a strained neck, I don't care, I just like Zhu Yan. He's not only handsome, he's also a good actor. Just wait and see. Princess Sua. It didn't take long for Du Chen and the others to put on their makeup and change their clothes and come out. As they came out, the man who had come with the horse arrived. Seeing the director shouting for someone to bring in 2 horses, many of the actors present who had originally planned to watch the show changed their faces. What's the big deal about the audition? It's not a good play on the horse. Chapter 12. Young man, you are stubborn. Looking at the 2 horses, the actors in the room were confused. If the audition let them try this, Would they be able to do it? Not to mention if it will work or not. It's a question of whether or not you can even try. It's hard to even control your expression when you're bumping up on a horse, let alone having to perform to a script. This kind of scene is filmed many times during the official shooting. An actor who had once had the honor of seeing a great horse show being filmed couldn't help but whisper at the sight of the situation. The last time I saw Bing Bing's sister shooting a horse scene, shooting the person deflated before barely counting over. The director auditioning for the hole so big. This can be a little difficult. The person beside him also pressed his voice and said, "Can't you see that Mr. Zhang Yikai and Mr. Chen Neng have both recommended people to come here." I guess it's not good for the director to say no on either side. And it's hard to tell a specific difference if the audition is a whole lot of painless stuff. But getting on a horse is a different story. This is increased in difficulty. And you can tell at a glance if such a test works or doesn't work. The actor who spoke at the very beginning nodded, then shook his head. "Anyway, I can't do it if I'm replaced. Even if there's Sister Bing Bing right away, I'm not allowed to do it." Look at what you're saying. If it's Bing Bing's sister, I think I'll give it a try by showing off a little bit of bravado. Suya Fei came to have some interest when she saw the warhorse that was brought in. She had previously taken horseback riding lessons to be compatible with more roles in the future. Although it is not to say that the horsemanship is very powerful, but barely cope with it, or no problem. But the performance words. Suya Fei felt that she shouldn't be too good at it either. At most grabbing a brief shot would be okay. To perform long sequences on a horse would be a designated joke. Steady, steady. The actress beside her thrilled at the sight of the warhorse. Suya Fei was curious. What stabilized? The actress said. Zhuo Wan steady ah. Zhu Yan is from the science class. He has more opportunities to learn horse riding and all that, and he has already acted in many roles and has exposure to horse riding. Isn't it a solid comparison with an unknown young actor? Suya Fei looked at Du Chen and thought for a moment. That's right, even if both of them performed poorly, but at least Zhu Yan must have more experience, and his control of expressions and whatnot on the horse must be a bit more stable. In comparison, it's true that Zhuowen is more stable. Right. The actress was happy. It's a pity about that little brother. He looked pretty good too, but it can't be helped. Who let him meet Zhu Yan? Zhang Yikai didn't say much when he saw his old friend Li Wang Zhang had his horse brought in. However, he knew in his heart that it was probably hanging by a thread if Du Chen wanted to stay. It couldn't be helped that Chen Nang also happened to bring someone over at this time. He knew that Li Wang Zhang was not good at refusing both sides, and he could only go up a little intensity. But this Zhu Yan he actually knew, having played several costume roles. Ideas for development in this area of costume roles basically go ahead and learn horsemanship. But Du Chen, he was originally thinking of bringing Du Chen over first, and the role was set to spend 2 days temporarily learning it then. But now, it's definitely too late to come back and learn. You shouldn't be too stressed. It's okay if you don't get this role. I'm sure I won't leave you out since I brought you out, Zhang Yikai said to Du Chen who was standing beside him. Du Chen nodded and said, "Thank you teacher. I'll try my best." Zhang Yikai nodded and didn't say much, but he appreciated Du Chen's attitude. But whenever Du Chen is a little wimpy and says something like "I don't know how to ride a horse and I can't handle it," it makes him, Zhang Yikai, lose face. Because if it came out of Du Chen's mouth at this time, it wasn't a matter of whether Du Chen would give up or not, but rather such words were a complaint against him. Zhang Yikai, it's like saying you bring me here and then you make me do something I don't know how to do. That's not playing with me. But Du Chen didn't. So Zhang Yikai was satisfied and was already thinking of how to compensate Du Chen in his heart. He even kind of wanted Du Chen to forget about losing this one and just leave without acting. However, seeing that Du Chen himself was not discouraged, Zhang Yikai did not say anything. Who's first? I'll go first then? Zhu Yan was very confident and stepped forward to take the reins directly. Okay, I just read everything inside the script, so without further ado, get ready to start. Under the camera's lens, Zhu Yan was the first to mount his horse in a suit of armor. Then he took control of the horse and headed for the field. Although his movements were not very skillful, the whole process was steady and there were no accidents. Crossing his sword, Zhu Yan performed a monologue, and after galloping his horse for a while and doing a few simple maneuvers, he drove his horse back to its original position. Zhu Yan jumped off his horse and clapped his hands. His face was slightly red. It was obvious that he had just performed with great effort as well. The expression on his face, however, was relaxed. With a smile, he was pleased with the performance he had just given. He also saw that quite a few of the actresses around him were looking at him and whispering. It made him a little more confident. The director, with his hands behind his back, nodded after watching Zhu Yan's performance. Rusty yes, but practicing shooting out of the camera was not a big problem, and the acting was spot on. Nothing wrong with that. Director is flattered, Zhu Yuan humbly said, but the expression on his face betrayed him. Smugness and great pleasure were almost written on his face. Right, Chen Nang said to Zhang Yikai at this time with a smug look on his face. The person I recommend definitely can't be bad. This set just now was performed in a flowing stream. Not only was it well-tempered, but it also held its lines without revealing any cracks. It's the veteran actors who have to play a scene like this, and I guess that's about as good a performance as you're going to get, even if a lot of people can't do it that easily. Zhang Yikai cast his face aside as if looking at the distant skyline of the prairie, because he didn't know how to dislike it back. Chen Nang. This old thing was telling the truth. Zhu Yan's performance was really over the top, and if he was the director himself, he wouldn't find it problematic to give the role to Zhu Yan like this. But it's different now. I brought someone with me. Isn't this being slapped in the face by this old thing? Chen Nang, don't you want to lose face? Du Chen, you're on, Director Li Wangjiang said. Then he added, saying, if you don't know how to ride a horse, you'll stand on the ground and perform. Du Chen said, no need. He wanted to want to ride a horse so tightly that he dreamed of riding last night. It's just that said dreams are not controlled by people after all. So the ride was a little less serious. And Du Chen didn't have a good time. How can you not get on a real horse when it comes today? Alright then, looking forward to your performance, the director said. He just said that let Du Chen can stand on the ground performance. In fact, the heart has already made up its mind. Zhu Yuan performance from his psychological expectations to meet 7 or 8 of 10 has been very good. It was impossible for this Du Chen to surpass. Just now Zhu Yan's performance Zhang Yikai also saw it. He chose Zhu Yan. Zhang Yikai will definitely not have any opinion. But this situation still allows Zhang Yikai to bring over people on the horse to throw people off. That would be a bit like intentionally hitting Zhang Yikai in the face. That's why he said that Du Chen could perform standing on the floor. Anyway, go through the motions and this will be over. Who knows that this young man doesn't know what's good for him and has to be stubborn. So be stubborn. Chapter 13 A horse whistles with a hiss. The crew's horse was led to Du Chen. On the grassland, the pale clouds hide the sun, and the gale is running. In the distance, the canvas of the tent hunted in the wind. The withered grass fluttered, and the tips of Du Chen's bangs and hair fluttered lightly. Everyone's eyes were focused on Du Chen at this moment. A small, unknown actor is brought over by Master Kai, who is well known in the industry, to steal the role of Zhu Yan. The crowd was more or less out of their depth with their mouths open and their minds thinking. Actor as a profession. The future may have an element of luck, but in terms of acting merit, that is nothing can be fooled can be said. Good or bad, you can tell at a glance. Du Chen reached for the reins. His long hair was in the wind, and he wore armor. The cloak behind him fluttering with excitement as if it had human emotions at this point, only to see the field. Du Chen's hand reins lightly pulled, the horse's head naturally lowered. His feet stepped on the stirrups, and he leaped lightly onto the horse's back. The horse's front hooves leapt in obedience. Phew! The horse whistled long and loud with a neigh before its forelegs settled back to the ground. Cool! It's so handsome! Those who were paying attention in the surroundings stared with wide eyes, their eyes filled with amazement. That was such a cool scene just now. Du Chen rolled over and mounted his horse, his movements flowing like water. It's not that those present had never seen such a scene before, but only on television. That was all pieced together with post-editing and captures to make the effect. Even some professional equestrian riders may not be able to do what the movie screen does. But today they saw it with their own eyes. Cool. It's so handsome. Each of Du Chen's movement minutes was just stuck in the rhythm. No wonder he had the nerve to say he was going to keep performing on the horse. Look at his skills. He's more than a pro. That's so cool. How does he practice? Looking at his movements, I reckon he should be a rich second generation. Quite a lot of rich second generation just like to write something like this very cool stuff. Ordinary people probably don't have this kind of time or condition to be able to learn. I've taken horseback riding lessons. This is definitely not something you can do with just practice. It's amazing. Rich second generation no doubt. Most people learn horsemanship, but also just can learn practical, and then the whole simple action. This or playing the action into the art, can be ordinary people? The surrounding actors, basically, have more or less knowledge of such things as equestrian stables. After all, filming will often be used. That's why when they saw Du Chen's skillful moves, they all thought Du Chen was a second generation rich man. A rich kid who didn't choose to spend his days at home, but came to a place like the movie set to sell out. This made everyone put away their contempt for Du Chen, expecting to see if Du Chen would perform unexpectedly next. Immediately afterward, the director gave the order and the audition officially began. However, Du Chen was sitting on the back of his horse, looking at the distance with a grim expression, not moving a muscle. No, what's he doing? What's wrong? Why isn't he moving? He looks like he's serious to me. Why is he fixed there and not moving? The scene gave way to confusion. Wasn't it cool to just get on the horse? Do you only know how to ride a horse and nothing else? Clueless. Rich kids are rich kids. They can't do great things. Su Yufei rolled her eyes, causing her to get high on herself for nothing. Truth be told, just now she was also handsome by this handsome little brother. Was curious as to what my little brother would do next, but he turned out to be only hit or miss. When he went up, he didn't move. What's this about? Zhu Yuan looked at Du Chen and frowned. He was nervous in his heart. After all, this time he came with the mindset that he was determined to win this role, and that this role would have extraordinary significance to his future sucking path. But at this moment, when he looked at Du Chen, he had a complicated heart, and he didn't know that Du Chen was up to something. His agent Chen Nang, in the Circle Mixed Capital Resources Circle, on the performance is actually not very good at. But at this moment see Du Chen end of the horse does not move. He at least get clear. This audition certainly not. Inevitably, a smile appeared on his face. Zhang Yikai, however, looked at Du Chen on horseback with wide eyes. It was also like the moment when we saw the stage yesterday, when Du Chen flung his robe. He thought Du Chen wouldn't be able to ride a horse, but he didn't expect Du Chen to be an expert. But that wasn't what surprised him the most. He was more expectant now, looking forward to hoping he's not wrong in his prediction. So at this moment, he didn't want to miss a single detail, wanting to see if Du Chen, next, was thinking along the same lines as he was thinking. If that's true, then this is the old man's forgotten friend. This kind of situation can think of a piece. Then it can only be said that Du Chen and the old man is the same person. The purists. Li Wangjian's eyes narrowed slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. His attention, however, was also all on Du Chen. Hearing someone behind him whispering, Li Wangjiang immediately reached out and pressed his hand, telling the people around him not to make any noise. Just when everyone thought that Du Chen would just pestle and mortar and pretend to be an X and that would be the end of it, Du Chen moved. With a sudden tug on the reins, he turned his horse's head like a line. At this moment, Du Chen happened to turn his back to the crowd. Li Wangjiang also then took a deep breath. Really, it really was what he expected. Just now Du Chen was sitting on the back of his horse dramatically looking into the distance. This scene was him looking into the distance. The thousands of troops of the other side. His eyes are resolute and his face is cold with the air of slaying. That is, although millions of people will go on. At this point, he turned his horse to face his soldiers, leaving the crowd with a back that wasn't exactly wide, but was like a big mountain. Bully, even if there are millions of enemy troops, I will be able to dominate them. That's enough. Li Wangjiang's eyes were filled with joy. At this time he already had enough in his mind. This role is not Du Chen. Zhou Wen did act well, but it was acting. And Do Ken, he is the embodiment. He did everything without doing anything. Acting is not as good as doing more fancy stuff, but it's really good when you can express your emotions to the audience. An old actor once said that a cigarette, given to an ordinary actor to smoke, he can smoke countless tricks, but give a good actor a pump, and he'll have expressed all he had to say with just one movement, or even without one. Du Chen was the kind of person who didn't have to do anything. He had already made everyone experience the emotions, the aura of depression and murder as well as his determination to go to war. At this point, not only he reacted, the rest of the people in the room reacted. Even if they were just extras on the set, they weren't actors. Also inexplicably felt a strong air pressure, as if it had been black clouds. The enemy outside the city is in danger, and the only one who could save them was the one on horseback. It's done. A smile appeared on Zhang Yikai's face. He knew that no one was more suitable for this role than Du Chen. At this moment, but just when he thought the show was going to end. Chapter 14, The Sun, Moon, Mountains and Rivers Forever, and the Great Ming River and Mountains Forever. A lot of people will die before the sun sets today. My last decree. If you see me fall from my horse, don't mourn, don't stop charging. Follow the army flag closely. Hold on to your spears and wield your swords to the death. The sun, the moon, the mountains and the rivers will live forever. And the rivers and mountains of the Great Ming will live forever. Du Chen's voice was like heavenly thunder rolling, and like swords and horses neighing. Deafening. Every word is like a blow to the heart. The heartbeats of the crowd. The rhythm was taken over by Du Chen for a moment. Such deep line work. Those present, both veteran and newcomer actors, were shocked beyond words by Du Chen's line work. The outsiders look good. The insiders look good. Those of them who were actors were the ones who could best appreciate the power of Du Chen's lines at the moment. It was as if what came out of Du Chen's mouth were not lines from a script. Rather, it was itself as natural as the words spoken by Du Chen. Li Wangjian's gaze also lit up, not only shocked at Du Chen's acting skills, but also happy for the writer's wakefulness. It's amazing that this writer has gotten the hang of this whole thing as well, and the emotions pull right through. Among the many onlookers, Zhang Yixing was also here early to watch the fun. He was playing Zhu Qizhen and had just come over during a break after a set of shots. He also saw Zhu Yuan's performance, and in his heart, he had the slightest bit of vigilance towards Zhu Yuan. He was a minor celebrity in general with Zhu Yuan, and the other's acting skills put him under pressure as well, but after seeing Du Chen's performance, he couldn't afford any comparative mentality. Teacher. This absolute teacher. Even if he recorded Du Chen's immediate performance, he would be willing to watch and study it overnight while lying under the blanket at night. He originally thought that Du Chen's performance was already the limit of what he could learn, but as soon as Du Chen's lines came out, Zhang Yixing was confused. Is the actor's circle so rolled up now? An actor more raw than a singer? You should know that Zhang Yixing is actually a singer in transition. Singing is his specialty. And when Du Chen said that one line just now, the technique used in it was something that no ordinary professional singer could do. What's wrong, Yixing? The agent beside Zhang Yixing looked at Zhang Yixing's dumbfounded look and asked curiously. Zhang Yixing said, is this person a top singer? Just now his voice was even better than my teacher's, using his chest resonance to send his voice out, inducing the same frequency in the space. His penetration and mellowness were top-notch. He didn't sacrifice bass to make up for penetration or treble to make up for long-wave resonance. The agent frowned. Is it strong? Zhang Yixing turned around and gave his manager a very strange look. Didn't I say it's even better than my teacher? Du Chen, who was in the middle of the field, had also jumped down from his horse by this time, and the audition was over. When Du Chen came closer, Zhang Yixing suddenly reacted to the fact that Du Chen had just performed without a microphone. In other words, what they had just heard was the sound made by Du Chen himself, a dozen meters away. Zhang Yixing's mouth was open enough to fit an egg in. The others noticed this too and were stunned speechless, because just now, Du Chen's voice sounded like it was in their ears. So the subconscious mind then assumes it's the sound of the speakers. After all, on the set, everyone is used to the director having speakers next to him, and using them to listen to live lines when necessary because of the distance. But just now, Du Chen, surprisingly, did not use the speaker. Is this a divine feat? Zhang Xingyi was shocked. The other actors also looked incredulous. They've seen what a really good actor is today. Du Chen like this is a great actor. People are impeccable in every aspect. The details of any performance, and the depth of their skills throws them off 100 blocks. It's over. The actress beside Su Yufei said with a bitter face. Zhu Yuan won't be eliminated, right? Su Yufei skimmed her lips, thinking isn't it obvious? He looked at Du Chen, who was talking to the director and the others in the distance, and his curiosity had been completely piqued. Anyone who understands knows what happens afterward when a woman becomes intensely curious about a man. At this moment, Su Yufei was like a curious baby, standing on her tiptoes to look at Du Chen. After Du Chen's performance, there's something weird going on right now, because there were quite a few actors present, and just now all of them thought that Zhu Yuan would definitely be able to take the role. But anyone with a brain can see that Du Chen performs. Indeed, so much better than Zhu Yuan. Zhu Yuan's show is just a show. In Du Chen, however, it was as if they really saw an emperor who was going to lead his soldiers to the death and imperial campaign. If the role doesn't go to Du Chen, who else can it go to? Zhu Yuan's face didn't look good either, and her lips were a little white. The role was too important to him. He was about to get his hands on it, but he didn't expect a nemesis to come out halfway. He felt that this man was truly his nemesis. Never seen it before. Haven't seen this guy out in any plays either. But now the moment it comes out, it drops a king's bomb on him. It's as if the heavens suddenly arranged for a great calamity to come upon him here. What is this if not his nemesis? Don't be anxious. Zhu Yuan's agent Chen Nung patted Zhu Yuan's shoulder. He wants to take this role. I'm afraid he's overthinking it. Let me do it. He walked forward and said, I have to say, this little actor named Du Chen, just now on the surface it does look like a good performance, but didn't you notice that he kept his back to us? You couldn't see his expression at all, and when he started, he also stood there in a concave shape and didn't move. Then turn your face and read your lines. While it's true that the writing is good, the show isn't just about the writing, it's about the acting. He's in the category of cheating. Everyone can't see his expression. The people present heard Chen Nang say this, couldn't help but all furrow their brows, listening to what Chen Nang said. It seemed to be the case. Many times some actors who are not good at acting use this cheating behavior to hide. But it felt weird because the feeling Du Chen had just given them was too shocking. Can you convey that emotion without acting? There's something I'd like to say. Just when everyone was thinking, the writer of this play walked into the scene and spoke. P.S. Newcomer new book. I hope you more support. If you like it, move your little hand to add the bookshelf. Thank you. Chapter 15, a stunning rewording. Chan can see the writers coming out to speak in this situation. The heart burst with joy. With his operation and his own hard work, Zhu Yuan is also a resounding up-and-comer in the acting world. Now this big manufacturing, Zhu Yuan over the need to audition, changed the general drama. can invite Zhu Yuan, that is the ancestral tomb, on fire. So in this circle, the general director, screenwriter or whatever will give three thin face, hoping to mix a friendship. Now this screenwriter came out to speak at this time. Then of course he came to sell favor to Zhu Yuan. That last line just now, Du Chen changed it himself, it wasn't in the script at all. As soon as the director's words came out, the people at the scene who had just favored Du Chen couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Tampering with lines without authorization is a big no-no for actors. It's only marketing numbers that have the nerve to go around saying whoever is on set changed their lines or something. Can the lines be changed? If the lines can be changed, anyone who goes up and shakes a little bit of wit, then what is the point of being an actor? They all go to be a director and a screenwriter. How else is this play going to get made if one person changes it? What's he up to? Audition actually changed the lines. Just listen to that line, is very immersive. I didn't realize that it's still after he changed it. If not, the screenwriter should have written it better. Still too young. Just act properly. Don't know what to do with changing lines. Is thinking he's better than the writers? Su Yufei also frowned and whispered. Maybe the improv came off. The actress beside him said, it's a pity. Just now really acted too well. Especially the lines moved me. I didn't realize it was still changed by him. If he didn't change it, that scene just now would have been even better, right? Su Yufei didn't reply to her words. Just some regret in her expression. Chen Nung's face instantly surfaced with undisguised glee. I can't believe he changed his lines. It's because he can't remember the lines. So he's bull asterisk 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 ting. Even if you cheat by avoiding the camera when acting, you can't remember your lines and change them. Alas. Still too old. No. You wait. Before Chen Neng could finish his words, he was interrupted by the screenwriter, who said with a look of impatience, what's this bull asterisk 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 asterisk? The line Du Chen just said wasn't even in the script, but that's a great line to add. This is the Zhu Zhanji of my heart. I'm ashamed to say that I've always felt that this scene almost felt right, but never found out why. Didn't know what to change, and now I know. It's just missing this part that Du Chen just performed. He changed it so well. The scene, with that part, the character immediately came to life. A dumbfounded Zhang Yixing's mouth turned into an oso shape as he grabbed his manager's sleeve in excitement. Changed. I can't believe he changed that part just now himself. Here. The agent rolled his eyes. But the gaze that looked at Du Chen shone up. Just now Du Chen's performance he saw the whole time. Just that after entering the scene. The state of selflessness and forgetfulness. The strength of the control of the proportion. In his opinion, in the future acting circle, there will definitely be a place for this now unknown Du Chen. Such a good seedling. How come it wasn't discovered by me? He was especially sorry to hear Zhang Yixing's comments on Du Chen's ability to read his lines just now. The surrounding actors who had just been worried about Du Chen glanced at each other. I can't believe that part wasn't in the script just now. This part was added to the show by Du Chen himself? Perhaps, before Du Chen added this section, if someone else had performed this scene, they wouldn't have felt that there was anything wrong with it. It was just an ordinary scene, but now they had seen Du Chen perform. If anything, they couldn't imagine what a pile of poop it would be now minus that latter part. But this last paragraph, surprisingly, came from Du Chen? The expressions on the faces of the crowd now proved everything. Just now in this audition, Du Chen finished winning. Chen Nang froze on the spot, his mind spinning for a moment. What's the situation? Aren't the writers out to flatter Zhu Yuan? What the hell does that say? He swept his gaze over the surrounding crowd. He had actually become a clown. The director, Li Wangjian, stood on the sidelines and kept quiet. He just thought the writers had gotten the hang of it and were able to come up with a whole paragraph like that. I didn't realize that this segment was an improvisation by Du Chen. This made him even more satisfied with Du Chen. Even the gaze towards Master Kai became ambiguous. This time again owes Master Kai a big favor. Digging me as such a good seedling. Li Wangjian thought this in his heart and felt that things should almost be finalized. But Chen Nang's face couldn't be ignored. After all, Chen Nang holds huge capital resources in his hands. Zhu Yuan, Li Wangjiang asked, what do you think about the audition you just had? Why don't you tell us? Chen Nang, who originally had a despondent expression, saw that Li Wangjian was so giving face, which means that there is still a play. He instantly gave Zhu Yuan a wink. Zhu Yuan was in a bit of a bind. In fact, he was also shocked by Du Chen's acting skills in his heart, and asked himself that he was not as good as the Du Chen in front of him. But there is never less competition in this circle, and everyone competes to see who wins the robbery. For once, he needed the role badly. Zhu Yuan thought about it, her gaze gradually firming up, and spoke, I think actors, after all, it's important to focus on acting. The lines that Du Chen improvised just now were indeed good, but acting. The latter words did not come out of Zhu Yuan's mouth, but everyone heard what it meant. It's talking about how Du Chun used tricks when he performed, avoiding the camera so that everyone couldn't see his demeanor and expression. This is also the biggest hole in the scene that just happened with Du Chun. Mentally, the crowd was not convinced that Du Chun would have no acting skills and use such cheating tactics. After all, that performance just now, an audition shot only, substitutes their emotions. But personal feelings aside, it's not impossible that Juwon and his agent are talking about the situation. Or, I'll do it again. If there's no delay. Du Chun spoke at this time. One more time? It sure would be nice to do it again. Who doesn't like to watch the fun? The appetites of the surrounding eaters were whetted. But others frowned. It's not a shoot now. It's an audition. The risk of doing it all over again after one audition is unpredictable. It's not impossible in case something goes wrong. Moreover, a section of the play is performed twice at the same time. And those present watching it twice will not have the same sense of amazement as the first time, and will subconsciously feel that the acting is average. It's like having your child's name all figured out the first time you meet your sister, and then the second time you meet your sister you think it's nothing more than that, and you're tired of thinking about it too much. Not everyone can be as pure as Du Chun. Seeing his sister for the first time is the same. Chapter 16 The oppressive feeling of an immediate emperor. Everyone didn't expect that Du Chun would choose to audition again. This situation is a big loss. It's like a movie that's great, but ultimately doesn't have the same flavor when you watch it a second time as when you watched it the first time. Especially if you watched it back to back with almost no time intervals. Even those with patience can't watch it. Director Lee Wang-jiang and Master Kai also frown slightly. Secretly Du Chun is still too young. It's the audition stage. How can you put yourself in this passive situation? But Du Chun himself said so. Lee Wang-jiang wanted to leave him behind, so naturally it was impossible for him to say anything to stop him. So he nodded. Alright then, let's do it again. Du Chun turned around and walked towards the warhorse. The moment his hands grabbed the reins, that sense of solemnity across the world once again surfaced in the hearts of the crowd. The move to mount the horse is still as handsome as ever, but ultimately, it's the second performance, and the first performance is fresh in my mind, so it lacks a few wow factor. But that didn't stop the crowd from anticipating Du Chun's next performance. Because of the last performance, people barely saw Du Chun's expression, and now the purpose of the second performance was to bring out the demeanor. It's something you haven't seen before, so it also possesses a freshness. However, Du Chun's next behavior was out of everyone's expectation. He still raised his eyes as before, then turned around and left a backdrop for the crowd. He had been uplifting though when he delivered that line, but again, everyone did not see his demeanor or expression as before. Everyone was puzzled as to how the second performance was still the same as the first. Could it be that Du Chun really doesn't know how to act and can only use this cheating tactic to avoid acting flaws? Everyone couldn't help but frown at this scene. Zhang Yikai was also filled with doubt, not knowing what Du Chun was up to. Logically, this time it should be Du Chun performing in front of everyone. Otherwise why bother to perform a second time? Chen Neng's eyes lit up with the light of hope. He was just skeptical before, or was not happy that Zhu Yuan was brushed off like that. But I didn't think it was really accurate. Du Chun is really cheating with this avoidance tactic to avoid the flaw of his lack of acting skills. Zhu Yuan was also relieved. If that's the case now, then there's no surprise that the role was taken by him. And that's where the last show ended. So now everyone thinks it's going to end too. Du Chun turned his horse's head. Everyone saw Du Chun's demeanor at this moment. A kind of stalwart and unyielding, with a murderous look in his eyes. The people who were there now, a flinch in their hearts. Kill. The word kill roared out from Du Chun's mouth. Everyone was shocked. They had the illusion of facing a huge mountain pressing down on them, and their breathing involuntarily stopped for a moment. At the same time, Du Chun was seen holding his spear high and galloping his horse. Then the spear in his hand swung, and there came the sound of cutting through the air. The crowd of onlookers seemed to see 1,000 enemy troops on the field, and Du Chun was galloping across the enemy army. The spear in his hand made various sweeping and piercing motions. It was as if one enemy after another fell before him. Everyone's eyes widened, realized that this is a show on a horse. Even if he was standing on the ground, it wouldn't be easy to juggle the spear in his hand so out of the blue, would it? At least it's not a professionally untrained actor who can walk the walk without direction, right? Moreover, looking at Du Chun's movements, the spear flipped in his hands like it was weightless. For this level of performance, the footage was shot with no post-processing or splicing at all. It was shot straight out of the box. Even those post-processed ones are completely unable to achieve this effect of Du Chun's. More importantly, not only did Du Chun play well with the spear, the aura on him gave off a feeling of being a king. That's the essence. If it was just good horsemanship, then it could only be described as a good horse show. But now Du Chun was performing as a royal emperor. The fact that he can pull off difficult action sequences while still interpreting the character perfectly is what makes it so awesome to watch. Chen Nang and Zhu Yuan's faces turned pale when they saw this scene. Now they're humiliated. Zhu Yuan even felt desperate. He saw Du Chen's performance and already doubted if he could act. Compared to Du Chen, is that what he calls acting? Acting? He's just going through the motions. The original. It turns out that when I was in school, the jargon and depictions that my teachers said, not adjectives, but facts. Du Chen has already rushed to kill 10 or 20 meters away. A war that needs to be embodied are interpreted to complete. Only then did he return his horse. I wonder if it wasn't enough fun. He raised the spear in his hand and hurled it toward where the crowd stood. The spear cut through the air and stuck in the grass in front of Chen Nung. Everyone was shocked, darkly alarmed. It's really a great art. Then they fixed their eyes. The spear that was inserted in front of Chen Nung's front. The spearhead had unexpectedly penetrated a large portion of the ground, throwing it over a dozen meters away. It was surprising that it still managed to plunge so deep inside the grass. The crowd did not expect that Du Chen, who looked like a little fresh meat, had such arm strength. Keep in mind that the spears used by the crew were blunt weapons with no open edges. That said, if it was just by inertia, it couldn't have been inserted that deep. This depends entirely on Du Chen's arm strength. Shouldn't have practiced much during the week. Looked away. I thought it was only a hit and miss. Su Yafei muttered. Chen Nang was so scared by this spear throw that his legs went limp, and he stood there in a fixed position for several seconds before suddenly staggering back a few steps and sitting on his butt on the ground. Good man. It just scared the brain into forming a blank period of self-defense. Seeing Chen Nang's appearance, everyone couldn't help but laugh. At the same time, he felt that Du Chen, as a person, was also a bit interesting. They didn't believe that Du Chen had thrown this casually. It must have been this Chen Nung who had just deliberately made things difficult, making Du Chen very upset. That's why it's important to teach him a lesson. It's true that you can't mess with someone who's capable. He can double back on you at the drop of a hat. Du Chen had driven his horse back. Getting down from his horse, Du Chen casually pulled the spear out of the ground before handing it to Zhu Yuan. Do you need to do it again too? Zhu Yuan swallowed a bit of saliva and barely squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying. No need. I'm not as good as you at acting. I admit defeat. Du Chen did not say much, put away his spear, and stood beside Zhang Yikai. How can this role be taken? I haven't even gotten over it yet. Chapter 17, $500,000 for a newcomer's movie. Zhu Yuan refused to continue auditioning for the role, which means he voluntarily withdrew from the competition for the role. A smile appeared on Li Wangjiang's face. Under everyone's expectant attention, Li Wangjiang patted Du Chen's shoulder and said, Du Chen, the role of Zhu Zhanji is for you. You took it with strength. Congratulations. Woo. Congratulations. Oh, congratulations. Loud applause and some shouts rang out from all around as the crowd congratulated Du Chen. The more lively the scene was, the more awkward Chen Nung was at the moment, but there was no point in saying more. There was no longer any sense of their existence here, and staying would only be even more humiliating. The director, who was also in quite a good mood right now, looked around and raised his voice to shout, Tonight I'll treat you to a roasted whole goat. No drunkenness, all as a welcoming ceremony for Du Chen's entry into the group. Oh yay yay yay. No drunkenness. Director atmosphere. The atmosphere of the scene was baked with smiles on everyone's faces. After so many days of filming, they could finally relax tonight, and it was the director's treat. Zhang Yixing and Yu Hamin, who were in the crowd, heard the director say that and their gazes looked at Du Chen curiously. Inside the scenes that followed, they had deep interactions with the characters played by Du Chen inside the scenes, but as a newcomer, there was no screen role worth talking about, and the director even hosted a banquet to welcome him, though it was trying to get Du Chen and the crew to familiarize themselves with each other. But it's clear from here that the director is taking Du Chen seriously. In the evening, a camping chop shop on the prairie. Because the crew was so large, they just took the chop shop all to themselves. Several fireplaces together were leaning on the whole lamb. It was a good time to drink, and the people became familiar with each other. Du Chen, you played Zhu Zhanji too well today. I feel like it's not the emperor himself. That's right. How do you usually practice? I see your movements are really handsome. Can you teach me? Have you practiced the javelin? I saw you throw it so accurately and hard that you scared Zhu Yuan's agent. It scared even me standing so far away. Du Chen, what roles have you played before? What school did you graduate from? Do you have monkeys? Taking advantage of the wine, the other actors in the cast asked Du Chen all sorts of curious questions. We all had a great time talking to each other. Zhang Yixing sat next to Du Chen, his face red from drinking, and after clinking a glass with Du Chen again, he joked, Older brother, you wouldn't have been an emperor, would you? Acting so much like it, especially with the added drama at the back. It's even better than the screenwriter's script. Du Chen just laughed and tilted his head back to drink a cup. Director Li Wangjiang, who was also red in the face and thick in the neck at this time, said aloud, "Du Chen, in the future, if you find anything inappropriate in the script, you can mention it. Anything you want to change, anything you want to add, just say it, don't be afraid." As Li Wangjiang's words fell, the drinking party couldn't help but quiet down. The crowd didn't expect the director to say that. You know, such a right can only be possessed by the kind of veteran actors and actresses who have a very deep understanding of film and television. The average actor, even if you're a better actor, you go up there and try to push Lai Lai. Li Wangjiang saw everyone looking at him. He immediately patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, this is definitely not a scene. What do you want to mention? You just say it." "I said it. Come on, cheers, cheers." Li Wangjiang raised his glass. The atmosphere was suddenly lively again, but everyone realized that Du Chen's road, which is going really wide, but it's understandable when you think about it. Don't look at the fact that Du Chen only added a few lines today, but it's not something that can be added in randomly and haphazardly. One has to have a deep understanding of history and still be able to see the movie and TV characters' place in the script to be able to make such lines. Otherwise, add it indiscriminately, even if the lines are good, but if it matches the character ratio, then it's a picture. The banquet ended and Du Chen returned to the residence arranged by the crew. Zhang Yikai said he had something to take care of and left in the afternoon, leaving Du Chen alone on the set. But when he left, he did say that he could be contacted for anything. When Zhang Yikai left, Du Chen also wondered if this old man didn't want to get involved in his interest side of things, so after the audition was successful, he hurriedly ran away. After all, he was hired by the theater. More or less always get paid, right? Think about these questions. Du Chen got up from the couch, intending to go wash up. At that moment there was a knock on the door of the room. Familiar voice, familiar scene. Du Chen knew that the connector had come. He opened the door. This time the person who came to the joint was director Li Wangjiang. Again, Li Wangjiang was alone and didn't bring any extra actresses. Du Chen greeted him politely and let him in. After exchanging a few words of courtesy, Li Wangjiang placed the documents in his hands on the table. The pay for this movie, after consideration. This side offers you $500,000. Do you see any problem? If there is no problem, we will sign. $500,000 may not be much for the big shots, but Du Chen, no matter what, is just a newcomer with almost no traffic, and in his case, even if he is a good actor, many times he is begging everywhere or even getting zero pay, all hoping to get a chance to make a name for himself. Enough to see, this $500,000 has been very interesting. If not, Du Chen performance is really too amazing. The director is thinking about the future of Fine Water. Never give such conditions. So Du Chen nodded in agreement without doing much thinking. Okay, Chapter 18 Group Actor, brother, give me a break. He may have actually killed someone. The next day, Du Chen woke up early and went to the grassland where the crew was stationed. And at this point, there were only a few staff members making preparations, and no one else had arrived yet. The clear wind, brushing against Du Chen's cheeks, carried the scent of fragrant grass. Du Chen could not help but feel refreshed. He found a clearing, did a junior long fist starting stance, and proceeded to maneuver. His movements were clearly not fast, but the wind of his fists whistled. This was the reward he opened from the system's popularity treasure chest last night. Martial arts mastery. Du Chen originally just casually opened the system to take a look, but he didn't expect to find that the popularity value had reached a value of 20,000, which allowed him to open up another treasure chest. So that's what opened up. Originally, Du Chen also wondered that he didn't seem to have done anything. This day was just running around on the way to the grassland, and then tried out a mirror. But not many people saw it during the audition. So how did it add so much popularity value? Afterwards, after Du Chen learned more about it, he found out why. It turned out to be live footage of him on the show. The actor's birth, that had been cut into a short video and released. These videos have added to his popularity. He even saw an account called Yuzu comment under one of the related videos. He's really superb. Du Chen's video account belongs to a small white number because it is not authenticated, and no one knows who he is. So he commented at the bottom, "Sister is a good judge of character. Just like me. Du Chen, have you been practicing boxing since you first arrived?" Su Yufei came to the set and saw Du Chen practicing boxing next to her and greeted her curiously. That's when a nearby staff member said, "He's been here for another moment." Su Yufei froze for a moment. "So early?" Du Chen closed his fist and also greeted, "Good morning." Su Yufei looked at Du Chen, almost emo. People not only have good family conditions, I am excellent, but also diligent. What reason do I have not to work hard? Not long after, Zhang Yixing and Yu Haomin and the director and the others arrived. Learning that Du Chen came so early on the first day of work, they all sighed that indeed no outstanding person is simple. The effort behind it is also missing. Du Chen, in this regard, did not say much. In fact, it is not a matter of diligence or not. Mainly in the school are used to. Early in the morning schoolmates are cooler. Watching schoolmates eating breakfast. More down. Once the people arrived, the preparations were done quickly. Yesterday the director told Du Chen that he was going to shoot his scenes today. After the makeup was applied, all the actors took their places. Today's shot is a battlefield shot. De Ming Feng Hua 44th episode, a one-shot. Action. At a command, war horses galloped across the grasslands and flags fluttered. This shot is taken when the Ming army, led by Du Chen, is pitted against Walla. The atmosphere of the battlefield is emphasized mainly by those group acting as pawns. In the midst of thousands of troops, Du Chen spurred his horse and held his sword, charging straight into the enemy's formation. He was like a god of killing, and the cold light of his battle sword flashed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Holy, is he really going to kill someone? Those group actors saw Du Chen's eyes and were frightened to avoid their legs, running faster than one another. People fall over. Brother, one of our own. One of our own. Big brother, don't get me wrong. I'm one of us. Many of the group actors were so frightened that they shouted at the top of their lungs. This kind of war, the need for group acting, a lot of drama. The general group acting is also playing soy sauce paddling. We are used to, but also like this paddling drama. I didn't know there was a killer today. That look, that aura, they almost didn't die of shock. They used to be used to those celebrities posing for the camera, and it was all about post-production editing and sound effects after the shoot anyway. I've never seen this kind of real work. It's like he's really trying to eat people. Director, help me. The battlefield was a mess. The director, on the other hand, sat in front of the monitor screen, but with a light coming out of his eyes. Yes, the director slapped the assistant next to him on the thigh. Great acting. In place. With this wave, not only was Du Chen's performance on point, but even the group's performance was on point. They get almost full marks for their looks and movements. It's like these groupies are really on the battlefield. As for those shouting director help voice, directly by Li Wangjiang ignored. At the same time, Li Wangjiang to Du Chen, the more he watched, the more he liked. He did not even expect Du Chen acting really have such a momentum, really put those group actors are scared. If it was really an ancient time to fight, the real Zhu Zhanji would probably be no more than that. This shot, basically, is in different camera positions, all in one strip. What was supposed to be a morning's work, done in 5 minutes? The cast and crew, including the director and the floor manager, were all confused. Because of the large number of group roles and war scenes, it was extremely time-consuming to arrange. And today's set of shots from different cameras was originally intended to take at least one morning to shoot. If you don't have enough time, you'll even have to make up shots afternoon. But I didn't expect that Du Chen would cross the line. One over is more than just a shot. Instead, it's multi-camera. When the time comes for the latecomers, they can just cut it. Those on the crew who had said they weren't going to shoot until the afternoon were confused. Didn't we say this afternoon? Why are we shooting now? It was only after inquiring that they realized the reason. So each one of them changed the way they looked at Du Chen. When they were wrapping up, a group actor yelled at Du Chen, "Dude, you're not making any money doing this." Du Chen put down the water he was drinking in his hands and shouted in response, "It's fine. $500,000 has been given. There is no return." The group act froze. Asterisk. The group actor shouted and was about to rush over to Du Chen. The people around him dragged him down with deadly force. "Brother, forget it. Brother, give me face, forget it. He may have really killed someone." The process was too fast because of Du Chen. A scene originally scheduled to be shot in the afternoon was moved to the morning. It wasn't long before Du Chen was ready to shoot the second scene. The preparation for this scene was much easier than the previous one. It is a scene in which Zhu Zhanji, played by Du Chen, and Muhammad, the leader of the enemy army, discuss in their respective military tents before the battle. Du Chen's shoot is underway. Not far away, Muhammad's character, Chao Minghua, rests and waits under an umbrella. Yu Homing and Cheng Yiheng are also there. Yu Haoming snickered. "Brother Chao, I reckon you're going to be overwhelmed by Du Chen when you meet him later." Chao Minghua glared for a moment, unconvinced. How can that be? Although Du Chen's acting skills are indeed good, but I've at least been acting for many years. What big scenes have I not seen before? Zhang Yixing pursed his lips and squatted beside him without saying anything, just looked at Chao Minghua and then at Du Chen who was filming, and secretly said in his heart, "It's not good to say oh." After the shots of both men, it's finally time for the official exchange. The group members are all in place. That group actor who had yelled at Du Chen earlier was at Du Chen's side at this time. "Brother, I admit to talking a little louder before." When Du Chen saw that the director was still preparing, he looked at the group actor Xiao Xiao. "Have you ever cut anyone? Have you ever seen a dead man? The little brother originally thought that Du Chun was joking with him, but who knew that after Du Chen finished, his eyes changed. Only Du Chen looked ahead. Get ready, it's about to start. The groupie's face went white. Here it comes, here it comes, it feels like it's coming back. He felt as if Du Chen was really taking him to hack and fight. X hard to earn, X hard to eat. With a command from the director, Du Chen raised his whip and spurred his horse. The battlefield was in chaos, shouting and killing. Finally, the king seized the king. Du Chen and Chao Minghua ran into each other. Amidst the chaos, the camera focused on the two men. Du Chen's killing aura filled the air. Chao Minghua didn't have 2 moments to get confused. Can't top this at all. He didn't know until he was on it, but once he was on it, he finally knew how those group actors felt. If you don't know that you are shooting a movie, if it is a real war, Chao Minghua can really kneel directly at this time. Brother, you want land or money, you can say. It's too scary. But after all, Chao Minghua is a veteran actor, quite a bit better than those group actors. Barely lasted 1 shot, and then it was almost too much for the horse to ride. Cut. Just then, the director's voice came out of the speakers. Can we still fight, or just sneak up and go home to nurse the baby? Playing chicken. Chapter 19, top-notch acting skills for putting in and taking out. The scene paused. The director rushed out from inside the tent with a loudspeaker in his hand and ran to Chao Minghua's horse. Pick up the horn and dislike Chao Minghua. Old Chao, what are you up to? Will you use some sense? You think you're breastfeeding a baby. Although Muhammad was ultimately defeated by Zhu Zhanji, but that was also a generation of lords. Where is this dish in terms of qi? Old Chao's face was blackened by the spray, wiping his bitter face and not speaking. It's so embarrassing just. The two of them, Yu Haomin and Zhang Yixing, laughed out loud when they saw this scene from a distance. I knew it. I told him he couldn't. I didn't expect it to really be true for you, Zhang Yixing said. The director finished yelling at Lao Chao and turned around with the corners of his mouth raised. What a blast! Now old Chao has seen Du Chen's aura. Seeing the director leave, Chao Minghua cursed. He knew that this old boy was definitely a personal vendetta, but he had no way to refute it. Just now it was true that he couldn't catch Du Chen's scene. Otherwise this scene was absolutely wonderful. Maybe the same article will pass. Marred. What a drag. Old Chao felt guilty in his heart as well. Then immediately prepare for the second shooting. Before the shooting, Chao Minghua left and right thought or goat toward Du Chen. He said, little brother, if you don't put on a show, I really can't stand it. The second mirror of the second scene. Du Chen held a long sword in his hand and swept past the front of the camp with his horse. The war swords in their hands clashed with the weapons in the hands of the soldiers, as if declaring that the hearts of all of them were linked together at this moment. The horn of the charge sounded again. Kill. Du Chen was unstoppable as he took the lead. This time, though, he tightened up a bit. Cool. To them handsome. The staff on the sidelines couldn't help but marvel at the sight. In fact, they have seen a lot of shooting. Those movies and TV shows inside the very handsome shots. In the shooting, in fact, most of them are very awkward. All rely on the camera angle and post-editing sound effects, these things, to make up for it. But this scene shot by Du Chen was handsome as they stood and watched it. There's even a kind of shot out there where the camera doesn't always get that vibe and atmosphere across perfectly. At least the ones in those movies and TV shows couldn't reach this feeling of Du Chen's. I'm going to give him a monkey. Me too. But I'm obviously not sad. I just want to cry. Handsome, cried Miyohu. You do not quarrel, I'll rely. Our staff cannot have a little quality, take themselves as fans it. Some of the actresses on the sidelines who were not involved in this war scene were already excited. What pretty girl can resist such charm? So completely ignoring the staff's warnings, with little stars in his eyes, he looked at Du Chen, who was charging through the field. On the set, the group of soldiers playing Lao Chao's side had only one thought inside. Boss, surrender, don't fight. I'm really scared. As for the group show of soldiers on Du Chen's side, one by one, their brains were hot and excited. They also had only one thought inside. Asterisk, 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 the opposite side. That one figure leading their charge was too powerful. They have the illusion that they don't want to act after this one. This dragon said who yet love to run who go run. He will not act. He will follow the man on horseback to fight the world. They took the unopened weapons in their hands and chased after the ones across the street, shouting while chopping. Have you ever cut anyone? Have you ever seen a dead person? Anan? Come out and fight one-on-one. Come on. It's also a good thing that shots like this are dubbed in post, otherwise they'd be completely useless on. Finally, in the middle of the field, Du Chen and Chao Minghua ran into each other. This time, Du Chen took the initiative to converge a lot. After all, people have taken the initiative to open their mouths, not. Chao Minghua immediately felt less pressure. But just because it's less stressful doesn't mean it's easy. The kind of aura of a sovereign over the world on Du Chen's body was already beyond his reach. Plus, Du Chen moved as if he was more professional than a martial arts instructor. Obviously it was the same move, but when made by Du Chen, it was many times more handsome. If a dance professional had been there, they would have known it was something called dance sense. It's something that there's no way to tell. It's all up to you to realize. A movement with a different rhythm gives a different feeling. A couple of rounds. Chao Minghwa's inner thoughts were the same as those group actors. Why don't we stop fighting? Can I just surrender? He pushed through the pressure. Hard. And barely managed to get the full shot. When the director yells click, Chao Minghwa is lying on the ground as his character Muhammad was beheaded by Zhu Zhanji. Even though the shot was now over, Chao Minghwa still didn't want to get up. He just wanted to lie down for a while longer. He felt like his whole body was deflated. The inside of his armor was soaking wet. Playing opposite Du Chen is just too much pressure. Chao Minghwa couldn't help but sigh that Du Chen's business skills were strong to no end. In particular, it was surprising that he could do this kind of chi retraction, retracting it when he said he would, and releasing it when he said he would. Not to mention that he himself is an old actor. He may not be able to reach Du Chen's standard even if he acts for another 20 years. Chapter 20. Can this be staged? Du Chen only used one morning to finish all the scenes that he had originally planned to shoot during the day. So throughout the afternoon, while everyone else was busy, he moved a recliner to lie more comfortably than the director on the set. Everyone inside the set knew about Du Chen's situation, so when they saw him, they were only envious. In the process, Du Chen realized that his former hobby was squatting at the school gate, or the playground in the morning. But now, he just loves the set, and the set is so much more fun than school. There's just one bad thing. The young ladies on set like to spray all kinds of perfume. Each one smells different, and unlike the schoolmarm, the young ladies here like to ugh at him. So half a day of lying down, Du Chen felt like he was covered in odor. Inside the play, Du Chen says that many people will die before the sun goes down today, but in reality, Du Chen fell asleep in his recliner before the sun went down. The director passed by and saw Du Chen's appearance, and were envious of the machine's purple. It's unique to the set. If it had been any other person, Li Wangjiang would have opened fire long ago, but in the face of Du Chen, there's no way to spray it. Can you blame someone for not having a job when you have given them a job to do? But can't you sleep in a hotel when you're out of work? Have to sleep on my set? Li Wangjian thought more and more angry, drank several pots of old herbal tea to suppress the fire. The time has finally come for the evening to finally have a shot of Du Chen. The makeup artist drew Du Chen's makeup and all the staff took their places. 5 games and a mirror. Action. This shot shows Zhu Zhanji coming down from the battlefield and returning to his tent. With the help of his guards, he began to remove his armor. To everyone else, this set of shots should fall into the category of very simple transitions. That's why the few ladies who were chatting happily with Du Chen before didn't go away, waiting for Du Chen to finish filming and continue to chat with them. But in the process of unloading the armor, they saw Du Chen's face gradually turn pale, and soon beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. It was just less than a minute. The camera hadn't even moved a few places yet, and the armor on Du Chen's body had only taken off the upper half of his body, so he was already sweating profusely, looking weak and unimaginable. Ah, Xiaojie, look what's wrong with Du Chen. Why does he suddenly look like he can't make it? You ask me who I ask, but don't accuse people, We just have been here, did not go elsewhere. I did not do anything to Du Chen. He false and I have nothing to do. Xiaojie hurriedly defended. She hadn't even done anything yet. She couldn't be blamed. Many of the surrounding staff were also confused when they saw the scene. What is this situation with Du Chen? Why does he suddenly look like he's going to hang up from a serious illness? Some were even so scared and disorganized that they didn't know whether to rush up and call a doctor right away. But then there is some uncertainty, because Du Chen's scene is filmed with him injured and returning to his tent. But now looking at Du Chen's appearance, it didn't look like a fake, sweating and white in the face. Can this be staged? The one who was most surprised was Zhang Yixing. He happened to have footage to shoot in the evening, so he watched from the sidelines as well. He couldn't figure out that Du Chen had just been fine. Obviously nothing was wrong. How did he put on a makeup and come out? And then he was really as weak as if he was full of wounds. He just got tied up and beaten when he went in to put on his makeup? Yu Haomin gave him a look without humor and said, "Can you tell me what the most important thing for an actor is to be literate?" Zhang Yixing shook his head with a dumbfounded face. You ask me to sing and I can. You ask me to act. I haven't acted well yet. Actor, to put it bluntly, is the word control. The average actor controls the body. A slightly better control is the expression emotion. And the true actor, the highest level of actor, is one who blends into the role. They can even do it where he is the character and the character is him. Du Chen belongs to this realm of actors. His control over himself, from the mental to the physical, has reached an extreme, where Zhang Yixing and the others were. There were quite a few other actors as well. Hearing Yu Haoming say this, each one of them was shocked speechless. They've actually heard quite a bit about it, especially the older generation of actors, who, even after receiving a role, within a month, all aspects of their image and behavior would undergo a sea change. Even acquaintances and friends don't recognize them when they see them. They can completely merge the character with themselves. But that's also what the marketing numbers they saw on the short video said. A real scene. Or the first time I've seen it. It's amazing, isn't it? I don't feel like acting. Could he be really sick? Zhang Yixing also remained skeptical. But I look at him. He really looks like he's sick. Look at him lifting his arm. He looks tired. Toward the end, Zhang Yixing himself was not confident. Because Du Chen is still performing. And what he's performing at the moment is exactly what happens when the character is injured and physically very weak. Then Zhang Yixing thought about his play later. He had been under a lot of pressure still, and at the moment, he inevitably thought that if he could do a tenth of what Du Chen had done, he would have nothing to fear. The side of the Yu Haomin is also aware of Zhang Yixing's plight. Later he finished shooting. You go to ask him to teach. Don't look at him as a newcomer. But the acting skills of the old hot very Lu, we all have to learn. Zhang Yixing looked back at Yu Haomin and nodded heavily. Aha! On Du's side, the scene of Du Chen unloading his armor has been shot. And at the moment, Du Chen also looked like a sick and suffering model. The director even went so far as to run into Du Chen's filming tent in between makeup fixes to ask if Du Chen was really unwell. Du Chen said, "It's not in the way. Just hurry up and finish filming. Just finish filming." Li Wangjiang was shocked when he heard Du Chen's words. What kind of divine figure did Zhang Yikai get me over here? He didn't dare to delay and hurriedly let the actor whose character Yu Qian was needed in the next set of shots come on, because he asked Du Chen if he was really uncomfortable. Du Chen's answer, instead of denying it, was to say that it would be good to catch the end of the shoot. In other words, it was actually really hard for Du Chen right now. Although he didn't know how Du Chen did it, Li Wangjiang knew that Du Chen was really having a hard time right now and wasn't faking it. And Duchesne says it's fine after the shoot. This means that he is actually in control now, and when the scene is over, he will be able to recover. Li Wangjiang today also counted to see. This horse is called an actor. The people around them saw the director come and go in a hurry and looked solemn. The gazes they looked at Du Chen couldn't help but take on a bit of awe as well. The actor who played Yu Qian immediately took his place. And the actor was so shocked when he saw what Du Chen looked like that he almost asked the stage manager if he wanted to call a doctor. As a veteran actor, he naturally wouldn't be fooled by makeup techniques and simple acting. And Du Chen's frail appearance wasn't the main reason for his concern. Rather, he saw with his own eyes the sweat coming out from the pores of Du Chen's forehead. That's not fake sweat. That's real cold sweat. Even he felt that Du Chen's pupils seemed to be lax. But not waiting for him to collect himself, the director's side had already called the card. The play begins. Yu Qian was naturally substituted into the play by Du Chen. Xu Zhanji strongly supported the weak body of the serious injury, and the tearful Yu Qian, discussing the post-war deployment, with Du Chen leading the way. Yu Qian felt that this was the most committed and easiest scene he had ever filmed. Why was it easy? Because he found himself saying every line off the top of his head. Even the truthfulness of it after seeing what Dokhan looked like. Cut 1 through. Chapter 21, Nudging Others in 3 words. When the director calls out the card, saying that this one passed, Du Chen's state recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yu Qian, who was still by his side and hadn't left, stared wide-eyed with his mouth open and didn't know what to say. This is simply breathtaking. Can anyone really do that? The staff members next to him who had just been worried about Du Chen's state were also all dumbfounded. Why are you all looking at me like that? Du Chen shivered, then reached down to put his clothes back on. Because of the need to show the injuries he had sustained in the shot just now, half of his shoulders were removed, revealing perfectly defined pecs inside. Are you really okay? Was it all an act just now? A staff member couldn't help but ask in awe. Du Chen downplayed. Yeah, weren't we just shooting a movie? Am I on strike if I don't act? He said it casually. But the people around them were thoroughly nonplussed. Brother, do you know what you just did? Can you show the solemn focus? Such as just performed too difficult. Is your superb play or something? Can you not make it seem like you just did something randomly off the cuff and even a little perfunctory? Those actors around them were also confused. If they could perform 1/10 of this effect, it would be enough to blow for a year. But when it came to Du Chen acted even like he was just playing the sauce, not even feeling like he was firing. Zhang Yixing was completely dumbfounded at this moment. The last concerns in his mind were completely dispelled, and he ran over to Du Chen while he was still there. Du Chen, I have something I want to trouble you with. I don't know if it's convenient. Du Chen was about to go with the makeup artist to remove her makeup when she was called out by Zhang Yixing. Tell me what's going on. Zhang Yixing was overjoyed and said, that is, I acted is also the emperor, but always feel bad, always said by the director. And later there is a scene shooting. You have time can go to see it. Duchin just did a little thinking and said, alright, I'll change my clothes and go with you. Good Lu, good is etc. Found no good place. Big brother you must not mince words ha. Well, it will. For starters. Soon, Duchin changed his clothes and followed Zhang Yixing to the set where he was going to shoot the movie. In this scene, Xu Qizhen led the troops to the army, but halfway suddenly have to march to change the route. The funny thing is that the reason for the rerouting is to be compelled by the little eunuch to take a trip to the little eunuch's hometown to study the people's situation. However, the generals leading the army knew that a diversion would give the enemy an opportunity to besiege the emperor, so Fan Zhong and others went to dissuade Xu Qizhen. But Xu Qizhen did not listen. The scene starts shooting right away and is ready on the director's side. It was filmed at an ancient temple inside a nearby attraction. He was about to start the movie when the director saw that Duchen had also followed Zhang Yixing over. So he had another copy of Zhang Yixing's script brought over to Duchen, which wasn't special. It was considered a courtesy or respect. He felt that Zhang Yixing must have brought Duchen over because he also wanted Duchen to be able to instruct him. Filming has begun. The first shot captures the heavy rain outside the broken temple. Of course, the rain was artificially made. Then it was Zhang Yixing's turn to take the stage. And then Fan Zhong and the others began to persuade Zhang Yixing. Cut. Halfway through the shot, it was stopped by the director himself shouting. The director came out from inside with a script in his hand and sprayed at Zhang Yixing. You are the emperor. Do you know that you are the emperor? Even if this emperor doesn't have the same eloquence as Zhu Dizhu Zhanji, he is still an emperor. Never. The director took a spray and finished spraying the second one to start. Zhang Yixing immediately felt the pressure. And after sneaking a glance at Duchen, he continued with the second strip. It didn't stay on for long. The director rushed out of it again. What are you acting? Want to see what you're acting? Don't hold up everyone's time, will you? I'm asking you to play an incompetent emperor, not a humble one. Do you want to go in there and see for yourself that you have a bit of the emperor in your eyes? Even if he's incompetent, he's still the emperor. And now that he's the one who's in charge here, not that he's being controlled, do you think he'd be humble? Would his eyes fear others and dodge? Zhang Yixing was scolded and couldn't raise his head. A little aggrieved and helpless, he said, Director, why don't you take a break and I'll adjust? The director saw Zhang Yixing's eyes glance at Duchen, who was sitting on the sidelines watching the scene, as he spoke, and he nodded. Well, make it quick. Holler. Zhang Yixing received approval and hurriedly ran towards Duchen. Big brother save me. You see where the problem arose with what I just played. I've learned about Xu Qizhen. He's quite useless. No, but when I play him, the director always says it's wrong. Duchen thought about it, said, first of all, you said very fiat. This depends on what aspect. Marching and fighting, Xu Qizhen is very fee, but to talk about affinity, on the influence of charisma on the people around him, no one in the history of the emperor can be out of the odd right. Then Duchen briefly told Zhang Yixing from the historical evaluation, and the experience of this emperor. Then said, Xu Qizhen you can see him as a rich second generation or rich third generation is also okay. His power status and wealth all have. He is not a hollowed out emperor. The core of what you need to capture if you want to play this character well is not to show how much of a loser he is. The core of what you need to show is that he's just an imperial child who's not fit to be an emperor, but has a good heart. The more Zhang Yixing listened, the brighter his eyes became. Got it. When he got the script, he was always concerned about how to show people who felt that this emperor was the one who couldn't afford to pay. He thought that acting out this emperor's failures was success, but it's actually wrong. Failure was his end, his destiny, or the result of his character. But he, himself, was not lacking in charisma of his own. Nor was there any lack of power that belonged to him, and the nobility of him being an emperor. He just doesn't have the right personality to be an emperor. Big brother, thank you so much. I get it. Zhang Yixing returned to the set in high spirits. The next shoot, while not one of them went by, went so much smoother than before. Chapter 22 That's fine. When the time comes, I'll just say the director taught me. Zhang Yixing just chatted with Duchen for a few minutes and the rest of the shoot went smoothly. This really surprised the staff at the site. They had counted on Duchen's acting skills, but they hadn't expected that Duchen would not only be able to act himself, but also teach others. Some people saw Duchen and greeted him already shouting Brother Chen. They used their toes to think about it and knew that. But where Duchen didn't have any accidents or engage in any house collapses. In the future, there will definitely be a place for Duchen in the acting circle. It won't even be long before this young man, who now sits there loafing around and looking like fresh meat, becomes a big-time top streamer. They don't think they're exaggerating at all with this assumption. The director also sighed when the shooting was done. The late bloomers. Originally, when he saw Duchen coming, he asked someone to bring Du Chen the script, which completely belonged to politeness, as well as seeing Du Chen's potential. He wanted to give face to save some feelings to be useful in the future. He also knew that Zhang Yixing would definitely ask Du Chen for advice, but what he didn't expect was that Zhang Yixing really got enlightened after being taught a few words by Du Chen. You know, as a director, he usually teaches his actors how they should act, but often it takes a lot of talking up, a lot of NG strips, and the actor may get to the core point. And it's so easy to get to Du Chen? Zhang Yixing ran over immediately after the shoot. Big brother, thank you so much. Now that I know how to shoot this role, the next scene, it will definitely go a lot smoother. Du Chen laughed and said, it's nothing, I'll just say it casually. It's mainly because you're enlightened yourself. No, it's still Brother Chen who taught me well. Brother Chen is just too good. He'll definitely be a big hit in the future. The two men gave a commercial spat at each other, and some of the group members next to them hid and grimaced as they listened. I'm really begging you two to stop being modest. If you have to be modest, then be modest to the end, okay? Don't act like a comedian and flatter each other, okay? Mutual blowout over. Zhang Yixing asked, Brother Chen, how many more days do you have to shoot your scene in the grassland? I don't know. Depends on the director's schedule. That night, the director gave Du Chen notice. His play in the meadow is over. Next up, we're going to shoot the scenes in the palace. But because there are still things on the prairie that need to be watched by the director, it will take the day after tomorrow to go. The director was going to leave the day after tomorrow, and it was no fun for Du Chen to go over to the palace first by himself. So the next day, he had nothing to do and came back to the theater. As Du Chen made his way through, the passing staff greeted him. It's not because of how big Du Chen's curiosity is or how famous Du Chen is. Rather, he was truly convinced by Du Chen's strength. They believed that Du Chen would definitely not be worse than anyone in the current crew in the future. When Li Wangjiang saw Du Chen coming over, he immediately waved and called out to Du Chen. Du Chen was looking for the recliner he had used yesterday at this time. He didn't know that the recliner had been secretly hidden by the director before he arrived. What's wrong, director? Du Chen walked over and curiously looked at the monitoring screen in front of the director, who was still on filming duty. Bring a chair over here. Li Wangjiang immediately asked people to move chairs, then said, if you're not doing anything, sit here, see if there's any problem with what they're filming, and give them a heads up. The director had seen Du Chen's ability to teach people yesterday, so if Du Chen was sitting here and was willing to participate, he felt that the results of the shoot would definitely have to be better. Du Chen thought for a moment, that's fine. Got any melons? Director, I'll have someone get it. Du Chen took a seat beside the director. It was the envy of the same crew. Don't look at how many fans they have out there for what roles they've played. They're nothing in a big production like this. Even the fact that they were able to participate was the result of the company behind it fighting for them all the way through the multiple operations. Then during filming, to put it mildly, it's no better than a workshop hitting screws. If you don't get the shot right, the director will just start spraying, and you won't give any mercy. How could there be sitting next to the director and the director himself invited over to direct the work? It's the kind of thing that you see a lot of in marketing numbers. In reality, that's really wanting to fart and eat. But now, Du Chen did it. Obviously a new actor who came to the crew only the day before yesterday. How long has it been since then? And his position in the crew is a unique sale. How can this not be enviable? But they can't afford to have a trace of jealousy. But if they could perform at Du Chen's realm, even half of it, they felt like they could float to the sky. The difference is just too great to be totally jealous. Shooting gaps. The director jokingly asked, look how young you are. Have you found a girlfriend yet? Du Chen shook his head. His mind was now on the screen in front of the director, which was playing the material that had just been shot. The director raised an eyebrow and said, when we finish filming here today, we'll leave for the palace tomorrow. Do you know what's the most in the palace? Hearing the director's thieving voice, Du Chen curiously said, the most eunuchs? Director? The director's face immediately darkened. Woman. The most women. Beautiful. Realizing that he was excited, Li Wangjiang coughed lightly before lowering his voice and continued, let me tell you, when we were filming the court drama, there were many actresses, and all of them were beautiful. There's a couple of big-time beauties in there, too, and those are one-of-a-kind beauties in the biz. You don't have a girlfriend, you'll have to jump at the chance when the time comes, haha. Du Chen looked at his hand, then shook it and said, would it be impolite to just grab it? Director? I'm talking about taking chances. You're taking what's coming to you. But before he could say anything, he heard Du Chen continue. That's fine. When the time comes, I'll say that the director taught me. Off. Li Wangjiang was furious. Chapter 23. How would they react after realizing Du Chen's power? The following afternoon, Du Chen followed director Li Wangjiang and his group and arrived at Hengdian. On the Hangdian side, the crew has done all the preparations and is just waiting for the director to come over so they can start the movie. All the actors are basically in place ahead of time. Knowing that the director was coming, everyone was naturally no worse for wear, and they all arrived at the crew's stronghold early to prepare for the welcome. Meanwhile, they have heard that the director, Li Wangjian, has found a new actor in the grasslands to play Zhu Zhanji. The point is that the casting of this new actor is eliminating Zhuowen before he stays. Zhu Yuan is a little famous in the circle and has played many roles, so they are all curious about what kind of person, as a newcomer, can win Zhu Yuan. You know, if you don't have an absolute advantage, even if your acting skills or character match is similar to Zhu Yuan, even if it's a bit better than Zhu Yuan, you won't just eliminate Zhu Yuan and start a newcomer, because Zhu Yuan, no matter what, is also with the flow of this is not a newcomer, a little gap can be made up. So people are curious. As a result, after waiting for half a day, the director and them arrived and the result was extremely disappointing. They saw Du Chen, who had the look of a milk dog at a young age. For someone like that to win against Zhuowen, it's a backdoor move. I'm afraid. The director led the way, greeted the people around him, and walked inside the stronghold. A whole bunch of people followed behind. Li Wangjian first with the field service and the do-over. The surrounding actors and actresses, as well as the staff, have to wait for the director's next arrangement. So with nothing else to do, naturally, we started chatting. Most of the gazes were sizing up Du Chen. They really couldn't figure out what was better about Du Chen than Zhu Yuan. If Du Chen is good looking, but for a drama like this, is it just his face value he's looking at? Doesn't even being too handsome turn you into a vase? And doesn't that indefinitely bring the play down? Zhu Zhanji's kind of gaze with murderous aura. Gravity machine. They can't see it at all on this young man. Liang Guangwei, Zhu Gaoqi's portrayer, looked at Du Chen, who had followed the director, and frowned. Are you sure this is the right person? Well, he's the one playing Zhu Junji in the picture my brother sent me from the cast. Liang Guangwei debarred his mouth and said, this is a little difficult to get when a setup on the line, come here to act what drama He had a somewhat difficult expression on his face. He played Zhu Gaoqi. In this scene inside a lot of scenes in Zhu Zhanji scenes, now the director backdoor to get a little puppy like this over to him. Then this pair of scenes still how to write. He was surrounded by 2 second and third tier actresses, but after seeing Du Chen, the two of them buried their heads and whispered. She also stole a glance at Du Chen from time to time, with shyness in her eyes. Seeing this scene, Liang Guangwei's scalp became even more numb. Tang Wei and Deng Xiaojia were also sizing up Du Chen. These two can be said to be the face value of the play, especially Tang Wei, if you really want to say, is considered the first female. Can he play my husband? Doesn't look like a tough guy. Tang Wei also looked skeptical. She's seen a lot of men, big and small. What hasn't she seen? What kind of man can basically be gauged at a glance? A guy like Du Chen doesn't look like a tough guy in any way. And his husband Zhu Junji, that's a hexagonal warrior. This little puppy acted? Why? The connections. Deng Xiaojia skimmed her lips, then her eyes stared at Tang Wei's good-looking eyelashes for a moment and suddenly laughed playfully. Do you think it could be any rich second generation, who intentionally rushed to you? So he wanted to play your husband inside the theater. So he found someone to beat in. Little ninja you what? Tang Wei embarrassingly slapped Deng Xiaojia's arm. Deng Xiaojia said, are there fewer rich kids rushing you? I think it's entirely possible. Tang Wei rolled her eyes and blushed slightly and looked at Du Chen. Handsome is quite handsome, but from me, just die. Don't look. He's just trying to punch you. Tang Wei. There were a few mouthy ones who came from the grasslands, and as soon as they heard people say whether Du Chen was looking for connections to get in, they went on the defense. But who believes it? Dude, you honestly weren't paid off. What words? What words are these? Am I the kind of person who would be bought off? I'm telling you, really don't underestimate Du Chen. He's a heifer flipping his heels. Boom boom boom. But this big brother from the prairie, naturally no one believed what he said, and decided that he was no longer one of their own and had been bought off. The director, Li Wangjian, handles the work inside. Through the glass of the office, he saw Du Chen and the people from the grassland side gathering outside. After all, Du Chen a newcomer, but also because of the 2 days in the grassland shooting before recognizing some people. Hangdian this side of the crew inside the people of his whole this does not know. So it's normal for him to get together with the prairie side. However, the people on the side of Hangdian, a few of them gathered together in groups of 3 or 5, but their gazes all looked at Du Chen's side from time to time. Li Wangjiang is also a veteran, so he doesn't need to think about it to know how it is. The way those people looked at Du Chen already represented everything, but he didn't say much, waiting to take care of some scheduling matters. Li Wangjiang walked out from inside the office. All be quiet. Get ready. We're on straight away. The floor manager froze for a moment and asked, Director, you guys just arrived. Don't you have to take a break today? Those actors present to greet the director also froze. All looked at him. This all the way down the run. Are not resting directly shoot? With a smile on his lips, Lee Wang-jiang waved his hand and said, no need. Just start shooting. The director is so pushy. It's on. Whose scene will be shot first? I'm not even prepared. Holy. I didn't sleep well last night. In case I shoot me, this is not finished. Only the people who followed from the grassland laughed without saying anything. They knew that the director must have wanted to let Du Chen show that all those who had opinions had seen the light. They had heard the comments of some people just now. It's just that they were in the grasslands and had already suffered from Du Chen's losses and seen his feats. So now the hearts are actually holding their breath. It's as if you know someone, you know a story, and that person is great. But if you tell it to someone else, they won't believe you and will say you're bragging. This feeling of having gossip that you want to share, but no one believes you when you share it, is really hard. So they also wanted to see how the people who had just been talking about it would react after realizing Du Chen's power. Chapter 20. For the noble aura emanating from within and without. Xu Zhanji himself? Come, step off the field. Li Wangjian looked up and saw that the weather was still good. Let's shoot the part where Sun Ruowei and Xu Zhanji swim in the lake today. The prairie has already had its opening ceremony, so let's skip it today and just shoot. Li Wangjian's words fell. Everyone's eyes then looked at Du Chen and Tang Wei. At this point, they all already know that Du Chen is the actor who plays Xu Zhanji. Tang Wei, on the other hand, is the character of Sun Ruowei. As soon as the director came back, he was in such a hurry to have Du Chen and Sun Ruowei play opposite each other. This had to make them believe even more that Du Chen was the one with the ability to pay money and came into the crew for a purpose. And that purpose is Sun Ruowei. Why else would the director be so eager? Was Li Wangjiang also defeated by capital? I rely on my goddess. My goddess is about to play screen service with this kid. He is obviously interested in my goddess. What in the world is coming? Even director Li Wangjiang has been bribed. We should know that Zhu Yan's resources aren't bad, and they were all eliminated by him. This proves that the capital behind him is many times stronger than Zhu Yan. The director let me down too much. Pity my goddess. I wonder if Tang Wei will be taken down by him. The director naturally knew what was on some people's minds, but he still didn't say anything to explain. He just told the crew to get ready to go over there to set up the scene, and then put on makeup and get ready to shoot. After Li Wangjiang arranged the work process, Du Chen was taken to change clothes and put on makeup. Tang Wei was also brought inside the separate dressing room that the agent had temporarily found. After entering the room, Tang Wei's agent couldn't hold it in any longer. Don't pull me. I'll go find Li Wangjiang. Although it's true that we begged for this role, there's no need to treat you like this. To have a rich kid come in and rush you. I thought he was really a good director with a good reputation, but now he seems to be nothing more than that. Tang Wei hurriedly pulled her back. Don't you say it. Now all this stuff you're saying is just speculation. And how embarrassing it would be to say if it wasn't the case. And don't you see that Du Chen is very handsome? It's not like he's one of those old men. You really need to play tricks on me. A guy like him. He like that doesn't even have to play tricks. And he played. What? The agent's big sister suddenly reacted. What did you just say? You said he doesn't have to play tricks like that? What do you mean? Tang Wei knew that the agent misunderstood, and hurriedly explained. I mean, if he really has any ideas, like him to have a face value, to have the conditions, completely do not need to play tactics. There are ideas will certainly also directly express with me, right? Seeing the agent start to think about it proved that the thought faltered. Tang Wei pursued. So let's take a look first. Maybe people are really here to put on a good show, right? Look? The agent got uncertain. Tang Wei nodded. Look, okay, then, you put on your makeup and I'll go out and watch what that kid is doing. When the agent left, Tang Wei began to put on her makeup. Only she whispered, maybe he's shy? How easy it is to be shy with this little puppy look. Then Tang Wei happily let the makeup artist toss it. When Tang Wei happily came out from inside after painting her makeup and saw Du Chen, who was already getting ready on the ancient building, her whole body was confused. No, he's not really Zhu Junji, is he? Only to see Du Chen in a white robe. His body from the inside out exudes a kind of noble aura, elegant and with a little bit of uninhibited. It is amazing that two very different temperaments, frivolity and modesty, are embodied in him at the same time. Tang Wei looked dumbfounded for a moment. Luckily the actor's good sense of humor allowed him to react, and those who were already on set had been looking confused for a long time. What the hell is this young master run here to act? Really beg you don't come to rob us these bitter people's rice bowls. Okay, now if anyone else says that this Du Chen didn't come in by connections, but by ability, they can get in a hurry with anyone. Can't you see that temperament? The temperament of the horse to look at the big family. Put the ancient absolute Nima royal family to match the temperament. The director also frowned when he saw the two of them, Du Chen and Tang Wei, who had already applied their makeup. Now there was a dilemma before him. Can such a Zhu Zhanji look at such a Sun Ruowei? The play is that Zhu Zhanji is slightly interested in Sun Ruowei as a woman. But, although Tang Wei is also recognized as a great beauty, but at this moment with the ancient costume Du Chun stood together, that is also eclipsed well. In this case, the film Zhu Zhanji is interested in Sun Ruowei. Can the audience buy it? Director. What's wrong? The floor manager, seeing that the director was not scheduled to work, stood there thinking up, as if in a daze, and went over to remind him. Li Wangjiang sighed and said, "It's nothing, let's start. Now that the roles have been finalized, everything is ready, just waiting for the shooting to begin. Let's not even talk about whether or not it's too late to change the actress again at this point in time. But it's a pain in the ass who to change." Li Wangjiang really couldn't think of any of the actresses he could use right now that he could take out that would be worthy of this moment's Du Chen. Camera shooting begins. Sun Ruowei went up to the restaurant and drank with Zhu Zhanji. The approximate script for this shot is that Sun Ruowei's purpose is to assassinate Zhu Zhanji. But Zhu Zhanji's heart was clear. He had already found out all the ins and outs of the matter. The assassin who pretended to be a guest downstairs, and the poison wine pot with an internal mechanism used by Sun Ruowei. He knew about all of them, but he still talked and laughed, and finally knew the content of taking Sun Ruowei and jumping from the restaurant and abducting her away. It's officially on. As soon as Tang Wei came into contact with Du Chen, the first reaction in her mind was, big family, not an act, just this temperament, definitely not acting. Tang Wei began to get nervous. It ended up taking 3 shots before he gave it a pass because he was nervous. The director took a loudhailer and started spraying under the ancient building. If you look pretty, you can't put your heart into it, and you can rely on your face to make a living. Can't you shoot properly? Can't you shoot properly? If you can't shoot, go find someone to marry and nurse the baby. You were told to assassinate, but you're so nervous you can't hold things properly and your hands are shaking before they even make a move. So what's the point of killing? Tang Wei was sprayed in the process and could only cover his face. Those actors downstairs who are following the director together are confused. What is the situation? How to shoot up the problem is not that backdoor kid, but instead is the soup micro? But they also saw Du Chen's performance on the monitor screen. Their comment was that there was nothing wrong with the vernacular performance. Du Chen sort of portrays that air of the landowner's pseudo-sophisticated debauched son. But the more this happens, the more they look at Du Chen with displeasure. Isn't he just a rich kid born with a golden key? But Zhu Zhanji is not simply a rich kid. He also has a heart. He has a killing spirit. He's a hexagonal warrior. And at this moment, Tang Wei is the one who has the most bitterness. I'm acting. He's a real aristocrat. Acting in character. How else can I act? Finally it was a matter of grinding several strips and giving it a pass and counting. Tang Wei was also relieved. Think of what you don't have to shoot afterward. Tang Wei feels like he's going to get his revenge. What follows is that Zhu Zhanji suddenly puts away his frivolous attitude and speaks directly and point blank about Sun Ruowei's identity and the purpose of her coming to assassinate. At that time, Zhu Zhanji, the depth of calculation and killing machine in his eyes, Tang Wei did not believe that Du Chen could act out. And in the end, Zhu Zhanji had to take her from the upper floors, dangling from a wigwam, to jump to the boat in the lake below. It took her a long time to learn how to hang a wigwam in the first place, and she's not very good at it now. I'm afraid he won't have the courage to jump when the time comes to hang the wigwam. Thinking this in her heart, Tang Wei rolled her eyes at Du Chen in an aggravated manner where Du Chen didn't see. Episode 2-4 Scenes 2 Mirror Action. As soon as the camera starts, Tang Wei is straight up confused. In this game, Zhu Zhanji put away the modesty in his body, only the arrogance of victory, and the depth of calculation. Tang Wei man was dumbfounded. She looked at Du Chen's eyes and felt like she was facing a devil. In front of this man, she was as thoroughly seen by this man as if she had no clothes on. Moreover, the man's eyes were clearly not much of an exaggerated show, yet they gave her the feeling that they were going to eat her. Take the pinch. Taken dead center. Tang Wei directly forgot her lines. Her mind went blank, and she even had an urge to apologize and admit her mistake. What exactly was wrong she didn't know, but just wanted to apologize. Maybe it's an instinct that comes from the genes? Downstairs, Li Wangjiang, obediently, pulled out a loudspeaker. Those who knew better had already taken the initiative to cover their ears. Li Wangjiang can't help but crane his neck as he goes back to his seat after a flurry of fire. Cool. And doubt my vision. Those who were watching were also confused. Obviously they came to see how the thin-skinned rich kid acted awkwardly. How did it turn out that Tang Wei is always the one with problems and that rich kid Du Chen has no problems at all? Tang Wei will not really look at this rich second generation right. How to play a rivalry. Old by this rich second generation press? What's wrong with my goddess? How can she drop her chain at the critical moment? They don't know that baby Tang Wei is also bitter in her heart. She really wanted to cry now. The man in front of her was like the devil, holding her in his grip. Finally, the scene came down to the last part of the shoot. The following shot shows Zhu Zhanji taking Sun Ruowei's hand and jumping straight down from the observation deck to land on a wooden boat inside the lake. Because it's nearly 3 stories high, this shot is ready for the wigwam. When they have finished their final lines, they switch the camera to hang onto the wigwam and jump down. Tang Wei also thought about waiting to make fun of Du Chen if he was scared. And so, after finishing her lines, Du Chen took her hand, and Tang Wei waited to switch the camera and then watch Du Chen joke. Who knows? Du Chen pulled her hand and rushed straight out. Tang Wei man was dumbfounded. No, brother, we're not on the wigwam yet. Chapter 25. This is really daring acting. Tang Wei was dragged outside by Du Chen. In that second, her mind went blank. At the last moment, she instinctively reached out and pulled on the fence on the observation deck. Then she saw that Du Chen, who was beside her, flew out and landed on a wooden boat on the lake below. The wooden boat shook violently as it was stepped on. He really jumped off? Tang Wei looked down with a panicked expression. It started out 2 stories here and was nearly 3 stories high. While it's true that the wooden boat below is on the water, which removes some of the force, it's just as dangerous. I don't even want to jump without a wire. Is that so tigerish? Those people downstairs were also confused when they saw this scene. This dude is desperate for a movie. I just saw that his eyes didn't have any hesitation. It can't be that the people coming from the grassland side are telling the truth. Is this Du Chen really that fierce? What's the word from the prairie? I have a brother who's working as a group actor over there, and he says he doesn't want to shoot the movie anymore, and wants to follow Du Chen to Deer Central. Li Wangjiang was also confused, but quickly reacted. Paramedics, paramedics, hurry, quickly go see if Du Chen is alright. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jumping that high is dangerous in itself. Plus, when Du Chen jumped down just now, he was also brought down by Tang Wei, which made it easy to lose balance and even more dangerous. Li Wangjiang's heart hung in the air. If Du Chen is injured, where to find such a good actor? Du Chen, who had already landed on the wooden boat, looked back and saw Tang Wei still on top of the wooden boat. He wondered, why don't you jump, Tang Wei? Tang Wei stood up, dumbfounded and innocent. She thought to herself, now could it really be that I'm not doing it right? Are you playing hard to get in a movie now? So high it's a straight jump? It feels like. It's like all the way to the phone. Forget it. This feeling is like saying that we go out together to do great things. The boss gave you a fruit knife, and then you care about the boss what he uses. The boss said I just take something handy, and then pulled an AK-47 out of it. Innocent not? The thief is innocent. Everyone downstairs reacted by this time. Those from the prairie really didn't brag. They really dared to act. Just now it was my subjective consciousness that was too strong. I always thought that he was just a rich second-generation paddler. I didn't realize that the kind of temperament that people just had was itself a performance, and that their roles were royalty. Jumping off a building or directly jumping off a building. Can you still say that people are rich second generation through the back door? Which one of you go to jump a try? I was just fooled by him. I thought he was born with that aristocratic demeanor. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's a real show. Convince me. I don't know if the people are okay. I hope there's nothing wrong with them. Look away this time. Li Wangjiang is still reliable. The group all followed the director toward the horse's head. That drive the boat. Also Moncler outlet store also confused. He is the crew invited over, but not yet his turn to the scene. He sat inside to watch the rainy night with a knife without an umbrella. As a result, a man suddenly fell from the sky, almost tipped the little wooden boat over for him. The point is that the man jumped and stood firm. Du Chen, are you alright? Li Wangjiang ran over with a nervous face. Du Chen looked at the hordes of people running over and spread his hands. It's fine. It's just that this one needs to be res hot again. Li Wangjiang anxious. This is where the matter of reshooting or not. Medics rush over to check for injuries. No. It's really fine. Du Chen shook his hand. Li Wangjiang, you must be checked. You're a rare and good actor. It's a loss for the showbiz industry if you get hurt. Du Chen, small matter. Small matter. Can't delay the director's time. Director Wang Zhang's time is precious. Every minute wasted is a loss to the audience. Li Wangjiang, it's okay. It's okay for the audience to watch 1 minute less of the scene I'm shooting, but I can't let the audience have less of you on their screen. Du Chen, there are many actors like me, but a director like Wang Jiang is unique. The two choreographed the same thing, and suddenly they were given to politeness. But the man next to wants to die. Group acting. Venue. How did I come across these two contraptions? I've done a lot of evil in my previous generation, but I've come across these two and it's all over. Du Chen finally couldn't argue with Li Wangjiang and let the medical staff examine him. Tang Wei had also run down from upstairs by this time. looking at Du Chen with a worried face. Deng Xiaojia beside her was still stunned. This little brother is also too raw. I don't think you can stand it if he really wants to charge you. Tang Wei pushed her. What a time to be joking. She watched the medical staff's examination with concern. After a while, the medical lady stood up and said, "There's nothing wrong with the check. If you're uncomfortable, move around a bit." Du Chen patted his leg and said, "Like I said, it's really fine." When he finished, he came straight in place and stabilized himself with an inverted hook. "I have no problem doing 200 squats now." The onlookers, seeing that Du Chen looked fine and tender on the surface, but was actually so wild and nervous, were quite speechless. However, there was no longer that kind of disconnect in the way he viewed Du Chen. If actors like Du Chen aren't even considered dedicated and can only be considered backdoor actors, then they're an ass. Nothing can't be done. We won't shoot today. Let's see if there's any problem tomorrow and shoot again if there's no problem. Li Wangjiang made a decision after thinking about it. Originally, his purpose today was to have Du Chen display it and give the others a shock. After all, inside a theater group, if everyone has a different opinion of an actor, it's hard to do the play well. Now his purpose had been achieved, plus he was really worried about Du Chen. After all, jumping down from that high. So let's call it a day and talk about it tomorrow. At the same time, Li Wangjiang had thoughtfully arranged an assistant for Du Chen. When the people finished leaving, Li Wangjiang pulled Du Chen. "You mustn't do this in the future. It's too dangerous. If something happens, you won't be able to play the role you want to play." Du Chen could understand the director's concern, which was also concerned about him. So Du Chen nodded. "Okay." Chapter 26. This person seems like he has lightweight skills. The clear sunrise had not yet risen, and Du Chen had already washed up and gone out. Ever since gaining martial arts proficiency, he has had a habit of practicing in the morning. It's like someone who sings really well and always wants to hum a couple songs. Or say like someone who writes a great book and always wants to write a couple sentences. Not long after Du Chen left, on one of the floors of the same hotel's corridors, Tang Wei stood in Deng Xiaojia's doorway and knocked. The door was opened, and inside was Deng Xiaojia in her pajamas with her snow-white lotus root arms exposed. "What for? You're so early today?" Deng Xiaojia was surprised to see that Tang Wei was already fully dressed and even wearing light makeup. The hands that were wiping their eyes stopped in midair. Tang Wei said, "You get up quickly. I asked the people who came from the grassland side yesterday. Du Chen is the earliest to arrive on set every day." "No." Deng Xiaojia reached out and touched Tang Wei's forehead. "Sister, are you alright? He arrived on set at the earliest time. What does it have to do with us?" "Ugh. You wouldn't understand if I told you. He can do 200 deep squats and has extremely strong legs." Deng Xiaojia don't know what Tang Wei means though, but having been awakened, he could only follow suit and get up and wash. Then the duo arrived on the set. Sure enough, I saw that Du Chen had already arrived in the morning exercise. Morning Du Chen. Du Chen turned his head and saw that the one who greeted him was Tang Wei, the actress he was acting with yesterday. He also watched the video yesterday when he went back to understand that Tang Wei was considered an old actor, had quite a few male fans, and was pretty. There is an introspective sensuality, a soft beauty that is not overbearing or overpowering. "Morning. What are you practicing?" Tang Wei asked as she walked over. She was a bit older than Du Chen, so she didn't have the kind of twist and turn that little girls have, and she was very generous in her communication. Du Chen said, "Feel free to practice the 5 birds of prey." 5 birds of prey? Tang Wei didn't understand, but it didn't matter. "Can you teach me?" Tang Wei asked. Okay. Du Chen nodded. The movements of the 5 birds of prey are not difficult, and it's okay to teach them. Then he began to teach Tang Wei the starting stance. With every movement he saw Tang Wei do incorrectly, he helped to adjust it. Lower your back some more. Yeah, that's the angle. Hold on. Yes, lift your chin up a little, and a little more, so that your mouth and throat are in a parallel line. After about 10 minutes, Du Chen let go of the hand that was placed on Tang Wei's waist, correcting her movements. "That's all for today. You can't take too long the first time or you'll get sore easily." Tang Wei put away her movements, moved her body and said in surprise, "Du Chen, I just felt that I couldn't stand it when I was doing it, but I wasn't tired at all when I was done, and my body felt a lot lighter." Deng Xiaojia had been sitting next to her and watching. She hadn't even woken up yet, so she didn't even want to move a bit or she would have joined in and done it together. Seeing Tang Wei talking so magically, she curiously said, "Really? Of course it's true." Next, Tang Wei went straight down, then slowly straightened his hands to form a parallel line with the cervical spine, then bent forward at the waist. Her fingers touched the ground. "I could only touch it with my fingers before, but now I can touch it with my palms," Tang Wei said as her palms touched more and more of the ground. "Holy, is this move really so amazing? Just practicing it randomly stretches the body." "Du Chen, Can you teach me? I want to do it too. Du-chan said. Tomorrow. Because he realized that the director had already come from the direction of the hotel side. It didn't take long for the crew to arrive pretty much. Some people were still yawning when the director had already organized people to start setting up the scene. The other guys' scenes were filmed first today, so Du-chan found a place and opened to lie down. Tang Wei had been rubbing up against the side, asking Du-chan for advice on various issues. Of course, in addition to asking Du-chan questions, Tang Wei would also share her experience with Du-chan. For example, a mature woman will be more knowledgeable than a little girl, and the young people of the firewood of life do not understand, but she is slightly insightful, willing to share. Du-chan listened with interest, as if it did seem to be a little different from his schoolmates. Near noon, Li Wangjiang saw that he was almost planning to call it a day. Du-chan, you and Tang Wei get ready. We'll shoot the rest of your scenes from yesterday after dinner. Then in the afternoon shoot you to teach Tang Wei to ride. Good. Du-chan nodded and asked, who will ride first? Li Wangjiang thought for a moment and said, you're better at it than she is. Tell her to stay put. You do it, you ride first. Tang Wei, who didn't say anything on the side, had an involuntary redness appear on her face. She wasn't the squirmy type of woman, but at this moment, it was starting to not hold up against the natural reaction. Du-chan looked at the sky. The sun was just right. Not sunny. The most important thing to visit the lake is the weather. The weather can express the mood of the lake, such as low mood with the rain, the mood of hard with the sun. And the current weather is just right for the scene where Zhu Zhanji and Sun Ruowei swim in the lake. Tease. Let's finish the part about swimming in the lake first, and think we'll go straight to the writing in the afternoon. Du-chan opened his mouth. Li Wangjiang had just seen Du-chan's action of watching the weather and instantly knew what Du-chan meant. He himself had just missed that detail. This is really the best time of year to shoot a tour of the lake. The first half of the lake swimming scene has been filmed, so the director directly let Du-chan and Tang Wei hang on the wigwam. He was worried that if he let Du-chan hang slowly, what if Du-chan jumped down again and did something? Du-chan and Tang Wei stood on the platform of the building. Ready! Li Wangjiang shouted downstairs with a loudspeaker. Du-chan made an OK sign. Tang Wei stood on it, and although she was hanging from a wigwam, she was still a little scared to see it so high. She involuntarily had to lean in a bit closer to Du-chan, then made an OK gesture to the director as well. Du-chan was not as old as her, but it made her feel safe enough. As the director gave the order, Du-chan pulled Tang Wei's arm and jumped down. Tang Wei's eyes didn't dare to look down as she stared intently at Du-chan's faceplate, which actually counted as a technique that would materialize in the camera to show the heroine's stunning gaze on the hero at this moment. Originally, Tang Wei was only thinking of making up for her fear with such a means, but I didn't expect that this really look fascinated. For a moment in the air, this guy is really good at juggling. Those watching from the bottom line couldn't help but make an O shape with their mouths. A wow is awesome look on their faces. Way many people have fallen. This thing hanging up really can only barely cope with a little, later with technical processing, in order to achieve the effect of film and television. But Du-chan, who jumped directly from the building yesterday, after hanging on the wigwam today, it really looks like he has a light weight. With a sprightly and uninhibited stance, the two of them landed on the boat. Tang Wei's arm was pulled by Du-chan. Otherwise, even if they were hanging from the wigwam, they would have to get straight down. She squeezed her eyes shut and bent over to catch her breath. Du-chan, however, acted like a cockney who was fine and still had a frivolous and casual look on his face. The actors of the painted boat on the lake had long been in position. They had been leisurely listening to a little song, but now they were alarmed. What are you? How did you come to our boat? Du-chan laughed lightly, with a frivolous face, and casually threw over a silver ingot. I want to swim in the lake. Chapter 27, not buddy. 12 arrows all in the same bullseye? Is this a human being? The phrase, I want to swim in the lake, has been grinding the cast and crew trying to get ahead all night. How did he manage to blend the two very different temperaments of frivolity and urbanity so perfectly? How do you do that? Can you teach me? I want to progress so badly. Now for those who write scripts or novels, the character's persona and temperament. He can write with his eyes closed, regardless of whether you are real or not. He can write a character ugly and handsome all he wants. It's just a matter of a few words, but it's different when the actor has to perform it. How do you act ugly handsome? How do you play flirty and sophisticated? Of course, naturally, there are many people who have played this kind of role, but those are unrealistic at first glance and look staged. The only one who even fooled them was Du-chan, as if he was acting in his own color, with no sense of acting at all. It's even more exaggerated than the ING author wrote. It was a hard night, and finally dawn was going to make the next day's opening shot. These people gathered together just as Yu Haoming, who had done the final finishing touches, rushed over from the grasslands. The first thing he did when he came over was to ask, "Do you guys know Du-chan?" When he asked that question, it really hit home. and a group of people started to spit out their grievances. Ha ha, I'm happy to see you all having trouble sleeping. You guys have no idea how I spend my time in the grasslands these days. After seeing Du Chen in the role, I wondered for a moment if I couldn't act. It's really Zhu Zhanji himself. After a busy morning of waiting for the other people's scenes to finish filming, it was finally time for Du Chen's scene to start filming. The main part of the scene he's shooting today is going to the range to shoot arrows, then straddle Tang Wei and shoot arrows. When the director saw Du Chen, he was lying on a recliner, blowing on the air conditioner. There were a few actors and stagehands standing around, but none of them dared to yell at Du Chen to get up and shoot the scene, or even make a loud noise. Everyone's face changed when they saw Li Wangjiang come in person, sleeping on the set and having the director himself yell at you when it's your turn for a scene. This kind of thing happens on set, and if the actor isn't an investor, or is just too big of a star to hold up a movie, it's absolutely dead calf. They didn't dare to shout at Du Chen. That's because Du Chen's strength was there, and offending Du Chen wouldn't do much good in the future. But now Li Wangjiang is here. What kind of person is director Li Wangjiang? That's famous in the show business circle. Wait, that's not right. Why is director Li Wangjiang being so careful? Only Li Wangjiang saw Du Chen sleeping so soundly that his footsteps unconsciously lightened. It really wasn't intentional. Subconscious behavior. Cough cough. Li Wangjiang coughed. As a result, Du Chen did not react. It's a bit embarrassing. In the end, there was nothing else to do before Li Wangjiang went over and patted Du Chen, shouting at him to get up. If it wasn't necessary, Li Wangjiang really didn't want to come and shout at Du Chen. If people want to sleep, let them sleep. What if the noise affects their moods and they don't play well? Du Chen opened his eyes and looked around at the people with surprised gazes with a dumbfounded expression. What's wrong? Ahem, it's time for your range scene. The surrounding people were stunned. When did Li Wangjiang become so good at talking? They watched with dull eyes as Du Chen wiped his eyes while following Li Wangjiang. The few people present glanced at each other, all seeing unbelief in each other's eyes. Do you know how to shoot an arrow? You don't have to know much, just a little. Just shoot the arrows out, and then we'll edit it in post. On the way to the range, Li Wangjiang asked Du Chen. He knew Du Chen rode horses well, but being good at riding doesn't mean being good at archery, which are two different areas. So Li Wangjiang was also a bit worried. If it didn't work, he could only have someone take Du Chen to practice first. Du Chen didn't take it too seriously. It's no problem, just shoot directly. Inside the equestrian proficiency and martial arts proficiency abilities he had gained, there were parts that involved archery, so with the two stacked on top of each other, it's safe to say he's familiar with archery to the point where he couldn't be more familiar with it. Li Wangjiang heard this and thought that Du Chen should have played with this as well. After all, it's normal to play a little archery when you're even so well practiced in horsemanship. It doesn't matter if you don't shoot well, as long as you can pose. The two men arrived at the range, where the staff had already set up a line of targets. Someone brought over the horses and made the final preparations. Yu Haoming had been waiting here for a long time. Du Chen is going to ride a horse again, and he wants to recall the flavor of the grasslands when he watched Du Chen try out for the show. It's only been a short while, and now that Du Chen is in the crew, he's not what he used to be. Similarly, some people who knew that Du Chen was going to rehearse the flush shooting scene and had nothing else to do ran over. After all, it's actually quite fun to watch this kind of live action scene being filmed. After all, it's the kind of big action scene where the actors are most likely to get embarrassed. I heard that when Du Chen was filming fighting in the grasslands, he rode horses very well too. Someone beside him saw Yu Haoming and asked him. A fat man not far away, Zhu Gaoqi's portrayer, also pricked up his ears and was listening. He was also getting curious about Du Chen now. Who was playing his son? A hexagonal warrior. Within this drama, he himself, on the other hand, is a bit of a pariah within this show. It can be said that there is no poise or handsomeness to speak of, as much as show how he supervised the country. Simply put, it is acting a hit worker. To the emperor working cattle and horses life, and a mind to work, hit the capricious still fearful, so envious of Du Chen. However, he does not have the same hard conditions as Du Chen, so he was curious to hear Yu Haoming blow. So he's really that good on horseback. Can he shoot arrows? Yu Haoming had just finished a blowout and was asked if Du Chen could shoot arrows. This he hadn't really seen before, and thought for a moment. Riding a horse that well, he should be able to, but I haven't seen it in the prairie either. At this time Zhu Gaoqi spoke. I think it should be. This kid is a ruthless person. Yesterday jumped straight from the building. Nothing happened at all. He learned to ride a horse, will certainly learn some archery as well. Just saying that the archery thing is a lot more professionally demanding, but it should be fine to deal with the shooting. And rightly so. Those around us agreed. Soon, Du Chen's scene started shooting. Du Chen mounted his horse and hitched his arrows, a set of movements running in a smooth flow. Cool. An arrow was shot. and a round of applause erupted around them. Yes, that's so cool, I'm going. I told you he could shoot. I feel like this isn't acting. It's a stage show. This could all go straight to the screen without editing. A stage play could do it. There were hoots and hollers all around. Not because Du Chen shot the bullseye. The bullseye is actually very far away. There is no intention to let Du Chen shoot, just as a prop placed in a very far place inbound. This distance even exceeds the distance of a professional race by a lot more. Everyone couldn't see over the target. It was thought that Du Chen's arrows had gone nowhere. But that's not important. What's important is that the archery is handsome. He was seen holding a curved bow and galloping his horse. Bow after bow shot out of his hands. He spurred his horse back and forth a few times, making 7 or 8 different maneuvers. There was even an arrow that he hooked on the horse with one foot, and then anti-drugged it upside down and shot it from low on the horse's belly. Other than that, this set of actions would honor the young man's choice of spouse. If you don't believe me, look at the ladies on the sidelines, shouting their heads off, jumping and dancing. Even a mature woman like Tang Wei exclaimed and covered her mouth for fear of screaming out. Cut. Li Wangzhang's voice came. One through. Just now Du Chen did a lot of moves and different cameras caught them all. When it's time for whatever action you need, just cut it straight from the inside. He just watched it, and one of these shots is better than the other. And he had a feeling he couldn't cut it when he watched it. When Du Chen got off his horse and came to the sidelines, Li Wangzhang took the intercom and said, "The cameraman on the target side is now making up shots. Just make up 5 close-ups of the same bullseye as the shot." Li Wangzhang's words, all present know what it means. This is the simplest technique of editing and shooting. First shoot Du Chen shooting in unison. Then have someone hold the arrow up close to the bullseye. Shoot a close-up of the arrow hitting the bullseye right on the target, and link it all together. And the scene of Du Chen shooting the arrow comes out. He turned around when he finished, intending to go to the close-up of the monitor screen arrows. Who knew that a voice would soon come over the intercom? "Director, didn't we just finish filming?" Li Wangzhang frowned a bit and said, "I know after the writing shot. I say make up the shot of the arrow hitting the target." The photographer's voice over there was a bit confused. "Yes, shot but not only rootless. A total of 12 arrows all shot at the same bullseye. This bullseye are shot rotten to, is to shoot from? What?" Li Wangzhang froze. "When did you shoot?" Though he asked this, he already had a guess in mind. "Didn't Du Chen just shoot it? I got it all on tape." The voice inside the walkie-talkie reached the ears of everyone present, and they were afraid that they had heard it wrong. 12 arrows right in the center of the bullseye. Didn't Du Chen just shoot 12 arrows? Chapter 28. The example is not false. Xiaoli Fei Dao is not as good as you can shoot. The voice coming from the walkie-talkie in Li Wangzhang's hand stunned the crowd present. Those targets, because of the need to vacate the field, were even intentionally placed far away by the director. But it was actually true that Du Chen had hit the bullseye. Everyone was shocked beyond words. Who to talk to? It's a TV show that's filmed well, okay? What's a shoot? It's a performance. Ha! You're holding on to the game. 12 arrows are always fired. Even little Li's flying dagger can't shoot like you. Yu Haoming saw this situation is also confused. He has guessed that Du Chen will shoot arrows, but this will and will. The difference is very big, okay? Liang Guangwei, Zhu Gaoqi's portrayer, who hadn't returned to his senses, said in a confused voice, "What did I just say? I told you he could shoot arrows, right? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't you blow it, you. You did say he could shoot arrows, but did you say he could hit the bullseye from so far away? It's a damn good thing he's going to be a coach instead of an actor." Where did the director find this actor? He's not possessed by the hexagonal warrior Zhu Zhanji. He's so fierce. Everyone, I suggest you all act well in this play. There's a good chance this play is going to be a hit, because Du Chen had shot all the images needed for the scene in one shot. The progress was fast. Sun Ruowei is up next. Sun Ruowei, also known as Tang Wei, had just been at the scene and had seen Du Chen's performance. It really surprised her. She didn't expect Du Chen to be so young that he was skilled in all 18 martial arts, and the key was to be so good at shooting. At this time there is some nervousness in my heart. This scene is Du Chen teaching me archery. I can't show too much shame. Deng Xiaojia had been following Tang Wei as she hadn't had her turn in the scene yet, so she had been watching the fun. At this time, he came to Tang Wei's side and said thievishly, "Your husband is so handsome." Tang Wei froze for a moment. "What, my husband?" Du Chen Deng Xiaojia said. "Isn't the Zhu Zhanji he played in the movie your husband?" "No nonsense." Tang Wei rolled her eyes, her gaze unconsciously glancing at Du Chen, who was already ready in the field. Compared to yesterday, the part where the two of them, Du Chen and Tang Wei, are paired up is much smoother. Mostly, the segment doesn't have strong mood swings either. It's just more conventional small talk to lines. It bored some of the surrounding actors who had come over to watch. This kind of play wouldn't be much fun. But just as they were about to leave, in the middle of the set, Du Chen suddenly wrapped his arms around Tang Wei's hindquarters. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are there any more clips like this? They're two people, okay? What's wrong with a little snuggling? No. How do I feel? This embrace is a bit tawdry. From the back of the Tang Wei into the arms. This is not purely ambiguous up? Not. Why is Tang Wei shy? Let's see. How can a woman with such a big heart like Tang Wei be shy in a movie? Acting, right? Middle of the field. Tang Wei drew her bow and arrow, and Du Chen wrapped his arms around her from behind, holding her hands gently with both hands. This caused Tang Wei's entire body to be encircled by Du Chen. She felt her back was all pressed against Du Chen, and the back of her head was resting right on the nest of Du Chen's shoulder. She felt the powerful muscles in Du Chen's chest, and for some reason, she suddenly developed a feeling of having something to rely on. She felt the heat of Du Chen's nostrils spraying on her ears as she spoke her lines. His face was unconsciously a little hot. Thoughts were messed up with her elevated body temperature. She struggled to keep her composure. After all, it was still filming and she had a scripted performance to finish, and there were a lot of people around watching. So many people are watching, so you can't do whatever you want. It was just that she suddenly thought of the time when Du Chen had taught her the 5 animal souls in the morning, when Du Chen had taught her to lower her waist several times. Her little arse lifted involuntarily at the thought. Du Chen, who was performing with all his heart, sucked in a breath of cool air. What does this sister mean? But out of the professionalism of an actor, Du Chen held his ground. But after Tang Wei realized what she had just done subconsciously, a face turned red, and then immediately accepted. Sorry, I'll adjust. Tang Wei blushed and apologized in a hurry. Li Wangjiang stood up from behind the monitor screen and was also a little surprised to see Tang Wei's reddened face. A seasoned actress like Tang Wei is acting shy? Shouldn't be having thoughts about little Duke Hen, an old cow eating young grass? The onlookers on the sidelines watching the fun also looked at each other. Tang Wei really shy? Just now they were just a feeling, but now Tang Wei was really out of it because of the shy actor. Thoroughly solid. Tang Wei moved to spring. Seeing the expressions of the people on the sidelines, Tang Wei became even more shy and could not wait to find a place to drill down. She didn't even have the confidence to shoot the next scene. That top just made her mess up straight away. Du Chen, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, Tang Wei said apologetically, surprisingly showing a little womanly gesture. Du Chen said, it's fine, don't be nervous. Then he turned his head to the director's side and said, Director, wait a bit before shooting. Let's grind it out first. Grinding? Li Wangjiang gave an okay sign, but in the back of his mind, he thought, these two grind it out. Shouldn't they grind it out? In the middle of the field, Du Chen directly reached out and unfolded his arms and said, come over here. Tang Wei was a bit confused. Looking at Du Chen's appearance, she didn't know what to do. To hug me? How embarrassing. Tang Wei walked over and gently jumped into Du Chen's arms for a hug. No. Du Chen looked down at Tang Wei, who was hugging him, and was also confused. I mean, you turn your back to me and let's rehearse that part of the performance we just did. Oh. Tang Wei bit her lip, really not knowing what to say, and hurriedly turned around. Then Du Chen wrapped his arms around her from behind. No need to say the lines. Close your eyes and feel it with your heart. Tang Wei did not know what it meant, but just too social deaf. Had a mess. So it was too late to think. She obediently closed her eyes. Feel it with your heart? Good. Then Tang Wei did a maneuver she had just learned that morning. To feel it with her heart. What are you doing? Du Chen couldn't help himself, and in a voice that only Tang Wei could hear, he whispered, I'm asking you to feel yourself with your heart. Not me. Oh. Tang Wei felt completely socially dead and no longer wanted to save herself. The two of them had this wave of maneuvering that went straight to the head of the people on the sidelines. But yet everyone kept their mouths shut and didn't speak. Because jokes are jokes, but it doesn't look like a joke anymore. Saying that again would be a real scandal. Falsehoods can be said, but not truths. It's offensive. Du Chen letting Tang Wei feel it was certainly not for nothing. He was seeing Tang Wei's nervousness, so he was giving him similar desensitization training. After Du Chen's training, the next shot was indeed a one-liner. It's so natural for the two to be smooching on camera, like they've already been in love. You know me X. I know you X. In the last shot, Du Chen took Tang Wei's hand and hitched the arrow together. An arrow was shot and deflected. And that's where the shooting ends. This is the result of this scene. Tang Wei's son Ruowei is not good at archery and fails to hit the bullseye. After the shooting was completed, the director hurriedly had someone bring a chair over for Du Chen to sit next to him while he was still there. Du Chen gave him too many surprises, and with Du Chen around he felt bound to make some of his scenes better. Seeing Du Chen frowning after sitting beside him, Li Wangjiang asked, what's wrong? Chapter 29. Sorry. Du Chen is the rule. That last shot, where the arrow misses, is basically expected by the audience. Is missing something. Missing something? When Li Wangjiang heard Du Chen say this, He immediately became interested. What's missing? There's a lack of memory points. Audience memory points. Li Wangjiang frowned. Think about it right. This result is basically nothing to see. If you shoot like this, it is better not to shoot. A little redundant. The audience cannot even remember the picture. While he was thinking about it, Duchen said, add a scene. Have someone standing nearby, and after Sun Ruowei's arrow misses, stick it directly into the boy's hair bun. Yeah. When Li Wangjiang heard Duchen's proposal, he slapped his hand on his thigh and agreed. That's right, just shoot it. I'll arrange it right away. Field manager, hurry up and call Tang Wei back. Tell her to take off her makeup later. The field agent rushed off. The actor who stood behind Duchen to join in the fun stared blankly and gave a confused hearing. What's the situation? When Duchen said to add drama, he really added drama right away? How is this as unrealistic as a marketing number? Everyone is in a daze because the reality is that an actor who dares to push lie around while the director is making a movie is asking for trouble. Not to mention whether this director on the spot would give face, or whether other directors would be reluctant to hire such a person in the future. The director wants to hire actors, not commanders. But seeing that Duchen had just mentioned his opinion, Li Wangjian looked as if he had been given a treasure. Even before that, he had people bring in chairs for Duchen to sit next to, as if he had purposely left Duchen here for him to instruct. Even Li Wangjiang purposely reserved a mentoring position for him. Tang Wei had originally returned to the makeup removal room, and in her heart, she couldn't get enough of the scene she had shot today. At this point there is still some lingering aftertaste in my heart. The director ran over, rushing, Sister Tang Wei. The director wants you to go over there again for an extra scene. Ha! Tang Wei froze for a moment and immediately said, alright, let's go. Being able to add drama is something most actors beg for, because it means being able to spend more time on camera to be seen by the audience. But adding drama isn't something you can do just because you want to. The shots were basically scripted well in advance. So on the way to the set, Tang Wei asked the people on the set, why did the director suddenly add a scene? The dude said, I heard it was Duchen who suggested it. Duchen? Doubt flowed out of Tang Wei's eyes. Then a thought popped up in her heart. He just didn't experience enough? Thinking of this, Tang Wei's eyes unconsciously flavored up. Then the point came to her, and her eyes went to her little brother. Duchen said to add it. Ha! The little guy had a puzzled look on his face. Yeah, what's up? It's not the first time he's seen Duchen directly change the script. I've seen it in the prairie. What's so strange? This. Tang Wei didn't want to talk about it because he saw in the eyes of this field agent that Duchen changing the script belonged to the rightful. So Tang Wei and Duchen felt it again at the range. Ready to shoot? Aha! Duchen nodded. The arrow brushes out. Then the camera pans and the arrow goes right through the boy's hair. When Li Wangjiang saw the shot, he couldn't help but applaud. Good. With this shot, the play comes alive. When the shooting was completed, Tang Wei also thanked Duchen. Thank you, Duchen. Sister will treat you to dinner sometime. The shoot at the palace went well. With Duchen on board, the entire drama's filming schedule is picking up speed with the naked eye. Duchen's strength and acting skills were in everyone's eyes, which led to whatever Duchen did. The crew took it for granted. As for the set rules, sorry, Duchen is the rule. On a clear, windy morning, director Li Wangjiang clapped his hands and said 2 words, kill. With the fall of these 2 words, the whole work of the play was brought to a successful conclusion. In the evening, Li Wangjiang hosted a banquet at the Mingxian Hotel in Hengdian, and all the cast and crew joined in the killing banquet. This was the second time Duchen had followed the director to eat with the crew, and it was obvious that he had to let go quite a bit. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, Li Wangjiang had a red face and led Duchen to a tea room with a slight intoxication. $800,000 here. Li Wangjiang pushed a bank card in front of Duchen. Duchen looked at the card and frowned a little. Li Wangjiang knew what he was thinking and said, I know what we said before was $500,000. The rest of the $300,000 was given by me directly. This drama was finished so quickly thanks to you, and you added a lot of color to the scenes in it, so you deserve this $300,000. When Duchen heard Li Wangjiang say this, he didn't push back and nodded. The person is either stupid or foolish if they are polite about the money they should have earned. Duchen was obviously not stupid. Then Li Wangjiang said, do you have any plans next? Duchen thought for a moment and said, there's not much to plan for. It just so happens to be over at Hengdian. I'll see if there are any roles to take. There was no news after Zhang Yikai left, and it was impossible for Duchen to take the initiative to ask for Zhang Yikai's help again. They didn't take any favors from him, and they even helped him find a play to take, so they've helped him enough. He thought about checking out the Yokohama side as well. Li Wangjiang raised an eyebrow. Actually, I have a friend who wants to meet you, also a director. No problem? Duchen nodded and said, okay. It's not like he's a big shot. So what's not to like about this? As a result, just as he nodded his head, the door of the tea room was pushed open and a middle-aged man walked in. Du Chen looked at the middle-aged man and then at Li Wangzheng. What's the point of having this on hold? Chapter 30, Playing Li Shermin? When Du Chen saw the middle-aged man walk in, he knew that it was Li Wangzheng who had already arranged to wait for him here. The middle-aged man was not polite and walked in and sat directly across from Du Chen. Looking quite kind, Li Wangzheng made a reaching salute and introduced. Du Chen, let me introduce you. This is my friend Wang Jing. Du Chen nodded his head toward the slightly chubby Wang Jing and said directly, Hello, Director Wang Jing. He directly then pointed out the identity of the other party. Li Wangzheng and Wang Jing looked at each other and laughed. Wang Jing said, Xiao Dua. Then I won't beat around the bush and get to the point. I heard from Wang Jiang some time ago that there was a good newcomer in his crew. I couldn't help but be curious and came over the other day. I've seen all your performances on the set, and you are indeed a rising star. Du Chen is a little groggy from drinking today. He's a bit of a different person than others. He doesn't like to blow it when he's drunk. So this time instead of flexing his commercial mutual admiration muscles, he just nodded and said, Lift. Wang Jing looked at Du Chen's appearance and wondered if Du Chen was reluctant to say more or was restrained. He continued, It's like this. I happen to have a play on my hands. There's a role that suits you very well. I don't know if you're interested. If you're willing to act, we'll dispense with the audition thing. I've seen your acting skills. No problem at all. Even I think this role, it was made for you. Du Chen looked at Wang Jing's professional expression of abduction and subconsciously asked, It's not the emperor again, is it? That's right. Wang Jing's eyes lit up and he slapped his thighs. He noticed Du Chen seemed to be interested. Du Chen was certainly interested. Today he has killed the business he could do with his hands. The next time he wants to take on business, he'll honestly have to find it on his own by going to Yokohama where the streets are full of auditions. It cannot be ruled out that there will be people who come to invite, because they have gained some word of mouth in the theater while filming daming such as Wang Jing in front of him. But in reality, he was now ultimately a newcomer with little fame or fans, and no operational team behind him. So the idea of wanting a lot of character owners to come to him and let him pick them was unrealistic. So not only was he happy for Li Wangzheng to introduce him to his contacts, but this was also considered Li Wangzheng helping him. Which dynasty to shoot? Du Chen asked. Wang Jing said, Sui and Tang. Du Chen raised his eyebrows for a moment, then thought of the character he played in the previous program and asked, Yang Guang? Wang Jing shook his head. No. Yang Guang will die. Li Shimin will not. You have an internalized role. The main protagonist. Li Shimin. $2 million for the movie. Wang Jing directly handed over the bottom, using his finger to make a 2 sign on the tea table. When Du Chen heard this figure, his index finger holding the teacup moved. The number surprised him a bit, because in reality he's basically no different in value now than he was when he was filming Damien, and doesn't draw traffic to the TV show, and I don't know if the audience will buy it when it airs. Even if someone valued him enough to promise him more, it would surely be just that, a promise, and a lot of hard contracts would have to be signed for less. So the other party opened his mouth directly from the $500,000 of daming, mentioned 2 million, very conscientious, even also took the risk. But Du Chen shook his head and put down his teacup. No. Wang Jing immediately froze. What's going on? Is the role inappropriate? He felt completely appropriate. His eyes unconsciously looked towards Li Wangzheng. Li Wangzheng's hand that was drinking tea also paused with a confused look on his face, thinking to myself that it shouldn't be. With his understanding of Du Chen is a very dedicated and pure person. He likes to act, and he likes to act well. The role he introduced to him, he is not so quick to refuse. This was what Li Wangzheng knew about Du Chen. Curious, he asked. Why? Du Chen calmly said, Li Air kill brothers. I'm the most righteous person. Especially that's my brother-in-law who's like a brother in love. It has to be increased. If it doesn't work, then it won't be added. Du Chen finished tactically taking a sip of tea. Don't ask why you're speaking of righteousness. Ask is that all relationships have to be bargained for first. For example, can you be my girlfriend? Woman, you can chase me first so I can think about it. So to do business without meaning to tell a price is a bloody loss. Mr. Righteous, I like it. Wang Jing took a deep breath and let out a fierce sigh of relief. He thought it was hopeless. In the past few days, he had dreamed of Du Chen so much that he could die of heartache if he couldn't hire him. Lowering his hand, Wang Jing regestured 2 hand signals. 280, 10,000. Really? Du Chen was shocked for a moment. He just felt that he had to mean it in order to look like a decent person in business. For example, if a schoolmate intentionally steps on a high heel to show her legs in front of you, out of politeness, you should also mean to take a look. This is a reason. Something has to mean something, right? But I didn't expect it to really come true. Du Chin picked up his teacup and said, actually, a little less is fine. Ha ha ha. Wang Jing and Li Wangjian laughed. Then we have a deal. 280 Li Shimin. Here, cheers. Wang Jing looked as if he was deeply afraid of Du Chen's regret, and hurriedly made up his mind about this matter, pulling Du Chen's hand to toast with him to reach a gentleman's agreement. Then we'll leave tomorrow. And then there's an unkind request, which is that there are some roles that aren't booked, so when the time comes, I'll have someone audition for them. So would it be okay if you came with me to help me look at them and keep an eye on them? Du Chin said without thinking. This is no problem. For the acting side of things, Du Chin didn't feel any difficulty, and even this was a kind of learning and fun for him to go and watch other people audition and pick roles. Come, let's toast again with tea instead of wine. Wang Jing pulled on Du Chen's hand again and clinked glasses together, as if clinking glasses meant that there was no turning back. Seeing Du Chen cooperating, Wang Jing smiled from ear to ear. Steady, steady, with Du Chen on board. It's hard to say that this drama isn't a second spring for the old man. Chapter 31 I forgot to introduce. This is Du Chen, the actor of Li Shiming. Coming out of Li Wangjian's killing banquet, Du Chen and Tang Wei returned to the hotel in company, and when they got on the elevator, Tang Wei blushed slightly and asked Du Chen with drunken eyes if he wanted to go to his room for another drink. Du Chen thought to himself, if you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have drank so much just now. Now the dizziness is tight. If you drink more, you won't be able to control to talk about your heart with your sister, so you directly rejected Tang Wei's offer. Back to the room. Du Chen couldn't take a shower in time, so he opened his system backpack. Inside there is a reward for killing the end of the season and the completion of the character's portrayal lying around. I'll never forget it. Du Chen was worried that he wouldn't be able to top wanting to sleep after his shower, so it just clicked use. The moment he clicked to use it, he felt his groggy head abruptly clear. Other than that, he seemed to get nothing compared to the previous two rewards, but the memories of the past are unusually clear. How clear is it? Even when he just got on the elevator, how many times Tang Wei, who was wearing a halter inside the elevator, breathed and how many times his chest rose and fell back and forth. He could clearly recall the complete and smooth picture. The more distant memories were no different, he recalled them, and the images were all as if they were happening before his eyes. Du Chen now dares to say one thing: if you let me go back to school now, just show me the lower half of my legs, I would be able to tell which schoolmate it is. After adapting to the ability, Du Chen thought about it. Just now Tang Wei invited him to drink. He couldn't because he was dizzy, but sober now. Why don't we call Sister Tang Wei to come to the room for more drinks? Day 2. Du Chen followed Wang Jing on the airplane leaving Hengdian. 2 hours later, they disembarked from the plane, and a pickup had been arranged outside the airport. Nine Peaks Media. This is the company Wang Jing belongs to. Du Chen remembered hearing about this company, which had a very influential role in the entertainment industry. Although Wang Jing was not the owner of the company, he also had a significant position in this company. After all, it's a media company and not many people need to stay inside the office every day. That's why the company building is only 12 stories high, but it's beautifully designed. When Du Chen followed Wang Jing to reach the building's campus, Wang Jing's assistant was already at the campus to greet him. Seeing that Wang Jing, who came down from the nanny car, was followed by a young man, the assistant looked at Du Chen suspiciously. This is our company now. There's an audition up there later, so follow me around and keep an eye out for me. Walking into the building, Wang Jing introduced Du Chen. Du Chen nodded. Mr. Wang, you're finally back. The people who came over to audition are waiting for you. Just as he arrived at the upstairs office area, a young man in his 30s with a greasy hair came over to greet Wang Jing, but Wang Jing just returned a nonchalant, Mr. Li is polite. As his words fell, he didn't even look at Mr. Li more than once and directly brushed past him. There was some embarrassment on Mr. Li's face. You're arrogant. If you can't get a good shot, do you think you'll get another chance? In his heart. But Mr. Li didn't dare to show it, and squeezed out another smile to follow him. Wang Jing is back, but with a young man at his side. The people in the office area, their gazes were sizing up Du Chen, curious as to who this young man was. But one look at Du Chen's looks and most can guess that it's an actor. So handsome and following Wang Jing, what else could it be but an actor? But here's where the weirdness comes in. Wang Jing, the man, is notorious for not using traffic stars and only picking strong cadres. He doesn't want any of the popular traffic stars and fresh meat. So how can he use a little puppy he's never seen before? Du Chen, why don't you rest over here for a bit? I'm going to the office to take care of something and I'll be right over. Well, you go ahead and get busy. Du Chen looked at the sofa in the lounge area next to him. $2,800,000. Not to mention that Wang Jing is dealing with a little thing to make him wait. It's just dealing with 6 things. He also waited. The assistant beside Wang Jing, who couldn't help himself, asked, "Director, who is this?" "Oh, I forgot to introduce. This is Du Chen, Li Shiming's character," Wang Jing said. "What? He plays Li Shiming?" the assistant directly blurted out, looking at Du Chen with an unbelievable face. "Mr. Li also froze, his eyes glancing at Du Chen's body. "Is Wang Jing crazy? Playing Li Shiming with a little puppy that I've never seen before?" There were quite a few people in the office area who were paying attention to this side because of Wang Jing's arrival. When they heard Wang Jing say that this young man was the actor of Li Shiming, they all looked at each other in disbelief. The office area also immediately resounded with whispers. Wang Jing just swept a glance and smiled without saying anything. Then he said to Du Chen, "I'll come over after I'm done with it soon." Wang Jing is gone. Du Chen sat down on the sofa. He felt like everyone in the office area was looking at him like he was waiting, because he had gained the ability to forget his eyes. He could now basically know what the other person was saying without having to hear their voice, just by looking at the other person's mouth shape and changes in the rise and fall of their throat. So the whispers that those people around him were talking about were no different to Du Chen than if they were whispering in his ear. Director Wang Jing received favors, didn't he? Using a little puppy to play Li Shiming. Li Shiming is the main character. Is this pretty boy okay? Ray, you don't get it. Look at his nose. I think he's good. Xiao Mei, where are you thinking again? I'm talking about him acting okay? Acting? I don't know if he'll play the president. I think he must be especially charming as the president. All sorts of comments were seen by Du Chen. I even saw an older sister discussing how much it would cost for a takeout dining appointment like his. It's fine that you don't know about these things. It's more or less embarrassing to hear other people's whispers yourself. Du Chen tried to strategically drink water, but realized that there was no water glass on the coffee table in front of him. He got up. Seeing the assistant lady just now was walking past the front, Du Chen asked, "Miss, may I ask where the water fountain is? The office building is this big. You won't find it yourself." The assistant young lady had a cold face and didn't even look at Du Chen. Du Chen? After not too long, Wang Jing came out and brought Du Chen to the recording studio where the auditions were held. There was already a large group of actors here, waiting for Wang Jing. Wang Jing sat behind the monitor screen, then looked around and had his assistant bring another chair over. Those actors waiting to audition, on the other hand, were all looking at Wang Jing with blazing eyes. I hope I can get a role in Wang Jing's hands. Wang Jing, the director, doesn't have much to offer. It also doesn't seem like his work, at the time, would have been all that hot, but invariably, he makes work that will be held up for comparison as playing many years from now, and the characters in the work are such that an actor, many years from now, when appearing on any stage, will be noticed and applauded by simply stating that he or she was whoever or whatever in that play. So for these actors, as long as they can get a role in Wang Jing's play, that's when they go out in the future. They have another platoon. Du Chen, you sit here. The chairs were brought over and Wang Jing told Du Chen to sit. The little assistant who went to move the chair was confused on the spot. "I'm moving this chair for this milk dog?" Those actors who were auditioning for the movie also noticed Du Chen at this time. "What do you mean? Sitting next to the director and watching the monitor screen together at this time? Does this mean director Wang Jing asked him to assist in casting together? Who is this?" They looked at Du Chen's young age. Nothing more than a bit of good looks, but he was able to make Wang Jing specially prepare chairs for him to choose his role together. And they don't know this young man. It's not a big deal. The crowd expressed their lack of understanding. And after Mr. Li and the assistant moving the chair behind Wang Jing exchanged a glance, Mr. Li turned and walked away. The company executives happened to have a meeting upstairs. He's going to tell the company executives. Chapter 32, Du Chen's fiery eyes. No matter what others think, Du Chen sat down graciously. This is Wang Jing's home turf. And Wang Jing speaks for himself. He's free to let a dog sit next to him even if he wants to. And no one would be stupid enough to jump out and scream fair or unfair. The auditions begin. The scene was quiet. A middle-aged man with stubble on his face walked onto the small stage where the auditions were taking place. And the lights hit him. "Hello, director. The character I'm auditioning for is Luo Chang in the play." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he bowed slightly and politely towards Wang Jing. "Luo Chang?" As the middle-aged man's words fell, Du Chen frowned. Because of his unforgettable ability, he just heard the name Luo Chang and information about this historical figure appeared in his mind, which was all pieced together from some fragments of information he had seen in the past. If you were an average person, you wouldn't be able to remember all this random information you see if you weren't paying attention intentionally. But Du Chen remembered. The scene was quiet because only Du Chen and Wang Jing were sitting in the center. So when he frowned, all the auditioned actors in the scene noticed his expression. What does mean? Pretending to be North, isn't it? People just talk. He frowned. Who is this pussy? Li Wangjiang saw that many people were showing dissatisfied expressions looking at Du Chen. So he turned his head and also noticed Du Chen's abnormality and asked, "What's wrong, Du? Is something wrong?" The middle-aged man on the small stage in front of him also looked nervously at Du Chen. Not knowing what this young man was up to, Du Chen ignored these gazes. "Older brother, I know you've seen you in roles, and your acting is not bad, but for this role, you'd better not try." The middle-aged man on the stage was also known as Zheng Chong. He looked left and right with a confused face, like he was hoping someone would explain to him what was going on. He's really confused, and it hasn't even started yet. Why don't you just stop trying? Who is this young man who came here to pretend to be AB? Young man, what do you mean by that? People haven't even tried yet? Yeah, who are you? Why don't you stop trying? How about we don't even try and let you do it? A few of those actors couldn't help but speak out. The others also looked at Du Chen with angry eyes. This is a veteran actor standing on stage. People are eliminated before they even try. Isn't that just overplaying your hand and stepping on random people? This is still only the first person on the field. The young man is loaded up. If continue to let the young man in front of you to sit there, they after the interview theater how to do? Wang Jing, however, thought differently from those people and asked seriously, "How so?" Du Chen said, "Luo Cheng teenage fame, known as the cold face cold gun pretty Luo Cheng. What is the cold face? Angular features three-dimensional, eyes have God. What is playfulness? This doesn't need to be explained, does it? Youthful handsomeness needs to be there, right?" As soon as Du Chen's words came out, everyone on the set froze, especially those actors who had just had a problem with Du Chen and had come to audition for the movie. You look at me, I look at you. Hopefully someone will step in and say how it went. Is that what this young man says it is? They don't. They studied acting, not history. So what do they know? Luo Cheng. Doesn't the script just say young military general? Although Zheng Chong on stage is not young, but the actor? And not cannot make up cannot act. Performance of the appearance of the martial arts not on the line. But after hearing Du Chen's words, they then looked at Zheng Chong. If it's really like what Du Chen said, then this Zheng Chong, cold face? No. Zheng Chong tiger face is okay. Fierce one is expected to be able to cry next door children. Zheng Chong, who was standing on the stage at this time, stammered and didn't know what to do. Is this kid in front of me saying I'm not cool enough? But he couldn't argue with that. He really wasn't cool enough. But he could be mean. Du Chen didn't care about the actors' dissimilarities and continued. Luo Cheng belongs to the category of heavenly jealousy, and died young at the age of only 23. In the rendition, the charm of this character is embodied in the fact that he is a handsome young man, just like a shooting star that passes through an era in an instant, but leaves an indelible memory. So the basic requirement for this character is, firstly, youth, and secondly, three-dimensional features capable of being as sharp as a sword. Then, Du Chen told those present some folk history stories about the character Luo Cheng. Yes, Du Chen's words fell. Wang Jing directly clapped his hands. When he brought Du Chen over to the company, he could tell that someone was not convinced about Du Chen playing the role of Li Shiming, but he wasn't worried at all. He had seen Du Chen's strength. Any questioning is not good enough in the face of absolute strength. Sure enough, Du Chen didn't let him down. At this moment, the actors who came to audition for the movie shut up and didn't speak. They began to look at Du Chen curiously. This person had just made this statement, and it didn't sound like it was false to them. Moreover, Du Chen spoke in a clear and organized manner, and did not mean to target anyone, just discussing things. This had to make them re-examine Du Chen. Earlier in their sight, Du Chen but where a rookie walked through Wang Jing's back door. After all, he had heard that Wang Jing's position in the company had been a bit shaky lately, so it wasn't impossible to choose to compromise and be backdoored. But how dare they think like that now? This is definitely a ING masterpiece. People don't even have to see you audition for a scene to tell if you're any good. That's something they can't do with those who are present. That's it then. Zheng Chong, you shouldn't try. Of course I won't let you come all the way here for nothing. See what other roles you want to play and see before you come over to try out. Wang Jing was in a good mood and waved his hand at Zheng Chong to go down. The more he looked at Du Chen now, the more he liked him, and he felt that this money for hiring Du Chen was really worth it. He knew that Du Chen's acting skills were good, but he didn't expect the other party's memory to be so good as well. A simple character who remembers not only the image, but also the story of the character's history. It's inevitably a way for an actor to understand a character better. But nowadays, no actor would do that homework anymore. I didn't realize that Du Chen is young, but he doesn't forget the nature of an actor. Zheng Chong stepped down full of resentment. The auditions continue. The actors who auditioned for the movie, however, just happened to be a few more stressful moments. Not for any other reason. It was because Wang Jing had an extra fiery eye by his side. Chapter 33 Role Selection. The Sui and Tang dynasty is about to start. Nine Peaks Media Company's recording studio. When the audition was in full swing, an office in the company building. The round table is about to start at this time. A female assistant in a small suit pushed open the door. Jade, what's the matter with you rushing in here like that? A company leader asked out loud. Xiao Jie said. Director Wang Jing brought an unknown young man from outside, looking like a 2.5-year-old trainee. He's got that trainee playing Li Samyang. What? Chen Ji, who had asked earlier, stood up directly. Li Samyang is the main character of this drama. Isn't it nonsense to let a trainee like you play Li Samyang? He thinks he's filming a traffic drama, mainly because it's still unknown. Chen Ji's words were exactly what was going through the minds of many people present right now. Jia, are you mistaken? What's the misunderstanding? Another leader uncertainly spoke out and asked. Xu Jia said. No, I asked director Wang Jing about it. He said it himself. And what? And he asked me to move a chair for that trainee to sit next to him to watch the others audition together. He got that trainee to help him cast the role. What? The jaws of the leaders present dropped to the floor in shock. Have a trainee help him train for the role. Is there any mistake? Who is this 2.5-year-old trainee? I thought he didn't use traffic stars. What's the matter? Bribed people? What's going on with Wang Jing? Is he being backdoored? The conference room blew right up. Putting a 2.5-year-old trainee in the lead role is intolerable enough. I can't believe they let a trainee cast. Oops. What are you doing? People can't figure out what Wang Jing is up to. Just then, the office door was pushed open again. The leaders present took a look at one of the company's brokers. That agent walked in angrily and opened his mouth to spew. What does Wang Jing mean? I had someone below me audition for a movie, and the person didn't do anything, and a brat said no. Wang Jing just listened directly to that old man boy and brushed my man off. Leaders, I think Wang Jing is going too far with this. He's just nakedly humiliating people. Is a director great? Can he insult people like this? This agent is also from Nine Peaks Media and has a lot of quality actors under his belt. The leaders present were already furious, and then when this agent arched his fire, they felt even more that Wang Jing was fooling around. What's wrong with this Wang Jing? Is it that he can't make any new works in these few years and his brain is not working well anymore? I think he's just being a bully, thinking that the market is still his call now. If you ask me, this movie shouldn't have been given to him. He's outdated and now he's all about bribes. Li Cheng, who had been sitting without saying anything, had always thought highly of Wang Jing and had an understanding of his character. Seeing the crowd being emotional, he looked at the furious agent and spoke out. First this way, I know Wang Jing is a person. He does things by saying one thing. Since he won't accept your actor, this is something you shouldn't worry about. The company will cast you in another role when the time comes. That agent saw the leader said so, and knew that he could not get any benefit if he continued to make trouble. So he might as well take the good with the bad now. Okay, then thank you, Mr. Li, but this Wang Jing, he's really excessive. Li Cheng nodded. Well, we'll discuss the matter of Wang Jing. You go first. Wait for the agent to be pacified away. The hot-tempered Chen Ji raised his voice and questioned. What about Wang Jing? Are we just going to let him fool around like this? How many years has it been since he's done any work and he still thinks he's his old self? Everyone else present also looked at Li Qing. Wang Jing's enigmatic operation had surprised them all. Li Qing took a deep breath and said, this play has been handed over to Wang Jing, then Wang Jing will be solely responsible for it. This has only just begun and other people are meddling in it. We don't have this rule in our company, and we don't have this rule in the circle, do we? Then what? Let him screw around? Another leader questioned. Li Qing said, hoaxing? Have you guys been living a good life for so long that you've forgotten what Wang Jing is? How much has he done for the company have you all forgotten? It's all about sharpening a sword in 10 years. Wang Jing hasn't made a work in just a few years. So you guys think he can't do it anymore? What the hell is he up to? And what's the result of it? And can't it wait and see? Is he not meritorious enough to play with space? Li Qing's words caused all present to fall silent. Yeah, even if Wang Jing is messing around. But with Wang Jing's credits, what's wrong with messing around with a drama? It's impossible to call off Wang Jing now that the results aren't even in yet. Good, then we'll wait and see what Wang Jing is up to. If he can't give a satisfactory answer, then don't blame us for being unsympathetic. On the other hand, Wang Jing's pre-opening work went swiftly, with a lot of credit going to Du Chen. It took a little over 2 weeks, and all the characters were basically chosen. Sui Generous is about to officially open as well. Chapter 34, I'm already hot. The scene is buzzing with excitement as the Sui and Tang dynasty finally opens. The play caused a lot of dissatisfaction during the casting process, but the people who were dissatisfied were basically the ones who were eliminated, those who stayed behind. However, knew in their hearts that Du Chen's eyes were poisonous enough and his strength was strong enough. Because none of them who were left behind knew better than they did how much effort they put into understanding the roles within the play before they came to audition. Their efforts were not in vain. Du Chen and Wang Jing felt it. And those who didn't pay attention were eliminated. All those who stayed had a stronger faith in the play. Turned on today. Everybody's happy. But it was at this juncture that a group of executives from Nine Peaks Media arrived at the scene. The high spirits of the group of actors present cooled down. A large number of leaders coming to visit is not a good thing anywhere. To put it simply, it's an outsider coming and looking for presents to point out the insiders. A bunch of people who don't do projects come and point out that doing projects requires this and that. Wang Jing was discussing with Du Chen about the bed scene to be shot later, and felt that the atmosphere of the scene was not right. Looked up and also found a group of leaders arrived. He was also puzzled as to what these people were doing here at this hour. But those guys, they just hung around the field and didn't say anything. So Wang Jing didn't care so much. And after making preparations, the shooting started normally. 1. Sui and Tang Dynasty. Episode 1. One scene. Action. With an order from Wang Jing, the scene quieted down. But there are a lot of people around now. Not only because it's the first scene of the opening, but also because this kind of scene is powerful. Just a soft couch in a palace of dignity. Yang Guang, played by Fudalong, is half lying on top of a soft couch next to a dainty woman whose light veil covers her body and might as well not. A woman played by Xiao Meinyang. It's a scene where two people are entwined. It was a scene that made those in attendance acutely aware that there was an actor named Fudalong. Without even kissing a single mouth, he acted like a tiger and wolf, and with the drama in those eyes, a single look was like he had already eaten Xiao Meinyang 800 times. Mouth gossamer, shoulders huge, slippery. Good understanding without hands. Play that called a fancy and old-fashioned. Xiao Meinyang is not simple either. Her eyes hooked as if they were gravy, pulling out silk between her looks. The cameraman who shot it had the urge to drop the camera and get on the set themselves. The actors around them looked at the screen and gulped. I don't know if I'm studying or something, but a look down is really up to see. It's really extravagant. The previous look at those can only be called a monkey never seen a woman. A scene that everyone thought would be difficult to shoot. Fudalong passed it with one line. The room erupted in applause. The director and Du Chen also stood up and applauded. Fudalong gathered his attire and walked towards Du Chen and the director, naturally attracting everyone's attention as well. Excellent acting. Not bad. Wang Jing didn't mince words in his praise. Fudalong put his palms together and humbly said, No, it's all because the director gave this opportunity to give me this chance to perform. Then he gazed at Du Chen. And thanks to Brother Du Chen, I myself didn't expect that Brother Du Chen would recommend me to the director to play the role of Yang Wang. Before that, Brother Du Chen and I, don't know each other. Thanks, Brother Du Chen. Because Fudalong was a much older actor than Du Chen. He directly called Du Chen by his first name, but everyone could hear the respect he had for Du Chen between his words. Du Chen waved his hand and said, No need to thank you. I've seen you acting. When I was considering the role of Yang Wang, I thought of you and recommended you to the director. It's a small matter. It's mainly because you have your own strength. No need to thank you. Du Chen's words were spoken lightly, but the actors present felt differently when they heard them. They knew that Du Chen assisted Wang Jing in casting at the scene, but Du Chen even recommended other actors to Wang Jing, and Wang Jing accepted? This Fudalong was directly recommended by Du Chen? Holy, this vision is also too poisonous. I think no one should be able to play the role of Yang Guang better than Fudalong, and this was even discovered by Du Chen. If anyone can play Yang Guang better than Fudalong, laborers will stand upside down and eat shang. Du Chen in the end, what immortal character, ah! My blood boiled already. This drama has Du Chen in. Must be a big fire. Not fire, I also upside down to eat xiang. The senior leaders of the company who came over also heard everyone talking. They had also heard Fudalong's thanks to Du Chen just now. They knew very well who Du Chen was. Isn't it that kid Wang Jing who went through the back door? But listening now, they felt as if something was wrong with the situation. Even the hot-tempered Chen Ji had held back. What's the situation with this Du Chen? A leader asked suspiciously. Chen Ji frowned and said, Wait, let's take another look. We have to hit the snake 7 inches. We have to just not make a move. And make a move to get rid of Wang Jing completely, so that he doesn't have another chance to use his power to embezzle public funds. As a result, after half a day of filming, the company's executives didn't notice any obvious problems. By this time, the shooting had progressed to the second episode and it was Du Chen's turn to appear. Those executives came to their senses at this time. According to the report of the assistant who arranged for Wang Jing's side, this kid has the biggest problem, and Wang Jing has a backdoor deal. Chapter 35. Du Chen acted so well, why are you not happy? Is it because you don't like it? Du Chen's scene is officially on. The scene is about how the timeline is still in the Sui dynasty. An emperor one of Sui is on the throne, and he has a dream, which is interpreted by the folklore as a quote. The season is headless, the sea is boundless, and sooner or later the world will be run by him. This Ing Wu head is not Li. The depth of the sea for the abyss, these two together is not Li Yuan? Even if the word Yuchi isn't obvious, Ji's headlessly couldn't be more obvious, could it? So the officials surnamed Li anxious, the most anxious when it comes to Li Yuan. Hey, 2 feet can become 4 feet, planning how to take the whole family to run away. So Li Shimen, the second son of Li Yuan, went to have an audience with Yang Jian, the emperor of Sui at this time. The filming officially started, and the eyes of those at the top of the company gathered on Du Chen. It could be said that Du Chen had become the key to whether they could stomp out Wang Jing, who had too much power in the company. Meanwhile, those actors and actresses on the set, they're all watching the place. The casting process over such a long period of time, they also saw Du Chen's power of speech on the set, but they had never seen Du Chen perform in person. So all of them were also curious about Du Chen's true strength, to see if this kid was just a smart ass, or if he really had something. In the theater, Sui Wendy sat high at the top, and Li Shimen Du Chen stepped in to salute. The process can be unusually uneventful, but those executives watching from the sidelines frowned, because they saw a word Junjie in Du Chen's body. The word Junjie belongs to the common within literature, but what is Junjie has always been vague. Most of the time it is used to describe outstanding young people, but it takes a lot of stories to back up what constitutes an outstanding young person. But seeing Du Chen at this moment, it was like they completely understood what a juniper was. No need for any unnecessary stories, just look at his posture and temperament. The word Junjie will naturally come to mind. Shimen na, I'm sure you've heard about my dream. Any insights? Emperor Yang's voice was flat and even called peaceful, but the plot was there, and these 2 short sentences contained endless killing opportunities. Then the camera went to Du Chen. There were no extra shots for emotional rendering. The camera's frame disliked Du Chen's face directly. This section of the show means just practicing your lines. A play like this may seem simple enough to just read the lines out, but if you really think like that, you can just go home and farm. It's the blander the play, the harder it is to perform, and the harder it is to get it right. Without the aid of many months of rendering, the direct dislike of the face, more expression seems to be made not suitable for serious drama. Less expression seems to represent the practice of the script. Only to see Du Chen is not humble. A light smile. Back to the emperor. The dream of the subtle. I am afraid that words cannot say clear, but everything has 2 sides. But also please the emperor from the other side of the consideration. Du Chen's demeanor was just right, not seeing his trepidation or the self-righteousness he displayed, but rather, he was calm and sincere, with the aura of not taking things for granted. Emperor Wen then asked, what is your interpretation of this dream? Du Chen continued, 18 little children is to say that the royal family descendants are prosperous. Around the emperor is trying to heavenly happiness. Du Chen's words were staccato, and the people on the sidelines watched with wide eyes. How it sounded was like flattering, but coming from Du Chen's mouth, what they saw surprisingly had the feeling that Li Shimen was knowledgeable and learned in the past and present, and was seriously interpreting the emperor's dreams. Can ass-kissing be done so beautifully? Among the high-level leaders, some people's eyes wandered for a while, thinking about going back to get the video of this section of Du Chen to go back repeatedly to study it again and again. If one's own ass-kissing can have this temperament and posture, it is not impossible for one's career to go up a few more floors. Then what is the explanation for the popular nursery rhyme that the season has no head and the sea has no boundaries, and the world will be under his control sooner or later? Emperor Suiwen gave the delivery question. Du Chen's face was grim and serious, and his tone was staccato and subdued. The seasons go back and forth, and heaven and earth are wide open, which means that there is nothing that is not King's land under the sky. If your majesty is still worried, why don't you just relegate the ministers of the Li surname and the court to a remote place? Keep them away from the court, and my father, too, will feel the emperor's grace, and do his duty for the emperor in a remote place. Du Chen gave a heartfelt rendition, leaving those executives completely dumbfounded. Holy, he's full of. They really wanted to go over and catch Emperor Sui and tell him that this kid Li Shimen was talking nonsense, because they know the history, and in the end it was just this kid Li Shimen who became emperor. Why this urge to expose Li Shimen? Because of jealousy. So damn jealous. Which one of them doesn't look like a humble old brother when others beg for mercy and forgiveness? Or when they kiss ass? What the hell is Li Shimen doing with a straight face? Justified even. The main thing is that what he says is really good. With that serious and solemn look, those who didn't know were definitely going to be fooled into thinking he was speaking from the bottom of his lungs. It's a pain in the ing balls of jealousy to kiss ass like that. But the director had already called cut. The show is over. The leadership was confused. and many of them looked at Du Chun with a gaze that had become meaningless. From now on, you can't trust this kid's nice words, no matter how sincere he is. It's a pit stop. Not only them, but even the actors in the room were all shutting their mouths and giving each other looks. It's the kind of scene that's the easiest to shoot, but to get it right, it's got to be called at least 1,000,000 times harder, because it can't have any extra acting. It's all about line work and demeanor. And just now, it was as if they had truly seen that teenage Li Shimin. This is what the future Li Shimin of the Great Tang should look like as a teenager. The silence lasted about 7 or 8 seconds before the room erupted in applause that belied all sound. In the company's senior team, Li Qing had a smile on his lips, and after sweeping the others, he said nothing and turned around and left. The other leaders present, their faces turned blue, especially the hot-tempered Chen Ji, whose eyes were filled with anger, glared at Xiao Jie, who stood behind Wang Jing, and similarly turned to leave. The others, too, gave Jia a hard scrape and followed suit. The actors in the audience, who saw the leadership's move, didn't know what was going on. Did they just do what? They looked angry? Did that jade offend them? Du Chen acted so well. Why aren't they happy? Wang Jing also noticed the leadership, and he looked at Xiao Jie and then at Du Chen in a somewhat puzzled manner. Wang Jing wasn't a cutie after all. Du Chen had just finished performing and was like this. Then the problem must be with Du Chen. What's the matter? Did you offend them? Du Chen thought about it. He recalled that day when he first came in, this assistant Xiaojie's attitude towards him, and after that, after moving the stool for him, in the case of everyone did not pay attention to the situation, Xiaojie hurriedly left. Many images flashed through Du Chen's mind. Because of his ability to forget, he could even think of micro-expressions. Du Chen didn't answer Wang Jing's question. He looked back to his female assistant Xiao Jie. You're the one who went to tell the company's leaders that I was arranged in by director Wang Jing with a bribe, right? As soon as Du Chen's words left his mouth, Wang Jing's expression changed. Those actors around, they also looked at this side with wide eyes. What do you mean? That Du Chen was bribed to get in? What the is wrong with him? Does Du Chen need a bribe? I guess it won't be long before anyone who wants to kiss Du Chen will have to ask their grandparents to sue them, right? That female assistant was immediately scared and took a step back. Her face pale, the tears in her eyes flowed out at once, and she looked at Wang Jingdao in fear. Director, let me explain. I didn't mean to. I just thought he'd jeopardize our whole play. Director, give me another chance. Jie's behavior says it all. There was no way she could hide something like that. All she could do was beg for mercy. Go by yourself. Wang Jing suppressed his fiery temper and roared. The people around them, too, looked at the female assistant with disgust. Things on the set to solve, which have to go shouting company leaders to intervene. They are all actors, and the thing they hate the most is when the leader comes in and intervenes to direct the shooting. Can these even be filmed when they've got the leader commanded on them? Shoot a gross, one by one. They are either thinking about the actresses, or they are thinking they can find some presents. That's why they are most disgusted with this behavior of assistants. Why should I be allowed to go? Xiaojie saw that it was useless to say nice things and shouted. So what if you're a director? Wang Jing, where is this kid's ability? You take bribes and nepotism, just you wait. The company will deal with you sooner or later. Security. Wang Jing directly yelled and said to the security guards, drag him out for me. In the future, on the set, if anyone chews on Du Chen again, go by yourself. I said those who took Du Chen's bribe. You guys are really looking up to me. How powerful do I have to be to take Du Chen's bribe? Wang Jing finished the sentence. Some of the people in the room didn't hold back their laughter and laughed outright. It's really not polite to laugh out loud in a serious situation like this, but it can't be helped. It's so funny. Does Du Chen need to bribe a director to act? What's the difference between this and His Majesty's rebellion? What is this, not a joke? Chapter 36, I remembered. Du Chen used to play Yang Wang. The female assistant, Jie, was dragged away by the security guard. Her yelling went unheeded. The expression on the company leader's face when he left just now was there for all to see. So many leaders came over, and as a result, they didn't find out any problems, and one of them left with a black face. It's kind of a headwind flip between the crew and the system, and the key person who can turn the tide is Du Chen. But what surprised the people present even more was that Du Chen had actually judged that it was the female assistant who had first stirred up trouble through his own detailed observation and deduction. While they were surprised at Du Chen's logical meticulousness, they also admired his business skills. In the past in the school class, the teacher said that the most important thing to be an actor and want to act well is to observe. At that time I didn't understand it very well. Now I understand. It turns out that my previous so-called observation can only be described as perfunctory. Du Chen only called it real observation. Yeah, I didn't even notice any of that stuff. but Du-chun was just able to complete the micro-expressions of that assistant at the time. It seems that I still neglected the importance of observation before. Now think about it, at all did not pay attention. In the future I also have to pay attention to observe the details around me, so that when acting in the theater in order to more perfect interpretation of the role. This also means that Du-chun has actually been observing us all along. Right. And that he's unusually careful in his observations, and will analyze through the human psyche? Then will he see it in my eyes when I have a crush on Du-chun? You say it as if your crush on Du-chun is some kind of secret. I've already taken the initiative to throw winks at Du-chun yesterday. He doesn't need to observe him to know that I want him. After the brief interlude, the crew's operations quickly returned to normal. As filming progressed, Du-chun's prestige in the crew rose. As time goes by, the drama also finally got to the clip where the 18 anti-king killed the palace and Yutsunha wanted to kill Yang Wang. Cut. Above the set, Wang Jing was a bit annoyed. This section of Yu Qing's regicide scene, the shooting is always not to his liking, and he can't say where it is wrong. Am I asking too much of Feidlan? Wang Jing pondered. Truth be told, Feudalong's rendition has been very good. Not the kind of thing that an idle person could achieve. But the whole shoot just didn't feel right. It was a bit of a tiger's tail. You know, this is Yang Wang's last scene. The fall of an emperor is a climactic part of the play anyway. This part of the sentiment would be a huge failure if it wasn't pushed up. There were also quite a few people on the set. For Feudalong, so many bars didn't pass. They sighed, but they didn't feel anything wrong. The more serious and demanding the director and actors are, the greater the probability that the drama will be a hit. Everyone in the room benefits if the play catches fire. Feudalong came over a bit frustrated. Director, I'm really sorry. I'll adjust it. Feudalong was full of apologies. He felt it himself. The emotions he was trying to convey in this scene were so vague that he had shot it many times and still didn't have the precision to grasp it. The fall of an emperor. You'd have to say it's good to film. And it is, as long as you film his resignation and powerlessness. But you have to shoot him well and more realistically and not perfunctorily. And that's hard. Can the fall of an emperor really be filmed like a villain? Full of resignation and helplessness? Or a couple of maniacal laughs, and then this goes away? What's the difference between shooting like this and those traffic dramas? Completely unworthy of the image of Yang Wang who can play with water without kissing. Wang Jing scratched his hair and didn't say anything. No one around him dared to interrupt either. After a while, Wang Jing said, "Try it again. You try rage." And finally rage to see what effect it has. Yes. Feudalong nodded in response and immediately turned around with the intention of continuing on to the shoot. Wait. Just as Feudalong turned around, director Wang Jing suddenly shouted, "I remember." Wang Jing stood up excitedly. "I remember." Li Wangjiang said that Du-chun had participated in a program before where he played Yang Wang. Hurry. Find the video of Du-chun as Yang Wang. Where's Du-chun? Wang Jing suddenly realized that Du-chun was not there. Does anyone know where Du-chun is? Hurry up and find you down. The groundskeeper was suddenly busy, and someone went to find Du-chun. Some people took out their cell phones on the spot and went looking for a video of Du-chun playing Yang Wang on the show. The video was found before Du-chun's people. One of the actors held up his cell phone and yelled, "I found it." Wang Jing and Feudalong immediately came over. A few heads disliking each other, staring at a tiny cell phone screen. Many others, by this time, had found the video on their cell phones, and all of them watched it in silence individually. Not 2 minutes later, someone shouted, "Can you turn down your own cell phone?" Who stepped on the horse to shout "Ah? Stop it, will you? I've been putting up with you for a long time." Fart again. Wang Jing's head was numb from listening. He stood up and slammed the table. Whoever steps on the horse and makes more noise will go out. It was quiet again now. After reading it once, everyone looked up and exhaled deeply. They had just watched it almost with bated breath. Is this really a recording of a live broadcast of the program? I'm afraid that with post-production editing, it can't even be filmed this well. And it's actually a stage play? The Folded Dragons looked dumbfounded. He just acted out this part of the video, but that's too big a gap. Emotions he hadn't been able to figure out were clearly visible to him within this video. But this is surprisingly a live performance of a stage play? No, 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 no. Wang Jing looked up and yelled, then said to the actor with the cell phone, "Play it again." The others rushed to pick up their phones and play it again. There is no harm without comparison. When Feudalong performed just now, they felt that Feudalong had performed very well already. But at this moment, after watching Du-chun's performance and recalling Feudalong's performance, they only wanted to say one thing. What kind of hitchhiking stuff was just played? Everyone at the scene was quiet, watching Du-chun's video 5 times. studying it as they watched. Finally, Wang Jing raised his head and looked at Fudalong. Well, can you grasp it? But Wang Jing thought his question might be a bit redundant, because at this moment, Fudalong's pair of eyes looked like they could breathe fire. Fists are clenched, just waiting to go to war. I only heard Fudalong say in a neutral voice, I already know how to act. Yes, go! Wang Jing no longer hesitated and waved his hand to start directly. He knew that at this time, Fudalong was well immersed in the emotions of Du Chen's scene, and that by opening the camera at this time, he would be able to better grasp the kind of emotions released by Du Chen at that time. Shooting begins. The gazes of the people at the scene also gathered on Fudalong. Then they saw a hint of Du Chen in Fudalong. To be precise, it should be a shadow of the scene where Du Chen plays Yang Guang. It's that hint of flavor that gives it a completely different feel. At this time, Fudalong's performance was not as evocative as Du Chen's, but it was a world away from before. That feeling of depression of the fall of 1,000 emperors was unforgettable for a long time. Cut. One through. Wang Jing's exorbitant voice came, and only then did the crowd react to the fact that the scene was already over. Everyone applauded. Looking for me? At this time, Du Chen happened to walk in from outside. The crowd turned around, their eyes looking at Du Chen like he was a god. What for? I'm a serious man, huh? Don't mess around. Du Chen joked when he saw their gazes that looked like they wanted to eat people. Du Chen, can you get your sister? Du Chen? No. Sister, just try it. Sister is easy to get. Get him. Suddenly someone shouted and then a group of people ran over. Du Chen wanted to run, but it was already too late. Inexplicably, they were picked up and thrown into the air together. Asterisk 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 you guys are going to have to catch it. Fudalong killed it. The director is happy today and treats everyone to dinner. Du Chen kind of knew that being a director is really rich, treating people at the drop of a hat. Today happens to be another day when Fudalong is killed, so Fudalong drank a little too much. Seeing that no one was around Du Chen, he ran over, sat down next to Du Chen, picked up the bottle and dried it. Brother Chen, more than enough thanks. I'll do one first. Du Chen? He couldn't even stop it in time as Fudalong blew right into the bottle. I could tell that the dude wasn't usually a smooth talker, and was more realistic on a slate. After Fudalong blew, the two chatted. Chatting basically belongs to the Fudalong one-sided bragging about Du Chen. Du Chen, this person does not like other people patting the horse's ass, so the smile of the mouth cracked to the face to go, waved his hands and said over the award, wine drink 3 cups counted as a companion. Otherwise I'm afraid that too mushy top. I'm leaving tomorrow, so I'll congratulate you here. Fudalong suddenly came up with this sentence as he spoke. Du Chen, who was about to have another cup to press the feeling of coolness, was puzzled. What? How come you congratulate me on it? Right, so congratulations must be in order? Fudalong also looked puzzled, but he saw that Du Chen was even more puzzled than him. Fudalong explained, after I came to the theater, I have gone to learn about you, and a friend of mine said that you filmed Zhu Zhanji not long ago, and that the drama you filmed is officially opening tomorrow night. You don't know that yet, do you? Du Chen blinked. He really does not know yet. He'll seldom pay attention to other information, and now his daily pleasure is to study the female actors on the set. Studying how to make a movie. Is it in theaters tomorrow night? Chapter 37. Not too young to be hiding alone and thinking about unhealthy things? Fudalong is gone. Before leaving, he specially came to the crew to bid farewell to Du Chen. He seemed to realize that this role of Yang Guang that Du Chen recommended him this time, and the help he received during the shooting, would be able to make a name for him in the acting world before long. He is an unsociable person and doesn't know how to play with traffic, and is all about acting. So many times, he would wonder if he could make it on this path. But now, he no longer had such doubts, and he felt that after this encounter with Du Chen, this path could be taken. Filming continues on the set. Evening. Damien will be in theaters soon. Tang Wei took an early shower, put on a comfortable camisole pajama in a comfortable fabric, and lay down on the couch in her apartment. She had one foot on top of the arm of the couch and one foot crossed in the air in a slow motion, her bright red nail polish accentuating the already white insteps of her feet. The arches of the insteps were slightly raised with veins, adding a touch of sexiness. She had an apple in one hand, Ian Tao's little mouth taking a bite, and a cell phone in one hand, swiping through Twitter. Damien will be online soon, and Tang Wei is looking forward to the airing results. But the previews for this show weren't too high, probably because not much money was spent on pre-publicity. Tang Wei checked the relevant tweets. A lot of fans have come out to comment under some of the set photos of the cast and crew. Everyone is looking forward to the star of their guardian in this drama. Tang Wei inwardly clicked on the comments with a slight excitement, wanting to see the audience's preview of the drama. Wow, Tang Wei's face is really something. Those who deducted Tang Wei, please keep quiet. Xiao Wei, she's asleep. When she wakes up I'll call out to her to read the message. Tang Wei, this waste, really fascinating. I do not know which man is lucky enough to be able to embrace a bit. If I can embrace a bit, death is also willing to awe. Can you guys be a little more reserved? It's just Tang Wei. What's the big deal? You let her try giving me her foot for a minute if she can. Upstairs, just give me all 30 seconds. Tang Wei ate the apple, tilted his head to look at his little Giorgio. He smiled, unconsciously rolled his eyes. She continued down the brush, blushing herself as she did so, and muttered, "Nice try, you guys." Then in her mind, the figure that surfaced every day came to mind. Will he say shy things like other guys do when they're online? At this time, on the set of Sui and Tang Dynasty, Duchen was also surfing inside Weibo with his cell phone, but his account belonged to a small white number and was withholding words. Who's this Zhu Junji? Great acting. Sent. Tang Wei on the sofa, thinking about it suddenly tightened his legs. Yeah. Oh, just read the comments about yourself to go. She suddenly remembered her purpose, but clicking in to pay attention she was unconsciously all caught up in the comments about herself. So she opened the comments again and checked them out. This drama has such a great cast. I'm honestly looking forward to it a bit. Zhu Gaoqi is also a strong actor, as well as Zhu Di, are all veteran actors. Quality. I can't believe such a great show isn't being publicized. Just look at the facelift and you'll know you can fight. Don't even publicize it. Yu Hao Ming is actually here too. Last time he was in that What's His Name war movie, I thought he'd seal the deal. This drama definitely won't be bad. I love Zhang Yixingwao. He's actually playing the Emperor. I super looking forward to it. The whole review winds up being very good, and Tang Wei reads it in a much better mood, but vaguely, there was something unsettling, because, ugh, finally swiped the comment about Duchesne. Who is this Xu Zhanji? What a good actor. Seeing this message, the corners of Tang Wei's mouth involuntarily raised. Then she curiously clicked on the reply below. You're pulling a nigga. It hasn't even been released yet and you know it's well acted. May I ask where you watched it? Xu Zhanji, this pussy who acted I have not seen. I'm sick of seeing his picture. He's the most handsome in the whole show. And I don't need to say that I know it's the little fresh meat that the company is planning to dub Eat Peachy. It's so cool. It looks like a newcomer. Inserting a newcomer inside so many old actors. What a loser. This kid is probably spending money to try to get these veteran actors to bring him fame. I think he's high on the backlash and will only be compared to even a pile of hitchhikers. You guys don't say that either. I think he's quite handsome and classy. Oh, Duchen, you all don't know. So I suggest you check out the programs he's been on. When Tang Wei saw these comments, her good-looking brows knitted deeply. Humph, how can they say that about Duchen? Tang Wei was a bit unconvinced in his heart, but there was no way to talk about it. Thinking I'll see what they say when it's in theaters. So she clicked on Duchen's stills again, and the not quite strong, but secure figure appeared. Tang Wei's mind, again messed up, called Du Xiaohua, right? Du Xiaohu would work too. Letting Duchen pick the name is fine. Dum 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 dum. It was at this time that the knock on the door suddenly sounded. Tang Wei was still alert and didn't say anything. Only when she heard it was the voice of her apartment neighbor. Deng Xiaojia, did she get up? Her jade feet on the floor as she tiptoed to the door. Deng Xiaojia, also in her pajamas, tapped in. Come on, get your tablet out. It's coming out in theaters soon. We'll watch it together. What's the matter with you? Blushing like you're back in spring? Not too young to be hiding alone and thinking about unhealthy things? Tang Wei rolled her eyes and jumped back onto the sofa, coiled her legs and said unconvincingly, who said it's unhealthy? It's what I want that's healthy, okay? You think I'm still like you are a little girl who will be shy? Okay. Healthy is healthy. Fast top tablet. I want to see your husband. No. I want to see how the drama Daming was made. Chapter 38 De Mingfenghua Online. The two women, Tang Wei and Deng Xiaojia, were nestled on the sofa in their pajamas, and clicked on the TV series De Mingfenghua. The TV show's theme song plays and a scene edited out of the entire series appears on the screen. Neither one bothered to click the skip credits button, because the images above are all memories of them in one scene. They look at the silent images and can even recall the lines of the scene without discrimination. Deng Xiaojia was so excited that she even acted as a voiceover artist. I want to swim in the lake. Little master. A lot of people will die before the sun sets today. Winning this battle could lead to decades of peace. What you love isn't the Zhu family. It's the world. And if you are allowed to be in a high position, you will eventually, will not die well. On the horse to kill the enemy. Off the horse to rule the country. Ancient and modern exchanges which. What is it? What is this shoes line again? Deng Xiaojia's sudden dubbing suddenly got stuck and she couldn't think of her lines. Tang Wei gave her a blank look. You are only remembering Zhu Zhanji's lines, aren't you? Deng Xiaojia's big eyes dripped and turned a bit as she stammered. No, I just didn't think of it all of a sudden. Tang Wei didn't say anything, but there was already a hint of caution in her eyes when she looked at her best friend. The little ninny has malicious intentions, genuine to begin with. But after just under 2 minutes of watching, the two women on the couch squirmed. Deng Xiaojia asked tentatively, "Why don't we fast forward and get right to the point?" Tang Wei nodded. "Well, fast forward. We know a lot of the plot anyway." So Deng Xiaoga started dragging on top of the playbar. When he dragged himself to the appearance of Zhu Zhanji's figure, Deng Xiaojia subconsciously stopped. The two women, who were delicate and fragrant at this time, tacitly agreed that no one said anything and watched carefully. On this night, Damien Fenghua went online. Although the previews were not overwhelming, there were not many base fans with expectations because of the strong cast. Lu Shan, a small brother who runs a takeaway, came home from work, curiously clicked on this part of the newly released work, just watched the beginning, and then could not stop. Is it still possible to see a show of this quality? Xiao Mei, who works in a beauty store, just broke up today. With tears streaming down her face and messing around with dramas, she casually clicked on Daming Fenghua and proceeded to forget about the breakup. Who is this Xu Zhanji? Kind of handsome. Ray, who has been waiting for this drama to be released, finally waited for the release. Zhang Yixing, I'm coming. Zhang Yixing baby, how not yet out of the picture? How many levels out? AI. Why Xu Zhanji die? I don't know. On this night, basically no one who clicked into this show could get out. Since it's a VIP full episode online, you can see all of it if you activate VIP at Penguin. So many people stay up late it seems. Some of those who knew about the drama in advance, those who didn't think much of Du Chen's portrayal of Zhu Zhanji when they looked at the promotional photos, turned out that they found out that the soul of the drama was actually Zhu Zhanji. It's the same Dukhen who is not well known. Whenever there was an image of Du Chen appearing, the pop-ups would visibly increase. Honey, I love you. Love it, sisters. And remember, his name is Dukhen. I declare that from now on. I fan Du Chen. What kind of divine figure is Zhu Zhanji? This is too handsome. Wow. In reality, it would be nice to have a boyfriend like Zhu Junji. He's really cool. Sisters, do you think hexagonal fighters are a joke? Ridiculously strong. Okay, but I think it's now heptagonal. With this extra damn charm. I can't believe I haven't seen Du Chen in a play before. I'm so blind. Sisters, if you want to know more about Du Chen, you can check out the catalog screen of a show called The Birth of an Actor. One night later, there wasn't much warm-up for the original Danian Flair, yet the next day, on Weebly, there were tons of related posts, and these posts, related to Zhu Zhanji, accounted for the vast majority, and many rushed to the hot search. It's safe to say that Zhu Junji dominated the list. You can see the related hot searches when you open the Weebly. The good saint grandson. The great Ming can prosper for 3 generations. The good grandson of the hexagon. Xu Zhanji. I want to swim in the lake. Xu Zhanji. Who's Duchenne? Reincarnation of Zhu Junji. A lot of people will die before the sun goes down tonight. By the end of the day and night, many people had already watched the entire show. The one that impressed them the most was Zhu Zhanji. It's basically been hounded to the point of canonization. So more and more people, curious to follow the trend, went. You can't stop watching this one. Mud. This crappy penguin wants labor to open a membership again. I'll put up with it. Just one this time. This battlefield drama is too combustible. I feel like he's the reincarnation of Zhu Zhanji. He's so handsome. He actually rode into battle without a double or a borrow position. Just really steering his horse and holding a lance by himself? Holy, he really knows how to ride a horse. And that move. So handsome. Du Chen's role as Zhu Zhanji has been recognized by almost everyone with 0 bad reviews. People all over the internet are talking about who Duchenne is and why they haven't heard of him before. And, why is he so good at acting? Not only does he not fall behind when he is paired with a group of veteran actors, but he also manages to be a soulful character. It's too hot to think about. It came out of nowhere and was an overnight sensation. And as a hexagonal warrior in the play, Xu Zhanji will have a lot of skills. But now after watching Du Chen's performance, they could no longer tell if this person was Zhu Zhanji himself. Because Du Chen doesn't even look like he's acting. On camera he's really all over it. A lot of the footage wasn't processed in post at all, but was shot straight. However, Du Chen's performance did not show a single trace of acting. I swear, this is the first time in my life I've opened a membership. For Du Chen. Woohoo! I'm opening a membership too. That's money the Penguin should make. Who let this play only go online with Penguin? Rage-punching members for my husband. Chapter 39, Debut at the Top. Penguin Group Headquarters. In the building responsible for Penguin Video. Xiao Lily as usual. Get up in the morning and wash up. Roadside stalls to buy a breakfast side to eat while catching the subway. When you arrive at the company, You greet your familiar colleagues and find your workstation on one side and sit down. Everything is on track. Tap Data Monitor. There are a lot of boards in there, and each one is watched by several people every day. Seeing the number of new members added to Penguin Video, Xiao Lili frowned. Taking out his cell phone, he dialed the tech department over at Electronic Engineering while muttering and complaining. It's just getting to work and it's not going well. It's annoying. Hello? I'm having a problem with the data on my end. Have someone come over and take a look. Well, I'll give you the address of the department. 4. Lily Shaw hung up and continued to check up. After not too long, a message alert came from the Penguin communication she had logged into on her computer desktop. Clicking on it, it was his boss, Sister Chen. Sister Chen, what happened to the data? I just clicked on it and it shows 540,000 new additions? Lily Xiao, Sister Chen. I've already notified the data department of the data error, and they'll maintain it right away. Sister Chen, hurry up. There's a meeting later. We need the data. When we open this 540,000 to show it to people, they'll say that people in our department are crazy. Lily Shaw, good Lu. In Sister Chen's office, he looked at the data displayed on his computer desktop. That's a few hours worth of additions after 12 o'clock last night until now, showing 540,000. It's really crazy. It's a stabilization period. It's not like the software was just made when it was pulling in the new ones. $540. 000 a night? How is that possible? Then Sister Chen clicked on the data of content playback, which was necessary to check every day. Damien Fenghua? Doubt appeared in Sister Chen's eyes. This is because the most played video is the first episode of a TV series called Damien Fenghua, which has 12 million views. That's not a particularly high number, and it's basically no different than the highest video plays in the past. The difference, however, is that in the past, the highest playing videos were usually individual videos in the news or segment categories. The only time this kind of drama rushes to number one is when that kind of hot IP is released. But this one, Damien Fenghua Chen has no impression, which means that this drama did not put any advertisements before its release. Otherwise she could not have no impression. Sister Chen. Just then the office door was pushed open and a young man walked in. Sister Chen, the meeting is about to start. Are you ready? Let's go over together. Sister Chen looked up. Xiao Zhang, you're here just in time. Come and take a look. Yesterday's most played video was a TV drama. The number of members added reached 540,000. Do you think it has something to do with this drama? After all, this drama is a membership program. 540,000? Crazy, right? Chang was frozen in place with shock, but he reacted immediately, walking quickly to Sister Chen's side and reaching for the mouse. Next, click on your computer. 54 million showed up. Xiao Zhang looked at the number and said without thinking, this should be the same as last time. There was an error in the data. Last time, 2 new anomalies were added, resulting in incorrect data. Sister Chen said, that's what I thought, but the highest video plays are dramas, and every time a drama plays high, the membership increases. Xiao Zhang said, even if new additions are made, it's still an increase of 30,000 to 50,000 a night. More than 500,000 at a time. Isn't that a pipe dream? I'll see how it goes. Then Chang tapped on the content playback data. He saw the publicity page of Damien Fenghua, starring Du Chen? Never heard of it. Guess it increased by a few tens of thousands and then there was an error in the data. Sister Chen looked at Du Chen's photo and licked her lips. Xiao Zhang, do you think it's possible that this data is true? This data is true, I eat Shang. Xiao Zhang directly put down the mouse and said, this is 540,000, not 54,000, and it's paid for, not free. Every single one of them has to be paid to become a consumer. How can it be true? Sister Chen, hurry up and let the technical side fix it, or else the meeting will start soon and such a big basket case occurs. Although this is not your responsibility, the impact is not good. Okay. Sister Chen suspiciously sent a message over to Xiao Lili again, asking her site to do repair data faster. Then Xiao Lili opened Weibo and Douyin, intending to search to see what was going on with the drama Damien Fenghua. Basic public opinion, as seen on both programs. But when Weebly opened, it didn't even require her to search. All the tweets from the gossip bloggers she usually followed were related to this drama. In-depth analysis. Why Damien is on fire. I know very well what kind of person Du Chen is. Listen to me in detail. Shocked. A dragon set actor as a leading role. Debuting at the top. Du Shane. Sister Chen took the cell phone and was confused on the spot. On the hot search, a casual glance shows 3 related to this drama. Go. Get to the conference room now. Sister Chen picked up the file bag next to her hand, got up and left. What's wrong with Sister Chen? Don't you want to wait for the data to be repaired? Xiao Zhang shouted in confusion. Sister Chen's head didn't turn back. Still fixing a hair? You're just waiting to go eat Xiang. Xiaojiang? One of the conference rooms in the Penguin building. The original deployment of the meeting was all disrupted. And at that moment everyone was staring at the data on the screen in the center of the conference room. The leader sitting at the head of the table eagerly urged, "Hurry up, all of you. Have the statistics come out yet?" The people sitting below, all rubbing information in multiple directions. Everyone here has at least a department or a group behind them, so don't think that it's just them working on their own. They are sitting here in person, with a group of people assisting them behind them. Not long after, someone looked up. The results of the investigation came out from my side. The core cause is a person named Du Chen. Immediately, a second person spoke out. The results from my side have also come out. The core reason is Du Chen. Same result. Du Chen, formerly a Dragon Set actor. He participated in an actor's birth program not long ago, and the next day he was spotted and taken away by Zhang Yikai, and introduced to Li Wangjiang, the director of Daming Fenghua. The information basically matches. He himself is now filming Sui and Tang Dynasty. I just got word on my side from an inside informant of 9 Peaks that Du Chen has not signed with a company yet and belongs to a white body. I've also found out on my side that his paycheck for shooting the Daming movie was $500,000. The honorarium for taking on the Sui and Tang rendition was $2,800,000. A message that was brought together. The leaders sitting at the head of the table became more and more alarmed as they listened. What kind of heavenly favorite is this? Coming out of nowhere. Sure about $2,800,000? That cheap? The leader asked. A man in a suit said, "The information is 90% credible. Send someone at once, and set out now to find Du Chen. Go with an A-list signing contract, and if there's anything you're not happy with, talk now." Lu Daqian. You go? Now. Lu Dezhuang immediately stood up. Good. He was secretly shocked. The high general manager out of the blue even gave a level A contract. To know that a level contract that are the top stream in the circle, the company's row, higher than the A-level S-level, that is already a handful of people, can be counted on. The company needs to be flattered by the figure. This strike is A-rated. Talk about it a little more, and then take a step later. Won't it be S-rated? Lu Dazhuan didn't dare to hesitate, got up and went straight away. Wait, mister. Gao suddenly shouted at him. Don't book a flight. Go call the company's private jet. Be fast. The people present heard this all sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This degree of attention has been pulled full to the end. But thinking about it, they also felt the need. What's $540,000? It represented that within the 540,000 people, there were at least 500,000 people who never opened a membership with them before, and because of Du Chen, opened a membership with them. None before. It is estimated that it is difficult to have a later. After all, the market is now saturated. Want to open the membership of the people basically have opened. It is difficult in the emergence of so many new users. The set of Sui and Tang Dynasty. Du Chen came early in the morning as usual. Only today he didn't do his morning exercise because he was not in good spirits. Stayed up all night last night sparring with black fans. The people who came to the set one after another in the back. As soon as they saw Du Chen, they immediately congratulated him with smiles on their faces. Even many ladies want to take a picture with Du Chen, saying that if they don't take a picture now, they may have to queue up if they want to take a picture with Du Chen in the future. But in fact, the line was already forming on the set at this very moment. It's a good thing that Wang Jing came and called this off to relieve Du Chen. Otherwise I don't know when else he'd have to shoot. Du Chen, this time I am really earn a lot. Wang Jing walked to Du Chen's side and said after saying goodbye to Du Chen, 2,800,000 actually invited you here. I myself do not even dare to think. But don't worry, I will apply to the company. Really can't our cruise funds inside. I have to make up for your paycheck. Du Chen said. No needs fine. If I didn't accept this $2,800,000 at that time, I might still be out looking for a dragon set role myself during this time. The two were chatting when there was a sudden cacophony of noise from outside the set. What's wrong? Wang Jing asked. Immediately a line of men walked in. The man at the head wearing a suit. When they saw Du Chen, they walked straight over with a friendly attitude and said, Mr. Du Chen, we are the people from Pretty Shadow Media who came over. May I borrow a step to talk to you about cooperation? No. Du Chen directly refused. Without further ado, another line of people rushed in from outside. Mr. Du Chen, it's nice to finally meet you. We're from the Mu Entertainment Group. We're interested in signing with you. I wonder if you're interested in talking about it. The Macket Entertainment Group's people's coming? The largest pastoral entertainment group in the inner entertainment came so quickly. Du Chen really became famous overnight. Du Chen is developed this time. Looking at Mu Entertainment's attitude, He should be highly regarded. What's so strange about this? Can't you guys see how hot degree Du-Chen is right now? It's really a breakout, suddenly appearing to dominate all the lists. I decidedly witnessed Du-Chen take off in situ. After he signed with Macket Entertainment, with his strength and current hotness, plus Macket Entertainment's operation, he directly asked for the top stream. It's NB. So damn envious. The people from Pastoral Entertainment were there in person. There was no one in the group who didn't know about the Macket Entertainment group, and the fact that even the Macket Entertainments had rushed over so early could be seen as a sign of the importance they attached to it. But when everyone thought Du-Chen was going to agree, only to see Du-Chen waved his hand and said, "I'm sorry, I don't have that intention for now." What? Thinking that he had misheard, the man from Makoto Entertainment asked again with a dumbfounded look on his face. By this time, Du-Chen had turned around, and he said to Wang Jing, "Let's start the movie first. I'm excited that I have quite a lot of footage to shoot this morning." Wang Jing was all a bit confused. The people from Macket Entertainment came to seek cooperation, and they didn't even talk about it? You're not even going to learn about it? But Du-Chen said so. He couldn't say much at this time in front of so many peers, so he nodded his head and turned around to shout at the venue to do the preparations. The actors gathered on the scene were confused, and they were even more confused than the people from Pastoral Entertainment. Du-Chen even turned down Macket Entertainment, not even bothering to communicate more? After this period of time to shoot the Sui and Tang dynasties, they also have a certain understanding of Du-Chen. Du-Chen, this person is not stupid. He refused to Mu Entertainment must have their own reasons, but even Pastoral Entertainment was able to reject it outright. They just want to say what a bully. Like them, even if they begged, people wouldn't take it so seriously. Du-Chen, on the other hand, refused outright. Chapter 40, I asked you to come over and sign Du-Chen, but you're just pretending? Filming of the Sui and Tang dynasties continues, and the two companies that had approached Du-Chen to talk about cooperation were directly hung out to dry. Among them is Macket Entertainment Media, the No. 1 agency for in-house entertainment. The people from Macket Entertainment Media, for a while, couldn't turn the corner. They were rejected like that too? Boss, what to do? One of the younger girls in their group asked in a whisper. The man leading the group said, "Humph, what should we do? Let's see him pretending. I'll see how long he can pretend. He doesn't think that there is any other company that has more resources than us. Macket Entertainment, right?" The girl said. "Do you mean to say that he purposely posed for us? Otherwise, Lou, this little trick I have seen a lot. He has not seen the world. Think a little spectrum can be how? I honestly tell him, our company can give the resources. Is no one else? Not a little cute. We all know how to choose. The spectrum has no use. Boss, what's coming again?" As they were talking, another line of people came running, and one look at the line told them what they were doing. Definitely here to talk to Du-Chen about cooperation, but Du-Chen had already asked the director to say hello in advance. All the newcomers were stopped by the groundskeeper, but before a few shots were taken, more and more media companies came. The periphery of the site was already packed with people from major media companies. The actors on the set, too, could no longer concentrate on their acting. "Director, don't stop for a while. It's not a solution to keep filming like this. I'll go and see about fixing the problem." Du-Chen called out to the director. He could see that the current situation had made it difficult to keep the shooting going. There were too many people from the media company coming. Du-Chen walked over. Those people all scrambled up at once. "Mr. Du-Chen, I'm from Nine Rivers Media." "Mr. Du-Chen, I'm Li Mei from Dahai Media. I am Flourish Media. We can offer you the best deal and not charge you any drawback. We are Lake Media. I am. Our company has the popular screenwriter Lu Laoban. I'm from Garfield Media and we. Every company is fighting for themselves and the scene is a mess." Du-Chen walked over and pressed his hand. "There are too many people and I can't talk about them one by one. Why don't you all bring me the contract, or a simplified version of the summary, and I'll read it and give a reply?" Okay, I'm all set. I'm ready too. We and Jiaxing are ready too. I also have. Then one piece of information after another was handed to Du-Chen. Seeing this, Director Wang Jing hurriedly shouted for someone to prepare a table for Du-Chen. So the information was laid out on the table, and Du-Chen examined it one by one. The people of the surrounding media were separated by 3 meters of duken and surrounded in a circle outside. On the contrary, the people from the Sui and Tang dynasties theater group were so crowded that they had no place to stand. Wang Jing was forced to announce a break and take the day off. All the actors cheered. I didn't realize that when Du-Chen was on fire, they followed suit and took a day off. Du-Chen read one piece of information after another. Because it was a simplified version, the basic conditions were clear at a glance, and because he had his own ideas, he read it quickly. The ones that didn't fit the bill, he scanned and put them right on the other side. It puts the hearts of those media companies watching in their throats. Our companies won't be scrubbed. All the media companies were gathered there. Only the pastoral entertainment people sat on the sidelines, looking out of place. The girl from the Macket Entertainment media team hesitantly asked out loud, "Boss, aren't we going to pass the information over?" The leader of the sneer said, "No, you let him see is. You think he really will choose those companies? He is only doing it for us to see. You do not see him. A piece of information is a glance to put down. It's just for show, hoping we'll go over to him at this point and then he'll make his offer. It's all about gaming, and if we go over there now, it becomes passive for us." The girl frowned, uncertain, and asked, "So we'll just wait here for him and he'll come over to us?" "Of course," the leader of the group said. "If he doesn't come over to us, won't all this drama be for nothing? Now it's all about whoever loses patience first loses." Then the leader of the team swept a glance at Du Chen's side, with a sneer in his eyes. "Let him fool around now. What's the point of signing a contract to be a bull? It's still a job to sell his life." But his words had just fallen. Du Chen's voice then came from over there. "Where is Jiaxing Media's? You guys stay." Jiaxing? Everyone looked left and right in confusion. They had never heard of this company. Mainly this was the first time Du Chen had spoken since reading the information. "Me. I'm from Jiaxing." A woman in her 30s pushed her way out of the crowd, her forehead sweating with excitement. Wang Jing also came over at this time and curiously looked at the information in Du Chen's hand. There is a small sticky note paper clipped to the top of the profile. The company just opened not long ago. Not a lot of money, some contacts. Wang Jing was dumbfounded when he saw this little note. I should say that this company is quite honest, but Du Chen chose this? Then he remembered. This company seems to be a new company opened by Yang Mi, who is considered to be an actor star with traffic in the circle. This kid went after the boss's wife? What's wrong? Du Chen saw Wang Jing's strange gaze. Wang Jing said, "Of all the companies, why did you pick this one?" Du Chen raised the information in his hand. This company had given him a formalized version of the contract in addition to a simplified version. Anyway, the above is simple. Explaining to Du Chen that the company may not have strong packaging capabilities or a full range of resources. These things, in fact, Du Chen does not value. Even the dragon set ran. Even if he is now allowed to run the show again. As long as he is serious and mixes a role. What role is not acting? So to Du Chen, he didn't care about things like resources at all. His first goal and hobby is to act, and then to get paid accordingly for acting and not to lose out. Then there's fame and stuff like that. Fame is passive. If it's hot, it's hot. If it's not, it's not. And if there's a role to play, it's fine. That's why Jiaxing's shortboard Du Chen doesn't care at all. At the same time he knew the owner of this company. Not so much as a skinflint. What made him look good was freedom. It's basically reached absolute freedom and helps him run it with a minimal draw. And other companies, those little companies talk about how much to pay, how to take a cut, and then what to do. In larger companies, the top will explicitly require that you follow the company's roll schedule and take at least as many commercials as you can each year. And then the percentage of the draw is all based on performance. A troublesome set to look at. Du Chen looked annoyed. Du Chen told Wang Jing about these points he was considering. Wang Jing frowned and took a deep breath and said, "What you said is indeed true, but bigger companies, such as those like Macket Entertainment, definitely have more opportunities, as well as more channels for them to package and recommend." As Wang Jing spoke, he realized that Du Chen wasn't interested, so he changed his words and said, "Of course, if you don't care about these things, then indeed Jiaxing is a good choice." After Du Chen settled down, without much time for consideration, he directly shouted Jiaxing's people to come over to sign the contract. The contract is very loose, except for the liquidated damages that Du Chen needs to pay if he terminates the contract. Everything else is up to him and he can use the company's resources. That means he can get a couple $1,000s a month even after signing a contract to lie at home and not shoot. After signing, Du Chen said to the person who came over from Jiaxing this time, "You go back first. I'll go to the company after I finish shooting this movie." "Okay, good." Jiaxing to the young woman. Head did not dare to return to run. Du Chen shouted at her to go. She did not dare not go. She was afraid of Du Chen said she was the first left foot to go and then tear the contract. Saw the people from Kagoshima take the signed contract and run away with it. The people from Pastoral Entertainment were standing there in a mortar and pestle in utter confusion. "Already signed?" There was incredulity in the leader's voice. One of the women on the team finally relented and stood up. "And you said he was pretending. Now look at you pretending. People have already finished signing. And you're still pretending. I won't take the blame for this. So go back to the company and explain yourself. The company gave you the highest conditions to come and sign Du Chen. And you're just pretending. What the hell are you? Pretending to be a chicken." The leader's man's legs shook involuntarily. Cold sweat broke out behind him. This time play big. No surprise. Can't mix it up. Du Chen had already signed the contract, so there was no point in these media companies staying, and Du Chen didn't even show any intention of reconsidering, or being willing to breach the contract. So one by one, the people left. The following day, the filming of the Sui and Tang dynasties continued, but early in the morning, before it was turned on, the people sent over from Jiaxing arrived, a female assistant for Du Chen, and a new business car for Du Chun with a professional driver. Chapter 41. Can you have some passion? The avenue inside the movie city. Gathering of people. It's all from the Sui and Tang dynasty theater group. Du Chen's exclusive little assistant came, and a luxury business car. The car is brand new with a professional driver. The people from the Sui and Tang dynasty crew, naturally, all gathered around to watch the fun. When they saw the young junior assistant, everyone showed envy. This is too pretty. Going to be a female number one, alright? Determined to be Du Chen's assistant. It's probably cost a lot of money to have a beauty of this caliber here, isn't it? I can play with these legs for a year. I could eat that for a year. You say she has no pad. I don't look like padded. Look at the active motion when you take a few steps. Only signed yesterday, and today I have my own personal assistant and driver. How long do I have to struggle to get this kind of treatment? I guess I won't be able to have it in my lifetime. Older actors are much more reserved than these group actors. After all, they have a reputation. They can't show everything on their faces and look at other people's little assistants and drool, right? Uncharacteristic. But it had been extremely restrained, and there was still envy in his eyes that he couldn't hide. Junior assistants some people also have, but there are levels of junior assistants. Duchesne, this looks top-notch. Yesterday when the signing took place, I also heard that Jiaxing gave Duchen's conditions openly, saying that there was no money. I thought it was a showdown for Duchan to have nothing. I didn't expect this early morning arrangement to be in place. Does it look like there's no money? If there's no money, then it's all out of the family's pockets to Du Chen. What a row! On Du Chen's side, seeing Jiaxing's arrangement, he was also a bit surprised. Jumping down from the car, the little assistant, who was at least about 1.7 meters tall, had a better-looking face than all the schoolmates, a more sensual body than all the schoolmates, and longer and whiter legs than all the schoolmates. I thought you said you didn't have any money, but this arrangement isn't bad. My name is Sasha. From now on you can order me anything you need for your life's work. Of course, I'm a professional. Even if you don't order me, I know what I have to do. Don't worry, it's done. The little assistant smiled sweetly and bounced to Du Chen's side, very enthusiastic, which in turn made Du Chen adapt without pressure. Du Chen did not refuse. After all, it is the company arranged to assist their work. In order to work better, there is no need to refuse. Definitely not because the little assistant is good looking. Du Chen nodded. Since it's the little assistant who arranged the work for me, then you'll arrange your own accommodation. I'm going to shoot a movie later, so you stay by yourself. Aha! The young assistant nodded curtly. Oh, right. Du Chen was about to enter the set when Sasha called out to him. There's one more thing. Sister Mi said that in 3 more days, after she finishes the scene she's working on, she'll come over here to see you. What? Sister Mi is coming? Yang Mi himself will come to see Du Chen in 3 days? Really? Yang Mi personally came to visit the class? The small assistant's words were heard by everyone around him. Each one of them stared with a look of surprise on their faces. The gaze that looked at Du Chen also became even more envious. Yang Mi is now the popular 4 little flower girl. Don't look at her company is newly opened, not many people know. But she, herself, is the top stream in the circle. And the face is durable and well built. How many celebrities have bent over backwards for it? She's coming over to visit in person? Then they saw Du Chen but just calmly nodded his head and said, okay, got it. I'm going to work. Call me if anything happens. No, it's not. It's that you call out to me if something happens. I'll follow you if nothing happens. Sasha, like a little follower, immediately followed Du Chen and walked into the set together, leaving a crowd of envious people in the room. The director on the set had already gotten the crew ready for the start of filming. Seeing Du Chen come in, followed by a big beautiful little assistant, he also knew that it was sent from Jiaxing's side. So he joked, it's okay, now there are little assistants. Are they personal assistants? Sasha nodded simply, even with honor. Yes, Wang Jing said. Then post it, and then I'll see what's going on. Ha! Little assistant Sasha blushed immediately and looked at Wang Jing. Bad man. Ha ha ha. Wang Jing saw the little assistant blushing, so he didn't tease her anymore, and said to Du Chen, did you understand the battlefield scene of the Qin King's return to the battlefield? Do you want to look at the script again? Du Chen shook his head and walked over. No need. Just shoot. The scene had been roughly outlined in his mind for a long time, and there was no need to be clinical. Yes, there's nothing wrong with it. Just everybody get ready and turn it on. Episode 22. One scene. Opens. Filming was allowed to proceed with a rough script. In 621 AD, the fourth year of Wuda, Li Shimin led the Tang army to defeat the local armies in Hebei and Hunan. Dou Jianda was captured and Wang Shichong surrendered. Li Shimin returned to the court. After handing over the military symbols, led the accompanying generals in the court hall, before the 100 officials to receive the seal of approval. Qin Wang? Qin Wang's credit can be Li Yuan actor sitting on the throne, halfway through the line, stuck, cut. Wang Jing ran over angrily with a loudspeaker. This scene has been shot for I don't knowing many bars. He can't stand it anymore. Originally, looking at all the veteran actors present, he didn't want to get angry and give 2 more chances, but keep shooting like that and it's useless to give it a million chances. The emperor who filmed it has begun to forget his lines, and shoot the hell out of it. Lines are shot and forgotten. Didn't you sleep last night? King rushes out and sprays. Li Jiancheng, come out here. What are you up to? The emperor is filming up there. What's up with you peeking at Du Chen's little assistant all the time? Li Jiancheng's old face is red. Can this be said out loud? Li Yung, what the hell are you laughing at? Letting you look at the emperor. Not letting you look at the emperor in a daze. The emperor is going to give you a reward for being right. Don't you have any idea? Yuqi Jingda, what are you doing? This is a reward for Li Shimin. Not to behead you guys. Can you have some passion? This time the scenes were all ministers, so all the people present were old actors. Wang Jing really couldn't stand it anymore and didn't care about face. It's also mostly too crowded, and a lot of people can't find the right state. Everyone take a break to adjust and continue in 10 minutes. The set dispersed and everyone thought about it. As soon as Du Chen went down, Sasha prepared chairs for Du Chen to sit on, and handed over a bottle of water to Du Chen. This puts another show next to the envy. But Sasha's face was full of worry. Just now when the director was angry, she didn't dare to utter a single breath for fear that the director would name Du Chen. But luckily, the director scolded the people and seemed to have forgotten about her family's Du Chen. End of break. Shooting continues. The result was 2 shots in a row. Not much improvement. Wang Jing rushed out again. Click, 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 click. Du Chen. You do it. Chapter 42, Brother Du Chen. You're so fierce. Sasha, who had been standing on the side of the room and had been dying of nervousness, heard the director rushing out and shouting Du Chen's name in an exasperated manner. Her nervous heart was on edge for a moment. Sister Honey had told him, however, that she should WeChat to Sister Honey to report back when she saw Du Chen shooting at the scene. Now, if Du Chen gets scolded, I'll report to Mimi that Du Chen was scolded by the director on set. Sasha felt comfortable with Du Chen even though she had only been in contact with him for half a day. She didn't want Du Chen to leave a bad impression on her boss, Sister Honey, but she's just the little assistant. There's no way to stop it. She watched nervously as Du Chen stood up from his seat and walked towards the center. Du Chen, come and tell them about the scene and the characters present. When Wang Jing saw Du Chen, his tone became much softer. He swept his gaze over those present and then said, speak boldly, don't be afraid. Wang Jing's last sentence was a way of backing up Du Chen. After all, other than Du Chen, everyone else present was a veteran actor. It's hard not to be convinced. But he had underestimated the image Du Chen had built up in the crew over such a long period of time. Du Chen walked to the center and began to speak. Everyone present listened attentively, without anyone showing disbelief. They were also getting big heads for this scene, and that sense of being in the movie was getting fuzzy. They themselves would like to have an expert come out and point it out at this time. Undoubtedly, the person most likely to be able to do this right now was this young man Du Chen. Sasha stood by, flabbergasted. She thought the director was going to scold Du Chen, but it turned out that not only did he not scold, but he also let Du Chen tell the others about the drama. The point is, it's not easy enough for an actor to eat up his own character. How can he know anything about anyone else's character as well? This Ted is so awesome. My little lord is so awesome. The character of Li Jiancheng, who is the crown prince, has a complicated attitude towards the king of Qin. He is jealous of Li Shimin's strategic thinking as well as the followers around him, but is extremely stoic with a sense of propriety, and displays an atmospheric scene. Li Yung is more purely defiant in comparison. This focuses on the frown, which can be first disconcerted, followed by disbelief, to frown, and then the emotion is internalized again to the point of chilling out. Yuqi Jingda is a martial artist. He should be intuitive and put a smile on his face. Both Fang Xinling Du Rui, Du Chen spoke eloquently, and the actors on the set had already found pens and paper to take notes. The scene made the young assistant Sasha look even more confused. With many of the actors in the audience, it's safe to say she grew up watching each other's plays, and Du Chen was about her age, probably younger than her. These veteran actors, however, were listening attentively to Du Chen and taking notes. After a moment's reprieve, the young assistant adjusted. She came back to her senses and even wanted to jump up and cheer. My little lord is so awesome. After some explanation, these veteran actors were all sighing. They didn't realize that Du Chen had been so thorough with history. Already with this script, comprehension is one thing, and memorization is superb. In the course of the presentation, they even blurted out lines from their characters. This power alone is something they do not possess. After Du Chen finished his explanation, he returned to his seat and sat down. The little assistant held back her excitement and gently pounded Du Chen's shoulders. Brother Chen, you needle fierce. Du Chen laughed lightly. You're a good judge of character. Wang Jing was really scared. Even after Du Chen finished his explanation, Wang Jing still gave everyone 10 minutes to prepare. Then it was officially on. The first time through, there was a little lapse, but everyone was already in the feel of it. Second time, straight through, those who were present couldn't help but cheer. Group scenes like this are the most difficult to film. Finally passed. The rest of the shoot went much smoother, and time unknowingly came to the evening, almost at the end of the day. The little assistant Sasha had already figured out that after work, it would be a world for both her and Du Chen. Honey said she'd take care of Du Chen, and she'd do it, but after waiting for a long time, Sasha, the young assistant, realized that none of the actors present had any intention of leaving. Sasha was puzzled, and she leaned close to one of the field hands beside her and asked in a whisper, "You guys are working all day and don't get off work?" That field service to see a monster looked at the small assistant once, thinking why I do not get off work. You do not have to understand, but not because of your home that lead. Of course, this time he surveyed, more or less have the suspicion of taking the opportunity to look at beautiful women. The young assistant saw the look in his eyes and was a little confused. What's wrong? The groundskeeper then remembered that the young assistant had only arrived today and there were things she didn't know. It would have all been normal, but inside the house Du Chen is a workaholic. Now that he's driven, there are no lazy people in the whole crew. These actors nowadays are workaholics by the ticket. Ha! Sasha's little mouth opened in surprise. It's all driven by morning? This really surprised him. In her opinion, Du Chen was not very old and handsome. He looked like the kind of person who had never suffered. She had thought that Du Chen, no matter what, had some pettiness, but she hadn't expected that not only did he not have pettiness, he also drove the others. Chapter 43, it's like Li Shimin himself. Everyone stayed put. The little assistant certainly can't go. She could only stand on the sidelines, looking at Du Chen, who was still working. With some heartache, she wanted to say, actually, an actor could make a lot of money without having to work so hard, but that could only be in her mind. There was no way she could stop Du Chen from working. And that's when Du Chen's scene came on. Episode 30. The content of this paragraph is that the Crown Prince and Li Yuanji are already prepared to make a move against Li Shimin. Emperor Li Yuan's side also received some Qinwang can get the world rumors, and the Emperor of Li Shimin's achievements has been rewarded beyond reward. In the reward will only be able to reward the throne to him. So, when Li Shimin returned from the emperors, summoned Changsun Wuji and Xinfu in the secret room. At this critical moment, Li Shimin's eyes are deep, pacing slowly in the secret room, listening to the advice of Changsun Wuji and others. The surrounding actors who were resting and watching couldn't help but tighten their breath when they saw Du Chen's performance. They were all brought inside the play by Du Chen's performance. It was as if it was they themselves who were facing a life and death crisis at the moment. Du Chen's eyes, deep and cold, hid ruthlessness. Sasha also stood next to her and looked at Du Chen. At this moment her little heart was pounding. She was startled by Du Chen's eyes. Just now, when she was pinching Du Chen's shoulders, Du Chen was still a harmless Chen. But at this moment, Du Chen's eyes turned cold, making her feel scared. At the same time it gave her a share of worry. She could see Du Chen's dilemma and hesitation at this moment. It's like a volcano that is about to erupt when the crater is suppressed and the hot, boiling magma has not yet spewed forth. This is a false accusation. People's words are fearful. Changsun Wuji picked up his sword and recited his lines. The beloved beside Li Shimin also roared. Who cares if he's falsely accused or not? His life is at stake. Let's do it. Li Shimin's eyes narrowed slightly, and through his eyes, he could see that he was doing a lot of thinking. Absolute. Really absolute. Just this one look. Enough to sweep the circle. Among the people watching from the side, an old actor couldn't help but whisper to himself. Li Shimin frowned deeply as he paced around the chamber under the watchful eyes of his men. When he looked at the crowd again, his eyes visibly changed. In addition to being deep, there was more determination. From this look, everyone outside the arena could sense that at this moment, Li Shimin had already made the decision to go to war. However, the lines that Du Chen spoke out continued to be about him being falsely accused. Details. I can't believe there's such a detailed expression. The hands of the older actor watching from the side couldn't help but tremble. If you're an actor, the basic routine is to hesitate, then think, then act determined and say, "We're in." Do Shane. It's the performances that are more real and concrete. It's almost like Lee Shimin himself. Put yourself into that role and think about it. Everyone knows about the Zeonwoman mutiny, but was it really just that one moment of sudden decision when Lee Shimin decided to make his move? No way. Something this big and already in that position must have been thought about 1,000 times before the move was made. So it's not possible to suddenly that moment when your eyes become determined and you say it. Nope. Dushane's performance is only more realistic. He didn't just suddenly want to do it. Instead, at this critical moment, a final thought was made and then the decision was made to go for it. But to start the work, it is not for him to do it alone, but for those under his hand to do it together. So he already had an idea in his mind, and he wouldn't just open his mouth and say it. There are some things that have to be heard first. So he was still talking about being falsely accused, but his eyes had changed, which meant that he himself had already thought about having made up his mind, and now it was up to the others. At this time, Chang Sun Woji said, "I'll go liaise for you. If you don't dare to do it, then do it. Let's do it." Lee Shimin stood at the first place, his eyes like eagle's North Gushab men face expression. At this moment, he knew the momentum had been set. Lee Shimin turned around and picked up his longsword. Clank! The longsword was sheathed. Those who were present on the sidelines were so frightened that they unconsciously took a step back. Du Chen's eyes at the moment were ruthless and cold, and with a forward-looking, sharp edge. The eyes are different from the previous ones he's played, which had a murderous look in his eyes. And at the moment, Lee Shimin was even more complicated. From his eyes, he could see a ruthlessness that would put him to death. And this was no longer just a killing heart. This is the ruthlessness of killing the unkillable and doing the undoable. Sasha clenched her hands into fists and couldn't help but shake a little. She felt like she must have nightmares at night. If the person Du Chen was going to at this moment was her, she would definitely be ed to death. It's too scary. Preach me teach. Then, Lee Shimin passed down his orders. It was clear from his well-organized and well-thought-out deployment that it was not done on impulse, but it was forced. This was, in everyone's opinion, the hardest scene to shoot. Dushane's one line went straight through. When the director calls out the card, the room erupted in applause. Phew, I was so scared just now. I couldn't even breathe. The actor who plays Li Jiancheng said, "I was watching him secretly trying to kill me, and I felt like he was Lee Shimin himself, and when I saw him, I felt like I was dead myself." Li Yuan's actor said, "If not the director does not allow, I want to give the throne directly to him. The eyes are too ruthless. A look that makes me cold all over." Sasha's chest unconsciously lifted a bit higher when she saw all these old actors praising her young master. It feels like very dignified. Moreover, at this moment, Du Chen didn't have the same intimidating aura that he had a moment ago. It seemed easygoing and kind. At 10 o'clock in the evening, it was finally time to get off work. Sasha didn't do anything, and she was tired of watching from the side, but she found Du Chen, still in high spirits. "Brother Chen, we can finally go back to the hotel. I'm exhausted." The little assistant deflated. Chapter 44 What Jealousy? After Du Chen signed up with the company and had a small assistant, he didn't stay at the place where the crew arranged for accommodation. Instead, he sleeps in a room with his young assistant. Sasha, want more here penalty? People one person a room. Joshing out of the line. Yang Ni just called to tell me. Sasha went to the hotel and opened a room and ran to Du Chen's room, while comforting Du Chen not to be shy. Then she helped Du Chen to take all the prepared clothes and pajamas over, and only after watching Du Chen finish his bath and put on his pajamas did she feel relieved to leave. When you leave, it is very sweet to emphasize that you live next door and call at any time if anything happens. When she got back to her room, Sasha couldn't take a shower in time, kicked off her heels to find a place to sit and pulled out her cell phone. She had one more important job to do, and that was to report back to me. This is what the secret sister explained before she came. Because Honey hadn't met Du Chen yet, Sasha was a little excited because what she had seen today was so miraculous, and Morn was simply a gem. Honey is really making a lot of money by signing Chen this time. It's going to be awesome for Honey. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. The call went through quickly. "Honey, I'm telling you, Morn is a big baby. Damn girl, no nonsense. What do you take me for? Even if you want to report, you won't hint at it On the other end of the phone, Yang Ni's voice was slightly tired, but it was still audible that she rolled her eyes as she spoke. Sasha froze for a moment and said, "He's needle fierce. Yang Ni. Okay, on to the details." On the other end of the phone, Yang Ni had also just returned from work. She was still wearing her deep V gown and hadn't had time to take it off. It just ripped off one shoulder to make it more loose and less constricting. At the moment she was alone in her hotel room, lying on the sofa like a lazy cat, her long, slightly curled hair covering half of her cheeks, and a few wisps of green silk sticking to the edge of her small, red lips. The warm light fell on her just enough that her snow-white skin became dazzling. A pair of long legs were casually laid out on the sofa, along with the red-soled heels of the lazy drag. You're saying the director had him give a speech to that group of older actors? Yang Mi reached out and lifted her hair up, revealing a small, delicate face, and asked with some surprise. Sasha said, "Yes, cold. Those actors not only listen to him talk about the play, but also take a small notebook to write down. He went over the characters in the play, and the history of the characters." Yang Mi sat up from the sofa, the high heel with narrower shoes showing the finger cracks stepped on the floor. "I know the actors in his movie. They are basically all old professional actors. He can eat them too." "Aha!" Sasha nodded her head proudly, as if Yang Mi could see her. "Eat it? Even I was eaten." When he acted out Li Shimon's deliberation on his intention to start the Zuan woman change, his eyes scared me to death. He eats people. Yang Mi had to be surprised. When she saw Du Chen as Zhu Zhanji, she knew that this person would be a big hit in the future and was very powerful, but she still underestimated Du Chen. I didn't expect Du Chen to be able to pull the whole drama up another notch by himself inside a play with a bunch of veteran actors. And, decidedly no one was unconvinced. What does that mean? This means that Du Chen's operation like this is not once or twice, but the norm in the crew. Only with the prestige you usually accumulate can you do it so naturally. Good. I'll be there as soon as I'm done with work. Yang Mi was even more interested in Du Chen. Sasha's side said, "Another thing is that when I was on the set, a lot of people said that they were looking forward to a scene that Du Chen was going to act in afterward. The conversation between Li Shimon and Li Chengqian. They all say that this segment, when you look at the whole show, is interesting to watch. I read the script today and how the filming is progressing, and we'll be shooting this part soon, so you don't want to miss it, boss." "Aha, good," Janmi said. "I'll squeeze it out. You'll give me info ahead of time when you get there, too." After hanging up the phone, Yang Mi took out his tablet again and tapped on Du Chen as Damien. She was getting curious about Du Chen. Murphy is really a big baby. The fierce kind? Did I make a lot of money? Before even meeting Du Chen, Yang Mi was already feeling a little bit better. Originally, she had planned to come back and go to bed, but after being so provoked by Du Chen, Yang Mi was energized again, watching the video and reading the script, and seeing it late again, with Du Chen's appearance all over her mind. What kind of a person is that? Originally, she thought that with the conditions she offered, it would be impossible to sign the suddenly explosive Du Chen, but I didn't expect Du Chen to agree. Although the conditions she gave were very sincere, but because the company had just opened, the conditions were really limited, and some conditions could not be given with sincerity, so she didn't hold much hope, but as it turned out, Du Chen agreed. Nine Peaks Media, the same company behind the veteran actor who tried to play Zheng Chong before but was brushed off by Du Chen. In fact, before the release of Damien, they learned that Du Chen hadn't signed with an agency, and they sent someone to look for him. Although their actors were brushed off by Du Chen, there are no eternal enemies before interests, are there not? They thought they had made a generous offer. However, Du Chen refused with just a glance, not even thinking of continuing to talk to them. Du Chen's condescension completely pissed them off, but to their surprise, the big name of Du Chen shooting went online, and Du Chen burst into flames overnight, so they held back that previous breath again and offered Du Chen the best terms, but it turned out to be even more outrageous this time, as Du Chen simply swept their contract aside with just a glance. Shame, especially Zhang Chong and his manager. In their opinion, Du Chen was deliberately humiliating them. At this time, Zhang Chong is still not in the company, studying Du Chen's video. This man made him jealous and hateful, and now signed to Janmi's company. Even he hadn't had the chance to come into contact with Yang Mi after so many years of acting. How could he not be angry when a newcomer like Du Chen easily shortcuts him? Zheng Chang's agent, seeing the displeasure in Zheng Chang's heart, came over and patted his shoulder. "Don't be in a hurry. Although he can be hot as Zhu Zhanji was a young emperor who died at the age of 38. But he's playing Li Shimon this time, so it's not that easy. He's a young actor. He can't play this age." Zheng Chong took a deep breath and his eyes flashed. The agent was right. Indeed. But so what? At least now Du Chen has caught fire. And he, Wang Jing, didn't even get the role in his hands. That's when the agent added, "I came over to tell you some good news. Today I picked up a movie that also plays Li Shimon. I got you the part." Zheng Chong jerked his head back to look at his agent. A smile appeared on the agent's lips. "That's right. You play Li Shimon. May I? You have the age advantage. And both are expected to be released around the same time. When it's released at the same time, and the audience compares. As long as your acting is a little bit better, you'll almost be able to step on Du Chen's way to the top. Everything he does now will turn out to be a dowry for you in time. Zheng Chong was a little excited. It really is a heavenly opportunity. One only needed to pinch Du Chen a little bit and directly stomp him down. The agent let out a soft laugh in triumph. That's why don't be in a hurry. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. There'll be a time when he'll fall head over heels. Chapter 45 Make a demonstration. With a little assistant, Du Chen is like the West with coconut milk with sirloin, and works even better. Du Chen also finally knew why many of those big names had assistants by their side, because having an assistant could eliminate most of the worries. So the time passed quickly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early that morning, the crew spread the news that Yang Mi would be here today. So quite a few of the cruise eaters ran to Sasha, the young assistant, to ask about the situation. Sasha sat in a reclining chair, her fingers clasped together and flattened her mouth, aggrieved like a child, ignoring anyone who came to talk to her. Sasha, just tell me, is the news that Honey is coming today? Is it true? Sasha twisted right around and turned to the side. The news came from me. It can't be true. I've only just told Wu Liuqi, personally, pulling the hook and agreeing not to tell anyone, but as a result, the whole crew now knows about it. Du Chen is aware of the cause of the matter. After all, is his small assistant well? Together already a few days. Also has a certain understanding. That's why it's funny to see this scene. It's just that the cast and crew, they all know that Yang Mi will be here today to see Du Chen, but there is no specific time or official contact. Dokhan was asked, but Du Chen didn't actually know. As a result, many of the people who were filming the movie were absent-mindedly looking left and right, all hoping that they would be the first to see Yang Mi appear. But the result left them with some disappointment until Du Chen was about to go on stage for that classic rivalry scene between Li Shimin and Li Qingqian. Yang Mi still hasn't shown up. What everyone didn't know, however, was that Yang Mi had actually come a long time ago. It was just that she hadn't brought anyone along with her today. She had brought sunglasses and a hat to disguise herself alone, and was now mingling around inside the group show. She had seen Du Chen's image from Damian's TV series, so she knew that Du Chen's face value was durable, but now that she actually saw Du Chen in person, she felt that she had still underestimated Du Chen's face value, and that the other party looked better in reality than on screen. And that face, how do you look at it? Doesn't look like it has strength, giving the impression that it was born to live off of it. But for someone like that to be recognized by an entire cast of veteran actors? Yang Mi was also puzzled in his mind, and by this time, Du Chen was already on the field. Du Chen. All the personnel were ready, but Wang Jing walked to Du Chen's side. Du Chen was puzzled. What's wrong, director? This rivalry scene is one of the more important turning points in the whole show. Do you have any ideas for the play? Du Chen pondered for a moment, and Wang Jing followed up. If you think, you must say, I always have an unsure feeling in my heart. The surrounding actors, including Yang Mi, didn't expect the director to go and ask Du Chen what he thought at this point in time. To put it bluntly, it's the director who decides how to shoot a movie. When is it the turn of an actor to tell him what to do? But now, instead, the director took the initiative to ask. Du Chen himself didn't think about it that much. The scene hadn't been filmed yet, and he did find something wrong with it, but he didn't mean to talk about it if the director didn't come to him. It was easy to offend people, not to mention that it wasn't his job. And it didn't sound good to be called nosy, but since the director asked now, Du Chen was not one to squirm and said, there are some problems with Li Cheqian's lines. His current lines are too weak. Although this paragraph expresses that he has been forced to helpless, but really because it is forced to the extreme outbreak, also like a volcanic eruption, is reckless and fearless. It should look like this, and then this. Du Chen carefully explained to Wang Jing. The surrounding actors were quiet and didn't dare to talk nonsense. Du Chen directly changed the lines and scenes on the script in front of them, and the director nodded his head frequently, looking like he was deeply affected by this. Yang Mi, hidden in the group show, was stunned. Even when she was on the set, she didn't dare to casually ask the director to change the script to change the scene. But in Du Chen's case, he said it so naturally, and she had heard what Du Chen said. Although she didn't understand the script, what Du Chen said was merely organized and justified. She felt that regardless of whether Du Chen was right or wrong, at least being able to say these words proved that Du Chen had already eaten the characters in the play thoroughly. Then the director was very happy and revised the script according to what Du Chen said, then called for Li Qingqian, who was going to be on the stage, to familiarize himself with the new lines. Li Qingqian was also shocked when he saw the newly acquired lines. Since he was playing the role, he had done his research on the character and was no stranger to it. I didn't think there was a problem with this scene before, but now I've read the new lines given by Du Chen. He felt it was too right. Comparing the previous lines to the current revised ones, The previous lines could be considered a load of crap. After Li Changqian familiarized himself with the lines, it's officially on. This scene is between Du Chen as Li Shimin and Li Changqian. One of them, Li Changqian, has a few more lines in this scene. It's also mostly up to Li Changqian, but after 3 takes, each only halfway through, the director simply called it quits. The onlookers looked and felt bad, always feeling that something was missing. When the 4th take was called off, director Wang Jing couldn't take it anymore and came out from the back and said, Du Chen, why don't we trouble you to do a demonstration? Can't we? Du Chen nodded and lowered the horse whip in his hand. Since the director said so, let's demonstrate. He began. The problem with the performance of this section just now is mainly in the emotions and the actor's mentality. In this scene, when Li Changqian is confronted with Li Shimin's outburst, his mindset is not to voice his difficulties for Li Shimin to understand, nor is it to bring Li back or to reflect his true state of mind. In fact, at that moment, he was declaring war on Li Shimin. This person, Li Changqian, has a lot in common with Li Shimin in his bones. From the Zhuanwoman mutiny you can see Li Shimin's ruthlessness. And this kind of ruthlessness is also found in Li Changqian, only that it has been suppressed. Then Du Chen started the show. You want to install King Wei to replace me as the crown prince, and you let him live in the palace of Wudu. Father, I'm just talking about why I'm plotting against you. Rebellion is about self-help, and self-help necessarily offends the root cause. You have forgotten what your mother told you on her deathbed. King Wei is aggressive. This is what you want to see. Instead of having someone ride along, he performs alone. The moment he entered the scene, everyone felt the same feeling that Du Chen had just talked about. And this feeling was something that was not present in Li Changqian before. It was more like Li Changqian had been driven mad and was forced to resist. And Du Chen performed what felt more like a showdown. It's that I was just going to lay low and hide and back down to you repeatedly. But labor is showing its cards now and not pretending. With Du Chen as Li Changqian, yelling towards Li Shimin, Your Majesty, please call me Prince. Boom. Those who were present felt their hairs stand up and sweat at the second. Yang Mi felt his scalp tingle. It's so combustible. Yeah, that's what should be Li Changqian. How can he be so humble when he's already been forced into a showdown? He's the crown prince. A prince should also have the temperament of a prince. Even in front of the emperor, he wasn't just a passerby that could be taken down. Sasha was right. Really picked up a big treasure. Yang Mi was happy in his heart. Chapter 46. The corners of his mouth are harder to press than even AK. Ka. With the director's command. Demo's over. The first 3 or 4 shots didn't make sense. Dukhan just went up and casually displayed it. And the feeling came. The whole room applauded, including the actor himself who played Li Changqian. He had to admire Du Chen's understanding of the role. It's not simply a matter of acting anymore, with just a subtle difference. The emotions of the characters and the emotions conveyed to the audience are completely different, and Du Chen's emotional grasp was just right. Not a point more or less. It's clearly the same lines, the same performance, but conveying the feeling that he was going to be far worse than Du Chen. But now with Du Chen's demonstration, he felt sure that he would be able to do it this time as well. The applause on the field fell. The group noticed a diminutive woman who walked onto the scene. What's this woman doing? She's from the group show, right? This group of actors are way too standardized for their bodies, aren't they? Someone saw the woman's figure and began to talk. Then they saw the woman remove her sunglasses. Yang Mi. This is Yang Mi. She's here. I didn't expect Yang Mi to really come. Definitely. Didn't I tell you she'd be coming to see Du Chen, who's a dark horse and is now signed with them? Du Chen, this is also too powerful. Yang Mi even personally came to visit the class. Yang Mi is what kind of person? Look at the whole circle is the top stream. When the field service originally saw someone barging in, they wanted to go over and stop them, but once they saw that it was Yang Mi, they unconsciously stopped in their tracks. It should be said not to say, as the top stream of the Star of the Red Man, this debut of the temperament is absolutely nothing to say. The general people do not dare to approach. Pa pa pa. Yang Mi's white and small palms gently applauded and said to Du Chen, It's still out of my expectation. This acting skill has become pure fire. Great. Wonderful. Hello, I'm Yang Mi, older than you. If you don't mind, you can call me Sister Honey. Yang Mi held out a hand. Du Chen also reached out and gently shook Yang Mi's hand. Hello Sister Honey. Du Chen. The director walked out at this time. He also didn't expect Yang Mi to actually come to visit Du Chen on his set. The actors in his crew, their curiosity combined, couldn't even compare to one Yang Mi. Yang Mi is a hot figure in the entertainment industry right now. Wherever the person is, the traffic is there. Hello. Wang Jing nodded at Yang Mi. Yang Mi also returned the salute. Hello Director Wang Jing, thank you for taking care of Du Chen. That's true. Speaking of which, it's still Du Chen who takes care of me. You just saw it. without him being there. There's no telling what this scene would have been like. A smile appeared on Yang Ni's face, and the more he looked at Du Chen, the more satisfied he became. It was the envy of everyone around. Yang Ni not only came to visit Du Chen, but also spoke up for him. What was even more explosive was that Yang Ni was actually acting like a protector to Du Chen. This treatment really pulls the whole thing in a straight line. Then they heard Yang Ni say to Du Chen, "Du Chen, see if you can pick a time to go back to the company sometime and give the company's actors a lesson so they can learn." Du Chen pondered for 2 seconds and said, "This is not a problem, but only after this movie is finished." Yang Ni thought about it. He understood the progress of Du Chen's drama, and there wasn't much more to shoot, so he nodded and said, "That's fine. I'll be waiting for yours at the company when the time comes. One more thing, I've scouted a role for you, so you can check it out then." Du Chen said, "Good." He didn't outright reject this, as long as it wasn't the kind of mindless idolatry he felt was fine. Sasha stood on the sidelines, and when he heard that Honey had told Du Chen to go back to the company sometime to give lessons to the other actors, one of his mouths dropped open into an OO shape. That's too good to be true. Having only come to the company, he's become a mentor to the other actors in the company. She was Du Chen's little assistant, so it could be said that she and Du Chen were one and the same. It was a moment with honor. Sasha, who had come back to her senses, had a mouth that was harder to suppress than an AK-47. The crowd of onlookers also cast envious glances at Du Chen. Not only did people sign up with Yang Ni's company for Yang Ni to come and visit them, but they also went back and became direct mentors when the time came. Mainly, Du Chen was still so young. It's really a long way to go. Many people, involuntarily, applauded Du Chen. When Yang Ni saw this scene, he was also smiling and happy from the bottom of his heart. "That's good. I see that you are still busy, so I won't bother you. You continue to shoot at ease. I'll leave later. My side is also busy and can't leave. This time I came over also squeezed out time to come over." "Good." Du Chen nodded. "Actually, it doesn't have to be that troublesome. If there's anything you want, just let Sasha talk to me." Yang Ni rolled his eyes and said, "Sasha, now it can be completely your person. Now every time I call me is to say how good you are." She finished looking over at Sasha. Sasha on the sidelines looked up at the ceiling as if there were mosquitoes flying around the ceiling and she was looking for them. "All right." Yang Ni waved his hand at Du Chen and said, "You go ahead and get busy." Then she made her way to the edge of the field. If anything, Yang Ni heard someone talking. Yang Ni even squeezed out some time to come and have a look at Du Chen. That's awesome. It's obvious that Yang Ni values Du Chen. With Yang Ni opening the way for Du Chen, he's going to catch fire even faster. If Yang Ni treats me like this, I'm willing to die. Yang Ni just smiled slightly when he heard this. And on the field, Wan Jing had already organized to start filming. With Du Chen's early demonstration, this time Li Qingqian performed in a much better state. There was a little mistake the first time, and on the second shot, one went right through. This made everyone see more of Du Chen's ability to change an actor's state with just a bit of guidance. Without Du Chen's guidance, I don't know how long it would have taken to get this feeling. Chapter 47 Extreme Control. When Yang Ni left, Du Chen didn't bother to notice. Filming is still in progress, but this scene required a change of venue and an exterior shot. In his later years, Li Shimin was plagued by nightmares on a daily basis and did not tire of them. Eventually, due to his inner turmoil, he decided to go to Li Yuan's tomb to pay his respects. In fact, he was trying to use it to repent and find inner peace. It wasn't long before the director took the cast and crew to the location where the outfield had already been set. Here in fact, there were already a scene manager over here to arrange the scenes and group actors needed for the shooting. When Du Chen arrived, he was immediately taken to makeup. When Du Chen came out of the dressing room, the venue attendant standing outside stopped Du Chen and said, "This brother, can you go in and ask Brother Chen how much longer he'll be able to come out?" Du Chen, who had already changed her costume and hair accessories, was a bit confused. Painted The groundskeeper froze for a moment and also asked with a confused look on his face, "Why doesn't Chen come out when he's done drawing?" "Du Chen, to reintroduce myself, I'm Du Chen. Is it me you're looking for?" "What are you, brother?" The field manager was reminded of this by Du Chen and took a serious look. But it was really Brother Morn is sorry. I didn't recognize it at once. "Sorry. Nothing. What did you want to see me about?" No. Just the director's side asked me to let him know when I see you applying your makeup." "Okay, go ahead then. Holler." The groundskeeper turned and ran. As he ran, he didn't forget to look back at Du Chen. That's too much of a resemblance. When he first saw Du Chen just now, he didn't recognize him because he saw an old man. There was really no way he could connect Du Chen with an old man. But if you pay attention, you get the feeling that it's Du Chen in his old age. And it's not hard to recognize. It's an amazing feeling, like actually seeing Duk Hen in a few decades. mainly because Du-chan not only wears makeup in an older state. The field manager even felt that Du-chan's eyes had aged a few dozen years. At this time, Du-chan was in a state of old age, with gray hair and loose skin. In fact, at this time, Li Shimin is only 50 years old, but because of the long time to deal with the imperial government, has already made him gray hair. The line will be wooden. Du-chan came out of the dressing room and the little assistant Sasha recognized Du-chan going to run over. Du-chan waved his hand and told her to go ahead and cool off under the tree. Then Du-chan walked up the avenue leading to the mausoleum. Groups of actors stood on both sides of the avenue. The director and the guys have set up their cameras at the mausoleum. Du-chan's footsteps slowed as he walked up the avenue, then his whole body went into a state of walking and stumbling toward the end. Those who didn't know would definitely really think of him as a poor and helpless old man when they saw this scene. The kind of person who, if he saw such an old man at a red light outside and didn't help him cross the street, would slap himself in the ear with a bad conscience in his midnight dreams. Du-chan is slowing down. The distance to the mausoleum is another 50 meters. The group of actors and actresses next to him, seeing Du-chan's state, were surprised, and at the same time knew Du-chan's intention for doing so, but there was still some impatience. Can't you hurry up? But that's something they wouldn't dare say. Come to the tomb. The director stopped anyone from bothering Du-chan and instead just told the cameraman to start the movie. All the machine positions are ready straight away. Du-chan, who was already standing in front of the tomb, began to talk to Li Yuan in conversation. Father, your eldest son, Chang Qian, plotted against you. No blood. Your Jiangsu and Qingtiao, plotting against you. No blood. Father, I can't kill them. I can't. Du-chan's voice had begun to tremble and his eyes were moist. Then he began to cry. It's all my fault. That line came out. The onlookers at the scene couldn't help but have red eyes. They don't know why they had the urge to shed tears, but anyway, they were emotionally driven by Du-chan's portrayal of Li Shimin. A mood of depressing penitence that time is no more and there are no pills for regrets came over me. Father, I finally understand now. I understand how hard it was for you back then. Li Shimin wept. The group of actors around them couldn't help but redden their eyes. Some of the actors who were resting on the sidelines were shocked beyond words. This was the first time they had seen Du-chan in a crying scene. The contagion is almost too much for them to handle. As actors, they have to do their own crying scenes, so it's rare that they'll be vicariously through another actor crying while they're on set, because it's all known to be false. But at this moment, they couldn't help but follow Du-chan in tears. Moreover, Du-ju was in his 20s and played the 50-year-old Li Shimin, and surprisingly, they couldn't feel any abruptness in their eyes. The most intuitive feeling was that the person in front of them was really old and in poor health. Strong. What shocked them even more was that for this scene with several clips, Du-chan gave it a direct multi-camera one-line pass. Take a scene that other actors have to do in several takes and shoot it straight through in one take. Straight through. But when the director yelled cut, no one applauded, because everyone is still reeling from the sadness. Sasha cried into tears. At this moment Li Shimin was no longer any emperor in her eyes, but a poor old man who had no one to rely on. A poor old man who was high up in the world and had no relatives. Another week passed in this increasingly upwardly mobile atmosphere. The Suitang rendition also saw a killing. Everyone cheered and celebrated. Director Wang Jing, after affection Du-chan, shouted at everyone, because of an emergency, we won't eat the killing banquet, but those present have red envelopes, so consider it a meal. Holler. Yes, director, when will you and I see each other again? It's hard to be sad when the sky is the limit and someone asks about it. Wang Jing said, we'll meet when this drama is officially launched. The Sui and Tang dynasty is killed, but Du-chan and Sasha were in no hurry to leave. It's just as well to stay here at the hotel for another day and go back to the office tomorrow. At night, Du-chan returned to the hotel to check up on his system. Li Shimin's rendition kills him and gives him a new skill. Extreme control. Remarks, after use, you can permanently have the ultimate control over your body, such as muscle contraction and force generation, including the control of expression and physiological manifestations caused by emotions, all of which can be achieved with the ultimate control. Du-chan didn't hesitate and directly tapped use. All of a sudden, he felt like he had control over his body that bordered on being superhuman. Say it's big. Say it's small. Biceps on the arms. Say it and it comes out. Say it and it stops. Tears. Soon after, Sasha, the young assistant, sent a message. Brother Chen, I caught a mosquito that does backflips. Do you want to come to my room to take a look? Du-chan, don't look at it. Tomorrow back to Jiaxing Media. Early rest good night. Chapter 48, starting now. Jiaxing Media. This is a new and recently opened company, but the interior has a minimalist style with details that show the taste of this company. At this time in the wide office with a whole side of floor-to-ceiling glass, Janome, dressed in a small suit, sat in the boss chair behind his desk, checking out papers. A pair of long, slender legs were dressed in softly fabricated suit pants, both legs folded together and crossed. The toe of a black patent heel on one foot teased gently. Where the feet were bare, the suit pants lifted slightly to reveal black corries. A female assistant came in slowly with coffee and placed it on the desk next to Yang Mi did not look up. She stretched out a hand. Doing a colorless manicure of slender fingers gently pinched the ear of the cup up to the red lips. A shallow sip. Her eyes stayed on the papers in her hands, her long, slender lashes flickering. Sister Honey, you haven't had breakfast yet. Do you want to eat something? The female assistant asked heartily. The owner of the house often eats only 2 bites of soba noodles with a piece of sugar-free chocolate for breakfast to stay in shape. It hurt her to watch. Yang Mi finally lifted her gaze, her temperament like a queen, and faintly said, "No need. You go out first." The female assistant didn't dare to say more and hurriedly retreated. When the assistant left, Yang Mi raised his head and looked through the floor-to-ceiling glass to the blue sky outside. I wonder what's going on in her mind. Just then, the cell phone on her desk rang. Yang Mi picked it up and saw that it was Sasha calling. "Hello, Sister Honey. Du Chen and I have already gotten off the plane and got into the company car that picked us up." Okay, tell the driver to drive slow and be safe." "Okay, boss." Hanging up the phone, Yang Mi immediately stood up and walked out of the office. Hot damn. Hey, there's Mimi. Hotba was chatting with someone at the office when she heard her boss call out to her, and when she turned around she saw her boss, Yang Mi, thundering out of the office towards the outside. "You come with me, and Zhu Shudan, all of you together. All of you." The people in the company, hearing Yang Mi's voice, didn't know what was going on, but still obeyed and followed. As she got off the elevator, Hataru curiously asked, "Honey, what are we going to do now?" Yang Mi looked at the watch he wore on his hand and said, "Now go downstairs and pick up the people." Pick up? The people who came along with them all looked at each other in disbelief. Sister Honey called all of them over just to go downstairs and pick them up? What kind of person is it that has such a big row that Sister Honey has to bring someone downstairs to pick them up in person? Moreover, they all gathered at the company today because yesterday, Sister Honey had sent them a notice that those who did not have an urgent contract would all have to come to the company today, which was why they all appeared here. After coming downstairs together, a staff member held a large bouquet of flowers and handed it to Yang Mi. With that, the group all waited downstairs. Even in Jiaxing Media, the park is basically a media company. Passers-by to see the stars are not surprised to see the place. Yang Mi and the others still attracted the attention of a large group of passers-by. After all, there were several top-notch beauties present. If I were to score, all the different styles would be a perfect score. Faced with such a beautiful woman, no one would not want to look twice. Time passed by, and the more people who came to wait with Yang Mi, the more alarmed they became. It would be fine to have Honey come downstairs with someone to pick them up in person. I can't believe you made Honey wait so long willingly. What kind of character is so powerful? Hotba was wearing a skirt today, exuding a drop-dead gorgeous exotic beauty as she asked in a whisper, "Sister Honey, what kind of person are we waiting for?" Yang Mi's mouth was tinged with undisguised joy as he winked at Hataru and said, "You'll know when we get there later." I could tell that Honey was happy. This made Hataru even more curious. If Honey was forced to wait roguishly, it was possible that the other party was some kind of an partner, or someone of high status. But it's hard to tell the identity of the person who made Honey wait so long, not only willingly, but also happily. Zhu Shudan stood next to Jiba and pulled Jiba's finger and said quietly, "Seeing how happy Sister Honey is, she's not waiting for a handsome man, is she?" His words had just fallen. Hataru then saw that a company business car was coming their way. "Here we go. That's our company car. What do you think it could be?" The door of the business car opened. Du Chen was the first to get out of the car. Yang Mi held the flowers and walked over with a smile on her face. "Welcome to Jiaxing Media." Du Chen reached out and cupped the flowers and said, "Thank you. Oh my god, what a handsome guy." Zhu Shudan looked at Du Chen with wide eyes, and was really guessed by her? Holy, it's actually Zhu Zhanji. Hataru instantly recognized Du Chen. She'd stayed up late to watch the Damien series 3 times already. She could have sworn that she definitely watched it so many times to learn not to see Du Chen, who played Zhu Zhanji. Not with an oath. She hadn't expected that the person Honey had brought her to pick up was Du Chen, who played Zhu Zhanji. It's so handsome. She had been confused by the handsome Zhu Zhanji inside the Great Ming these days, and she hadn't expected to see the real person so soon. If she hadn't been taught well in 9 years of compulsory education, she would have had to shout out very rudely at this point. Zhu Shudan also covered her mouth and looked at Du Chen, who got out of the car in surprise. Obviously she also knew who Du Chen was. The rest of the company was surprised to see Du Chen come. All of them were curiously sizing up Du Chen. Other than that, on Du Chen's face value and temperament, handsome really and rigid. It looks like a little new meat. but not the girly kind of fresh meat that is so common in the entertainment industry these days. In between the two of them, Jiba and Zhu Shudan, who were still in the midst of their nymphomania. Yang Mi turned his head to everyone and said, "Let me introduce to you all. This is Du Chen. He'll be our colleague from now on." "Ha? Du Chen is our colleague? Really? That's too good to be true, isn't it? Sister Honey, are you giving us welfare? Chen is handsome, I'm on Simba." Several girls, at once, cheered. The company's actors, too, were a bit surprised that their boss had signed Du Chen, who had just burst into flames, as well. A group of people embraced Du Chen and Yang Mi up the stairs. Arriving at the company, Yang Mi led the way after briefly introducing the company to Du Chen. Du Chen said, "When will the things we talked about last time start?" Yang Mi knew that Du Chen was talking about the training. She swept the crowd following her with a wicked smile on her lips. "Why don't we start now?" Chapter 49. So awesome. Everyone looked at Yang Mi with curiosity, wondering what kind of things Yang Mi and Du Chen were talking about. All of them, then, were taken by Yang Mi to the company's lecture room. Lecture rooms and conference rooms, these vary. It has a small stage in front of it, and then screens at the back of the stage. Across from the screen are tiers of seats that are higher than one. This lecture room is well designed. The seating uses the style of pottery behind the overall structure, one tier higher than the other, making it easy for those in the back to see the stage in its entirety as well as not having tables put in. Then Yang Mi told all the others to sit up. The actors in these companies already have some premonitions in their minds. Then he heard Yang Mi say, "As for today, it's my special invitation to Du Chen to come over and give you all training in acting. In the future, Du Chen will be our company's mentor. When he's willing to train, everyone will follow along, and if he's not willing or doesn't have the time, we can't force it." Yang Mi finished and led the applause. The seated group of actors could only applaud along, but for the most part, dismay was written on their faces. They admitted that Du Chen's Zhu Zhanji did act well, but then, that would allow Du Chen to give them training? Even if Du Chen's acting skills are a little better, how much better can it be? This wants to be a teacher to teach seniors? This deadhead is here to play hard to get, isn't he? Yang Mi also saw the disbelief of many people. It was written on their faces. She didn't say much though. The questions were just left to time. She herself walked over to the audience and found a seat. When the people saw that the boss was sitting here listening to the lecture, they naturally had nothing to say. If this kid wants to act tough, let him do it, and see how he ends up when he gets embarrassed. Du Chen lightly coughed to clear his throat, and he also saw that many people's faces did not look good and defied him. "Who, do you think, is the best actor amongst them?" He finished his words. Everyone's gazes, unanimously, looked toward one location. There sat a man in his late 30s or early 40s. "Everyone's looking at you, so that proves to be a recognized minion. Can I trouble you to come on stage for a moment?" The man stood up, a smile on his face, and walked to the stage. It was obvious that the crowd's approving glances made him feel good. He thought to himself, it used to be that for this kind of mentoring, it was always someone else who came to him for acting lessons, and now he was made to sit here and listen to a young man? It's so newborn. The man walked onto the stage and faced the audience. "I really don't dare to say it, but thank you all for recognizing it." Then he looked at Du Chen and said with a bit of arrogance, "Hello, my name is Zhao Jiangwo. I don't know what I can teach you?" Du Chen nodded and greeted politely. "Hello, my name is Du Chen. May I now ask Mr. Cho to cry out at once?" After Du Chen's words, Zhao Jiangwo froze. Crying out right now? This how to cry just been praised. Everyone said that labor capital is the most powerful. Turn let me cry. I am a ing psycho. I cannot cry Zhao Jiangwo just looked straight at Du Chen. His heart has been reciting 9 years of compulsory education saved him 9 years of compulsory education saved him 9 years of compulsory education saved him 9 years of compulsory education saved him. Can't hit him, can't hit him, can't hit him, can't hit him. The group of actors listening were also confused. The first thing you say on stage, you say, you cry. How's this for crying? Said to cry, said to laugh, said to laugh. This kind of godlike acting skills is so well practiced. Movie stars are not necessarily everyone to do Hatba frowned. Her mouth slightly flattened as she felt Du Chen's image crumble in her heart. It turns out that Du Chen is such an out-of-tune person, but also lost himself so much like Zhu Zhanji. At this time, an actress sitting in the crowd with a good and sweet look broke the silence. "Mr. Du Chen, isn't this a bit of an imposition? No script, no foreplay, and no story, just AI. Mr. Du Chen, don't cry. I don't mean this. Listen to me." The actress panicked only halfway through her sentence as she realized she had made Du Chen cry. "I didn't say anything very hurtful." The actress panicked, but the others around him all looked at Du Chen with wide eyes. Everyone was in disbelief. Du-chun wiped the tears from his eyes and put a smile back on his face. I'm sorry to hear that. Pa pa pa. The room erupted in applause for a long time. That actress who just spoke with a dopey face. So awesome. Hataru applauded while mentally kicking herself. I'm sorry Ju-chun-ki was just unchaste. I'm sorry Ju-chun-ki was just unchaste. I'm sorry Ju-chun-ki was just. Yang Mi stood up and walked to the stage. Her eyes didn't leave Du-chan's body with a smile on her face and one side applauding. It's so powerful. I have to admire it. To such an extent that even I am not able to do it. There aren't many in the whole entertainment industry at the moment who can do that. Now is everyone satisfied with this Mr. Du-chan? Satisfaction. Mr. Du-chan is too good. Mr. Du-chan is handsome. I'm satisfied. Mr. Du-chan, can I be your girlfriend? Mr. Du-chan, you can always teach us. No way. Yang Mi suddenly interrupted everyone's uproar and asked. Just shouted that can be Du-chan's girlfriend? No one's talking. Yang Mi gazed toward the sword and scrutinized it before walking away. After Yang Mi left, Du-chan smiled and looked at the crowd. Controlling expressions was too simple for him to have extreme control. You're all good now, aren't you? Can I have my way with you now? Time rushed by, and after a few days, the artists under Joshing Media were all convinced by Du-chan's rubbing. At noon on this day, Du-chan was in the office where he was studying the terroir of the historical environment in the collection-grade original Jinping Mei, when Yang Mi pushed open the door and walked in. The sound of high-heeled shoes bearing their heels made Du-chan look up, and he saw his imperial boss, dropping 3 folders onto his desk. Then on her tiptoes, she sat halfway up her arse on the table. I've contacted 3 plays. See which one you want to be in. Chapter 50, Emperor Han Wu. Du-chan saw his female boss, Yang Mi, with a dejected face, thinking that he should have found a good script to come. He picked up all 3 scripts and went through them. One is a fairy drama. One plays a doctor in a modern city. Another one is a historical drama, Han Wu Da-di playing Lu Che. Then Du-chan looked over the production and planning before looking up and floating the script for Han Wu Da-di over and sliding it under Yang Mi's thighs. Just this one. Yang Mi glanced down and saw that Du-chan had chosen Han Wu Da-di. A smile appeared on her face. The young man has quite the eye. But after all, there are some things that still need to be taught to you properly by your sister. Yang Mi said, picking up the 3 scripts and glancing at Du-chan. The investment in these 3 shows is similar. Not a big investment. So the fairy drama is a little trashy, if you will. Yang Mi tossed the fairy script aside, continuing, but this urban one and the Han Wu Da-di historical drama, although the investment is the same, but the historical drama's various props and group actors, including costumes and so on, the cost is much larger. So for the same amount of investment, historical dramas are going to be in much worse condition than urban dramas when it comes to props and lighting scenes. Du-chan said, this doesn't matter. In the early years when conditions were worse than now, good dramas could be made. Good. Have some balls. Yang Mi slapped her thighs and said as her slender fingers pointed at Du-chan. Then she cocked her head. Really don't think about it anymore? No need. Du-chan said decisively. You rejected it so quickly before my sister finished? Du-chan stood up and said, there's no need to think about it. I can see through its depths with a single glance. He had just read all the scripts. Urban dramas playing doctors. But really the focus was on the love affair between 2 people. And that fairy drama. Where is it a fairy drama? It's just a skin over a dog and pony show romance. Du-chan was not interested in any of this. Because Du-chan is a person who does things seriously. Once you do it, you have to do it to the extreme. Love to the extreme. Moving to the screen, that sewing machine with 3 legs isn't enough to step on. So how does it compare to a magnificent drama like Han Wu Da-di Lu Che all over? Of course Du-chan chose Han Wu Da-di. Good. I was right about you. Yang Mi said as she ruffled her hair a bit to shield her somewhat burning ears. She just couldn't help pulling out her driver's license. As a result, my brother lit up an A-photo semi. But she didn't distinguish whether her brother meant to do it or not. It's just not a good idea to ask directly about such things. Anyway, overall, she was losing and her ears were burning this. Then I'll greet the crew side. And when his side is ready, you'll go straight over to audition for the movie. Good. Du-chan resumed his seat and looked at Yang Mi, who was sitting on the edge of his desk, looking down at him. You. Yang Mi ruffled her hair once more, unconsciously getting down from the table, her pair of high heels stepping on the floor before she continued. Are you still used to being in the company these days? Is there anything you need to add? Du-chan thought for a moment and said, it's not much. It's just that Hataru's words are a bit dense. Is she always this clingy? Yang Mi took a deep breath to hide his embarrassment and said with a smile on his face, I suddenly remembered that there is a big production over in Black Africa that is missing a role of a miner's management. So I'll recommend Hotba later. What does the management of the miners do? Mining. Yang Mi said calmly. Du-chan? How about a different role for her? I have a feeling she can't play this challenging role? Well, the role of Antarctic penguin keeper suits her too. It all looks pretty much there to me. Ha! It's not far, just a couple of plane transfers away. Du Chen, Archie, is watching the big Ming Zhu Zhanji swimming lake of hot, suddenly sneezed, looked around. The air conditioning did not blow against how to catch a cold look sneezing it. Forget it. I don't care. Zhu Zhanji is so handsome. 3 days later, Du Chen is leaving with his little assistant. Quite a few of the company's artists came to see Du Chen off, especially Hotba, who sent Du Chen to the car. She still stood by the door of the car and shed tears in aggravation. Brother Chen, thank you so much indeed. It's a good thing you persuaded Honey that a role like that isn't suitable for me, or else I'd have been digging in Black Africa by now. Woo woo. Du Chen sat in the car, rubbed his nose and said, small matter, it's all small matter. What's the point of lifting a hand? Hotba looked inside the car. There were still seats, and with a crying voice said, Brother Chen, why don't you take me with you to your theater group? I'll go audition for the movie too. Don't. Han Wu Da Di. That drama set of soldiers and horses doesn't suit you. You should just do a scene like Snow White. After all, you're so pretty, right? Really? Hotba wiped her tears and said, then, Brother Chen, I'll listen to you. Honey said for me not to cling to you, that you like it quiet. I don't think she knows you at all. Brother Chen clearly loves the hustle and bustle of war and battlefields and temples. Du Chen gave a thumbs up. You're right. Awesome. I'm off then, haha. Du Chen finished and hurriedly closed the door. Bye-bye. When the door was closed, Du Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Then Du Chen took his little assistant, Sasha, to the airport. He followed the address and found the crew. When he entered the set with his little assistant, the director was watching the actors audition. Hearing the noise behind him, the director turned back impatiently. Don't argue, playground. Is this Du Chen who plays Zhu Zhanji? Chapter 51, Audition? If you Du Chen is here, what's the point of auditioning? Act directly. The director stood up straight away. Confused. Yang Mi had called him earlier and said that the company was coming to get someone to take the role. The director also knows that Yang Mi is now opening his own company. But Yang Mi himself is very top in the entertainment industry though. But her newly opened company is not very strong, and there are not many famous people. For the time being, just a fluke signed Du Chen. So the director just assumed that Yang Mi was sending a little actor with a bad name over to do some business. He was truly surprised that it was Du Chen who appeared before him. Who is Du Chen? The actor who is currently bursting at the seams to play the role of Zhu Zhanji. He is a small production with a small investment. Where can he invite such a curiosity as Du Chen? If you really want to have this ability, when you talk to Yang Mi, you will just invite Yang Mi. But without that strength, he didn't even dare to open his mouth. Those actors who were lining up to audition saw the director suddenly stand up and turn his ass toward them and go entertain someone else. Discontent was born. What do you mean? We've been here in line for so long, and we're just going to say we're hanging out to dry? Numb nuts. I'll go see what's going on. This director is afraid of drifting off thinking he's a big shot, letting others wait if he wants them to. Okay, check it out. Dietar. A big brother came out from inside the group and angrily walked towards the director. Halfway there, Big Brother turned around and came dripping back. The people around him were puzzled and asked the elder brother, what? You didn't dio him? Big Brother, expressionless and serious, stood in line. Du Chen is here, the one who played Zhu Zhanji. A few of the ones around him, who had just been up in arms, glanced at each other before silently moving their feet to stand their line straight. There was even an old brother who opportunistically took advantage of the opportunity to cut in line. And when he was discovered, he was directly picked up and pushed aside. You get up. Still trying to cut in line? If Du Chen has come to this drama, and Rao Zi is there, show your face beside him. Maybe you can also be on fire. You want to rob? After Du Chen greeted the director, he saw the motivation over there and also realized that someone was auditioning. So he said, you audition first. Continue. That's not good. You're here. Du Chen directly waved his hand and interrupted him. People are waiting in line over there. The director looked back, sighed in his heart, nodded to Du Chen, and solemnly said, good. Then he continued to watch the performances of the actors who had come to audition for the movie. He just sighed, not because Du Chen refused him to entertain Du Chen first. Rather, in the current climate, people with a little bit of curiosity don't see these groupies as human beings at all. At best, you're just being nice in front of the media, or outsiders, but in reality, they just never look up to the ones with less curiosity than themselves. But Du Chen, nowadays when the popular, but there is not a bit of shelf, nor bullying. Surprisingly, he offered to say that he would let him deal with the people already in line first. This brought out a lot of emotions in the director's heart. Du Chen and Sasha grabbed 2 stools and sat next to them. Du Chen did not have to go to the queue as a high. Now live, always have to fire the treatment, adapt to their own possession, is to fight for, otherwise it is to add trouble to others. It's like going to the line now and not being allowed to be called a show-off, or even wasting the time of the people behind him in the line. But even with him sitting next to him, the actors who came to audition for the movie were motivated by I don't know how much more. Each and every one of them, extremely eager to be chosen by the director. It's no longer about the paycheck. It's about the opportunity to be famous. The first auditions are over. The director finally took the time. He had to sigh. Du Chen. This young man is not simple. Really, without any complaints, with a small assistant waiting there for him to finish the audition. Hello Du Chen. My name is Lu Wang. I don't know what you can do to help this time you've come over. Du Chen nodded his head in greeting to the director and then said, I came over to audition for Lu Che. The director's eyes lit up for a moment. He remembered the figure of Zhu Zhanji, eloquent martial arts. Is that true? Lu Wang couldn't believe his ears. Just now, while watching the audition scene, Lu Wang did some thinking. He felt that the probability of Du Chen coming over was because Yang Mi's company had just opened and wanted to make friends with a group of directors. So he sent Du Chen to make a cameo appearance for him and sell him a favor. He would never dare to think that Du Chen would want to play Lu Che, because Lu Che is the main character. A lead role and a cameo can mean something completely different. The mere name of Du Chen's protagonist can elevate a drama to a traffic level at the moment. Du Chen said, sure, try it now. The director slapped his thigh. You've said you want to act, so what's the point of trying? Just act. It's that we have limited funds for the theater. This aspect of. The director squirmed. There was nothing he could do about it. It's really a case of the coquette having no rice to cook. Du Chen shook his head and said, this is not even a problem. The play, not in splendor, but in finesse. The director's eyes lit up for a moment, but still shook his head. This is also not good. You really hot time now. Let you acted this drama in my hand. It is likely to be harmful to you. Wasted a great opportunity to be popular. Du Chen said, I don't care about that. Truth be told, I have my own considerations. No one has made a TV series during the Han Dynasty until now. And you're the first. I've been a godly friend of Han Wu's character for a long time. And no matter what, this is a role I'm going to fight for. And if you don't think I'm right for the role, then forget it. If it's something else, then it's a big no-brainer. When the director heard Du Chen's words, he stiffly resisted the urge to jump up and down and cheer. It's so damn spot on. He was also looking at the fact that there are no decent Han Wu D productions right now, so he thought he'd make one anyway. Photograph that magnificent era. Shoot that 1,000-year-old emperor who laid the foundation of the Han race. Yes, shoot. Let's just shoot him in the face. Then the director didn't know what came to mind as he pondered. Sasha, the little assistant beside Du Chen, pulled Du Chen's sleeve and whispered, Brother Chen, I feel like he's going to eat someone. Du Chen squeezed his eyes at her and coaxed. That's when the director looked up. He'd just been feeling like there was a place where he couldn't get it right, but now the reason for not being able to do so has been found, and that is that he has not yet broken the mold. I'll go sell my house and get the money together to shoot it too. Du Chen froze for a moment and said in a manner he learned from Yang Mi, good, you have guts. P.S. Posies, you can at me if you see a typo, or use Tomato Novel's typo feedback function. The author will correct it as soon as he sees it. Thank you all. Chapter 52, with one man, you can change the status of a drama. The director sees that Du Chen is going to join the crew, and with a slap of his thigh he is going to sell his house and start working. Those actors who had just finished their auditions and hadn't left yet, once they heard the director say that, their hearts suddenly became more excited and nervous at the same time. When they came here to audition for the play, they knew that the investment in the play wasn't that big, and they came here for no other reason than to have a job. But now, with Du Chen on board, there's no telling how many notches this drama is going to go up. The director has to sell the house again. So that's even more. They are aware of the fact that director Lu Wang has a house in the capital. That is the director's home base. And the price of selling it is certainly not expensive. In this case, it's hard to say that the show doesn't have a chance to be a big hit. I hope I receive a pass for my audition today. I feel like this is my chance. Du Chen I don't know what kind of person he is. I'm so envious. With his own power, he can change the status of a drama. I don't know when I'll be able to mix it up to the level of Du Chen. Just save your breath. How many years have you been mixing it all up and you're just a supporting actor? People stand at the top of the mountain right out of the gate. How can you compare to them? It's really a case of man for man. He's only in his early 20s now. What position do you think he'll stand in a few more years? The news that Du Chen had picked up a new movie quickly spread through the circle. There was a steady stream of actors who heard about the auditions. There is no shortage of minor celebrities, but after coming here, most of them became very low-key. How confident does one have to be high profile in front of the now popular Du Chen? And the role of Han Wu Da Di was confirmed to be given to Du Chen. But the cast isn't coming together yet. Du Chen could only take his little assistant first and stay in the hotel. During the time the director was casting the role, Du Chen spent his energy on studying the script and the character. This period took place over 2 weeks. Han Wu Da Di finally opens. Du Chen stood in the C position and completed the opening ceremony with the director. But, since the early part of this drama was during the reign of Emperor Han Jingdi, there was no scene for Du Chen. Du Chen just stayed on set and watched others perform as a way of belonging to the stylistic vibe of the show. Episode 1. Scene 2. One shot. Action. This section of the play is about the Empress Dowager Do in order to welcome the King of Liang to the capital. The Winter Solstice Festival held a palace banquet. While the most primitive Huaxia Nuwa dance performance, Du Chen has no drama of his own, and watches others filming with great interest. At the same time he is looking forward to the next big exorcism dance performance. This was an ancient Chinese custom and one of the earliest dances, but it is rarely performed today. The vast majority of people have never seen this species before, and even to those who don't know it, they wouldn't think it was a Han dance. The wait is not long. Dozens of performers dancing the big Nuwa dance, wearing specific costumes and masks, took the stage. The surrounding actors who were not involved looked on curiously and discussed it. Du Chen, however, frowned. These actors walked onto the field and gathered around a bonfire. Sasha stayed by Du Chen's side, looking at the group of people wearing strange and weird masks with some fear. She moved a little closer to Du Chen and pulled Du Chen's sleeve, asking curiously, "Brother Chen, what do these people do?" Du Chen said, "This is called the Nuwa dance. Is the previous year-end capital will perform the dance?" "Ha, I thought. Well, wouldn't they used to be scared to watch this kind of dance?" Du Chen turned his face and looked at his little assistant Sasha. "Are you scared?" Sasha nodded, looking nervously at the actors in the arena. Du Chen said, "That's because you don't know the history of the species. Let me ask you, are you afraid of evil spirits?" Sasha thought for a moment. Then her face changed and she hit Du Chen's arm, pouting. "Brother Chen, you scared me," Du Chen said. The Danua dance is also called the ghost fighting dance, which symbolizes driving away the plague and evil spirits. The evil spirit is scary enough, but it's more than that, but it helps people. How can it repel evil spirits if it looks like a little cutie like you, right? Sasha thought about it and nodded. That's right. After a while, she suddenly reacted and pinched Du Chen's arm. "Brother Chen, you're the cutie." It was just that she squeezed her arm with a light force, more like for show. "So are you still scared now?" "It's to help us drive away the plague and evil spirits." "Ha, it doesn't seem so scary anymore, yeah." "Right." Du Chen's gaze, redirected to the actors on the set, frowned. "But this thing? Something seems off." Sasha wondered. "What's wrong?" Du Chen said, "Wait and see." During the time the crew was casting, Du Chen spent all his time on the script. A lot of homework was done on the scenes above the script, and the history to be filmed. Like this big exorcism dance, he has spent time looking up information. This is the earliest dance in China. In the beginning, it was an actor who played the Feng Xiang, also called the Chief, with 4 golden eyes on his face, looking very powerful and terrifying. This is the way to get rid of evil spirits. He wore a basalt black tunic with a vermilion apron tied underneath. His palms were covered with buckskin, and he led the procession forward while dancing with a long gauntlet in one hand and a shield in the other. Below the chief led the 12 gods and generals, which also all wore false masks. Legend has it that these 12 divine generals were transformed from 12 divine beasts. The 12 divine beasts include Kasaku, Mercurial Stomach, Xianghua, Tangjian, Rangju, Boqi, Qiangliang, Zuming, Gui Sui, Misrule, Poor Qi, and Tenjian. They are able to eat all the demons and devils, and can drive away people's illnesses, but anything that harms human beings can be swept away together. Development to a later stage. Below the 12 gods and generals blended 120 children, all of whom likewise wore masks. Shout along with the procession and sing along with the lyrics of the ghost-catching song to build up the momentum. And the live performance, apparently during the Han Dynasty, has evolved, with 120 children to join the big Nuwa dance, because Du Chen saw quite a few children in the group. With the director's order, the shooting officially started. The children sang, led by the chief. Hands danced around the campfire. Click, 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 stop. The performance had only just begun when the director called a halt to it. The momentum is not in place. This looks like going through the motions. The great dance is to exorcise evil spirits. The momentum is a major highlight. Then shoot the second one. The result is still the same. The people watching around them also frowned, not knowing what the director was going to film this for. They really didn't feel anything when they watched from the side. Just a bunch of people dressed strangely with masks jumping around blindly. It doesn't feel like it at all. And the dancers, too, had numb heads. Isn't that what this dance is all about? Shaking and shimmying, or how else would it be done? But the director kept calling out the card. It's a bad scene for everyone. The director felt that the actors couldn't hold their breath. The actors think the director knows what he's doing. The audience doesn't know what kind of airplane the director is up to. With all the useless stuff, all stop. This time it was Du Chun who shouted to stop. He walked out onto the field. Chapter 53, begging for it. Those actors who danced Danhwa dance do not know what happened. Part of them are still dancing. Part of them stopped and looked at Du Chen. The people who were watching the show around them had long been upset about the fact that it was filmed in this situation right after the start of the show. Seeing Du Chen, an actor, come back to intervene, they all frowned. It's only just started and he's already playing a big game. What's the deal with him? He's not playing Emperor Wu of Han. It's not even time for him to make an appearance. And there's something about him too? ********************************* ing awesome. The director is still filming and he rushes up and yells stop. He really thinks it's his own house. He doesn't think he can do whatever he wants just because he has a big curry. Does he? What in case? The day his reputation stinks. Let's see what he still has to fool around with. Let's see what the director does with it. It's being filmed and he says stop. The director walked out with a puzzled look on his face. This segment of filming was boring him. And he didn't expect Du Chen to come back to mess things up. He didn't have the time to deal with this big shot right now. But it was also because of Du Chen's curiosity that the actors present combined were not enough to beat him. So the director had no choice but to sniff over. Squeezing a smile on his face, he said, "What's wrong, Du Chen?" Du Chen said, "This big stall dance is not right. I know it's not right. I want you to say it." The director suppressed his desire to die and forced a smile. Something is indeed wrong. The people around them, too, rolled their eyes. What's right or wrong? It's just a thing. It's boring enough as it is. There's not going to be anything else. Hurry up and pass it. What's worth studying for just that? Just shoot it and pass it. Convinced? It's still jumping out at me. There's a professional in the jumping jacks. I laughed. Du Chen probably knew what the people around him were discussing, but he didn't care. The scene could have gone on like this for much longer. Du Chen said, "First of all, the mask of this great exorcism dance is not right. Look at this mask. With its painted lines and vibrant colors, isn't this an imitation of a Peking opera painting?" Danhwa dance and Peking opera are completely different things. The director was originally a bit impatient, but when he heard Du Chen say that, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Could it be that Du Chen really has a solution? So what's the mask going to be? Du Chen called over to an actor. "First of all, this Fang Xiang, the chief leader of the dancers. All the fancy lines on this mask of his should be removed. No on plus gold eyes. Then this side wants 12, which have different masks." Du Chen explains up on the field. Those who had been impatient listened with curiosity. Minds are wondering, so there's really so much to learn in this thing? However, the way they looked at Du Chen, they had reasons and did not look like they were making things up. Du Chen finished something and the director's heart surged, but he immediately thought of a practical problem. So where are we going to buy this mask? When I bought masks before, this is basically the same thing. Du Chen said, "Just draw yourself on this original mask." In the old days of the great exorcism dances, all these masks would have been made by hand, without the fine craftsmanship of modern times. That's the kind of gritty atmosphere that's needed for a big exorcism dance. You know, the hand dance. It's about this dance that used to be done. Yes, draw it yourself. The director's eyes lit up. Then he said, "I filmed this scene thinking that I wanted to bring out the realism, but I didn't realize that I ended up drilling myself." Draw it yourself. It's the real thing. The gazes of the surrounding onlookers, who were looking at Du Chen, changed. They didn't expect that Du Chen could really say 1, 2, 3 on this thing. Listening to Du Chen, this thing doesn't seem to be so boring, ah? Then they heard Du Chen continue. There are also problems with the actors' movements. During the Han Dynasty, this dance was performed at court, and spectacle was one aspect. The other side of the coin is that people in those days thought it would ward off evil spirits. So this move, it's wide open. Speaking of which, I have to say a few words about the origin of the Grand Nuwa dance. You see why these men are carrying shields and spears, because this dance evolved in the beginning from man fighting beasts. So when you do this dance, you have to imagine you're in a fight. When people are fighting animals, they open their arms so that their arms are in a parallel position to their shoulders, so that it looks like the person is a little bigger and can act as a deterrent to the beasts. The feet should also be innate and stretched up with every undulating step. The purpose of doing this is to show the beast a developed and flexible body, and to give it no way to judge where the human will land next. So that's it. Director Lu Wang jumped up and slapped his thighs. Du Chen, can I trouble you to play the role for them? The director looked at Du Chun with an excited gaze. He had just shot so many strips that he couldn't even feel good about it. But he wasn't a dance major and couldn't say what it felt like. Now that Du Chun said this, the director understood what the problem was. But understanding is understanding. What to do? The director is still very vague. He could only pray that Du Chun would help him at this time. Du Chun thought for a moment and said to an actor beside him, "Give me the mask and clothes. The props costumes are easy to change and put on." Then Du Chun put on his mask. He held a left shield in his left hand and a spear in his right. The song goes. The children around them began to sing. The evening wind blew the flag. Du Chun danced with his feet pointing to the ground, wide open. Du Chun on the field, with the actors who performed earlier, obviously wearing the same attire, but it gave them a completely different feeling. Du Chun's feet drifted around the campfire, where he approached. The people in that piece involuntarily screamed and backed away, but with smiles on their faces. The director's eyes went straight. Yes, that's the effect he wanted. If there is no viewing or emotional interaction, it's just going through the motions like the actors before them. How then could such a dance have been performed in ancient times? At court, as a program for the first of the year. The next thing is simple. The director asked Du Chun to give simple instructions to the actors. Du Chun didn't refuse because he had just been watching the whole process. If these actors are allowed to continue to act like this on their own, they really can't act anything else. And one of the highlights of the show will be played as a flop. For those actors, they've just seen how Du Chun himself does it on stage. And then compare yourself to Du Chun like this. It's like making a fool of yourself. Of course they were eager to have Du Chun teach them. Chapter 54, Director. What Du Chun said is what I said. Du Chun, thank you so much just now. If it wasn't for you, this part would have made me film it, and I might have become someone's joke later on. Du Chun said indifferently. I'm sorry for my words. The director quickly shook his hand. No offense. Not at all. I'm not joking. The Manhwa dance is an ancient Han dance. I'm a Han Chinese. Put this dance on the screen. The results of the whole unorthodox. This is simply an insult to traditional culture. Other people's jokes aside, cursing can kill me. My intention in making this movie was to make it real to the core. Even though we can't see the picture of what it was like over 2,000 years ago, we go through the clues of history and try to extrapolate as close as we can to what it was like. And that's what I want to do. Du Chun nodded without saying much. He valued the play because he read the script at the time. And the script, as it was, basically restored the information we now have from historical research. At least, in that play, Du Chun didn't see the script intentionally trying to write Emperor Wu of Han as a good guy, or as a bad guy. All the merits and demerits will be left for future generations to comment. Director, do we really have to repaint this mask off? A field agent, at this point, suddenly came over with a mask and asked the director. The director glanced at Du Chun, reached for his mask and raised it up and shouted, an announcement for everyone. Hearing the director's voice, all of them, their gazes looked his way. These include actors who are training for the Grand Manhwa dance. The director saw that everyone's attention was drawn to him and shouted, from today onwards, whether it's the makeup or props of the crew, or the details of the interpretation, if you can't find me on the set, you can go straight to Du Chun, and what he says, is what I say. The director called out to me, not forgetting to ask, did you hear everything? Hear this, hear. Most of them, for the most part, followed the response with a dumbfounded look on their faces. They couldn't really react for a while. Du Chun an actor. Du Chun can decide on the props and makeup of the crew, and even the interpretive aspects of filming? Then what's the difference between him and the director? If he wants to add drama and exposure to himself, isn't that always possible? Did you hear that? The director asked again, seeing that the response was not loud enough. Here. This time, everyone responded to the director. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There is no mistake. This play is not Du Chun director? People with curiosity can really do whatever they want. So what can be done? But I think people have the ability to do this. Just with that big exorcism dance just now. Can you get it? People Du Chun easily can make the big Manhwa dance. And even choreograph the movements of other actors on the spot. Which not only proves that people's business ability is good. It also proves that people know history. And they know it very well. So true. Well, I admit that I'm red-eyed. If I had this achievement at his age, I definitely have the confidence to ask for the top of the inner entertainment. You don't think people just don't have that confidence, do you? It's only the first day of opening. Everyone realizes Du Chun's place in this drama. This is no longer limited to the issue of the size of Du Chun's big curiosity. Rather, he was on this crew and had rights comparable to those of a director. And he could even change what was in other people's scenes. Who the hell would dare to offend? It doesn't help that you can only be purple with envy. Hey, what are you guys doing? Why are you chatting? Director Lu Wang announced, then saw that there are training in the big manhwa dance actors chatting. Those few actors who had just been envying Du Chen and gossiping about him didn't expect to be caught in the act and hurriedly jumped up and down. But the director, which can be so, let them off. Do not grasp the point of strict. This section of his terrible people joke. Did not practice, continue to practice. Let's shoot something else first. Big manhwa dance actors. Directly dropped and skipped. Not practiced, not allowed to shoot. Half a month has passed since the turn of the year. The process of filming Hanwoo.D is also finally Du Chen's turn on stage. During this period of time, although Du Chen didn't have a part, he basically stayed on the set every day. He gave many suggestions on the costume, props and makeup aspects of the cast. At the same time, there are also many actors who encounter problems in understanding their roles, or when they fail to grasp the precise emotions of a certain scene, they come over to ask Du Chen, and Du Chen will not begrudge him his opinion. It made most of the crew jealous and thankful for him. Jealous because this is a historical drama. The actors used are older, basically are experienced veterans who have been around for years, and seeing Du Chen so young, he can be calm and collected and has such a high level of talent. Inevitably, there is some jealousy. Thank you. I'm old and half buried in the ground, and I went to ask people for advice and they really said that it was useful, so I can't help but be thankful. Today it was finally Du Chen's turn to be on the scene. So many people are looking forward to it. But the first shot was the 18th episode of the Great Han Empire, a one-shot that Emperor Jingdi of Han Dynasty recruited his ministers to discuss the question of the basis of national education. Before Emperor Wu, the Han Dynasty followed the doctrine of Huang Lao, clear and quiet, nothing to do. In today's terms, the simple understanding is that it's right to eat well when it's time to eat, sleep well when it's time to sleep, and hand in your homework when it's time to hand it in, deal with problems if you have them, and get an early night if you don't. Staple swing up. Don't tell me who's talented. To say who is talented means to say that he is good and others are not. There's a line and there's a line. And that's a comparison. And it's not allowed. The old pendulum swings up. And it's due to whomever. Line or no line. On the other side, Confucianism, which was still used in those days as whirligig, not analects. It's about whoever the is a bad seed. And we have to be the first to do what others are afraid to do. For example, Qin Shi Huang was tyrannical. So we ed him over. Anyone who can't, we'll tell them to off and let the ones who can be innovative. To progress, of course, when you come out, you have to follow the rules, and you have to know who is the father. Speaking of status, anyone who doesn't follow the rules and know what they're doing, them too. It was such a scene that the two actors had a fight. One of them, Yuan Ku, studied the whirligig language. Lu Che, the emperor of Han Wu, thought that he was very right in what he said, and it was over when he did it. However, Empress Dowager Do, a foreign relative, followed the doctrine of Huang Lao, and the remarks of Yuan Ku in this meeting reached the ears of Empress Dowager Do. Elder Empress Dowager Do said, young people should not be too hot-tempered, should be pure, should be kind, don't do everything just dry, should go with the flow. Come on people, throw this waifu in the wild boar pen. Then Yuan Ku was thrown into the boar pen. The scene at the boar pen made things difficult for the director. With special effects, it would cost way too much and lack formality. It's less expensive and more realistic if you use a real boar, although there will be small dangers, but Yuan Gu has learned the whirligig language. It should not be a problem. So it was decided. Borrowed a real black boar. With that taken care of, the shoot begins. The hog pen was a clearing found and then fenced with bamboo. Then the boar was dropped in. Is it okay? The director asked Yuan Ku. Yuan Ku has just performed the drama of Panglaman. At this time you have to say yes even if you can't. Otherwise how disgraceful? Of course. This boar looks underage too. The director nodded and said, good. Then you go in first, and when Du Chen arrives, we'll start filming straight away. Yuan Ku took a look at the boar in the pigsty, swallowed his saliva and said, director, what do you call these words? Wait for the shooting to go in is not a glance? You're not trusting me. The director opened the piggy bank door straight away. It's not that we don't trust you. It's mainly because we all want to see more. Quite a few of the groundskeepers and resting actors were around, waiting and nodding their heads that they wanted to see it. Is this where Yuan Ku can say goat? No. The piggy bank door was closed. Yuan Ku looked at the boar and panicked. At this time, Du Chen also makeup over, rushed to the pig pen. Du Chen look. This got a real boar. Du Chen was also confused. Although the pig was not as epileptic as an adult boar, a slight impulse could be dangerous. But already this is the case. We can only shoot in a hurry, or Yuan Ku will be in danger. Because the Duchesne shot was standing outside the piggy bank, he learns that Yuan Ku has been captured by the Empress Dowager, and he is here to save Yuan Ku. With the director's order, Du Chen instantly got into the swing of things and started to match lines with Yuan Ku. His afterglow, though, kept his eyes on the boar not far away. The onlookers, the groundskeepers and other actors, all gazed at the boar in the same way. Accidents happen if there are no accidents. The boar didn't know if it was because Yuan Ku spoke loudly and charged towards it. Ah! Yuan Ku turned and ran. Don't come over here! Ah! Don't come over here! Yuan Ku shouted as he ran. Panicking, the people around them, all staring in shock, were all full of worry. Come here! Yuan Ku, come over here! Du Chen stood on the outside of the pig pen and frowned at the scene. Yuan Ku had already panicked, and when he heard Du Chen call out to him, he immediately ran this way, and the boar gave chase. Du Chen reached out and pulled out the matching sword on one of the group actors next to him, and with a crisp, clean blow, the sword passed through the fence and went straight through the boar's heart. With a grunt, the boar fell to the ground. Yes, pass! The director rushed out and shouted excitedly. One through. This one is so true to life on camera, but everyone else at the scene, at this moment, were all staring at Du Chen with dumbfounded eyes. This ing. Straight up with a prop sword. Killing the boar with a sword? And that maneuver. It's so damn chivalrous like in a TV show. Clean and handsome. P.S. 3,000 words added. Which equals a chapter and a half. I think. The author is awesome. Right? Hey. Seeing that the author is working so hard, let's reward the author with a little free gift. Free is good. No need to spend money. Thank you all. Chapter 55. You get real. Du Chen killed the boar with a dry sword, and everyone's jaws dropped to the ground in shock. It took a while before a round of applause broke out, and the scene itself is about Lu Che, played by Du Chen, running to the boar pen to save Yuan Ku. The original shot was designed so that the boar was also just borrowed to be used as a backdrop. After all, let the actor really kill the boar. Filming is probably not good. The actor? The emphasis on the word acting. Who can really have kung fu? Swordsmanship superb? But the director did not expect that Du Chen really had that's a beautiful shot just now. Even better than I expected. I thought I'd have to borrow a bit to get it, but I didn't expect a real one straight away. The director rushed to Du Chen's side, unable to contain his excitement. I heard from my friend that Du Chen's crew in Daming, the scene where he immediately went to the battlefield was all real. I thought he was teasing me, but now it seems like it should be true. At this point an actor next to him chimed in. The director also said, someone said that to me in that scene too, so how can I believe it? Then he glanced at the boar lying on the ground, out of breath and out of breath. Now I believe it. Du Chen calmly said, it was just an emergency. I didn't think about it that much. If I didn't kill the boar, he might really get hurt. Yuan Gu's actor, who had already come out from inside the pigsty, walked up to Du Chen and said excitedly, Du Chen, thank you so much just now. It scared me to death. It's okay. It's good that you're not hurt. Aha, I'm fine. You're really fierce. Yuan Ku gave a thumbs up. A floor manager came over. Director, what's wrong? The director saw the groundskeeper looking like he wanted to talk. Just tell me what's up. The groundskeeper pointed to the boar lying on the ground. We borrowed this pig from someone. Directed by Endga. Get the cook. Kill the pig. Extra dinner tonight. The boar was pierced through the heart. It's definitely not appropriate to borrow the living and return the dead. Oh, wild boar feast. Oh, thank you director. I can't believe I'm eating wild game today. I love you. Thanks to Morn. Extra food. Thanks to Morn. The boar was dying and had to stay and eat itself, which made the crew happy. Shooting came in for so long, everyone is also tired. Today thanks to Du Chen this sword. Finally in the tension of the work, have a little more fun. The cast of Han Wu Da Di has its fun at the same time. The other side. Jiaxing Studio. Yang Ni was sitting in the office. A pair of long legs in high heels and black silk, driving on the desk, holding a fountain pen against her lips, and was looking at the computer screen. A staff member walked in. Sister Honey, Du Chen's Sui and Tang dynasties will be released soon. Should we find some water armies to build up Du Chen's momentum? Yang Ni racked her feet on the table, her heels rocking gently, not really caring. No need. With Du Chen's hotness nowadays, coupled with his own acting prowess, there's no need for these things without any problems. The assistant frowned, hesitated, and said, Sister Honey, but there's something going on here that you might not know. What is it? You say. Yang Mi looked up as she gathered her feet and placed them under her desk before sitting back and leaning back in her chair to look at her assistant. The female assistant said, Du Chen offended someone when he went to audition for the Sui and Tang dynasties theater group before signing with us. Who? Zheng Chong. Yang Ni quickly remembered this person. An old actor, although not a big hit, but in the circle has always been in the picture. From this point of view, On the body is a little something a person. The assistant continued. Zheng Chong also went to Wang Jing's to audition for the movie, but he was eliminated by Du Chan's outburst to eliminate him. Originally this shouldn't have been a big deal and no one cared, but behind the scenes Zhang Chang's agent went to the media company that invested behind him for trouble. And then now Zhang Chong also has a movie coming out in which he plays Li Shimin as well. Yang Ni's good-looking eyebrows slightly knitted. She heard it. There must be a curve here, not so simple. The female assistant saw that Honey listened to her words, so she continued. And the media company behind them went to Du Chen afterward, a bit earlier than the rest of us, but was turned down by Du Chen without hesitation. So this time around, Du Chen's Sui and Tang Dynasties was released at a time when Zhang Chong just happened to have his work as Li Shimin in theaters as well. We analyzed the results. Not only Zhang Chong has a problem with Du Chen is directed at Du Chen. This time there is a high probability that there is also the shadow of the media company behind him. They want to capitalize on Du Chen's heat and step on his idea of getting to the top. Yang Mi listened, and after just a little thought, he had a clear pulse. After all, this kind of tactic of stepping on others to get to the top, mantis catching the cicada and yellow sparrow in the back, is not an uncommon thing in this circle, and it's well understood. She dropped the pen in her hand onto her desk, her face cold. Zheng Chong is delusional, and the company behind him wants to come along for the ride. Then fight. You are in full charge of the Navy. We'll fight how they say we're going to fight. We'll fight as long as they want. Fight until they pounce on that. Yes. Nine Peaks Media. Zheng Chang's play will be released soon. They also held an emergency meeting internally. How's the preparation going? All personnel and programs? Ready to go. No questions asked. Good. Tell Zhang Chong not to make any trouble during this period of time. As long as Zhang Chong himself doesn't have any problems, we'll take Du Chen's traffic this time. When he signed him, he pretended. And I'll see how long he can pretend. Chapter 56, Sui Tang Yui will be online soon. Sui and Tang Dynasty will be online soon. At this point, Du Chen's second feature is no longer as meager as it was before Damien was released. He's on a hot streak. So even though Sui and Tang didn't publicize it much, it continues to be an outcry online. The night before the release, the topic of Du Chen and the Sui and Tang Dynasties rushed straight to the Weibo hot search. The Sui and Tang Dynasties promotional tweets have been retweeted and commented on millions of times. Everyone, with immense anticipation. Why does it have to be released on time and on point? Can't it be a little bit earlier? That said, I'm finally getting to see Du Chen's second installment, and I can't tell you how many times I've seen Damien. I'm going to watch it all night tonight, but come to think of it, I can't afford to watch so much at once. And when I'm done I don't know when I'll be able to see Du Chen's next work. It seems that this release is not a full episode. It is a continuous update for members. Why release it like this? Can't it be released all at once? Not enough to watch. My Chinchin has finally come out with a new work. I dare say that after this one, my family's Chinchin's status will be untouchable. Above Weibo, the conversation is almost lopsided in anticipation of the release of Du Chen's work tonight. In the meantime, on the other hand, Zheng Chong was holding a movie conference. The stage was filled with reporters. Many of them were hired by the media company behind Zheng Chong to build momentum. Nine Peaks Entertainment spent a lot of money for this launch. Zheng Chong sat on the stage with a smile on his face, answering various questions from the media, was chatting away. Mr. Zheng Chong, what do you think about your role as Li Shimin this time? Zheng Chong cleared his throat and said, I myself am very satisfied. In this drama, myself, as well as the cast and crew, were extremely keen to maximize the character of Li Shimin. I think the audience will be able to relate to that when it airs. Hopefully, it will be a good watch for all. For all, was chatting away. At that moment, a female reporter stood up and asked, as far as I know, the popular newcomer actor, Du Chen, has a drama that will be released at the same time as yours, and he plays Li Shimin as well. I wonder what you think of that. Without waiting for Zheng Chong to answer, the female reporter added, his last movie's word of mouth is well known and has received unanimous praise. May I ask if you and he also played the role of Li Shimin? Do you feel any pressure? Zheng Chong looked relaxed and said, I have to say, Du Chen's acting skills are indeed okay. I watched his last drama and it was not bad. But, all the journalists have gathered their attention. When it came to the topic of Du Chen, the traffic couldn't possibly be low. And looking at Zheng Chong, it seemed like he had something different to say. Traffic is money for them entertainment journalists. How can you pass up an opportunity like this? Zheng Chong on the stage paused some and continued. But Du Chen is young, after all, and the age range of Li Shimin in the drama is too large. So age-wise, Du Chen is out of place. Li Shimin didn't die early like Zhu Zhanji, the Twilight Li Shimin. If you let Du Chen play it, it will be more or less out of character, right? So let's not talk about who's acting well or not. The audience just has fun watching. I try my best to restore a real Li Shimin to everyone. The release was posted with Zheng Chang's comments. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. A large number of unfavorable comments about Du Chen suddenly appeared on various platforms online. I think Zheng Chang is right. Du Chen can play Zhu Zhanji well, but not necessarily Li Shimin. I just don't understand how he can perform the middle-aged or even older Li Shimin in his 20s and not change actors. The crew is sick. They use whoever they see as hot. And they don't even look at the fit. If you ask me, Du Chen isn't a good thing. He sees that he's on fire, so he wants to eat this wave of traffic, and takes on any drama, not caring if it's appropriate or not. Du Chen is ruined. I don't want to watch his Sui and Tang even if it's released. Definitely not watching. Not one episode. Boycott cutting leaks. Not a single episode. Negative comments on the internet came rushing at Du Chen all over the place. One of the things that certainly played a role was the navy behind Jing Chong. But there are also tons of fans that are driven by the Waterboys. Duchesne has nothing black, but some people are starting to get hard black. It's harder than looking for a bone in an egg. Or even if you can't pick a bone, just use the word feel. I felt like he was awkward in this part. I feel out of character. I feel. This kind of unreasonable questioning leaves nothing to be desired. Du Chen's original fans, some voices of defense, were soon drowned out by negative voices as well. This negative talk was pushed to a new level with the release of Dasui, because everyone realized that it was really like what Zheng Chang said. Although Du Chen's acting skills are okay, he really isn't suited for the role of Li Shimin. In the few episodes that have been released now, Du Chen's performance is still over the top and people have no problem watching it. But the thought that Du Chen, so young and spirited, is going to play the Twilight Li Shimin makes everyone think it's not so much about that. Can he perform that flavor? It's uncomfortable to think about. Add to that the lopsided rhetoric online. The number of people questioning Du Chen's leak cutting is growing. Chapter 57. I want to get out of the theater myself, but I can't. It's hard to think of a bad act. The next day, Du Chen came to the crew early as usual. After his morning exercise, he found a place to sit and studied the script. Sasha, the little assistant, sat quietly by Du Chen's side. It's something he does every day. It wasn't long before the rest of the crew, one by one, all came to work. But Du Chen felt that the people in the crew today were looking at him strangely. At first, he thought he was overthinking it, but as more and more people came to the theater, many of them gathered around as if they were discussing something and sneaking glances at him. Du Chen was finally sure that something was definitely going on. He turned his head to Sasha's little assistant. The little assistant didn't look good today either. It's like the car's engine isn't greased for wheelie grease. It's not as bright, and the lack of nourishment is visible to the naked eye. Why are they all looking at me funny? Is something wrong? Ha! Sasha froze for a moment, unsure of what to say. As soon as Du Chen took a look at him, he realized that she knew. Straight to the point. What is it? Hearing Du Chen's firm tone, Sasha didn't dare to beat around the bush. Somewhat hesitantly, he said, "People on the internet are saying." What does it all say? Sasha couldn't speak. Take out a wee bit or something and show it to Du Chen. Du Chen quickly scanned up. He rarely looks at the information on these platforms in general, mostly because every time he watches it, he wants to go online and comment himself and then get into it with the black fans. It's a waste of time, so generally he doesn't look at it. Sasha was sitting next to her, afraid to say anything, and, because some of the comments on the internet are really hard to hear, after a while, Du Chen returned the phone to her and said, "It doesn't matter, don't take it to heart. Let the bullets fly for a while and you'll see." This Zheng Chong. Rather, I didn't expect him to take it to heart. It's just that the remarks are a bit funny. When Sasha saw that Du Chen didn't look worried at all, her heart felt much more at ease. But when you think about what is said on the internet, people talk, and there are many things that are said so many times that the facts become unimportant. Alright, put those things aside. I've got it in my heart. It's on soon. Don't let your emotions get in the way of your work. Seeing that Sasha was still worried, Du Chen introduced another sentence and said no more. The first scene of today's opening is a bridge sequence in which Du Chen's character, Emperor Wu of Han, lets loose in the courtroom after he ascends to the throne. Du Chen went backstage to put on her makeup, not taking the stares of the others to heart. When all are ready, the shooting has officially begun. Du Chen sat on the dragon chair. In fact, he was already in the movie when he walked onto the dragon chair. The breadth of his body was introverted, and his small body shadow, sitting high above the Great Hall, gave people a feeling of a titanic pressure. Don't give me the uncle-great-grandfather argument. I'll just sit here. Never mind that you're 70 years old and this king and that king. All of you have to come here and kowtow to me. Du Chen reached out and pointed down. As soon as Emperor Wu of Han ascended the throne, he had to lay down rules for the civil and military officials. Du Chen's rendition shows the character of Han Wu-da-di to the extreme. No matter what kind of family you are and who the backer is behind you, I am not afraid of anything. The following group of ministers were kneeling, all with their heads slightly bowed, each with their own thoughts in their hearts. Since Emperor Gaozu of the Han dynasty, it was common for ministers and emperors to hook up. There have always been no rules, resulting in a king who is not a king and a servant who is not a servant. Du Chen on the dragon chair continued. Not bad, there are quite a few of you. All of you are my elders. According to the family ritual, I have to kowtow to you, but when it comes to the court, will you still be able to rely on your old age? Then Du Chen talked about the clothing of the 100 officials. Before Emperor Wu of Han dynasty, there were basically no rules for the courtiers. Civilian and military officials were the same. 5th grade and 1st grade were the same. There's no scruples about what you say, and behind your back you're all chewing the cud. I'll tell you all to never wear your clothes so carelessly again. Drag me out as soon as you enter the palace gates. Strip off your clothes and change into your court dress before you come here to meet me. Du Chen finished his words. The following group of ministers then became uneasy, kneeling down and looking left and right with their heads bowed. What are you looking at? Du Chen said. What do you have to look at? When the late emperor was here, you were allowed to mingle in the courtroom, but in my case, it just won't work. That's a regulation that has to be put in place. Then Du Chen told the great Chang Dafu to check the canon to see how King Wen Zhougong set up the rules. Look up the emperor, what kind of house he should live in, what kind of house the prime minister should live in, and so on. This is exactly what Yuan Ku said back then. When you come out, you have to talk about rules. This rendition of Du Chen's was taken with a steady air. Those mass actors who were present were unconsciously serious, as if they would really be arrested by Du Chen's shouts if they slacked off. They saw majesty in Du Chen's body. The director is backstage, watching the surveillance footage, and is also nervous, because it's too smooth. It's just so smooth. Not only Du Chen's acting skills are online, bringing the young Han Wu-di to life. Now those actors, and group acting, this moment also all acting online. The group of panicked ministers with heavy hearts didn't look like an act at all. So smooth. The director is really afraid of the slightest accident to interrupt the state. But it turned out to be obvious that the director's fears were redundant. This section, all the shots, are one strip over. Not only was the director hilarious, but those actors cheered in celebration. It was really well acted. The director ran out and said, "What a performance. Everyone was on point today. Great acting, especially this kid. How come I don't usually see you have this acting skill?" The director said with a smile, pointing at an actor. The actor was embarrassed. Where is it that I am a good actor? It's mainly because Du Chen's acting is good. I brought it in for him. I didn't even feel like I was acting at the time. I was just showing how I really felt. Yeah, me too. I'm totally taken in by Du Chen. It's hard for me to think out of the theater on my own and not act well. The actors present all marveled at Du Chen's acting skills and sophistication. To have such power at such a young age is really not simple. P.S. I recommend a book by a friend of the author, Acting Unlimited Refresh. Starting with I Don't Eat Beef. Chapter 58. Du Chen fulfills all his fantasies about the young Li Shimin. All his fantasies. A day of shooting. In order. But the winds of the internet are not so restful. With the Sui and Tang dynasties subplot airing, along with the water army hired by Zheng Chang's company behind the scenes to bring the tempo, the situation that was unfavorable to Du Chen was getting deeper and deeper. Evening. Jan Mi's office. Several assistants and clerks were present. Yang Mi sat at his own desk, his eyes looking at the screen of his computer. The more you look at it, the angrier you get. Snap. She reached out and slapped her hand on the table. That's too much. Thinking our company is so easy to bully just because it's new. You see these comments. Pure black, hard black with no place for it. Are all our men ready? The female assistant nervously said. All set. Okay. Flush him for me. Yes. Wait. I'll make a call to Du Chen first and see what he thinks. Du Chen took Sasha back to the hotel. I had just taken off my pants when my cell phone rang. Du Chen picked up his cell phone and saw that it was director Wang Jing calling. Du Chen picked up the phone. Wang Jing, hey Du Chen. You should be busy during the day, so I didn't call you. Are you done now? Du Chen said. Well, it's at the hotel. Director Wang Jing, are you up to something? Wang Jing said. I'm sorry to say that I've caused you trouble, but now that the Sui Tang drama has been broadcast, there are quite a few water armies behind it attacking you. There's my pot in this. Many people in the Nine Peaks have long looked at me with displeasure. Du Chen said. Not really. What people are behind the push? I am very clear in my heart. Also, I offended them last time. Director, you do not need to rest assured. There was no way to avoid this kind of thing, and Du Chen knew that it was ultimately his traffic that caused the trouble. If he didn't have that high traffic, how could he have been targeted? As long as there is traffic, there will be Chen Chong out to screw without Zheng Chong. On the other end of the phone, Wang Jing said, the way the wind is blowing right now, it has a big impact on your reputation. This is something that I think I'd better go out and talk about. Du Chen said, Director, it's not necessary yet. Let them make a scene first. We haven't even had a few episodes of Sui and Tang in theaters yet, so let the bullets fly for a while. Director, you don't have no confidence in Sui Tang, do you? How can that be? Wang Jing's voice raised a few points and said, I don't know if I've made Sui and Tang myself. Absolutely hang them all. That's right. Du Chen said, we'll see what happens when the plot is released a bit more. For now it doesn't matter. Whoever they make a mess of it, the more wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. Hearing Du Chen say this, and seeing that Du Chen already had plans in his heart, Wang Jing did not force himself. Hang up on Wang Jing. Du Chen was about to put down his cell phone. Instead, her foot accidentally stepped on the high heel Sasha had placed here. It's a good thing you have good hands, or you'd have to fall high and low. Just as he stood still, Jan Ni's call came back. Hey, boss. On the other end of the phone, there was a very nice woman's voice. You've already read the information on the internet, right? Du Chen said. Read it. They're just too much. Don't worry. I won't let anyone bully you. I've got people on my side ready to flip their tables at any moment. Du Chen heard the coldness in his boss's tone and couldn't help but think of that imperial woman. Don't. Let them make a scene, as much as they can, so they can solve the problem once and for all. Yang Ni immediately said. No. I want it. I want it. Ahem. That. This. So when do you say? I'm ready for someone anyway. Du Chen said. After some more time, I'll give you a call when it's time to make a move. Yes. Yang Mi agreed to Du Chen's proposal. After hanging up the phone, Du Chen thought about it. The boss, herself, is still a bit strong, and she says she wants it hard. One thing that's okay though, is that she listens to persuasion, and persuading her doesn't kind of have to be. In a flash, a few days passed. The Sui and Tang dynasty has been updated daily and is now halfway through. Among the one-sided, denigrating voices of Du Chen on the internet, some different voices began to appear. No, why are they scolding Du Chen? I watched every episode. I think it's quite good. The standard is online. Then the previous daming is not bad. I also did not get clear. The beginning of on this I see a lot of people scolding. I also really think Du Chen cut leaks. I also follow the scolding. But look at my own forget how to scold. Is not some people intentionally in the mess? Also did not find Du Chen perfunctory. You look at Li Shiming acted more heart. Give me the feeling like seeing Li Shiming himself. Somewhere in a suite in Magic City. The antique study. Li Hui never thought that he would one day watch an entertaining drama and see No I Forget. Sui and Tang Dynasty. The half that had been updated. He'd already read 3 times. Wearing thick glasses. He was a history buff and he loved to study history. This leads him to entertaining biased dramas that he simply can't watch. And over the course of history, this lovey-dovey stuff is nothing more than round after round of repetition. What kind of love story hasn't happened in history? It's not even close to as involving as real history. Even historical dramas. He seldom watched them, because they made things that were bullheaded to him, but were just products for the entertainment and amusement of the audience. But after seeing the Sui and Tang dynasties, Li Hui was confused. This dude is Li Shimin himself, right? Du Chen fulfills all his fantasies about the young Li Shimin. All his fantasies. The eve of the basilica. In Du Chen, he saw Li Shimin's trepidation, panic, deep thought, determination, ruthlessness, and venom. Du Chen showed a look that scared people through the screen. That look, it wasn't a pretentious pose. Rather, in the deep pupils, it was as if he saw Li Shimin's thoughts and the fact that he had no choice after weighing them. That kind of venom. Unlike other actors who are trying their hardest to be seen by the audience, the venom in Du Chen's eyes was more like internalization. His venom is a natural expression of not wanting people to see it, not wanting people to find out. But nay, the determination and verve inside are overflowing. True, this is what Li Shimin should be. Honey, it's late. Why don't you get an early night? At that moment, a charming woman pushed open the door of the study and said in a thin voice. Li Hui didn't lift his head and said, I've said not to disturb me. You go to sleep first. Humph. You've had it with flat-screen TV shows. The woman barred the door and turned away. Chapter 59, Heaven doesn't give birth to Du Chen. Showbiz is as long as night. As the plot of Sui Generous advances, those voices cursing Du Chen were no longer less. But out of this, there was an influx of history buffs who basically belonged to the category of those who did not recognize Du Chen as a person before. But after watching Du Chen's portrayal of Li Shimin, I saw many more people online cursing Du Chen. They were flabbergasted. Is it that 9 years of compulsory education is not the same as it used to be? How can you criticize such a person? People have gotten to the point where they can't taste good or bad anymore? But in any case, these people's tirades don't change their aesthetic standards. Good or bad, they have a scale in their mind. The average viewer, a lot of eaters, also savored in this. At least there's no problem with Duchen playing Li Shimin now. And as for the Twilight Li Shimin, this hasn't even been aired yet, so there's no need to curse now, right? Day 2. Duchen came to the set early, which had become his routine. Sasha, the young assistant, was slow to get up today, but as soon as he saw Duchen, he immediately ran over and took his cell phone and handed it to Duchen. Look, Brother Chen, it's on the hot search. What's on the hot seat? You're on the hot seat. Sasha was a little agitated. Duchen took the phone and checked it. The topic of Duchen Li Shimin rushed to the headlines. As a history buff, I sincerely thank Duchen for bringing me a work so good and so real and relevant. Heaven does not give birth to Duchen, and show business is like a long night for all eternity. Ask who else today's Li Shimin can rival Duchen. This dude is Li Shimin himself, right? Now when I say Li Shimin, he's the one I think of. Why are there so many people cursing Li Shimin? Comments off on You've Got It Wrong. Owner. It's not scolding Li Shimin. They're scolding Duchen. Owner. Oh, I'm sorry. I almost forgot and took Duchen for Li Shimin himself. But how many other people are cursing Duchen? But the topic of Duchen and Li Shimin rushed to the headlines. It's all positive reviews up there. Those bad words, underneath Duchen's topic, were sent out not long before they were immediately washed down and couldn't be found. At this point, it was as if everyone had forgotten that there was Zheng Chong, who also played Li Shimin in general. All are talking about Duchen's portrayal of Li Shimin. His Highness Li Shimin, King of Qin of the Great Tang, is here. If Li Shimin didn't usurp the throne, he would have been abused by Li Jiancheng and Li Yuanji. If Li Jiancheng hadn't gotten sick and gone to the palace, Li Shimin couldn't have succeeded. It's just a couple days late to say you won't succeed in waking up. This is the fate of heaven. Just like what Li Shimin said. Pro big things to have a break. Things to dance into late. There is no turning back arrow. Things have been done. Is it you who say postpone a few days to postpone? No matter what, the result of Li Shimin's reign was a prosperous and peaceful world. No matter if it was regicide or killing a brother. People's results are there. Result-oriented. Everything is doomed. When Li Yuan didn't fight the world with his own hands, it's all doomed. All the hard bones, it's all gnawed down by you. Erlang. When Li Jiancheng was put into other periods of history, he was a crown prince with excellent abilities, but unfortunately Li Shimin was too dazzling. He was assigned to the death group of Li Shimin, so I can only blame him for his bad luck. After Duchen finished reading these comments, he directly picked up his little assistant Sasha's cell phone and called Yang Mi. As soon as the call went through, Yang Mi's voice came through. Have you determined whether Duchen prefers long legs or a thin waist yet? All like it. Duchen answered himself. Ha, this. Yang Mi sounded a little flustered. Duchen went straight to the point. Your side of the family is ready, right? Now you can do it. Now it is. Good. Yang Mi's voice became agitated. Don't worry. Absolutely let them have it. Aha. In this regard, Duchen did not interfere too much. He believed that Yang Mi must be more professional than him. This kind of thing can be left to Yang Mi to do. Out of this. On this day Duchesne was shooting normally in the morning. The seemingly forgotten Zheng Chong, and his new movie, Li Shimin of the Great Tang Dynasty, are being thought of again. People don't just think about it, they think about it specifically. Various platforms across the web. You can brush up on tons of relevant information. Zheng Chong said, he's too young to play Li Shimin, and Duchen was scolded for half a month. Zheng Chong is suspected of hiring mercenaries to hack Duchen. Why was Duchen inexplicably scolded for so long? Duchen's Li Shimin is obviously playing a good role. Why is he being scolded? Inside information. Zheng Chong once went to Sui Tang to audition for a movie and was rejected by Duchen. Zheng Chong holds a grudge because of this. Insider. It turns out that Zheng Chong and his company have long had a relationship with Duchen. Information about Zheng Chong and Nine Peaks Media was picked apart one after another. As more information is released, the netizens have finally woken up. In fact, even without this information, many people smelled it and it was only a matter of time before the topic came up. No wonder I said that before. Inexplicably so many people scolded Duchen. So behind it is the water army. At that time, Sui Tang had only aired a few episodes, and the internet was saying Duchen couldn't do it, and I was looking good and feeling weird. Seriously, if I hadn't seen this tweet, I would have forgotten which onion this is. So it's Zheng Chong. Boycott Zhejiang Media. If a company that uses such underhanded tactics can survive, what good works can we expect to see in the future? There's no sculpting big enough to tally up the artists of Nine Peaks Media. I won't watch any of their works from now on. What other works do Nine Peaks Media and Zheng Chong have? Send them all out. Chapter 60, Incompetent Rage. The top management of Nine Peaks Media held an emergency meeting. This meeting was mainly focused on Zhang Chang's traffic incident of intercepting Du Chen. What did you say earlier? Confident in intercepting Du Chen's traffic? Where's the traffic now? Oh, the traffic is there. All nasty curses. Intercepted traffic is this traffic. How to explain? Mr. Chen said as he slapped his desk with a thud, his eyes glaring at Zheng Chong, who was sitting there with his head down. Now that the online rhetoric is going down one way or the other, it's not helpful that we've hired tons of sailors. And it's not helpful at all to the public opinion that's out there right now. Another department manager chimed in. I have inside information that there are people hired by Yang Mi behind this. Making waves. What's the point of this inside information? So what if people hire people? You can hire people too. But can you outwork the thousands of people they have? Before, I do not agree with this matter. Shoot what garbage works heart does not count. Where to get the guts. And others to go to the bar. Du Chen Sui Tang. I've read it myself. And you guys are going to hack it. Zheng Chong, are you out of your mind? Now all the artists under our company, all of them are implicated. How will this matter be handled? Zheng Chang's agent was sitting next to him and was too sprayed to speak. Zheng Chong raised his head and said with a shriveled voice, I'll take the blame for this time. The leader can punish me however he wants. Punish you? You're not even good enough for a dog to look at. What's the use of punishing you? I'm damn tired of seeing you now. Get out of here. Get out. Mr. Chen. Huanuan's side came to question. Let the company give an explanation. She said that the shootings shoot well, because the company's things. The internet is now appearing a large number of people to attack her. She said that within 3 days the company does not give an account of the company. We'll sue the company. On my side. Ran also said she's going to sue to get the company to give an explanation. Zheng Chang's face grew white as he listened to these people's reports. Get out. One of the leaders directly stood up and tapped the table to point at Zheng Chong. Naya, get thee out of here. With your agent. Get out. Zheng Chong and his agent were sprayed out of the conference room. The purpose of this meeting calling them out was not to confer with them on how to deal with the problem from start to finish, merely to call him over for a scolding. If Harmony hadn't saved him, it is estimated that the executives of these companies can beat him up one by one. Zheng Chong and the agent, the two of them returned to the office in ashes. After closing the door, Zheng Chong finally exploded. He rushed to the front of his desk and reached down and swept everything on it to the floor. The computer wasn't swept. Because it's a bit expensive. Didn't you say you could stomp on Du Chen to take his traffic this time? I thought you said you could get revenge. Now in this situation, will anyone ever ask me to do a movie again? Didn't you say that the water army you hired was so secretive that it wouldn't be noticed? Now the whole world is cursing me. Bang, 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 bang bang. Zheng Chong went crazy and smashed things in his office. His agent frowned and tried to pull, but couldn't be bothered to step forward. This one has really taken a toll. In his heart, he actually wanted to say to Zheng Chong, it's not that the program is not working, it's that you're too good at stepping on the horse. Acting Li Shimen, rubbing Du Chen's traffic cannot rub half a point. No sense of existence at all. The agent also felt unlucky. But anytime Zheng Chong as Li Shimen can have a bit of presence, it's not such an ugly loss. Really doesn't exist at all. If it wasn't for Du Chen, everyone might have forgotten that there was such a Li Shimen movie released as well. Now the people who are out there cursing Zheng Chong are not much cursing him how this Li Shimen acted. Because it's so bad, simply how many of us are going to see it. Straight away, he called him trash in person and trash in character, and called him out for hiring a water army to hack Du Chen. An actor whose work is ignored is the one who suffers the most. What kind of actor can an actor be who doesn't have a body of work that people are willing to judge? Zheng Chong held his head and crouched on the ground and cried bitterly after a fit. The agent stood and thought, if this one doesn't turn around, not only will Zheng Chang's future be ruined, it was he himself who couldn't make it in this circle and would have to be the butt of others' jokes. What to do? Stop it. The agent suddenly spoke up and chided Zheng Chong. Zheng Chong looked up at his agent. What's the use of sniveling? Don't blame me if he's unkind. I heard that Du Chen is now filming a new movie. Han Wu Da Di. Tomorrow you and I will go with someone. A classmate of mine. A senior member of the BA. We'll just have to use his connections now. Isn't he in the limelight now? Let's make sure his new movie doesn't even get a chance to be released. Day 2. Zheng Chong followed his agent and flew to Guangdian, bringing a generous gift to find the agent's classmate. It's natural that this kind of PY deal is not a small price to pay. However, the relationship between the family life, Zheng Chong and his agent, the two almost shelled out the family as a generous gift. The generous gift was accepted by the leaders of the broadcaster. The leader was happy and said it was a small matter. After all, there are quite a few works that they get stuck with every year, and it's not as bad as Du Chen's. Even on the basis of such a thick gift, The leader said that it would not be a big deal to find another problem out of Du Chun himself and seal him up personally. Coming out of the BA headquarters, a smile finally appeared on Zheng Chang's face. This leader he is aware of. In the radio and television position of power, as long as he is willing to seal a work is really not a joke. With this leader's assurance, Zheng Chong was relieved. I really didn't expect that this one would be your classmate. You should have said earlier if you had this relationship. The agent sighed and said, what's the point of telling him? I don't want to come to him until I have to. You didn't count the cost of finding him. All those years of fighting for your family are accounted for. Zheng Chong also fell silent when he heard this. Yeah, it's all here. After a while, Zheng Chong said, it doesn't matter. As long as we win Du Chun this time, when the time comes, his traffic will be all ours, and we can make as much as we want. On the other side, Du Chun was unaware of all this. The matter of online opinion leadership was left in his hands after he handed it over to Yang Mi. Continue filming on the set by yourself. The filming of manhwa is also progressing quickly. 31 episodes have been filmed. Chapter 61, Du Chun, keep it in check. Episode 31 filming is underway. The Dowager Empress Dowager Do died in a mountain stream gazebo. Lu Che, the emperor of the Han dynasty, came running through the forest and knelt down in front of Empress Dowager Do to take her withered palm. Watching her palm slowly slip from her hand, the Dowager Empress Dowager is no more. She served 3 dynasties, assisting Emperor 1, Emperor Jing, and the difficult Lu Che, who was a young man at the beginning of his reign. After his death, he was buried with Emperor Wen in the Ba tomb outside Chang'an. Since then, Lu Che, Emperor Wu of Han dynasty, has fully come to the center of the political stage and started a great and promising political journey. After the death of Empress Dowager Do, the harem lost its master. Lu Che's mother, Empress Dowager Wang, saw the light of day, and the power of power beckoned to her, and she couldn't wait to take power. The first thing that happened was that he pretended that he didn't see anyone in his own palace. Lu Che's wife, the Empress and Dotai Lord came and went to inform and did not see. Then Empress Dowager Wang brought in her brother, Tian Qian, and began to figure out how to get power into her hands and sway the appointment of officials so that her brother could sit in the position of prime minister. Then it was time for Dukhan to come out again. Because the Empress Dowager had just died, the emperor could not get close to the concubines, and Lu Che did not sleep with the sultry lass Wei Zifu that night. Very early the next morning, he went to the Eastern Palace to find the Empress Dowager Wang, the woman who had dared to treat Han Wu Da Di as an equal. Lu Che walked into the palace, just in time to see the Queen Mother carrying a birdcage. Wanting to release the birds raised by the former Queen Mother inside, Lu Che spoke out in a neutral voice. If you let it go, you are also killing it. He walked over and took the birdcage from the Queen Mother. Doesn't Mother know that when it was adopted by its grandmother, she thwarted the blindness of its eyes, so it has left the birdcage. You won't even let it go? Lu Che finished and rehung the birdcage on the wooden frame. This statement, however, has been meant to be a statement, and at the same time indicates that Lu Che, Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty, has no euphemisms or compromises for resisting his mother's ambitions. This is the beginning of the encounter. The Empress Dowager was nudged through and stopped pretending. What do you mean? She paced the temple slowly, as if admiring her trophies, her voice even. This Eastern Palace is mine now. It's not the old lady's world anymore. Lu Che replied directly. Got it. The tone sounded like it was full of disinterest in the Queen Mother's self-perceived oxymoron. Just making small talk. The Queen Mother then revealed her fox's tail. Share, Mother was about to ask you who you would like to be Prime Minister? The director tensed up when the shoot came to an end. Next was the time to test Du Chun. This scene may seem bland, but the more bland it is, the more difficult it is to express the heart of Han Wu Di. Emperor Wu of Han is not just some cat that does 2 fierce looks. That's Emperor Wu of Han. So it's very much a test of the actor's skills. Around those who did not shoot the scene is resting actors. They just want to eat melon. To see the back of the plot, Du Chun will play Hao. And the field. Du Chun quickly turned to face somewhere else after hearing these words from the Queen Mother, his eyes slightly wandering. Asterisk. Absolute. And it manifests like that? Holy, I was just thinking about making a slightly narrow-eyed expression before I could do that. Or is Du Chun bullish? It's really plain and to the point. A simple gesture that gives the audience a taste of what it's like when Emperor Wu of Han doesn't get on the same page as the Queen Mother and doesn't want to listen to what she has to say. At the same time, it also expresses that even Emperor Wu of Han is not carefree at this time. And these emotions are experienced by the audience with a single action. Newbie. Du Chun took a few steps away from the Empress Dowager and said, isn't it a bit too urgent to change now? Urgent? Haven't you been looking forward to this day for a long time? Empress Dowager Wang followed and walked behind Lu Che. Lu Che voiced out, my son has yet to figure out who will Be the one to do it. Before Lu Che could finish his words, he was interrupted by Empress Dowager Wang. You are still young, and in the palace, the roots are intertwined and dangerous, which can be touched at once, not to mention you, but mother me? Not necessarily. Since the imperial son has not figured it out, then mother will recommend recommend a group of reliable people to replace you. The Queen Mother's purpose was completely exposed. She wanted not a little, but all. But what kind of character is Emperor Wu of Han? If it was just going to be a little bit, he might weigh the pros and cons, but the word is out. Lu Che turned abruptly. Be the emperor for me? His words directly interrupted Empress Dowager Wang. The actor playing the Queen Mother was shaking with fear, and that reaction fits the plot even better. The director couldn't help but slap his thighs when he saw the scene. Strong, but just the director did not expect that at this time. Du Chen's chi was in full swing, the latter questioning about Lu Che's questioning of Empress Dowager Wang, asking her how Lu Rong died. Du Chen's tone grew heavier. The actor who plays the Queen Mother can't help but cringe in fear. The surrounding melon eaters looked at this scene as if they were frozen in time. The director also sighed, a bit anxious. It's reasonable to think that the actor playing the Queen Mother, who was also a veteran actor, still can't catch a break. After a few more takes, the Queen Mother's actors are all completely out of shape. There's no way to get another shot. The melon-eating crowd is wide-eyed. This is the real acting. No one in the audience laughed at the Queen Mother's actresses because they felt that even if they were allowed to be on it, they would not be allowed to do it. When Du Chen entered the scene, they couldn't tell whether what they saw in front of them was Han Wu Da Di, or Han Wu Da Di acting Du Chen. The director could only walk out and say to Du Chen, this shot might not work. You'll have to tighten it up. It's kind of hard to get a 100% shot, so keep it in check and let's just get an 80. The actors around them were confused. A rivalry scene where a veteran actor actually dragged Du Chen's feet. That actress who played the Queen Mother was also a bit ashamed, but her condition could not be lifted at all when she faced Du Chen, and there was nothing she could do about it. Her own feeling was that she was dealing with the real Han Wu Da Di, and she's just an actress. An actor. How could he play opposite Han Wu Da Di? The director lamented. Du Chen could only tighten up, and just like that it still took 2 shots to get through. He was about to call it a day when the director saw the state of the Queen Mother actor, and it suddenly occurred to him that the Queen Mother didn't have much of a part to play. There's a scene where Emperor Han Wu points his sword at the Queen Mother, and it's just the right kind of vibe to be going for. Might as well give it a shot in one piece. Everybody wait, let's do another take. Then the director started to deploy it. Not much later, it was officially on. Du Chen kicked open the door of the Great Hall. Chapter 62, the Ko may go, but I may also go. Du Chen made everyone in the crew see what acting means. With Du Chen on the set as a backer, the filming progress is obviously much silkier. Actors who can't find their form, who don't know how to handle a scene, who can't figure out how to use props, all come to Du Chen for advice. Du Chen, a person who also does not put up a fight. As long as someone asks, he is happy to talk about it. So the vibe of the crew is pretty good. In a few days' time, Du Chen's scene was shot to 45 episodes. On this day, the military generals of the Han dynasty assembled. Du Chen plays Han Wu Di, the son of the Han dynasty, who sits on the throne of the 9-5. The group of ministers stood below. This scene was filmed after Emperor Wu of Han had straightened out the various forces in the country, finally decided to go to war against the Huns. He had been looking forward to this day for a long time. This scene, despite the large number of actors involved, can actually be described as Du Chen's solo show. He was the only one who performed and had the lines. This kind of solo show is notoriously difficult to pull off. My general meaning is that we should turn our historical defense and guarding operations against the Xiongnu into offensive operations that seek out the main force of the Xiongnu and strike them on our own initiative. Find your own war machine and split into raids. Du Chen eyed the ministers in front of him and swept over them. He was not angry in this moment. There was an unmistakable dominance in his tone, and a firmness that could not be denied. His loud and penetrating voice echoed through the great hall. Those actors below, none of them felt their scalps tingling and goosebumps rising all over their bodies. As actors, they all actually had the illusion that they were not acting at this moment, not to mention putting it on the screen for those viewers who see it. It was as if time had gone back 2,000 years and they were standing in front of Emperor Wu of Han. They didn't dare to raise their heads to look at Du Chen, as if they had faced the Son of Heaven at that time. The reason why I'm going all out this time is to fight the battle of sound and fury. I don't care if a single soldier is gained or lost. In the past 70 years, my Han family has lost many battles against the Xiongnu, so that our momentum has been wasted and our national prestige has been lost. This situation must be completely reversed from now on. The more Du Chen spoke, the more his temper grew, and he didn't speak in a very loud voice, just in a higher tone than usual. but it fell on the ears of those around them with a deafening feeling. Several of the actors standing below couldn't stop their bodies from trembling. It's a good thing the camera wasn't on them at this point, or this one would definitely be res hot again. Du Chen in the camera, however, was calm and collected, and there was fire in his eyes. That was the first fire that a people named after his country's name for more than 2,000 years after that. I am going to make this battle clear to the world and the Huns. From now on, offense and defense are changing shape. Good. The director stood up excitedly. The performance of this part could be described as perfect, and he felt his blood boiling as he watched himself. That's where the drama, too, ends. But Du Chen is still sitting in that seat. He didn't move, and the actors below him didn't dare. So the director didn't dare to move. And at that moment, Du Chen's gaze glared round to scan the bottom. It was like he was announcing to the whole world, if the ko can go, I can go. Boom! The hammer is set. The director just felt that the line exploded in his head. The blood in his entire body rushed to his head, his scalp tingling. The actors and onlookers standing below froze for a moment. Shocker. At the moment they have two words in mind. Shock. There's no way to describe this shocking feeling. Someone's legs went weak and they almost knelt down for Du Chen. Is this really needing Hanwoo Dadi? Yes. The director was the first to react, snapping his hands hard and shouting. The others woke up at this point and clapped along. The applause grew louder. Everyone looked at Du Chen with an adoring gaze. The script for this segment just now does not have this line behind it. The last line was added by Du Chen himself. The director said excitedly. What? Du Chen added it himself? Everyone looked at Du Chen in shock. That last line just now is the real centerpiece of this performance. But as it turned out, the core of this section turned out to be added by Du Chen? That is, the original script didn't have this part? Clueless. Everyone was confused. They shuddered to think what this scene would have tasted like just now, without that last line. But with that one line, the segment, as it's filmed now, absolutely seals the deal. Everyone hadn't even gotten back to their senses yet, and Du Chen was already off the court for a break. The little assistant Sasha hurriedly ran forward to hand over water to Du Chen. She held her head high and couldn't be more pleased with herself. She felt like she was the prettiest female in the room and everyone else was looking at her, because she's the hottest little follower of the hottest boy in the room. Not long after Du Chen had gotten off the field, he received a call from Yang Mi. Du Chen, are you okay on set? Did Sasha take care of you? Du Chen glanced sideways at the long-legged little assistant standing beside him and said, It's not bad. What does okay mean? It means having a good time without me, right? Du Chen? Oh, calling you because there's something I need to talk to you about. Well, you say. Zheng Chong remember. He's basically wasted, and now the whole internet is cursing him, and our crisis is over. What I mean is, you can take advantage of this fiasco and you can open a Weeb account as well, so that you can do it in a way that you won't have the rhythm in someone else's hands every time. Du Chen thought about it. It is not that he does not have a Weibo account. He also has it, just not certified. Others do not know it is him. Wouldn't it be too much of a hassle to open an authentication? Lots of messy information? Du Chen asked with a frown. Yang Mi said, there will indeed be quite a bit of information, so you can block it out and not look at it. The main reason is that you don't open the Weibo. Those schoolmates and beautiful fans and whatnot go crazy looking for you everywhere every day, which leads to even more messed up information, and it's inconvenient to make an official response to things. I see, so I'll go and get certified later. Du Chen nodded in agreement. Although it's a bit troublesome to open them eager, how can I let my sisters down? After hanging up the phone, Du Chen then gave his cell phone to Shasha and asked Shasha to help him take pictures for authentication. It didn't take long to make. The authentication has just started, and someone has found the flavor and paid attention to Du Chen, and I don't know how the news got out. Focusing on drip 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 is unheard of. Du Chen could only block all message alerts before his phone went quiet. After getting this done, Du Chen directly took his cell phone and took a few selfies at the scene and sent a post up. Then he turned off his cell phone. The post shot up to the top of the Hot 100 in just a few hours of being sent out. The whole internet knew that Du Chen had opened a Weibo. It was only when Du Chen returned to the hotel in the evening that he opened his cell phone. The private messages and comments on the post have been dry-humped. Since his selfie was taken on set, everyone was speculating what kind of drama he was filming. Everyone is talking about it. Du Chen originally didn't intend to say it, but thinking about it, it didn't seem to matter. Otherwise these fans had been speculating. So he replied, uniformly, at the bottom of the post. There's this show being filmed called Hanwoo Dadi. Du Chen only said what drama he did, not what role he played. But this is not a difficult question. It's too easy to guess. Those fans can guess with their eyes closed that Du Chen is playing. Besides Liu Che, the emperor of Han Dynasty, who else could be worthy of Du Chen to play? It's impossible to have Duchen play a supporting role. So, not much later, not only did Duchesne's comments blow up, the words Hanwoo Da-di and Luce also followed and rushed to the hot search. Chapter 63 top of the charts. Night. In an old neighborhood in Kyoto, the director of the broadcaster, Mr. Lu Nanshan, was at home flipping through the information on the internet. A charming old lady brought a glass of water. What age are you? You don't rest early in the evening shouting like a young man holding a cell phone to read. The old lady said. Lu Nanshan dissatisfied. I am older how older also need to learn. Also need to keep up with the network trend Okay, you pay attention. The old lady could do nothing with her old companion but prepare tea for him and leave him alone. Although Lu Nanshan is old, but as the director of the radio and television, he has not forgotten to keep up with the times, but also pay attention to the movements on the microblogging. The thing that had caught his attention the most during this time was a young man named Du Chen in the circle. Du Chen's rendition of Li Shimen he watched, 2 words, spot on. He is a history buff himself and is notoriously knowledgeable about historical aspects. So after watching Du Chen as Li Shimen, he was expecting a lot from the young man. The online public opinion also satisfied him, proving that young people nowadays, too, possess the right aesthetic and know what's good and what's bad. Du Chen opened Weibo? Lu Nanshan saw such a hot message, clicked on it, and immediately Du Chen's microblogging account popped up. There's also a post above the Twitter account. Lu Nanshan looked at it briefly. Another new movie. No, this is Dahan? Lu Nanshan originally just clicked on Du Chen's photo to look at it, but once the photo was opened, Du Chen didn't change his clothes because it was taken on the set. Also the props behind Du Chen can be seen inside the photo. Lu Nanshan spotted the problem. In the photo, the clothes on Du Chen's body, and those props, were all imitated according to the specifications of the Han Dynasty during the period of Emperor Wu of the Great Han Dynasty, and some of the things that were actually there, Lu Nanshan had only seen written accounts, and many of them were not physical, but what was on Du Chen's photo was exactly the same as what was written in that text. This is a documentary, isn't it? Questions arose in Lu Nanshan's mind. The specifications of these props were so meticulous that he couldn't find a hint of perfidy. This included the clothes on Du Chen, from the color to the style of wearing them, as well as the details of the dragon's claws showing on them. This is literally a one-to-one restoration based on the record above. It's not a documentary, it's a TV show? After Lu Nanshan read the copy of Du Chen's post and the comments below, he was shocked. I can't believe this wasn't a documentary, but a TV show. It's amazing that there are TV shows with this much heart now. He couldn't help but be shocked at what he saw in Duchesne's photos, because so far, no one has made the culture of the Great Han so detailed. Even some of the documentaries are not as detailed, and many of them will be different from the real accounts, but now a TV show has actually done it. What depth of history does it take to do that? At least until now. The photos that Lu Nanshan doesn't have see any flaws that differ from those in the records. Is Han Wu the Great? A drama like this has to be supported. Lu Nanshan immediately slid his cell phone and sent a message to the propaganda department's side. Little Lu. Work tomorrow to send tweets. Content you go to the Weebly of an actor named Du Chen, who is now filming a movie on Hanwoo Da-di. As you can see from the stills he posted, the props, costumes and makeup used in this drama are all of an elaborate nature and perfectly in line with historical records. We must inspire and publicize such a heartfelt production team. After the message was sent out, Elder Lu was relieved. The heart is happy to look up the history about Hanwoo Da-di. The thought crossed my mind that I hadn't been wrong about anyone. He had been paying attention to this young man's information these days, and he didn't expect another big surprise today. It made him even more interested in the young man. It's also gratifying to know that in the current climate, there are young people out there who are so down-to-earth about making true classics. Although Du Chen is an actor, the old man watched Du Chen's portrayal of Li Shimen and also read a lot of information on the internet about Du Chen correcting scripts on the set, so he does not think that Du Chen meager above Hanwoo Da-di theater group using the utensils so regulated, which does not have Du Chen's relationship. There must be a big connection. From Du Chen's instructions, to Du Chen's requirements for the crew as the main character. Every link here is related. Early the next morning, the official microsite of the broadcaster then posted the thread. Among them are screenshots and stills from Du Chen's Weebly. The use of his awaken himself. The text is an appreciation of Duchesne and the crew, as well as an acknowledgement of the use of props and other aspects of the show. As soon as this information was posted, it went straight to the top of the hot search list. You know, before this, it could only be considered a self-improvement of Du Chen's fans, a kind of fan behavior, but now the official one has surprisingly come right down and given it the benefit of the doubt. This directly brought Du Chen's fans towards those who knew Du Chen and those who didn't discussed it, and the drama Hanwoo Da-di, which hasn't done any publicity yet. has already been pushed to the point where it's known and discussed by all on the internet. The centerpiece of the hotspot is undoubtedly Du Chen. All of Du Chen's past events were being discussed again. Inevitably, Zheng Chong, who had previously hacked Du Chen, was carried out and flogged again. Zheng Chong got up early and came to the company and also saw the information on the internet. He was utterly confused. It was only how long before he and his agent went to find the head of the broadcaster. How long has this been going on? And the broadcaster's official came out to stand up for Du Chen? Zheng Chong got an agent. The agent was also confused, and intended to call the same classmate, that is, the leader of the broadcaster, to ask to see if it was not. Then the leader gave a wrong hearing. Chapter 64, The Great Emperor in his late years. The agent pulled out his cell phone. Before the call went out, his cell phone rang first. When I picked it up, it was the leader of the broadcaster. Hey, Mr. Liu, General Nima, call me Minister Liu. Are laborers close to you? What do you mean by dropping some on my doorstep and pumping money into my bank card every time you set foot on it? I'm telling you, I'm recording this phone call. So if you want to things up, wait for my lawyer to talk to you. I'll call you back the money now, and I'll sue you for harassment if you call me back. Asterisk. What the hell? You don't learn from the good ones, you learn from the bad ones. Am I like that? Dog, trying to frame me. You're looking at the wrong person. The broker took his cell phone and all he said was that the opposite side of the room opened up. Took the clean out of his last gift. Just take it off. This also curses. Do. Looking at the hung-up phone, the agent and Zheng Chong spit out blood in anger. But there was nothing they could do about it. The internet is a storm of information. The filming of the cast of Hanwoo Da was the opposite of peaceful. The shooting is moving very quickly. It didn't take long to have filmed the later years of Emperor Wu of Han. In his later years, Hanwoo the Great was dying. The makeup artist fitted Du Chen with makeup. The scene to be filmed today is that of Wei Qing, who is terminally ill in his later years and has come to meet Emperor Wu of Han for the last time. Du Chen gave the makeup artist a makeover while pondering what the dying generation of males would look like. How would he walk? How would he act? Du Chen kept recalling the history he had studied. In his mind, he simulated over and over again the scene where Emperor Wu of Han finally met Wei Qing. He's mimicking the psychology of Han Wu Di. When the makeup is almost done, the makeup artist herself marveled. Brother Chen, I feel you when I see you. I feel like I'm really seeing Han Wu Da Di. Du Chen's voice was slightly hoarse as he said faintly, that's just your illusion. I'm just an actor. The makeup artist shivered. Her legs going weak and an urge to fall to her knees came over her. She was too scared to say anything. Even the hand that was applying makeup to Du Chen was shaking, like it didn't dare to disturb Du Chen. She didn't want to, but her body was out of control. It was a good thing the important makeup was already done, or else in her state, she could have just switched makeup artists. In a short while, Du Chen had already drawn her makeup, and the image and psychology of Han Wu Di in his twilight years is already in Du Chen's mind, combined with his perfect control of his body. The moment he got up, he was in the role of Han Wu Da Di. Du Chen walked out of the dressing room. Outside, actors and field workers are deploying what they need for the next scene, but seeing Du Chen out, all eyes were attracted. The work in his hands was unconsciously put down. This is Du Chen? This dude wasn't really an emperor, was he? Sure, he just went in there to put on makeup and didn't spend decades in there? Can makeup paint? Can makeup eyes? Can the vicissitudes of the eyes also be drawn? Everyone looked at Du Chen with a dumbfounded look on their faces, because at this moment, they couldn't see any shadow of a young man in Du Chen. This is clearly an old man, a heroic old man in his twilight. The director came over and was confused. Quickly, turn it on. Everyone get ready and turn it on quickly. The director was thrilled inside, and he feared the feeling would be fleeting, because the Du Chen he saw at this moment was definitely a Han Wu emperor who could be sealed as a god. He didn't want the scene to be missed, and Du Chen said, this is nothing more than his normal acting. He can get into character if he wants to. The first act begins. Liu Che, Emperor Wu of Han, learned of Wei Qing's arrival. Liu Che, in his twilight years, looked a little excited as well, but after all, I am old and my body is not as flexible as it was when I was young. A palace eunuch brought clothes. Liu Che waved his hand and said, I want to wear formal attire. His voice was hoarse, and his request for formal attire was a sign of the importance he placed on Wei Qing. The next shot pans over the promenade. Emperor Wu of Han knew that Wei Qing had come, a great general of his great Han dynasty who had made indelible contributions to him. He rushed over to meet Wei Qing. Behind him led a line of people. At the moment, Emperor Wu of Han was walking at a good pace, but it was obvious that he was no longer young. Du Chen had already walked through the scene in his head many times, so there was no problem in interpreting it. Between the corridors, Emperor Wu saw Wei Qing coming from a distance. He stopped and raised his eyes. The camera closes in. The director couldn't hold back the tears in his eyes when he saw the scene. Unconsciously, he was also brought into the scene by Du Chen's eyes. It was as if it came from 1,000 years of looking away. Watching is a lifetime of conquest and 1,000 years of looking back. A common phrase: merit in the present, benefit in the future. Never have I experienced this phrase so deeply. Then Han Wu-di walked quickly toward the Hall of Light. In front of the Hall of Light, Liu Che, Emperor Wu of Han, stood on top of the stone steps that lead to the sky. Below was Wei Chang, who had been carried over, sick and suffering. Seeing Emperor Wu of Han, Wei Chang told everyone to put him down and not to touch him. He trembled as he made his way to the Hall of Light, climbing up if he couldn't walk. He looked at the Hall of Light as a figure. That's the man he's been following all his life. Du Chen, who was standing on the stone steps, just quietly looked at Wei Chang below. He didn't do anything, but that one look sent chills down the backs of those outside the arena. Many of them, at one time or another, envisioned what would happen if they went faster than the speed of light and went to places far away from the earth in a split second. Is it possible to see Han Wu-di? From time to time, you can see the scene when Emperor Wu of Han meets Wei Chang, and today, they feel like they saw it. The director looked at the image in the monitor screen and watched Du Chen's figure as he froze himself. Is this my scene? Do I really deserve to do a scene like this? I'm afraid he's not the reincarnation of the real Emperor Wu, is he? Chapter 65 Du Chen, don't talk nonsense. I won't. In 87 B.C., Liu Che, Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty, died of an illness. Liu Che, who feared interference from a foreign relative, cleared the way for the next emperor at the end of his life. Trusting Hua Guang, the era of Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty came to a close. The cast was killed and everyone cheered happily. The silky smoothness of the filming process, coupled with the many suggestions given by Duchesne and Duchesne in the lead role, it gives everyone confidence in the show. As is customary, the director hosts a banquet. But this time, Du Chen didn't drink much, just a shallow meaning, and returned to the hotel in the evening with his little assistant Sasha. The first thing he did when he returned to the hotel was to collect the system's reward. The reward for this one is an understanding of beauty, the art of the East and the West, the evolution of beauty from ancient times to the present day. Filled his brain in an instant. Wait for Du Chen to finish digesting the information. A strong urge arose within him to go back and shout at the director to shoot Han Wu-di again. Of course, there was certainly no need to practice this kind of thought, so Du Chen held back. The actor who gave him this idea was when his understanding of beauty improved. He had a sense of the camera, of the lighting, of the lines, of the visuals and everything, all with a new understanding. If we let him reshoot Han Wu-di now, he could easily take the show up a few notches just by having a sense of camera, from prop tones and lighting and layout. Returning too late that day, Sasha, the junior assistant, booked a ticket for the next day. So the next day, Sasha took her young assistant on a first-class flight back to the office. As soon as Du Chen returned to the office, a group of people came to pick him up. Right now, Du Chen was a figure in the whole circle. Inside the company, there are many more who are his students. Basically 80% have been instructed by him, so nobody's going back to the office. Everyone was ready for the flower salute early. After picking up Du Chen, Hataru's little mouth was at its biggest, sticking to Du Chen and giving him a broken speech. It was only when he got back to the office that Du Chen shook these people off. That's when Yang Mi arrived. She walked in and placed a card on her desk and pushed it in front of Du Chen. This is my affiliate gold card, and the pin is your birthday. Du Chen looked up. What? You're teaching me how to do things? Yang Mi flattened her mouth a bit and put the card back, saying with some dissatisfaction, then wait, I'll transfer it to your account. Inside is $3 million. Han Wu-di's paycheck. The director said that it was originally $2,800,000. The other $200,000 is his private back added. As a small lottery, hope you smile. Yes, I hope you laugh. It's all already taxed. Yang Mi repeated the last sentence again. On the surface she was jealous and envious, but the smile at the corner of her mouth betrayed her. She was actually happy about it. After all, Du Chen was from her company, and the better Du Chen was outside, the more he was recognized by others, the happier he was. When other directors send money to Du Chen, they all use the word accept, and I heard that the director is still poor and sells his house to make a movie. You can see here how much the director recognizes Du Chen. Yang Mi also felt a glow on his face. Du Chen took a few days off from the company. When there's nothing else to do, go to the lecture room and give lessons to the actors who stay with the company. On this day, Du Chen was speaking from the pulpit about how a 2.5-year intern should act when Yang Mi walked in. She looked at the actors sitting and listening to the lecture, focusing on Hot Fuzz, who had a good boy look on her face. Then he said to Du Chen, there are quite a few programs and drama groups over here that have extended invitations to you. I can have someone go through the screening process for you first if you have any ideas of your own. without waiting for Du Chen to speak. Yang Mi said, "Why don't you take a break and pick up a variety show or something to do? It's easy this way." The actors sitting there listening to the lesson were all looking at Du Chen with eyes full of envy. Du Chen has had a large number of invitations to shows, so many that they need to be sifted through. They, in turn, need brokers and companies that go to multiple operations to get them business. Here's the difference. Not only that, in the face of so many announcements, the boss even said something like, "You want to take a break to Du Chen? Is this human talk? Can this rest? Fire him, okay?" How easy it is to give him a red eye at work. Fortunately, Du Chen's answer did not disappoint them. Du Chen said, "No need. An actor just can't stop, can't lose his feeling. If he can act, he has to keep acting." Yang Mi rolled his eyes. "Caring about you isn't even appreciated." Then she said, "So what play do you want to be in this time and what are your requirements now? I will screen it for you." Without thinking, Du Chen said, "If it works, go ahead and play the Emperor. Having played several already, I'll try to play all the Emperors. It's kind of a challenge if different Emperor temperaments I can act out and play each one differently. It would be nice to play Qin Shi Huang." The group of actors sitting there, hearing Du Chen say this, looked at each other. Chen is dying to play this role. If you are acting for a long time, you have to perform different temperament of each emperor, which is not a small difficulty. Yang Mi also froze for a moment. The two roles you've recently played as the emperor are indeed both quite good, and no one in the entire acting circle has been able to match them within their works prior to this. But if there are no changes, if you keep acting like this, I'm really afraid you'll play yourself as a real emperor. Du Chen shook his head. "Don't talk nonsense. I won't." Hot break? Yang Mi? Crowd of actors. "Sasha, I support your majesty." Chapter 66. You should reflect on yourself instead of questioning Du Chen's abilities. Wang Jing is a veteran director in his own right. It's just that his personal pursuits favor quality over flow. That's why they haven't produced any work in recent years, and they're just fading into oblivion. With the airing of Sui and Tang, Wang Jing is back in the limelight, and with Sui and Tang's added value, his value has risen. But over the years, Wang Jing, despite his small body of work, has had no less of a voice in the company. He belongs to the company. In recent years the concept has been biased towards the pursuit of traffic. What has traffic on what? After the change, no longer like before will think about the strategic depth of the problem. This led to inevitable friction between the company and King from time to time. Many people in the company, all hope to kill Wang Jing, just before Wang Jing is weak, so the conflict has not been completely stimulated. But this time, Sui and Tang aired. The conflict was brought to the forefront. Wang Jing didn't do anything about it and just disengaged and walked away. This company, if it was already very different from his philosophy, there was no point in staying. "Mr. Wang Jing, it's a pleasure to meet you." In the suite parlor of a hotel, a foreigner with two foreigner assistants met with Wang Jing. If someone from the movie industry was here, they would have recognized that the foreigner who met with Wang Jing was Bernardo, a famous Hollywood director. The two men exchanged pleasantries and sat down. Bernardo got to the point first. "Mr. Wang Jing, the purpose of my coming to China this time is to shoot a work alternating between the end of the Qing dynasty and the beginning of the Civil War. The idea has been in my mind for a long time, and I wanted to capture this period of history in a special perspective, the changing of the old and the new, but I never knew what I had to do to get to the standard I wanted. This time, I read your work Sui and Tang Dynasty. Your thinking and ability amazed me. I think I should be able to find the answer from you. So I came here." Wang Jing listened to Bernardo's assistant's translation. A slight frown wrinkled his brow and thought as well. If it was before, a big director like Hollywood would never have come to him. The people over in Hollywood are high and mighty. Again, he doesn't care to look over there. But I have to say that the director and the guided show over there do have something unique to offer as well. This time, Bernardo came to him. And that was also because the airing of Sui and Tang had pushed domestic historical dramas to a new high. After a little thought, Wang Jing felt that this was a challenge and an opportunity. If they cooperate, it is possible to make domestic historical dramas through Bernardo's channels and open up the international market. But if it's not done well, then it becomes a joke to others. "Mr. Ninaldo, can you tell us the details of your needs?" Ninaldo said, "What I want to make is not a commercial movie. I hope that when it's filmed, it will be seen by the world, that it will still stand the test of time many years from now, and that it will even serve as a reference and teaching material in certain fields." Wild enough, Wang Jing's eyebrows raised a little. This was really to his liking. He's always had that philosophy. "So, Mr. Wang Jing, do you have any good ideas? After all, you know the country better than I do. What kind of story should we shoot to reflect this labeling of the times? Ask. Ask Nima. Can't you see that I am thinking?" Wang Jing was a bit headstrong. This geezer kept asking. If this thing was so good at figuring out how to do it, would he have been unable to shoot it for so many years? Wang Jing didn't say anything and pondered. So, the scene got awkward for a moment. It would be good if this kid Du Chen was there, and he could still be together ref. Wang Jing pondered. Oi. Yeah, Du Shen. Wang Jing thought of Du Chen. All of a sudden it came to life. He blurted out then. I can think of someone who can do it. Who? Nabeldo was also a little excited when he heard Wang Jing suddenly say that. Du Chen. Who? The main character in Sui and Tang. Du Chen. You said. Mr. Wang Jing. You're not kidding. Which actor are you talking about? Right. Nabeldo settled back down again and said. I recognize that actor's qualities are not bad, but he's ultimately just an actor, and will be of limited help to an epic production. Wang Jing's mind flashed through Du Chen's figure in his mind, and his thoughts became more and more alive. Ignoring Nabeldo's questioning, he said, the work you're trying to make, filmed in a documentary style, is a pseudo-documentary, and the rating is inevitably lowered. With other perspectives and stories, it's also hard to represent it on a macro level, only to feel it between the minutiae. But what if, for example, we made a work in which the main character is the last emperor Puyi, with the perspective of the last emperor? This will be able to tell the story of this change and alternation very well, on a macro level. Oh Mr. Wang Jing, you're a genius. Why didn't I think of that? The perspective we should use the most is the last emperor, who went from a feudal era to an era of liberation, and there's no one better than him. But, Ninaldo hesitated and said, the actor you mentioned, it's not going to make him play the emperor, is it? Right, Wang Jing said decisively. Ninaldo said, I see that this scenario could be problematic. I've seen the actor you're talking about, and he's very imposing, but he's playing a majestic lord like Li Shimin. Puyi, completely different from Li Shimin. Can he act well? Wang Jing smiled gently and said, Mr. Ninaldo, what you should do more is to think about whether or not you can handle such a story, rather than questioning Du Chen's strength. Ninaldo froze. Could that be believed? Du Chen is just a young actor who can be so evaluated by director Wang Jing and even compared to him? Believe it or not? Don't believe it. There was no other way he could have made it. And what Wang Jing proposed was the limit of what could be thought of today. As for Du Chen, read it first. Let's say it doesn't work. Chapter 67 or the Emperor. After the two of them, Ninaldo and Wang Jing, determined the direction. Just start working on the script right away. For the lead role, Ninaldo followed Wang Jing's advice and invited Du Chen. His idea is very simple. First fix the script is the big thing. Using Puyi's perspective, this direction is definitely right. As for whether the actors are good or not, you can audition and find them again afterward. It's not a big deal. So Wang Jing found a relationship to contact Yangmi and passed on his purpose and invitation to Yangmi. Yangmi, you said Bernardo came over? Yes. He means to make an epic masterpiece to open up the international market, and the content of the work will be filmed in that era of our country. Yangmi's heart was still a little excited when he heard such news. If Du Chen really takes the lead role, this will be another step over the top. Once again, she was glad that she was lucky enough to sign Du Chen. Good. I will convey your meaning to Du Chen. As long as Du Chen agrees, there's no problem on our company's side. After hanging up Wang Jing's phone, Yangmi rushed off to find Du Chen. Du Chen had nothing to do today and was again dragged by the company to lecture in the lecture room. Yangmi rushed in and a pair of eyes fell on her. Du Chen, there's a very good invitation to audition for a movie. I don't know if you're interested. Another invitation. A host of actors envious and numb. Du Chen said, tell me about it. Yangmi said, a Hollywood director came to our country and wanted to make a documentary-type historical movie, and he worked with director Wang Jing, who recommended you for the lead role. A Hollywood director? Holy, this is going international. Ha! People debut 2.5 years in as a trainee. Du Chen directly debut and take off. Where to reason Director Wang Jing's recognition of Du Chen is surprisingly high. Of course, Sui Tang is now all about director Wang Jing's peak work, and the main character is our brother Chen. Du Chen himself listened, but frowned. He was not so concerned about Hollywood, not Hollywood. He cared about the drama itself. Is it intended to be some kind of production, and what am I playing? The Last Emperor, featuring Puyi. I'll be damned. It's the Emperor again. I didn't realize that Brother Chen was quite literally going to play the Emperor again. I have a feeling that if this continues, no one in this circle will dare to play the Emperor, because none of them can play it beyond Brother Chen. In the future, this role, who still dares to act when the time comes to be taken and Chen played a comparison. There's no place to put your face. Chen is taking the road wide open, straight up hogging a track, but Du Chen himself, however, is really rather bland. The Last Emperor? Puyi, the man, is still a bit interesting, with a rough fate. Okay, Can promise him I'll audition for the movie then. Holler. Yang Mi's eyes lit up. Then I'll go communicate with his side of the duel. And I'll let you know if anything happens. Du Chen nodded and Yang Mi went out. But when he walked to the door, Yang Mi suddenly turned back and said, I forgot to mention that the director coming from the Hollywood side is Ninaldo. Ninaldo. The group of actors in the audience were speechless with shock. Over there comes a more average actor and they all think it's awesome. After all, the market, nowadays, still belongs to the big one over there. Usually people over there, they don't get people from the domestic side either. So in each case, it's a good opportunity. But I didn't expect it. It's not just Hollywood that's coming for the man. It's the notorious Ninaldo. It's probably an international masterpiece when it's made. Yang Mi smiled in her heart when she saw everyone's surprised expressions. Well, that's the right effect. Du Chen skimmed his mouth. So what if it's a big director? The work is not the same as shot. He thinks these things don't matter. He focuses on how to play a character. It doesn't matter if it's a big director or a small director. As long as the script is satisfactory to him, after accepting a role, he shoots it all the same. The next time, Yang Mi and Wang Jing side butt heads. It will take time for Wang Jing to get the script and design the scenes. The answer to Yang Mi is that the audition is about a month away. And so the next time, Du Chen began to study the relevant history. He also rarely went back to giving lessons to the actors during the month, instead locking himself in the company's office. Everything about Puyi, as well as the records of that era, through different channels he could find all searched and read once. Because of the system's power, it has the ability to forget everything. So although it's only been a month, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that through a month of research he has become an expert on the history of this era. He knew Puyi's character as well as his image and deeds in different times. At the same time, Du Chen constantly deduced Puyi's thoughts at different times over and over again through his deeds and experiences. Finally, a month passed. Wang Jing's side called and informed Yang Mi that Du Chen could go over to audition for the movie. Yang Mi almost showed her little woman posture and ran to Du Chen's office with 3 jumps in 1 step. All this time, she was quite worried about Du Chen, who had locked himself up and gone off the deep end as if he was practicing in seclusion. Du Chen, Wang Jing's side called and said he can go over for the audition. Yes. Du Chen looked up and closed the book on his desk. At this point in time, he was ready to do the same. Then I'll leave tomorrow. Yang Mi looked at Du Chen's appearance and hesitated for a moment. I'll have the company's stylist give you a haircut first. No need. Du Chen waved his hand. He hadn't gotten a haircut in over a month. It actually has a purpose, because he found a photo of Puyi. Since Du Chen was unwilling, Yang Mi did not say any more. That afternoon, Du Chen took Sasha in disguise and went to the street. He's going to buy some props that he needs. The next day, the two got on an airplane. Chapter 68, The Emperor in a Suit. Du Chen arrived at the stronghold of Wang Jing's theater group. There were already a lot of people there. The audition scene is in progress. Du Chen didn't bother Wang Jing, but took the invited information and went to the queue and proceeded to wait. A lot of the actors and actresses recognized Du Chen. Many people ran over to greet Du Chen and climb the relationship. After all, Du Chen was now also a celebrity in the circle. Morn, this is, well, hello, Brother Chen. My admiration for you is as great as a river. Well, hello, Morn, your hair strands are handsome. You, well, hello, Brother Chen. Vi 20 to see your strength. Du Chen. So he started treating those who came over to say hello with indifference. Du Chen figured out one thing: the more he responded, the more people came over. Never ending. Simply ignore it. Not going to waste this time. Then slowly, no one came over, and those who did were stopped by Sasha. What the hell is he picking? Is there something wrong with the performance I just gave? Can this also eliminate me? Bull asterisk. I think that Hollywood director is just here to act like a pussy. Does he know our country's culture? How dare he say that I, the emperor, don't have the right flavor? I just watched Zhang Tai Li not even eliminated. That's nothing. There are bigger names eliminated too. There were actually quite a few big names that came and none of them passed. Can't you guys see that Du Chen is also here? Du Chen is here too? Has he passed yet? It's not his yet. I guess it's going to be eliminated as well. His acting is good, but the big names that were eliminated in front of him, they also have to be no worse than Du Chen. But that foreigner just said the flavor is not right. Deliberately difficult for people, aren't they? Du Chen sat aside, already wearing sunglasses and a mask. This will prevent some people from bothering you all the time. He also heard the men talking, but he doesn't care if there are more big names eliminated. His idea is simple, to perform the way he thinks is right. And if the director says it's not right, that means the director doesn't think the same way as he does. If you think differently, he won't act even if the director wants to hire him. so he's not worried about being eliminated. It's his process of auditioning for a movie, and it's actually his process of auditioning for a director. Only when like-mindedness and ideas come together can this play be a good one when it's made. Waiting for some time, it was finally Du Chen's turn to get ready. The auditions were held in a wardrobe room, as well as with props and costumes. Those auditioning for the movie can either find their own props to change into or bring their own costumes. Du Chen then carried a suitcase by himself and entered the check room. Sasha obediently guarded the door to the fitting room. Not long after, Du Chen came out of the check room. Outside there were quite a few actors, who were also auditioning for the movie, and each of them was wearing a dragon robe, or the emperor's civilian clothes. On the contrary, Du Chen, wearing a suit and glasses, didn't even wear a wig, just a parted hair. It's clearly out of step with the others. Brother, are you on the wrong set? An actor wearing a dragon robe couldn't help but speak out when he saw Du Chen's appearance. Everyone else looked at Du Chen as well. In his heart, he thought that Du Chen had specified that he had a brain fart or had gone to the wrong place. Du Chen smiled slightly at this point and coped. It was Du Chen's turn to go on stage soon, and Du Chen walked up. Everyone's eyes, including Wang Jing and Ninaldo, all gazed at Du Chen. Seeing Du Chen's styling, the surroundings were in an uproar. There is no mistake. People try the theater is the emperor. Do not see everyone wearing a dragon robe? This ing thinks he's acting like a bully. He's got his suit and crutches out. Isn't that Du Chen? Holy, it's really Du Chen. What the hell is he up to? He is thinking that now that he is on fire, he can do whatever he wants to intentionally come to humiliate the director, right? I guess he drifted. Thought he was good. Thought the blind director would give him face and use him. Wang Jing also cooperated with him. Right. How to turn around to hit Wang Jing's face. Let's see how Wang Jing handles it. Du Chen came to punch him in the face. With a round-framed glass lens, Du Chen walked up to the audition stage, a special cane in one hand, dressed in a suit, with hair waxed and combed in a parted hairstyle, facing Wang Jing and Ninaldo's side. Everyone was waiting to see Du Chen's joke, and they were also waiting to see how Wang Jing would handle it. However, Wang Jing and Ninaldo, upon seeing Du Chen, first froze for a moment, then carefully observed and then applauded. Yes. A bunch of actors who came to audition for the movie were confused. What's so great about this? He's wearing a suit. Are you guys blind? Sasha stood on the stage, also a little uncomfortable. Although she had absolute confidence in Du Chen, she also felt strange at the moment. After all, the actors around them who were auditioning for the movie were all wearing dragon robes, and only Du Chen was wearing a suit. Not at all like the emperor in ancient times. What kind of emperor wears a suit? Chapter 69. Can you really do whatever you want when you're on fire? Well, what a door. A bunch of the actors were confused. Can you really do whatever you want when you're on fire? Du Chen has come to fool around on purpose and the director still says yes? I'm so damn serious and the director says I'm a punt and tells me to get off? Is there any king's law? Is there any heavenly justice? Wang Jing also saw the confusion of those actors who were auditioning for the movie. He stood up and took the speaker and said, does everyone think that this outfit of Du Chen's is not right? Does everyone think that the emperor should wear a dragon robe? Need you ask? The group's dissatisfaction with Wang Jing was almost written on their faces. Although it was said that Du Chen was very handsome in this outfit with his demeanor. But here's the actor who's auditioning for the emperor right now. What does the emperor have to do with you wearing a suit and glasses? But he heard Wang Jing continue. What you may not know is that during the late Qing dynasty, many new things had already been introduced to the country. People with kits in those days loved these new things. And that included the emperor. They call these things foreign goods. Puyi himself wore glasses and often wore a suit. And he liked to ride a bicycle. This walking stick in Du Chen's hand also has a learning curve. It opens up into a simple stool. And Puyi has one just like it. If people are attentive, they can still find Puyi-related photos on the internet. And the Puyi in the photo, and the current Du Chen, at a glance, look like the same person. Wang Jing's words left all of them dumbfounded. How can there be such a big reversal? Puyi is actually like this? Who says it's not? I've seen it before, but I don't dare to wear it like this. He said he's going to choose the role of the emperor. I think about wearing it like this. My heart is always unsure. Oh my god. This is the first time I've heard that the emperor wears a suit. I didn't realize it was still true. How did Du Chen know that? I thought he was fooling around. Du Chen, this person is not simple. You can see that he has done enough homework. The knowledge of history cannot be said to be not deep. His previous roles in the role, thought that he is only good acting. It turns out that the knowledge is also wide. It's time to say no. It's truly awesome. Everyone was dumbfounded. And instead of seeing Du Chen's joke, they were taught a lesson. At the same time the heart had an idea of what to think of Du Chen. I've only heard of Du Chen before. I just saw that he was hot on the internet. But now see. Sure enough, there are a few real ones. Du Chen, who was standing on the stage, looked at Wang Jing and asked, "Is there a script or lines or something? I'll try." Wang Jing hadn't said anything yet. The geezer beside him gabbled a bunch. Then the young lady in charge of translation said, "Mr. Ninaldo said that there is no need to try. You will play the role of Pwai. Your temperament and micro-expressions are exactly the same as the Pwai he understands, and you have a temperament that most actors can't imitate. It's more like being born with it." Translated words are Ninaldo's words. Ninaldo made a full acknowledgement of Du Chun. This puts the people who came to audition for the play and were eliminated on their toes. They operated like a tiger at one time, and made themselves nervous as hell the whole time. As a result, as soon as Du Chen came on, he didn't even need to try and passed straight away. That's the gap. What do I do? Congratulations, of course, to Du Shane for taking another role. And the movie is also a strong collaboration between Wang Jing and a major Hollywood director. In the future, Du Chen will definitely go to the next level. It would be good to flatter Du Chen at this time, even if it's just to get acquainted. So a group of people, known and unknown, surrounded Du Chen. Sasha breathed a sigh of relief and rushed off to report the news. Ninaldo, who was sitting in the director's seat, said to Wang Jing at this time in a voice that carried an apology, "I'm really sorry about your last comment about introducing a friend to play the emperor. I don't think anyone would be better suited to play Pwai than him." Ninaldo pointed at Du Chen and then continued, "I can only say sorry to your friend and ask him to work with me next time if I get the chance." With a smile on his face and a bit of a snub nose, Wang Jing said, "Mr. Ninaldo, I forgot to introduce you. He is that friend of mine, Du Chen." "He's Du Chen?" Ninaldo looked at Du Chen in surprise and asked incredulously, "Oh my god, I didn't even recognize him. So he's the one who played Li Shimin. But the current him, and the one in Sui and Tang Dynasty, Li Shimin, look like two completely different people, with very different temperaments." Wang Jing laughed lightly. "As I said, you should be thinking more about whether or not you can handle such a story, rather than not questioning Du Chen's strength. When the scene is almost done." Wang Jing sat down beside Du Chen and said, "I heard that Hanwu Da Di has been finalized." Du Chen said, "I'm not sure about this." Didn't bother. After Wang Jing sighed at Du Chen's mentality, he said, "It will be released in 3 days. First of all, congratulations in advance. This movie will be hot again. No surprise." Du Chen said, "Then I'll borrow your advice." Chapter 70. That lead dancer was Du Chen. 3 days later, Hanwu Da Di is coming to theaters soon. The crew didn't even have to buy hotspots. The drama was still in the process of filming and it had already made headlines because of Du Chen. Plus, Du Chen's comeback against the odds after being attacked by the water army is making a lot of noise on the internet. Nowadays, the word Du Chen is the representative of traffic. That's why the teaser trailer for Hanwu Da Di was just sent out, and it blew right up on all the major platforms. Self-media or official media. Sprouts all over the place. All of them are discussing the topic of Hanwu Da Di and Du Chen. So it's hard not to be hot. And within the fans waiting for the release of this drama are not only many male fans with dreams of a world of deer. There are also a lot of history buffs out there. They were drawn to the show through some of the details, but also wanted to see exactly what was going on. Wanted to see how well the show was actually filmed. On top of that, there's a whole lot of female fans. Female fans or most of them don't know any history and don't care how you Qin Huang Hanwu. But they understand Du Chen. Du Chen that's really handsome. Brush to their hearts and minds. They will definitely stop and like any video about Du Chen whenever they brush up on the internet. "Baby, we haven't kissed in a long time." In an apartment, a couple just got out of the shower. The girl sits on the bed with her tablet and the boy comes over for a kiss. The girl reached out her hand, then pushed her boyfriend aside. You don't argue. Du Chen's drama will be released soon." The boy was pushed aside and got up again, commiserating, "But we haven't kissed in a long time." Okay, you have 2 minutes." The girl leaned back on her pillow with her tablet. "It's too much of a bully." The boys finally relented. "Every day just dukhen. You go live with Du Chen." "Yes." The girl jumped out of bed with her tablet in her arms and ran to the living room on the next floor. Scenes like this are happening in all corners of the country. In the midst of much anticipation, Hanwu Da Di is finally in theaters. Gaga, a college student, was sprawled out on her bed in her dorm room, wearing tiny pajama pants and crossing her legs. She clicked in the first time Hanwu Da Di was in theaters, but she was still slow. When she went in there were already a lot of pop-ups left by people in front of her. 1, 2, I'm here. Mourn. Whoever offends my strong Han will be executed even though he is far away. There's no place like home under the sky. Du Chen Nyobi. I wish to serve His Majesty Du Chen for generations to come. There is no king's land under the sky, and there is no king's subject in the land of the ratepayers. Strike off the 100 schools and revere only the Confucians. 2024. 4:29. Seeing these pop-ups, the corners of Jia Jia's mouth couldn't help but reveal a nice curve. She was even more excited for the main event that was to follow. But with this show, it only updates 2 episodes a day. Finished watching the first episode. Didn't see Dokkan. Well, in the second episode. Finished watching the second episode. Didn't see Dokkan. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where's my morning? How come Du Chen hasn't shown up yet? Those who shouted Du Chen. Don't be in a hurry. This is still the period of Emperor Wu of Han. It's normal that there is no Du Chen appearing. He is Emperor Wu of Han. Lu Che. I feel like I've been tricked. Du Chen wouldn't be the main character of this drama and just come over for a cameo, right? Ah, is there any mistake? Where's Du Chen? After the 2 episodes were updated, netizens across the internet were nonplussed. They were in here and didn't see Du Chen's figure. Jia Jia was also a bit disappointed, so she brushed up on the information on the internet, only to find out that everyone is just like her. Kaya slid her cell phone in disappointment. Finally, she saw a post. Actually, Du Chen has already appeared. You just didn't notice. Already? Kaya frowned curiously and clicked on the post. She watched all of these 2 episodes and slid back and forth many times without seeing Du Chen. How could Du Chen have appeared so long ago? Just see what the post says inside. Sisters, haven't you noticed that the leading dancer of the manhwa dance is Du Chen? The actor who played the exorcism dance was Du Chen? Kaya recalled seeing it herself. There was a dance like that she was watching at the time and was kind of taken aback by it. Again, it felt like that dance had an air of mystery about it. But the people who dance, they wear masks. The lead dancer is Du Chen? Kaya saw a lot of people replying at the bottom of the post. I found out when I watched in front of me. I saw that figure in the part that shows his face. See, I feel that he is Du Chen, but the plot didn't say anything about it inside. So I'm not sure. I looked back a couple more times, and yes, that was definitely Du Chen. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Du Chen actually knows how to dance the great manhwa dance? I'm not surprised that he danced. I just didn't realize that he was the lead dancer. And it's obvious to see that his movements and dancing are the most sensational within this group of manhwa dancers. The main thing is that the plot doesn't say that this is Du Chen inside either. Which means that in this section he's wearing a mask and treating himself as a group actor. And in this case, it's only possible that Du Chen is the best dancer in this dance. So let him wear a mask and make another cameo appearance. Or else someone else won't be able to handle the role. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Nyobi, Du Chen also has to moonlight in roles that others can't handle. Finally I see my morn. I went back and read it many times. I'm sure the owner didn't talk nonsense. That's Du Chen. At the time of the performance of this section of the manhwa dance, Du Chen on the scene to teach those actors how to dance. The director also gave time for those actors to practice. But after practicing for a long time, it still feels out of place, especially the lead dancers. No one is even close to being qualified. So then the director had no choice but to have the cheek to ask Du Chen. Du Chen thought to himself that he was wearing a mask anyway, so he could go on by himself without making a scene. So he shot that part as the lead dancer. It's just that if it's given to Duchesne to know that he's been raked over the coals for this role, he'd also be surprised how good this edition of the internet is. Wearing a mask with no hints or cues. This group of netizens actually found him out the hard way. The message, then, went viral. Chapter 71, The Last Emperor. The topic of Du Chen dancing the manhwa dance and being the lead dancer has once again rushed to the hot search. Although Du Chen didn't appear in the first 2 episodes, but at least, it's some consolation for fans to see Du Chen in the group show, manhwa dance. Nowadays few people know, but that doesn't mean he's lost. In many places, there is still this activity within the custom. Every year at the end of the year, the beginning of the year, there will be a big exorcism dance performance. So there is a professional actor present as well. It's just that the custom is not very well exposed, so fewer people know about it. These professional performers, too, saw the online hit, clicked on it, and realized it was the same dance they do every year in their villages and towns. Chen is to play manhwa dance professional actors. Follow the Master has been learning for 3 years. He also saw the big exorcism dance on top of the popularity, so he clicked in to watch. At this look, Xiao Chen was not calm. Just inside the video, the actor's movements, tension and chaos, especially the one who led the dance, his power was deeper than his master's. Even after watching the movements of the lead dancers, Xiao Chen felt that his master was an outsider. People, that is the big exorcism dance. The master's can only be a chaotic dance. Master, you look. Someone jumped big manhwa dance to the internet. Xiao Chen took his cell phone and scurried out of the house to find his master. Master saw Xiao Chen running from afar. What are you shouting for? Master, look. Someone has posted the great manhwa dance on the internet. Live. Online what That's all nonsense dance. They can understand. Nowadays young people. How many can dance understand? Master said while looking at his cell phone. Then he froze. Is this taken now? This was taken in ancient times before. Wasn't it? Quickly. Can you save it? Xiao Chen is confused. Filmed in ancient times? Can there be cameras in ancient times? The explosion of the big manhwa dance, affecting a series of related national culture, have gained a good flow. This has led to a not-so-subtle historical state-of-the-art craze on short-form video platforms. The official media, too, came down and praised this dance from the manhwa TV series. This is the kind of stuff that, if it's not on the hit list, without Du Chin, perhaps not many people will know it again until it disappears into history. But now, not to say that everyone knows about it, but it has been counted as science for all. And in this, Du Chen had indelible credit. Quite a few official media outlets specifically praised Du Chen when they retweeted it. The official media came down to stand in for Du Chen. This shocked fans. It also solidified Du Chen's position in the hearts of his fans even more. We, Morn, are the official's own son. If he's not on fire, who is? Just when everyone was talking about beating the exorcism dance, Du Chen opened the Weebly. He posted a photo of himself auditioning for The Last Emperor. Du Chen on top of the photo, wearing a gray suit with round-framed glasses, looks like a fluttering gentleman with some retro style. His tweets were just sent out, and he was flooded with a ton of followers. The comments section was suddenly devoid of rushes. Chen, is this your new stills? Du Chen, sort of. Brother Chen is so dedicated. Hanwu Da was only released in theaters and he's filming a new drama. Can't you take a break and rest? Brother Chen, Hanwu Da, in how many episodes will you appear? Du Chen, stay tuned. I'm not sure myself how many episodes the editing will cut me to. Wow, so handsome. Morn, I'm going to give you twins. We have the twin gene in our family. Chen, what kind of TV show or movie are you making? Du Chen, where's the movie? Can you reveal what role this is? Du Chen, it's only then that people can guess. I'm guessing it's playing the man of the moment from Shanghai Bund. I look like a scholar from the old days. Is it meant to be a film of scholars from that time? I have a feeling it's a male son of a great family kind of character. So handsome. I want to be your aunt. Du Chen saw everyone's comments, and there were all kinds of claims. So he replied, all wrong guesses. Then it put away its cell phone as Wang Jing and Ninaldo were coming over. The two walked to the stronghold and Ninaldo took the initiative to greet Du Chen. Then Wang Jing said to everyone, everyone pack up their things, we're going to Beijing. We've already talked to the palace side. For this drama, we can shoot inside the forbidden cities. Can go to the inside of the forbidden city to shoot? The Last Emperor. Get real. Just use the real original scene. Newbie Kozla. Really newbie fried. Meaning that I can also follow the mix to the forbidden city inside the Do Mirror? Under Wang Jing's organization, the crew followed a change of venue to the forbidden city. The Last Emperor. Officially. Chapter 72 Light. The Last Emperor's script Du Chen had read. In the script, the movie begins. In 1950, the Last Emperor, Puyi, is transported by train on his way to a reform camp as a war criminal. Puyi on the train had thoughts of suicide. Before committing suicide, he recalled his life. Borrowing the perspective of reminiscence, it inserts the night in Puyi's early childhood that changed his life. It was 1908. The young Puyi was still Yuangfu Bail. Empress Dowager Cixi, hanging the last breath, ordered the imperial army to Yuangfu to pick up Puyi into the palace to inherit the emperor. Since the crew all came to the forbidden city, filming started here. King transferred the crowd and the horses. This scene is shot by the imperial guards into the Yuang house to pick up the infant Puyi. Click, 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 again, change the angle, click, click, click. The imperial guards drove their horses into the house. And for this one clip, Wang Jing filmed for hours. Let's not talk about the group show. The horses are tired of shooting, but you just can't get the feeling you want. A Yuang Fu. All angles have been shot, just cannot shoot a little emotion. Wang Jing and Ninaldo both knew something was wrong, but I just don't know what the problem is. They filmed so many strips with the Kingsguard mighty in them. There are also steering horses. The atmosphere is tense as well, but it just wasn't what they wanted. They wanted a moral. The theme of this movie, after all, is the changing times, a time of turmoil. How do you have to use the camera perfectly to bring out that emotion? Gently. That's a learning curve. After 5 or 6 hours of shooting, Wang Jing still hadn't found the feeling. Ninaldo hung his head a bit and said, why don't we lower the bar a bit? Maybe it's not such a big deal. What was it that you said when you were filming? This is just the beginning and you're talking about lowering standards. Wang Jing was suddenly a bit on fire. The tone is a little heavier, but realizing the problem, he didn't say much more. Those Imperial Army group actors, screaming bitter, this trip on the horse jump, his eyesight came also cannot stand where they could still top it. Eggs hurt, but the director said to add money, and they had to put up with it. I just don't know when it's going to be the end. Ninaldo walked over to Wang Jing's side and said, I apologize for not being firm enough just now, but we don't seem to have anything better to do. A better way? Du Chen. Wang Jing's gaze suddenly brightened and said, yes, I'll have someone go get Du Chen. Du Chen? Can he have a solution? Ninaldo looked at Wang Jing with the same eyes as he looked at Tang's children. Wang Jing said, whether there's a way or not, we'll know when Du Chen comes. He's just an actor. And while I do think he can pull off the role perfectly, right now we're dealing with the art of the camera, not performance issues. Wang Jing directly ignored Ninaldo's question as he said to the field attendant, go see what Du Chen is doing. Invite him over and say that I have something here that I need his help with. Holler. The field agent rushed off. On the side, Ninaldo was speechless, but he didn't say much. After all, there was no better way now. The big deal is that Du Chen can't come, and it's just a waste of a little time. Not a big deal. Those group actors and people on the scene, hearing Wang Jing say this, looked at each other as confused. Your ING director can't get it right after almost a month of shooting. You go find an actor? I think this play is bad enough. I don't know what these two directors are up to. Are they deliberately making things difficult for people? I'm ING exhausted and my second brother is still sore to this day. Who cares? Pay for the work anyway. Big deal. I'll ride the horse for another day tomorrow. He can shoot as long as he wants. I'll just assume that when I'm on the horse Sister Bing Bing is there too. You're good at thinking. What's the use of Du Chen coming? It's still the same such shooting. This horizontal and vertical. All angles have been shot once. All said no, how else can we shoot? Watch it, just to see what that Du Chen can have any way to put it again. He is quite hot recently. He will not think that fire can go up to the sky. It is useless to shoot 10 or 20 times. What can he come and have any use? The actors were exhausted and nestled together for a smoke. When the field agent arrived, Du Chen was playing poker with Sasha in a separate room. It's not getting to his scene right now. Idle. When I stayed out there, I was often accosted by female groupies or actors and actresses on the set or whatever. It took a while for the field agent to find Du Chen. Du Chen rushed to the scene. Wang Jing saw that it was going to be dark and hurriedly told Du Chen about the problems with the scene. Du Chen stood at the gate of the Yuang mansion and listened to Wang Jing as he thought about it. The people around him looked at him, and when they saw Du Chen's appearance, a thought popped up in their hearts. Is he really thinking or is he just pretending? Can he really have a solution? Ninaldo, on the other hand, had some disdain in his eyes. After all, in his eyes, Du Chen was just an actor. How could he understand the art of the camera? And capable people, the heart more or less have some pride. It is impossible to come to a person did not come up with real skills. Can make people convinced. Du Chen looked at the color of the sky, and then looked again at the pieces that Wang Jing had already shot and eliminated. After pondering for a moment, Du Chen said one word, light. Chapter 73 Changes in Expression. After a moment of thought, Du Chen said only one word, light. Light? Those group actors who were exhausted from filming this section of the scene watched as the director moved in to save the day. They also hoped that this savior would say something useful and hurry up to finish filming and call it a day. But seeing Du Chen standing there pondering, they thought there was hope. Unexpectedly, Du Chen pondered for a long time and only uttered a word so cloudy. Light? What light? The weather is very good at this time. Why are you still pulling on the light? The group of actors wanted to die and wondered how much longer this was going to be filmed. Wang Jing frowned. He wasn't questioning Du Chen's comment about light being incorrect. Instead, I'm thinking, if it's the light that's wrong, then what light should I use? Ninaldo's eyes flashed as he listened to what my interpreter said and walked quickly to Du Chen's side. Mr. Du Chen, what insights do you have, please? He gazed at Du Chen, whose words woke him up. They just tried that too, utilizing different lens angles to get shots with different light sensations, but the effect is minimal. Those group actors who had just been deflated saw the solemn look that this foreign director and director Wang Jing showed after Du Chen said. For a moment, they also tensed up and all looked at Du Chen. Could it be that there's really something to say here? Du Chen said, the change of times or the change of situation. This part of history can't be separated from one word. Door. In the time of Cixi, the door was locked, and at the end of the Qing dynasty, the door was blasted open by someone else with a cannon. It's all doors. In the same way, the imperial guards opened the door of Yuang's mansion and led Puyi through the gates of Zhaijingcheng. The warlords opened the door of the Zhaijingcheng and closed the door of the feudal dynasty. Each door represents a change. And those changes are that era. The inside of the door and the outside of the door are two worlds. And every time a threshold is crossed, it is a historical process. That's the first maneuver we're going to show. As Du Chen's words fell, Ninaldo stood there in a daze, unable to speak. Right. So right. Since we are going to shoot for the label of the times, we necessarily need to use a means of distinguishing the changes of the times and making the changes explicit. Door. Yes, the door is a great means of expression. Our lens design, we also have this meaning, but it's not as clear as what Mr. Du Chen said. This is my mistake. I should have made it come across more clearly. Ninaldo's face flushed and he looked a little agitated. Wang Jing's gaze also lit up, and his mind was already racing. A scene from the movie crossed his mind. The outline of door after door became clearer. Those tired group actors who were resting looked at each other and saw a glimmer of hope in each other's eyes. Judging from Wang Jing and the foreign director's performance, it looks like it's in the works. Some of the actors are standing together and have just been discussing what the director said was wrong, although they didn't discuss it in the end. After seeing Du Chen arrive, the topic of conversation among several actresses has shifted from where the camera's wrong to what angle Du Chen looks the most handsome. At this moment, he saw that Du Chen had taken the attention of the two directors in a few words. An actress, with little stars in her eyes, said next to her little assistant Sasha, "Sasha, Brother Chen is so powerful. Will you be happy following him every day?" "That's for sure," Sasha replied with some pride. The actress said, "Do you have the only little assistant for Brother Chen? Will he need one or two more little assistants in the future?" "What do you mean?" Sasha looked at the actress warily at once. The footsteps also unconsciously moved a bit away from the actress. If you want to beat up Chen, no way. Morn is mine. I was just asking." The actress was a little embarrassed, but Sasha was already ignoring her. And Du Chen sighed. After Ninaldo and Wang Jing pondered for a while, the plan in their heads became clearer though. But right now the issue at hand hasn't been dealt with. Ninaldo was the first to ask, "Mr. Du Chen, then the light you just said mean?" Du Chen said, "Since we've just said that outside the door and also inside the door, it's a world of different times with different symbolism, so it's going to have a different sense of light, isn't it? Different periods of time are represented by the use of different senses of light. There should also be a different distinction between inside and outside the gate. The intent of the door is to have a clear distinction, but if that's all it is, it's not obvious. Setting it off with light is a great way to do that." Ninaldo's eyes were dead set on Du Chen, as if seeing a priceless treasure. An uncontrollable greed showed in his eyes. He didn't interrupt Du Chen. "I hope Du Chen continues on." Du Chen continued. "I have watched all the footage that was just shot of the Imperial Guards coming to the Yuang mansion to pick up Puyi. Some of these shots are so well shot that there's no problem putting them anywhere else. The momentum of the Imperial Guard, the galloping of the war horses, the composition are all good. But what?" Ninaldo asked in a rush of voices. Wang Jing leaned in as well. He had captured the point. Du Chen had stated the obvious, but he wanted to see if what Du Chen said was what he thought it was. The onlookers, their breaths unconsciously tightened as their gazes fell on Du Chen's body, because they realized that they understood what Du Chen said. What Du Chen means is that this movie is about the change of times, so it is necessary to use a technique to clearly make a demarcation for this change. The door and the light are the techniques that Du Chen recommends using. Let two different eras be bounded by a door, inside and outside the door. A different sense of light should also be used to reflect the corresponding era. That's good to know. Sounds about right too. What are you looking at me for? Du Chen suddenly looked at Ninaldo and Wang Jing and said, "It can't be but. What's after that has to be said, right? Didn't I just say that already? Every door is a change." This section of the scene captures Puyi's fate and mirrors this era. Puyi was originally a bale of the Yuang family. He should have had a good life, happy family. But the Kingsguard opened the gates of his house. So to represent it from this perspective, the gate of Yuang Fu is a division, peaceful inside and chaotic outside. And even after that, this land gradually went to war. Wang Jing didn't care about Du Chen's flirting with him, but looked at Du Chen in a daze. How long had it been since they had met? And Du Chen had changed so much. The explanation that Du Chen had just given was enough to show that his sense of camera and layout was of a master level. It's no longer about good or bad acting. Acting is only as good as you are. And Du Chen's acting skills are no longer limited to himself. He has reached the point where he examines his environment. That is to say, none of his acting skills are confined to his body anymore, and he is able to make everything around him serve the needs of his interpretation. Chapter 74 Flesh and Blood History, with Du Chen's explanation, plus Wang Jing and Ninaldo, also not white. They just a time response did not think of this point up, but now that the thinking is clearer, this is much easier. All those groupies and actors, too, have renewed vigor. After filming for so long, It's finally hopefully wrapping up. Come on, get up. Don't dawdle. Start. I really didn't expect that Du Chen, an actor so young, would know so much and speak in depth that I could understand. There are some people that are born to be protagonists. Like Du Chenjin kind. His little assistant is so pretty. I could play with those legs for a year. Come on, drowning yourself a shine. That is what you can touch it. Can only say, really envy Du Chen. The group of actors mounted their horses in 2s and 3s, with renewed glory on their faces. Shooting continues. This time, Wang Jing and Nineldo had conferred and added a filter to the lens. They made the interior of the Yuwang mansion appear to be peacefully lit, and then the gates opened and the Imperial Guards rushed in. Behind the King's Guard, beyond the door, the light was dark and depressing. The common sense is that the inside of the door is dark, while the outside of the door is sunny, signifying the wider world. And the use of light tones within this shot is just the opposite. This one shot came out finished. A group of people gathered around to see it. They were all curious as to what would be different about the shot after Du Chen's instruction. Or is Du Chen also just playing a trick? Wang Jing didn't mince words and played it up directly for all to see. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Sure is different. Even though there are no lines in this footage. Seeing this scene gives me the feeling that something is coming. Right. Obviously these people came over to pick up Puyi to become the emperor. But filming it like this gives the impression that it's not a good thing. Like they've come to escort an annoyance to a place of deep water. Absolutely. We hadn't had this distinct feeling in front of us for so long. Just a very one-sided view of the Imperial Guards coming. But with a slight change like this, all of a sudden it's different. The onlookers, they all murmured. Sasha was in the crowd, too, her big eyes squinting with as much joy as she could muster. These people were complimenting her little lord. To follow the little lord out is to have face. Sasha quietly looked up at Dukhan who was blowing in the distance, watching the birds in the treetops, her eyes watering. No. Wang Jing suddenly spoke out. No, that's not good enough? Director, it's not good enough. I'm looking alright? Director, where is it not working? Wang Jing's sudden cry of no confused the onlookers wholeheartedly. Especially those actors who were involved in this shoot wanted to hack Wang Jing to death. Tramp, this has been shooting for a day. Seeing the sun is going down. It's not easy to have Du Chen, the god, to come over and point out the breakthrough effect of filming. And you say no? Nineldo, who was standing next to Wang Jing, was also frowning, his hands clasped, one hand resting on his fist against his lips in thought. He looked up, trying to find Du Chen's figure. Just then Du Chen walked over. What's wrong? Du Chen asked out loud. The onlookers immediately made a path for Du Chen to cross. Du Chen walked in. Wang Jing moved the screen a bit to show Du Chen. The shot really comes through. There's no fault with it anymore. But it has the added problem of being too plastic. Since our goal is not to make a commercial movie, but to make a movie that will stand the test of time, the sense of camera can't come across so crass. Nineldo nodded and said, Wang Jing, and I mean the same thing. Thank you very much, Mr. Duchesne, for the advice you gave us. But we've got another dilemma now, and I'm sure we'll find a way to deal with it. Give us a little time. Nineldo's words, spoken by a translator, confused everyone around him. Hey brother, no offense. No offense. We're paid. Don't do it. Give me a break. Forget it. They're the directors. They say how to shoot. Some of the group performers with explosive tempers have already been unable to hold back their hands, and were hurriedly pulled back by their partners. Nineldo's words caused the crowd to stir inevitably. Is a shot ready to be shot for a year? People, Du Chen has given you a program. This shootout obviously feel different. You still say no? Is it because you're jealous of Du Chen's talent and don't want to recognize the excellence of others? After Du Chen carefully watched the just filmed, he said flatly, the light is wrong. Or is it the wrong light? Didn't I just say the lighting was off and it's been changed? How come the light is still off? Everyone froze and looked at Du Chen. But this time, they no longer doubted what Du Chen said. Dukhan said the lighting was off. So it must be off. As for what else is wrong with the light, that's for Dukhan to hear. Nineldo and Wang Jing both looked at Du Chen as well, waiting for him to go on. Duchesne said, the light adjustment you're using for the lens right now is through a filter. Filters change the tone though and express the mood of the shot through the tone. But it doesn't have a soul. It needs to have a body with a soul in the first place, and then set it all off with filters. It's like a woman with a depressed face. Even if she's dressed festively, there's no way to show happiness. But if he has a smile on his face and is dressed in a non-festive way, you can still feel her happiness. And the filter, like the costume, can only be the icing on the cake. Yao! Asterisk 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 makes so much sense. Du Chen Nyobi. So what's it going to be? Wang Jing reached out his hand and suppressed the mocking noises around him to keep everyone quiet. Then he continued to look at Du Chen. Du Chen continued. In this shot, If you use natural light, you won't have this problem. He looked up at the setting of the set, then said, how about we leave this shot for the night? When it gets dark, light a nightlight in the Yuang mansion. Better have a lampshade next to the front door. Just light it up inside, with a soft candlelight, and fill in the light with warm colors. Then the outside of the gate, where the camera can't see it, is set on fire with dead grass and wood, so that the light of the fire is mapped over to shine on the open gate. You can't see the fire in the shot, but you can see the mapping of the firelight inciting it. Meanwhile, let the smoke from the dead grass fill the door. Inside a shot like this, the inside of the mansion is peaceful, and the outside of the mansion signifies chaos and smoke. Boom! Wang Jing froze and looked at Du Chen. His mouth was slightly open, but he couldn't make a sound. It was a bit dry. The picture painted by Du Chen had already flashed through his mind. He felt goosebumps rise on his body. It was like he had been there himself in those times. That last peacefulness before the chaos. Battle. Smoke and mirrors. The camera can't see it. Yet you can see it. Isn't this the mark of the times after Puyi was picked up from the Yuanfu and became emperor? Those who were on the sidelines also heard what Du Chen said, and they understood it. All of them were staring at Du Chen in a daze. And even though they hadn't seen that footage yet, they already felt immersed in it. That night 100 years ago, the Imperial Guards stormed Yu Wang's mansion, picked up a childish child and took him to a time of chaos and smoke. His life, too, went from peaceful to watery. Meanwhile, his fate, too, mirrors the fate of this country. Now that's history. Flesh and Blood. Chapter 75. The entire audience is shocked. May 1st plus. Everyone was immersed in the image. It just felt like my scalp was tingling and I had goosebumps all over my body. Like I was experiencing that part of history firsthand. Feel the horror of that period of history in the sense of rise and fall on a macro level. After Du Chen explained it so well, those disgruntled mass actors were no longer disgruntled at the moment. At this point, if the director says no more, they probably won't even actor. Pat. Must shoot. That piece of history had to be captured on film. They sensed from Du Chen's language that it was as if Du Chen was not talking about any skill in filming, or camera sense or anything like that. Rather, it's the way that piece of history was meant to be. That image, too, was supposed to be like that. They just reverted it all over again. The shooting continues next. Everyone was more serious than ever. It was clear that the footage had been shot many times, but not a single person felt bored. Surprisingly, this one shot one straight through. King suggested that it could be shot for another day or two to make a selection. Ninaldo said, no, this one is the cream of the crop. I see the truth on this. Each face with their own emotions. And that's the best. Because this shot was taken too long. So everyone is curious. Wang Jing didn't sell out and played it up directly to the people on the scene. Night. The gate of the originally peaceful Yuan mansion was opened by the Imperial Guards. They rushed in on their horses. Behind the Imperial Guards, the gates flashed with mapped red light, and smoke filled the air as it loomed. The crowd watched the scene, could not help but be saddened. The door to the Yuan palace is open. The door to the country. It's just about to open too. It was the Imperial Guards that opened the door to Yu Wang's house, and it was the cannons that opened the door to the country. Du Chen went back after seeing that the shooting was done. He didn't bother to look at the back of the finished movie, thinking that it was about right. As long as that core effect is in place, it's not really that important how the finished film comes out, because no matter what, it won't be too different, because it was too late in the day to shoot. Plus there was Duchesne's offer to use natural light. So the next scene shows the Empress Dowager Cixi going to her death. Wang Jing and Ninaldo decided to set the shoot for the afternoon of the next day, before the sun set. But the second day, in fact, the crew was busy from noon on. For the death of the Empress Dowager Cixi was a great event in those days. The crew has been putting makeup on the actors and setting up the scene since noon. It was busy until late afternoon when the shooting finally started. This scene was filmed when Puyi met Cixi for the first time in the palace, followed by Cixi's death. All actors in position. It's official. In the magnificent palace, Empress Dowager Cixi was lying on a soft couch with elegant makeup. Around them stood pretty-looking palace maids, eunuchs, and empresses. At this point, Cixi's breath wanders, but she was dressed in beads and splendor. The ladies around them were all noble as well. There are two ladies who are particularly beautiful. One of them is a nobleman and the other is cut. The shooting had just begun and was only halfway through when Wang Jing called a halt. Those matrons whose eyes were forcing out the color of sorrow looked at Wang Jing suspiciously, not knowing what was wrong. They had a hard time getting their eyes to redden and squeeze out a little tear. How come you stopped shooting all of a sudden? Stop now. You'll have to force out the tears all over again later. Then they saw both Ninaldo and Wang Jing walking over. The two directors surrounded the cast of the Empress Dowager Cixi. Ninaldo said, "What is the problem?" Wang Jing looked back at the sunset haze reflecting in from outside the hall. There's no problem with the light. The sun is setting and the anger is dying. But, Wang Jing said and searched again. The actor next to him, listening to the clouds. How is it wrong? Obviously looking at everything from the lighting to the actors. There's nothing wrong with it. Everyone's makeup and dress is also very grand. It's a big scene just by looking at it. For a change, let's do it again. Then a few more shots under the direction of King and Ninaldo. But when the two men looked at them, they shook their heads at each one, saying no. What the hell is this? Many of the actors remembered what happened yesterday. Yesterday it was also one shot all the way through. One of the stagehands came over a bit worried at this time and said, "Director, should I go find Duchen?" Her words were so euphemistic that she didn't even dare to raise her voice. But those who were there still heard it all. The eyes all looked over, because the thought has just popped up in all of their minds as well. Go find Duchen to come. Wang Jing glanced at her and said without any good humor, "Do I need you to be nosy?" Then very submissively, "Run faster. Holler." The groundskeeper ran off to find Duchen as soon as he could. Then there was a crowd present, with their eyes looking at the door now and then. All hoped that Duchen would show up soon. For some reason, they subconsciously felt that as long as Duchen came, there would basically be no problem. And Wang Jing and Ninaldo, again, studied it. Ninaldo said, "Even though we used dim natural light, the feeling was still too vivid. Empress Dowager Cixi is not a positive character, and she should not be paired with such a vibrant sense of paint." King Wang said, "I think we can try to lower the quality of the picture or use an older camera for this segment. It will reflect the era while reducing this vividness." Ninaldo shook his head and said, "No, our base guarantee for this production is emotion. We must make sure that it will still be aesthetically pleasing to the viewer many years from now with its picture quality." Wang Jing didn't say much because he himself didn't think it was appropriate and had just casually said so. He looked up and looked outside, seeing that the sun was about to set. If we don't find a way to do it, we'll miss the moment. Luckily, it didn't take long for Duchen to arrive at the scene. Behind Duchen, followed by Sasha, Duchen walked over and looked at the scene. Asked, "Director Wang Jing, is there something you're looking for me for?" Wang Jing said, "There is indeed a thing. We are now filming." Wang Jing told Duchen about the problems encountered in the current shoot. Duchen swept his gaze inside the great hall, then sized up every actor. The actors were looking at him too. There was anticipation in his eyes. "Expect Dukhan to solve the problem. The light is actually okay. Nothing wrong with it, as long as it's not sunny and you choose dusk or night. But the makeup is wrong." "Wrong makeup?" Ninaldo said. "I have examined the makeup at the end of the Qing dynasty, and this has been the most grand, reflecting the luxurious side." Those actors and actresses also looked at each other. They themselves even felt that today's makeup was particularly good. Every one of them looked very expensive. How can this be wrong? Ninaldo followed up. "Mr. Duchen, our work is not a commercial work. We don't need to pursue making the good guys and bad guys as distinct as a dramatic effect. So we didn't think to scandalize the courtesans and matrons of the time." Ninaldo thought Duchen meant that the makeup was too pretty and gorgeous. Duchen pointed at Cixi and said, "It's not that there's anything wrong with pretty makeup. They could be pretty and they could be gorgeous. And they were really extravagant at the time. But they represent the late Qing." "What is the late?" "It's the smell of damp rotting wood in the midst of a grand wooden palace. It's the yellowed and tattered edges of a workman's landscape painting. The insect-rotted roots of a showy flower in a greenhouse." When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. P.S. An extra chapter for May 1st. He. Chapter 76 Changes in Makeup. Duchen's words were like a heavy hammer that landed in the hearts of those present. It was as if they then reacted to what they were playing. How can you be so glamorous when you play the late Qing gang that victimized a nation? They looked at each other's faces. "I just heard that foreign director say that he didn't want to deliberately scandalize Cixi. But, is this scandalous? The way it looks now, it looks like it belongs entirely in landscaping. Such an image is placed in the present age and still belongs to beauty, not to mention the era." Wang Jing said, "Then what should we say about this makeup?" Duchen glanced at Cixi's actors and said, "In their time, how could they have very good cosmetics? But they were too rich and extravagant. They seek nothing more than white skin and a red mouth, and it was the fashion then to follow the foreigners. Medieval foreigners, their faces were powdered as much as they scraped the walls, and perfume was used to cover the stench. So this makeup is actually pretty good to draw." Duchen said, turning his head to Wang Jing, "It's nothing more than dead man's makeup, with all white on the face and red on the mouth." "Dead man's suit?" Duchen's words subdued all the people at the scene. After a while, Wang Jing subconsciously said, "Will this work?" Ninaldo was a little confused. He couldn't figure out what the dead man's costume was, but by the name, you know it's not good. So he spoke out directly against it. "No way. Absolutely not. It's our principle that we can't go for deliberate ugliness in our work. Ugly? Du Chen bristled and said, draw it and you'll see. Wang Jing had come back to his senses by this time. Painting must be painted. He chose to believe Du Chen, who had yet to let him down. The floor manager will immediately arrange for a makeup artist to change the makeup of the actors present now. The groundskeeper took the order and immediately went to make the arrangements. An actress voiced, okay, director, I'll go draw now. The eyes of the actress who spoke were still red, not because of her previous acting, but because she had just been touched by Du Chen's words. She thought of the late Qing dynasty and the group of people, as well as thinking of the forefathers of those. The actress turned and walked away. Meanwhile a few followed, who were equally eager to paint the dead man's makeup out quickly. But two actresses stood hesitant on the set. One of them said, how can we paint dead people's makeup when we're a maiden? Isn't that nonsense? How ugly is a dead man's costume? I don't draw. Don't draw, don't ing act. Change. Wang Jing directly raised his voice and said. Then he turned to the floor manager and said directly, now, immediately, go get the replacement actress to change. The actress's face turned white, not expecting Wang Jing to be so determined. Directly wanting to replace her, without a single superfluous word. Director, I don't mean that. Me. I'll act. I'll go put on my makeup now. The actress was anxious and immediately said she was willing to go to makeup. Wang Jing, however, waved his hand and said, whether you act or not is up to me. If you have an opinion, let your agency come to me. Wang Jing obviously didn't want to talk about it anymore. The other actress who hadn't said anything, but hadn't gone to makeup in the first place, took one look at the situation and no longer dared to say another word. She turned around and went to put on her makeup. She didn't want to lose this opportunity. The director of this movie is a co-production between Wang Jing and a Hollywood director, and it was also filmed in the Forbidden City. Losing such an opportunity would wake her up crying in her dreams. Only the actress eliminated by Wang Jing was still standing there in the scene. She was mixed up for a moment, not knowing what to do. Those on the set and the actors not involved looked at the actress with some sympathy. They had heard from their friends before, and also read on the internet that when they were on the set, Du Chen could change the scene on the spot, as much as he wanted to. At that time they were just in a mindset of eating. Now see what happened to this actress. Don't say change the play. It just doesn't cooperate with the shooting. It's all just replaced. You can see from here that Du Chen's position in the crew. It's no wonder that by now, with this crew, Wang Jing still trusts Du Chen so much. Ninaldo, who was standing on the side, said with some exasperation at this time, Wang Jing, you are fooling around. What we said. We made this production with the intention of not vilifying anyone. What you're doing now disappoints me. Wang Jing said with a smile on his face. Mr. Ninaldo, don't get angry yet. Whether it works or not will be known when they come out after applying makeup. Even if it doesn't work, it doesn't matter. It's just a little delay. Ugh. Ninaldo sighed and didn't say any more than his partner did. If you find out later that it doesn't work, it's just a waste of a little time. But if he's dead set on it now, he's sure to fall out. And that's not good for cooperation. The actress standing next to the one who was replaced. She saw that even the foreign director disagreed with Wang Jing's approach. She felt at once that she had a chance. So reluctantly, he waited on the sidelines, hoping that way he'd have another chance at a role. It didn't take long. The cast of Mercy was the first to come out. She came from the dressing room towards the Great Hall. Ninaldo just happened to look that way. This look was so shocking that he screamed right out. Ah! Everyone was startled by his voice and turned their heads toward him. Seeing that his eyes were fixed dead center in one direction, the men looked that way as well. Upon seeing the cast of Empress Dowager Cixi, everyone involuntarily took a step back. Only the actor of Cixi. His face was pale without any blood, and his lips were painted with a reddish color. Plus she was in a gorgeous dress code. It gives the impression of corruption without any life. It's as if underneath the ghastly white exterior, the corruption was long overdue. Fantastic. That's what it feels like. A startled Ninaldo was the first to say. He doesn't understand what dead man's makeup looks like, but seeing is believing, and that's what he wants. In the Middle Ages those aristocrats in Europe, it was this kind of makeup. Even their faces are still tirelessly trying to put powder on their faces because of the heavy metal overload. This white powder represents extravagance, also corruption. It is a symbol of an era. Wang Jing stared at Cixi, unable to move away for a long time, shaking my head in lamentation. Finally found that feeling. The field agent, now, had mixed feelings inside. They saw that Mercy actor and panicked and felt scared. But Cixi, isn't she just a feared old hag? When all the actors come out with their makeup on, Wang Jing's shock knew no bounds. Whether this makeup is right or wrong has been answered by everyone without having to ask. Because the visual impact, including the tangibility, is just too strong. In everyone's opinion, there won't be a more appropriate and flattering makeup look. Mr. Du Chen. Thank you, you've helped us again. Ninaldo shook Du Chen's hand and said sincerely. Du Chen laughed lightly. That's not what you just said. Oh, I apologize for what I just said. Ha ha, just kidding with you. Du Chen laughed and dismissed the matter as over. Scene. Wang Jing hurriedly gathered people to start filming. Chapter 77, Someone Bring Me Scissors. Two of the more important nodes in the early stages of the entire work have been identified with the help of Du Chen. The latter shot was much smoother. It took a little less than a week for filming to come to a midway point. At this point in time, the Puyi cast has used teenage actors, and during this time, Du Chen was occasionally called over by the director to discuss things about filming and interpretation. The crew is also used to seeing four people exploring together from time to time. Why four? Because two directors, plus one Du Chen. The other is a screenwriter. The screenwriter has also fallen and has something to talk to Du Chen about. It's just that Wang Jing sometimes wonders if the screenwriter goes to Du Chen, if he really wants to discuss with him, or if he's worried that without his knowledge, Du Chen will directly innovate his script to a new level and make him lose his job. Anyway, all four were quite happy. Learned a lot from exploring. The main thing is that Du Chen is professional enough. They knew most clearly that Du Chen definitely possessed more than just talent or cleverness. Du Chen also possesses a depth of knowledge. Often they ask a question and Du Chen gives an answer that is not limited to his own insights. Rather, it will be an anatomical deduction by thought a large number of cases, or history. There is absolutely no way to do this without a huge knowledge base. Inside the crew, no one looked at Du Chen as an actor anymore either. It could be said that Du Chen's power in the crew was already comparable to that of the director. On this day, Du Chen took Shasha for a walk in the Forbidden City. Since it's not his time to play yet, his time is basically free. Unless field service comes looking. Like right now. The field agent then came panting over. Mr. Du Chen, Director Wang Jing said that if you're free, could I trouble you to go to the back garden? You have said so. Can I say I'm not available? Du Chen spat in his heart and said, well, you lead the way. Sasha flattened her mouth a bit and made a fierce face at the field agent's back. People are having a good chat with Du Chen, and then there is trouble. But that was just spitting in his mind. She still followed immediately. Come to the back garden. King and Ninaldo are there, as well as the teenage Puyi actor. Du Chen noticed that there was one more foreigner here, and judging by the dress he should be an actor. Du Chen, you've come at the right time. I have a question here for your reference. What do you mean come just in time? Is not you told me to come? Du Chen got used to it and didn't point him out, asking, what's wrong? Johnston, you know. Well, one of the more important figures in Puyi's life. His teacher. Yes, and then we are now filming Johnston's first meeting with Puyi here. But after taking several shots, they all felt like they didn't taste right. Check it out. Wang Jing leads Du Chen to the surveillance screen to show him. No one else present dared to make a sound. This was not the first time they had seen such a thing. Du Chen sat down and then carefully examined it. Then he frowned. The people present were all looking at Du Chen with envy. They couldn't even be jealous, because Du Chen really knows. If they were as powerful as Du Chen, they would definitely be able to enjoy the same treatment as Du Chen. After thinking about it, Du Chen said, there's no problem with the lines or anything. You're talking about the wrong flavor. It's the way it meets. The reason why Johnston was important to Puyi was because of this man, who opened the door for Puyi, and told him about things that were different from other teachers, who told him about the outside world. This different thing is the new culture that breaks the feudal culture. First meeting, handshake. Makes sense. Just do what Mr. Du Chen said. Ninaldo was the first to agree. Wang Jing thought for a moment. Indeed, the character is represented by the appearance of Johnston. A change in Puyi's state of mind. He has been repressed by feudal rights for too long and is in a rebellious stage. He likes things fresh. It's a handshake. Shake hands the first time you meet. After accepting Du Chen's suggestion, the next shot was taken. Grinded it twice and passed it straight through. Du Chen, on the other hand, was directly kept from leaving by Wang Jing. This day is accounted for again. As time passed, 3 days passed. The shooting progresses and it's also finally Du Chen's turn to be on stage. And the first scene to be filmed at the moment, from the script, is not really that colorful or interesting. But the area around the set was filled with people. Everyone came to see Du Chen, who had been on the set for so long that his position had become unassailable. And everyone knew that Du Chen was talented. But since Du Chen's part is at the back, they haven't seen Du Chen perform live so far. So it's all very curious. And this scene is the result of Du Chen's education by Johnston, who became more and more fond of new things and bored with the previous cliches. One day he stood in front of the mirror dressing up and suddenly wanted to cut off his braids. For thousands of years, Confucianism has taught that the braid should never be cut. shooting officially begins. After a period of dialogue, Duchen said, "Someone, bring me scissors, Your Majesty. The body is born of the parents. Your Majesty, don't." The eunuchs around them were frightened and wowed. The concubines also spoke out to stop it. Duchen resolutely went down with a pair of scissors, became the first man in Zijing City to cut off his braid. As soon as the braid was cut off, he threw it to the ground. The little eunuch fell to his knees and wailed. The concubines were in mourning. Duchen, however, had firm eyes, and in his eyes, it was as if a blazing fire had ignited at this moment. That was his ambition to revitalize the Qing dynasty. Perfect. Wang Jing behind the surveillance screen gave a dark cry. He had a feeling that the current Duchen's acting skills were more mature than when he was acting in Sui and Tang dynasty. With just this one look, he had reached the peak of perfection. Previous emperors who wanted to change the law and reform were killed. Is that right, Master Johnston? Duchen asked in a low voice. Beside him, Johnston said, "Yes, sire, I think so." Duchen's eyes narrowed slightly. "Well, I'm going to straighten out the palace and see if they'll kill me off." Hope. This scene. It was obviously very plain. But those onlookers felt something in Duchen's body. Hope. The feeling was indescribable. As if Duchen really had the determination and ability to change the status quo of that late Qing dynasty. Chapter 78, Returning to the Basics, May 1st Extra. Puyi who cut off his braid and put on a suit. In Duchen's rendition, it is considered to be absolutely gorgeous. The last emperor of a feudal dynasty, which is a special character in itself. He has had rights that the people of the new age did not have. One's own aura naturally makes a difference, and all of this is interpreted by Duchen. But the result of history, regardless of the process, the result is that he was an emperor who did nothing. So even if he possessed a firm heart to criticize the empire, the outcome was predetermined long before the day he left the Yuan house, because the world has changed, and his world is no longer his world. This is exemplified in the scene when Duchen says goodbye to Johnston. In a small sedan parked outside the train station, Johnston and Duchen sat in the back of the sedan. Duchen is sending Johnston off. This is a scene that Wang Jing and Ninaldo have been thinking about for a long time. Because this one farewell is very important. A person in Puyi's life who accompanied him to grow up and is very important has left. Facing this kind of farewell, Duchen is powerless. But because there is still arrogance and the heart of restoring the empire in Puyi's heart. So nevertheless, Puyi will be photographed as too weak. It was a difficult scene to shoot. The two directors thought for a long time about what shots to use to express it. Duchen put on a good makeup to see the two hesitate. Go over and ask. Know the situation. Duchen said. Get in the car yourself. Close-up shot. Close-up shots? Ninaldo said. I'm afraid this won't work. We have to show Puyi's reluctance and inner loss in this scene. But we can't use a close-up to conjure up a feeling of despondency from his demeanor. We can see that from the information. Puyi was a do-nothing emperor though, even a puppet. But before he became a war criminal, he never showed weakness in his appearance. Even when he went to that island to meet the emperor in, it was clear that he was already a puppet with no real power, but the aura he embodied still overwhelmed the other side. This is the real information we found. That's why I think close-ups are inappropriate. And it's not appropriate to use Puyi's weak demeanor for the scene. Duchen said. You may have misunderstood. I didn't say that close-up shots would require Puyi to show weakness in order to work. Just shoot. Duchen didn't say much and straightened his clothes and got directly into the minivan. Johnston actor looked back at the director. He did not know how to decide / The director said no, but Duchen an actor said yes. As a matter of common sense, and with so many years of experience, Johnston must have known that it was important to listen to the director in this situation. But nay, during this time in this theater group, even the director listens to Duchen from time to time. Like right now, Ninaldo saw that Duchen had gotten into the car. He could only nod to Johnston very submissively, meaning listen to Duchen. You go up quickly. Johnston's heart was more or less in the dark when he got into the car, because the camera in the car disliked it directly in both of their faces. That is to say, the play, directly performed, is about their demeanor. The language of the camera all depends on the demeanor of the actor. And at this time Duchen said at the right time, you don't have to think so much later. The priest at the church knows, doesn't he? It's like that. You just have like a normal exchange and show some reluctance. Ah, well. Johnston hurriedly agreed. Then after the two of them had matched lines, filming officially began. Ninaldo and Wang Jing sat behind the monitor and watched. Ninaldo was against this kind of shooting, but at this point, seeing this footage, he said from the bottom of his heart, indeed, such a shot would be worthy of the heft of the scene. What a beautiful sense of painting. But he was also apprehensive. The picture is beautiful, but if you cannot provide the audience with emotions, barring the right emotions to the audience. The picture is beautiful, but also belongs to the blind chicken shooting, and at this point, the car Du-Chen and Johnston in the car. Foreigners talk like left hand 6, right hand 7, shaking his head and yelling 5 and 6. But in this movie, such a performance is certainly not appropriate. That's why Johnston is acting rather bland. It mainly depends on how Du-Chen behaves. At this moment, Du-Chen appeared to have just a little bit of concealed uneasiness. There's nothing wrong with that sentiment, but it's not enough. Ninaldo looked a little anxious. Du-Chen's acting is really good, but this scene requires emotions that can't be so minimalist and bland. Shoo! Wang Jing made a silencing gesture. By this time, the scene was halfway through. Du-Chen's acting is impeccable, but above the emotions, it didn't stand out either. Just standing around the small car for some onlookers of the actors, through the car window to see inside Du-Chen. Feeling so handsome with this man, there's a vintage vibe that speaks volumes. A great face? One such adjective bubbled up in their minds. Du-Chen and Johnston's rendition is over halfway through. Look at Johnston getting out of the car. Du-Chen's gaze lowered. How should we say goodbye? Johnston said, like when we first met. Your Majesty. On Du-Chen's face, a smile appeared. Watching Ninaldo on the monitor screen, his heart pumped. The whole clip was on fire with this smile from Du-Chen. Absolute fame. Having just asked this question, Du-Chen's lowered eyes came into place. There was no intentionality, just a natural reaction. It was possible to see that he didn't want to ask the question, and it was also possible to see the reluctance in his heart, and that smile is his candor and courage. How did they meet? Handshake. So Du-Chen and Johnston both extended their second hands and shook them together. But at that moment, although Du-Chen's face was wearing a smile, his eyes were somewhat evasive as he looked at Johnston. This evasive maneuver is not allowed, but it is observable. Absolute. Why the dodge? Because he wants to be strong. He doesn't want to show it. Wang Jing turned back. How was it? Ninaldo sipped with a sigh and said, back to basics. Du-Chen taught me that a good performance doesn't need too much extra stuff. The most primitive natural reaction will do. Wang Jing said with pride on his face. That's right. Even if someone else came and acted all fancy, they wouldn't be able to act like this. That's it for this one. But the people now, because they were farther apart, didn't see Du-Chen's performance. Just from a distance, he felt that kind of aura on Du-Chen. Especially at this time when Du-Chen finished his performance and came down from the car. His own temperament, any woman would be fascinated to see him. The movie got to the point where the filming went smoothly once Du-Chen made her appearance. Most of the shots, basically 1 or 2 will pass, and every single one of them is a gem. It made the crew recognize one thing, which is why it took so long before and not much progress was made. That's because the previous ones didn't have Du-Chen's scenes. If all long Du-Chen's scene, that's a minute shot. Straight up stress-free over. Just in the filming Wan Rong pregnant, the child is not Puyi's, and the child was also killed by the little Japanese. Then Wan Young was taken away by the little Japanese. Du-Chen's Puyi is at this point the emperor of the pseudo-Manchurian state, but he is only a puppet and has no recourse in the face of his wife being taken away from him. In this section, the director wanted to show the power relationship between Puyi and Little Japan, but didn't think of the way to express it. This paragraph also took time for Du-Chen to think out, because it's a little hard. It is important to know that Puyi is a person who, although he can't do great things, is really not a wimp on any public occasions, or outwardly when facing other people. So this relationship of rights is a little bit harder to express explicitly in a metaphorical way. But Du-Chen still thought of a way. That is, his wife was taken away by the little Japanese, and Puyi chased after her. But underneath, a shot is used to close the gate, keeping Puyi inside and her wife outside being taken away. It would show his powerlessness without manifesting proof of conceding. Door. It is a door that closes the door to the era of his empire. The closing of this door signaled the closing of his rights. Then Du-Chen suggested that Puyi design a shot when he returns after chasing him out and closing the door on his rights. There was Du-Chen standing downstairs, looking at the little Japanese executive upstairs. From here, the difference between higher and lower rights is reflected. When the segment was filmed, a big Hollywood director stunned Du-Chen into submission. Strong Puyi did not concede. He stood downstairs. His eyes firmly looked at the small Japanese upstairs. It can be seen that he is a great man who stands between heaven and earth, when there is an unyielding will of determination. But he was Puyi, and no matter what he thought, he could already only be standing downstairs, looking upstairs. The empire that belonged to him no longer exists. The last emperor is celebrating the killing. All of them had a meal together, in which many of the actors tried to approach Du-Chen to strike up a conversation. Most of them were stopped by Sasha on Du-Chen's behalf, because she could tell that Du-Chen didn't like it. But it's also rare for her to go out of her way to reject someone, so she does the bad guy. Most of the crew booked a flight for the next day. So the next day a lot of people came to the theater to pack up their stuff. But just then, the crew was surrounded by police. No one is allowed in or out. Stay where you are. It confused the hell out of everyone. What's going on? So many cops? P.S. It's been changed. Chapter 79. The police ask Do-chun for help. There is a mental illness that thinks he is a minister himself? The crew is inexplicably surrounded by police. Quite a few of the cast are still in there. This included Do-chen, who had also brought Shasha over with the intention of saying goodbye to Wang Jing and leaving. After all, it was also the second time working with Wang Jing. I didn't realize that this had happened and that the crew was under siege. The policeman looked grave, like something not so small had happened. Someone panicked and wanted to get out. The police stopped them. I'm sorry, sir. No one here can leave right now. What do you mean? The actress was so scared that her eyes had turned red, saying, what gives you the right to detain me here? I go up and down in tens of millions of dollars a day. Can you afford to pay for the damages? Yeah. What do you guys mean? We didn't do anything bad. Who are you to detain us? Let us out. The scene was a mess. But the police uncle was adamant that no one could or could not leave, no matter what. As for what's going on, they didn't say. In the face of these actors' commotion, they simply chose to ignore it. Do-chun also curiously walked over to see what was going on. Behind him Sasha followed. At this time, among the police, the team leader, Team Lu, happened to walk this way, and his forehead was sweating anxiously, unintentionally glancing at Do-chen. He had seen Do-chen's works and could be considered a fan of Do-chen. The moment he saw Do-chen, a bold idea arose in his mind. Team Lu walked over towards Do-chen. Hello, Mr. Do-chen. I'm Lu Chang. You can call me Team Lu. Seeing that this person knew him and took the initiative to come over to him, Do-chen wondered what the other party's purpose was as he nodded his head and said, Good day, Team Lu. May I ask if this is what happened? Team Lu looked around, wanting to say something, then said, Mr. Do-chen, can you come with me? There's something I might need your help with. Do-chen frowned a bit, from the tone of the other party. This matter was not against him, but it looked troublesome. Now this Team Lu sought his help. The police needed help, and if he was in a position to help, Do-chen certainly wouldn't refuse. Of course it's no problem. I just don't know what I can do for you. Why don't you come back to the station with me first? Good. Do-chen followed Team Lu in full view of everyone. Along for the ride was Sasha. Those who watched Do-chen walk away were confused. What did Do-chen do? So many people came and took him away? Holy, we've been with Do-chen every day, and we didn't even know that Do-chen turned out to have something on him. Quickly go and call the director. Say Do-chen has been taken away by the police. What's the situation? What bad thing did Do-chen do? He wouldn't have caused us to not even be able to release this production we made, right? I think it's possible. He's the lead actor. If he flops, this production will be yellow. Go inform the director. What? Do-chen was taken away by the police? Wang Jing and Ninaldo are both still in the theater at this time. Hearing the report from the field service over, Wang Jing immediately stood up and asked incredulously. The groundskeeper said, Yes, I saw the police take Do-chen away in the car with my own eyes. And it only took him. Wang Jing and Ninaldo had just heard about the police coming. But since nothing was said about what was going on, they left it alone and continued to discuss things. I didn't expect to receive the news that Do-chen had been captured only a little while ago. Ninaldo said, Wang Jing, when you started using people in, didn't you investigate the character of an actor? How could you be so negligent with such an important role as the main character? If it goes wrong, our production may never make it to the theaters. Wang Jing said, things are definitely not what we think they are. Don't jump to conclusions now. I believe in Do-chen's character. There must be some kind of misunderstanding here. Although Wang Jing said so, it was obvious that he was also anxious. The news that Do-chen was taken away by the police quickly spread through the crew, and a lot of people saw it just now when Do-chen left. The crew was in a state of panic, and there was a lot of speculation about what was going on. As for Do-chen, he followed Team Lu to the police car. Team Lu hadn't said anything to him about what was going on until now. But what is certain is that it certainly wasn't him who committed the offense. He didn't do anything bad, and he didn't have a silver bracelet. In the car, Team Lu said apologetically, Mr. Do-chen, I'll talk to you when we get there. A short while later, the car stopped at the police station. Team Lu led Do-chen up the stairs. Come to a studio. There were a couple of clerks inside, looking through a single piece of see-through glass into another room inside. There was a man there, chained to a chair. Team Lu. Aha. As soon as Team Lu came in, the clerks present greeted him. Then Team Lu said to Do-chen, this person inside is a crazy. He said he is some kind of minister. It's the minister of the imperial court in ancient times. Then he was at the movie base and kidnapped 2 actors who were playing little eunuchs. Now those 2 actors are sure he kidnapped them, but he won't say where they've been kidnapped to. We used the police force to search all the neighborhoods of the film city, and we didn't find anyone. Du Chun froze for a moment and asked, "You mean you want me to play the emperor? Let him call the shots?" "Yeah, Mr. Du Chen, that's what I mean." Sasha's eyes widened. The police uncle actually called out Brother Chen to act? And still playing the emperor? She had been with Du Chen for a long time, and had often seen him play the emperor, and many times she would have the illusion that Du Chun himself was the emperor. I didn't realize that even Uncle Cop is now asking Brother Chen to play the emperor. Brother Chen must be the reincarnation of the emperor. Sasha thought so. Du Chen himself, for a moment, was a bit stunned. What is this called? Being brought to the station by the police uncle, but to make him play the emperor? What? Is it inconvenient for Mr. Du Chen? Team Lu asked somewhat nervously. This case concerns 2 missing persons, and they sent a large police force. The higher-ups are also taking this matter very seriously. It would be a bad influence if people just disappeared. The main problem that made it difficult for them was that it wasn't that the man hadn't been caught. Rather, the suspects have all been captured, but the missing person is nowhere to be found. The suspect is just dying to talk. Du Chen shook his head and said, "That's not it either." "That's good. That's good. Then I'll trouble Mr. Du Chen." Just as Team Lu's words fell, the door to the studio was opened. Outside, a man in a dragon robe and a pretty-looking policewoman walked in. The policewoman's face was frosty, and she just swept a glance at Du Chen and Team Lu. She then led the man in the dragon robe towards the interrogation room and opened the door for the man in the dragon robe to enter. Team Lu frowned a bit and asked the clerk, "What's going on here?" That clerk said, Bai Nai said that this suspect yelled against the Qing dynasty to restore the Ming dynasty, and she went to find someone to play the emperor to make the suspect hand over. Trying to get it together, Team Lu looked through the glass into the interrogation room. He didn't realize that White Mud had thought of the same thing as him, and was also thinking of finding someone to play the emperor and trick the clues out of the suspects. And White Mud was one step ahead of her, getting actors who even changed their clothes. "Mr. Du Chen, I'm sorry, I didn't know my colleague had already found someone." "It's okay." Du Chen shook his hand. Then their eyes all looked to you to see if getting someone to play the emperor would work or not. The man in the dragon robe walked into the interrogation room and said with a stern face, "Who are you, and why don't you kneel when you see me?" The suspect glanced at him. "I'm kneeling, Nima. Do you think I'm nuts? And you're still emperor? I'm still your father." Team Lao? White Mud? If he's not a psycho, who is? Mocked by a psychopath? Chapter 80, Your Majesty? You really are the emperor. The man in the dragon robe went in, and the results surprised everyone. That psychotic suspect, to the point of mocking people for treating him like a psychopath. The man in the dragon robe's face reddened at the dislike, but he knows there are a lot of people watching and he's an actor, too, and he just seemed to see Du Chen in the. It's kind of embarrassing. The man in the dragon robe glared with both eyes and said, "Daring, how are you talking to me? Get out." The psychotic suspect growled outright. This, in turn, startled the actor who was playing the emperor in a dragon robe. He wanted to say something else, but the door to the interrogation room was opened. White Mud grimaced and said, "All right, come out." The actor could only exit sardonically. Du Chen sized up the policewoman. He was a bit surprised that such a thing as a police flower actually existed in the police department. The woman in front of her, when put inside the entertainment circle, her face value and figure were top-notch. And that one cold face, born with an aura that was hard for others to imitate. Useless. Lu Team murmured He and White Mud came up with the idea together and it didn't work. Now it's in a dead end. Well, at that moment, the door was pushed open and a slightly imposing man walked in and asked, "Bureau Chen." Team Lu shouted. Bai Nai turned his head, and said to Chen Bureaus, "I just let him go in and try." It didn't work. Bureau Chen took a deep breath. His brows locked together. The atmosphere at the scene was a bit stagnant. Du Chen spoke out. "Why don't you let me try?" Everyone looked at Du Chen. White Clay's voice was cold. "What is it?" Team Lu said. "I forgot to mention. He's Du Chen. I invited him over to play the emperor." "No need." White Mud said. "Didn't you just see it? Waste of time," she said, her gaze moving away from Du Chen's body. Team Lu didn't know what to say. Someone had already tried it just now and it really didn't work. Du Chen said, "Well, if you say you don't need it, then you don't need it. I'm not sure. I'm just willing to give it a try when I see that you guys don't have any other way." "What do you mean?" Bai Nai's gaze redirected to Du Chen like a knife. "Are you mocking us?" Du Chen hadn't even opened his mouth to speak. Bureau Chen said, "You're Du Chen? Well, is there a problem?" Du Chen also had a bit of fire in his heart. He was called out by them, and now he's putting his face in front of him? Bureau Chen said, Oh, I know you. Your performance of Zhu Zhanji was really good. My daughter and I loved watching it. As Bureau Chen spoke, he suddenly realized that it seemed like it was a bit out of place to talk about this now, and he hesitated for a moment, saying, Du Chen, why don't I trouble you to try again? Du Chen calmly said, didn't this officer just say, there's no need to try, besides I'm not sure. Du Chen said is pertinent. This kind of thing who can say that there is certainty? They are only on the basis that this is official business. Willing to do a favor. Poof. White Clay grunted and turned his face to the side, but didn't say any more. Bureau Chen said, she's a bad-tempered person. Du Chen, don't worry about it. Look, if it's convenient, why don't you try it? When I watched your TV series before, I felt that you really live like the emperor of old. Du Chen just stood still for a moment, then said, it's no problem to try, but it's really hard to say if this will work. It's fine. We don't have any other way. We can only use whatever means we have. Bureau Chen said cheerfully. Du Chen also no longer dawdle, said to the man of the dragon set, you this set of clothes and wigs and other props lend me a bit. Du Chen is not a twisted person. He came here originally to help. People's bureau chief said so. He then fight this gas. There is no flavor. Du Chen went to change his clothes. Bai Nai said to Chen bureaucrat, we've already tried. Isn't it a waste of time to let this person go again? Bureau Chen said, don't be in a hurry. Take a look. What else can you do? The suspect is right in front of you. He's soft. He's hard. You can't get a question out of him. What can you do? There's already someone lining up surveillance and stuff out there, so there's no delay here. Maybe Du Chen's words on this one will be different from the others? What can be different? White Mud said, not the same as an actor? People don't eat that. What's the point of trying again? Chen Bureau said, you are also young people. Usually do not watch TV. I am an old man to watch TV. Du Chen, this and the general public are different. There is a difference between actors and actresses. What could be different? White Clay muttered unconvincingly. As for Du Chen, he had already changed his clothes and came over by this time. The moment Du Chen changed into his clothes, he had gotten himself into character. All the placement of his arms, and the pace, had changed. Even the expression on his face, even without any emotion, was completely different from before. He pushed the door open and walked in. Bureau Chen's eyes lit up immediately. Right. It's that feeling. The feeling he gets when he's at home watching TV. Chen Bureau almost forgot that he was on the case all. It's so alive. It really feels like that emperor on TV, walking to his side. If the pressure of this case wasn't so great and pressing on Chen Bureau's heart, he would be high and low to drag this emperor to have a drink at this time. Experience what it's like to drink with the emperor. Team Lu was also dumbfounded as he looked at Du Chen. I feel like there's a chance. Du Chen just swept his gaze from him and frowned slightly. It was as if the emperor hated it when he opened his mouth to speak and told him to shut up. Du Chen walked to the door of the interrogation room and uttered, someone, open the door for me. Bureau Chen? Team Lao? White Mud. Bureau Chen froze for a moment and immediately beckoned for the clerk to open the door. The clerk looked dumbfounded. He even unconsciously ducked as he passed by Du Chen's side. It's kind of scary. It's scarier than watching a horror movie. The ghosts in horror movies are fake. But this emperor in front of me looks like the real thing. The door to the interrogation room was opened and Du Chen walked in. Bai Nai reacted at this time and said, he really thinks of himself as an emperor? Her stunningly beautiful face was written with incomprehension. When she just saw Du Chen, she really had a feeling that she was shocked for a moment. But so what? Not just an actor? What's so hard about acting? I would, too. I play the high-flying imperial lady and the high-flying policewoman every day. And no one realizes that I'm actually quite flirty. But Bureau Chen just made a silent gesture and pointed inside. Look first. Baek Nai stopped talking and got a little angry with his arms around his chest, because always she gave others the feeling of being high and cold. But just now when Du Chen appeared in his dragon robe, she felt that Du Chen was even more high and cold, and commanding. It made her feel like her thunder had been stolen and angry. She also wants to command people. Not yet. I didn't agree. You're not allowed. Inside the interrogation room, Du Chen walked in and the suspect froze. Declare. Shen. Du Chen looked at him with a cold gaze, interrupting his stammering, and said, a school of streams and mountains for 1,000 years. 3 rivers merge for 10,000 years. The suspect yelled, Your Majesty, are you really Emperor Xuanda? Chapter 81. I don't believe it. You V me 50 to see the strength. May 1st extra. Unlock me. Somebody unlock the door for me. Let go of me. Because the suspect was chained to a chair. He was yelling at this point. Bureau Chen hurriedly signaled the clerk to unlock the door. This suspect actually recognized Du Chen. There's drama. And he noticed that the suspect called Du Chen Emperor Xuanda. In other words, he has seen Du Chen play Zhu Zhanji. so he recognized it. The clerk ran in, unlocked the door and ran. Team Lu outside the interrogation room was ready to rush in as soon as the suspect made any move that threatened Du Chen's safety. However, he saw the suspect inside break away from the chair and bowed his head towards Du Chen. Du Chen's voice was clear and cold. "Tell me who you are." "Your Majesty, I am your Prime Minister Luo Do. Don't you recognize me? I know you Ahara. Shu Zhanjiera has a Prime Minister." Then the cabinet. Du Chen heartspit, but certainly cannot say so. And he also noticed the detail that this suspect should have watched his TV series. "I bow to your Majesty. Long live the Emperor." The suspect tapped down and kowtowed again. Du Chen said, "I don't believe it. You V me 50 to see the strength." "Okay, I don't have my cell phone on me. Tell me, what is it that you have come to see me about?" Du Chen asked the key question. As soon as he asked, the police outside all tensed up. At the same time they were excited inside, because the way things were now, it seemed that Du Chen had really nailed it, and this person was none other than Du Chen. Moreover, the feeling Du Chen gave them was worlds apart from the actor just now. That actor just now, that's a real actor. And Do Ken, they could no longer tell if Du Chen was acting or not, because when they saw Du Chen, they even had a feeling that they didn't dare to look directly at him. That imperial aura, they clearly felt. White Nai also froze a bit, gritting his teeth and muttering in his heart, "This damned king's aura. If only I had one, I'd be queen." When Du Chen's question was asked, the suspect immediately said, "Your Majesty, I have kidnapped 2 Manchurian traitors. I want to assist the emperor in fighting against the Qing dynasty and restoring the Ming dynasty." "That's good." Du Chen's eyes looked over. It's a gaze that others might be afraid to see, but this suspect saw it and felt nothing but hot blood. He's found the master. It is expected that the anti-Qing dynasty will restore the Ming dynasty. Where is the person? Take me to see. Du Chen's voice was not angry and said very gently, "There. Your Majesty, you come with me. We'll sacrifice him to the flag." Du Chen and the suspect walked out of the interrogation room together. Du Chen waved his hand and said, "Prepare a car for me. Let's." Team Lu suddenly shouted. He wasn't sure if he was shouting like this in front of the emperor, but it was too late to think about it. After shouting he realized that Chen Bureaus and Bai Nai were looking at the little cutie, looking at him in the same way. He slunk off with his head down and went to get the car ready. Bai Nai swept Du Chen a glance and also quickly followed Team Lu. Downstairs at the police building, the suspect got into his car. Du Chen said, "These are my people, lead the way." He then saw the suspect's car leaving. A car in the back stopped in front of Du Chen. The door opened, and it was White Mud who drove. "Get in the car," White Mud said. Du Chen exhaled and said, "If you follow them, you should be able to find the place harboring the hostages directly, so I don't have to go." Shiranui pursed his lips and his eyes flickered. "Thank you." White Clay finished and left. Behind Du Chen, Duro Chen walked over. "Du Chen, really thank you so much. If they find someone later, I'll reflect it to my superiors." Du Chen said, "No need to be polite. It's a matter of lifting my hand. It's my honor to help you." That said, you acted too much like it. I thought what I saw inside the drama would be different from what I saw in the scene, but I didn't realize that what I saw in the scene was even more real than what I saw in the drama. I mean, you're not crossing over from the emperor, are you? Duro Chen looked at Du Chen with a curious look. Du Chen froze for a moment, not expecting such words to come out of Duro Chen's mouth. It seems that usually Chen Bureaus did not read a lot of TV series novels these even crossover understand. Ha 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 ha, just kidding with you Lu. Duro Chen laughed and patted Du Chen's shoulder. He was in a good mood now. This case had screwed them up no end. It's all been considered whether or not to torture a confession. It turned out to be easily handled by Du Chen, and unsurprisingly, the person could be found. Du Chen, are you alright? Just then, a car stopped in front of Du Chen and Wang Jing jumped down from it, followed by Nineldo and the interpreter. There was some tension in both men's demeanor. Wang Jing got out of the car and subconsciously pulled Du Chen behind him away from some Chen Bureaus. This is the director of the production I'm currently filming. By way of introduction, this is Duro Chen. Hello, so it's the director. Duro Chen extended his hand and shook Wang Jing's hand, saying, Du Chen just did us a huge favor. Then Duro Chen told him what happened. Wang Jing was stunned to hear that. What? Du Chen is playing the emperor inside the police station? Not only did he play the emperor, but he also helped the police department solve the case? He incredulously surveyed Du Chen, who was still wearing the dragon robe he had just changed into. You mean that suspect really thinks you're the emperor? Wang Jing asked with a confused look on his face. Du Chen raised an eyebrow. Is there a problem? No. Wang Jing's head shook like a rattle. But is there a problem? Of course there's a problem. Acting the emperor to the police station. The main kidnapping of the robber is still true sex. It's ing like me saying I'm the first emperor of Qin. and then I ask you if you have a problem with that? Do you think there's a problem? If it's not a problem, you vini 50 to see? After listening to the words of the interpreter, Ninaldo, following the world of the second five, a face of excitement shouting Oyaga, Mr. Duchen, you're great, simply incredible. You can see that your portrayal of the emperor is so deep that even criminals are willing to recognize you as the emperor. I'll be sure to take you back and tell my friends about you. They must have never heard of. Duchen finished changing his clothes and took Shasha to follow Wang Jing back to the crew. The police force on the crew side had been removed, but everyone inside was still there. Everyone was talking together, trying to eat a whole melon. Duchen and Wang Jing and his party walked in at this time. P.S. Extra. Chapter 82, Emperor Wei Wu. Chow chow. Why is Duchen back? Let's see. It's really him who committed a crime. Director Wang Jing went over and brought him back, presumably on bail. What's he up to? He doesn't look like a bad guy to me. Who can say for sure about something like that when you know what you know? Don't say it. Don't say it. Wait, how embarrassing to be overheard. Duchen walked into the set with Wang Jing and the Hollywood director. There was a lot of chatter. Sasha was a little upset when she saw everyone looking at Duchen in a strange way. She understood what was going on in the minds of these people. You know what, Dor? Think the police are arresting Chen? Chen even solved the case for them. And when Chen played the emperor, the uncle beside him was scared back a few steps. That's the aura. Wang Jing saw the people talking and spoke out. There's no need for everyone to think nonsense. Just now there was some accident over here. Someone was kidnapped. Still relying on us, Du Chen, to go over and help solve the case. It's certainly not what you think. Oh, so that's it. Oh, I know. Those who were talking about it nodded their heads. But you can tell by the expressions that they don't believe it at all. But this matter, mouths can only explain this way. And whether others believe it or not is their business. After a few people chatted for a while, Du Chen went to pack his things, and the crew, who had all originally come to have something to do, then dispersed on their own. But now, one by one, they all dropped what they were doing and were talking about it. Du Chen didn't say much about it. He collected his things and took Sasha along with him. Then he planned to leave. The driver outside was already waiting for him. He immediately went back to the Jiaxing company, but just as he reached the door, a brake sounded. A police car pulled up in front of Du Chen. White Mud jumped down from the car and walked over to Du Chen. The people inside the crew saw that the police were here again, and they were here to find Du Chen. The curious all gathered around at once. When they looked at the white clay face, they couldn't help but marvel at how beautiful it was. And White Mud has a good body, front and back. What you want? Some of the actresses unconsciously stepped back a bit. They felt that compared to Baek Nai was more of an actress because of the beauty. White Mud said, "The case has been solved. Thank you very much for the help you provided us. Worried about getting you in trouble. So we came over to talk about it." As Bai Nai's words fell, one of her male co-workers, who had already taken up the loudspeaker, spoke about Du Chen's help in solving the case for the police department. *********. I just thought Director Wang Jing was trying to calm public opinion by lying to us. I didn't realize it was real. Du Chen is so awesome that he can even help the police solve cases. Big brother, you don't look at who Du Chen is. He's the emperor himself, alright. Can there be anything wrong with asking him to play the emperor?" Du Chen's incident was officially declared out by Jing Fan, and no one suspected anymore that he was taken away because he did something bad. Du Chen thought to himself, it should be said not to say. The police think quite considerate. Thanks. If there's nothing else, I'll head back to the office. Bai Nai's cold face showed a rare slow color. We should be the ones to thank you. Du Chen nodded and bid farewell to those present. Also in another part of the movie town, an actor is also saying goodbye to his agent. Sister Ma, I really don't want to act anymore. I'll never act again. I think it's good for me to get a job. His agent, Sister Ma, was confused. Why did you stop acting after a good time? Isn't it good enough to get some supporting roles now? The man sighed and said, because I saw what real acting was, and it wasn't acting. It was becoming the character. The man said, a wistful look in his eyes. He continued, that's something I could never do in my life. So, I don't think acting is for me. I could never do that. Sister Ma is going crazy. It's hard to dub this person out a little bit of mold, and then all of a sudden they say they're retiring. Can they not be anxious? What the hell is wrong with you? Who did you see? You can't do it. Du Chen. Sister Ma's legs went limp and she almost planted herself on the ground. Who the hell are you not good to compare with? You compare with Du Chen? Du Chen took Sasha with him to the airport and flew to the company. When he got off the plane, he rode in the company car to the downstairs of the office. There were already a lot of people downstairs to greet them. Our big hero Brother Chen is back. I love you. Mourn. Love you. Brother Chen is mighty and domineering. do you think I'm Thai? Mourn. You're in the headlines again, mourn. The crowd surrounded Du Chen, and Du Chen was somewhat flattered, not knowing what was going on. It was only after being told that I realized that I had made headlines for this incident on the plane. What was happening in the film city? The news is making a big deal out of the fact that he starred as an emperor at the police station and helped the police solve the case. In the news, he was labeled a hero. Back in the office, Du Chen took out his cell phone and read the comments on those headlines. Those fans' comments made Du Chen himself couldn't help but blush with old age. This is the star we should be chasing. What Junior Robin or Rainy Night with Knife? I don't know any of them. I only know Du Chen. Du Chen is the only star in my heart. I'll rip the mouth of anyone who says Du Chen doesn't contribute to this society in the future. Dukanese. It's more or less a minor pleasure to read these comments, but Du Chen doesn't like to spend time on the internet. Putting away his cell phone, Du Chen went to the lecture room, where a number of people were already there. They're usually there by themselves when they have nothing else to do, running campaigns and working on characters. Seeing Du Chen coming, everyone immediately surrounded Du Chen and asked him to give a lecture. So the group explored. Yang Mi walked in and everyone quieted down a bit. Our hero is back. This time it's really powerful. Oh, the headlines are all about you. Yang Mi had a smile on her face and stomped on her high heels. Imperious. Come on, just don't flirt with me. Du Chen glanced at him and laughed. How can this be flirting? It's really awesome. Even the officials have issued a commendation. Du Chen looked to the side, ignoring her. Yang Mi said, what are your plans to come back to the company this time? Do you want to continue to act? Du Chen looked over and said, what? A role? He guessed that it should be. And Yang Mi wouldn't be saying that at this point if he didn't have a good role to play. Yang Mi nodded. Yeah, screamed a good character. What role? Du Chen asked. The others looked over curiously. Emperor. Yang Mi said, this person is a bit special. You can say he is the emperor or not. Don't sell yourself short. Du Chen said. Yang Mi rolled his eyes and said, Emperor Wu of Wei. Chow Chow. Chapter 83, Chow Chow. Du Chen can't stand it? 3 countries. The subject of this drama is the 3 kingdoms, playing Chow Chow. When Du Chen heard that, he was immediately interested. Chow Chow is a complex man and therefore challenging. The other actors around him, hearing Yang Mi talk about Chow Chow, all had their mouths turned into oh so envious shapes. 3 kingdoms is a big IP. I'm so envious. Chen is playing Chow Chow. I think he's the main character, right? In the case of the 3 kingdoms, there are actually quite a few people who can be the protagonist. Chow Chow, Liu Bei, Zhuge Liang, are all on the line. But I think Chow Chow is the one with a bit more drama. Chow Chow is the main character of that era. The capable minister of the prosperous world. The traitor of the chaotic world. The 3 kingdoms belong to the group. But the character of Chow Chow is still uniquely charming. Everyone was talking to each other and the atmosphere was great. Jan Mi said, it's next, but the play really isn't that good. With a physique like yours, would have to put on some weight to match. Du Chen nodded and said, no problem. Yang Mi added, the scale of investment in this drama is considered top-notch in the current market. None of the actors invited are easy either. They are all veteran actors. Although you're hot right now, you actually belong to the newcomers who just started out. I was a little worried about you. After all, there are all seniors there. Knowing Yang Mi's intention, Du Chen nodded and said, don't worry, I know what I have in mind. Yang Mi said, well, when the time comes, be humble in the crew. They are all seniors. Most of them have their own classic works. Many of them are pivotal figures. You are still a newcomer in the past. When he returned to his house in the evening, Du Chen began to prepare. At the same time he claimed the system's reward. The reward for this one is, speaking eloquently. When the reward was obtained, Du Chen instantly felt that his language organization skills had been enhanced by a leap. It wasn't that he used to be eloquent, but after receiving this reward, Du Chen had a feeling that he used to be the equivalent of not being able to speak. Mostly, it's just too much clear thinking now. At the same time, this ability has improved his line work and verbal infectiousness drastically. Du Chen thinks he can kinda make it work if a loaf of bread is 50 marks now. For the rest of the day, Du Chen spent his time familiarizing himself with the history of the 3 kingdoms and the character of Chow Chow. Midway, Du Chen gave Yang Mi a call. Ask Yang Mi if there is a staff list for this drama. No, it's the cast list. Jan Mi said there are no stats there yet. Since there were no statistics yet, Du Chen didn't force himself. His main purpose of going to ask Yang Mi was also just to familiarize himself with the crew. Nothing else. Really, Du Chen swears that it is. Aside from spending his time familiarizing himself with history, the rest of the time, Du Chen took Sasha to eat and eat. Every day is just eating and eating and eating everywhere. He does have too sharp a physique and needs to bulk up some to meet his physical needs. Du Chen's own temperament was actually a bit sharp. Even if he had been very low-key, the aura on him was intangible. After a month of swinging for the fences, finally the day of departure arrived. Du Chen brought along a resentful Sasha and stepped onto the inside officially. Sasha looked resentful. Why is there resentment? Because of this month's time, following Du Chen to eat and eat and eat. It is hard to say how much Du Chen has gained weight, but Sasha herself was very aware that she had gained 12 pounds. 12 pounds? Those 12 pounds don't grow anywhere else. They grow on the chest and the ass. This resulted in a body that was hot as hell. Following Du Chen on the road is like walking hormones. The male animals on the road had sideways glances and eyes that wanted to eat her. I didn't feed you fat. You asked for it. Why the bitter face? Who can blame you? Sasha flattened her mouth. I can't help it if I see you eating. The main thing is that you also treat. What pretty girl can resist the temptation of a treat? So many excuses for your own cravings. Du Chen ignored her. But then again, a meteor Sasha is a real looker. With a few reporting experiences, this time over Du Chen was quite familiar. The crew was soon found. A lot of the cast had arrived by now, and most of the actors who were there were familiar. The important roles in this show are built in, using veteran actors, so the audition part was directly dispensed with. Those roles that require auditions are less important. This is Du Chen, isn't it? It's better to be known than to be seen. So it's true that he's a handsome young man. Ah, Du Chen. First time meeting. Hello. Hey, does it look a bit different than on the drama? It's so much more stable. This is for the new drama to make the body type, isn't it? When Du Chen arrived, he was greeted by many people, and Du Chen returned the greetings one by one. Du Chen, what role are you here to play? An older actor asked curiously. Du Chen said, Chow Chow, Chow Chow. The crowd was startled and all looked at Du Chen. Such an important role for a young man like Du Chen? Everyone has their own ideas in their respective minds. In fact, quite a few of them wanted the role of Chow Chow, but the director didn't say yes. In the crowd, there was an older actor, and when he heard what Du Chen said, the corner of his mouth twitched in irritation. Before Du Chen came here, he had some opinions about Du Chen as a person. He himself was a close friend of Zhang Chang's, and had participated in a number of performances with him in the past, and the two of them were quite attached to each other. The last time Zhang Chong suffered a loss at the hands of Du Chen, he was also aware of it. So when he heard Du Chen say that he had played Chow Chow, he was even more upset. And is Chow Chow a character that anyone can play? Is it a matter of good acting? How can you act well when you don't match the character and can't play the soul? Wei Jin grunted and said in a half-joking tone, You're playing Chow Chow? Are you kidding? Can you be young enough to hold down a character like Chow Chow? But you can't play Chow Chow well just because you're old. You're playing Chow Chow's son, right? He said it like he was joking, but everyone who heard it could hear the flavor of attack in it. The scene went cold for a moment. Chapter 84, Who are you? Those present. Some have guessed what's going on, but most of the people, who were unaware of the Tao inside, just felt that what Wei Jin said seemed to have some truth in it. Du Chen, a young actor. I've seen him play Li Shiming in Zhu Zhanji before and he did a great job, but the sharpness is not revealed, which does not match Chow Chow's temperament. Just look at the Du Chen in front of you again, and feel that there is nothing wrong, because today's Du Chen had some changes in his physical appearance. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but the aura on his body was also a bit different from before. But these theater watchers don't care. Du Chen, however, cares, which has just come to be forced to be lie. You also do not go out to inquire. Microblogging a street. Who is the father of the dam? I'm on fire. You can't just step on me like a cat or a dog. What's wrong? Do you have an opinion? Du Chen raised his head, his gaze looking at Wei Jin and asked directly. Me? Wei Jin didn't expect Du Chen to be the least bit vain, directly looking at him tit for tat. I just don't think you're right for the role. He was a little disorganized all of a sudden. Du Chen said, That's really disrespectful. It turns out that you are the one who has the final say on this crew. If you say it's appropriate, it's appropriate. If you say it's not appropriate, it's not appropriate. Not waiting for him to finish, Du Chen directly interrupted him and said, Then may I ask what kind of person you are in this crew to have such a right? Wei Jin's old face turned red and said, What I am has something to do with you. I'm just an actor. What's the matter? Can't I say it? Yes, you can. Go talk to the director. Wei Jin's face turned red at the dislike. Then an old actor persuaded him, and he dared not go against Du Chen again by taking advantage of the slope. Sha, who was standing behind Du Chen, pulled Du Chen's sleeve. Brother Chen, when we came, Sister Honey said for us to keep a low profile. Du Chen nodded. Well, that's why I didn't him. I thought you only did that to me. Sasha widened those beautiful eyes. Du Chen gave her a knock on the head. What are you thinking about? As he was making a scene, the director of this drama, Chen Hansheng, came over and saw the current situation and asked, "What's wrong?" One of the groundskeepers ran over and told what had just happened. Chen Hansheng said, "Ha ha ha, small things, people make a mess to have vitality." This was brought over by Hansen Chan. "Are all the people here?" Chen Hansheng asked. A field agent ran over with the roster. Chen Hansheng didn't look at it either, holding it in his hand and said, "Then we'll just turn it on. Get the boot up." This one is not the same as the previous scene that Du Chen shot, because Cao Cao makes an appearance in the first episode. So boot up and there's a shot of Du Chen. At the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, the Yellow Turban Uprising subsided in the 8th month after its outbreak. However, the Han Dynasty, which has returned with accumulated weight, has not regained its vitality. In 189 A.D., Liu Wei, the 14-year-old young emperor of Han, succeeded to the throne. He Jin, the general who was in charge of the power of the foreign relatives, listened to Yuan Shao's advice in order to eliminate the power of eunuchs once and for all, secretly ordered Dong Zhuo to enter the capital. The Three Kingdoms, an era of chaos and strife that lasted more than 100 years, and that's how it was pulled off. Afterwards, Dong Zhuo abrogated Liu Defender and installed Liu Xie, king of Chen Lu, to succeed to the throne. Its Emperor Xian of Han, Dong Zhuo became a minister, and by this time, the court was already in Dong Zhuo's hands. When Dong Zhuo was in the court, all the officials dared not utter a word and were silenced. When Dong Zhuo sneezes, the 100 officials are all weak and trembling. So some Han loyalists began to conspire to get rid of Dong Zhuo. So this first scene, it was the birthday banquet of Wang Yun, an old minister of the late emperor, to which all civil and military officials were invited. Cao Cao was not invited in this because they were all from prestigious families and looked down on Cao Cao as the descendant of a eunuch. Also because Cao Cao stood in the faction of Dong Zhuo. So after retiring from the court, Cao Cao caught up with Yuan Kuwei. Tai Fu Yuan, I would like to be your companion for a few steps. Yuan Kuwei is played by He Wei Jin, Zheng Chang's best friend. He's on the older side. At this point, he is playing opposite Du Chen, although Du Chen's temperament and dress are also very different from before, and he fully assumes the role of Cao Cao. But he knew that Du Chen was young and didn't put Du Chen in his eyes at all. And the scene, originally, was him teasing Cao Cao. That's why the contempt in his eyes was even more intense. The two walked and talked. Cao Cao, played by Du Chen, asks why Wang Yun invited so many people but not him. Yuan Kuwei stopped and stated with a teasing face, "Then tell me yourself, why did he invite so many people but not you?" Cao Manga? Cao Cao said, "Isn't it just that you look down on me for being cheap and a thief? I can't imagine that you, Cao Azhou, can put words into this realm. So tell me how you are a contemptible law? How is it that you are a thief? And who is a thief?" The duo's rendition had the crowd of onlookers outside the arena, watching in awe. He Wei Jin is also worthy of being a veteran actor. No wonder it has not yet started to dare to call the shots. Itself is also a strength. But Du Chen, likewise, surprised them. They could no longer see any flippancy in Du Chen, and only showed a strong sense of composure. So the whole show was fun for everyone to watch. Yuan Kuwei on the field was even better. Above the lines, it was him who completely overpowered Du Chen. Asked Du Chen how to be a lightweight, but Du Chen interpreted it with aplomb, stating that he wasn't just looking down on me. Thief, it's not just a national thief, Du Chen said graciously. Yuan Kuwei said, "Then tell me who is the thief." What this paragraph is meant to reflect in the script is that everyone is too silent and jealous of Dong Zhuo to speak out. Yuan Kuwei looked at Du Chen in a lofty manner, just as the theater had shown, not treating Cao Cao as a human being. Cao Cao, played by Du Chen, stood up straight and looked at Yuan Kuwei. "Do you really want me to go on?" Yuan Kuwei shuddered in his heart, thinking that there was no such paragraph in the script. But the director didn't yell cut, so he had to keep playing. So with a sneer at the corner of his mouth, he said, "Well, tell me about it." He bet that Du Chen wouldn't dare to say it. "It's not even in the script and you have to make a fool of yourself." He looked at Du Chen with derision. "Thief? Isn't the thief Dong Zhuo?" But who dares to say? Who knew that Du Chen slightly tilted his neck and exclaimed, "Dong Zhuo, the traitor of the country. You!" Yuan Kuwei was startled, revealing a shocked look. It was damn near inside the script, as if reminding him that he must show his fear of Dong Zhuo. Now that it's really played out, Du Chen is directly in front of him, and in public, directly shouting at the traitor of the nation, "Dong Zhuo, how does this make him act? What? You all privately want to get rid of Dong Zhuo for the latter. How come you don't dare to say it in broad daylight?" At this point, it had turned into Du Chen looking at Yuan Kuwei with teasing eyes. Yuan Kuwei gave a yu. He just couldn't say anything. It's not in the ing script, and the script repeatedly emphasizes having him show fear of action. Good. The rendition was spot on. At this time the director, Hansen Chen, walked out and shouted. Yuan Kuei exhaled fiercely, cold sweat coming out behind his back. It's a good thing the director had called a halt, or he really wouldn't have known how to act. Hearing the director say yes, Yuan Kuei exited. Director, where's the good in this? There's no such part in the script, and he's directly talking about the traitor Dong Zhuo. This is obviously nonsense. How dare the scripted Cao Cao? Can Cao Cao have the guts to do this? P.S. Plus more. In front of everyone's comments the author has noticed, but because the author used to be the author of other sites, accustomed to that kind of writing, a time to change over, can only slowly adjusted. Chapter 85, making the rest of the crew nervous. Do Chen change the script? Asterisk. No way. Where did it change? It looks cool to me. The onlookers, hearing He Weijin's words, froze, because they only know their own scripts and don't know the details of other people's scripts. So for a while there was some confusion. Cao Cao just roared with that, his lordly aura in full force. It was a great experience for those who watched the play, and all of a sudden the character of Cao Cao felt like he had a soul. But He Weijin said Du Chen changed the script? That means it might have been cooler if the script hadn't been changed? What's this Du Chen doing? What's he doing changing the script for such a good play? The director, Hansen Lee, was originally happy and in a good mood, but when he heard He Weijin say this, he couldn't help but frown a little and said, You are Cao Cao, dare not? Do you know who went to assassinate Dong Zhuo? Do you know who risked his life to assassinate Dong Zhuo when everyone was afraid of General Dong and Lu Bu worshipped him as his righteous father? It's Cao Cao. The others only dare to have meetings and meetings. Meetings every day. Meetings to watch women dance and drink and complain. And no one really dares to do anything about it. Only Cao Cao dares to make a move. You say Cao Cao wouldn't dare? How could he not dare? He Weijin's face turned red at the director's dislike and he stammered and didn't know what to say. Just now he was also impulsive. The main reason was that Du Chen suddenly came with a break, which made him panic, and at the same time, he was always thinking of pressing Du Chen in his mind. So when he was counterattacked by Du Chen, he was instantly disorganized, now reacting to the fact that the director had said yes. What right did he have to say no? Then when Chen Hansheng saw that the gazes of the people around him were a bit bewildered, he explained, that last paragraph just now, it was added by Du Chen, but it's not in the script itself. And I was looking at the script earlier and feeling weird about it and not finding it very compelling. Now that I've seen Du Chen finish his performance, I realize that's where the problem lies. This part was actually added by He Weijin first. It was supposed to be over and he had to question Du Chen. But this part Du Chen coped well. It can become a classic picture. Let's just put this segment right in the first episode. Out of the gate it gives the character of Cao Cao a soul, worthy of being Du Chen, better known than seen, really powerful. The director explains a bit, and gives Du Chen a compliment. The onlookers heard it too. They had just watched this segment to see their blood boil, and they all felt a twinge of longing for the character of Cao Cao. So it turned out that the key point was added by Du Chen, and they also heard that the director said it was He Weijin himself who added the scene first, and that it was going to end when he had to question Du Chen. Only then did Du Chen improvise in a hurry, thinking about what He Weijin said just now. Some people have strange expressions. Feeling He Weijin this is a thief shouting to catch a thief. They add drama to make things difficult for others. The result is that they almost can't catch it, and in turn bite the other side a mouthful. This, more or less shameless. When He Weijin saw the gazes of those actors around him, he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. But there's no point in saying more now. He's already lost. To say anything else would be self-defeating. I'll let you go wild. You like that script, don't you? I'll go back tonight and work on it. Let's see how long you can go wild. Saying that Cao Cao is not afraid. Cao Cao is not afraid. Don't ask why you're not afraid. Not afraid is not afraid. So, in the next scene, Cao Cao is filmed with the 7 Star Blade, going to assassinate Dong Zhuo. Before Cao Cao went to assassinate Dong Zhuo, Cao Cao had already gained Wang Yun's approval through his valiant speeches. Say it's recognized. The truth is that these humanoids are nothing more than people with their own agendas. Cao Cao really wants to get rid of the scourge of Dong Zhuo for the Han family, and he also wants to walk into Wang Yun's circle and theirs through his own efforts. As for Wang Yun and the others, they wanted a dilettante like Cao Cao who had a chance to get close enough to Dong Zhuo and a sword to kill him. So after the banquet, Wang Yun asked Cao Cao for a private chat. There were too many people just now for me to go into detail. May I ask if Brother Meng De really has a brilliant plan to exterminate the thieves? Of course, Du Chen said in a deep voice. The two sat opposite each other, candlelight wavering. I, Cao Cao, am neither a sellout nor a man of falsehood and deceit. Just now, during the meeting, the public ministers were really unable to understand me. Du Chen speaks without delay, and his language is infectious. Chen Hansheng, who was sitting behind the surveillance screen, gripped his assistant's thighs. looking unusually agitated and afraid of making noise to disturb Du Chen. That line is so flavorful coming from him. Behind Chen Hansheng, an old actor said quietly to the people around him. This kid is not very old, but he really has some skills. This line work, I have to say. I can't do this flavor. Serves him right that the young women are all his. That's what it's all about. Shoo! Director Chen Hansheng made a silent gesture, interrupting those who couldn't help but murmur. And Du Chen's show continues. He looked at Wang Yun. His eyes had a deep black haze yet revealed light. I stooped to serve a thief to kill a thief. How do you kill a thief? Then Du Chen analyzed his thoughts to Wang Yun. For example, last year, someone assassinated Dong Zhuo, and it was a lost cause because he failed to break Dong Zhuo's armor. That's why he wanted the 7-star treasure sword, which was passed down from Wang Yun's family. Will Wang Yun say yes? Then of course I promise. A knife is a dead thing. It has to serve its purpose, it has value. As long as Cao Cao can kill Dong Zhuo, not to mention the 7-star sword, even if he wants his goddaughter, Do Chan, Wang Yun will also give it as it is. Keep Du Chen's sable around her waist. So then Cao Cao took away the 7-star sword. Then the second day, Cao Cao then went to see Dong Zhuo with the 7-star sword. At Dong Zhuo's residence, he told Cao Cao to make himself at home. He wanted to rest. The play, then, begins. Cao Cao assassinated General Dong. Waiting for Dong Zhuo to fall asleep, Cao Cao gently shouted twice. Not seeing Dong Zhuo respond, he pulled out the 7-star treasure sword from his bosom, and then he planned to make his move. The moment, everyone could feel Du Chen's nervousness from his eyes to his movements. That's what Cao Cao is doing at the moment. The director and the floor manager couldn't help but hold their breath when they saw Du Chen's performance. They got nervous too. This was obviously a movie, but without realizing it, he was subbed into the play by Du Chen. Du Chen's eyes were so on point. Not only that, mainly on Du Chen's forehead, fine beads of sweat appeared really quickly. Live and let live. Du Chen brought this scene to life. The damn thing was not to mention watching it in front of the TV, but even watching Du Chen perform live. He felt the tension. In this tense atmosphere, Du Chen finally approached the action, just as he raised his knife to stab down. The light of the knife reflected from the mirror and shone in Dong Zhuo's eyes. Dong Zhuo was suddenly awakened by the flash of light looking back at Du Chen. One moment, the look on Du Chen's face was stormy. Chapter 86. Things fall together. People fall apart. Du Chen's demeanor made several changes in a split second, portraying the natural reaction of a human in that extreme situation. The crowd of actors had to sigh in awe at the sight. As far as Du Chen's acting is concerned, the other shots are fine. Although you can see that Du Chen's skills are in place, but give them a few more takes or some inspiration and they can do it. But just this shot, it's no longer about inspiration or how many more times you can shoot it. It's a unbridgeable chasm. Actors. Ultimately, they are actors, and what they do is act. And Du Chen's realm was almost out of this realm. He's not acting. Rather, it embodies an authentic and natural response. Evening. Everyone in the crew went back to rest. Du Chen and the little assistant Sasha also rested. After all, the night is late. But there's one more person who didn't rest. Wei Jin. He's still working on the script. He had suffered a big loss at the hands of Du Chen today and had lost all his face. This is something he won't let go of. He must get this back. So not only is he working on the script himself, but he's bringing his assistant along with him. He couldn't sleep until he found a way to get Du Chen. This means that we have an old saying that things come in groups, and those who can become good friends with Zheng Chong won't have a big heart. Finally, gave them a spot from the script that was a perfect opportunity to get Du Chen. It was still his assistant who found it first. Brother Jean, look here. Du Chen has a scene where he is eating and receives the information that Lu Bu is taking Zhou, and gets angry and takes a big bite out of his meal. Wei Jin frowned a bit. Well, what happened to the big mouthful of rice? Take a big bite out of your meal. He's gotta eat, right? Let's add something to the rice. How? Wei Jin thought for a moment and suddenly his eyes lit up. Yeah, let's put some laxatives in it. I don't believe he can hold his own. Pull him to death. Well, that's settled. You'll have the laxative ready when the time comes, and when it's time for that scene, you'll find a chance to put it down. The two brokered a meeting of minds. Feeling better, I can finally get a restful night's sleep. The next couple of days were silky smooth with basically no major problems on top of the shoot since it was all veteran actors. Du Chen shot at ease, and Wei Jin didn't mess with him again in the past few days. However, this caused Du Chen to feel some strangeness in his heart. After all, that day, although he didn't do it on purpose and it was Wei Jin himself who messed things up first, the result did make Wei Jin quite humiliated. He didn't think Wei Jin was going to let things go so easily. But I don't know why, but Wei Jin has been very honest for the past few days. Brother Chen, I don't think Wei Jin is a good person. He's definitely not holding anything good in his heart. On this day on the set, Du Chen was taking a break. Sasha sat down next to Du Chen, her eyes looking at He Wei Jin in the distance, and whispered to Du Chen. Du Chen said, "Why do you say that?" Sasha said, "He was yakking when we first got here, and then after he ended up disgracing himself that day, he suddenly acted like nothing was wrong for the past few days, and I just don't think it's normal." Du Chen laughed lightly. Even Sasha could see it. How could he not? If He Wei Jin still showed hostility towards him, then he thought it was normal and there was nothing wrong with it. But now He Wei Jin acted as if what had gone before had never happened. That would be very unusual. But this kind of thing, Du Chen is not afraid. The soldiers come to stop the water to cover the earth. Stay here. I'm going to use the restroom. Du Chen got up and walked towards the back kitchen of the crew. The restrooms are located over there as well. Du Chen's center of gravity and balance are in perfect condition in everyday life because of his extreme control over his body. That's why he basically walks without footsteps. And when he walks into the restroom, the people inside probably didn't hear him. Still on the phone. As soon as Du Chen heard this, ********, this situation is not right. He immediately took out his cell phone and turned on the recording. Jean, the laxative has been put into the rice. The next scene will be Du Chen's. When, after recording, Du Chen exited the restroom. So the big move is waiting here. Du Chen acted as if nothing had happened and returned to the theater group to continue waiting. After a while, it was Du Chen's turn to go on. In this scene, it is Du Chen who is eating in the camp. The war report came from behind the wait. Lu Bu had sneaked into Yenzhou. Cao Cao is eating. Sun Yu came from outside. The main attack. The defeat report has arrived. Once Cao Cao heard the report of defeat, he raised his head to look at Sun Yu. Something happened in Yenzhou? His tone was light and slow, and just by hearing the word defeat report, he had already guessed what the problem was. It was a performance that had the groupies in stitches. Now that Du Chen was acting, they liked to spectate, because it's a pleasure. Sun Yu said, "Last night, Lu Bu led an army in a sneak attack on Yenzhou. Anan." Cao Cao was furious and raised the bowl in his hand and snapped it onto the table. Lu Bu, a mere man. Where did he get such guts to dare to sneak up on my Yenzhou? Those who were watching the show were taken aback by the scene. This dam is also too silky smooth. Just now also gently. I'll listen to Lu Bu suddenly angry? Bowls are snapped? Sun Yu said, "My lord, Chen Gong has become Lu Bu's military advisor." Cao Cao blinked and his tone returned to calm. "That's not surprising." Then he laughed. So it was brother Gong Tai who gave him the idea. That's not surprising. As Cao Cao spoke, a smile appeared on his face. This scene of Du Chen's renders Cao Cao's temperamental moodiness, and gives another glimpse of what Cao Cao really cares about. He didn't care if Yenzhou was stolen. He could always get it back. So he won't get mad. But when he heard that it was Lu Bu who stole the attack, he got angry. Angry because he actually looked at the wrong person. How could he dare with a piker like Lu Bu? This was something Cao Cao hadn't expected. So he was angry that he could look at people and see the wrong things. Then Sun Yu said it was Chen Gong's idea. And Cao Cao laughed again. Because it proved he wasn't wrong about anyone. And Chen Gong, this person, he thinks that there is some ability. So Chen Gong out of the idea, proved that he did not see the wrong person. So he's happy again. But, bowls of rice, held on the table. He Wei Jin, who was watching from the side, stared with wide eyes as he waited for Du Chen to eat. Why haven't you eaten? Chapter 87 Counterattack. Yes. Snap. Fantastic. This part will definitely become a classic scene. It's great. Who the hell invented Du Chen? Really desperate to meet him. With a Cao Cao like this, I guess it will be hard for anyone to surpass him in the future. The whole room erupted in applause. Du Chen's bowl snapping moves are just awesome. The director is also excited. But he was more or less clueless. Because the design of the script inside, there is no Du Chen buckle bowl of this paragraph. Only Du Chen angry fierce pickpocket rice. But now that he'd said this out loud, he really doesn't know where to put his face. So Chen Hansheng could only keep things in his heart and follow with a vigorous applause. He Wei Jin saw the reactions of the people around him and saw that everyone was cheering for Du Chen. A million haymakers passed by in his mind. It's hard to wait so long for an opportunity like this. Just like that, Du Chen changed the script again? But because Du Chen changed the script last time, he suffered a big loss. So this time when he saw Du Chen changing the script again, he didn't dare to say anything. Seeing the people around him praising Du Chen, the more he heard, the more annoyed he became. And he just wanted to leave as quickly as possible, but not before he walked out. Du Chen's voice came, "Everyone stay put. I have one more thing to say. Please everyone stay put." He Wei Jin stopped with a frown. There was some nervousness in his heart, but he was curious about what Du Chen was going to say. "What's wrong?" Chen Hansheng asked as he walked over, wondering what Du Chen suddenly had to say, and asked everyone to stay. I didn't talk to him in advance before. The gazes of those present also fell on Du Chen. Du Chen said, "You may not know that not too long ago, I once had some conflict with an actor named Zheng Chong." "Zheng Chong? Who is it?" "Oh, I remember. What's wrong?" How did Du Chen have a conflict with Zheng Chong? As soon as He Wei Jin heard Du Chen mention Zheng Chong, he thought something bad had happened. Pulling his legs up, he was ready to run. Du Chen blocked him first, looking at him with a light smile at the corner of his mouth, saying, "Mr. I haven't finished yet. Don't rush." Du Chen continued. "Later, Zheng Chong hired a water army to hack me on the internet, but he didn't succeed, and it backfired on him. So much for me and him. Originally he was a person I'd almost forgotten about, but I didn't expect that Mr. He was actually Zhang Chang's good friend. And then we had a falling out in the first scene after we got here." Du Chen paused when he said this. The surrounding onlookers frowned. They have their own thoughts in their minds. It was not clear why Du Chen suddenly brought this matter up. I thought to myself that Du Chen was too careful, right? An actor came out and said, "Du Chen, from what you said, you and Zheng Chong are over. He Wei Jin and Zheng Chong are just friends. It's someone else's freedom to be friends with whoever they want to be friends with. There's a need to have a conflict over something like this, right?" Another old actor also said, "Right. It's no fun to make a scene like this. Du Chen, listen to my brother's advice. Things are over when they're over. We can't see each other with our heads up. There's no need to make things unpleasant. And this has nothing to do with He Wei Jin." Du Chen laughed. "I originally thought the same thing. Zhang Chang's conflict is Zhang Chang's conflict. It has nothing to do with Mr. He. But who knows? Mr. He just won't let go of this. I can't do anything about it." Du Chen's words left many people uncertain. What's with the gripping? It's as simple as that. There's really no need to complicate it. Just let him pass. Which has this the past. I have not seen Mr. He has gripped the Director Hansen Chan also frowned. Sasha stood behind Du Chen with some fear, not understanding why Du Chen would suddenly bring this out. He Wei Jin, however, had a bad feeling. But Du Chen blocked him here, and even if something was really wrong, it was useless for him to leave now. He would like to see what Du Chen could do to him, on the basis of what Du Chen said with one mouth. Having said that, my point is this matter. Let's make an end of it today. Du Chen suddenly said. He Wei Jin shook a little. Yeah, after today, it's over, so let's not sweat it. Old He, you should not bother with Du Chen. Young people, over. Although he didn't understand what it meant, if Du Chen said it was over, then it was over. They also don't want the crew to have conflicts, but as they were talking, they saw Du Chen take out his cell phone. Then a recording was played. "Don't worry Jean. I just made sure that the laxative was placed inside the bowl of rice that Du Chen will use for the movie later. Don't worry. I'll avenge Chang's revenge today, along with the revenge from last time. Isn't Du Chen very powerful? Pulling Falsen to see what else he's powerful at. Not to mention you. Even I've been looking at him for a long time. Just because you're good looking doesn't mean anything. Just because your assistant is pretty doesn't mean anything." The recording was quite long, and Du Chen played it all out. The truth came out, and all eyes fell on He Wei Jin. Chapter 88. All the bottoms are out. Everyone heard the recording just now. The guy inside the recording, like an undercover agent, laid it all out, bottoms up. There's a clear reference to Gingo. He Wei Jin looked at the gazes of the crowd, and he instantly panicked. Smear. This is slander. What's the point of making a recording to frame me? Did you hear me in there? Get someone to record who wouldn't. Oh, what people said just happened to be recorded for you. You call that a coincidence? What else could it be if you didn't design it yourself? He Wei Jin's cold sweat had broken out. He hadn't expected to be recorded by Du Chen, but he certainly couldn't admit it to death now. Admit it and it's over. You don't have to be in this circle anymore. It's a good thing this recording doesn't have his voice in it, or there would be no way to defend it. The surrounding actors, hearing He Wei Jin say this, also frowned. This thing sounds how to feel unreal, and the recording inside really only one person's voice. Just like this to determine that it is He Wei Jin did, more or less a little far-fetched. Du Chen, is there a misunderstanding? I think that old He is a man with a small heart, but it's not so bad, is it? Du Chen, have you been tricked? Is this recording real? I think it's better to let this go, and let's all just forget about it. Who cares if it's true or not? There's no point in getting upset. Chen Hansheng looked at the two of them, Du Chen and He Wei Jin at this time, his brows deeply furrowed together. To an outsider, it might just seem like a contradiction, or they're simply watching the show, but for him as a director, it's a big deal. If Du Chen's recording is true, then it proves that someone inside the crew poisoned it. It's a horrible thing to hear, and if it happens to the crew, the repercussions can be huge. But if the recording Du Chen had just played was fake, Then it proved that Du Chen's character was questionable. An actor so good at playing Chow Chow so well has character issues. This is not a good thing for Chen Hansheng. In case something happens again inside the crew in the future, how to mess up, or when the filming is done. Du Chen himself has problems out there and the drama is implicated in the closure, so what's the deal? So at this point he didn't know what to do. He just wanted to get the truth straight. And Sasha, already frightened, stood behind Du Chen holding the hem of Du Chen's coat. She was now super tempted to go call Yomi and tell her what was going on here. Let Yongmi shake people from the company. If those people in the company knew that Brother Chen was poisoned outside, the people from the company would come over and be able to tear He Wei-jin apart. Du Chen stood in place, but was unperturbed. Do you think it's alright without your voice? Without my voice? You're setting me up. I'm calling the police. I'm suing you. He Wei-jin roared hysterically. Du Chen said, fine, call out your assistant and have him say a sentence for those present. He Wei-jin's face went white in an instant. Her feet weakened and she took an involuntary step back. What? What assistant? I don't know what you're talking about. Go get his assistant, Chen Hansheng said to the groundskeeper at this time, telling the groundskeeper to go find someone. Then he raised his voice and said, this matter must be made clear. We can't wrongly accuse any good person, nor can we spare any bad person. What an assistant. And what does my assistant have to do with me? Du Chen, don't even think about slandering me. I'll sue you, He Wei-jin yelled. But there was no one left to speak for him at this point. It got to the point where people around the room didn't know if it was true or not. But one thing was for sure, it wasn't that simple. So they didn't want to get involved in such a troublesome matter. Just eat your melon in peace and see how it goes. He Wei-jin's assistant was immediately brought over. A man in his 30s. What is it? What are you calling me over for? The assistant's face was a little less than impressive. Du Chen turned on the recording playback again. The assistant's eyes panicked for a moment, but he immediately calmed down. What does this mean? Give me something to listen to this thing for. What's happening? He acted like he didn't know what was going on, which confused the people around him. Listening to the voice inside Du Chen's cell phone, it was indeed him, but look at him, like he doesn't know. Du Chen said, you mean you still want to argue? What sophistry? The assistant looked at Du Chen. I don't know what you're talking about. If you're going to say it clearly. He forced composure on the surface, but in his heart he was completely flustered. He knew, though, that if this came out, he'd be done for. So his only option now is to never say anything. Can't say it out loud if you're beaten to death. He Wei-jin saw that his assistant had such a hard mouth. The heart is a little bit more in the right place. He was poisoned by us. And the recording that just played, he said it was your voice. What? We poisoned? The assistant showed a look of disbelief. Sasha stood watching the scene and thought it was a shame that the assistant didn't go on to become an actress. Didn't you hear the voice? It's obvious you said it, and you're still denying it. You're a bad man. Sasha blew a gasket. How could there be such a person? This one really confused the whole crowd around them. Was it really not them? Thinking about it though, the probability of this happening is really small. Poisoning the crew. Who'd dare think of that? Could it be that Du Chen wronged them? Du Chen said. Then if you say so, I'll just have to call the police to go through the legal process. You call the police. I also want to call the police. Where did you get a recording from to slander me? I'll sue you for dumping your pants. Just then, sirens came from outside. The crowd in the room was shocked. The police were really here? Chen Hansheng walked out and said, I called the police. Chapter 89, come with me. The sound of sirens coming from outside touched everyone's heart. The police are really coming. Things are starting to get big. He Wei-jin and his assistant glanced at each other, and both of their eyes became a bit flustered. A short while later, 3 civilian police officers in police uniforms walked in. Who was that just now? Oi, Du Chen? The police officer walking in front of him immediately recognized Du Chen when he saw him and quickly walked over to greet him. Du Chen frowned a bit, obviously not recognizing who this cop was. The cop said, oh yeah, you haven't met me, but I know you. We all know. The 2 cops behind this cop also spoke up. The last time we filmed a Qing Palace drama, 2 people were kidnapped here as well. Or it was only with your help that the case was solved. And everyone in our bureau knows you. So it is. Duchesne reached out. Hello. A few people said hello. The policeman asked, why? What's going on here again? When the police officer asked these words, He Wei-jin and his assistant's hearts were completely cold. The main reason was that they saw that all the police officers here knew Du Chen. And the man said that the whole bureau knew Du Chen. So this thing, it's still running? They were in a cold sweat. Du Chen took out his cell phone and played a piece of language, telling him what happened. The assistant was by now scared out of his wits looking around in general. Not me. Not me. It's not me, Du Chen said. If you tell the truth, you might still be saved. If you continue to hide it, I'll have no choice but to go through the legal process. The assistant blanched and stammered. When He Wei-jin saw the police, he silently lowered his head and had stopped talking. Du-chen said, I don't have that much time to spend with you. If you say so, you say so. If you don't, you don't. This is your last chance. I say. He Wei-jin's assistant reached out and pointed at He Wei-jin, saying, he was the one who instructed me to do this, telling me to put laxatives inside the props Du-chen used. He said he has a grudge against Du-chen. Zhang Chong was screwed by Du-chen. He wants to avenge Zhang Chong. Du-chen even humiliated him last time, and he's always remembered it in his heart. So he wants to embarrass Du-chen. The assistant said it all in his head, pointing his finger at He Wei-jin and refusing to put it down. It's like putting his hands down would put him on the back foot. He Wei-jin was furious. I'll knock you out. Obviously. You're the one who stepped on the script and told me to do Chen in this place 1 inch. Or you said to drug it. And you got the drugs. Now throw any kind of dirty water on me. I'm going to waste you and you're going to kill me. He Wei-jin said as he was about to tear into his assistant. But the actors around him immediately went over to a couple of them and pulled him back. It's not a small thing now. Wait, how will it end if there's another fight? The police are still there watching. Apologize. Du-chen raised his voice and roared. Everyone froze looking at Du-chen. Du-chen walked in front of He Wei-jin and said, apologize. He Wei-jin swallowed and looked at Du-chen with some fear, and then looked at the 3 policemen who were looking at him. Du-chen repeated again, apologize to me. Zhang Chang's matter, that man of his I've forgotten. You have to be careful to make things happen. I don't even bother with you when you mess things up, and you're thinking of poisoning me. Are you out of your mind? He Wei-jin was scolded by Du-chen in a cold sweat. Du-chen. I was just confused for a moment. I was in a rage that day, and then this gave me an idea. I really know I'm wrong. I'm sorry. It's my fault. He Wei-jin lowered his head. When the police saw this, they naturally understood what was going on. The leader took out his handcuffs and walked over to He Wei-jin. Come with us. Du-chen. I really didn't mean it. I was confused for a moment. The assistant, already too weak in the knees to speak, was leaned on by another cop. Du-chen said, I won't hold them accountable. They can be punished for whatever they deserve. Thanks. He Wei-jin hurriedly thanked Du-chen with a sobbing voice, and the assistant has been double-tongued. He got all the drugs. He can't get away. The police escorted the 2 men. The truth of it all comes out. The people eating the food knew who was right and who was wrong at this point. He is so confused. How could he do such a thing? Alas, it's a good thing nothing happened, or else we'd be in big trouble. Du-chen is already considered merciful. Another person wouldn't have let it go like this. This is going to be trouble. Let's see what the police will say. I really didn't think that the character of this person Lao he would be like this, poisoning the crew. This gives me a whole I don't dare to eat boxed lunches in the crew. Who says it isn't? And I'm afraid to eat on the set. Just as the police were escorting He Wei-jin and his assistant to leave, the sound of sirens once again came from outside. As soon as it wouldn't, a goddess-like woman in a police uniform walked in. Everyone's eyes fell on the woman. This is too beautiful. None of the police characters in the movie were this pretty. The woman came in and saw Du-chen. She walked up to Du-chen and said, you're here too. Ha! Asterisk. This beauty knows Du-chen? And it's also the case that she took the initiative to greet Du-chen. She looks like she's very close to him. Worry. How did Du-chen manage to know quite a few circles with such beautiful women? I wouldn't even be surprised if it was a circle. But this is the police. Du-chen recognized the woman. The one he had seen last time at the police station. Called White Mud. He and White Mud exchanged pleasantries after a few moments. Bai Nai understood what happened, and as he walked away, Bai Nai turned around and said, oh, by the way, I'll treat you to dinner sometime to thank you. I heard about the accident over here today, and it all scared me, and the last time it happened is still weighing on my mind. Thank you. Chapter 90, drawing the bow and striking the arrow in a single breath. The crowd followed out together and watched the police car leave. They had mixed feelings in their hearts. On the one hand, he marveled that He Wei-jin would do such a confusing thing. On the other hand, they realized the truth that this person Du-chen should not be messed with. It's really not a master to be messed with. It's hard to get in a temper. And they are also the ones who have been officially praised by name. The meritorious citizens who have solved cases for the police officers. Du-chen, I have to say sorry to you first. I have to take responsibility for what happened to the crew. Luckily it was discovered by you in time. Chen Hanxing said as he walked to Du-chen's side. Du-chen looked around at the other actors and said, there's nothing going on. And it's kind of my personal business that's causing trouble for everyone. Chen Hanxing said, you've done a very good job this time. If you hadn't nailed He Wei-jin, we wouldn't have known what kind of person he was. so we can be on our guard in the future. Yeah, not to mention, I have to thank Du-chun for this. Also have to Du-chen recorded. Otherwise there is no way to even say clear. I was still suspecting that Du-chen blindly made it up. After all, this is the public said that the mother-in-law said that the mother-in-law has a reason. Everyone talked for a while and then returned to the set. Chen Hansheng said, after such a thing happened to the crew today, there will be no shooting. Take a half day off and shoot again tomorrow. Holler. With that word from the director, everyone cheered. It's not really that people want to rest so much, but who the hell was born with a cow or a horse? It's certainly nice to have a break from work. So it was the next day before everyone arrived at the set in one piece to start work. The script has progressed to the point where Lu Bu, with Chen Gong, has stolen Liu Bei's shujo. Liu Bei is homeless and can only look for Lu Bu. His home is given to Lu Bu, and he hopes that Lu Bu can lend him that small place in Pei County to live in, or else he will have to take his second brother to sleep in a bridge hole. Lu Bu listened to Chen Gong's advice and promised Liu Bei, but it's not over. Yuan Shu was determined to get Liu Bei killed, and straight away Liu Bei was hiding in Lu Bu. He first gave Lu Bu grain, and then told Lu Bu that big bowls of wine and big pieces of meat are for you, and that you should eat and play Diaochan at the same time. Play with your eyes closed and pretend you didn't see what I did to Liu Bei. Okay? It was a good thing to hear. You go and play with Liu Bei, and I will play with Diaochan. Won't it be fun for us to play with each other? But Success knew about it and was strongly against it. He gave Lu Bu a lecture about the death of lips and teeth. Lu Bu Chow Chow's mouth a piker immediately came to temper. Speak human. So Chen Gong rejoined that you shouldn't play each other. You should take Liu Bei with you, not give Liu Bei to Yuan Shu to play with. The first time he heard it, he rejected it outright. It wouldn't work. Liu Bei is no fun. So Yuan Shu sent someone over to beat up Liu Bei. When General Ji Ling, sent by Yuan Shu, arrived, Chen Gong finally convinced Lu Bu that he could not give Liu Bei to Yuan Shu. He brought with him Liu Bei, so he got the 3 Liu Bei brothers, and the men of General Ji Ling, and together they went into a house. Lu Bu said, "Give me face, don't even fight." As it turned out, neither side agreed. Lu Bu smiled and said, "Wing De, how many pounds of bow can you shoot?" Zhang Fei said. Then Lu Bu asked Ji Ling, who also spoke. He clapped his hands and said, "Bullseye." Then Lu Bu asked for bows and arrows to be brought over. Director, which professional athlete didn't show up today? When it came to that, the field agent hurried over and shouted. As soon as Chen Hansheng heard this, his eyebrows wrinkled. "I thought we had an appointment. Why didn't you come?" Regulus shot. This is a classic clip. No professional athlete stand-in how to do. The groundskeeper looked at Chen Hansheng with some fear and said, "Director, the appointment was originally scheduled for yesterday, but it was rescheduled yesterday when the back was closed, and he had something to do today, so the appointment was for tomorrow. Why didn't you say so?" There's so much going on. I'll take a moment. Now what? It's been filmed here and the venue is all set up. Do we have to wait for him to come tomorrow and rebuild the makeup field? The field agent lowered his head, not daring to speak, because Hansen Chan is really mad. So can we find any that can shoot arrows here now? When this question was asked, Chen Hansheng himself shook his head. Director, why don't I try it? I tried it last time when I played Zhu Zhanji. Du Chen? Chen Hansheng looked over at the voice and saw Du Chen. He still had some trust in Du Chen. After all, after such a long time of filming, Du Chen's performance was the most reassuring to him. Can you really? Try it, Du Chen said. He also looks, mostly, at the fact that the scene is built bigger. It would be a real pain in the ass to get another ride. Okay, just do it with a standardized posture and you can see the arrow deflected towards that spot steadily. Okay, Du Chen followed the field agent to get changed. For this shot, Du Chen was just making a cameo as a stunt double, so it was just a matter of changing clothes and getting his hair done. And it took a very short time. Soon came the scene. The actor who played Lu Bu in the scene looked at Du Chen somewhat unconvincingly. He had just tried, and the posture and feeling of archery could not meet the director's requirements. This all requires the demands of a professional athlete. Can Du Chen do it? Quite a few of them, too, were in the mindset of watching the show. Then Du Chen stood on the steps with his bow and arrow. Director Chen Hansheng said, "You don't have to be nervous, as long as you can move and fire the standard. Just shoot at random, and we'll splice it with editing later." Du Chen froze for a moment. This line sounds a bit familiar. That's what the director of Damien said at the time, and as a result, he almost had to mess with 2 more shots before he was done. So Du Chen had experience and said directly, "Director, why don't you put another shot where the square sky painting halberd is, so it'll be easier to shoot it later." The director didn't react for a moment, but it wasn't a big deal, so Chen Hansheng didn't think much of it, so he had someone set up another camera in that place. but he wouldn't dare let the photographer stand there. Just set up the camera and walked away. Okay, that's it. Then the shooting began. Du-chan drew his bow and shot an arrow in one fluid motion. Yes, perfect. That's what it feels like. That's fine. That's a relief. Or else I'd have to build the scene once more. Du-chan, I really didn't expect you to have such good archery skills, huh? Those watching from the sidelines also opened their mouths to scream. The set of moves that Du-chan had just performed had to be really cool. I can't tell you the flavor, but I just feel handsome and envious. There was a feeling of how awesome it must be if you could pull off a move like that yourself. Without saying much, Du-chan humbly put down his bow. Chen Hanqing was as happy as a child, saying, "Alright, let's now make up the shot of the arrow going through that gap in the Fong Tian painted halberd." Familiar recipe, familiar flavor. Du-chan already knew what would happen next. Sure enough, a photographer immediately shouted from the distance, "Director, there's no need to shoot. The other camera has just finished." Du-chan's arrow hit right through the inside of the Fong Tianhua halberd. The camera that was just set up there has got it. Chen Hansheng froze for a moment. What did you say? His jaw dropped to the floor in shock. You're saying that Du-chan pierced right through the center with one arrow? Chapter 91, what kind of international joke is this? The words of the distant photographer exploded like a thunderbolt through the crowd. They looked unbelievably at the square heavenly halberd erected far away. At such a distance, someone with poor eyesight couldn't even see the little frame. However, Du-chan had scored a direct hit with an arrow. I'm ing here to watch the fun. And you're putting me on talent? Really? It took 2 seconds before someone responded, asking with suspicion in their voice. The others looked at each other in disbelief. This ing thought it was watching TV. At such a distance, you can just say you shot it? What kind of international joke is this? You bring it over here and look at it. Yes, bring it here. Come on, don't tease me. A group of people shouted towards the photographer. Not long after, the cameraman ran to Du-chan carrying the camera. He handed the camera to the director, who was going to turn on the playback himself. But looking up, a crowd gathered around. It's just not enough for a screen as small as the camera's. The director had to pull out the memory to go inside and plug in the computer. Du-chan out, honestly, are you a professional? How come you're so good that you can shoot from such a distance? I'm really ing convinced. You're afraid that this archery skill of yours can even go to the Olympics, right? The director played out the contents of the memory card, which had just been filmed. The camera can clearly see a shadow flying past. Then the director uses the slow playback function. Asterisk. It really went through. This one fist-sized circle, placed so far away, passed straight through without rubbing the edge. Really hit it. Du-chan, are you kidding us? Everyone looked at Du-chan like he was a godman. No wonder you can play Zhu Zhanji and Li Shiming, the sons of heaven, on horseback. So there's real skill. If I had known, where would I have needed to book any professional athletes? I would have seen you as more of a professional. Director Chen Hansheng grabbed Du-chan and praised him. With so many people present, Du-chan himself was a little embarrassed. He's here. Just then, someone suddenly said, after being taken away by the police yesterday, He Wei-jin was released shortly after I heard, but those present had only heard about it and had not seen He Wei-jin himself. So hearsay he's coming. Everyone was a little surprised and looked back. Sure enough, at the entrance to the set, He Wei-jin came this way. When he got closer, someone immediately ran over and asked, Old He, what are you doing out here? What do you mean, how did I get out? I told you I didn't do it. Of course I came out. When he said that, everyone in the room froze. It wasn't He Wei-jin who did it, but come to think of it, it was really He Wei-jin who did it. How could he come out? Everyone's eyes unconsciously looked at Du-chan, while not thinking so, but now that He Wei-jin came out, that means Du-chan lied? He Wei-jin's heart was also drumming at this time, because the reason he got out was because he talked to his assistant in there, and the assistant alone took the pot and took most of the blame, and he himself is to be detained, then get out on bail. It came out yesterday. He was afraid to come to the theater and face it. After thinking about it all night, he figured he'd better show up. It was something he couldn't admit. If you recognize him, your future path will be ruined. Asterisk. Du-chan, what are you doing? Everyone was wondering if Du-chan was lying or not when someone suddenly shouted. Everyone looked towards Du-chan, only to see Du-chan pulling the bow and loading the arrow in his hand. The arrow was already aimed at He Wei-jin. Everyone had just seen Du-chan's archery skills. That definitely says that if you end He Wei-jin with one arrow, you won't use two. Hey, Du-chan, don't be impulsive. There's something to be said for that. It's a real problem. Du-chan, don't. Just give my brother a face and put it down, okay? The people around them spoke out to persuade Du-chan, but no one dared to touch him. What if you give Du-chan a touch and shoot an arrow out, killing him? When Wei Jin saw Du Chen pointing a bow and arrow at him, he first shrank in fear. Then a thought, does Du Chen really dare to do anything to me? Du Chen, what do you mean? Wei Jin hadn't finished his words. The arrow in Du Chen's hand had flown out. Flew. The arrow went through the strands of Wei Jin's hair. It was almost against his scalp, going through the top of his head. The hair on top of his head lifted. No Dokhen. Asterisk. Everyone's freaking out. Wei Jin was also terrified. As for Du Chen, after shooting the first arrow, he had already knocked the second one almost instantly. In the meantime, the aura on his body was in full swing. That's right, it's open to Juniper. He had settled into the role of Zhu Zhanji at the moment. This is a generation of 9 or 5. An emperor with a bow and arrow against an ordinary man. Can that ordinary man stand it? That's a hell of a lot to take in. Wei Jin was so scared that he pissed himself. It's really coming out. Ha. Wei Jin let out a low hiss, totally panicked involuntarily. He felt the threat of death. Du Chen's eyes made him feel fear, which was no longer as simple as fear. It was fear from the soul. And he had the feeling that Du Chen was high above the people, holding their lives and deaths in his hands. The people around Du Chen couldn't help but back away. I don't know why, but they felt that the air was a few points colder, especially near Du Chen. They looked at Du Chen and their own hairs stood up in sweat, but no one dared make a sound, and even less dared to admonish as they had done before. I'll give you one more chance to say it again. Du Chen's faint voice came out. His voice, however, gave the impression of judgment. Wei Jin no longer dared to lie and shouted, I did it. Du Chen, I was wrong. I admit I did it. How did you get out? I'm out on bail on trust. Du Chen, I was really wrong. I did it. I won't dare to do it again. The corner of Du Chen's mouth hooked, before he put down the bow and arrow in his hand. Chapter 92. It's all been finalized. So you're asking for a gross script. After dealing with Yuan Kuei's matter, the crew settled down again for the next period of time. The plot of The Three Kingdoms, 2, proceeds to its 19th episode, where Cao Cao gets Lu Bu killed, leaving behind Diao Cicada, whose eyes can pull silk. Who is Cao Cao? He wants his sable around his waist too, so he invited Sable-chan into the tent for a private chat. Despite the discouragement, the purpose of Boss Chow's private chat with Diao-chan was something that a big man like Su Zhu could think of with his toes, but the conversation went on and on. The long-sleeved, sultry and beautiful Sable is reluctant. Such a play is naturally interesting, not to mention other things first. At least Sable is beautiful. The actor who plays Sable Cicada is also really beautiful, with beautiful drawn eyes that no man can resist. Plus Du Chen's Boss Chow, that plays with the power of a tiger and a wolf. That's why the scene, which attracted a lot of onlookers. They all want to see what kind of sparks Du Chen, as Boss Chow, will have with Diao-chan. Even a veteran actor like Sun Yu was watching with two hands on his end, watching with great interest. The pair of kind eyes, too, swept over Sable's body. Even a veteran actor like Sun Yu was like this, not to mention the others on the set. Each took the pretext of watching the play, and their eyes scraped at the body of the actor in Sable. It's really beautiful. A glance earns a glance, and having seen it is the same as having it. The shooting, too, was in its final stages, and Boss Chow was planning to turn into a bully if he couldn't get laid. Could it be that I, Cao Cao, am not as good as a Lu Bu? Cao Cao asked, looking at Diao-chan with a subdued expression. Sable said, yes, in my mind, the general is inferior to him. Why? Cao Cao asked. Because he's big. Ka. Director Chen Hanqing rushed out and shouted, what are you filming? Have you forgotten your lines? Start over. The Sable actor apologized. Sorry. Just went with the flow. Shooting resumes. Cao Cao, played by Du Chen, asks, am I, Cao Cao, not as good as a Lu Bu? Diao-chan looked at Cao Cao with eyes that looked like they could seduce a person's soul. Yes, in my mind, general is inferior to my husband. Why? My husband is sincere and the general is old-fashioned. My husband is kind and the general is treacherous. My husband is mercurial and the general is unrighteous. So even though you did kill him, you will always be inferior to him in my mind. But Cao Cao, played by Du Chen, doesn't take Sable's words to heart at all. He was mesmerized by the way he looked at Sable. This puts the surrounding onlookers, see straight call Buldan. They are also looking at Sable Cicada. The inner thoughts than Xiao Boss absolutely know better. What all finished thinking? All will think of gymnastics moves once, but on the surface they simply show it, or don't show how comprehensive it is. But Du Chen is not the same. That look at the eyes of the Sable Cicada. All people in his eyes see the story in general. That is one after another overturned the clouds of the story. Boss Chow wants to eat Sable Cicada. Everyone felt it. The director also secretly slaps his thigh. Good. The mood is totally spot on. And the set, when Sable is done baring her head, Chow Chow just laughed lightly, then stood up wanting to walk towards Sable-chan. Needless to say, in the past that would have been a bully for sure. Sable brush pulled out the safety. No, it was a brush that pulled out the 7-star blade. General, do you know what this is? Sable asked. Looking at the 7-star sword, how could Chow Chow not recognize it? Back then, he was opened by this 7-star sword. 7-star blade. And do you know where it came from? Chow Chow said. You're asking the right person. About 800 years ago, a meteor fell on the Yulands and burned 50 miles of mountains red. That same night, the Dryads retrieved the shooting star. 2 swords were forged, one called Dryad and the other Moxie. That is, the King Wu's sword, and the King Yu's sword. The rest of the meteorite iron is only enough to make a dagger, which is this 7-star blade. Dokkan paused for a moment. His voice was slightly raspy and steady. It's been more than 800 years, and both the King Wu's sword and the King Yu's sword are already famous all over the world. But only this 7-star blade, silent, has remained unknown. When Chow Chow wielded this sword and assassinated Dong Zhuo. It's just a pity. Dong Thief's life is not fit to die. What? You want to use it to kill me today? With this rendition of Du Chen, the flavor of a middle-aged man filled Sable's entire heart. It brought tears to Sable's eyes. Handsome. And more importantly, this charismatic middle-aged man is actually a very young guy. It mesmerized her even more. So it's kind of true. The eyes became watery. But just then, Suju rushed in. Sable clicked and just wiped her own neck with the 7-star sword. There's no way around this part of Suju. It's inside the script. So Sable's actor plays it so thoroughly that he wipes himself. Otherwise she was afraid that she would be out of character and come up with the line "Go ahead, General," and then she would have to reshoot again. This segment is shot. The director gave a shout out. Those actors who were watching the show around them were saying in their hearts, "Good nigga." They were watching in fascination. That look in Boss Chow's eyes. That tiger wolf look. In the face of the enchanting Sable Cicada. That is the performance of the man's heart. When it really comes down to it, you call out a Suju and say yes all the time? What's so great about it? After this ING segment is shot, the cast of Sable kills it, so there's no way to watch it later if you want to. Couldn't she have been allowed to act more? But surely such protests can only be kept in the heart, or under the car. The Sable Cicada's actor killed the film, and when she left the set she looked at Du Chen and said delicately, "Brother Chen is awesome. His acting is amazing." Du Chen was already accustomed to this kind of praise and just said lightly, "It's okay, you should have no problem acting normally for an hour or so. Any longer and you'll struggle." Du Chen is telling the truth. His control of his body, and the focus of the scene, but also to consume energy, a continuous hour is not a problem, and then longer certainly not, but that's enough, and with the average shot, a couple dozen seconds in a row is considered long. A rendition that played a dry spell on the onlookers, but there is no such thing as an unending feast. The time came tonight. Du Chen finished his shower in his own room at the hotel, and had just finished playing poker with Sasha, who went back to her room while he lay on the sofa reading the script. There was a knock on the door of the room. Du Chen skimmed his lips and got up to open the door. He thought it was Sasha, thinking he'd just gotten back from a poker game. And here we go again? Aren't you tired? But when he opened the door, he saw that it was Sable's actor, Chen Hong, standing in the doorway. "Brother Morn, you're still awake, so I'll disturb you." Chen Hong stood in the doorway, holding a stack of scripts in her hand, and squeezed herself in towards Du Chen's room as she spoke. "Du Chen? What? Oh yeah, well, I have some questions on my script I'd like to ask Chen." Sable-chan had already shapely twisted her waist and walked into Du Chen's room. Du Chen was confused. "No, sis, you've killed the movie today. Why are you asking for a script?" Chapter 93, What's the point of being so uptight? Chen Hong's flirty maneuver directly confused Du Chen. Came by in the middle of the night to ask for the script. Just ask. You're killing it. It's fine to ask for the script after you've killed it. But what do you mean you're wearing a stepmother's dress and flesh tits? What do you mean you crossed your legs when you entered the room and touched my leg with your high heel? Morning brother. Look at this place. Is it okay for people to act like that? Morn. And here. Morn. Do you think it's right for people to use such eyes at that time? Morning brother. Morning. Du Chen was not ambiguous. And when Chen Hong entered the room, he used his cell phone to open the camera. No. It turned on the recording. Du Chen is just young and not stupid. Sister dressed up so much to come to him in the middle of the night to talk about scripts? Is he crazy or is his sister crazy? Since it's not crazy, things must not be that simple. Besides, he is a person who has a small assistant to take care of. When can't he eat enough? Can starve to the share of this not picky eaters? Do not look at the occasion to eat without looking at the situation. so after talking for over an hour, my sister didn't get there. In the end, I could only leave in a huff, but I was too embarrassed to say anything. All he could do was squeeze out a smile and get up, saying he was leaving. Outside the room's elevator entrance, Wei Jin had just returned from a late-night snack outside and had a few drinks. The last time he failed to pit Du Chen and was screwed by him instead. It had always been blocked in his heart, but because he was scared by Du Chen last time, he no longer dared to show this defiance, so that leads to more congestion in the heart. Now the crew, when they see him, they all go around and take a break from him. If it wasn't for the fact that his part was small and the director didn't bother to reshuffle and reshoot, he would have been kicked out a long time ago. So all these things strung together, which makes Wei Jin now have nothing to drink a little wine. This happens to be back from the drink. Out of the elevator around the corner habitually look at Du Chen's door, but just in time to see the door to Du Chen's room open and the Sable actor come out of it. The first thing Wei Jin did was turn on his cell phone camera, and Sable's actor, coming out, made another trip into the room, then coming out again. Wei Jin saw Du Chen, in his pajamas. Not only that, but the Sable actor came out and straightened his clothes and tugged on his stockings. Daikin, Wei Jin got excited. Record the video and run. Mud. I didn't expect it. Du Chen is really good at playing for real. This Sable actor is the one who has a husband. Not even a married man. I'll see if you die. The next day's shoot went on without a ripple. The plot comes to 21 episodes where Liu Bei blocks Yuan Shu, who has already claimed the title of emperor and has the Jade Seal, in a broken temple hall. Yuan Shu can't do it, but because of the various relationships involved, Liu Bei did not dare to kill him. So a group of people gathered around Yuan Shu to advise him to think about it. After Liu Bei's people enlightened, Yuan Shu committed suicide. Liu Bei got the Jade Seal, but he didn't dare to ask for it. This Jade Seal represents imperial power, and if you don't have the strength to take this thing, then you'll wait for someone else to mess with it. So he gave the Jade Seal to Cao Cao. Although the Jade Seal was given to Cao Cao, he held Cao Cao's troops back. He also took Cao Cao's soldiers and horses and hit Cao Cao's Shuzhou. But Cao Cao was such a man that he couldn't look at the Jade Seal either, and he simply beheaded the man who delivered it. At this point in time, Cao Cao did not know the specifics of Shuzhou, and the war report had not arrived, but he guessed Liu Bei's purpose. So the order went out for Che Hua of Shuzhou to be closely guarded, but no sooner had the order been given than a scout came in from outside. Prime Minister, Che Han was chopped by Guan Yu. Shuzhou City is broken? Du Chen, who played Cao Cao, swayed twice and nearly failed to stand still. Then he turned around with a big smile. There was anger and murder in his laughter. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Che Huan. There are 80,000 elite soldiers stationed in Shuzhou. 80,000 na. Du Chen's gaze was like an eagle's eye sweeping over the group of ministers and military generals in the hall. Even if you were 80,000 steamed buns, Liu Bei would have to gnaw on them for half a month. How can you just say lose it? Du Chen said as he walked away, frightening the scout actor who came to report by kneeling on the ground and trying to back away. And the scene was captured on camera. The director was thrilled to watch. It's perfect. It's all about that real reaction. Prime Minister, it's entirely possible. Sun Yu spoke up at this time, and Du Chen suddenly turned around and looked at Sun Yu. What did you say? Sun Yu shivered and almost forgot his lines. Fortunately, after so many years of acting instincts, in Liu Bei's hand, there is a military talisman that you awarded to him. He is likely to use this soldier's talisman to trick the city of Shuzhou. It was only after General Che Huan saw this military talisman that he thought Liu Bei had been sent by the Prime Minister. Cao Cao paced in front of Sun Yu and stared straight at him. How could he not think of what Sun Yu said? Cao Cao took the Jade Seal from the hands of a general at the side and took a step toward the outside of the hall. His eyes remained fixed on the Jade Seal. Shuzhou lost and got a dead-weight Jade Seal. Bang! Walking to the entrance of the Great Hall, Cao Cao collapsed to the ground. There was a long silence on the set. The atmosphere like that just now, Du Chen's rendition, made them reminisce. The emotions were completely subbed in. Don't click yet and let me sleep here? After what had to be a dozen seconds, Du Chen couldn't help but ring a bell and raised his head to ask. Ha! The crowd just reacted. It's over. Ha! Yang Mi came back to the office today from his outside work, was about to call Du Chen and ask him if he was doing well out there. When I opened my phone, I saw a pop-up window for my personal email. This is a personal email address that usually receives not collaborative information or anything. So Yang Mi. Look up. Inside, surprisingly, was a video. Yes, it's the same video that Wei Jin took. The video is accompanied by text at the bottom. Demand that Ka Hing be made to pay $5 million to keep quiet or else this will be blown out of proportion. The video was captured clearly. Inside the video you could see Chen Hong's seductive eyes as she came out of Du Chen's room and looked at him. Also Du Chen can be seen in his pajamas, sending Chen Hong out. See this video. Yang Mi only felt his eyes go black, and his entire body almost fainted. Chen Hong is okay. Chen Hong is looking mature. Chen Hong is looking flirty. But you want you to talk to me. What's the point of messing with something like this? Moreover, Yang Mi knows that Chen Hong is married. If this matter is blown out, Du Chen is absolutely finished. It took Yang Mi a while to get over it. She was really pissed off. On the one hand, he's angry because Du Chen would destroy himself if he pulled something like this. On the one hand, what's so great about Chen Hong? What else does she have compared to me except that she has been married? What's the point of being so uptight? Chapter 94, Taking Gunpowder. Yang Mi was so angry that his brain was dizzy and he called Du Chen. Du Chen is just getting busy at this moment. Hey, honey, Du Chen, don't call me sister. You calling me sister gives me the feeling that you want me to go ahead and get married. Du Chen turned his cell phone away from his ear a little. What's going on? Eating gunpowder? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with me? Yang Mi was so angry that she couldn't catch her breath to speak. You ask me what's wrong? Yeah, why don't you tell me what's wrong? Du Chen, don't you know it yourself? Do. Yan Mi. Yang Mi looked at his hung-up phone and was dumbfounded. Duchesne just hung up the phone? Yang Mi almost spat out a mouthful of blood, trying to calm himself down. Yang Mi called Du Chen again. This time, Yang Mi held back from yelling. The call was answered. Well, you made me say it, didn't you? Let me ask you, what's going on with you and that young woman Chen Hong? Du Chen took the cell phone and asked somewhat strangely, who is Chen Hong? He is really not aware. There's not much in the way of sable scenes that he's not familiar with. That night was also called Sister Chen. It's all in one room and you're pretending you don't recognize it. To tell you the truth, someone took a video of what happened to you and sent it to me, extorting me for $5 million. As soon as Du Chen heard Yang Mi say this, he immediately guessed what was going on. Chen Hong must be the same actor as Sable. Got caught on video last night? This is what Du Chen did not know. There's nothing left to do, and he has video of the recording. Du Chen said, so this thing you said it earlier. Yes, she came on to me that night and seduced me, and then I recorded the whole thing for my own protection. I didn't realize I was being blackmailed on video. Such a coincidence. It's also possible that Chen Hong herself let someone take the picture, but it's fine no matter who took it. You promised him $5 million. Yang Mi ignored all of Du Chen's later words. She only heard the highlights and asked in surprise. She seduced you and you did nothing but turn on the recording? Yeah, a man has to protect himself outside. Is that a problem? Du Chen asked. Yang Mi? Yang Mi's KFC almost burned out. Du Chen said he recorded the audio. Then this must be true. The recording is the best evidence. What is not done is not done. It was just that she couldn't react for a moment. That. Then what did I give him back $5 million for? Yang Mi asked as his brain buzzed. Du Chen said, can you know who the other party is without promising to pay him? Of course I promised to pay them and call the police. Oh. Yang Mi felt stupid. Never acted as stupid as he did now. After hanging up the phone, Yan Mi contacted the extortionist. The other guy said he wanted cash. This is pretty stable. Yang Mi thought, you can no longer ask, but not as stable as Du Chen's milk dog. Then she made a meeting place with the extortionist. Preparing the cash, Yan Mi had called the police. On the police side, plans were quickly made. 2 days later, Yang Mi brought the money and had a car driven to the place where the deal was made. It's an ordinary cafe. Du Chen met the person on the phone. To this person, Yang Mi had no impression. What's certain is that this man must have been just a toolman, and the real man behind the curtain didn't show up. But that doesn't matter. The police will follow the wind. After you meet the person, there's not much to talk about, except to pay the money. Jinomi watched the man, moving the money from her car into another. But the man hadn't had a chance to leave yet. He'd only just finished moving the money. Plainclothes showed up and made an arrest at the scene. All the recordings of this man's dealings with Yan Mi had them recorded in advance. The other side also has no defense, mainly because the other side thinks that it has the handle that Yang Mi does not dare to make a mistake. That's why it's so bold. So things are handled much more smoothly. After Yang Mi finished handling this side of things, he immediately called to inform Du Chen. When Du Chen learns of the news, he has only one request, to find out who is behind it. Because this feeling of being in the light and others in the dark is bad, he had suspected that it was Chen Hong herself who had done the fairy jumping setup, but he couldn't be sure without substantial evidence. He wasn't worried at all, though, because he had key evidence in his hand that could be flipped. The people He Wei-jin's side had arranged to observe in the dark also told He Wei-jin in the first instance that the deal had failed. People had been arrested. He Wei-jin's lungs exploded with anger. The shock of having substance in one's hands. How dare Yang Mi call the police? Giving up on Du Chen? He originally thought that with this handle on Du Chun, he would never have to worry about spending money in his life. As long as Du Chun lived for one day, he could enjoy the pleasure of getting something for nothing for one day. But I didn't realize that it was only the first time I made a move that Yang Mi directly called the police. Gonna play hard to get, huh? Think I'm scared? Wei Jin did not do anything. Directly registered the small number, and sent the video that captured Du Chun to the internet. It didn't take long for this video to go out before it was noticed and retweeted by many big vloggers. The entertainment gossip media, in particular, gave it a straight shot. The reports are all over the place. Shocker. Showbiz rookie is deep in young woman's gate. The dedication of a strong actor, preaching late at night. Shocked. Du Chun took Chen Hong to a room late at night. Breaking news. Du Chun's firing of Chen Hong is on the hot seat. Entertainment news. Married wife and Dukhan story. Shocked. Explosion. All sorts of reports are all over the place. Showbiz shakes. Fan despair. I really can't believe Du Chun is such a person. But the videos have been authenticated and were filmed for real. Why would he do this? I'll never trust a star again. Sisters, I want to die. Even if Du Chun likes mature women, he can still find a mature girlfriend. But Chen Hong is married. Does he have to? If he just found a mature girlfriend, I don't think anyone would say anything. But someone else's wife, what does he think? Is he that hungry? Upstairs, you say this is not right. I'm not hungry, I also like Chen Hong. Look at that pair of lasso eyes. Which pretty boy look not confused? Ha ha ha, laughed me to death. I said this Du Chun won't be a good thing. At that time so many people backed him up. The official even sent tweets to push him. I damn well knew he was a white boy by looking at his face. And sure enough, now the room is collapsing. Right? Brothers, all disperse. Support Yong Feng. Such a person is immoral. Is there no woman in this world? To go and stare at other people's wives? A great future. And it's ruined just like that. Laughing my ass off. Woo woo sisters. I'll go first. Even Du Chun collapsed the room. What else is worth believing in this world? Chapter 95. In just a few hours, Du Chun's image on the internet collapsed completely. There's no place to wash the floor in the crash. That video was taken too clearly to be controversial at all. Plus at the end of the video, there's a shot of the watch time, which is 2 a.m. Would it be okay to be in a room with a woman at 2 a.m.? Not necessarily. But to be in a room with a woman like Chen Hong at 2 in the morning, to come out still in her pajamas, with Chen Hong still organizing her clothes, with one watery eyebrow, it would be hard for anyone to say that nothing happened. Even Du Chun's most hardcore Iron fans were shaken, because the video is so real. There's no way to disbelieve it. Wang Jing was busy working when he was shouted by his assistant to hurry up and look at his cell phone. It's not a matter of looking at it. You almost faint. His collaboration with Du Chun on The Last Emperor has been edited and is being submitted for review. This is a production in which he and that Hollywood director, Ninaldo, have absolute confidence. But now that the movie hasn't been reviewed, the main character in the piece is out of the question morally. As a public figure, this is not tolerated. As long as things are true, there is absolutely no way for The Last Emperor to be released. Isn't it over? Wang Jing called Du Chun and Yang Mi at the first opportunity. But all the contact information was unavailable and there was no response. Wang Jing hurriedly dropped the matter at hand, and when he learned that Du Chun was filming The Three Kingdoms, he directly bought a plane ticket. Du Chun sighed, because the police side still needs a little time. So he saw the news online, but didn't respond. But cell phone calls are all over the place. Along with Joshing communications have gone into paralysis. Du Chun and Yang Mi could only turn off all communications altogether. This afternoon, Wang Jing, together with Chen Hansheng, asked Du Chun to talk in a side room of the theater group. Now the filming of the Three Kingdoms drama has been delayed and there's no way it can go ahead. If something happens to Du Chun, the Three Kingdoms can only be replaced with Cao Cao all over again. So there's no point in the backstage filming going on at all right now. Plus, the actors on set, already talking about it. There's no stopping this kind of thing. Chen Hong, the actor, had left the theater yesterday. Otherwise, if you're here, you'll be subjected to the same blank stares. Everyone couldn't believe that Du Chun was such a person, especially the actresses. Du Chun was the existence of a hit man, the perfect man in their mind. I really didn't expect Du Chun to be such a person. If I knew it earlier, I would have made the first move. Where would Chen Hong have anything to do with it? Room. Wang Jing and Chen Hansheng were both looking at Du Chun anxiously. Du Chun also understood that these two directors had found. For what matter? The two of you don't need to worry. I'll take care of this matter in 2 days at most. No, it's not a matter of dealing with it or not. There's no turning back from this kind of thing. Block it, Wang Jing said with a frown. Chen Hansheng also sighed. Du Chun, you're confused. You tell me if you want. Can't I take you to the bath? What kind of nothing is there? Why did you have to fall into this pit with Chen Hong? She's a married man with a husband. Du Chen rolled his eyes and said, "Two directors? You're overthinking it. There's nothing going on between me and her." "Nothing at all?" Chen Hansheng was confused for a moment. Wang Jing also looked at Du Chen in confusion. Du Chen's integrity was still very high in their minds, and they believed everything Du Chen said. But Wang Jing quickly reacted. This time the evidence was overwhelming. And Chen Hong was so tight, how could she be fine? He spoke up. "It's no use saying that. It doesn't make sense. No one will believe it." Chen Hansheng also said, "Any sophistry in this situation is useless." Du Chen said, "Who says it's sophistry? I have recordings of all of them. Listen to them yourselves." Du Chen said, opening his cell phone and dropping it on the table. Wang Jing picked it up suspiciously and saw that it was a recording that was over 2 hours long. He began to slide to listen up. Listened to it for 5 minutes. Although it was incomplete and was a quick slide to listen to it. But it's true that you don't hear anything strange in there. After all, strange things take time to do. And it's unlikely that he just happened to get the strange things done in those 2 minutes he scratched through. 2 minutes isn't enough, is it? So the two of them were basically sure that this recording proved within it that Du Chen really didn't do anything. Coupled with the impression Du Chen had given them, along with this recording, they also thoroughly believed Du Chen. But here's the problem. 2 hours in a room with Chen Hong in the middle of the night, doing nothing? And it's clear that Chen Hong's repeated innuendos can be found inside the recording. It's come to this. Du Chen did nothing and recorded it? Wang Jing glanced at Chen Hansheng. "Can you do it?" Chen Hansheng people are stupid. Shaking his head. "I damn even if I drink fake wine. I can't do it." The two men looked at the monster and looked at Du Chen. "How did you do that?" With this recording from Du Chen, both of them were also relieved. This matter then came to an end. Du Chen said 2 days. So 2 days it is. As soon as this recording is released and proves to be true, then the problem can be solved naturally. Wang Jing is gone. The crew of 3 Kingdoms. Filming continues, but there are some subtle changes inside the crew from before. Everyone's gazes towards Du Chen had a meaningful flavor. Male actors sometimes secretly ask Du Chen, "What's the flavor?" The actress looked at Du Chen with quite a few dark glances. A day passes. Yang Mi sighed. In the interrogation room, the suspect, who had extorted Yang Mi, was handcuffed to a chair. The interrogating police officer walked in and looked at him. "Think it over now. This is your last chance. If you don't speak up, you'll be the one to take the blame for this pot." The suspect was in bad shape, like a cow or horse that hadn't slept all night, but he had a cavalier attitude. "Just give it a rest. I have a professional code of ethics. If you have any methods you can use. I don't believe you dare to do anything to me." "Good. A man of honor. I hope you stay tough," the interrogating cop said, took his cell phone out of his pocket, and clicked on it. A recording began to play while he shoved the phone directly into the suspect's hand. "Listen for yourself. This is the target of your blackmail. People didn't do anything that night. I don't know if it's a fairy dance you're playing. These things don't matter anymore. We don't need to investigate for the time being. We can just arrest you and close the case." When the policeman finished, he fixed his gaze dead center on the suspect. He said nothing more, leaving time for the suspect. The more the suspect heard, the more he panicked, because he was arrested in the first place, not realizing that the video of him threatening Du Chen outside had been exposed. "You guys scared me. Ha ha ha. Your tricks are so childish. Don't even think about scaring me." The policeman's face was flat and he just looked at the suspect's eyes and said, "You should know better than me if it scares you. Did you plan this yourselves? Did the fairies jump? And can't you hear the voices and know what's going on?" The police don't actually know who was behind this suspect yet. It didn't matter though. He could use psychological tactics and just think of him as a fairy. This actress who's cooperating with you, she wouldn't have failed to tell you what's going on, would she? If you were told what happened, then you should know that nothing really happened that night. Without this recording, Du Chen might not be able to explain being threatened by you guys. But with this recording for identification, do you think you can still threaten Du Chen? Now do you know why you were captured in the first place? Because there was no concern about your threat from the beginning, just waiting for you to run away with yourselves. The policeman finished, his eyes looking straight at the suspects, his face even holding the contempt he felt after recognizing their plan. The suspect had a dumbfounded look on his face. The cop multiplied. "So I'm not here to ask you. I'm just here to inform you. You can give an account if you want to. It's easy if you don't. I'll go ahead and close the case when the evidence is in. It's just that we're adhering to the principle of not wronging a good person or letting a bad person go. If there's no other evidence, then you're the one and only bad guy. And that's enough. I say." Suspect. Loose lips. Chapter 96, Preparing for a Turnaround. The police cracked the case and learned from the suspect that the mastermind was He Wei Jin. However, because of the off-site case, a lot of action inconvenience. So the case applied for the Yokohama side of the cooperation. On the Yokozuna side, White Mud was idly looking at his cell phone at the station. The news of Duchenne came up on my cell phone. For this person, Duchenne, White Mud, who doesn't follow stars or watch dramas, is still concerned, because Duchenne had something she wanted, like that unbeatable kingly demeanor. It made her envious. If he himself could have that kind of temperament, he would definitely capture Duchenne Milk Dog to be the head of the face and make him call out to His Majesty. Seeing Duchenne's news, Bai Nai became even more envious. He felt that Duchenne, for sure, was training the actress at night when he was the emperor, and he didn't expect to be photographed. Damn Duchenne. Bai Nai was unhappy and a little jealous. Because he was unhappy and wanted to vent, he reached out and picked up the sensory report, My Chief Father, and tore it up. Just after the tear, the leader sent down the assignment. So the crew of the Three Kingdoms was filming as usual. Several police cars pulled up to the door. White Mud walked in with the men. The cast and crew are no strangers to this beautiful cop. They had seen it last time, and they also knew that the policeman was familiar with Duchenne. Bai Nai came in and saw Duchenne with some unfriendly eyes, but she immediately targeted He Wei-jin. Take it away. It was then that all of them noticed that He Wei-jin's state was atrophied. When he saw the police coming, he was also double-minded, until they were handcuffed. He Wei-jin looked at Duchenne. Duchenne, you don't want to be complacent. You want to play hard to get. Do you think I don't dare? You're done too. Ha ha ha. I'm telling you, you're done too. You think you can still roll over? He Wei-jin yelled like a madman. In fact, when Yang Mi called the police, he knew that he would definitely be arrested. He was ready. They didn't expect Duchenne and Yang Mi to be so ruthless as to die with him, but he wasn't vain. He was prepared. Seeing He Wei-jin's madness, everyone reacted. This thing is He Wei-jin's doing. It's the video he shot. Although there were suspicions before, but not sure. After all, He Wei-jin, which is so coincidentally just happened to shoot. But now that he saw how He Wei-jin looked, the truth came out. It was He Wei-jin who did it. Duchenne looked to He Wei-jin. Sorry, you might be disappointed. I don't know how to play. White Mud left with his men, looking at Duchenne with meaningful eyes as he left. The cast and crew were confused. But people are not cuties. Think about what happened and what He Wei-jin said when he left. It's not hard to come up with a rough logic when you even think about it. That means He Wei-jin must have screwed Duchenne, failed to do so and got screwed by Duchenne again. There was a double take by the police. Sun Yu's actor, who was originally standing beside Duchenne, suddenly not himself moved away from Duchenne a bit. You know what's going on right now. Duchenne is in the vortex of public opinion. Though it's not good to say anything about everyone present who sees each other every day. But what was actually on everyone's mind was that Duchenne was probably finished. But even in this situation, Duchenne was able to screw He Wei-jin. This man can't be messed with. He can't be messed with. Everyone's gazes toward Duchenne were strange and tinged with shock. Shooting breaks. Duchenne took out his cell phone. This matter also needs to be understood. He hadn't even bothered to look at the information online earlier. At the first glance of these words, even if he knew they were meaningless, Duchenne couldn't help but want to open his mouth. Ha ha ha, milk dogs are milk dogs. Just love it when people have husbands. Duchenne is really good at this. I think he's suitable to play Chow Chow. It fits his image. Chen Hong's husband doesn't know what he's doing now. If he's gone to the grasslands to play. I've long seen that Duchenne isn't a good person. Those eyes are colorful. My intuition tells me he's a pervert. Duchenne engages in shoe breaking. I'll see how to say Duchenne is excellent in the future. Those licking dogs of Duchenne before. Why are they all gone? Come out Come out and continue to blow Duchenne It's understandable for him to pick up girls and have girlfriends, but he's meddling in other people's relationships. He's a third party. Absolutely intolerable. Jianyi blocked. Seeing these remarks, Duchenne was also angry, but there were too many for him to dislike. So holding back his temper, Duchenne released the recording on Weibo. Duchenne's account, which had already been attacked before this, was flushed with rotten rhythms. Not only his own Weebly, but also Yang Mi's, as well as officials who had previously tweeted in his favor, were implicated. Everyone was waiting for Duchenne to make a reply. But most of them, in fact, were just waiting for Duchenne to make a reply so they could spew even more joy. Because he doesn't think that's the case. There was no way anyone could resist Chen Hong's temptation. Not by themselves, not even in death. In the face of the likes of Chen Hong, they'd rather be a flirt than anything else. So they didn't believe that Duchenne and Chen Hong would be fine and didn't even think about it. So the moment Duchenne's recording was released, a large group of people rushed in. Within 2 minutes, the comments section was overrun. They didn't even bother to listen to what this recording was about, and they were already sending out all sorts of questions. It wasn't until a few minutes later that the comment section appeared to be filled with varying voices, but it was also quickly washed away. No one could see it. Du Chen saw this situation, also directly turned off the phone. Let the bullets fly for a while. 2 hours later, Du Chen reopened his cell phone. The comments section and the top of the headline, sure enough, have been different. Someone has already used his recordings to get an appraisal. The results of the appraisal indicated real recordings, not synthesized. This time, the online public opinion finally fell to Du Chen's side. Chapter 97, Blackie Speaks. Du Canids, those who slandered our family Du Chen. Go SI. I told you that our Du Chen is not that kind of person. How many people sprayed me before when I said I believed in Du Chen? Come on, keep spraying me. This voice has been authenticated and look what the blacks have to say. Du Chen, I'll always love you. I trust you the most. The wind has changed in the comment section. Those people who had hacked Du Chen before were all gone. Those who could see it were all in favor of Du Chen. Entertainment gossip of those Big V and Anchor, previously released about Du Chen negative works are also all off the shelves. A clear set of Du Chen flop content. But beyond that, and then there's the headline about Chen Hong. All over the internet, people are asking what Chen Hong's husband thinks. It was clear to hear in that recording that Chen Hong seduced Du Chen again and again. Chen Hong's studio, which previously issued a notice dispelling the rumor. After the recording came out, another notice was released to sue Du Chen for wrongfully accusing her. At this, Du Chen didn't take it to heart. Doesn't matter. Sue. This woman is married and misbehaving, so how can he be blamed? If Chen Hong hadn't tried to pull something on her own, nothing like this would have happened. So Du Chen didn't pity her at all. If he hadn't recorded himself at that time, he might have been victimized by this woman for no reason. This time, apart from Du Chen and Chen Hong, the two parties involved in the video, what He Wei Jin did was also exposed. He's the one who made the video with the intention of blackmailing Du Chen. Then the wall fell down, and He Wei Jin's previous incident of having his assistant poison Du Chen on the set was also brought out. Then the relationship between He Wei Jin and Zhang Chong was dished out by fans. This matter was raked over the coals by entertainment gossips and fans, and Chen Hong and He Wei Jin were raked over the coals. Incidentally, Zhang Chong was dragged out and whipped again. Du Chen's heart settled down after reading some of the remarks on the internet. With this recording sent out, this matter should be put to rest, and the rest of the matter was left to Yang Mi, so he didn't have to worry about it. He believed that Yang Mi was capable. Just thinking about it, the phone vibrated and Honey's name appeared on it. It was Yang Mi who called. Hey, Honey. Yang Mi's voice on the other end of the phone wasn't as punchy as it had been 2 days ago and became gentle. Say you kid is really line ah. How do you do so beautiful sister to your room? You are stable ah. Du Chen said. If sister is any prettier, can she be as pretty as sister Honey? Du Chen went straight to a horse's ass. After all, the other party is his boss. No shame in patting the boss on the back. Apparently, the force of Du Chen's tap was well received, and Yang Mi's laughter came from the cell phone. From the sound of laughter, Du Chen could tell that at this moment, Sister Honey must have been laughing her head off and fluttering. How long has it been since I've seen you? Your mouth has learned to be sweet ah. Yang Mi laughed enough and said in a clear voice. Du Chen did not want to pull more on this issue with the boss. Pull out some sparks to what if he was submerged? Sister Honey, I'm sorry for causing you trouble this time, Du Chen said. This time it's true. Yomi wiped his ass for no reason. The heart is more or less in the right place. Yang Mi said. This is all trivial. As long as you are fine. You have to do a good job on the crew of Three Kingdoms. Director Hansen Chen has an iron network of connections in the circle. When he talked to me on the phone, he was praising you, so do a good job and don't let the director down. Du Chen said. Don't worry, it will. Du Chen said on the mouth, but the heart is thinking, I acted my. If the director cannot understand the force lie, then the road is different. Each go their own shoot their own appropriate to go. It doesn't fit whatever you value, but that kind of talk, surely, can't be said. It's not like it's rash. Hanging up Yang Mi's return call, Du Chen planned to sleep a little more. He was going to shoot the night, but before the phone could be put down, the call from Yang Mi came back. Oh yeah, there's something else I didn't tell you. What's wrong? The Last Emperor is almost in theaters. Wang Jing's side is making an appointment with us for your slot. He'll call you in a couple days. When the time comes, you go to the launch of The Last Emperor. Du Chen thought for a moment and said, no problem. Okay, hanging up. Sure there's nothing else? Du Chen asked, lest Yang Mi wait and call again. Yang Mi said, what do you mean? You think I have too much to do? Du Chen said, no, I'm going to sleep. Don't disturb me. Yang Mi said, you're the one trying to argue me, right? Cough cough cough. Hang up and go to sleep. Things are finally taken care of. Du Chun set his alarm clock and slept beautifully. It was almost dark when he got up. After washing up, he called out to his little assistant to go out to the theater together. From the time Dukhan went back to rest today to now seeing Dukhan again, the whole opinion on the internet anyway. They had also seen that one recording released by Du Chen. So when Du Chen came to the crew, everyone looked at Du Chen like he was a monster. That's a tough guy. Duchesne was on video and they knew it. It was He Wei Jin who made the video. And they knew it. He Wei Jin wants to blackmail Du Chen. They know that. Then the case was solved. He Wei Jin was arrested. They knew. But they are killed to think. Du Chen and Chen Hong in the room. 2 hours. Du Chen can be stable. Did not do anything. What kind of international joke is this? At that time, Sable had not yet been killed, and was still on the set when they watched Sable filming, and had the urge to watch from the sidelines. Ask yourself, not to mention Sable's active seduction. In that situation, Sable just doesn't hook up and they all turn into bullies. Du Chen Nyobi, sitting on the fence, can keep the principle, and still have a clear head to protect themselves. If this were anyone else, I would have wondered if there was something physically wrong with him, but with Du Chen, surely not. An actor looked at Du Chen and said quietly. The person beside him asked, why wouldn't Du Chen? He doesn't even touch women like Chen Hong. Isn't there something physically wrong with him? The actor glanced at the person next to him and said, you're silly. Don't you see the little assistant next to Du Chen? Do you see how good their relationship is? The little assistant is young and pretty, clean and simple. They have a good relationship. Du Chen has taste and principles. Chapter 98, The Duke of Zhou spits, and the world returns to him. While the crowd marveled at Du Chen's toughness, the shooting continued. In this one, the shot was of a night scene. Cao Cao was staging an army at Red Cliff to start shoveling with Zhou Yu and Zhuge Liang. Originally Zhou Yu was reluctant. This great time, he embraced his wife to help the fence to listen to music. Is not it a pleasure? Why go to war with Cao Cao? But Zhuge Liang, the pussy, is the most poisonous. He told Zhou Yu, do you know why Cao Cao came here? Zhou Yu said, I wish to hear about it. Zhuge Liang said, he likes your wife. He not only likes your wife Xiao Qiao, he also likes your sister-in-law Di Qiao. Around a slap on the table is going to shake people dry. Zhuge Liang, you step horse fart. Rumor. Luckily, he was stopped by Lu Sun and didn't beat up Zhuge Liang on the spot. But Zhuge Liang, this pussy, Yin's very he made another poem. Said Cao Cao wrote it. The poem above just one meaning. I, Lao Chao, came to get Xiao Qiao. Zhou Yu is numb. Him. Then both sides began to line up. But Cao Cao is powerful, with a large family and many brothers, the kind that can cut the out of someone by sending out a random minion. It's fierce. That's why Cao Cao doesn't care at all. One word and it's over. So before the great battle, Cao Cao hosted a banquet and invited his brothers to drink. Drinking Jiannen's Weiwu culture is overflowing. With a glass of wine is a short song. Sing to the wine. The geometry of life. It's like the morning dew that goes away. It is a great deal of emotion and a great deal of worry. What can relieve your worries? Only Du Kong. A green belt, a long time. But for the sake of the gentleman, the meditation is still going on. Yo-yo deer, eating the wild. The mountain is not too high, and the sea is not too deep. The Duke of Zhou spits out his words, and the world returns to him. Stable. But the story goes, how tricky this pussy is to pretend, and how hard you get hit. Fire on Red Cliff. 3 kingdoms in one fell swoop. Cao Cao fled in a great defeat after experiencing the burning of Red Cliff. There are very few of the millions of troops left. He fled with what little was left of his men in dust. This is the scene that was shot here. The shooting has officially begun. Under the night, among the mountains, soldiers are in disarray. The camera goes to Dukhan. At this time, Du Chen was dressed up by the makeup artist with a gray face. Who threw my marquee? The generals are suffering and their armor is not in order. The soldier carrying the flag trembled and knelt, tired and out of breath. Little can't really carry it anymore. How long have you been a flag bearer? Ha, Cao Cao, played by Du Chen, is hysterical. It was a performance that made the director nervous to watch. He was afraid that Du Chen couldn't act well because young actors, for the most part, don't know how to act anger and rage. The performance was as awkward as a difficult labor. No, it's like constipation. It's probably a matter of life experience and not understanding what real anger and adult meltdowns look like. And that's what Cao Cao is like at the moment. Red Cliff defeated. A generation of lords nearly collapsed. But Du Chen's performance, after all, was just right. You can still see Cao Cao's heart in the midst of the stampede. I've been with you for 10 years. Du Chen roared. Then you should know that heads can be broken and people can die. The banner cannot be lost. Then Du Chen swept his gaze over the generals and roared. Victory and defeat are commonplace in the military. Failure is not scary. The terrible thing is that the heart is defeated. This kind of Chow Chow, who had come from the brink of collapse, pulled his emotions back and was still thinking about boosting his morale. It was brought to life by Du Chen. The actors in the audience could feel that one emotion, from Chow Chow's fury to his unyielding will. Click. The end of a segment of filming. The director came out and said, "This is great. I just thought I was going to have to shoot one." Chang Yu, who was standing on the side, said, "It's good that I'm not the old man who carries the flag." I saw him being fierce. That old man was confused. The older brother who played the flag bearer laughed sardonically. I knew it would be hard to get it right. And before I shot it, I memorized the lines and demanded that I had to remember them all. And I need my line segments, or else I'll be given a whole lot to say. This section of the exterior, crowded and cluttered section, it is difficult to shoot. A line through all the people are happy. But that's just the beginning. The director said, "How about that? You did struggle with your lines just now. How about taking a break and shooting again?" Du Chen said, "No, you can start straight away. It's no problem for the others to get ready." Okay, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with it too. It was all Du Chen's show just now. I didn't even move. The director saw that everyone was okay with it, so he went ahead and started shooting. Du Chen was getting into the scene at the moment, adjusting his emotions. "Of course you have to give it a shot with a bang." "Where is this?" Chow Chow asked. "Looking out over the mountains," Chang Yu said. "West of Wulin, north of Yidu." Chang Yu finished his words. Du Chen looked around and passed a flirtation between his throat without thinking. Du Chen smiled at this. Chang Yu and the surrounding actors were confused and looked at Du Chen. "That's not in the script?" The director is confused. "What's going on? What's going on?" "But it's not right. Look at Du Chen. He's very calm." With a wobble, Du Chen's laughter got louder. From a throaty flirtation, it turned to pleasure. Clueless, Chang Yu's expression, including those generals, their expressions were all caught on camera. Chapter 99, the pressure to play against Du Chen is explosive. All the actors, in their truest form, reacted with a look of confusion, looking left and right, hoping to get answers from the rest of the cast. "That's not in the ING script." The director reacted instantly when he saw the expressions on these actors' faces through the monitor screen. Isn't this the usual trick of Chow Chow? He always dared to think people dare not think, for people dare not do. From the creation of his Chow Chow, back then, everyone looked down on him. Chow Azue, he, Chow Azalea, dared to kill Dong Zhua. The 18 vassals will meet, and he, Chow A Hyde, is only a small man, but he dares to hold the emperor hostage. Now that the Red Cliff has been defeated, he Chow Mengda is not a rebellious person. In desperation, he laughed. That's right. Of the actors present, Chang Yu is considered experienced. He saw that the director didn't yell click. In other words, the shooting continued, and immediately asked, "Why is the Prime Minister laughing?" This line from Chang Yu is not in the script either, but it's not hard to ask for that one line. It's like comedy. You have to have a drag that holds up. Chang Yu's line is a drag. Du Chen's Chow Chow immediately catches on. I laugh at Zhou Yu's tactlessness and Zhuge's stupidity." "Why?" a thin voice asked. Du Chen continued. "Look at." Everyone was stunned for a moment when Du Chen's words came out, and the lines returned to the script. Only Du Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he said with an attitude of being in control, "The mountain here is treacherous. It is the place where soldiers live and die. If we can preempt an ambush here, it will be difficult for us to escape." This segment became Du Chen's solo performance. Everyone else was in shock, because there was no trace of performance to be seen on Du Chen's body. The older actors are fine. The younger ones are really stressed. Du Chen performs and gets totally into it. You're performing and reading lines, and it's like he's acting in character. That would be really hard to get. Only Du Chen looked around. This time though they got a lucky win. Just a pipsqueak bookworm. Not enough to worry about. Not enough to worry about, Du Chen said while looking at the generals around him. And when his eyes looked at Chang Yu hurriedly bowed his head. "I do know the back script. You ing bragging, don't look at me." Good thing Chang Yu isn't inside the shot at this time. Cut. Perfect. The director called time. That's when everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Watching Du Chen perform is a treat and totally wonderful to watch. But performing with Du Chen, that's a lot of pressure. It's as if he's never out of character. Never makes a mistake. He doesn't even look like he's performing. In other words, if anything goes wrong, it won't be on him, and he can be trusted absolutely. But the question came up, and it wasn't his problem, so it must have been someone else's. The pressure is on with this one, and everyone doesn't want to have a problem. But whether or not something goes wrong depends on the comparison. Can you not have a problem when you're ing sharing a bike to go racing with a human 911? The director rushed out from the back. Du Chen, perfect. You've got Wei Wu's legacy in you. You've practically brought it to life. If the individual actors were like you, this scene would take 2/3 less time to shoot. When the director said this, several of the actors around him had eyes that were going to eat him. What do you mean, you old boy? Chang Yu's actor joked. Although Du Chin is very talented, there's no need to pull and step on me. I'm still standing here listening. Chen Hancheng laughed and said, you also acted well, you also good. Just that line catch is also absolute. No. It's mainly because Du Chen acted well. Chang Yu said modestly. Du Chen said, seniors overpraise, just now also seniors that line. The tone is just right. The timing is superb. No decades of power. Cannot do so detailed Why? Luck. Or shouty you That divine stroke woke up my thinking Really the Yangtze River waves push forward waves. Hansen Chan. Not. Meaning I've become a part of your 2py? The other actors around them rolled their eyes and looked around. The wind's a little cool tonight, haha. Go away and put on more clothes and more clothes. 3 by 3, turn around and walk away. I shouldn't be here. I should be under the car, listening to you two blow each other. Seeing that everyone had left, Duchen then went to look for the little assistant with some reluctance. Then accept the small assistant a meal of praise. When the little assistant finished praising, Duchen waved his hand. Small scene. After this shot, setting up the tragic scene and making up some back shots, Duchen and a few of their key actors called it a day. At night Duchen took his little assistant and returned to the hotel. Was planning on going to bed after a hot workout as a routine. King called. The tone was agitated. Hey, Duchen, the last emperor's vetting all passed. Okay. Duchen's performance was relatively flat. It wasn't just that the audit had passed. What was there to be excited about? So what if it doesn't pass? The play is over. Just be serious when you act. It doesn't matter what comes after. But Wang Jing is different. Excitedly, he said, we're making a movie to be released in half a month. But in a week, we have a launch party. You mustn't be absent then. Chapter 100, Dumbfounded. A few days later, the plot of Three Kingdoms was filmed up to 53 episodes. Chao Chong was bitten by a poisonous rat and fell unconscious. Chao was furious at the sight. Why didn't the poisonous rat bite anyone else but me? Chao had 3 sons. Chao Pai and Chao Ji would later become famous throughout the world. Chao Ji claimed that the world's talents totaled 1 stone, and he alone occupied 8 buckets. Chao Pai even claimed the title of emperor and established the Northern Wei dynasty. Chao also had a favorite son of his, Chao Chong. Chao Chong was smart and clever since childhood, only to die prematurely. At 13, he died. It was this poisoning that killed him. After Xinyu saw Chao Chang's wounds, he could see the signs, and he cautiously said, Prime Minister, I have something to say, and if I am wrong, please do not condemn the Prime Minister. Say. Sun Yu looked both ways, and Chao understood what he meant, which was that he didn't want to give it to outsiders, and he beckoned for his subordinates to all leave. After waiting for the people to leave, Sun Yu said, Prime Minister, I've looked at the wounds on young prince's legs. They're not from poisonous rats, they're from snakes. How can I see that? Chao asked. Sun Yu said, when I was young, I lived under a bamboo forest. People are often bitten by poisonous snakes in the village, and I can recognize a wound like this one at a glance. Chao sat down on the soft couch where Chao Chong was lying. Why are there traces of rat eating on the pages of that book? False phase. Falsehood? Then what is the truth? Chao asked in a low voice. Bitten by poisonous rats. The Shangfu is on very high ground, and Chonger's house is very dry. Chao stared at Sun Yu and asked, how could there be snakes out there? Snakes won't get in on their own. But if people. Sun Yu's words, speaking here, closed. Chao's eyes looked calm, but it was as if a sword had already lit up its edge. Just this one look made those field workers watching from the side subconsciously not dare to utter a single breath. Chao stood up. He looked at Sun Yu and asked, Sun Yu, in your estimation, who did this? As Chao said these words, it was clear in his eyes that he had already made up his own mind, but he asked Sun Yu anyway. In this situation, Sun Yu still dared to say because the truth, in his opinion, is that this was done by Chao's oldest son, Chao Pai. Although Chao Chong was Chao's son, whom Chao loved the most, Chao Pai was Chao's son even if Chao didn't like him. It's so far out that he doesn't dare say it out loud, but Chao was determined to pursue the matter. With a murderous aura surging from his body and swords in his eyes, he reached out and drew his saber, which hung by the side. Uncut accessory props? Pointing at Sun Yu. I'll let you talk. Sun Yu's actor's legs went limp and his heart cried out. It was given straight to the knees. Although the scene was in the script, he was genuinely shocked. A feeling of fear from his soul made his body involuntarily tremble. There is not even the strength to look up, or no longer have the courage to look up and prostrate themselves. I'll let you talk. Chow Chow roared, and the unopened mating sword in his hand flung out. Bang! A thud. The matching sword was plunged directly inside the floor. Kneeling on the ground, Sun Yu stared wide-eyed at the long sword at his side, his body wincing vigorously. Ka! That's when the director's voice came. Several of the surrounding actors rushed forward, some reaching to draw their matching swords. Asterisk 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 this accessory is really sticking into the floor. This prop hasn't opened its blade yet. Du Chen, you're a martial arts master, aren't you? An unopened prop was inserted into the floor by you? Come and see, come and see. This sword can really kill. Right. The men surrounded the saber stuck in the ground. The director came over and was also secretly shocked to see this scene. An unopened sword with a matching blade was actually rubbed into the floor by Du Chen. It was only at this point that Sun Yu was able to get up from the ground with his heart in his mouth. The director said, Old Ma, this wave is too powerful. Your acting skills are now at the level of a master. You just acted really well. I can feel the fear inside you when I see you. Old Ma, also known as Sun Yu's actor. His old face blushed and said, which is a patriarch. I was just really scared. If you don't want to be convinced, try it and see if you're scared. Looking at the matching sword, the old horse heaved a sigh of relief. He never wanted to do another scene like this in his life, and had just felt dead once. Don't say old horse. I just stood next to it. Du Chen roared, that one. Gave me a fright to hold my urine back. Just wanted to pee. Now I can't pee out. The crowd chatted, all marveling at Du Chen's acting skills. It's too raw. At this time in the conference room of Wanda Studios, a meeting is being held for the next scheduling meeting. The general manager was sitting in the middle, and someone stood up and proposed, Mr. Huang, The Last Emperor, which will be released soon. The length of the film is just too long, more than 3 hours. The audience nowadays doesn't have the patience to watch a movie like this, and the subject matter of this movie is heavy. This thing, we all understand. It's like everyone is shouting the slogan to be caring or something. See what to spend money to watch entertainment programs to see other people happy. A lot of people say there is this money, why don't you sell something to the mountain children? Especially those who shout what we don't chase celebrities and do this kind of program. Why don't you go and do a program that gives donations to the mountains? There are a lot of people who say this, but in fact the software of the short video broadcast shows, these pussies are the mouth stinks blind chicken shouting only. Their own food and drink did not see to donate anything. See the mountainous areas to donate what video live and so on, but also directly scratched away. Not many people look at all, are too boring, then go to the entertainments and curse. These pussies are just a mouthful of usefulness. That's why I think works like The Last Emperor, which has a heavy subject matter and has content that doesn't do much to glorify the protagonist and leans toward realism. Let's shorten his schedule and save the venue for the movie The Man Who Was President. The man had just sat down when he finished. Mr. Huang is still thinking. Immediately someone picked up. I think this proposal is very good. This kind of movie is most liked by girls. Now the main consumer of the movie circle is also girls. We should throw in our favor, and it can surely be a big seller. After a round of deliberation, there were essentially no objections and the proposal was adopted. Wanda Cinema, The Last Emperor's Row, pulls to the bottom. Chapter 101, The Last Emperor's Conference. With Vanda Cinema taking the lead, other studios have followed suit. It's not that they're targeting the play The Last Emperor. Everyone is a businessman, and the first purpose of every business, that has to be to make money. Movies with serious themes like this have never done well at the box office in recent years. If you know it's bad and you still want to line it up, you're stupid and don't deserve to be in business. So the market, above, lopsidedly compressed The Last Emperor's schedule. This day, this issue's favorite, Lord President, went ahead and had a movie launch. Numerous celebrities and media were in attendance, because the main stars of this drama are capitalized traffic stars, so the fans are not quite a lot. Countless fans ran to the venue to cheer on the movie. The release went to a question and answer session for the media. A reporter stood up and asked the first question that everyone was most concerned about. I would like to ask Director Chen, do you have confidence in your movie? Do you have the confidence to surpass your contemporaries The Last Emperor? Topics like this were a favorite of the media in attendance, because the fans sure do love it. The Last Emperor on one side has Duchesne's backing and it's still a big production. On the other side of the spectrum is the hot topic of the moment and the addition of a traffic star. These two run into each other in the most interesting way. Director Chen, that is, the director of The President Lord, pondered for a while and politely said, I certainly have confidence in my own work, but comparing it to others' work, this is not easy to say. After all, our domestic movie market is getting better and better, and everyone's work is good as well. So the first thing we think about is getting beyond ourselves. The director spoke euphemistically and roundly, expressing his confidence while showing off a pattern. After all, The movie hasn't even been released yet. There's absolutely no need to brag about stepping on other people. Your own, if it's good, will naturally come to fruition. If your own work is not good, brag about it now. And wait for the face to hurt when you get hit in the face. Director Chen's answer made the reporters sitting below hate him. They feed off of traffic. This director is beating a dead horse. How can he get traffic without something antagonizing? How else are they going to get money? Then the reporter asked some more questions. Director Chen all answered in a painless and more official manner. At this time, some media outlets shifted their target to the male number 1, Zhang Han, who was sitting on the sidelines. Zhang Han worked as a trainee for 2.5 years, and then was selected by the company to be promoted, and all kinds of resources were smashed on him. He lived up to the hype and did become a popular traffic star. A reporter stood up. Mr. Zhang Han, may I ask what you think of your performance in this drama? Zhang Han was the male number 1, and all these people in front of him were asking the director, making it a little difficult for him to be patient. He's been wanting to talk for a long time. This movie is his best work in form and it's at the top of the schedule right now. It's basically 80% certain that he's going to take off with this production and he's going to take it to the next level. So when he saw the director's answers were sloppy, he thought the director was really old. Like the world of the young people was his world now. Zhang Han said, I feel okay. I shouldn't disappoint my fans and friends. I tried my best. What Zhang Han said seemed like a euphemism, but he had already labeled his play. It's that you're bold enough to buy a ticket, and you'll never be disappointed. Sure enough, no sooner had his words been uttered than a tidal wave of shouts rang out from the scene. Brother Zhang Han is so handsome. Brother Zhang Han were all booked. There was also a burst of cheering. Once the media saw that Zhang Han was so open, they immediately became interested. Their media's greatest fear was that they were afraid of running out of topics, and as long as Zhang Han dared to say it, they dared to make it up. Then do you think you can surpass Du Chen's acting skills in this drama? After all, Du Chen, the last emperor of the same period, was known for his great acting skills. Acting. This is something that Zhang Han really doesn't dare to say. He is young, but not stupid. Du Chen's acting is praised all over the internet. He can't step on it by himself with a mouth. But he had a bright idea and changed his perspective, saying, first of all, I recognize my acting skills, too, but there are also many things I need to learn from everyone. But if I had to say which of the two is more favorable, I'd say that my entry presidential hitman scores a little better. After all, judging by the current scheduling, a presidential hit is going to be a whole lot better. Zhang Han's words excited the collective reporters. Director Chen sat on the sidelines, smiling and watching, not saying anything on his mouth, but in his heart he was thinking, still too young, but it didn't seem like much of a problem to him. It might be a bad thing to say. There will be traffic only if there is a topic. There will be traffic only if there are more people who know about it, and he naturally understands this reasoning. After the interview, the video of the president's conference immediately went online and was edited in all sorts of ways. In the clip video for these, Du Chen's fans also noticed the problem. It's what Zhang Han said about scheduling. This gives them a whole lot of displeasure. The movie has not yet been released. Scheduling first than others short of a cut. On what grounds? What's the situation with these theaters? Are they targeting Du Chen? I'm going to find out which actors lowered Du Chen's schedule. Ha ha ha. Everyone sees it. This is the power of capital. Behind the scenes being controlled by capital. Who is Zhang Han? What makes him have so many rows of movies while Du Chen's work is at the bottom of the list? Wang Jing's conference did not open. Saw the information on the internet. Immediately sat down to call Du Chen. Du Chen, I didn't know this scheduling situation would come out. It's not that our crew didn't work hard. It's that those theaters didn't give a damn about it. Wang Jing was also afraid that all this negative news would make Du Chen have an opinion. After all, Du Chen was in charge of the show, and the release and public relations and all that stuff was the crew's business. As a result, before the movie was even released, he was first short, so he had to make a call to Du Chen to explain. Du Chen was indifferent. I do not care about these things. I think he is a good work. It does not matter how other people look at it. Sell well, sell bad, what others say. I do not care very much. Faced with such an attitude from Du Chen, Wang Jing didn't know what to say. Just one thought on Morning Brother Piss. As the rhetoric on the internet festered, the launch of The Last Emperor was held in due course. Chapter 102. So I think that for me, it doesn't affect me much. The launch of The Last Emperor was finally timely. Wang Jing and Ninaldo both came to the scene. Du Chen also flew in from the Three Kingdoms crew. Today, Du Chen also has a huge group of fans on the internet. And because Du Chen has been filming since he became famous and has never participated in any commercial activities, fans have basically never seen Du Chen. This time it was a public event. The first time fans had a chance to see Du Chen. So a lot of people came. Everyone pulled banners and shouted for Du Chen. The media should come also came. Du Chen, the emergence of the star. The topic on the body is the most traffic. Naturally, they won't let it go. At this time Wang Jing was speaking. After saying some official scenes, Wang Jing said, "For this work, we should also thank Du Chen. Du Chen helped us a lot during the filming process." As soon as Wang Jing spoke of Du Chen, those fans sitting below shouted and cheered. Only when the cheers fell did Wang Jing continue. "Actually, if you just say thank you, it's still not enough. Technically, Du Chen is also one of the directors of this production." Asterisk 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 asterisk? What do you mean? Chen is one of the directors? What Wang Jing means is that for this production, Du Chen provided a lot of help, and Du Chen's role in this drama is no less than that of a director. I'm not surprised at all. Chen has always been a powerhouse in my mind. Fate can rely on his face to eat, but he relies on his talent to eat. Cry me a river. Someone like Chen will definitely be on fire forever, with his face value and talent. Then Ninaldo also spoke, expressing his recognition of Du Chen's efforts in this production. Even the Hollywood director praised Du Chen and gave his recognition to him. Du Chen's fans, at once, were happy and messy. When the speeches were over, it was time for questions from the media and fans. The first invited a question to stand up, and the guy asked a spot-on question. "May I ask director Wang Jing, what do you think of this work of yours, and how do you think it will do during the same period of its release?" Wang Jing is also a veteran, and is on the same path as the director of President Lord. "I'm very confident in this production and it shouldn't do badly, but there are a lot of great productions at the same time, so we have to be more in the mindset of learning as well." That media heard Wang Jing say so, immediately lost interest. Such a report sent out. It would be better not to report. After he sat down, another media member stood up and targeted Ninaldo. "A geezer. May I ask Ninaldo, are you of the same opinion as director Wang Jing?" Ninaldo said after listening to the translator. "We're going to sell out this time. For this one, I conceptualized it for many years. While it is based on history, I serve to use factual accounts as the main tone, so I don't think he's going to do poorly. Also, I have a lot of friends and supporters abroad, and my name then attracts a lot of people to watch it, and I'm sure they will like it and recommend it to their friends. That's why I think we're going to sell out." Oh, wow. The Hollywood director blew up at the launch. That can be what the media wants. Not only can this step of traffic be messed with, and, in case the foreigner who doesn't know the country's situation is punched in the face afterward, there will be another wave of traffic then. So of course they were willing to ask Ninaldo more questions. Ninaldo responded to all of them. Then came the main event as the media locked their eyes on Du Chen. "May I ask Mr. Du Chen, this time your work is released. The same period of time the work of the President of the Lord is very hot. May I ask you have the confidence that Puffy surpasses him?" Du Chen thought to himself, "You've asked the right person for this." Earlier, on his cell phone, he had already seen the president's male #1 speak, and the boy was wild. Du Chen wasn't spoiled. Whatever the human condition was, ask Du Chen if he is confident. If you don't have confidence in your own work, then what's the point of making a movie? Du Chen said as he took the microphone. As hot as the president's Lord is, it's just a small love affair, nothing to look back on after you've seen it. I think time will give the answer. Don't ask me if I have confidence in my work. I've never asked myself only how many years my work can be a textbook. Asterisk 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 asterisk. As Du Chen's words fell, the entire room boiled over. Bull bye. That's the way I like Du Chen. Nothing to hide. Say what you think. Ha ha ha. Everyone else is talking about good and bad acting. Du Chen is already thinking about how to be a textbook. This is too crazy for Du Chen, isn't it? I idolize that. That's how crazy I like it. I think what Du Chen said is not wrong at all. I've watched every one of his works. Every time it gives me a shocking feeling. The images in it are still fresh in my mind even now. It's definitely not something that some bubble dramas can compare to. Du Chen's answer brought the atmosphere of the scene to a climax. Those media clicked and cluelessly snapped one after another. This time they went back and had something to report. Although Du Chen's words were a bit wild, no one would think that Du Chen was clamoring for attention, because he's never flopped in the role of an emperor since he started out. With each production, fans have been given a different experience. A media asked, Du Chen, can I ask you? Every role you have played since your debut has been an emperor. May I ask if this has come to affect your life? Du Chen said, the first lesson we actors have to do is to separate life from work. So I think that for me, it doesn't affect me much. Media. Fans. Chapter 103, Box Office Rise. The launch party was over and the movie was released as scheduled. A week passed. The Last Emperor is getting lower and lower in the schedules and is basically shot into the late night slot. This creates a vicious circle. The smaller the release, the lower the box office. the lower the box office, the lower the movie schedule. And the Lord President is a week in the making. It went straight to number 1 for the same period. The internet was hot. For a while. In the beginning, there were people who brought out The Last Emperor, while there were also good people who mocked Du Chen. But because the schedule was so small, very few people saw it, so the heat slowly wore off, and you can't even see the information about people comparing The Last Emperor to the president. Wang Jing, as the director, was really anxious when he saw this. He sought out multiple connections in the hope that these theaters would give a little more scheduling space, but theaters are open for business, after all, and The Last Emperor was low on box office and not much of a hit. Naturally, they were reluctant to give a rehearsal. Otherwise, it's not like you're smashing your own job. There was nothing Wang Jing could do in his haste. He had no doubt that the work, The Last Emperor, would win awards in various artistic categories, but awards in the arts and the box office are two completely different things. Few works have the height of art and become commercially successful. This time, he would have held that challenge, but now the results swells up the face. King called Ninaldo. I've thought of a lot of things, but it still doesn't help. It's hard for us to go up at the domestic box office. What we have, Mr. Ninaldo, may hardly be a commercially successful film, Ninaldo said, but The Last Emperor, in my country as well as others, did well at the box office. I don't think you should be in a hurry. Our production is definitely an epic one. Give it time and it will definitely get into people's hearts. Ninaldo remained very confident in the work The Last Emperor after hearing the figures given by Wang Jing, but Wang Jing didn't want to tell the truth. Where is the time? Give a hair of time. Box office if there is no upturn again. Are going to be other people's theaters off the shelves. Where's the time for it to get into people's hearts? This encounter also made Wang Jing deeply realize how impatient people are today. But Wang Jing feels it's not the audience's fault. No one is born floating. It's all forced, so rolled up in the environment. How much time can there be for people to meditate? Who wants to live a windy, restless life if they have a choice? At this time, The Last Emperor was in theaters in a different country. Pretty over. William took his girlfriend out today with the intention of going to a movie. At the movie theater, saw a production with Ninaldo. William is also considered a passing fan of Ninaldo, so he bought 2 tickets, one for each of his girlfriends. He walked into the movie theater with great anticipation. The movie opens, cold shades, an old steam train comes from the left side of the screen. The sight of William, especially the train coming from the left, as if it were crashing into him, gave him a very sudden and unaccustomed feeling. Then one of the faces from the movie appeared. William froze. Oh my God, why are all the faces from the country of China? I feel like I've been cheated. How can they possibly make a good movie? I don't want to see it. No see it, honey, just wait a little longer. There might be a surprise. So William cursed and watched after his girlfriend. Watching, William fell into it. It wasn't until the whole movie was over that William woke up as if in a dream. Honey, is this the last emperor of the country of China? Oh, is that the history of their country? A very interesting and strong country. Their people saved them. Coming out of the movie theater, William immediately sent a message to his wife. Lovey-dovey, I was just with a friend and saw a really wow movie. I'll bring you to see it tomorrow. Then he took his girlfriend's hand, intending to get something to eat. The movie was a bit long and he was hungry from watching it. The Last Emperor continues to rise at the box office in the pretty country, and word of mouth is unanimously favorable. More and more people are sniffing around to see this movie. Many of Ninaldo's old fans, after seeing these positive reviews, are also clamoring that they must go and support one. I found out that after Ninaldo, the old boy, went on a trip to the country of China, his expertise has been improved more than a little bit. The color palette of this movie is really high class and gives me a feeling of age-old treasures. This is a really good production. They couldn't help but give Ninaldo high marks. The work, Du Chen, was even more amazing to them. For the first time, I realized that the men of the country of Huaxia are also this attractive. No, he's not only from the country of China, he belongs to Asia too. The Asian state grass is not Du Chen. Come and argue if you don't. Chapter 104, the best movie of all time. The domestic box office was less than stellar. At 11:40 p.m. The Wanda Cinema finally scheduled the first shoot of the day for The Last Emperor. 3 hours of movie, scheduled to shoot up to this point. It would have been less crowded at this hour. It's going to take until after 2 o'clock to go to the movie, so even fewer people will, predictably, choose this movie. It's a situation where it would be really strange for it to go up at the box office. Today Flo into the breakup with his girlfriend. The mood is not good. This mood, how bad it is, there is no way to describe. It is to look up and see that life is a wasteland. He is a game trainer. This career sounds okay and good. You get to play the game every day and make money out of it. But in reality, when gaming is no longer entertainment, but a job, and there is no choice, when the moment you open your eyes every day is to play a game, never-endingly, the game is then no longer an entertainment, but a torture. But Lu Jin was still happy to fight, every day, from the time I wake up to the time I go to bed, and the few times I go to the restroom. I have my phone in my hand with a game on. It's not because he likes the game. Rather, it's because he has a favorite girlfriend. He's going to make money by playing games to give his girlfriend a better life. But there's not really a lot of money that can be made by a substitute trainer. An hour costs not much more than a workshop. And he has to make sure that he wins every hand. And if he doesn't get paid. So when he plays a game, he basically can't be distracted. He has to focus all his attention on the game. 1 year, 2 years. Lu Jin fought like this day in and day out. He forgets how much money he made. But it should be quite a bit when you do the math. After all, he played every day and night. But he has no savings and can't even afford to part with a better takeaway. It's all about the cheapest takeout, just so you can fill your stomach. His dream, besides wanting to give his girlfriend a better life, is to eat more meat and not so many veggies in the future. He's sick and spitting up blood, and he can't be bothered to go to the doctor and play the game while he's spitting up blood. Such a thing may not be believed by others when told, but it really happened to him. He gave his girlfriend the hottest love in the world, but today his girlfriend went on a trip with a guy friend. Called and he found out that his girlfriend was in a room with his girlfriend's guy friend. He asked his girlfriend what was wrong. The girlfriend said, "There's no extra room." Lu Jin actually know it all, but he never said. He just wants to be nice to his girlfriend and wants her to take the initiative to be nice to him. But in 2 years, they've only met twice. Today, Lu Jin didn't hold back and showed a hint of dissatisfaction. His girlfriend said, "If you doubt me, break up." The phone was hung up. Lu Jin didn't cry. Not because he was strong. Rather, it was as if his world had collapsed and he couldn't cry. He didn't know what to do. He walked aimlessly down the street. He wanted to go for fried chicken. But 2 years of frugality had accustomed him to the behavior of wanting to eat without buying. He walked aimlessly. He wanted to see a movie. Why he wanted to see a movie? He didn't know. He just walked there as a walker and bought a ticket. Just read the whole number of the movie and forgot to even pay attention to the name of that one last emperor on the movie ticket. He was inside the theater and found his seat. The large theater was empty, as if there was only a silent woman sitting next to it 2 seats away. The movie is starting. Lu Jin saw a train traveling over. Then he saw Puyi as a war criminal. He saw Puyi's disheveled and lifeless eyes. He watched Puyi standing in front of the mirror, scrutinizing his own emaciated and unkempt self as if he were a walking corpse. Lu Jin's heart was touched hard. Isn't this me? Then he saw that Puyi chose to slit his wrists. Is this the final destination? He watched the movie in a trance. He thought this person in the movie was just going to be gone. He saw himself in this man and where this man belonged. In this moment, he seemed to have figured it out. He knows what he's going to do next. But that's when he saw this and started remembering his whole life. He saw the Kingsguard storm his home. He saw him become emperor. He saw him watch in ignorance as the scourge of the old demon woman died. He saw him in the inner courtyard of the palace, like he owned the world, and yet seemed to possess nothing. He saw the doors open and close. The rise and fall of one era after another. He saw the palace closed its doors. There was no longer an emperor out there. Or there was a new emperor out there. And he's just the emperor inside the palace. The scene flashed by. He saw the desire to restore the Qing. He saw his country fall apart. He saw that even though he became a puppet, even though he was insulted, he still didn't give up. Cold sweat broke out on Lu Jin's forehead. In the flickering light of the theater, he looked to his hands. What am I doing? I have only been through what I've been through. And I'm giving myself up lightly? What do I have to give up? Give up your life? Am I worthy? Lu Jin suddenly looked like he was awake and drunk. But when he looked up again, the theater seemed to become somehow different. He saw color in the movie. I don't know if he wasn't paying attention, but he felt as if the movie was in black and white before that. But now, movies have color, and the world has a face god. He heard voices, movie voices, and the cries around them. A cry? Lu Jin turned his head to look, and in the theater, the young girl he had never bothered to notice was crying softly. Lu Jin asked in a godlike manner, What's wrong with you? The young girl glanced at Lu Jin, hastily wiped her tears and said, What's it to you? It's up to you. Lu Jin? This will be in the mood to be disliked. I have no place to vent my anger. I spoiled you, didn't I? I'm the only 2 people in this movie theater. So watch out, I'll beat you up. The young girl was unconvinced and rolled her eyes. Why don't you take off if you're so good? You think you're a king. How do you know? I'm really the king. Cut. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. Lu Jin pulled out his cell phone and opened the game. The young girl was unconvinced, but couldn't help her cat-like curiosity and stretched her neck to see. Lu Jin picked up his cell phone and disliked it in front of her. You see it. The young girl glanced at it and her mouth turned into an O. 87. 87 stars? Between A. Can you take me? No. I don't like mean ones. Lu Jin put away his cell phone with a slight smugness on his face. In fact, I'm not mean. It's that I'm not in a good mood. You suddenly scared me well. You are so powerful. Take me to play a few games. What's wrong? Is it that you can't carry it? Lu Jin glared for a moment. I can't carry it? What did you say you were playing? The young girl said. Middle of the road. Lu Jin said. If you tie a dog in the middle, you can be a king. I don't believe it. Don't believe me. You drive now. A boy and a teenage girl walk out of a movie theater at 3 in the morning. The two waved goodbye and headed in opposite directions. After walking a few steps, the girl suddenly turned back and shouted. Don't you forget. Said the day after tomorrow my room to make you sweet and sour pork. You take me on 3 small hearts. Got it. 3 little stars looking down on who? 5. Yes. On the way back, Lu Jin opened his cell phone. Using the Jitterbug account that he took orders from, he posted a video. Text, the best movie I've ever seen in my life, The Last Emperor. Chapter 105. Mordecai swaps the floor. There's no way to bring it up. And the scheduling times are usually the worst times for the major theaters as well. Insiders, or those in this business, are not surprised to see this. A lot of them also probably watched a little bit of the movie The Last Emperor as well. The first feeling they got was that this movie would probably get awards, but trying to make money is probably out of the question. The country, nowadays, doesn't have the time to understand this kind of movie. People are already pretty tired from work, and they take breaks just to be entertained. Who cares about the meaning of your life and the height of your art? Can it look as good as a coworker's 8-pack abs or a coworker's his little petite wife? It's a situation that insiders understand. After all, there have been directors who have made this type of work to challenge the market in the past few years. Just no one has ever succeeded. But Du Chen, after all, does have a lot of base fans. Plus there are more or less passers-by who choose to watch The Last Emperor for various reasons. So even with the bad box office, there are also still people who watched the movie and were so moved by it that they posted online calling for support for The Last Emperor. The sound of these, though, seems a bit muted compared to the hit movies of those. This day, a narrator who specializes in reviewing movies with venom. He went through the various platforms on the internet, choosing the relevant information to find out about the movies that people were interested in. In the process, his keen professionalism led him to a realization. That is, there's a movie that's in theaters, The Last Emperor. Not a lot of heat on the internet, but every time I see information about it, especially posted by fans who have already seen it, surprised not to see a single bad review. Not true either. Poorly reviewed, venomous, or C1. It's a little brother who went to the movies, and after more than 3 hours of watching the movie he forgot to go pee, and came out of the movie theater to find his stomach hurting, so he went to the hospital. The doctor said he held his urine for so long that his bladder bled. So this little brother's family, who posted the situation online, expressed their profound condemnation of The Last Emperor and have already appointed a lawyer to mess with the director's team. That counts as a bad review. But thinking deeper, if this movie wasn't interesting, could the little brother he watched for 3 hours skimming pee to hold himself back in the hospital? So in that light, this one is all sort of favorable, and it was most favorably reviewed. As for the rest of the information, it was a bit outrageous to look at the poison tongue, such as, this is the best movie I've ever seen in my life, bar none. Why isn't The Last Emperor on fire? Heaven forbid. This movie could definitely be in the top 10 of movie history, but it's amazing that it's not hot. Is it being targeted? For those of you who say it's not good, have you actually seen it? If you haven't, still say it's not good. I'll eat. I would call Duchan the most handsome man in Asia, bar none. I'm willing to use my boyfriend's lifespan of 3 lifetimes in exchange for Duchan being my boyfriend for 1 day. Too handsome. I can't stand the sight of him. Two uptight sisters. Toxic saw the message. Basically. Then Duchan held a puzzled mind and began to check the movie's data. This check. The domestic figures are simply dismal. For a moment, Toxic suspected that the favorable reviews he was seeing were watered down. He's not the only one who thinks so. It's the comments underneath those messages that are full of people questioning that it's watered down. Is it really as good as it says it is at this box office? Lying to cuties. Bar. Toxic heard about this movie and it was released abroad. Then he jumped out and checked The Last Emperor's data abroad. This look stunned the poisonous tongue. The foreign data compared to the domestic data is outrageous. The statehood of The Last Emperor. The first in the same period. Is this a ING celebrity effect? Venomous thinking this way. The movie. however, piqued the curiosity of Toxic. Plus he just didn't find a suitable commentary for the piece on hand, so he decided he had to go and see the movie all over again tonight. Evening, Toxic bought a movie ticket and walked into the theater. When he talked to people later, he said that for years he was grateful for his unintentional curiosity that night. He just doesn't have a movie to narrate the content anymore and was just curious how good the Waterboys were for those. But after walking into the theater, after years of making movies, he once again felt the excitement he felt because of the movie. Pwai, a war criminal, is as cold and tonally green as the train that drives the movie, and he abandons any struggle for the rest of his life to fall into memory. And that's where the story begins. Beijing in 1908. A vermilion door opened. 3-year-old Pwai, ordered by Xishi into the palace. The Red Gate, on the other hand, is a metaphor for the fact that Pwai's door to feudal power has been opened. Smoke and fire outside the door. Not peaceful. The door, as a special symbol, appears several times throughout the movie. Inside the courtyard, the symmetrical composition of imperial guards and eunuchs brings a sense of oppressive power. Then the director used a few details to go to the metaphor of Pwai's life, which was dominated by power. Dimly colored corridor. Mother holding Pwai reluctant to part. The shadow of the imperial army enveloped Pwai. Pwai was brought into the palace, and the director of the palace entrance deliberately used the camera. Surrounded by criminals about to be exiled and camels resting under cover. The camera has told the audience about the palace, both internally and externally. Camelot. Maybe it's just the last straw. Then Pui met Xishi in the main hall, surrounded by 18 statues of Luohan, while Xishi is in the center. In this shot, Xishi has clearly deified herself. It was here that Pwai accepted Xishi's will to become emperor, but the camera was given to the dog next to it, and the pot of turtle soup. The footage illustrates well that Pwai is all in one, but as a puppet without dignity, and as that turtle, there's no outgrowth. Xishi is dead, but even if she didn't die, she looked, well, surly. Poisonous Tongue quietly watched the whole of the movie, watching the life of Pwai. He went back and had planned to go to bed first, but repeatedly I can't sleep. Just get up and start writing copy. The content of The Last Emperor is a must for him. This was established before he even stepped out of the movie theater, but after all, it's still in theaters and needs to be licensed. But now, he couldn't wait any longer. He decided to write the copy and then go back to the crew tomorrow to get the license as well as the original footage. At this point, he's afraid he doesn't have the original video, and it doesn't stop him from writing copy. That scene in the movie, as if each scene is a classic, whether from the lines or the performance of the actors, or the composition of the screen or the content of the embodiment. A scene flashed by. Deep in his mind, Toxic realized that the rave reviews he'd seen online weren't Waterboys. Rather, it's the failure of similar productions over the past few years that has led people to seriously underestimate The Last Emperor. This movie is going to be a fire. Big fire. It's just a matter of time. He may be on fire a day later, or a year later, or even 100 years later, and he's still on fire. But what Toxic didn't realize was that there were already a lot of professionals that had seen this coming. And he wasn't the first and he wouldn't be the last. He's making content that a lot of people are making too. Chapter 106, The Benefits of Fame. The next day, Shakes blogger, Toxic, reached out to the crew for a commentary all licensed. For vloggers like them, it's not hard to get a license because they are promoting the movie while posting content. The crew of the movie and have to pay them. Online, there are more than just Toxic bloggers promoting The Last Emperor. More and more bloggers, discovering the excellence of The Last Emperor. They all made relevant content and posted it on the internet. Plus, those who have already seen the movie are getting more and more spontaneous recommendations for The Last Emperor. For a while, the heat of The Last Emperor was, surprisingly, showing signs of getting up a week after its release. The headquarters of Wanda Cinema. Mr. Long checked the company's daily datasheet report as usual. Mr. President, this movie is still so capable of raking in the cash, which makes Mr. Long very relieved. Mr. Long moved on. The later movies are all mediocre, with overly popular stats. It doesn't add up to more than Lord President. The black silk secretary came in to bring coffee. Mr. Long casually asked, "Do you know Pui?" The secretary frowned a little, seriously in thought, but it seems like it's not coming to mind. The name has a familiar ring to it, but I can't think of it. Who is it? The secretary asked. Mr. Long smiled and did not say anything. Pui. It's not like it's a popular character. How can anyone read it? He looked at The Last Emperor's stats, which had risen by that drop compared to yesterday. Wait for the secretary to leave. Mr. Long habitually scrutinized the data a second time. Then he saw how much The Last Emperor was scheduled and when it was scheduled. A trace of doubt arose in Chief Long's heart. This last emperor's scheduling time are concentrated in the end of the scene. It is reasonable to say that the data will be getting lower and lower. Why is there a rise? They sold traffic? Holding such doubts, Mr. Long opened all the major portals as well as the big data network and began to check the heat situation of the last emperor. This check doesn't matter. How come so many big Vs have come out with promotional videos? The last emperor smashed it? If you want to smash money, how come you didn't do it earlier? How long has it been in theaters before you start smashing? But next, he checks the aftermath about the last emperor. Mr. Long was keenly aware of the problem. The last emperor is showing signs of being thick. After briefly thinking about it, Mr. Long made a decision that went against his ancestors. No, it was a decision against common sense. Modify the last emperor's scheduling. Wanda's modification of the last emperor instantly caused a butterfly effect. Originally, those who knew about the last emperor through the internet heat had curiosity about the last emperor, but because of the scheduling, it was not convenient for them to go watch it at all. But now, the last emperor is available in prime time as well. Many people go to the theater, or buy tickets, bought one out of curiosity, or maybe it's directed at the last emperor. The box office numbers, all of a sudden, had a phase, and naturally, such figures were seen by other theaters. Then what else is there to say? Just change it. It's a money maker. Money. It's not as if they were targeting the last emperor by not giving him the amount of scheduling they did before. It's just not profitable. The first purpose of a company is to make money. What's the point of scheduling a movie if you don't make any money? But with the numbers now, it's obvious there's something screwy going on. Line it up. And so, the number of people watching The Last Emperor grew. More and more people are watching it. And more people are recommending it to their friends after reading it, or recommending it on social media platforms. This then reaches a virtuous cycle. Someone posted out foreign data. It's amazing that a domestic historical drama can't match foreign box office. This has caused many people to rise up in righteous indignation. Charge the old man any dollar less at the domestic box office than abroad. Everyone here is responsible. What one to give me the package. What the hell were these theaters up to before? A movie as good as The Last Emperor was not given a schedule. Do they eat? These pussies. I don't know what to think. Du Chen is now the guarantee of the box office. I can't believe they won't give the movie a rehearsal. And just like that, something that many people didn't expect happened. The Last Emperor is thick as thieves. Surprisingly, it took less than a week for the box office to overtake Lord President. It became the highest grossing movie in existence during the same period. Wang Jing smiled like a 200-pound cutie. Called Du Chen. Du Chen, do you know that our Last Emperor is now #1 at the box office? On the phone, Du Chen's voice was flat as he asked, is that strange? A sentence. To Wang Jing choked, not know what to say, slowed down for several seconds before saying, also right, not strange. After all, it is our shot. Wang Jing was a little embarrassed to have been despised by Du Chen. He then hurriedly changed the topic. Right, that Three Kingdoms you're filming now. When can you finish it? As soon as he finished his words, he heard the voice of Du Chen's little assistant coming from Du Chen's side of the phone. Plus what not to? King, why don't I call you later? Du Chen said. No, I'm not busy now. The Three Kingdoms scene is almost done. What's wrong? I also have a friend who's filming The Legend of Chuan Han. Are you interested in the role of Liu Bang? Du Chen thought about it for a while and felt that Wang Jing wouldn't have recommended it to him if it was an unreliable play. So he said, well, this role is okay. What's wrong? Want to recommend it to me? Ha. Wang Jing laughed. Good. It's good that you like it. Then I'll go tell my friend that the role is yours. Du Chen said. Okay, let me know when the audition is done. Wang Jing said. Audition my ass. To tell you the truth, my friend got the script and wanted to hire you. He was afraid that the normal channels could not hire you. And then he first asked for relations to let me talk to you in advance to recommend it. So here's what else is going on. When the time comes you go and see it. If you like it you act. If you don't like it you leave. Regardless of him. Okay. Du Chen responded. Thinking that fame still has its benefits. At least when receiving a movie, it's not so troublesome. Chapter 107 Epilogue. The filming of the Three Kingdoms drama, Cao Cao's scene, is almost at the end. Du Chen came to the location of the shoot early as usual. Seeing that the crew hadn't come yet, Du Chen did his morning exercises. He'd always had the habit of doing that. After all, it was all in itself, and it wasn't like Harmony had anyone to fight for him. So you can only do exercises and move your body like this every day. After not practicing for a while, a supporting character playing one of the group's ministers arrived first. The man is only a supporting character in the cast, because as a backdrop for the group's ministers, it needs to be older and already have gray hair. When he saw Du Chen doing exercises, he came over and said, It's good to be young. At my age, I wouldn't be able to do the ing you do. Without stopping his movements, Du Chen responded. It's also doable. The old man who already had white hair said, I can be your grandfather. Which do come to this action Du Chen froze and glanced at the old man. Chatting is chatting. Why are you taking advantage of people? Time passes by. Gradually the crew arrived. Director Hansen Chan's face, today, was a bit not so good. But this is a personal issue. Du Chen did not ask what happened. Then the set and the actors began the rest of the shoot. Today's Dukhan play is to die. Chow Chow's play advances to the point where he has to stomp his legs. Du Chen followed the field agent to make up. Half an hour later, Du Chen put on her makeup and lay down on the soft couch in the shooting scene. He had a full head of gray hair and cloudy eyes. It just looks like dropping your breath won't work. The old man who came the earliest in the morning before besides Du Chen, saw Du Chen on the soft couch, quietly pulling the person next to her. She asked curiously, which one is Du Chen? The man marveled. Who else could he be if not Du Chen? Chow Chow. Tear. The old man sucked in a breath of cold air. This is Du Chen? Can this be my grandson's age? Old man, I see. Have the urge to shout father. The old man's shock was more than a little severe, but the other actors present, seeing Du Chen's appearance, were also amazed. It's not like they haven't seen younger actors playing older roles, but there's basically a general problem that the show just looks old. To put it simply, it was filmed and put on the screen so that anyone who watched it could see that it was played by a younger person. But the Chow Chow that Du Chen was playing at the moment gave them no such feeling. At this time Du Chen in their eyes, not to mention the screen, just live watching. They all feel Du Chen is really not working. That eye is all lax. The pupils have an added fuzzy special effect that gives a muddy feeling of not being able to see clearly. Then the shooting began. At this point in time, Chow Chow was still able to say something, but by this time, everyone around him knew that Chow Chow had almost run out of gas to go to the other world to play Sable Cicada and fight Lubu. The 100 officials of the people, led by Chang Yu, made the emperor's line for Chow Chow, as they mean it. It's for Chow Chow to ascend the throne and become emperor. For at this time, Chow Chow, although he did not have the name of the Son of Heaven, he already had the reality of the Son of Heaven. Unfortunately, Chow Chow refused. He never claimed the title of emperor in his life. When he was young, he was loyal to the Han dynasty nor willing to be mediocre, and had the audacity to kill Dong Zhuo. The name of a Han vassal is to hold the emperor hostage and order the vassals. 20 years of traveling south and north. He pacified the Yellow Turbans and settled Hebei. He conquered Wuhan and collected Jingzhou, the 9 states of the world. Get 6 of them. The Central Plains were settled. At that time, in the 4 seas, could anyone beat him? In his life, Chow Chow loved his wife, licked Guan Yu, and scared Chow Pai. Human wife. Never mind. Enough sons have been born and now there is more than enough heart to go around. Licking Guan Yu. Forget it. Lu Mang crossed the river in white to take Guan Yu's head. Things are not what they used to be. Nowadays, the only hobby left to scare Chow Pai. So after Chow Chow read the crown inscription of the Son of Heaven, it really wasn't going to work. Already unable to speak, he opened his mouth but couldn't hold a word. The loneliness of a man's impending death loomed large over every heart. Cheng Yu away from the Du Chen nearest. A reprieve, but the true feelings are revealed. He watched Chow Chow open his mouth like he was going to say something and hurriedly leaned over. Chow Chow uttered a few words with difficulty. Pass. Pass on Chow Pai. Hearing Du Chen's voice so despondent, Cheng Yu almost cried out. But it's a good thing he hasn't forgotten that he's filming right now. Immediately responded. Yes, sir. In the next scene, the conversation between Chow Pai and Chow Chow is filmed. Chow Pai, the actor, is considered young though, but the age was also quite a bit older than Du Chen. Although Du Chen's acting skills convinced him, it was actually not something he could compare to. But in his heart, the fact that Du Chen was playing his father more or less made him a little phobic. But at that moment he came over and saw Chow Chow on the soft couch. Especially the moment the plot calls for him to get on his knees. Tears came to his eyes. Unconsciously, he thought of his father. He felt the pain of that parting of life and death. Years later, Chow Pai's actor recalled the scene. It's been said in person that this is his pinnacle, for no other reason than this scene. He's not acting. Secondly, it really hurts. The heart cries and the body shakes with pain. Chow Chow gives Chow Pai a final account. He told Chow Pai that he knew Chow Chong was killed by him, but he didn't kill Chow Pai. It was because Chow Pai carried the pressure and did not tell the truth. He, Chow Chow, needs such a successor. He told Chow Pai, Sima Yi is the genius of the world. It was necessary to use Sima Yi. If not, Chow Pai was no match for Zhuge Liang. At the same time, he also told Chow Pai that while using it, he should also guard against Sima Yi, to defend him for the rest of his life. At the end of his life, Chow Chow did nothing but deliver Chow Pai to succeed him in his great endeavor. Then he only said some parents and short things, so that his wives and concubines are all well, want to go away, want to remarry. Finally, he looked to the crowd. Death is not to be feared, death is a cool summer night for a carefree rest. World, you were wrong about me, Chow Chow. Yesterday, and you are wrong again today. Maybe tomorrow, it will still look wrong. But me, still me. I've never been afraid of people looking at me wrong. Jen in 25 had months. Chow Chow is gone. Wei Wu's legacy. But people have been learning for 2,000 years. Chow Chow is dead. The scene was shot perfectly. But after the shooting, the scene was quiet. And everyone was caught up in the emotions of life and death and couldn't get out. Chen Hanqing took out his cell phone and called his wife. He had a fight with his wife last night and the two of them are getting a divorce. But at the moment, he couldn't muster up any interest in divorce. All he wanted was for his family to have peace and harmony and be happy. Within moments, the call went through. A man's voice came from inside. She's asleep. Have her get back to you later. Chapter 108 Milestones. Chow Chow killed it. When leaving the cast, many expressed their dismay. After all, they had all learned a lot from Du Chen during this period of filming. Although in the beginning, the incident with He Wei Jin made them feel that Du Chen was a person who was not to be messed with. But after all this time together, everyone realized that Du Chen was actually a very sincere person. There's simply no way to have a grudge against anyone for no reason, or to have a target on someone else. Du Chen took the little assistant back to the company. Just after arriving at the office there were a lot of people sending flowers. This kind of behavior, it's all spontaneous for everyone. It was just that the way they all looked at Du Chen at this moment was a little different from before. Now, Du Chen's work, The Last Emperor. Messy kills in major theaters. Direct messy kills can't find an opponent. This is a career milestone for Du Chen. Brother Chen, you're finally back. I've missed you to death. With her long legs, Hotba bounced to Du Chen's side, took Du Chen's hand, and said with a smile. Du Chen said, how much? Hataru thought about it for a moment and said, I'd like that a lot. I'd think about it in a shy face kind of way. Du Chen reached out and gave her a scratch on the nose. Still learning Bada now. Everyone else surrounded Du Chen as well. Brother Chen, the movie you're shooting now, when will it be released? Brother Chen, the Hollywood director said you are great. He also said you are even considered one of the directors. What's going on? Brother Chen, will you have no time to teach our class after you get very hot? Do you drink? Mourn? What do you think about the fat cat thing? Mourn? I've decided to go and tie the knot in a few days. Will you like it then? As soon as Du Chen returned to the office, he was surrounded by people, chattering in his ear. It's so hard to reason with them. Yang Mi came over. It's crowded here, so come with me to the room. Yang Mi finished and went back to his office first. Du Chen could only follow. How can you not go when the boss is calling? When he walked into the office, he saw Yang Mi already sitting at his desk. Crossing his legs, he revealed the light black silk beneath his suit pants. The movie The Last Emperor is completely on fire and has now reached $1 billion at the box office. That's more impact than all the TV shows you've been in before. I wonder if you have any requests to make. Du Chen didn't listen much. He didn't like to be in charge of these things, as long as no one cared about him. So the eyes looked around unintentionally, just thinking that these legs of Yang Mi were a bit better looking than any of the schoolmates. Yang Mi followed Du Chen's gaze and looked down at her heels, then looked up and said, no to that request. Anything else? Du Chen said, I don't remember what my previous contract was either. How can I make demands? Yang Mi rolled his eyes and said, alright, it's just you. I really can't do anything about you. Then this is something you should leave alone and just lie flat. I'll understand about the contract. Just change it and show it to you. When Du Chen's business was done talking, Dukhan went out. Office's Jan Mi shook his leg, a smug look on his face. He muttered, so what if you're on fire? You'll still be peeking at people. Then she admired Kuri's herself, which was specially dressed for the day. It's so pretty. It wasn't for a second or three that the phone rang. The caller was from the Legend of Chuhan crew. That side, with Du Chen's consent, had already had contact with Yang Mi before. But now, the Last Emperor's on fire. Duchesne's IP value is nothing like it used to be. Yang Mi said, there's no problem with cooperation, but the matter of the movie fee should be renegotiated. The director of the Legend of Chuhan, without a moment's hesitation, said, raise the money, must increase the money. Just tell me how this is going to add up. Within reason. We all agree. I've already prepared myself financially, and since we have a chance with this drama, we're determined to get Du Chen to do it. And if he doesn't come, I'm not going to do this drama. As soon as Yang Mi heard that the other party was so on board, it would be good to talk about the things behind. But thinking back, it wasn't even a matter of whether others were on board or not, but rather, Du Chen already had this strength nowadays. Strength compels others to get on board. Thinking about it, Yang Ni sighed. If it continues like this, there will be no way to ride on top of Du Chen in the future. The boss, will have to be pressed by him. With Du Chen's momentum today, it wouldn't be surprising at all to see her surpassed given some more time to develop. The cast and crew of The Legend of Chuhan talked about it on their side. Yang Ni told Du Chen the news and asked Du Chen for the time. Du Chen said, "After a while, I just finished shooting 3 Kingdoms. I'll take a break first." Yang Ni was a bit surprised. Du Chen has already shot several productions, taking on the next one right after each one, with basically no break in between. This was the first time Du Chen had taken the initiative to say he wanted to take a break. What's Du Chen doing? Young people want to fall in love? She rambled on and went to set up an appointment with the crew of the Chunhum saga. As soon as the director over there heard Du Chen say he wanted to rest, he immediately said, "Rest? You must rest. We can wait. Just let Du Chen have a good rest. You'll be in shape when you're well rested. It's alright to rest a little longer. It's fine for us to wait. We'll be ready anytime when Du Chen thinks it's about time." As soon as Yang Mi heard what the director across the street said, he had mixed feelings in his heart. She's also well fed in her circle, though, but all parties were resourced by him. Like this, a drama, a role, can adjust time for her, not her. There's really no such thing. If she doesn't do it, they immediately switch to another actor. It's not like there aren't people in the circle who are on fire, but Du Chen, surprisingly, he has managed to make the director put a role not identified with him. Chapter 109 The Legend of Chu and Han. After returning to the company, this time Du Chen didn't go to teach. He has his own things to do. Day 2. Sasha ran to Du Chen's dormitory with gusto. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. "Morn, we can finally do what we both do again." Sasha stood in front of Du Chen in his house with her hands behind her back. Du Chen raised his head and looked at the girl who was wearing concealed jeans today and wondered, "Doing what the two of us do?" Sasha opened her cherry mouth with an expression of "Why are you so heartless, brother?" and said, "Eat the delicious food. Didn't we go out for good food every day the last time we were back at the office? I'm tired of eating from the triple crew." Du Chen stood up and gave the little girl a chestnut on the forehead. "Just eat. Who says we'll be able to crunch and eat this time too? Unlike last time, we have something very important to do this time." "Do what?" Sasha asked. "Come with me and find out." "Gym? What are we doing at the gym? Doing sports?" Sasha looked at Du Chen and led her to the company's exclusive gym. Clueless. Is this something important? While it's true that fitness is needed, can it be something important? Yep, Du Chen wants to work out. Fitness is not the goal. The goal is to get lean. For the rest of the day, it was like he lived in the gym. Every day he eats less than a cat, and as soon as he has a little strength, he goes for exercise. His weight, too, is dropping every day. The abs are becoming more noticeable by the day. The body, however, is wasting away day by day. From being slightly stocky, he became thin. From a strapping young man, he's become a trainee that would make his sister look at him protectively. Yang Mi's heart ached as he watched and asked Du Chen to either stop practicing. "You need to eat more protein even if you want to practice, or you're going to be weak at this rate." Du Chen said, "I can't do it without practicing." Liu Bei was originally a first-order hooligan. Simply put, a street sneak. There's no way to do that air of a spiritual young man without being physically thin. Hearing Du Chen say this, Yang Mi couldn't say anything more. After all, it was someone's career to act out a role, and it wasn't her place to stop it. And what about Sasha? As Du Chen's little assistant, Du Chen have practiced like this. She naturally couldn't be bothered to watch, so she followed Du Chen's practice. But behind Du Chen's back, she would steal food again and was caught by Du Chen several times. But she just can't help it. The more you practice and eat, this led to, the waist is thinner, the legs are thinner, no thinness anywhere else. Colleagues in the company, seeing Du Chen's efforts, were also impressed. But seeing Du Chen's waning body, his heart aches. But then he looks at his little assistant's increasingly hot body. They couldn't raise any sympathy for Du Chen at all. "Maybe you're getting thinner by the day." It was sucked dry by the little assistant, wasn't it? Time just goes by day. Finally, Du Chen felt that it was almost time. "Now you can fulfill the role of Liu Bang." Yang Mi went ahead and notified the crew of the appointment for him. On this day, Du Chen got ready and brought his little assistant Sasha to the set. When he arrived at the theater, a number of people have come to the site. There are quite a few famous actors and actresses. But when these people saw Du Chen coming, they all gathered around and greeted him. A group of people surrounded him and blew him off one by one. Most people, even, were watching his face as they blew it off. If he showed displeasure, those touting would not dare to raise their voices, especially the crew as well as the director. fearful that he might be dissatisfied in some way. From the hotel arrangements, to the requirements for the crew's workplace, as well as arranging for him to have assistants and so on, as well as living and eating, totally just treat him like an ancestor. As an actor, especially a good one, a keen sense of observation is the most basic quality. So, all the details around him, Du Chen was looking at them. What these people were thinking in their hearts, Du Chen could guess just by looking at them. Brother Chen, I saw you on the set of Three Kingdoms the other day. How many days have passed and you're handsome again? Chen has always been so handsome. Okay, you guys see The Last Emperor? The most handsome in Asia. Yeah, you don't understand. You must not have seen Brother Chen a while ago. Brother Chen, do you usually paint besides acting? Brother Chen, do you know how to play the piano? I can teach you. I have a piano in my dormitory. Brother Chen, I think your chin is so pretty. Mine is a bit like yours. Don't believe me. Touch it. Brother Chen, do you really have 8-pack abs? Can I touch it? You're thinking of trying to touch Brother Chen. Brother Chen, touch mine. I have a waistline too. Sentence by sentence morning brother, shouted Du Chen. Don't say. Really a little cool on. Now he finally knew why a lot of actors, after they became hot, liked to play big names on the set, and act as seen, using a stunt double for all kinds of images. There's a big ing component of that's really forced. What pretty boy wouldn't float with a bunch of people around to brag about it? Just Du Chen thought in his heart. These are pediatrics. Nothing to be proud of. In order to not float, but listen to the heart is also cool. Besides, on the director's side, he's only just arrived, and the director has already found 5 directors for him. He believed that when he shot up later, some of the more tiring, or not using the front face of the camera, the director absolutely let the stunt double to sell his strength. Doesn't that just ing force people to play big? But Du Chen knows very well in his heart, he doesn't need a stuntman. The play is for the stuntman. What else is he going to do? If you're not going to act, you're going to farm. Everything is ready. Du Chen took Sasha back to the hotel. The Legend of Chu Han opens tomorrow. Chapter 110, The Sneak. In all its forms. Early in the morning, the wind from the North Sea blew over Yokohama. Today is the opening of The Legend of Chu Han. Du Chen was again the earliest one to come to the set, even leaving his little assistant, who was already used to waking up early, behind at the hotel. When he arrived at the theater, no one had arrived yet. Du Chen did his morning exercises as usual. Nowadays he was slim and looked malnourished. Even his eyelids weren't that full anymore. It's all a credit to his intentional body fat reduction for almost a month. If they encountered people from the previous Three Kingdoms crew here at this time, it was estimated that many of them would not recognize Du Chen at once. This is a bit of a big change for him. The features didn't change much, but the aura on his body had completely changed. Not like the same person at all, especially since it's been less than a month. Who can accept that in less than a month? A friend suddenly changes drastically. No one would recognize it. Throat. Du Chen, you're here so early? Du Chen was making breakfast when he heard someone call out to him and he turned around to look over. It was discovered that the person who came was the character of Xiao He. He knew this man. Director Zhao Ji had introduced him when he came here yesterday. Du Chen nodded in greeting and said, well yeah, get used to it. Xiao He raised an eyebrow and smiled without saying anything. The heart murmured, this young man is really something huh? On his first day on the set he started thinking about establishing a persona. But what's the point of this stuff? Nor is it right. Actors these days, even being able to memorize lines is something to be commended for. And coming in a little early is really enough of a show. Xiao He shook his head at the thought and found a place to sit down, waiting for the people in the back of the crew to arrive. Then after a short while, the smile on Xiao He's face gradually grew even bigger, because it was just as he expected. The actors who came in the back, upon seeing Du Chen, were surprised and praised Du Chen for being diligent and coming so early. The little guy has a deep heart, but then again, even if it's for the sake of establishing a persona, it's quite a bit better than those young people who look like they've changed when they're off camera and only play up when everyone is here. The crew did a kickoff ceremony to bless the shoot with smooth and safe shooting. The Legend of Chu Han then officially started filming. The beginning of the script. It was a man in black who appeared in a town at the end of the Qin dynasty. For some reason, he was misunderstood as a lecher by the woman Chao. This led to the scene where Chao chased the man in black. The man in black fled through the streets of the town, Chao yelling behind him. With Chao's call, the number of people chasing the man in black increased, and when many people saw Chao, they joined the chase. For a while, the streets of the town were filled with chickens and eggs. Inside these images, you can see the setting of the era in which the story begins. It can also be seen that Chao's in this town. Speak some weight, at least more acquaintances. A voice can shake to a lot of people. One of the actors playing Zhang Fei from the Three Kingdoms theater group, an acquaintance of Du Chen, also came to this theater group. It just so happens that the character in this play is also a pig killer. When he heard Chow shouting molestation, he manipulated the killing knife and chased after him. The man in black was so light that he flew over the walls. A vote for a hard time not catching him. He escaped, ducked into a small yard, and when no one saw him, he got a head start and dove into a pile of dead grass that was backed up in the yard. Shoot here. It was finally Du Chen's turn to appear. Only Du Chen hung back and walked to the scene. Those actors who were not too familiar with Du Chen were a bit surprised to see Du Chen looking like a street skater at this point. When I saw him come the earliest in the morning, I thought he was a hard-working young man, but I didn't realize how long this had lasted. And then he revealed his true nature. Oh, also you believe that he is diligent. These young people, fire people are not few. Which fire is not this? Looking like a punk. People online who don't know, mythologize him all. The actors who were previously with Du Chen in the Three Kingdoms couldn't take their eyes off of him at this time when they saw his appearance. He was surprised when he saw Du Chen yesterday. How did Du Chen change so much? But now, seeing the appearance of Du Chen's street slicker, he was even more surprised. Du Chen's crew in the Three Kingdoms was not like this. In the crew of Three Kingdoms, he had always been steady. Even when he wasn't usually filming, Du Chen gave off a feeling of being young and old. But now, he only feels that Du Chen is not sucking. It's a ing gangster look. If you do not come to be an actor, not a little good for the society. But he had been with Du Chen for so long, he knew that Du Chen couldn't be like this. So in the back of his mind, it was more of a curiosity. Especially when he saw that Du Chen was concealed in such a way that he looked weak. He couldn't help but look at Du Chen's little assistant. And the little assistant, surprisingly, is even hotter than when she was in the Three Kingdoms cast. It's a ing young energy sucker, isn't it? Dukhan made an appearance. In this scene, he has no lines. A one-man show. The camera is on the doorway of the small courtyard house. Du Chen's figure appeared from inside, as if he had heard the movement of the dead grass outside. His eyes looked that way. There was no telling what he was chewing on in his mouth, and the residue sprayed directly to the side. No quality at all. This ing looks like the village old single. Stealing chickens and dogs do everything asshole. That's when the crowd reacted. This is the character played by Du Chen? He played the role like this? Then Du Chen, alertly, walked towards the pile of dead grass. By the way, there was a stick drawn from a broken shed built of lumber. Only the mold looks, more or less, obscene, acting out the little man's debauchery. The next image would be simple. Du Chen approached the withered grass and then struck a stick towards it. Cut. Asterisk. Du Chen, you did not do less homework. Right. The first shot of the opening. Do not even need to adapt. The role of the role. The director came over and excitedly patted Du Chen's shoulder. Du Chen said, "Be gentle. I'm so weak right now. When I spoke to your company earlier, I heard you were taking some time off, and I really thought you were going to take a break. I didn't realize you were trying to spare time to manage your size. I have to say, you're more dedicated than a lot of the older artists." Du Chen just said politely, "It's okay. How do you take that? Say, you're a good judge of character?" Then the director turned his head to those surrounding actors and said, "What kind of person does everyone feel Du Chen is as a character when they see what he just did?" The people around him saw the director ask himself. A group actor said, "I feel like he's playing someone who can't eat 4 dishes in his life." With the first man leading the way, the others followed suit. Purely for fun. Street skaters. Old rascal. It looks like a rapist if you put it in today's society. Asshole. That's right. You're alright. This is Liu Bang. Chapter 111, bitch. A short setup is followed immediately by the next shot. At this point, in a humble house, Du Chen plays Liu Bang, with several of his brothers in tow, including Fan Kuai, the pig killer. The beginning of the shot. The man in black was slumped over a chair, tied up. Du Chen squatted on the ground, chewing fresh dates in his mouth. As he did, he ripped away the veil from the man in black. "You said you. Whose woman can't you bully? You favor bullying me?" As Du Chen said that, he gave the man in black a forced pocket. Chow stood on the sidelines, looking at Du Chen with eyes that looked like they would bubble with water. And on her face was a smile that she couldn't suppress. Just loved the deadbeat look. And on Du Chen's side, he asked the man in black again, "You've got a lot of nerve?" As he asked, another forced pocket went up. "Touch her where?" "Pa. Comfy. Pa." For every question, Du Chen was a forced pocket to the man in black. The man in black was also well acted. Took a round of force peddling. Hard and didn't say a word. What for? Where did it come from? You still don't say? Pa. The man in black himself had forgotten how many pussy pockets he had eaten, but he just lay on his back, looking at the appearance of Du Chen in front of him. an idea suddenly popped up in his heart. This pussy looks like a bad to the bottom of the foot puss look. If now is not acting, is really I touched his woman, estimated by him to catch. Let me eat ollie to him or doing outright? But inside the script, the identity of this black-clothed man was, indeed, remarkable. It's Qin Shi Huang Sima order. With this status, if they tied up the man in black, 10 heads wouldn't be enough to chop off. What to do? Except for the scenery for the most part. Then you just have to be careful how you do it. Lu Bang changed his attitude when he flipped his face and gave this official a pat on the back. Invited the official to go to Chow's pavilion to drink together. But Lu Bang knew that it wasn't enough. This is just the appearance. In front of him to the officials to force the pocket cannot be less fan. Turn around and shout people sweetie want people to die. Cannot be so simple. So midway through the meal, Du Chen came to the back kitchen, closed the door. Chow was busy in the back kitchen. It really gave you a chance to bluff him, Chow said as she chopped vegetables. Du Chen sighed and walked over towards Chow. I caused this disaster. You said that I have to take care of this matter now. Regardless, we are in danger of extinction. Chow's face showed a touch of happiness, very satisfied with her wild boyfriend's ability, and casually asked, what move did you use? Du Chen cocked his head and stood behind Chow's. You. Chow froze for a moment, slowly turned back and said, me? Du Chen said, think about it, this is because of you. Surely it has to be resolved by you as well. What's my move? I want to discuss this with you. Du Chen finished and added, don't be angry. Chow was puzzled and turned to look at him. Okay? Du Chen followed up with another series of questions, as if she already had a premonition. Chow said, go ahead. Du Chen wrapped his arms around Chow from behind her, leaned over and whispered in her ear, saying, I thought. His voice trailed off after that. No one on the scene, including the cameras, could capture his voice either. But not 2 seconds later, only to see Chow suddenly break away from Du Chen's embrace, the kitchen knife in her hand angrily chopping on the chopping board. Lu Ji, do you want a face? I want life. What face do I want now? Du Chen said. I want my life. I want your life. I want Lord Zhao's life. The whole village's life. What face do I want? Tears came out of Chow's eyes and she held her breath. I'm your woman on the horse. Acting here. Everyone could see that what Du Chen had just whispered in Chow's ear was nothing more than asking Chow to accompany that official of the Sima order that they had offended. Du Chen faced Chow's anger as he said, I know. You have no life. What do you want with your face? Save your life first. I just told you. All you have to do is follow what I say and he'll never be able to do this. Du Chen was still persuading bitterly. Really? He'll never make it. Don't worry. You heard me. When have I ever lied to you? And besides, if he dares to go hard, I'll be around. I'll rush in and I'll kill him. Do you believe it? Do you believe that? Du Chen spoke in a colorful manner, but those who watched this performance of Du Chen's at the scene had only one thought in their mind. It's just so scummy. Any woman who meets a man like that is also blind. Chow, on the other hand, was also in a state of tearful confusion and sadness. No way. She turned her gaze aside, still rejecting Du Chen. She couldn't accept such a thing. Ouch. Du Chen approached over again, wanting to say something to coax him again, but he suddenly had an idea. It feels like it's just so coaxing. It's hard to handle. And then my eyes wandered. Once, he directly knelt down to the ground and said, count me as begging you. He knelt on the ground and pulled Chow's arm and said bitterly, it's fine. It's definitely fine. All right. Seeing that Chow didn't reject it at first, Du Chen followed up with, Gu, why are you crying? I was afraid you'd cry. Okay. No more sitting. Du Chen made like he had a soft heart and got up from the ground. Dead is dead. Don't you regret it? Chow said with tears in her eyes. As soon as Du Chen heard this, he knew that he had been persuaded and said, there is nothing to regret. Just listen to me. Then he put his arm around Chow and walked towards the place outside where the officials were drinking. Holy, so shameless? Du Chen, tell me honestly, are you acting in your true colors? I see you looking really. I want to hit you now. I'm a ing man and I want to hit you. It's so damn bottomless and shameless. Acted out by you. After the director yells click, a group of people chirping up. The director came over and frowned. There is no mistake, you guys. Du Chen is Du Chen. Lu Bang is Lu Bang. Pull what? The crowd was wide-eyed and a little embarrassed for a while, but Du Chen was just too cheap and shameless also. Well, that was Lu Bang. Then the director revealed a smiling face. From this perspective, it proves that Du Chen's rendition just now was perfect. Right. Oh, after the crowd sensed it, they all looked at Du Chen in amazement. If Du Chen's rendition had just been bad, their substitution wouldn't have been so deep. Then the director added, I have to say, Du Chen just played this part on his own on the spot. It's just perfect, and it completely honors Liu Bang's persona. What proctoring? Someone asked curiously. They didn't know about the bit just now, and about Du Chen's own clinical behavior. But what about that place where Du Shen played? Straddling Chow? He's playing a game and straddling someone else? This damn let me on, I can also do it. I can also straddle After all, Chow is also charming. Everyone was thinking that when they heard the director say, it's the part about kneeling just now. It's not even in the script. It's Du Chen's improvisation. The screenwriter also came over at this time and interjected. I have to say that Du Chen's rendition is just too on point. I can't for the life of me think of such a good way to reflect how Liu Bang is. Du Chen played it out easily. It's just as hell. Crowd? Du Chen? Chapter 112. A true warrior's heart should be a true warrior's heart. The next day, Du Chen is still the earliest one to the stills. Shortly after he arrived at the theater, Shaw arrived. Yesterday, he was also the second to arrive at the crew. And when he saw Du Chen, who had arrived early, he felt that Du Chen had come to set up a persona and deliberately acted hardworking. But today's he had a different view of Du Chen. Yesterday he had seen Du Chen play Liu Bang. I've never seen such a shameless scoundrel. It's a natural-born underdog. And, just take Du Chen's performance yesterday. He dared to pat himself on the back and say that if Du Chen wasn't in his true colors, he chopped up Sable, because it's also too damn evocative to be staged. Then such a Du Chen, does he need to create a persona? With the way he played yesterday, does this persona of his still need to be established? This made Shaw strange. Time passes by. The cast and crew had also arrived, and today's shooting had officially begun. The first scene Du Chen shoots today is him and Xiaoyi talking in the house. Qin Shirawang's carriage passed by Pei County and was seen by Liu Bang. Shooting begins. Liu Bang and Xiaoyi were talking on the side of a two-story attic. They all knew that the emperor was coming, but they didn't know when. Du Chen complained that it was boring not to give no entry. Then he pretended to see Qin Shirawang coming and shouted to Xiaoyi, coming, which, Xiaoyi drilled over and followed Du Chen as he leaned over the window to watch. Here, where, here. Du Chen teased Xiaoyi one after another. Xiaoyi looked left and right, just couldn't see the emperor's carriage. Du Chen himself couldn't help but laugh. Xiaoyi turned back and saw Du Chen's gradual appearance. Then his face darkened and he sat back down without any good humor. He's really not acting, he's really seeing Du Chen and wanting to die. It also resulted in a pretty good rendition of the expression. Then the two of them casually got to know each other for a while, and Du Chen suddenly banned his voice. He really saw the emperor's carriage, but the filmmakers on the set knew that there was no emperor's car downstairs at all, and the crew wasn't prepared at all for this shot. It required Dukhan to visualize for himself that an emperor's car walked by downstairs, so his eyes, expressions, and movements were left to his own interpretation of the air. But he didn't make anything extra complicated at all. But the man now sensed that he really saw the emperor's carriage. Xiaoyi hurriedly got up and walked over, rejoining Du Chen at the window. Then the camera shines on Du Chen's face. Du Chen's eyes were slightly secretive. His eyes were filled with yearning and reverence. One could see desire in his eyes, but it wasn't flashy at all. It's simple to feel through his eyes that he's serious at heart. A great man should be like this. Du Chen muttered a sentence to himself. Quite a few of the staff members present know the saying, but at this moment, seeing Du Chen's look and hearing these words coming out of his mouth, the scalp numbed uncontrollably. The feeling couldn't be collected. There was heat and heartbreak. Shaw turned his head and asked with a stiff expression, "You what?" Du Chen looked at him and said in a slightly deeper voice, "Being a man should be like this." Xiaoyi stared blankly at Du Chen, unable to speak. Cut. The director's voice came. "This one is perfect. One pass." Xiaoyi stood up straight at this time and flirted. "Du Chen, what kind of person are you in the end? The front feels like you are like a gangster. Just now in your eyes, I really see the courage that others do not have. In the end, which one is you?" Du Chen ruffled his wig and laughed. "Neither is me. This is Liu Bang." "Liu Bang, this is what it looks like?" Xiaoyi asked with a raised eyebrow. Without waiting for Du Chen to speak, the director said, "That's right. Liu Bang is like this. No movie or TV drama has been shot so real before, so most people don't know about it." The screenwriter also spoke up and said, "Liu Bang as a person, I can only say that Du Chen knows more about him than I do, and I've already had a hard time thinking about how I should embody a more vibrant Liu Bang. And Du Chen, it's almost like Liu Bang himself." As filming progresses incrementally, Xiahou Ying's character also came to the cast. He didn't show up at the opening because he didn't have his part ahead of him. Today, he is going to shoot a scene where he and Liu Bang, the main character of this drama, fight against each other. So after meeting his best friend, Fan Kuai's character, on the set, Xiahou Ying is ready to inquire about Liu Bang's portrayer, Du Chen. First, after all, sparring scenes are sometimes easy to spark. It's not good to make misunderstandings. and he knew that Fan Kuai knew Du Chun from his previous stint in the Three Kingdoms. So he found Fan Kuai and asked, "Brother, what's your impression of Du Chen? What kind of person is he?" Fan Kuai thought about it and said, "It's okay." Xia Hoing said, "He wouldn't be the kind of person who was unreasonable and hard to talk to, would he?" Fan Kuai remembered the 2 days of Du Chun. Is that a matter of being reasonable or not? That ing scoundrel. But it's certainly not nice to badmouth someone behind their back. And he remembered how Du Chen used to be when he was in the Three Kingdoms crew. Fan Kuai said, "Du Chen is a steady and upright person. A very enthusiastic person who will not be unreasonable and is not a scoundrel." Xia Hoing nodded his head. A smile appeared on his face and said, "This is reassuring to me. I'm a person who is also optimistic about not having a bad heart." Look. Shooting scenes as they are being set up. Du Chen walked to Xia Hoying's side and said, "Brother, later on, if it plays up, what is offended? You need to bear with me." Xia Hoying froze for a moment. What does this mean? How do you still need to encompass? Really beat me up? He remembered that he had heard that Du Chen had played Li Shiming and Zhu Zhanji and asked, "How? Brother, you want to play for real?" "That's not true." Du Chen shook his head. Xia Hoing said, "Then it's fine. Brother, you can rest assured that the performance is." Shooting begins. Xia Hoing went to Chao's widow's store to eat, and wanted to get credit after the meal. Chao was reluctant, so she called up Du Chen to go. Xia Hoing straightened up and said, "I didn't bring any money this time, so I said I'd keep it on credit and give it back next time." "Who let you take credit for this? What a land." Du Chen also spoke with a sense of confidence because he shook people when he came. He glared at Xia Hoing and pointed to the ground. "Dime can't be less." "Who are you?" Xia Hoing asked. Without thinking, Lu Bang said, "I her man. Isn't he a widow?" Xia Hoing wanted to mix things up by making false sense. Du Chen said, "I repeat, I'm her man." The moment Du Chen's words came out, Chao's face couldn't suppress a smile. The eyes seemed to say, "This deadbeat is so shy. Pay for your meal. It's only right. I don't give a how you move, do I?" The corners of Du Chen's mouth rose as he said, "Then try leaving here." "You try." Xia Hoying's actor swallows his saliva. Obviously he's playing the helpless one, planning to come and eat the bully. How is it that after acting, he feels like he is a good person and the Du Chun in front of him is the scoundrel? The two of them were positively disliking each other, and Xia Hoing was no match. Du Chun was even more helpless than him. All he could say was that he wanted a duel. Asked Du Chen, "Say, ready to eat meat and veggies?" Du Chen said, "Yo, still want to eat meat and veggies? Let's have some vegetarian first," said the two men about to make a move. Du Chen suddenly pointed at the people next to him and shouted, "Hey, I told you guys to roar. None of you should help." His voice lifted high. Xia Hoing was also attracted to his attention, thinking he was going to say something. Who knew that Du Chun hadn't finished a sentence? Directly waved his hand and sneaked attacked Xia Hoing. Then he drops Summer Hall to the ground and mounts up for a king-sized punch. 10,000 grass horses galloped in the heart of Xia Hoying's portrayer. Tramp. Is he acting? What a ing bummer. Then came Du Chen's humiliation of Xia Hoing, pounding him on the ground. Xia Hoying's heart wanted to die. Even though it was said to be an act, it was too damn and beat up, wasn't it? Didn't Fan Kuai say that this man is quite upright? It's a ing underdog. Okay. Chapter 113. He's more than better. In the scripted episode, the two fought and eventually wiped out. This one is an adjective, not a noun. It's a rubbing out, not a rubbing out. Xia Hoing suffered a knife wound, but Xia Hoing and Lu Bang do not fight. The two had become brothers. It's just that in the laws of Great Qin, private armed combat is punishable, so there was no way that this thing they had made would not get out, and so both were arrested by the officials. So there was a scene in which neither of the two men admitted to the armed fight, and the officials tortured them to force them to confess. The set is being set up before filming. The director asked Du Chun unintentionally, "Du Chen, have you ever filmed this kind of severe torture to force a confession?" Du Chen said, "This is not true." Xia Hoing, who was next to him, was always a bit unconvinced by Du Chen because of that scene just now. When he heard Du Chen say this, he became interested and said, "You haven't acted before, have you?" "I'm good at this. I've done it many times. I'm telling you, while you're not a bad actor, this really takes experience. Let me teach you one. I have experience," Xia Hoing said, and patted his chest thumping. Du Chen said, "Rather, I can see that you have experience and look like a good bully, suitable for acting." Brother Du Chen, that's not a good thing to say, haha. "I won't teach if you're going to be like this." "Teach? I'll rephrase," Du Chen said. "The acting skills are still yours. I'm not as good as you." "That's right." Then Xia Hoing sat on the torture device on the set by himself. By this time the props and everything had been set up, and Xia Hoing and the others had already painted their makeup. so if you want to perform, you can start straight away. I only saw Xia Hoing sitting on the torture device, reaching out and pulling the chains on both sides, saying, "Watch this, ha. I'm only going to do this once." Then his eyes rounded and he grimaced. The face was all pain and unyielding fortitude. The onlookers, who were nearby, couldn't help but nod their heads at the sight. This part of Xia Hoying's performance can be said to be textbook level. No wonder he has the courage to say that he wants to teach Du Chen. It does have a bit of a knack. Du Chen was also looking at the dude seriously. That being said, the dude really didn't act bad, looking like he'd suffered all the pain of his ancestors alone. A performance was introduced and Xia Hoing came down from the torture device, and there was a loud applause. The director also applauded and said, "I really didn't find the wrong person. This paragraph can kill more than 90% of the people in the circle." Xia Hoing humbly said, "Thank you, thank you." Then he walked over to Du Chen and said smugly, "Brother Du Chen, can you see anything?" Du Chen nodded. "Well, not bad. Okay, that's how you'll act later," Xia Hoing said. Then the shooting officially began. First to be filmed was Du Chen's scene. At this time, Du Chen was hung up on the beams of the room. His face was covered in sweat and stains, and his clothes were tattered and bloodstained. You can tell it's already suffered a lot. The people on the scene, at this time, were also looking at Du Chen. After all, there had just been an interlude of Xia Hoing teaching Du Chen, so everyone also wanted to see how well Du Chen learned from Xia Hoing on the spot. Sasha also looked at Du Chen from the side, thinking that her brother is so handsome even when he hangs. Why don't she change her position with her brother next time and let her brother hang? Next the shooting officially begins. An official said to the hanging Du Chen, "I am the prison citron of this great prison. To tell you the truth, in the next cell, Xia Hoing is being interrogated. I'm not interested in which of you two dies or lives, and it's not for me to decide. The laws of Great Qin say so. Say, how did Xia Hoing get hurt?" "I don't know." Du Chen couldn't keep one eye open, but he still bit the bullet and didn't say anything. The official said directly, "Give me a beating," and that's when it came to the main event, which was to see Du Chen's tortured acting. Xia Hoing had just taught Du Chen, and the crowd wanted to see how much Du Chen could learn. Sasha, on the contrary, already had pride on her face, and for her brother, she had 100% confidence. "Isn't it just learning a piece of theater? It's nothing to my brother." Then everyone saw the whip on Du Chen's body. In fact, the filming was done using a technique where the whip doesn't hurt when it hits your body, but Du Chen shivered a little, showing his teeth in a painful mess. Whip after whip, Du Chen's mouth turned into an O shape as he sucked in cool air. Can't stand it anymore, can't help but shout out. He opens his mouth and it's a fierce shout. "It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt at all." Now, that took the scene by surprise. Just now Xia Hoing taught Du Chen. Obviously not like this. How come Du Chen learned differently? Moreover, he just happened to be the opposite of Xia Hoying's performance, not showing a hideous face at all. Only his features were a bit messy. But even though Du Chen acted differently from Xia Hoing, everyone at the scene, through Du Chen's performance, could feel that he was in pain right now. But his performance at the moment, again, was as off-key and modest as he had been before. Then one shot finished and Du Chen was put down. Xia Hoing walked over with an awkward expression and said, "This, I still have to thank you. Learned." The people on the scene all looked at Xia Hoing with a confused face. "No, didn't you just say you taught Du Chen? How did it turn into you thanking Du Chen and saying you learned?" Xia Hoing also saw everyone's puzzled gazes, and he said with embarrassment, "Guys, I was just being a class act, and I have to say that Du Chen's performance was the best. In fact, an actor, acting skill is one aspect. A more important aspect is his performance, to match the persona in the play, not to act whatever he thinks he is acting, but to understand what the character in the script is like, and then act him out. What I just taught, it wouldn't be Lu Bang's look, but what Du Chen performed was Lu Bang's look. He's more than a step ahead." Chapter 144 Amazing Box Office. Du Chen hangs around the set every day like a gangster. Back at the hotel it was the same, if not more gangly, but only Sasha knew about the hotel, and didn't secretly report it to Honey, because Sasha thought that Gangly Chen was so handsome, she liked it so much. In such a state, time passed, and in the blink of an eye, Du Chen had already come to the crew for more than 3 months. The filming during the period went quite well and Du Chen played as usual, gaining the praise and respect of the crew. So when confronted with Du Chen, looking at Du Chen's shameless appearance, no one associated this with his bad character anymore. Both know it's what the character needs. Moreover, through 3 months of filming, and Du Chen's interpretation as if he were acting in character, the actors in the cast and crew all have a deeper understanding of the character of Lu Bang than the average common scholar. This was all due to Du Chen. Work. Morning. The crew arrives. The director begins to organize the day's shooting. Now that the script is in progress, it has been filmed to Du Chen's entry into Xianyang. Speaking of entering Xianyang, we have to talk about what happened before this. King Huai of Chu, as Xiang's puppet, was not convinced in his heart, so he sent Liu Bang and Xiang Yu to attack Xianyang in two directions, and said that the one who entered Xianyang first would be the king. Then halfway through, King Huai of Chu put some brains into Xiang Yu. This led to Liu Bang attacking Xianyang first. This was also the aim of King Huai of Chu, who hoped to support a power that could stand up to Xiang Yu's Xiang family. But who knows? After Liu Bang entered the reign of Xianyang, a look at Hu Hai's wives are all so beautiful like flowers and delicate, and then suddenly got the heart. In this city of Xianyang, there's food for food and girls for girls. Cootie. Only then are they willing to give it away. So shut the gates of the city of Xianyang, intending to play with himself and himself, leaving Xiang Yu and King Huai of Chu out in the open. Big deal. In the next few days, Liu Bang was in the palace of the Great Qin, every day embracing Hu Hai's women, talking about the essence of the Tao, lewd and wet. No, it was talking about the sutra and reciting poems. The director's camera shows Liu Bang enjoying this life. Looking at the woman who originally belonged to Hu Hai cradled in his arms, Liu Bang felt different. After all, Hu Hai was the one who had been the emperor. Now he and Hu Hai were also considered fellow travelers. That is, people who had walked the same path as the emperor. The first scene filmed today was the scene of Du Chen on the seat of the Great Hall, with his arms around two of Hu Hi's women, Fong Chang and Bitter Duo, seeking pleasure. Other than that, these two women are really beautiful, flavorful. Winks Tai pulled dead. Before the camera even started shooting, the crew saw Du Chen was ready to embrace the two women. Damn how Liu Bang gave him a role. I think I can also play. I also want to snuggle. Fan Kuai's actor, hearing the words of the people around him, smiled and said, you acted to do you. You have that cheap look early beaten. But then again, I've given Liu Bang so much credit. Can't you write something in the script that lets me hug Hu Hai's woman too? Cut. And you're still hugging? Xiao Yi's actor said. In history, Xiao Yi is the #1 meritorious official. I didn't even have a scene where I hugged a woman. Can you? A few of the older actors joked and watched Du Chen film the scene. The shooting has officially begun. Fong Chang and Bitter Duo, two lightly clothed women, helped Du Chen out from the side hall and sat on top of the main hall. The two of them snuggled up to Du Chen and fed him poo food. Du Chen finished biting the grapes and drunkenly looked down to the lower part of the hall and asked, Your emperor, is he here for the court? Then he mimicked and shouted, Men, bring me Hu Hai. Is that so? Du Chen looked to the woman. The woman said softly, General, you should call yourself a widow. Du Chen waved his long sleeve and said, What widow? Widow, that's a loner. I'm not like him. I have a bunch of brothers. It was an action, a sentence, and that jaded air came out all of a sudden. This is completely different from either Hu Hai or Xiang Yu, the first emperor of Qin. This article ends quickly. Xiao Yi stood beside the theater and rubbed his hands together. Alas, this Liu Bang can't be acted by anyone who wants to act. Just this Jianghu atmosphere. How many present can act it out? Deserves him to embrace women. Zhang Liang's portrayer was honest and said, Actually, it's not much fun to wrap your arms around the theater. Why don't you wait for the close of business and wash your feet? Cough cough cough. Xiao Yi was choked and glanced at him. You're really an honest man. Honest man don't talk in the future. I'm telling the truth. Zhang Liang was puzzled. What's the problem? Those around him glanced their faces aside, as if they couldn't hear what he was saying, and silently turned away from him. Du Chen finished a section of his performance and had just come down from his place at the head of the grand hall when Sasha delivered his cell phone. It was his phone ringing. It was Wang Jing calling. Hey, Director Wang Jing, what's up? On the phone, Wang Jing's voice was high-pitched. Du Chen, are you busy now? I have something good to tell you. Never mind. Listen to me carefully whether you're busy or not. I'll tell you what. Don't get excited when you hear it. This message must. Stop. Du Chen interrupted. Why don't you just say it? What is it? I'll hang up if you don't. Don't hang up. You're still too young to hang up. Wang Jing said. The box office of The Last Emperor has reached a staggering $4.6 billion. Du Chen also raised an eyebrow when he heard this data. Before he could speak, Wang Jing's side succeeded. That's not enough. And here's another message. Straight up. And in other news, word has come from Minaldo, who says The Last Emperor has been nominated for an Oscar, and The Last Emperor, in all likelihood, will win this one. It won't take long for the results to come in. Du Chen said. Okay, I know. Wang Jing's voice stuck for a moment as he said, Aren't you excited? Excited. Du Chen said. Wang Jing continued. You have to get ready. If you do win an Oscar then, you have to come with us. Good. King. Chapter 115, The Oscars. A few more days had passed since Wang Jing's phone call. The filming of the script progressed and came to the episode of the honky-tonk banquet. The general story here is that after Lu Bang entered Xianyang, he got high with his pussy and got the idea to start his own business. This idea, however, was soon broken by Xiang Yu with his strength. But Xiang Yu and the others didn't intend to let Lu Bang go just like that. The anti-Qin lords united to get Lu Bang killed. But how to get it? They thought of a way. That is to invite Lu Bang and other vassals, come together to Hongmen this place to party. The invitation was issued by King Huai of Chu. If Lu Bang doesn't come, then he has a backbone. And if he has a backbone, we will all go together and get him killed. If Lu Bang comes, then find a chance to chop it up and throw it out to the dogs. This can be described as phallic. When Lu Bang got the banquet invitation, he asked, Xiang Yu at this time, invite me to get high. What does it mean? Shao, he said. Xiang Yu should have asked the other lords. Lu Bang said, what will they say? Shao, he said, get dead. The surrounding military generals were excited. My lord, this can't go. We can't go. We can't go. Can we ever? Ever again? Ahem. If the lord doesn't go, it's the same as admitting to the world that the lord is dissolute. Lu Bang made a decision after a little thought and said, we still have to go. This is the Hongmen banquet. The filming of this section of the scene has also officially begun. At the Hongmen banquet, the crowd was full of friends and people were drinking. Xiang Yu sat at the main seat in the center and Lu Bang sat at the bottom. We all drank wine, ate meat, and talked about women and the world. Everything looked so peaceful. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, Xiang Zhuang held his wine cup and asked in a different way, do you know what you were called for today? With a questioning look on his face, Du Chen said, drinking. Xiang Yu laughed a bit and Fan Zhang, who was at the side, said, tell me about the dishes pass. The Battle of Cuisine Pass is known to the whole world, and the world says that you, Pei Gong, are a treacherous and ungrateful villain. Xiang Yu also said, I heard that after you entered the pass, you didn't want the lords to enter the pass and wanted to secretly claim the throne. Is this true? Du Chen slapped his thigh and said, oh General Xiang, you must not listen to such rumors. Nah. I would like to think that sooner or later, the general will be able to move to Qin Gong in order to command the world. Du Chen played up his Du Chen lips. This matter is related to the life of the family. Certainly cannot be recognized. His men, Zhang Liang and others, also helped to theorize. But these things, obviously, are just scratching the surface. This superficiality is for show. Xiang Yu is already determined to chop him up. Just that before chopping him up, he needs a crime to show to other people. But if you can't talk, then you don't talk. Xiang Zhuang carried a sword and walked out. My name is Xiang Zhuang, and I would like to help everyone with their martial swords for a while. The actor of Xiang Zhuang comes out and utters this line. The people present, even if they didn't understand this section of the script, all knew what the play was at the Hongmen banquet. Xiang Zhuang danced with his sword in his intention. Everyone was interested to see how Du Chen and the others were going to play this part out. They could think and imagine that when the show aired, this segment would surely be one of the very watchable segments of the entire show as well. When he saw Xiang Zhuang walk out, he had a murderous aura in his eyes. In place, this was the assessment given in the minds of the crowd. Next is the Xiang Zhuang sword dance clip, but did not dance a few times. Next to watch the people will be a little disappointed. This doesn't seem like much to look at. Estimated to rely on post-editing and processing. Otherwise on this section of the martial arts sword, the whole how to play with children like Ka-ching. The director's voice came and said, start over, the movements are not vigorous enough. The rhythmic jams don't work. Then the shooting continued. Not a moment later, the director shouted again, click, 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 Ka-ching. It just clicked for many strips. The director was dissatisfied, and the martial arts director went up, but it didn't improve anything. Xiang Zhuang simply doesn't have the gravitas to carry this story. The onlookers present at this time also lost interest, and the last little bit of patience was also used up. At this time, Du Chen couldn't stand to watch and stood up. Why don't you let me give it a try? Yes. The director picked up almost in seconds. What he was waiting for was for Du Chen to open his mouth. Du Chen does not open his mouth. He is also embarrassed to say their own a director. Present in the martial arts director or something people are in. The results cannot get it to go shouting people Du Chen. People did not take more of your money. On what grounds? If Du Chen didn't open his mouth, he quite literally didn't have the face to ask Du Chen. But now Du Chen himself said he was willing to help. How could he not? Those who had gathered around and were originally planning to leave, stopped for a moment when they heard Du Chen say he was coming, only to see the director's reaction. People kind of see it. The old boy's here waiting. Du Chen didn't have any unnecessary nonsense. Receiving the longsword from Xiang Zhuang's hand, he then made a turn and pointed his longsword horizontally. The aura on his body suddenly changed. Then he was only seen flipping his wrist, a sword flower flashed out, and his feet moved. Cool. Only to see Du Chen make an airborne turn, the sword blossoms leaving behind residual shadows. As he landed on the ground, Du Chen stabbed his long sword and his eyes also looked at Xiang Yu in the center like a sword. Xiang Yu was originally watching the show, but by this look from Du Chen, he trembled in fear and spilled the wine in the wine glass he was holding in his hand. Du Chen put away his long sword and smiled. Xiang Yu, who froze, did not hold back his laughter even after he slowed down. He hadn't been paying attention just now, and he had actually inadvertently been startled by Du Chen. Those who stood by and watched the show looked at Du Chen in surprise and couldn't help but murmur. Just now, this is Du Chen. I can't feel that he's a two sneak at all. Have you got it wrong? Who said Du Chen is a second slip? He's only like this to play Lu Bang, okay? But we've been on the set together for months now, and hasn't he always looked like a two-timer? That's what makes people Du Chen so awesome. They act like whatever they want to act like, not like most people who act like themselves. That's it. Sasha was also standing next to him, and when he heard the others talking about her mourning brother, he followed suit. That's not even a thing for my brother, and my brother is super like that when he's in his element. The gazes of all the people around them looked towards Sasha. Next, under Du Chen's guidance, Jin Xiang practiced a few times, although it couldn't reach the effect that Du Chen had just had. It was already too much better than the beginning. While dancing with the sword, the eyes and aura can follow a little bit. Next, the official filming started right away. Cha-cha-cha-cha'd with those around him. This is not a good look for the show. What? Xiao, he said. Xiang Zhuang's movements were all taught by Du Chen. Now that Xiang Zhuang is dancing his sword in front of him, can he be afraid? Wouldn't it be fine to perform it? Xiao, he said. You don't understand. For others the performance will be fine. But who is Du Chen? He has never been under the standard line. Now facing the sword art he taught himself. But if there is a little bit of substitution does not go in, it cannot be counted as his Du Chen standard. This big brother figured out that the original Xiao he was demanding of Du Chen. But that being said, normal people can dish it out, but it's weird to dish it out a little bit for Du Chen. And by this time, filming had begun. Only Xiang Zhuang's sword blossoms were seen dancing. Not as good as Du Chen's, but it was enough. Dukhan sipped his wine and began to watch with amusement. But the blade was getting closer and closer to him, and I could feel it in his eyes that he had realized something was wrong. Then he appeared flustered, the glass in his hand scrambling down. As the sword blade swept through again, panic appeared in Du Chen's eyes and his face whitened up. Xiao he eom up. Just finished saying Du Chen will not play well. The result. This ing paragraph alone is straight out of a textbook update. With this segment of filming complete, the day's scenes are almost here, and the crew intends to call it a day. The director came over to thank Du Chen, but before the words came out of his mouth, Du Chen took the first step and said, "Director, I'm going to take a few days off and leave tomorrow." The director froze. What? The people around them also looked over curiously. If you want to say who is the most diligent in the crew, it must be Du Chen, who looks like a hangdog on the surface, but the hardest worker. Du Chen is taking a vacation? But it's understandable. After all, it's been months. Who doesn't have some personal business? Du Chen was again the main character and never left the set for months. Then they heard Du Chen say, "I won an award over at the Last Emperor, and the director called me to go to pretty country to receive the award." A beautiful country to receive an award? The director's eyes widened in curiosity as he came over and said, "What kind of award is it that you have to run to a pretty country to receive?" "Oscar," Du Chen said. What? Say that again." The people around them, at the same time, looked at Du Chen with wide eyes and asked again. Du Chen skimmed his lips and said, "Oscar, asterisk 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 asterisk, asterisk 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 asterisk, asterisk 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 asterisk." Say that again. A bunch of people were straight up hip to the Oscars, and what a distant award that was. Let's just say that basically who in the room doesn't have an ambition? What awards haven't you thought of? But something like an Oscar, they hadn't really thought about it. I didn't realize I was shooting with an Oscar winner these days. Asterisk 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 I'm still thinking about how to make 2 more movies and earn more money. And someone else, Du Chen, has already won an Oscar. When I go out, I'll tell everyone that my friend won an Oscar. Bull bye. Chapter 116 Departure from the country. Du Chen booked the next day's airfare. It would have been possible to just sleep with Sasha and lift his pants and leave. But the director of The Legend of Chu Han had to make Du Chen come to the set before leaving. Du Chen didn't know what was going on, but after all, he was the director of the play, and the leave of absence was still agreed to by others. So Du Chen agreed. Early the next morning, Duchen counted the flight time and brought Sha to the crew. From a distance, they could see red flowers hanging outside the stronghold laid down by the crew. That's real dirt. Just as dirt as the village Wang heir family getting married. But it is indeed festive. Puzzled, Duchen walked in with Sasha. Before he could enter, a crowd rushed out from inside, everyone holding a twisted salute. With a loud snap, the confetti fluttered and landed all over Duchen's head. Then came the cheers and congratulations. Several actors of Who Is Women, who have not yet left the theater, are also in the crowd. People at this time, one by one, rubbing next to Duchen. Sasha took a look at the situation and just squeezed in to save her brother at home first. The younger brother should also be preserved. Duchen, you have to come back. Don't just drift off and not come back after receiving the award. Brother Chen, can I take a picture with you? I'm afraid I won't be able to walk beside you when you come back. Morning brother, people want to be your pendant. Oh, really super powerful Ken brother. The director also took Duchen's hand. Congratulations Duchen. I knew you have a bright future. This time or I pick up the favor. I ironically want to invite you to come. Really invited the right. In the future want to invite you for fear is not so simple. Duchen said. Wherever? No, I won't. I'll act whenever there's a good role. After Duchen and the crowd were polite for a while, he finally got on the car to the airport. Sasha's little face was red. Nothing else. Just because brother is so awesome. So many people complimented her brother, and she was honored with the top. The little heart was pounding and the coolness was too much for my body to handle. It didn't take long for Duchen to get off the plane at the airport and get into the special car sent by the company. This time when Duchen came back, no one in the company knew about it. Only Yang Mi knew, because every time Duchen came back, the people in the company were like crazy and lost their jobs and had to go downstairs to pick up Duchen. So this time Yang Mi purposely kept it a secret and didn't say anything. Still, just coming out of the elevator, he was spotted by one of the new clerks. Wow, you're back, Chen. Duchen looked at the clerk. This also do not know shout so loud why? Brother Morn, I know you. I'm new here. I came to this company because you're here. Hello. Duchen nodded his head in greeting, but the girl was already too mesmerized to hear anything. Her little heels snapping on the ground, stomping her feet in place in excitement. Her voice was soon heard, so Duchen made her way over to her, and more people found Duchen. Duchen was surrounded by a large group of people again. Brother Chen, I've missed you. I haven't seen you in months. Look how thin you've gotten in a few months. Chen, be kind to yourself. You're so thin. This won't work. Who said no? Sasha was instantly displeased. Who was she talking about? She said in a milky voice. Brother Chen is very good. Okay. Duchen had gotten used to this group of people in the company, all very friendly. After dealing with them, Hataru asked, Brother Chen, have you finished shooting your new movie? Not yet. Came back for something. Hataru, being a curious baby, pursued. What is it? Going to the Oscars to receive an award. Oh, what did you say? Morn? After Hotspur heard what Duchen said clearly, she looked at Duchen with wide eyes to make sure she hadn't heard wrong. But the person next to her answered her, hadn't misheard. Oscar. Morn says Oscar. Brother Chen, is it true? Duchen smiled and nodded. Yes, Oscar. Asterisk. An actor with an imperial image directly failed to break down and burst into foul language. There was a tidal wave of people around them. The whole company was abuzz. Yang Mi was aware of this in advance, so he watched from afar and didn't come over to interrupt. When everyone is pretty much done messing around, Yang Mi's came over and pretended to be angry. Don't they all have to work anymore? Isn't it all Oscar worthy? Walk. Go. Honey is trying to dominate Chen. Ugh. No. What are you little ninny talking about? Yang Mi shouted when he heard a small actor still muttering as he walked away. The little girl pretended she didn't hear, picked up her pace and slipped away. Then Yang Mi turned her gaze to Duchen. Happiness also surfaced on her face. No, it's a happy smile. Congratulations, this time you're really completely on fire. Duchen said. It's just luck. This little achievement. There's nothing to say. You just foresee it. Yang Mi gave Duchen a blank look and said, you guys arrived at this hour, so you must not have eaten anything yet. Come on, it's my treat. Let's go have dinner together. The boss invited him to dinner, and Duchen had just returned, so naturally he wouldn't refuse. Then he took his little follower, Sasha, and together they found a restaurant with Yang Mi. The three men ate and talked. In the middle of the journey, Yang Mi cared to say, you go pretty over this time. The first time out of the country, right? Duchen ate the tail of the shrimp Sasha plucked for him and said, yes, it's the first time I've been out of the country. Yang Mi said, the country over there is a little different from ours. You have to pay some attention to anything. They have truth for almost everyone. They have the truth. Am I a false reason now? Du-chun instigated another bite of shrimp, accidentally shivering Sasha's fingers in the process. Brother, you're so bad. Sasha pouted at once. Yang Ni's face instantly turned cold. Can you still eat properly? If you can't eat properly, you'll go outside and be punished. Oh. Sasha was pathetically quiet, burying her head in peeling shrimp. No big deal. Yang Ni didn't have the heart to say, pretending I'm not the boss. Then she only regained her eased look at Du-chun and said, the truth I'm talking about is the guns. They all have guns in their hands. Du-chun froze for a moment and looked at Yang Ni. Right, oh. This is something he almost forgot. Pretty country, quite a lot of guns. Yang Ni then said, and they are not very happy with the people on our side. Anyway, they are rather short-tempered. Aren't they? Quite condescending ones. So you need to pay some attention to every aspect when you go over there. Du-chan skimmed his lips. You think having a gun is a big deal? 7 paces away the gun is fast. Within 7 paces, the gun is fast and accurate. Well, Du-chan nodded. I'll pay more attention. Then the two of them chatted. Yang Ni showed an envious look to Du-chan and said, I've been in the circle for so long, but I haven't even crossed over yet. You've already got fans internationally. I envy you. Du-chan said. What's there to envy? Isn't my person already yours? Where can you say it directly like that? Yang Ni said as she slapped Du-chan angrily. Du-chan didn't get the whole picture for a moment and said, you're my boss. The whole world knows that. It's not like it's a secret. Oh, so yeah. Chapter 117, Opening of the Oscars. The next day, Du-chan packed up his things, took the passport that he had applied for in advance, and set off with Sasha. Yang Ni personally drove them to the airport. Just before entering the waiting room, Sasha was sullen and unhappy, tense and silent the entire time. When he turned around after waving goodbye to Yang Ni, a smile immediately appeared on his face. I let you talk about me yesterday. Now you can't follow me, can you? I'm the one who's with Brother Chen every day. Sasha was a little smug. They purchased first class and were very comfortable, so it felt like the time passed quickly and it was off to pretty country. Brother Chen, don't they say that many people in pretty countries are very white? Why does it feel like they're not as white as me? And they're white like they're fake and made of bleach. Du-chan turned back, looked at the follower pushing the suitcase, and said, if you weren't a white flower, could you have followed me here? Sasha thought for a moment. That's right. Oh. So Brother Chen, do you think I look good? Good looking. Du-chan gave his affirmation. I knew I looked good. The two of them chatted and walked towards the outside of the airport. When they got off the plane, Du-chan had already called Ninaldo. Ninaldo was waiting for them outside the airport. I just don't know why, but just now on the phone Ninaldo looked like he wanted to say something. Du-chan didn't think much of it, but coming to the exit, Du-chan knew what was going on. It was originally agreed that only Ninaldo would pick them up, but I don't know which part of the story has leaked out. But at this point outside the airport, a large group of geezers, pulling one banner after another, all of them welcomed Du-chan. There were even stamps of Du-chan's photo on many of their faces and Du-chan's photo printed on their clothes. As soon as Du-chan appeared, the entire room screamed. Some of the unknown foreigners also looked this way. They were even more puzzled when they saw a group of people greeting an Asian man. Who is this Asian geezer and why are there so many of us picking him up? Ninaldo stood at the front of the crowd, looking helplessly at Du-chan. He spread his hands to show that he was innocent as well. Du-chan came out from inside, and although he had the protection of the bodyguards brought by Ninaldo, it still took some time to walk out. Mostly, Du-chan spent a lot of time signing autographs and taking pictures of them together. It's a foreign fan, but a fan nonetheless. People have confessed their love so much, they can't pretend to be higher than to act high and mighty. It's not like that. Even if you don't like it, you can get a picture and an autograph, can't you? Finally got into Ninaldo's car. Ninaldo was a bit excited. Du-chan, you are unaware of how hot you are right now, here in our area. The young woman in my neighbor's house has already approached me several times to ask if you will come to pretty country. Du-chan said. Actually, it's known now. Seeing a scene like that outside the airport just now, if it wasn't purposely arranged by Ninaldo, to that extent, it would be a traffic star here high or low. And at the beginning of The Last Emperor's release, the foreign box office surpassed the domestic box office. It was only later that the country exploded as well, before it overtook this side of the world to a staggering 4.6 billion. It's strength in numbers, but there are things you don't know, Ninaldo emphasized again. Du-chan asked, what is it? Your little assistant has a better body than before. Ninaldo's eyes were attracted by Sasha beside Du-chan and suddenly said. Du-chan didn't have the heart to say, I know this, and don't look around with your eyes. This is my stuff. Come on, you said I didn't know. Chen kind of realized that these things that are directors still sell out. But when you think about it, it's true. If the director doesn't sell his movie won't be appealing. Ninaldo was punctured by Chen's point and embarrassedly withdrew his gaze from Sasha's V-neckline and said, "You're in our pretty country. And now not only do you have a lot of ordinary audience fans, but there are also quite a few big directors who are also your fans nowadays, and like you very much." "What do you mean? I don't know them either. Male or female? Is it because I'm handsome?" Ninaldo took a deep breath, resisted the urge to ignore Chen, and continued, No. Of all your many virtues, their favorite is your talent. Soon after The Last Emperor aired, they discovered in it a new concept in the film's use of light and shadow. The use of natural light in this, and the way the scenes are combined, opens a new door to the art of the lens. They were extremely pushy and both wanted to use this advanced technique in their next production. Chen skimmed his lips and said, "It's okay." Many of the shots in The Last Emperor were directed by him personally in their use of light and shade, as well as their variations. He himself certainly knows the caliber of it. That's a collection of thousands of years of aesthetic summaries. How can there be no preoccupation? Chen is such a person. He is very serious about what he does, and after he makes it, if others feel bad, he won't think it's his problem. Just that others don't know how to appreciate it. If other people think it's awesome, it's a normal thing in his mind. It's not arrogance or hubris. It's the fact that he's seen it all before when others can do it. And why would he want to do the same as others? Everyone deserves their own path, their own insight, and not necessarily to be liked by everyone, but that's its own path. The way must be steady, making small talk along the way. Ninaldo sent Chen to a secret landing spot. It says it's a secret drop-off point, but it's actually a 7-star hotel. It's just that in this hotel, privacy can be maximized so that secrets can be spoken. It also gave Chen a lot less to worry about. No fans or anything to bother him. It's going to take a little while because of Oscar's opening. So these days, Chen took Sasha with him, and together they wandered around the pretty country with sunglasses. After all, it was an Asian face, so it wasn't recognized. It's just that Sasha's neckline is getting lower and her jeans are getting shorter. It's all learned from these geezers. Put in the country. People talk about how Thai they are. Pretty country is not the same. Can only say wild. No connotation of wild. How rough. Chen even in a fruit stall. See a boss lady vacuum selling fruit. You say you sell a fruit, how also on the whole set of marketing sets? But here, the getup didn't seem so unusual that not many people even bothered to notice. So Sasha got wilder and wilder too. Until one day out, Sasha appeared in front of Chen in a tight, light tank top. Chen was about to draw the 7 wolves in his hand. "Ah, Chen, don't. Next time you dress like that during the day, I'll hang you up and give you a hard education." Chen warns seriously. Finally, the Oscars have opened. Chapter 118, the highest honor in cinema. The Oscars arrive. Ninaldo found Chen in advance, and he specially prepared his dress for him. But when they met, Chen said, "No, I'm ready." Ninaldo's mind wondered. When he came, he didn't see Chen bring much stuff. He said, "Chen, the dress for the award ceremony. I found the top clothing design house in pretty country to rent it. If you hadn't tried it on, maybe you would have been satisfied?" Chen saw that Ninaldo was still persistent, so he said, "Wait for me for a moment and come out right away." Then Chen took Sasha inside the bedroom, leaving the others outside. Shortly afterward, the sound of undressing came from inside the bedroom, followed by a sparse noise all the time. The people outside looked at each other and waited for a long time before Chen came out from inside. Seeing Chen who came out from inside the room, Ninaldo's eyes immediately lit up. "Oh, Chen, you're awesome. I didn't even think it could look like this. You're so classy." The others brought by Ninaldo, their gazes also fell on Chen, revealing a look of surprise. They were amazed that an Asian man could have so much charisma. Only Chen, who came out of the room, had already changed into the set of clothes that Pui wore when he first arrived in Tianjin in the works of The Last Emperor. The man under the lamp is like jade, and the gentleman is unrivaled in the world, which is roughly what Chen said at this time. Sasha looked at Chen's back, all unconsciously red face. However, it seems like his face reddened when he came out of the room. The group got ready and set off. Wang Jing also rushed over and waited downstairs to rendezvous and set off together. The Oscars are held at a theater in Hollywood where they are held every year. The full name of the Little Bronze Oscar is the Pretty Country Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences Award. It has an excellent reputation worldwide. The winners here are more or less known to even those who don't follow the movie scene. That's why every filmmaker considers it one of the highest honors of his or her career to receive this award. Even if they don't win, it's an honor for all international stars to be able to show their face in the camera of such an award show. So, on this night, those who have come here are the moguls or the established names in the movie industry on a global scale. The famous may not all come, but those who do come are the famous. Du Chen followed Ninaldo as they got off the bus outside the theater, and saw many gorgeously dressed superstars. Everyone is well dressed. I have to say anyone who can be a superstar can't look too bad. Those foreigners, too, are really good looking. Different colors, different styles, everything. When Du Chen arrived, he immediately arranged for a red carpet and walked into the venue. The sides of the carpet, seeing Du Chen, resounded with a clamor, and the flashing lights did not intermittently make it difficult for Du Chen. But to think that your image, in this moment, may represent more than just yourself. So Du Chen didn't follow his character and leave quickly. Instead, he greeted them calmly on either side as he walked, a gentle smile on his face, walked the red carpet, left autographs, and finally entered. Du Chen exhaled, thinking that what he had to deal with had passed and he could breathe a sigh of relief. But just as soon as that thought popped into his head, he immediately heard someone call out to him, Du Chen! Du Chen looked up and the one who called out to him was a blonde, blue-eyed, foreign beauty wearing a gown that showed her grooves and long legs with snow-white skin. With that high nose and deep pupils of the eyes, it was simply exceptional. The woman trotted towards Du Chen, and Du Chen saw white waves swirling and moving. Du Chen! I didn't think I'd actually see you here. Du Chen didn't recognize the woman, but seeing the other party's face value, including the occasion of her appearance, he could also think that the other party was at least an internationally known star. As the female ran over, more people on the scene saw Du Chen. Du Chen is here. Oh my god, it's really Du Chen. I've seen Du Chen. Charming man, I really saw you. They were speaking English. Du Chen understood them all, and quite a few of them gathered around Du Chen. All the same, all women, and all very beautiful women. Compared to China, women here speak more boldly and directly, which can be simply understood as shameless. Du Chen, you know, after I watched you play the emperor, I want to be your empress. May I ask if you need a consort? Emperor? Last night while being cuddled by my husband I dreamed I would see you today. I didn't realize it was true. My god, I'm so lucky. Du Chen, I'm Ondina, and I like you very much. Du Chen, are you really Asian? With such a high nose, are you like our males here? Du Chen, interested in a weekend date vacation? Du Chen was completely surrounded by women, and without Sasha's protection, Du Chen was directly squeezed into the sea of white waves. Not far away, a few males gathered and saw Du Chen's side, especially when they saw that there were women they had their eyes on among them, all of whom were enviously attentive to Du Chen. Their faces instantly turned bad. This softy from Asia, did he forget where he is and think this is his home? I'm going to him up. Tom, don't be impulsive. A high heel reached out and pulled back Tom, who was going to trouble Du Chen. Another man next to him spoke up. This redneck looks like he's never seen a woman before. Look at the fire in his eyes when he looks at Joni. Hey, that's kind of funny, huh? This redneck doesn't think he's great just because he made it here. He's nothing but a sidekick. Brothers, quite honestly, I'm going to clean him up before he leaves the pretty country and show him what happens when he plays around here. Tom, who was being held back, burst out. Fark squid. Johnny's chest is touching his arm, and he's even going near Johnny on purpose. As the words fell, he walked quickly towards Du Chen, smoothly lifting a chair in his hand as he passed it. His friends couldn't hold him at this point, only to see him huffing and puffing his way over. On Du Chen's side, someone noticed Tom's arrival and saw the look in Tom's eyes and the chair he was carrying in his hand. A woman shouted, "What are you going to do, Tom?" Her voice drew the attention of the others and they all looked toward Tom, startled by the look in his eyes, and unconsciously stepped out of the way. Du Chen looked over at Tom and frowned a little. He was ready to play an even bigger game if this geezer dared to play a game. Tom, are you crazy, Tom? What are you trying to do? Joni, who had a slim figure, a pair of long legs and an angelic face, opened her arms to block in front of Du Chen and looked at Tom questioningly. Tom said, "Johnny, get out of the way. I'm going to teach this guy a lesson." "Tom, I'm going to have to break with you if you keep messing around," Johnny exclaimed. Tom's eyes glazed over, but seeing that Johnny was serious and there were quite a few people watching around him, he was in a bit of a quandary as to whether or not he wanted to get rough. Tom was on it, and his good friends, who had no business watching any longer, gathered around. "How dare you come to Hollywood to flirt with women when you're as thin as a weakling? You're looking for death, asshole. I'll give you a chance to admit your mistake. I could whip you to death with a flying stick." Chapter 119, Receiving the Prize. "Tom, do you really want to do this?" Johnny got angry. Tom glared viciously at Du Chen. "I told you to stay away from Joni. She's not for you to touch." After letting out his harsh words, he turned around and walked away. He also didn't want to mess with Joni in plain sight. He'll lose face that way. Quite a lot of people watching the scene see this scene or some regret. A good melon, eat to half. But no. Du Chen, ignore them, they are too rude, Johnny and the others said towards Du Chen after they left. Du Chen said, I'm actually quite rude, my little assistant keeps saying that about me. Oh, really? Johnny covered her mouth with a look of surprise. Without saying much, Du Chen shrugged his shoulders and brushed past him intending to find his own place. Johnny in a low neckline gown caught up with me on her heels and said, Du Chen, I know where your seat is, it's right in front of me. In that case, then I'll trouble you. We'll join you. It's an honor. Johnny happily took Du Chen's hand and led him to a seat in the first row, then pointed to a sofa. This is your place. Du Chen was a bit surprised that his seat was placed at the front of the room. This position is definitely more weighty than the back is. Du Chen said, 3 grams of oil. Johnny pointed to the second row behind him and said, my seat is behind you. It's close. With that, Johnny went around the side. When both of them were seated, Johnny shot over from the back to chat with Du Chen and asked, Du Chen, how long are you planning to stay in Pretty Country this time? Du Chen thought for a moment and said, it should leave soon after it's over. Ha? Johnny was a little lost, then asked, so are you free tonight? I have wine stocked in my room and would like to sip it with you. Du Chen turned around and said, what brand? The two just exchanged pleasantries and chatted as they waited for the party to begin. A few rows of seats behind them, Tom, who had just gotten into trouble with Du Chen, sat there. He watched his goddess, chatting and smiling with an Asian man. At times, he covered his mouth, and at other times, he trembled with laughter. Johnny had never been like this in his presence. Damn it! The awards night finally begins. The host took the stage to deliver a speech, followed by a series of speeches and performances that didn't interest Du Chen in the slightest. Then movies with various titles were shown. After the previews, the host said, next, we will announce the Oscar winner for Best Director. The room went silent as soon as the host's words came out. The tempo of the music, however, was drawn to its highest. Everyone's heart was deeply touched by the music. Yes, boom, boom, boom. It's the director of The Last Emperor, Ninaldo and Wang Jing. Oh ho! The whole crowd cheers. The cheering and applause, of course, was more in keeping with the atmosphere. In fact, some people are happy and some are sad. And some are even laughing harder than they are crying. They come here who want to win awards. But for each category, there's only one award. And when someone else takes it, they lose it. So there's not a lot of pressure on the actor for this award yet. The directors present, however, were forced to smile. And there were some who had long been prepared for this award, knowing that the odds were that it was going to go to The Last Emperors. After all, the technique and the height of the art are there. Who's confident they can shake it? Many people even feel that the best male lead of this term might also come out of The Last Emperor. But after all, The Last Emperor was an Asian in the lead role. So there aren't many people with that mentality. Wang Jing and Ninaldo took the stage. Wang Jing held a small bronze man in his hand and delivered an acceptance speech that he had prepared in advance. Also thanked everyone in the cast and the team behind the scenes. Then the microphone was handed to Ninaldo. After Ninaldo made his opening remarks, he thanked some people and then said, there's one thing I have to mention about the use of viewing in this production of The Last Emperor, which was actually all Du Chen's suggestion. The topic was then handed over to Wang Jing, who said, technically, Du Chen is also one of our directors. It's just that it wasn't filed at the beginning of the shoot. Wang Jing and Ninaldo had finished their words. The actresses on stage tied over. They covered their mouths and screamed, their eyes filled with shock as they looked at Du Chen on the stage. They know Du Chen is the most handsome in Asia. It was also known that Du Chen was the man of their shy dreams. But they really didn't know that Du Chen's directing skills were also this good. Does that mean that when he shoots small videos, he shoots them perfectly as well? That's great. Such a man. He can use his art to record every beautiful moment. Every moment, in his hands, can become art. So, when the applause fell, Wang Jing continued. That's why we would like to invite Du Chen to come up on stage as well and enjoy this honor with us. Pop. The room erupted in applause. The organizers of the Oscars, seeing that this is the case, that the whole nation recognizes it, and that that award was supposed to be for someone else's film, notified the presenters at the first opportunity. Please welcome Mr. Du Chen to the stage to receive his award. The host's high voice said. Du Chen stood up, bowed behind him in thanks, and then walked to the stage to applause. The spotlight hit him, his figure, and he was dropped onto the stage's big screen. This is the most handsome man I've ever seen in Asia. I know the clothes he's wearing. They're props for his theater group. My goodness. Props inside the theater are usually not very expensive. But this suit on him doesn't lose everyone's temperament. He is, by nature, a man like a king, and I am completely enamored of him. Oh my god. Du Chen looked at me. He looked at me. He just looked my way. It's amazing how attractive an Asian man can be. I want to spend countless nights with him. Unfortunately, Sasha, the junior assistant, didn't make it into such an occasion. He could only watch Du Chen, who was walking towards the stage. From backstage, through the live stream, she had followed this man, day and night, for a long time, but her heart still pounded every time she saw it. Joni was happier, clamping her legs and flushing. She was too enamored with Du Chen. Chapter 120, next time, for sure. Du Chen walked onto the stage calmly. A staff member passed him the microphone. Wang Jing made way for Du Chen to stand between him and Bernardo. The host said, Mr. Du Chen, is it true that directors Wang Jing and Bernardo said that the most important breakthroughs in The Last Emperor were all your handiwork? Du Chen said, it wasn't all me alone. In which director Wang Jing and director Bernardo also gave a lot of corrections. Oh, snap. A round of applause. This was a clever answer from Du Chen. He didn't deny that it was indeed his doing, but he also didn't fill his words to reflect how great he was. But anyone with a brain can understand that for an award of this magnitude, the director has brought up someone who is not on record, and the gold content of this cannot be low. Otherwise, they would be recognized later, or Du Chen's standard would not be up to what they said. Then this award, one of the highest honors they have managed to win today, will become a joke. That's why Du Chen's words made the people present have a preliminary understanding of Du Chen. This was the first time they had heard the caliber of Du Chen's conversation. It does have a belly. The host also made a very complimentary expression, and then proceeded to ask, so Mr. Du Chen, may I ask you to work with your two directors? And which one of them is a bit better? Can you tell us? Ho 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 ho. Oh manga, is this for real? Another wave of excitement from the stage. Not bad for an Oscar host, asking questions from tricky angles with topics. Du Chen took the microphone, looked left and right, then made a difficult look and said, General, I'm not saying a certain one is average, I'm saying they're all average. Not as good as me. Wow. Ha ha ha. I can't imagine Du Chen has a humorous side. This Asian guy is so funny. They naturally wouldn't take Du Chen's words seriously. Two directors who could stand here. How could their skills be average? But Du Chen had just been modest, but now he was saying he was the best, clearly aiming to defuse the host's question. If Du Chen was serious, what was his purpose? Was it necessary to offend people like this? Did Du Chen and the two of you not get along? But if they didn't fit, how could they recommend Du Chen at such an important award? So no one is going to think about what that statement means. It's just amusing. Wang Jing and Ninaldo also immediately cooperated. Yes, I admit it, right? The atmosphere of the award ceremony was alive with excitement. Then a few more chats on stage. Du Chen, the three of them, led the little bronze man me down. Du Chen sat down and relaxed. Things were sort of done, just waiting to go home. He didn't like these occasions where there were so many people that he needed to do superficial work to cope, but just what he didn't expect. When the host said, the winner of Best Actor is Du Chen. When these words came out, Du Chen was bored and chatting with Sasha on his cell phone. Suddenly he heard what sounded like someone calling his name. Then the whole room boiled over. Suddenly look up and see what's happening? Then he saw the screen on the stage that read Oscar for Best Actor, Du Chen. Holy, this thing could give me an Asian? Du Chen himself was a bit surprised. He did get nominated, but the nomination was probably still tainted by the play The Last Emperor and director Ninaldo. But it never occurred to anyone that an Asian could win an award here. And it's not like they have a lot of work abroad, the famous kind. But, indeed, it just says his name on it, and the camera is pushing on him. Just the right amount of cluelessness was captured on the screen. Well, Du Chen once again walked towards the stage amidst the applause. Ninaldo and Wang Jing were also surprised. At this moment, the two of them looked at each other with some regret. Why did I call him back when I won Best Director? Now that he's won Best Actor, it's not like you can shout me up. It's not ing fair. It's time to fight. Wang Jing and Ninaldo both wanted to smack themselves. Du Chen stood on the stage and gave another acceptance speech. This time, it would be a real envy for those in attendance. 1 Oscar, 2 times on stage. There is also one of the most golden individual awards. Best Actor. Mud. Farking morning. After receiving the award, the hostess asked, as far as I know, Mr. Du Chen, in your country, your works are all about acting as an emperor. May I ask if you have any interest in coming to us and acting as the king of our place as well? Du Chen said, I'm fine with that, but you have to think about what you should answer later when your child asks you, Mom, why is our king an Asian? Ha ha ha, snap. There was renewed applause from the room as they were all amused. End of awards. Du Chen intentionally dodged all the appointments and hurried after Wang Jing and the others. Since it was a sort of escape, I didn't take the car I came in. Instead, he chose the business car that the bodyguard had been in earlier. So the car wasn't that great, and Wang Jing and Ninaldo sat in separate seats in the front. Duchen and Sasha sat in the back row of connecting seats. Sasha was flushed and biting her little red lips like she was the one who won the lottery today. Duchen whispered, "Can you stop squeezing me? Are you showing off that you have a nice ass?" Ha! Sasha was dumbfounded and hurriedly moved. But this is already the third time Duchen reminded her. She was embarrassed and said, "I'm happy." Ninaldo turned around and said, "Even I didn't expect you to win Best Actor. Although in my mind, the best actor is you. But then again, it's true that it's a bit difficult for an Asian to win Best Actor at the Oscars. There's a lot of reasons for that. Mainly the fact that your side of the world doesn't have a lot of productions that are circulating in ours. And not a lot of them are circulating. And then there's the vetting of the acting, which is something that varies from one region to the next. But this time, it was finished by you. Indeed, absolute strength can break all barriers." Wang Jing picked up at this time. "Couldn't you have said at that time that you actually used me as a stand-in in some parts when you were playing the male lead? And then let me tag along on stage as well?" Duchen nodded and said, "Okay, next time for sure. Ha ha ha, you're still thinking about next time. Can you?" Wang Jing laughed. A few people were in the car, chatting quite happily. Today was kind of a full day. Sasha is also overjoyed. In Duchen's ear said, "Today I'll listen to brother." But just then, the car suddenly braked sharply. I don't know why Sasha reacted so quickly this time and hugged Duchen's head in the first place. Bang! The car crashed. The two men in front of them all knocked on their airbags. Knockout's brain is buzzing. But Duchen had nothing to do with it. Knocking on the more insured cushions. "What is it?" Wang Jing asked. Duchen probed. Looking ahead, a line of people from the car in front of them got down. And Duchen saw Tom. Mud. Is this the guy? Chapter 121 Conflicts. Duchesne jumped out of the field car. The wind was so strong tonight that it blew his bangs away. On both sides of the spacious boulevard, a single streetlight painted the ground in a halo of bright orange light until the end of the line of sight. The two commercial vehicles crashed together, with the one behind apparently being cut off and slammed into the side of the car in front. "What do you mean?" Duchen straightened his suit and looked at the 5 people coming down from the car in front of him, Tom being among them. Tom said, "Skinny weakling, aren't you arrogant? Don't you understand what I mean?" Tom's face wore a teasing grin, like the look on a cat's face when it's teasing a mouse. Behind Duchen, Sasha and Wang Jing and Ninaldo also got down from the car. The 3 men looked angry and worried. Sasha habitually walked behind Duchen and took out the hem of his coat. In this foreign country, unfamiliar with life, suddenly being violently blocked the road. "Put aside which beautiful women are panicked." Ninaldo said angrily, "Tom, are you guys trying to make a big deal out of this? No one will have a good time if you make a big deal out of this." Tom's eyes, glancing around Sasha's body, said, "Just a gringo. What can you do to me?" "Ninaldo, you and this geezer can leave. I won't make things difficult for you," Tom said as he reached out and pointed at Wang Jing, but did not say that Sasha could leave. And from the way he and his companion were looking at Sasha, one could also see what was going on in their hearts. "What did they say?" Wang Jing asked. Ninaldo suppressed his voice. "They said that you and I could leave. They're coming for Duchen, but I'm definitely not leaving. They don't want to sow discord. Mr. Duchen is my most solid friend." Wang Jing said, "You kid didn't drop the ball at the critical moment. Not bad. You'll be glad for your decision today." Although Wang Jing said so, he was also nervous in his heart. After all, this was not the country. If something happened to Duchen here, how would he explain to Yang Mi when he got back? "I took the man from your company and brought him to America to get beaten up"? It's not good to say. But Wang Jing also knew that Duchen was not as simple as he appeared to be, and that he had 2 tricks up his sleeve. Wang Jing stiffly walked up 2 steps and looked at the opposite side, saying, "Duchen is my man. You guys have something to say to me? If you want to find trouble, come at me." Wang Jing was speaking Chinese. There was no one on the other side to translate yet. Duchen directly yanked him away. "Get up. Wait for the teeth to knock out 2 for you. You won't be pretending." "Good Lu." Knowing the time, Wang Jing frowned and retreated behind the crowd. Then Duchesne looked to Tom and said, "Can you get out of the way? I'm still in a hurry to get to my date with Joni. She has wine ready and waiting for me at the hotel. Not to mention, Joni has a collarbone I love. You seek death. Bastard." Tom was completely enraged and charged towards Duchen. He was a tall man like a tank rushing in compared to Asia's Duchen, only to see him lift his foot and kick at Duchen. Seeing that this kick was about to hit Duchen, he saw Duchen's leg, kicking out like lightning, and before he could see it had already retracted. But it was obvious to feel that the toe of Tom's withdrawn leg was whacked by something heavy, and his body was also suddenly unsteady in its center of gravity as he took a stride and split in front of Duchen. "Oh ho 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 ho." Tom split open and froze on the ground for a second before his eyebrows took off like they were going to fly out of his hairline and his mouth shivered into an oh-so-shivering wah, and covered the bottom with both hands. This is ing bull. His companion rushed to help him. Picking Tom up from the ground, one leg was lame. His hands were still away from his second brother. It hurt. With just one move, Du Chen made Tom suffer a big loss. The sound of brakes came as a bulky business car came to a stop beside them. Beside Tom, all of his companions who were ready to make a move on Du Chen stopped and looked over sideways. Several men in suits came down from the business car. The dress looks like it's not hard to guess that it was just attending the awards ceremony together as well. There was a puzzled sound from one of Tom's companions. Moore couldn't tell his age. After all, he was a foreigner, and Du Chen wasn't good at telling the difference. But Moore already had gray hair on his temples, only to see Moore get out of the car and, without saying a word, pull out the truth straight away. Tom, I'll give you 10 seconds to disappear in front of me. Moore's truth, pointing to Tom and his group. Moore, as powerful as you are, what does this matter have to do with you? And do you want to be in charge when this Asian boy is hanging my horse? 1. Moore didn't answer Tom's question and just started counting the books. Du Chen looked at the truth. This thing in the country. Not much to see, he said. He doesn't care. Try again. Tom's eyes were red with anger. His hands hadn't fought and they still hurt. It results in being pointed at with the truth again. It's pedal to the metal, like when his girlfriend caught him dating someone else, and before he could get in trouble, the other guy was directly in front of him, shagging his woman. Pain on top of pain. Humiliation on top of humiliation. Get out. Moore growled again. Tom gritted his teeth, glared fiercely at Du Chen, and said, "Go." The group came quickly and left quickly. All that's left is the front end of the car that's been banged up a bit to prove they were here. Sasha breathed a sigh of relief, her big eyes dripping as she stole a glance at the truth that Moore had put down, and quietly hid a little behind Du Chen again. Du Chen looked back and said, "You can't be an assistant like this, taking your boss to block the gun when something happens?" Sasha rolled her eyes, but did seem a bit too wimpy to speak now. "Moore, thank you so much for coming over." Ninaldo knew Moore. He walked over and said hello, then introduced Du Chen. "Du Chen, this is Mr. Moore, a well-known big director in Hollywood. His work achievements, a tier higher than even me." Du Chen nodded and said, "Hello, I'm Du Chen." "Hello, Du Chen. Actually, I was looking for you just when the meeting broke up, but I couldn't find you. And when I heard later that you guys took this road, I chased after you. I came here specifically to see you." Moore walked over to Du Chen and shook his hand before pulling him over to give him a big hug. "I wonder what Mr. Moore wanted to see me about?" Du Chen could feel Moore's goodwill and opened his mouth to ask. He ducked out of the party with the intention of avoiding the spirited women. Do men have to hide now too? But without waiting for Moore to answer, 2 more cars came alongside them. The man in the car got down and shouted, "Mr. Du Chen, I've finally found you." Chapter 122. I like the sycamore trees in Nanjing, the barbecue in Zibo, and the wind blowing from the Qinling Mountains. Then car after car stopped around Du Chen and the others. Now, Du Chen knew why Moore was looking for him. As with all who come here, they come to him for cooperation. And come are all the major Hollywood film and television company moguls. Moore in this are only an average role. There were so many people, and they were all dignitaries, so it was not appropriate to stand on the road. Ninaldo suggested a place to sit together, so the group went straight to a 7-star hotel, which was still invested by one of the group. The genera are all big shots. After sitting down at the hotel, we all got right down to business. That's the way it is with Big Brother chats. No bending over backwards. $30 million signing fee. I'll cover all the liquidated damages of your original company, and the rest depends on the contract negotiation, according to the usual rules in the market. A big man, with his coffee, said. The other one immediately said, "I'll offer $50 million, and I'm talking in US dollars as well, and I've reported the breach of contract between you and your original company, and we'll deal with any problems." $60 million, $70 million, one by one, the bigwigs began to make offers, which ing folded, and Sasha listened in disbelief. This big scene gave her a fright. If it wasn't for Brother Chen, she would never have the chance to enter such a high-end bureau in her life. All those people had strong auras and were a bit intimidating, but he noticed that Morn didn't have any stage fright or formality, and just sat on the single couch in front of her, leaning back on it with her 2 long legs folded over each other. So handsome. She wanted to sit on her legs. Wang Jing and Ninaldo, sitting a little to the side, both looked at each other and saw the shocked color in each other's eyes. On such occasions, even if they were big directors, they wouldn't be enough. These bigwigs, they just straight up hit Du Chen with money. You know, The offer they just made is not a treatment for Duchen. The treatment also depends on the contract. The offer they just made is simply just the signing fee. It's when a contract is successfully signed and that money hits the books directly. But when I think about it, I also think that the conditions these people are offering are very reasonable. Duchen does have that value. It's not just about his acting anymore. The acting has been recognized by all. The Oscar for Best Actor. That's proof. However, Duchen also had a value that no one else had. It's the market behind him. It's amazing that he got the Oscar for Best Actor as an Asian, recognized by other places like the Americas. That means, then, that Duchen can act as a keynote of interactive culture. The value of this is immeasurable. To the left you can take the west side to hit the east market. To the right, you can take the east side to hit the west market. The play is an international horizontal jump. Everyone was waiting for Duchen's attitude. Duchen put down his coffee and spoke. First of all, I want to make it clear that I don't have any idea of wanting to reschedule, and that I'm asking everyone to come here simply because all of you are here, and I have to receive them. So thank you all for your kind words, and we can work together sometime. But the changing of signatures never crossed my mind. Nor will it. Duchen's words caused everyone to frown. In the eyes of these bigots, everything has its value and there is no wall that can't be broken. It just depends on how much force is used. What? I'm not hitting the hammer hard enough? A big man said. Maybe you don't know us well. It's not about the money. The money is just our meet and greet. Image endorsements for top international luxury goods. Take your pick. It's a deal your company will never get. When this big brother's words came out, Wang Jing sucked in a breath of cool air. That's not a simple statement. The real luxury goods that have been established in the international foothold. That itself represents the status and position, the honor and the era. For ordinary things, when a celebrity is asked to endorse them, it is in the hope that they will be promoted through that celebrity. But top-of-the-line luxury is different. He and the star are made for each other. Even the vast majority of the time, celebrities endorsing it are high on the list. If a star can become the endorsement of a top luxury product, it can actually be said the other way around, that this luxury product is endorsing this celebrity and is enhancing his status in the jungle. This resource. It's true that Yang Mi's company won't have it. Even she can't get it herself. Our company can take care of these things as well. Another big brother also spoke up. Duchen said, I'm sorry, it's not about treatment or resources, or money. I appreciate the kindness of all of you, and I have no thoughts of changing my visa. What? All the bigwigs looked at Duchen. No. What's with the pussy? Do you have any idea how much this bump is going to cost you? How much it's going to cost you? They really don't understand. At the same time, his heart got upset. The Asian in front of him was indeed capable, but he was also too uneducated, wasn't he? Mr. Duchen, may I ask you what the reason is? Duchen laughed lightly and said, because I like the sycamores of Nanjing, the barbecue of Zibo, and the wind blowing from the Qinling Mountains, and I'm used to eating the fish of Jiangnan and the rice in the black soil of the northeast. Chapter 123, The Uncrowned King. With Duchen's words at this point, it was clear that there was no more talking. The big boys are no longer forced to do so. Just walked away saying, when did you change your mind? As long as you still have a market, we're always welcome. Big brother's words are pretty straightforward. If there's a market, you come. If there's no market, don't come. The day after the award ceremony, Duchen took Shasha and followed Wang Jing back to China. Inside Duchen's Jiaxing company. Originally, Yang Mi was going to organize a celebration banquet for Duchen, but it was stopped by Duchen's shout. When he went to Pretty Country, he only knew that he had been nominated, and his purpose in the past was also to think that, with such a name in the past, the director who approached him to shoot a movie in the future would be able to have more gimmicks when publicizing to the outside world, and this would be able to ensure that the director would not lose money to a greater extent. This is sort of Duchen out of his own profession, for his own work responsible consideration, but he really didn't expect to be able to pull off the award. Now the significance can be different. This heat is too big. Duchen does not want it to continue to expand the hole too much trouble. So all the invitations to the celebration banquet and many other aspects were declined. Let's cool down and talk about it. But even if there was no celebration party, and it couldn't resist the enthusiasm, the inside of the company was filled with balloons and flowers, and a group of people downstairs greeted them with flowers. Then when Duchen arrived, a group of people swarmed Duchen up the stairs. As the saying goes, 3 women make a drama. But Yang Mi's company, the ratio of men to women is almost 5 to 1. A glance over all women. A group of women surrounded Duchen and chattered endlessly. After tossing and turning for a long time, Yang Mi came over. She had also heard from Sasha that Duchen was abroad and had turned down many big foreign companies. He held the contract in his hand and said, Duchen, to be honest, If you want to leave our company, there's nothing I can do, but now that you've chosen to stay, I can really give you all I can, Yang Mi said, handing a brief of the contract in his hand to Du Chen's hand. There were quite a few actors nearby who were watching the scene with envy. Du Chen is going to change his contract. It's still the owner's initiative, but come to think of it, Du Chen even won an Oscar, so how can ordinary treatment be worthy of him? Du Chen took the contract and glanced at it. I have to say, Yang Mi is really giving, basically Du Chen's own business. Do not earn his money, and even some maintenance and operation also have to give Du Chen sticker money, but it makes sense when you think about it. Du Chen's current situation can be completely said to be able to advertise Jiaxing Company. With Du Chen, not only does it not consume the company's resources, but it can certainly bring in a lot of resources, so spending money to support Du Chen can be, not to mention also thinking of earning Du Chen's money. Okay, you watch and get it. Du Chen is satisfied with this contract. Actually, he was satisfied with the previous contract, so if Yang Mi wants to raise it, just let her mention it. There's one more thing, Yang Mi said after seeing that Du Chen had agreed to the contract matter with a sigh of relief. Du Chen said, "You say," Yang Mi said, "some time ago to find a script for you. These days I reviewed. Feel pretty good, quite neat you act. See if you are interested." Du Chen scratched his eyebrows and said, "What kind of play?" Yang Mi said, "Great Ming Jiajing. I took the role of Jiajing for you." Du Chen frowned for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, you vetted it, then it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Just this play, take it. Emperor Jiajing." Du Chen was aware of it, and although the emperor wasn't much popular on the internet right now, the character was interesting. A master at playing with power and human nature, Yang Mi said, but with this script, there are still a few areas that are being honed in and not completely finished. It just so happens that the Legend of Chu Han you're filming isn't over yet, so it should be about the same by the time you're done. Good. After the company's business was finished, Du Chen went back home. He wanted to have a good day's rest, so he had to go back to the cast of The Legend of Chu Han right away. Returned home and finished packing with Sasha's assistance. Du Chen laid down on the couch and looked at his cell phone. Sasha crouched next to the couch and squeezed his legs. This kind of service, Du Chen refused at first, but now as Du Chen's worth has increased, so has Sasha's salary. The guaranteed salary is now 80,000 a month, not counting benefits. A rich woman who makes $1 million a year, so a small thing like squeezing Du Chen's leg. Sasha was grabbing it. Sasha felt sorry for the money if she didn't do something. Open cell phone. Sure enough, as Du Chen expected, the headlines on all the major platforms are all about him. The comments section of the meme he opened has completely blown up. This tweet was posted a few months ago while filming The Last Emperor. "I'm back again. Oscar Bullby, and I'm not the first to arrive. I won't talk until the army comes. Du Chen YYDS. I thought this kid had a future since I was a kid, and I wasn't wrong. May I ask what I need to be aware of when I marry Du Chen? Sisters upstairs, be careful not to shine it on yourself when you pee. I heard that when Du Chen was in Pretty Country, all those big companies wanted to keep him there, offering sky-high prices, but he refused. Can you guys go over the wall? People abroad are crazy to see Du Chen. Do you know how many foreign actresses are forwarding Du Chen? This time Du Chen is really give us a long face. In previous years this kind of awards, there is no domestic stars what we do. The comments of these netizens were fine, mostly reflecting happiness, but the headlines of those entertainment boards, the tweets of the major entertainment media companies, were simply exaggerated to the point that Du Chen's head was too big. The night of Du Chen, the new international superstar of the entertainment industry. Inside entertainment can't live without Du Chen, just like the West can't live without coconut foam milk. Acting as the former emperor, in fact the contemporary uncrowned king, Du Chen. The New York Times, Du Chen honored on the page. Chapter 124, This Damned Familiarity. Took a day off. The next day Du Chen took Sasha and went to the cast of The Legend of Chu Han. The days Du Chen was away, the director was shooting footage of other people, so there was no delay in work because of Du Chen's leave of absence. It's still the same dirt cheap greeting, but it's so festive you can't find a reason to say it. A crowd of people crowded around Du Chen. The other crews, they all crowded in. No matter if you were a star or an ordinary staff member. At this moment, they all transformed into Du Chen's little fanboys and girlfriends. There was a line of people taking pictures. In this situation, there was really no way to promise that everyone would shoot one by one. And shooting like this could shoot Du Chen to death. So after just a few token shots with some people, the director organized the people to start clearing the area. Du Chen had wondered before if the fire would bring a lot of trouble, but now that it was really on fire, it was still beyond his expectations. It's not that he doesn't take care of his fans, but he just can't. It's like a man who likes a lot of women he wants to take care of. That's limited energy. It's really going to kill you. After the clearance, many people regretted it, but there was nothing they could do. I said last time that if I don't take a picture with Duchen, when I want to take a picture with him later, I might not even be able to squeeze in, and you guys still don't believe me. I believe so the last time I took many pictures with him. You see Duchen handsome. See my hand holding the sleeve of his arm knot. This is also considered arm wrestling. Alas, I saw quite a few people filming then, and thought I'd skip the squeeze and wait for next time. Turns out it's not even easy to get close now. These people who wanted to get a photo with Duchen or get close to him, regretted, but the director of The Legend of Chu Han gave joy. He looked for Duchen to shoot a movie, which is still shooting. Duchen's value is like a plane to pull up. Who can I talk to about this? Picked up a big bargain for him straight away. Duchen sat down in the theater group, and although there were still quite a few people next to him, everyone was sensible and didn't bother Duchen anymore. On the contrary, it was Shasha who stood behind Duchen with her head nodding and chest puffed out proudly, not to mention how dejected she was. It filled the eyes of a bunch of LSBs. The director walked over and sat down next to Duchen and said, "Duchen, you've just come back here. Why don't you take a day off today and familiarize yourself with the crew, and your scene will be shot tomorrow?" The director had his reasons for saying that. Actors actually need to be in shape to play a role well, and they have to get themselves into that state before they can play the role well. Of course, the words of those fresh meat will not be counted. Anyway, what is the state? There is no state. They are all the same. Happy is to smile. Sad is to grit their teeth. Pain is constipation. To show charm is to crooked mouth or bored face to pretend to compare. So no need. Xiao He, who was standing next to him, also said, "This has just gone through a big ceremony, and it really needs some time to recover his mind." Duchen, however, voiced out, "Don't bother, just shoot it. Bring up my scene and let me see it." The director said, "That's not good." "It's fine," Duchen said directly. The director saw Duchen said so. He is not good to force. People's curiosity is there, even if they do not play the big names. The weight of the words, not anyone can go to talk about the conditions, not to mention the fact that people are now talking about their own business. The crew then started to prepare for Duchen's scene. Duchen himself followed the makeup artist to make up. When Duchen left, Sasha was immediately surrounded by people. A group of people gathered around Sasha to ask about going abroad. Ha. Sasha, now raised to be somewhat nerdy and sexy, begins her journey to pretend to be more than she is. If Brother Chen pretends to be more than he is, Sasha, will follow behind him and pretend to be more than he is. It wasn't long before Duchen came out with her makeup done. Seeing Duchen, the crowd's eyes lit up. The Duchen at this moment was completely different from the temperament before Duchen went in for makeup. That sense of familiarity returned when they saw Duchen at this moment, adjusting so quickly. This scene is filmed as Liu Bang seeks out Han Xian for a drink and talks to him. Shooting begins. The original spirit of Duchen suddenly expressed drunken eyes. Eyes relax a lot. This look is drunk. But when the crew was just getting ready, they didn't prepare any wine. That's water you put inside the props. 2. This was surprisingly staged. The crowd looked at Duchen in shock. In fact, acting drinking drunk. This is very difficult. You can act like it, but absolutely must be able to see that it is acting. The real drunkenness and acting is not the same anymore. You have to drink a little bit to achieve the effect of pretending to be drunk under false pretenses. But Dukhan clearly didn't drink, yet he talked about it. Duchen, on the set, found a more comfortable sitting position and asked Han Xian with drunken eyes, "I can lead 100,000 soldiers. Then how many soldiers can you lead?" Han Xian, who was also drunk, thought nothing of it and said, "I'm more than happy." The drunken Duchen's gaze cleared up a bit as he narrowed his eyes at Han Xian. "You're much better off. The more the merrier for me." Of course, Hansen hadn't realized the problem. Duchen's gaze suddenly flashed as he said angrily, "Then why am I in charge of you?" As Duchen said that, he reached out and slapped his hand on the table. Han Xian was startled and looked up and also saw the anger and murderous aura in Duchen's eyes. "You tell me," Duchen roared. Han Xian froze and was stunned. He looked at Duchen, hesitated to speak, and his wine sobered up a few points. After reacting, he hurriedly knelt in front of Duchen. Within a short time, a shot was completed and the room applauded. Worthy of an Oscar-winning actor? It's really something. I didn't see any rustiness in Duchen at all, and his performances prior to his vacation were silky smooth and unhindered. That drunken look just now, and the warning to Han Xian, and the take afterward. The performance was really superb. A group of actors and actresses, all of them recognized Duchen's performance. Although they couldn't act Duchen's effect, it doesn't mean that they didn't have an appreciation for it. Duchen returned to the set and could not see anything in the man himself that was different from the previous Oscars he didn't get. Everyday shooting went on as usual, and even after Du Chen won the award, the cast and crew became more serious about shooting with it. They were embarrassed if they delayed people's Du Chen's time or performed too poorly, so that made the shooting go, again, a lot faster. The crew progressed and soon filmed Lu Bang's great defeat at Pengcheng. This was an unprecedented failure in Lu Bang's life. He fought against 30,000 cavalry with an army of 560,000 men. Surprisingly, it was a total loss. Several times on the way out, he resented that the car wasn't going fast enough and had to kick his son and daughter out of the car. Mud. That show of impropriety really made the scene want to hit him. This ing familiarity. Chapter 125, The Aura of the Co-Lord of the World. Since Du Chun came back from the pretty country, perhaps because the cast and crew would be under pressure to face the Oscar winner, they were unusually serious and the shooting progressed very quickly. It was soon shot that Xiangyu was besieged in Wujiang River. Xiangyu's bravery is unrivaled in the world. Surrounded by heavy troops, Lu Bang was winning, but Xiangyu was not afraid. Thousands of soldiers and horses are unable to take Xiangyu, and they can't stop attacking Xiangyu for a long time. Lu Bang was chilled to the bone when he looked at it, and so there was the next scene. In order to boost his morale to take down Xiangyu, Lu Bang personally drove his car to charge. The director prepared a tricycle for Du Chun. The director was also aware that Du Chen could ride a horse, but driving a carriage and riding a horse was another matter. In the midst of thousands of troops, you have to drive the carriage to control the horses to charge and punch out the momentum. This is difficult. Not just whip the horses ass twice to have momentum, but after Du Chen saw the tricycle, he asked, what would people think if they were given the fact that Lord Han Gao drove a tricycle when he took down Xiangyu back then? The director was a little embarrassed. Don't mind the details. It's all filming techniques. Du Chen said. Go straight to the carriage. Fan Kuai and the others were also beside each other, and looked at the prop carriage prepared by the crew, which was used as a camera cut for that air. Fan Kuai said, this carriage looks bulky and heavy. It's hard to control it if a real person pulls it, right? Du Chen said. It's fine. How do you know if you don't try? Of course Du Chen would not agree to use a tricycle for filming. It's hard to shoot such a bunker scene. And you're giving me 3 wheels? If you had said something like that, I wouldn't have taken this show. Where am I going to get my kicks on a 3-wheeler? Then shoot the hell out of it. Might as well just go to the grocery store and start wheeling and hauling stuff. At the strong request of the 3 layers, the director had the carriage replaced. Xiangyu is besieged. Shooting begins. The director is a bit vain. After all, Du Chen and the rest of them, the actors, just acted and finished. He is still responsible for the quality of the movie. Now that Ran Du Chen has switched to the carriage, acting is possible, but it's obviously hard to act well. It all needs to rely on later. The pressure is on for this one. In case the footage isn't shot right and the scene doesn't handle well in post, the scene is going to collapse. But Du Chen had spoken, so he couldn't say much. What Du Chen didn't know was that although he didn't play big names on the set or do anything with his curiosity, he just acted very seriously. But invariably, his curiosity is already influencing a lot of things. This is why people who are not well off stay not well off and people who are well off stay well off. Because invisibly, there is a hand called the Tao. Heaven knows that loss is not enough to make up for deficiency, and the way of man is not enough to make up for deficiency. Shooting has begun. Dusty and windy. The sound of 1,000 armies. But everyone has to keep up with the rhythm of Du Chen's wagon, or else it's a wasted shot. If Du Chen's carriage had no momentum, even if there were more people, it would not show the feeling of a large army. After all, Du Chen has always played Lu Bang, mostly as a scoundrel, a rogue street sneak. You let him face the invincible Xiangyu and press his aura over? Are you kidding me? But this time, a real joke. Du Chen, Lu Bang, the most ferocious in this lifetime. He drove and ran, leading thousands of troops and horses. Charging in, Du Chen's eyes were seething with murderous anger, and he was as steady as a mountain even though the carriage was bumpy. Kill him for me. On the carriage, Du Chen pointed his finger at Xiangyu. The director was stunned. Martyr. This is the aura of the world's co-owner. Lu Bang has lost his whole life and won this one time. For once, the world was set. He must have this kind of momentum, without which, how can he ask for the 9 or 5? Helplessness, villainy, but is his means and style of action. But does not mean that he does not have the courage to dominate, and ambition. Otherwise Xiangyu, who was invincible in the world, won the world but only divided it. Lu Bang, on the other hand, asked for the throne of the Son of Heaven. Those actors standing behind the director originally saw the director's difficulty and wanted to see what kind of awkward situation the Oscar winner, bent on having his way, would turn into. However, he didn't expect that everyone had underestimated Du Chen. No wonder Du Chen was using a carriage. It's a direct ing panoramic shot. A three-wheeler, can it have that kind of air? Tricycle, which can only fool the audience by editing. Convinced. Really convinced. It's not at all surprising that people win Oscars. Not now, but later. With this business skills, Xiang Yu killed it. When he was resting after the shooting, Xiang Yu said to Du Chen, not to mention, I played the overlord of the whole drama. And this last one, you really gave me a scare then. I'd like to think that you could even play the role of Xiang Yu. Du Chen said, not modest. Xiang Yu this role, I may not really play hello. Xiang Yu is a fierce general. The world's invincible fierce general. This tiger back and waste of the momentum I do not have. Xiang Yu laughed. You are really modest. Du Chen said, I'm really not modest. This kind of recklessness is really not suitable for me to play. I'm suitable to play the son of heaven. Xiang Yu? Not. Why are you cursing while we're talking? After Xiang Yu left, there was only little left of the crew's work ethic. After all, Du Chen is an Oscar winner. And time is expensive. So the director is embarrassed to hold up Du Chen's time. So it was possible to shoot Du Chen's scenes ahead of time. And the panorama was shot ahead of time. Soon it was time to shoot Du Chen's last scene. In the grand hall, Du Chen had a head full of silver threads and sat casually on top of the steps. He was accompanied by a child. It was a game in which he taught his descendants and gave an account of the play. Du Chen had wine by his side and chatted casually. The overthrow of explosive Qin? Supposedly I didn't put in much effort. But the person who benefited the most was me. Entered Guanzhong and became a king. Would you call that good luck? Oh, sure. I've got a good bunch of brothers helping me get to where I am. Du Chen took another sip of wine. His voice was a little hoarse. Not so full of mid-air in his later years. But in his words, he's become the son of heaven. I'm not as good as Zhang Liang when it comes to strategizing and deciding. To govern the country and pay taxes. I am not as good as Xiao He. To lead a battle and manage an army. I am not as good as Han Xin. The three of them, they are all great men. But then they would like to follow me. You know, why? The kid shook his head. Du Chen said, I'm telling you, because I'm a dragon. The historians say that it was my mother who was by the river that year, and was entangled by the dragon, and gave birth to me? The dragon's seed. Du Chen laughed and said, do you believe it? Of course you don't believe it, but I am the dragon seed, and I have 72 black moles on my body. Later the brethren said that I, the red dragon, killed the rival white dragon. Chen Shang said, wouldn't the king and his vassals rather have seeds? That's the most charged line I've ever heard. Think of me, a man of the law, armed with a 3-foot sword, coming into the world, and won the world. It's not that I, Liu Bang, have any skill, it's the will of heaven. This victory is the victory of the wrath of the common people. Besides, Xiang Yu, he didn't deserve to die, but he didn't want to live and begged for death. But I honor him, even, to this day, I'm still a little afraid of him. Du Chen sighed. Ugh, confused. I win. The phoenix loses. The sparrow wins. Man, you can lose 100 times. But nah, you must win the last time. Du Chen just chatted casually. But the more he talked, the more those standing around watching him film, the more their scalps felt numb. They're listening to something. In listening to the son of God's late self-reporting. Don't tell me this isn't Liu Bang. This is Liu Bang. It was as if they had traveled 2,000 years to watch that Nineveh. The final word on himself. On this world. With a character like Du Chen. I guess the next time he can't. He'll be playing a big shot again. With his temperament and grasp of proportion. It's a shame he's not playing a big shot. A petty child's play really doesn't deserve Du Chen. Only a character like the 9 to 5 can allow Du Chen to utilize his aura. Don't you say it. I still have goosebumps. Marred. If Du Chen had been born a few hundred years earlier, perhaps today's history would have to be rewritten. Born at the wrong time. Xiao He sighed. Zhang Liang's actor said, let's not talk about being born at the wrong time. If he doesn't come actor, he won't do this society a bit of good. As soon as Zhang Liang finished his words, everyone turned their heads to look at this dude. What do you mean? If you're not going to be an actor, what else are you going to be? What do you want to do? That's not a good thing to say. Duk Han kills it. The director specially invited Du Chen to have a meal without calling out others. After all, Du Chen's identity is here. Many people want to climb the relationship. The director didn't go through Du Chen's consent. And it's not good to give Du Chen the go-ahead to do this. So it's just a separate dinner invitation. During the meeting, the director was half drunk and said, I want to open a conference when the time comes. I don't know if you have the time to do it by then. The director who asked this question was a little bit weak. People's current curiosity. The value of a single appearance. He was really not good at estimating. But Du Chen didn't even think about it and said, when the time comes, you'll notify in advance. Du Chen did not think about the director so much. For him, curiosity or money. That or shooting a good scene after something. The core is to shoot a good scene, do a good job. Their own shooting of the play. Open the launch of the flowers. There are no special circumstances. Of course, can come certainly come. The director was so excited by Du Chen's answer that he drank another large glass by himself. Du Chen thought to himself, today this is not my bill. How do you still dilly-dally on the food and drink? What's next for you? The director asked. Du Chen said, the company signed me up for a play. Playing the emperor again puts me guessing. That's what they're saying out there now, that you play the emperor in the most desperate way. Du Chen nodded. Yes, play Ka Jing. S. The director put down his wine glass and looked at Du Chen in surprise, saying, it's director Chen Hua, isn't it? I've also heard recently that this movie is going to start shooting, but the script seems to have all the stuff still left in it. And Jiajing, the emperor, doesn't have much heat or fame right now, and the common base basically doesn't know about this person. The director said, frowning, saying, this drama is not good. Oh, will it be a bit hard to fire? Chapter 126 Experience Pack on Utilizing Imperial Mind Tricks. The legend of Chu Han was killed. Du Chen had only returned to the hotel before he even left when he received a reward from the system. Packet of experience in understanding history and utilizing the mind of the emperor. Seeing this reward, Du Chen himself was puzzled for a moment as to what it was. I've got the ability to forget everything. Do I still have history I don't understand? If you don't understand, don't you just read more books? But soon, Du Chen knew that he was being naive. His mind, after receiving a large amount of information, slowed down for a while. The thoughts in his mind surprisingly had some changes. Some of the historical knowledge he had memorized, he really didn't understand it the same way at this point as he had before. Moreover, the political issues in history were as clear as a net in the veins of Du Chen's mind. The use of the art of power. Du Chen suddenly gave herself a little nose pocket and warned herself, do a good job of filming and don't think what you shouldn't. Sasha was packing up Du Chen's things by the side at this time, and when she saw Du Chen's sudden behavior and talking to himself, she was worried. Now that we're done filming and resting, it's thinkable. Sasha finished, blinking her eyes to show that she was being good. Du Chen glared at her and said, hurry up and pack your things and go. On the day of the killing, Du Chen took Sasha back to his company in Jiaxing. Don't ask why. Ask is that the soundproofing in the hotels there is mediocre and you can faintly hear louder. Du Chen was more or less uncomfortable sleeping there. This time, Du Chen came back not long after his last departure, so greeting him was not done in a grand manner. Still, a few starlets sent flowers. To this the starlet who gave flowers to Du Chen, if she was met outside, she would be in existence to be surrounded by the crowd. But at this moment, they were like an ordinary little fangirl in front of Du Chen. This is the charm of Du Chen today. After settling down inside the company, Jenny came over to run the company. It's still as imperious as ever. Those legs, not exactly long, but just the right proportion and thin enough without being skinny. The paycheck settled over at Chu Han Legend has already been credited to your account. Good. Du Chen nodded. You'll take some time off this time back at the office. Yang Mi moved a chair to sit next to Du Chen and folded his legs together, reading the documents while talking to Du Chen. I was worried about your health last time when you suddenly lost a lot of weight in order to act in the Legend of Chu Han. You just happened to be taking some time off. No peeking at my ass. Business-wise, I'm having it screened. And there's a lot of people coming in looking to work together. But the way things are now, too many eyes are watching and I have to be careful. Can't have you planted at this point. Du Chen was just casually looking around, but he didn't expect to be nailed. Don't look at it or don't look at it, he queried. Didn't we already agree to play Emperor Jiajing? Yang Mi raised her head to look at Du Chen, then continued to read the documents. That imperial sister's demeanor invariably exuding charm. It was supposed to be a deal, but I also have people over there again, and their crew is actually all set to start shooting now. Since you haven't been there yet, the scene without the emperor present is being filmed right now. But the thing is, feet can't peek either. But the thing is, people over there are telling me that their shooting is going very poorly. Lines changed and changed. A section of the scene repeatedly shot also shot not out. The director and screenwriter of The Two Crouching Dragons and Phoenixes also live to find inspiration. They still think it's 20 years ago, so I don't think it's a good idea. Don't go. In one breath, Yang Mi explained things clearly. Duk Hen said, is there anything else you know? It's not incomprehensible if that's all it is. Sometimes directors lean and it does take some grinding. Yang Mi frowned a bit, looked up and said, my whole thing is that I don't understand them. Isn't it just a historical drama? The history is right there. Is it that hard to film? Du Chen said, if it were any other historical drama, it really wouldn't be that difficult. It's just a matter of whether the performance is good or bad. But this Jiajing Emperor is somewhat special. To shoot his charm, Performance is not on top of the technique. It is indeed a bit difficult. Need to ponder, not surprisingly. Humph. Yang Mi got angry, and with her arms wrapped around her chest, she looked at Du Chun unhappily and said, "How can you speak for an outsider?" Du Chun scratched his nose, not knowing what to say. It's really hard to top an imperial sister when she's pouting. "What do you mean? You're still going to shoot?" Yang Mi asked. Du Chun said, "You can go over there first and see what's going on with them. After all, it was agreed before. I'll go over there and see if it doesn't work, and if it doesn't work, I won't shoot." Yang Mi thought for a moment and said, "That's fine. Then you can't be fooled by them in the past. If it's not reliable, you'll come back right away. Don't smash your future in their hands. Even if it's a breach of contract or something, it's a small thing." When Du Chun heard Yang Mi say this, he was more or less comfortable in his heart and said, "Well, I know. Talk to Jan Mi at the office in the morning." In the afternoon, Du Chun rushed to Emperor Jiajing's theater set with his little assistant and driver. "It's just that when I was packing up at the hotel, Sasha, who was wearing suspenders, kept saying it was hot. The air conditioning is on. Why are you hot nowadays?" Du Chun, who had an extraordinary understanding of the emperor's mind, saw through Sasha with just one glance. It's not about seeing through clothes to see through. It's about seeing through thoughts to see through. Chapter 127, A Test of Intelligence. Du Chun rushed to the theater group. It was immediately recognized and made quite a commotion. The director and screenwriter rushed out to greet them and invited Du Chun into the set. Du Chun observed a little. Many of the people at the scene had already done their makeup. This looks like it's already being filmed. The actors on the set, once they were filming, were relieved to see Du Chun come. Thinking to myself that I can finally take a break. Mud. I can't even stand it. I don't think I'll ever finish this crap drama in my life. One shot over and over and over and over again. I'm still annoyed if he doesn't annoy me. Who says it isn't? I've changed my lines 7 times. I can't even memorize my lines right now. It's useless to memorize them. The horse cannot be shot. Then do not shoot it. There is no script is not ready. And then let people shoot. And now suddenly said to be inspired to change. Change it. You change not a moment later. And then inspired. And then change. So to engage in, which beautiful boy to suffer. Ah, now Du Chun is here. Du Chun's worth a lot of money. He's holding people up like this. I'll see if they have the strength to give so much money. A few of the actors took advantage of this break and started spitting. After Du Chun briefly greeted the director and them, he saw that everyone was still working, so he asked, "Should I go put on my makeup and ran shoot a bit together?" The director said, "You're tired even though you just arrived. Why don't you take a break?" Du Chun said, "It's not tiring. If this scene doesn't have the emperor's part, even if it does, let's shoot it together." The director secretly marveled at Du Chun's dedication. If it was someone else with such a big name, which has just arrived at the theater directly called for shooting, Du Chun had said so. The director begged, saying, "Instead, there's a very important scene. In this scene, with all the people. Then, if it's convenient, I'll trouble you." The director said it politely. Du Chun then followed the person to the back to put on his makeup. Time for Du Chun's makeup. The director and screenwriter both stood outside, both holding the script in their hands, looking at each other and starting to make a mistake. Originally, at this time, while Du Chun was putting on makeup, it was to take the script over to Du Chun to have time to look at it first. But the two of them looked at the script, a blank paragraph, such a script to take over, to show Du Chun. They are really embarrassed. It's not really that they didn't get the script right. Rather, Jiaqing, the emperor, was characterized by a heart of gold that ranked among the top or even the top one in the entire history of thousands of years. Maybe he didn't do as many great things as others. However, he did not go to court for 20 years, and played the ministers between the lone battles, and developed the possession of power to the extreme. It's something that few have matched in thousands of years, to characterize this emperor. Not to say that you have to possess wisdom beyond him, but at least you can't shoot too stupid, right? So the original script, shooting always feel wrong, while changing, the more you change the more deleted. The more you change, the more you delete. What's next? Director Chen Hua asked with a frown. Screenwriter Wulong, for the sake of this cannot be helped. I do not know Du Chun to come so fast. Before that he then shoot the legend of Chu Han still needs some time. Who knows so fast? Director Chen Hua said, "Why don't I shoot according to the original script first? Du Chun is not like other people. If he is angry, this is not good. If he wants to leave, we can't do anything about it. Otherwise, with his status and value today, I too dry consume people's time, but also too much." Wulong said, "The original script you are not unaware of. You have to let me hole out. But the shooting we have all seen. Let's just say that at the end of the year Jiajing convenes his ministers for a meeting. This scene want to reflect Jiajing's mind power skill of the high. First of all, we must let the other people in this meeting to the situation of the whole complex up. Grass snake gray line ambulance pulse thousands of miles. This thing is not difficult to write out, but to shoot out, how to reflect. The two chatted in low voices. The circle of actors next to them could guess what was going on when they saw how the two looked. They've been through this too many times. The script must not have been straightened out again. It's well over now. Wasting our time is even if we get paid to do it anyway. But wasting the time of a popular traffic bag like Duchen is not that simple. I said shoot a movie. Is it that hard? Who knows? In the time it took for the people present to chat individually, Duchen came out of the dressing room. The director and screenwriter both walked over to them in embarrassment. There are some things that are hard to talk about, but not talking about them isn't an option, right? The director somewhat awkwardly handed the script to Duchen's hands and said, "This is the script." Duchen picked it up and just briefly looked at it before realizing the problem on it. A blank paragraph. The screenwriter said at this time, "What to say? We changed it and realized it wasn't right, so we left it empty. I'm really sorry about this, but our original intention was also because we saw that you were here and wanted to film it better." Duchen frowned, and the director's heart trembled. But then he heard Duchen ask, "What was the trouble?" Screenwriter says, "This Emperor Jiajing is a long story." Duchen said, "It's fine. You can speak directly. I can understand." The screenwriter and director looked at each other. Things had come to this point. There was no point in hiding it. The stupid scriptwriter then made a point of the fact that there was no way to characterize Kaching. Duchen didn't say a word and listened carefully. When the screenwriter finished speaking, Duchen didn't say anything, just frowned and kept his eyes on the script. This puts the director and screenwriter whole heart thumping straight to the heart. I wonder what Duchen think about this. No more shooting? Dislike them? That they're not responsible? As for Duchen, at this moment, he didn't care what the director and the others thought. He was recalling historical records in his mind, while at the same time breaking down the characters in this scene because he had gained a clearer understanding of power and influence from his imperial mind tricks. Not long after, Duchen gazed at the screenwriter Voron and said, "Wrong thinking, wrong train of thought?" Voron froze. The director's gaze also abruptly looked at Duchen. The people around, although they couldn't hear what the three were saying, they could guess that it must be about the script, and they were also curious about Duchen's reaction, whether he would spend time blindly with them here. Duchen, in the middle of the scene, continued to the writers. "Your thought process is how to make the situation complex, but real history, at the time, was actually complex, and the complexity of the situation at the time was just not something that could be told in a short period of time. So what we should be thinking about is not how to make the situation complicated, but how to go about making the situation, at the time, a little bit simpler, so that the audience can understand the complexity of the situation in a simpler way." As Duchen's words fell, the screenwriter's eyes lit up. Yeah, what an authority. The writers were ecstatic. But where is this the authorities? It's a limited understanding of authority. The look on the writers' faces was only wonderful for a few seconds before they caved in again. That said, it is simple to say, but he also knows that in reality, history is complex, and isn't his problem right now that he doesn't know how to embody that complexity? But Duchen spoke again at this time. "First of all, I serve that we should do a division from all the forces in this situation. Divide them up and then divide up the connections between them. With this vein, we clarify their meeting, the purpose and concerns of all parties, and with this foundation, the situation is naturally clear. Dramatize their concerns and purpose and the audience will understand." Right. Writer Wolong nodded his head vigorously. He had previously thought about how the group of ministers were going to create problems for Jiajing within this situation, but now Duchen's meaning is not to consider how to create a problem for Jiajing, but to return to the essence of reflecting the situation and hearts of all parties. Then the problem naturally appears. Duchen continued, "There are 11 people in this play, including 5 from the cabinet, 5 from the secret service, plus Emperor Jiajing. This is an occasion for the forces of all parties to play by the horns. People like Jiajing will certainly not participate. Once he participates, that means that there is a finalization of the play by the horns. So, Jiajing is sitting behind the curtain listening to them fight each other. This is Jiajing strategizing. Everything is under his control. This drama is actually also a struggle between the 4 forces, among which are the imperial power of Jiajing, the Yen party, the Qinglu, and the secret service. The next step is to figure out the goals of each party." The screenwriter listened attentively. He felt that Duchen had simplified the complex issue. Before he had been thinking about how to be complex, while Duchen was thinking about how to be simple. The purpose of the Qinglu faction is to take advantage of the matter of the treasury deficit to implement the reversal of strictness and bring down the Yin party. The goal is clear, but they also have scruples. That's the thing. They can't, and they don't dare to bring this to the head of Kaching. The thing itself is sure to have Jiajing a leg inserted in it, have Jiajing share, but now they want to achieve the purpose, and cannot drag Jiajing into the water. This thing and the situation itself is not complicated. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The screenwriter jumped up and slapped his thighs in excitement. In front of him he had been devising how the puzzle would be given to Kaching. But in fact, looking back, the difficult problem does not have to be given to Jiajing. Jiajing is the emperor. Any difficult problem in fact, in the end is his difficult problem. He must contribute to ensure the stability of the country. But other people are not robots. All have their own purposes and concerns, which need to be utilized by Jiajing in which to play around, which is the art of power. Awesome. Du Chen ignored Voron's agitation and continued. Not only that, but they have to be prepared to defend themselves and not give the Yin party a chance to strike back at them. Qinglu has a goal. So does the Yin party. They know that Qinglu will take the lead. So they have 3 goals. Du Chen spent nearly 20 minutes, giving Wulong a detailed account. Speaking to the back, Wulong's eyes grew deeper and deeper. The Tao of this. A lot of surprisingly. He turned over the history books, have not been able to find or understand. However, it was spoken by Du Chen in a well-organized manner. Du Chen, your understanding of history and power plays is truly outrageous. The presentation is so in-depth that even people who don't know history can listen to it. Sha Sha, who had long ago come over and followed behind Du Chen, heard someone praising his brother, so she also said smugly, yes it is. Chen likes to go deeper and deeper. Wulong suddenly raised his head and looked at Du Chen in confusion. The situation has gotten so complicated. What about Jiajing? With such a complicated situation, wouldn't that be more demanding on Kaching? Voron was confused. How to fix the situation has already given him a headache, and now the situation is fixed. But the focus of this scene is Jiajing's first appearance. How to reflect the superiority of Jiajing's power skills. How does Kaching make an appearance? Isn't it more difficult? What a ing test of my intelligence. Chapter 128, Playing with the Hands. Kaching's is easy too. You take care of those scripts first, and I'll hone Kaching's a bit more and start shooting straight away. Voron wondered, surprised that Du Chen has such confidence in this situation. This situation, Kaching's he can handle in such a short period of time? Can you figure it out? And the words are so confident? Doubtfully, he was worried about whether Du Chen would be able to do it. After all, the situation is here, and it's not a ing game of descending wisdom. If Kaching can't raise his height, then this whole scene will be for nothing and the audience will just feel like it's rubbing off on their intelligence. If you come out and pull your crotch, you're straight up finished. But just now Wulong had already completed most of the script for the scene through Du Chen, so it wasn't good to say much at the moment, so he immediately got together with the director. Open and engage. Okay. Everyone get ready to start filming. The groundskeeper took the script to be photocopied and reissued. The field manager rushed over and took over the script that had just been re-recorded from Voron's hands. Why I say recorded? Because the vast majority of it was what Du Chen said and Voron memorized. Just what exactly Wulong had memorized. Du Chen didn't care about him. It's the writer's business, and he's helped enough to do that. The script was quickly found to go. Those actors took the script and looked at it. Where there were gaps, they were filled in on the new script. Asterisk 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 what the heck? So soon. I'm so used to taking blank scripts. Suddenly I'm given full scripts. The whole thing makes me so shy. How did I suddenly get it done? Could it be that Du Chen just chatted with them and Du Chen gave it out? It can't be, right? Du Chen is nothing but an actor, even though he's hot right now, but it's just acting. It has nothing to do with screenwriting, right? This still need to think. Must be Du Chen to get out. Otherwise before we are all more and more shooting script less and less. Du Chen only came a while, the script is good, and you are not know it. Du Chen before the shooting of the movie, in the crew are often on site to change the script. This a lot of people know, and the last Oscar win know it. The director of The Last Emperor or Du Chen are counted as one of the directors. So don't even think about it. This is definitely Du Chen's doing. Is Du Chen really that powerful? It didn't take long for the current cast to get a feel for the new script and to write down what they needed to write down. Everyone is ready to go and says it's time to start. And at this time, Du Chen was still sitting on the sidelines, frowning deeply. Sasha stood next to her in her high-heeled sandals, her 2 little hands pulled together to make sure her brother was not disturbed. All the actors, and writers, and directors, their eyes fell on Sasha's long legs. No, it was after stealing a glance at Sasha, their gazes went to Du Chen. I don't know what's going on with Du Chen. This is already said to be starting. At this time, Du Chen was already sitting there with Emperor Jiajing's makeup painted on. The screenwriter looked at the director and saw that the director was also worried in his eyes. The screenwriter said, "It might not work. Even I don't expect a little bit of a clue right now. And I don't think Du Chen can handle it either." The director sighed. His intention to make this drama is to film the depth. But to film depth, thinking has to be about what depth there is. But the thing about depth is that it really can't be as deep as anyone wants it to be. If you want to go deep, you have to have that in yourself. It's hard. Suddenly, seeing Du Chen standing up, "I know," Du Chen said as if talking to himself. Everyone didn't know what was going on and just looked at Du Chen. At this moment, Du Chen's gaze was deep and profound, as if he was looking into the endless sea, into the distance. But the great hall is only so big. In the middle of the hall it was as if his heart and his mind had long since transcended beyond this great hall. Practicing a body like a crane. 2 letters of scripture under 1,000 pines. I came to ask, no more to say. Clouds in the green sky and water in the flat. Du Chen read faintly. Everyone was stunned. The actors looked at each other. What's going on here? Why is Du Chen reading a poem? What does it mean? Screenwriter Voron reacted. But his eyes lit up. With a push of his glasses, he ran over. Absolutely. That's it. That's right. This is Emperor Jiajing. S. The actors were puzzled and all looked at the screenwriter's reaction. Although Du Chen's aura just now did make them suddenly ponder over it. But what are the writers excited about? Except at the moment the screenwriter didn't have the heart to explain it to anyone else. He was too excited. The poem just read by Du Chen was written by a poet of the Tang dynasty, Li Qian. This poet was also a high-ranking official of the time. At this point Li went and asked what the way was. The master pointed to the sky and then to the bottle next to him. Li said that about the ascendant? Blah blah blah. Li is puzzled. The master said, the clouds are in the clear sky and the water is in the bottle. And then Li became enlightened and wrote this poem. What did Li realize? No one knows. What does this poem mean? Don't ask. To ask is to realize it for yourself. Clouds in the green sky, water in the bottle. A glance as something has his rightful place and its own responsibility. So in the face of such a complex situation, how does Jiajing deal with it? I know exactly where you are, what you want, and what you are up to. So don't ask me what I mean. I mean you guys realize it. Hi, a man who didn't go to court for 20 years and played his ministers for fools. Then you say you can't understand or realize. So what's it to me? Jiajing, I'll let you realize. What's wrong? You bite me? Jiajing opens in such a way that the idea is to first take the group of ministers for a wave and let them think for themselves. Then it was time to play with his Kaching's own agenda and follow his lead. Absolute. Du Chen is also ready. He sat behind a draped curtain, listening to the reports of the ministers in the Great Hall as well as hooking up to throw dirt on each other. At this time is not yet Du Chen out. Half to them these people fight finished. Du Chen played Jiajing, out to calm things down. But the shooting only went on for a short while. Click, 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 and the director shouted. The actors were confused and looked at the director, wondering what was going on. It's not that the script is already screwed up. It's that it's according to the script. Why not again? It's too bland. The director walked out and frowned, saying, this is hard for the audience to understand the conflicting emotions of the scene. They can only know that it's simple, but the emotions aren't there. The screenwriter stroked his chin and thought, what just happened? He saw for himself. The situation and the elements were indeed in place, but filmed, the flavor was not right. Suddenly, his eyes flashed and he picked up the script and ran towards Du Chen who was sitting behind the drape. Those actors took one look at the situation. Now that's really definitive. The script just now. It was really Du Chen who messed up. Why else would you run into a problem and go to Du Chen? So young, really so powerful? Will I really or will I not? Chapter 129. A great traitor is like a loyalist. Du Chen realized the problem when they were just filming. He was also not taking into account that what he was thinking about was analyzed from the standpoint of that era at that time, given with an imperial mind. After passing it on to Vorlon, it will have a different understanding when it gets to Vorlon. It's not a question of how bad Voron is. Rather, the matching of two highly different minds will always not mesh well. Du Chen took the script in Voron's hand, and without waiting for Voron to speak, he said, the problem just now is the lack of a climax, the lack of a clear conflict. Once the situation is clear, it doesn't need to be complicated for the audience to understand. Just let them see that them old foxes are about to get it on. When they get going, the audience can appreciate who's on whose side and who's going to do what. And if they don't understand it, the audience can go back and watch it again and take their time to savor it, which makes it more satisfying for the viewer. The point is to show the audience that it's on. So between their lines, they need to clip in and just go straight up. For example, when Yen Shifan comes out, he dislikes people directly. Lines are changed, and he comes out and says the traitorous ministers have already jumped out on their own. Gao Gong is 1. And Zhang Zhuzheng. Gao Gong also can't boo. Dislike backup. How to write the word adultery. Female plus dry. I Gao Gong in the end is still chaff wife. And just yesterday Yu Yanshi fan has married the 9th aunt. As for what they have to say, this is the time to take a stand. How to say that the audience can understand the relationship between them. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Right. Voron was excited and said, I always thought about high and deep, but I didn't realize that I had taken the wrong path and gotten high on myself. It's true that you have to let the audience feel the emotions first, so the audience can better sort out what's going on here. This time Voron figured it out. If Duchen has to say the rest, he's a pig. So Voron bumbled back in, found a table, grabbed a pen and wrote furiously. A bunch of the actors were confused and changed again, but one thing they can be sure of is that the script is really being added by Duchen. Moreover, just now, when Wulong ran to ask Duchen had been sitting behind the drape, and they could only see Duchen's figure, but not really see it. It's quite a foggy feeling. Psychologically, Duchen's aura had overwhelmed the entire room. Before this play was even performed, Duchen already had a look of a king. The screenwriters and the cast and crew had to run over to Duchen, who was behind the drape, to ask for advice. Do you want to be in the palace and go over to listen to the emperor's commands? It wasn't long before Voron's script was written, and he once again had a new copy printed and sent out. Actors who have received their millionth script are numb. After getting the script, they read it, watch and look confused. This ing guy just said Duchen was awesome and that he messed up the script. As a result of this, what the is this? What do I do? Some people look at their scripts and almost can't even tell their characters apart. A face so dumbfounded that they can't even figure out their own niche anymore. Yanshi fan's actor didn't hold back and was the first to ask a question with the script. But it must be mentioned that instead of asking the screenwriter, he snapped toward Duchen, who was sitting behind a drape. Am I not a traitor? All know I'm a traitor. But what's going on inside this script? Why do I feel like I'm a loyal minister? All I think about is how to do my job. And I'm checking out traitors and calling others traitors? With Yanshi fan leading the way. The other actors don't pretend. Yes, this is not a mess. Loyal ministers do not look like loyal ministers. Treacherous ministers do not look like treacherous ministers. The whole scene of the 100 officials are the same. All in the sophistry dislike each other to splash dirty water, but also all for the country of peace. What am I? Am I a villain? Young, haven't seen such a script. Can't even tell the villain from the hero. Where have I seen it? One person didn't hold back and directly questioned Duchen. In fact, he's not the only one who thinks this way. A lot of other people thought the same thing in their hearts. Just that we are all adults and it's not good to move and tear our faces off in front of each other. A good script, even if how to shoot, cannot shoot the villain and the villain cannot be distinguished, right? Duchen, who was sitting behind the drape, just flatly voiced out, there is nothing wrong, that's how it's acted. Everyone treats himself as a loyal subject, just act loyal to the death. The more loyal you are, the more right you are. Duchen's voice was not loud, but it echoed in the great hall, very firm. The actors stopped talking. After all, the director and dartboard present didn't say anything, and Duchen's curiosity was no joke, not something they just ran out and questioned. If it works or not people say so, they just shoot it. The director has also read Duchen's rewritten script. He is the director. We people know better than him. What he wants to shoot, Duchen fulfilled him. There were no words to express the excitement in his heart at the moment, but after looking at the current situation, and the success of this one scene did not represent the success of a play, the director said, that's it for today's shooting. Everyone back to go back and rest first. Wait for the notice. Waiting for notice? What does that mean? Vacation? The actors were unsure, but the director had said they could take a break, so what else was there to say? Resting. When the people left, the director called out to Duchen. Duchen, I'm really sorry for letting you worry about the crew today when you just arrived. Thank you very much indeed. Seeing as it's okay now, why don't we go out to dinner together? Pick you up. And then there are also some questions I'd like to ask you. How about that? Is it all right now? It is you who let people all go home, okay? Duchen spat, but didn't say it out loud and said, okay, let's have dinner together then. After reading the script, and the director's and the writer's requirements, he had actually become interested in the play. He must play this emperor, and this play must be filmed. If the director can't do it, he will. Blah blah blah. No. Then Duchen directed their Duchen to remove their makeup and then went to the hotel together. Chapter 130, Contemporary Wizards. There were 4 people who went to the hotel. Director-writer, plus Duchen and Sasha. Sasha hadn't missed a good meal since she had followed Duchen. Plus the jeans are probably of high quality, as well as Duchen's supplemental nutrition. Sasha is developing well. Everywhere you go, there are sideways glances and peeks. After exchanging cups and eating in the middle of the meal, Director Chen Hua held his cup and said, Du Chen Na, there are some things I'll say first. You've seen what's happening with our crew, and I wonder if you're interested in staying and continuing the shoot. Du Chen was also direct, saying, it's not a big problem. I'm very interested in this drama and can continue filming. The director's eyes lit up and said, good. Nothing else? Raise the money. No. I mean, I'm giving you a raise, not you giving me money. The director was drunk and explained. Screenwriter Wulong said at this time, Du Chen Na, let me be honest with you too. Old Chen's side is in too much of a hurry, pushing for me to work on the script. I've put together the framework for the plot in the script, but you did see it in practice. There are so many holes in the details of it. I really don't know how long it's going to take for me to make it up, and there's no way I'm going to be able to write a scene of the caliber of today's scene anytime soon. I've also made it clear that the money I take from the crew, I'm taking half of it straight out to you, and I can't make any more of this money. And then the screenwriter's byline for this play, add you directly as well, with your name on the front and mine on the back. It's just that this script is really up to you to perfect. The writers are sprightly enough to come right to the point, pulling Du Chen into the fold and also making Du Chen the majority shareholder. Sasha's eyes narrowed with laughter as she listened. My brother is so good at everything he does. Awesome. And Du Chen, after a slight reflection, nodded, okay, this script some places on me to perfect it, but this signature, or you're put in front of your script, this wind I will not go to steal. As for what the screenwriter said about the money, Du Chen didn't push back. At least he thought to himself that he was definitely worth more than half of what he got, so he took it with peace of mind and without any embarrassment. When it comes to money, talk about money, and when it comes to feelings, talk about feelings. This can't be mixed up. Yes, screenwriter Voron was quick to agree. He did draft this script, and he put a ton of work into it, and I don't know how much hair he lost. He also couldn't bear to be someone else's child, and he became a stepfather. Just the thought that without Du Chen this son might be deformed. That's why the head was cut off. But Du Chen didn't take advantage of the situation. He expressed his gratitude to Du Chen and at the same time no longer refused. That's how things are negotiated. Without saying a word, the screenwriter drew out his briefcase and took out from it a pile of A4 paper, which was the script that had been printed out. Then he took out a USB flash drive. This is an electronic version of the script. You can change it right in there. Du Chen all picked it up and gave it to Sasha. Sasha held them like she had her brother's trophies. It belonged to someone else, but was shot down by my brother. After a meal, a few people were at the entrance of the hotel, saying goodbye when the director said, I've given the crew a break over there. Du Chen, don't be in a hurry. I'll let you know when you've finished the script. Du Chen nodded and said good. Then they separated from the director. He took Sasha around by himself, found the highest end hotel in the neighborhood, and got a suite. Now that you have fame and fortune, there's no need to aggravate yourself on something. There's a better environment and it's easier to work. At least at this grand hotel. The transfer service has it all, as well as privacy protection from being followed. And it's soundproof, so Sasha loves it too. After returning to the hotel, Du Chen directly opened the computer prepared by the hotel, plugged in the USB flash drive, and began to work. Sasha wasn't idle either, pinching Du Chen's shoulders and pounding his back from time to time. Fruit drinks are taken care of when in place. She was making sure that Du Chen was not distracted by any needs, and was fulfilling all of Du Chen's needs without him having to say anything. In a flash, it was already dark. Du Chen had already eaten the foie gras fried rice that Sasha had served him. Sasha had watched Du Chen keep working for so long that she shouldn't have bothered, but she was also heartbroken and went over to whisper, Brother, it's time for bed. She let her voice be as gentle as possible. Du Chen had been working well when he was disturbed by this voice, and all of a sudden, he almost lost his Taoist heart. When he glanced up, he saw Sasha, whose hair was currently tied back to reveal her snow-white neck, standing next to him in her light, homey civilian clothes. Stand over here and give me some pressure. Du Chen finished and continued working. Noon the next day, Sasha was lying on the couch next to Duchesne's work desk when she was woken up by Duchesne slapping her face. The white face was doe-eyed, the red lips tapped with a slight swish. Sasha opened her eyes, looked at the time, and exclaimed, Ha, it's noon. I overslept. It's okay, Du Chen said. Sasha said, Morning brother, did you just wake up too? Du Chen said, I'm still awake. Ha? Sasha froze and looked at Du Chen with a guilty look on her face. She stayed with Du Chen last night. Du Chen worked and she was trying her best to help him. At some point, she was just too tired. So take a seat on the couch and fall asleep. I didn't realize it was noon when I woke up. It was Morn who woke her up. Get dressed and go out. Du Chen finished giving Sasha and went to wash himself first. The script he had already changed overnight and notified the director and screenwriter side. Now you can go to the theater. Actually, Voron got the script and the framework is fine. It's just that filling in things inside that framework does fall into the category of being a bit more complicated. But these things, it was hard to beat him. Don't say a play. It's writing orthodox papers, and he can write about different projects in minutes with that historical knowledge. Rush to the crew. A number of people have already arrived. At least everyone who was there yesterday came. Du Chen handed the flash drive to Wulong. I didn't go to the hotel to print it. The stuff is in there. You call out to someone to print it. Wulong and Shenhua. The two of them looked at Du Chen like he was a godman. Really changed? How long has this been going on? Less than 24 hours. I was going to take a week off and see how it went. You got it done in 24 hours? Du Chen turned his head to look at the director. The director of this problem to him whole will not. How do you answer that? It's not written here. What's wrong with it? The director looked at Du Chen looking at the little cutie. The same eyes looking at him, all of a sudden a little embarrassed, and hurriedly shouted for someone to go and print it. The scene was filled with people watching a few people talk. What do you mean? Du Chen went to write a script yesterday? I'm convinced. What hasn't been done in so long? He did in one day. Can this work? It won't be like yesterday, when it all went haywire and made a mess, so that you couldn't tell the king from the king and the villain from the villain. I feel like it's going to be the end of the line. High curiosity is different. Just play whatever you want. Let's wait and see. I think the outside rumors are quite high on Du Chen. Du Chen isn't too bad. In the midst of the crowd's murmuring, Voron had taken the printed script and read it. The more I look at him, the more scared I get. His hands shook as he watched. This was written by Duchesne? This depth. The director saw him and followed him, holding up the ones he'd seen and looking at them. These two people can't look at it and forget about it. All of a sudden shaking their heads and tisking their mouths, looking like they've never seen the world and opened their eyes. This blows those actors away. What do you mean? No, it's not that much of a stretch. Both of them gasped heavily as they read it. Du Chen, long ago I heard from someone that when you were on the set, you often changed the script on the fly. Chen Hua said solemnly, true renown is better than meeting, and meeting is even better than renown. You are truly a contemporary wizard, and the industry is blessed to have you. The screenwriter, Voron, nodded his head vigorously as well. Those actors were stunned. The director and screenwriter, who spoke so highly of Du Chen, and looking at the director's appearance and tone, it was not at all like flattering Du Chen. Chapter 131 is not right. The script, which Dukhan had already made up for the writers, was photocopied and sent out to the actors. A lot of them, in fact, have been coming to the show for a while. You can also say that you are very familiar with the script, and Du Chen only modified some lines in it. The general framework remained unchanged, so it's not hard to refamiliarize yourself with it. You just need to memorize the lines. But for just this one scene to be filmed today, it's not that much trouble to memorize the lines, and you can read them paragraph by paragraph when you forget. So it didn't take long to get there and everyone was ready to shoot. The official shooting begins. It was snowing heavily outside and the ministers rushed over. A fireplace was raised in the great hall. Jiajing Emperor Du Chun, sitting at the back of the curtain, wearing a Taoist robe. Taoist Bone's immortal wind-closed eyes, cannot see his eyes. No one can know what he is thinking. Even if he didn't close his eyes, no one could see that a gauzy drape separated him from the minister. As for the group of ministers outside the tent, only Yen Gulao, who was already old, was qualified to give a seat and sat by the fireplace. The main event begins. The eunuch abbot of the Secretary of the Palace of Justice, by his first opening, or rules, the cabinet of last year's expenditures, according to the ministries, and the 2 capitals of the 13 provinces of the actual use of the report up. What should be tied up and what shouldn't be tied up, it all has to be said today. This year, there are which several large expenses. The ministries put forward, complementary zone count, the cabinet proposed a ticket. We can approve the red to the red. What do you think, courtier? After the opening was done, the big eunuch of the secretarial supervisor, not forgetting the human condition, brought out the most powerful of all, courtier Yen. Yen Pavilion old man on the surface of the appearance of an old man. But the speech is not simple. You damn well know how to be humane. But I don't? He went straight to the emperor's ass. Thanks to the emperor's virtue like heaven, and everyone's solid use of their hearts, the toughest days are finally over. Then Yen Pavilion old man last year's great disaster of the Ming, one by one as a report out. Then with a grin, honestly, I don't even know how I got here. It sounds like he cares deeply about the country and counts everything, but at the same time it can't be denied that he's also summarizing the expenditures for the aftermath, the deficit in the treasury, and easing some of the tension first. This opening, how it sounds, is a loyalist. Those who spoke after them were all the same. one more loyal than the other. We did not dare to sign it until the Ministry of Revenue talked about the expenses of the Ministry of Mandarins and the Ministry of Labor. The overspending was so great that we did not dare to sign it. Yan Shifan said. We have bills from the Ministry of Mandarins and the Ministry of Public Works, and you were all present when the Cabinet of Ministries drew up the bills for the expenditures of the ministries, and now you are signing for one ministry and not the other. What in the world do you want from the Ministry of Revenue? Yan Shifan questioned. That's where the shoveling starts. High Arch also went straight A. Not our household. The Ministry of Labor and Industry is the Ministry of Labor and Industry of the Great Ming, and not what you're away from the Ministry of Public Works. Cao Gong also said. If you want to force Lai, then the Ministry of the Household also give you. You sign it yourself. Du Chen, who was sitting behind the drapery, slowly opened his eyes at this time. A split screen shot of the side of his face. The director behind the monitor screen was shocked when he saw Du Chen's eyes and saw Jia Jing at this moment. This was originally a normal shot. Just a subplot. It's not yet time for Ka Ching to make his official appearance. But with that one look, it was amazing that it had taken on a flavor. Du Chen's pair of eyes were deep and divine, as if he had seen through those ministers in the meeting outside. It's still disliked out there. Du Chen stood up behind the drapery and walked towards the side of the great hall where the emperor went to the toilet. The camera went to Dukan. But there's still dislike out there because of the Ministry of Households, Ministry of Public Works and whatnot. And without talking about business, it's just about the line first. Pavilion Elder Yan and the others all slightly lowered their heads, did not interrupt, and did not know what they were thinking, but just listened to the two of them, Gao Gong and Yan Shifan. To the line. Ka Ching lifted the lid of the toilet with an expressionless face. When he was done, he slammed the lid of the toilet, heavily, onto the top of the toilet. Bang! The sound of the toilet seat lid carried into the great hall, the sound echoing through the hall. The bickering crunched to a halt. Good. In place. The director lifted his weight and clapped his hands. If he wasn't afraid of interrupting the shoot, he'd be jumping up and down. Du Chen's performance really surprised him. Just this one action just now has been divinely appropriate. He didn't say anything, but it told everyone, and the viewers who would watch the movie later, he was upset and unhappy now, and he didn't want to listen to pointless bickering. But the high arch of this violent temper, but just froze, but did not converge, but also dislike Yan Shifan, said the small cabinet boss. You even have an opinion? You see who is suitable. You call who do it. I quit. Xiao Gulao, also known as Yan Shifan, still wants to dislike him, but his father performs the pavilion, is a piece of old ginger. Know that the emperor is not happy. At the right time, he voiced, Yan Shifan. Father. Yan Shifan defied. Yan Gulao said, there's nothing here, Dad. Only the courtiers of my great Ming. The imperial court deliberates. Let the people talk. After Pavilion Elder Yan's words, no one uttered another word, and they all eased up. After a while, Pavilion Master Yan acted like an intermediary. 2. Su Qing, what difficulties do you have? Speak up. The meeting then proceeded peacefully once again. But that's just the surface. This meeting, there's no way it's going to be peaceful. Du Chen returned to the drapery tent. He still didn't say a word and just listened to these people screwing with each other. They had a dry spell, and in the end they didn't get anywhere. But such a result is also the result that Jia Jing has known for a long time. Why are the forces so messed up? Is it because Ka Ching can't control it? It's not. It's what Ka Ching wants. To say who is the biggest, the strongest and the toughest of these forces. It is him, Emperor Jia Jing. When they were pretty much done bickering, Ka Ching knew he needed to make an appearance. He stepped slowly out from among the bookshelves at the back of the drapery, practicing a body like a crane. 2 letters of scripture under 1,000 pines. I came to ask, no more to say. Clouds in the green sky and water in the flat. His figure appeared in front of the crowd, empty voice, echoing in the great hall. Everyone was wondering what he meant by these verses. Alive! Ka Ching lives. The screenwriter squeezed the director's shoulder hard and looked at Du Chen in the camera. Unable to contain his excitement, the director gritted his teeth and said, can you lighten up a bit? The director was also alarmed. This was the line Du Chen had prepared himself yesterday, and at that time he felt it wasn't simple. Shooting today he was ready until there was this scene, but when the eater actually saw Du Chen's rendition, he was still shocked. Du Chen's all in a Taoist robe, his voice was empty and clear, his footsteps were unhurried, and his gaze was deep and unfathomable. Ka Ching's temperament opened this round with a hammering finish. I'm sure when it airs in the future, viewers will just see the first scene of this Jia Jing's appearance, and they won't be able to resist watching this whole drama, right? This is a man with a special charm. This is an emperor with a story, and a different kind of emperor. Inside the great hall, everyone knelt down. Du Chen walked up to the throne, turned back to his voice as usual, directly pointing to the key points. Yan Shifan said that the Zhou Yuni who slandered the court has a backstage. And the backstage is in your cabinet. Courtier Yan. Pavilion Master Yan immediately responded. I am here. Say, who's behind him? Back to your majesty. There is no Zhou Yuni backstage here. Pavilion Elder Yan bowed his head and said. Each played Taiji, but Jiajing was not surprised by this as he continued to ask. Then why did Zhou Yuni make last year's court spending so clear? Courtier Yan responds. The court has no private accounts. Then he went on to talk about how last year was so and so. But all this, does Kaching need him to say? It's just a walk in the park. And Jiajing understands that. He's not relying on the group in front of him to actually find out what's going on. The group of people in front of him were just pawns for him to play with for balance. Meanwhile, in fact, these people are greedy. The most greedy is the ing Jiajing himself. Otherwise he plays so many tricks. The next thing he did was to start working on the closing. The problem here wasn't something that could be solved here, but rather behind the scenes. Duchen parties knocked a bit and gave another red date. After a flurry of ratings, Duchen sent all the people away in a big way. Only the father and son, Yan Gaolao and Yan Shifan, were left behind. Duchen looked at the drifting snow outside and asked, now that it's just you father and son left, what do you guys say? Does Zhou Yuni have a backstage or not? Pavilion Elder Yan and Yan Shifan directly froze, and the two of them glanced at each other. Yan Shifan opened his mouth to say nothing. This went on for 3 or 4 seconds, and neither man uttered a line. Duchen said, it's the Lantern Festival today. Stay and have a Lantern Festival with me. Click, click, click. The director huffed and puffed and ran out, saying, both of you, what is the situation of you two? The last little bit of this scene, you 2 lines? Forgot? Yan Pavilion Elder and Yan Shifan were a bit embarrassed. Yan Shifan said, no just now this is not right this all of a sudden to me Cardmaster. The director is furious. The scene was so well shot that the 2 older actors ended up not being able to say their lines. What's wrong? The director asked. Yan Shifan said, Duchen's tone and emotions were off, which gave me a jam and didn't connect. Chapter 132 Young people are great. The director was puzzled. Duchen's tone is not right? The surrounding actors looked over as well. After all, this was the first time someone on set had said that Duchen was not acting correctly, and it was 2 veteran actors who had said this. Before that, it was Duchen who said others were wrong, and the scripts were all changed by him. He's only been on the set for 2 days, and he's all the rage. Now someone is denying Duchen. They were, of course, greatly interested. Yan Shifan continued. That's right, it's the tone and mood that's wrong. This is the part of the line where he asks us, but his tone, instead of a question, was the tone and mood of a declarative sentence. It's like giving us notice. All of a sudden I got stuck and didn't answer. It's like I'm waiting for him to ask a question and he's giving me notice, which I can't react to at once. The director is in trouble. This problem appeared in Duchen? The people around us, should we say no, are a little bit happy in their hearts. After all, it's too much pressure to be with someone who's too good to be true, and it's kind of fun to see him slip up for once. Instead, they heard Duchen's voice say, there's nothing wrong with the tone or the mood, it's just the way it is. Everyone froze for a moment, and their gazes turned to Duchen in unison. People, 2 veteran actors, have made it very clear that they've spelled out the problem. Duchen is so stubborn, and you say he's right? This ing internet says how he's so and so. It seems to be nothing more than a persona. It's still the same big game. The problem is already here. He's going to have to do it on his own terms. Bent out of shape. Isn't that the norm for those who are on fire? One by one they think they're great and what they say goes. Earlier I thought that this Duchen had a few skills and had some good feelings for him, but now it seems that it's nothing more than that. It's not surprising. If I was as hot as he is, I'd be more floored than he is. If I were so hot as him, the director would have to call me brother, and I wouldn't even shoot if I didn't call him brother. So how can just any actor say I'm right? The director also froze. It should not be but Duchen had said so. Who would he listen to? Of course I listened to Duchen. What curiosity is Duchen? This has to be said. Curry big people in the crew is really different. Even if Duchen wrong, but he said right. The director cannot force. Duchen's gaze swept over the crowd and looked at the director, saying, Zhou Yuni is Qinglu. But the secretary of the Heavenly Palace is clear that the Ministry of Households all have problems. This is certainly not unrelated to the Ministry of Households. The Ministry of Households behind the Qinglu. Qinglu back is Jiajing son of Yuan. This matter has been known to Jiajing for a long time. Only that he does not want to see a dominant situation. He wants checks and balances. Emperor Jiajing is a man who does things not on right or wrong, on loyalty or disloyalty. He has always used the world as a chess game, and only cares about the pieces that work well. On this matter of Zhou Yuni, who is behind it would he not know? Would he have no idea? Will he think he can ask for answers? No way. This is not Ka-ching, who has never forgotten to test and knock on all sides. So the question, he's not asking, he's just saying. So the tone is calm and not eager for answers. The crowd in the room froze as they listened. When you think about it that way, it does make sense. But, they were in the previous casts, those shows, and they were all smooth. To ask is to ask. To say is to say. A loyalist is a loyalist and a villain is a villain. So by now, they all have a habit of thinking within themselves that this is black or white. But think about Jiaqing the Emperor, and the performance and persona of Emperor Jiaqing in that scene just now. That's really it. One and the same. In the details, it's simply not that clear-cut. Loyal and treacherous officials are also not something that can be defined in one or two lines, and Ka-ching's thoughts are not something that can be directly said to death in one sentence. So here, if we really let Jiaqing keep the two of them and ask them seriously, it would in turn look like Jiaqing was out of line. Stay and knock and try and eat the lantern with him, because making people wonder is what he's all about. Yan Shifan, the father and son actors, also reacted after hearing Du Chen's explanation. Yan Shifan was a little embarrassed. Blame me. It's my fault for not thinking things through. Sorry. The director was relieved when things were made clear. Otherwise, if it was really Du Chen's fault, then he could only help Du Chen. This would have to take a back seat to eccentricity. But at the same time, Du Chen's thinking surprised him. It's amazing that he's already taken the situation and Jiaqing's understanding of it down to such detail. If you were born in the royal family in ancient times, you'd probably be a good candidate to be the emperor. Then in that case, it's okay to talk it out. Let's reshoot one. The director said he was going to walk back and organize a reshoot. Du Chen shouted, "Wait, no need." The director stopped and turned back, saying, "Then, wasn't the one just now not working? It's fine. We've already reshot a lot of them. It's fine to do one more." The rest of the cast made a habit of reshooting one line. Anyway, they've gotten used to it in the time they've been here on the set. Days are just reshoots and reshoots, so there's no comment on that. Du Chen, however, said, "There's no need to reshoot. The one just now was fine." Neither actor spoke, hesitating. His hesitation is also really good to fit the scene. Jiaqing was not going to ask them, and do not expect their answers. They even answer. The line is also do not know, I do not check, etc. With this one, they froze, hesitated, and had expressions in place that happened to match the scene, more so than if they had purposely acted it out. When the director heard it, he remembered that he had just shot to the end. When the two old actors couldn't say their lines, Du Chen also said that it was the Lantern Festival, so stay and have a Lantern Festival with me for the end. In other words, the moment Du Chen couldn't get the two older actors to match their lines when they were just filming, Du Chen had already made a contingency and thought through what was going to happen behind the scenes. The director looked at Du Chen with wide eyes. The script is still playing out. An unexpected event in the middle of a performance that Du Chen takes care of without a trace and gives an even more perfect answer. Is this still human? It's a god of show business, right? The surrounding actors were also shocked. The whole thing was going on, and they had just watched the whole thing, when they were still thinking about arguing about who was right and who was right. The other Du Chen had already finished considering all the things clearly. If Yan Shifan hadn't brought it up and said that Du Chen was wrong, Du Chen is not willing to say anything about this matter. Directly finished, and then deeply hidden. This is over. It was someone else who said it first before Du Chen explained it. The crowd was shocked in their hearts. Young is bullish. This reaction speed is no one. A big opening scene. The shooting is completed and the actor of Yang Jinshui walks to Du Chen's side. The eyes glanced at Sasha, who was pinching Du Chen's shoulders, and hurriedly retracted. That's someone else's. And while it's pretty, it's not polite to stare. Brother Chen, can I ask you a question? Yang Jinshui asked. Chapter 133. Du Chen was also puzzled by Yang Jinshui's sudden arrival and asked, "Why? What's wrong? Just tell me what's wrong, and I'll tell you everything I can to help you." Yang Jinshui said somewhat thankfully, "Isn't there a scene between me and you in the back? I had some pressure, never found the focus, didn't know what kind of feeling to use to act." Yang Jinshui, this person is also honest. What to say? Their own shortcomings directly unveiled on the table. But the actor who had just finished filming and was resting next to him, after hearing what Yang Jinshui said to Du Chen, it was a bit puzzling. Although they recognized Du Chen's acting skills, they had just seen it. But how good an actor he is in person, and whether he can teach or not, are two entirely different things. Someone like Du Chen, who had such acting skills at such a young age, was obviously gifted, with little skill to speak of. So how could he possibly teach anyone? If he can systematize his acting skills to teach people to teach them as well, we don't see him talking about it in front of us. We only see him performing it himself. Du-chan didn't open his mouth right away, but took the script from Yang Jinchue to see which clip Yang Jinchue was talking about. Just by scanning the script, Du-chan knew which scene it was. Du-chan said, "This scene is simple to say and complex to say, but if it's played well, it's really a very watchable clip." Yang Jinchue Dao, yes. I thought that I could not have many scenes with Jiajing in the same frame, and every scene in the same frame. It must be meaningful, so I thought to act better. Du-chan nodded, signaling that Sasha could stop. Then Sasha went and sat down next to her, her white fingers gently rubbing up her cheeks. A young woman field worker in her 30s, saw Sasha sitting there. This girl is pretty and generous and pleasing to the eye, so she had nothing to do. So she walked over to sit down next to her and asked, "Why are you rubbing your face? Are you trying to slim it down? I think you have quite a perfect googly-eyed face. You don't need to be thin, do you?" Sasha froze and said, "It's not a skinny face, I have a sour mouth." Venue. On Du-chan's side, he was already chatting with Yang Jinchue. Several of the forces on this issue have just spoken. Now it's time to come to an understanding of who you are. This time when you met with Jiajing, you didn't wear official clothes, but civilian clothes. This means that you are in the capacity of a private servant of Kaching. So you have to understand that the one who can save you and the one who can kill you are both Kaching. And you are Kaching's man. This position is central. Let's move on to the script. The conversation with Kaching. A couple of questions from Kaching. Jiajing said that you saw that confession of mining Yuan with your own eyes? Kaching sat up and asked if he had seen it with his own eyes. And did he only care if you saw it or not? He cares about what's in it. Jiajing wants to get hold of the information and take the initiative when he faces those several forces afterwards. But the question is actually a very important one. And it's not primarily about you, but about that confession. Because Jiajing has his concerns. That is, the matter of the treasury deficit. Yen Shifan did absolutely dirty. But the Yen party in the eyes of Jiajing now cannot fall. What Jiajing is worried about is that if the content in that confession involves important information that will be utilized to fall back on strictness, Jiajing will have a hard time cleaning up the situation. So in this place, your answer has to be dry. The script is saying you didn't see the content, so you have to answer dry. Otherwise the audience will be confused as to where you stand on this issue. Yang Jinchue sucked in a breath of cool air when he heard Du-chan speak. Du-chan told him about the play, about the things inside the play, and at the end of the story, the consideration was surprisingly about how the audience would understand. No wonder he won an Oscar. That's the difference. When Yang Jinchue himself read this script, he thought about his own position, and the reaction he should have, and how to play his role well. But Du-chan has surpassed him by too many steps, and he plays the role well on the one hand, but also plays it in such a way that the audience understands the play. Indeed, if there is hesitation, or thinking, in this issue, Yang Jinchue plays it. It's easy for the audience to not understand Yang Jinchue's position at this moment. The position is here. House servant, must perform domestic servants for the audience. The audience does not care about you Yang Jinchue this and that. The audience cares about what you Yang Jinchue in front of Jiajing. Okay, got it. I'll pay attention here. Yang Jinchue immediately said that he had been taught. Du-chan continued. You proceeded to read on, and you answered Kaching on this question. Then Kaching asked a bigger question. Jiajing asked you, what do you think Hu Zongxian is doing this for? That's a different problem. You have to act flustered. It's a human emotion that must be felt. You have to realize that in this place, you are allowed as a small eunuch, to evaluate what a feudal official has done. Let's be clear here. This is not a place to ask about what you see or hear. It's a place to ask for your opinion. Your subjective opinion. The answer here is your responsibility. A little eunuch evaluating a feudal official, saying one word wrong, could lose his head. That's why you, Yang Jinchue, must panic. Right. Yang Jinchue immediately nodded his head, thinking of this problem. He was just thinking that Du-chan had already said that he was a family servant before, so he had to act like he was being truthful on this issue as well. But hearing Du-chan say this now, he realized the problem. He was wrong again. Even if it's a house servant, that's still afraid of death. It's the giveaway question, and panic is definitely in order. Du-chan gave Yang Jinchue a lecture, and really did what he said he would do, knowing everything. There was no selling out to young Goldwater or playing big, straight up like a teacher giving him the play. When he left, Yang Jinchue thanked Du-chan 10,000 times, while at the same time his heart felt like a knife was on his neck, telling him to go and look at Sasha twice more. Sasha was simply the girl who grew on his hormones, his favorite type, but Yang Jinchue hardened himself and held back from looking at it. Du-chan had done him a great favor. He couldn't afford to apologize to Du-chan, not even by looking at Du-chan's assistant and thinking about him. When he came, he thought that there would definitely be gains. but he just did not expect the gains to be so great. And on many issues, Du Chen directly changed his previous understanding of interpretation. The people on the set, seeing Yang Jinxue and Du Chen chatting for a long time before leaving, all muttered in their hearts that they shouldn't have. Yang Jinxue is also a new actor. He can't be unaware that there's a difference between interpretive skill and talent, right? Going to ask someone who relies on talent for interpretive techniques is like going to ask a bachelor how to put his wife to bed at night. Then, on the following day, the scene was prepared for shooting. Today Yang Jinxue came to the theater with great confidence. After Du Chen gave him a lecture yesterday, he already understood pretty much everything. After all, he was an old actor. When he went back, he digested what Du Chen had told him again. Today he had full assurance that he would be able to shoot it without any problems. Sure enough, as soon as filming began, Yang Jinxue found his form. Du Chen, who was paired with Yang Jinxue, also felt very comfortable playing this scene. After all, the rival actor he taught yesterday. Those actors who watched Yang Jinxue and asked Du Chen for advice yesterday also noticed the problem. It's too smooth a show for these two. Especially Yang Jinxue, facing judging surprisingly acted perfectly, as if he had brought a character from a play to life. And on the field, the shooting was underway, and Du Chen asked Yang Jinxue, "What do you think Hu Zongxian is doing this for?" Yang Jinxue at this moment had practiced this scene countless times last night. At the moment he renders it, he dropped to his knees and hesitated, his head lifting slightly, his eyes trying to look up and then hurriedly lowering. The director gave a direct close-up. It was a moment of personal emotion for young Goldwater that came through. The actors around them were stunned for a moment. This Yang Jinxue, surprisingly, gets a close-up at this point. They had watched Yang Jinxue shoot it quite a few times when they were grinding before. But compared to now, his previous acting was much worse. This is all due to Du Chen? Is it really true that Yang Jinxue went to ask Du Chen to teach him yesterday? And Du Chen gave the teaching? Right at this moment when Yang Jinxue hesitated, another eunuch of Lu Fang relieved him. Only then did Yang Jinxue respectfully state his own opinion. That's just it. When the shooting was done, the director was straight up happy and yelled, "This one goes over together too." When the people around them saw this, they waited until Du Chen had rested and all gathered around. Seeing is believing. Yang Jinxue must have been instructed by Du Chen. If it works, why don't they ask for advice? Chapter 134, Inverting the Big Dipper. The actors on the set, who yesterday watched Yang Jinxue go to ask Du Chen for advice. Today's Yang Jinxue's performance then brightened people's eyes, and also got a close-up that would not have been available. Under these circumstances, what else was there to question Du Chen's strength? At this point, they were more questioning whether the drama, Daming Jiajing, was a little different from other dramas, because the script was strange from the beginning, and after the change they were made to play villains that didn't look like villains, and decent ones that didn't look like decent ones, which made them all start to wonder about the characters they were playing. Like Jiaqing, the emperor, they read their own script and didn't understand what Jiaqing was up to, and it wasn't even that clear what they themselves were actually up to. So, ask Du Chen to go? Many people were hesitant to watch, somewhat unable to pull their weight. After all, Du Chen was so young. Brother Chen, what are they doing? Always peeking at us. Sasha got next to Du Chen's side, pulled her neckline upwards and whispered, "Nowadays, the emperor's mind skill is used by Du Chen. How can he not see what these actors on the set are thinking in their hearts?" He laughed softly and said, "People's desire is the reason of heaven. This is the common sense of human beings, so let them watch it." "Oh," Sasha responded, pulling her collar down again. Du Chen turned around and gave the girl a strange look. "What are you doing? Didn't you say you'd show them?" Tear. Su Chen sucked in a breath of cool air and didn't know what to say. Sounds like the logic is fine, but it's not right. While the two were chatting, Yan Shifan was the first to step in, and he came over with a smile and dragged a stool along with him. He had received guidance from Su Chen from the side during yesterday's shooting, so it wasn't that awkward to run over it this time. After sitting down beside Du Chen, Yan Shifan held his own script in his hand and said, "Du Chen, I have a question to ask for advice on this role. I don't know if I'm interrupting?" Du Chen on the acting side of things, not to make things difficult for him in the case, he would not pose anything, and did not deliberately modest, just frankly said, "How?" Yan Shifan took a look at Du Chen's attitude. This is something, and it's nice to talk. If Du Chen gave him a polite on, he really didn't know how to mess it up. Instead, it was Du Chen's unenthusiastic and indifferent, but serious attitude that made him quite comfortable. Yan Shifan said, "It's my character, who is a villain in the drama, right?" Du Chen said, "By and large, it's right. From the standpoint of the people, this character is a great traitor." "Then I wonder," Yan Shifan said, "since I'm a traitor, why is it that in many parts of the script, My lines and acting requirements, that are all righteous? Will the audience feel abrupt if we perform like this? So I don't even understand what kind of micro-expressions to use while performing to reveal emotions to the audience. Duchen said. You've got one thing wrong. Yen Shifan's brows furrowed. Not in revulsion at Duchen's denial, but in seriousness as he asked, may I ask for guidance? By this time, several actors had gathered around Duchen and Yen Shifan, Yen Song and Hu Zongxian and Yu Wang and the rest of them, along with a few actresses from the harem, including the screenwriter, who had slipped over at some point and was held back because of his short stature. He stretched his neck to hear what Duchen was saying. Duchen was not distracted by the people around him as he said, it's not just yourself as a character that you have to think about. You have to think about what this whole show is trying to say, and the other characters in the show. It's like you, Yen Shifan. If you're just a shallow traitorous minister who does and says everything, you hate people, or you hate the audience to know that you're a traitorous minister, then it would be an insult to the audience if you survived a single episode of this show. You have to see what kind of people you're gaming with, and there's even Emperor Jiajing among them. So you're acting like a big traitor and the audience can buy you? The audience will think, this is really the director letting live. He has to live. Duchen's words came out and could not help but put Yen Shifan in thought. All around them, their gazes deepened. Duchen's words were like a nod to them, and they thought of a problem. It's their own characters. They have thought about their own characters, but now Duchen has opened new doors for them, and that's thinking about their own. But has it ever occurred to them that the character they're thinking about can be justified in a script that the audience will feel can be survived? Hurry's actor, seeing a group of people gathered together, also came over curiously. And that's when Yen Shifan asked another question but there's still a contradiction in buying here. That is, you see, Yen Shifan opens his script and shows it to Duchen. But in fact, Duchen knows his script like the back of his hand, because he wrote much of it himself, and he also possesses the ability to forget everything. Yen Shifan pointed to the script and said, the lines on my script that I just said, justice is served, and so are the performance requirements. But look at the lines in some places, vulgar and violent. In this case, there is no way to act according to the decency at all. This kind of picture the audience will know that this is the villain at a glance. This is not my misunderstanding? Duchen glanced at it and said, you didn't misunderstand. His words were heard by everyone in the room. At this time all revealed a puzzled look. Just now obviously Duchen said that you cannot behave superficially like a traitor. This will be why said coarse and violent. A look at the superficial villain look right? The screenwriter also frowned, listening intently. Duchen explained, this is the conflict of the character Yen Shifan in the drama. After Duchen finished, he asked a rhetorical question. Do you know who Yen Shifan's backstage is? Yen Shifan didn't even think about it and said, his father, Yen Song. Duchen shook his head. Yen Shifan's backstage is not his father? Everyone looked at Duchen in confusion, and Duchen reached out and nodded on the script. Yen Shifan's backstage is Jia Jing, ******. Like this? Not caring about the surprise of the people around him, Duchen continued. It's not important to know. Let's start with the point of this mission of yours. Here's the contradiction in what was just said. In this drama, the Yen party, you, Yen Shifan, are the undisputed villain, the sinner of the people. But the backing behind the Yen party is actually Jiajing. Why does the Yen party exist? That is for Jiajing to take the blame with. Even if there was no Yen party, Jiajing would have gotten the Zhang party and the Li party to use for him to do his dirty work backstabbing. Your dad, Yen Song, figured this out, and that's why he exists. But you, Yen Shifan, the character, didn't understand this. You even thought of dumping the pot of your corruption onto Jiajing, which is completely reversing the Big Dipper. This is the point in the play where your character is conflicted, a conflict that you have to show to be seen by the audience. If there's no brokenness, how dare you have the idea of dumping on Jiajing? The fact that you as a character can have this kind of idea proves that you are really floating. So floating, you have to have the performance of floating. You have to interpret this inflated mentality, including that kind of righteousness, which is actually sandwiched between is also the performance of you floating. You feel inside that you can play with people, that what you say is what you say, that you are loyal when you are greedy, that you are loyal when you harm the people and that you are for the country and for the people, that you think that you have the final say, and that if it doesn't count, you will find a way to make it count. Got it? Yen Shifan suddenly stood up and jumped in front of Duchen now and shouted. Then he slapped the script in his hand. Got it. Now I really get it. So that's the kind of character I am. That makes sense. Duchen, this is really too thank you. Really taught. I have been confused before as to understand how I have to position this role. I think your acting skills are superficial. You're not only good at acting. Your understanding of history, of theater, is simply breathtaking. What knowledge it takes to have that kind of insight. Chapter 135, Figuring Out Your Role. Du Chen's flurry of explanations to Yen Shifan not only allowed Yen Shifan to figure out his role, the onlookers were also completely overwhelmed by Du Chen. Hurry's actors are behind Du Chen with their scripts. Stupidly, his face was a little difficult to look left and right, and finally made a decision with a clench of his teeth, and his feet just stepped away, intending to call out to Du Chen, but the director's side has already shouted first. Where is Yen Shifan? The scene is set. The director's voice cut Haley's plan short. The scene has been set up. Waiting for Yen Shifan's scene. The scene is going to shoot the scene. Du Chen is sitting next to it. This time also go over to find Du Chen chatting more or less is a little bad. Hurry exhaled. It would have to wait. Yen Shifan's actor was very excited, and was listening to Du Chen's speech and had no place to vent his thoughts, when the director called for the scene to be shot. Is this coming just in time? On it. Coming. Yen Shifan ran over excitedly, making the director look blank. The main reason was that the director was just setting up the venue and didn't pay attention to the movement on Du Chen's side, so he didn't know what Yen Shifan was so excited about. In the director's heart there is a sentence that has not been said. What are you excited about when you're acting like and dragging Du Chen's feet? But Yen Shifan doesn't know what's in the director's mind, and he's still very proud of it. Can we start? Directed by. It's okay. Yen Shifan, who had been instructed by Du Chen, had a stronger bottom line, glanced at his own script. The contents of the above in fact, he has long been familiar with, but before because the positioning is not clear, pondering how to interpret. Now not a glance. A glance will be familiar with the chest. When filming began, at the foot of the imperial city, Yen Shifan pointed at the nose of his rival actor and disliked him. And you dare to talk to me about being for the country? The treasury is empty. Let's find a way to make up the deficit. And you kettle the pot. When did you ever think of a country? How often do you want to state our great Ming dynasty? Yen Shifan disliked a few lines, and his opponent, Zhang Zhuzheng, was confused. The director was also confused. Not, this Yen Shifan how suddenly gave me a lesson. Zhang Zhuzheng had a question mark on his face and couldn't pick up his lines. The director can only shout click and ask, what's wrong? Zhang Zhuzheng was dumbfounded and said, no director. Am I mistaken? Zhang Zhuzheng is a loyal minister This Yen Shifan he traitor The director said, who's what? What's the problem? Just rush the script? No director. Zhang Zhuzheng said, he's serious Did you see the way he looked just now? He's serious I'm acting opposite him. I don't even believe he's a traitor. Yen Shifan laughingly shook his head and said, you don't understand. The audience will. Zhang Zhuzheng froze. What do you mean? How to give me a lesson? Those actors watching around them had just seen Yen Shifan's rendition. It must be said that although they are not familiar with the script of this section, but just watching it live, they can also feel that this performance of Yen Shifan just now, get it on the screen, that is also very watchable. The acting is very deep. After a short period of coordination, although Zhang Zhuzheng was confused, the shooting could only continue. The director had already given the word. Zhang Zhuzheng could only think of what Du Chen said earlier in his mind, that everyone should act as if they were loyal. But MMP, even if you treat yourself as a loyal minister, there is no Yen Shifan like this, right? Looking at him, are going to ride my head up to. Then the shooting continued to begin. Yen Shifan is just so cool, finding his own niche. That acting is a breeze. Stir it up and stir it up. You guys, stirred Hu Zongxian ahead to fight without munitions and suffered a defeat. Stirring up chaos in the southeast and forgetting about the great Ming dynasty. I have no choice but to accompany you to play with your lives After a section of footage was shot, Zhang Zhuzheng didn't slow down for a while and found a place to sit alone. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. No, what's wrong with him? He's a traitor. Why is he so fierce? Just read the lines. Why are you being mean to me? No, I'm going to hit him. He's definitely targeting me. Zhang Zhuzheng felt that if he didn't fight Yen Shifan today, there was no place to take this breath. But after Yen Shifan finished his part, he let the director pull him to shoot the next part while the iron was hot. This section of Yen Shifan's opponent is Hu Zongxian. He just stood next to see Zhang Zhuzheng joke. Did not expect the joke to himself. Yen Shifan, that son of a, spit in his face. Yen Shifan first laughed rampantly at Hu Zongxian, and then started fighting straight away. Who are you to lecture me? The 2 capitals and 13 provinces of the great Ming dynasty are borne on my shoulders. It's not your turn to say the words, the world's life. Hu Zongxian, dog days. Because of the relationship between the subscene, Yen Shifan's personal drama, and rivalry drama, 1 or 2 shot a good number of paragraphs. Yen Shifan dislikes from the south to the north, arrogant to the core. The crew has been trying to beat him up for quite some time now. The biggest traitor of this mother asterisk 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 Think of yourself as the top pillar of the Ming dynasty? Yan Shifan indeed more and more acting more and more cool. After Du Chen's instructions, he has understood that his role, that damn is an ambition over command. Even the attention of Jia Jing dare to hit the player, and the brain must not drop wisdom. The more it plays, the better it gets. For example, there's a scene where one of the underlings says, "Doesn't that hurt him a little too much?" Yan Shifan stood up and picked up the inkstone and smashed it. Hurt NMD head. Serving labor's bowl, smashing labor's pot. What face do you have to talk to labor about what a gentleman and a villain? Yan Shifan's rendition was seen by all. He has such a change has been interpreted in depth. Everyone knows that cannot be separated from Du Chen's guidance. So the too young figure in the cast, in the eyes of the crowd, took on a different meaning. And some of the older actors were thinking about it. How about dropping your face and asking? While they were still thinking about it, Yan Shifan, that shameless dog, had already looked up. Brother Chen, thank you so much indeed. After what you've said, I have complete clarity on the role now. Did I act okay just now? Dukhan leaned back in his chair with Sasha squeezing his shoulders behind him. Not that he was playing big. It's not like everyone is here on this set for a while or two, so it's all more casual for longer. He said, the acting can be done. That inflated inner self, the aura of thinking you're great, it does play out. But after that there's something to watch out for. You're no more inflated than a pawn in Jia Jing's eyes. And you're far worse than your father's old ginger. If it floats in front of them as well, the audience will find it objectionable. Yan Shifan smiled awkwardly and said, Brother Chen, it goes without saying that I can't float even if I want to in front of you. He was older than Du Chen, but he didn't feel any discomfort in calling Du Chen's brother. After all, it was really instructed by Du Chen. Far from it. On this set to call Du Chen a teacher is not too much. Hari had been mulling it over on the sidelines and was ready to ask Du Chen about it. But this time, he was equally slow. Before he could say anything, Zhao Zhenji had already run to Du Chen's side and squatted down first. Brother Chen, can you give me a look at this script of mine? I didn't get it right either. Hi Rui, brother Nima it. Do not want to face one by one. Du Chen is smaller than you are. Pussy face don't ah? Chapter 136, it's a head scratcher. Zhou Zhonggil handed his script to Du Chen. Du Chen asked, why? What's wrong with this one? Zhao Zhenji said, I also can't figure out my own position. I'm looking like a loyal minister here, but it feels like something's not right. Du Chen waved his hand for Sasha not to press it first and said, it shouldn't be. Your character is very understandable ah. Zhao Zhenji looked at Du Chen with his eyes and did not speak. You are very good to understand. But I do not understand ah. Must I say through that I do not have your line? Du Chen didn't think much about it and took the script. Your character in this script is not greedy for money or lustful, right? Zhao Zhenji nodded vigorously. Yes, that's how I see it. Isn't this a good official? Du Chen shook his head. No, in this bureau, you, Zhao Zhenji, are not a good official. Zhao Zhenji was confused. I'm not greedy or doing bad things. Not a good official. Right. I just can't figure it out here. That is to say, I'm such a good official, but not a good official. Then how should I act ah? Just this place I can't figure it out. Du Chen said. You're not greedy for money. You're not horny, and you don't do. No, it's not like you didn't do anything bad, because it's not money you want, it's power you want, and you're a power-hungry man. So on the surface you don't look like one of those kleptocrats who do bad things and kleptocrats. But there's a line you say a lot in this play. Let the people cry again and I'll take the blame. Right? Zhao Zhenji nodded his head and said, right, this line oh so many times. Such an official, at first glance, is the kind of official who doesn't care about his own reputation, and suffers himself for the sake of the world's people. And it's true that he's not greedy. It's all for the sake of the world. For the sake of the world? Du Chen laughed and said, do you know how that phrase in your mouth of letting the people suffer a little more is suffering? You don't want a reputation and suffer yourself? Isn't it your reputation to stay in history? For the sake of your own performance, the people suffer a little, and take the lives of the people to fill them to fulfill your performance. The last one also shows a heartfelt, painfully condescending look. Are you in pain? Are you aggrieved? What did you do you aggrieved? You sentence I'll take it. To fill how many people's lives into it? Du Chen finished and took a deep breath. Sweat broke out on Zhou Zhonggil's forehead. Duchesne continued. Basically, you still see yourself being generous don't you? Hai Rui nailed your trick. Not only did you not make things difficult for Hai Rui, but you also said that Hai Rui was a good official and wrote a letter of recommendation for Hai Rui, didn't you? Zhao Zhenji nodded his head, no longer daring to say anything else. He really had some fear inside him at the moment. It's not the fear of Du Chen. but the fear of the character Jo Jong-gil. Du Chen continued. From this point of view, it seems that you are a person who wants to serve the country, but can't help it, and then when you see a good official, you also want to support him so that he can fulfill the dream that you want to accomplish, right? Jo Jong-gil nods his head. Right, Du Chen said. You did not touch Hai Rui, just you do not want to go on a road with those corrupt officials. Bad your reputation. You're writing a letter of recommendation for Hari. It's just that you want this man to disappear in front of you and go somewhere else to wreak havoc on other people. What kind of nice guy can you be? What kind of good man can you be who doesn't take the lives of the people for granted? Are you decent? If you're honorable, why don't you dare to outline Kaching? Why did you betray your teacher? Su Sure. When Jiajing was trying to get you, you're no different from them, and you're doing it for nothing more than personal gain. It's just that you want power. On Zhao Zhenji's forehead, it was already covered in sweat, and his eyes were open and unable to speak. At this moment, he was really afraid of his interpretation of this role of Jo Young-gil. Bad guys aren't scary. Good people aren't scary. But it's bad people like her who have been good all their lives that are really scary. Oh heavenly beings. Seeing Zhao Zhenji's appearance, Du Chen eased his breath and said, don't be so surprised. Zhao Zhenji is nothing more than a child's play compared to Jiajing. Compared to how bad Jiajing is. Much. Thanks a lot. Jo Jong-gil didn't know what to say. Listening to Du Chen, Jiajing is even more terrifying than the character Zhao Zhenji. The two of them chatted some more, and Jo Jong-gil was ready to go. Hari saw the moment. Just as he was about to go over, the director shouted again. The words bubbled up in Harry's mind. I don't share the same fate as the director. This time the director shouted for Du Chen. Du Chen's ability to gain insight into his character has been evident to everyone on set. Those who had heard some of Du Chen's explanations before. At this time, they came back to see Du Chen's performance. They simply wanted to canonize Du Chen. For example, Yan Shifan. After Du Chen's explanation, he was feeling charmed by his role. But at this time a look at Du Chen's performance. Gosh, compared with Du Chen's Jiajing, nothing. In terms of Du Chen's eyes, and the attitude of the ordinary lines, coming out of Du Chen's mouth, they couldn't figure out Du Chen's character at all. Isn't this Kaching? An emperor who plays with the hearts of the powerful to the extreme. The audience definitely buys it. Only Du Chen's acting prowess can show how brilliant Jiajing is. When Du Chen finished performing his shot, he came out and finished removing his makeup and left with Sasha. Hari stood on the set confused. He'd been waiting for Du Chen, but it turned out that he'd been disturbed by others, and he finally saw his chance, only for Du Chen to call it a day. It's not good to shout people down when they're all wrapped up, is it? Back at the hotel at night, Hari tossed and turned and just couldn't sleep. He's a character that, to this day, he just doesn't get, and like the guys, he doesn't figure it out, because by and large, he's a really good officer for the role, and that's how the script defines him, but the scenes in it, he always felt the need for him to perform to annoy the audience, acting like a villain to annoy people, the kind that pisses people off just by looking at them. Mainly, he's a character that's still very much a pivotal one in this movie. This makes Harry's head spin. What the am I supposed to do with this? You say you're a good official, but then you have to play it so that the audience hates it? Hari thinks that he must have misunderstood. That was why he was bent on finding Du Chen and asking him. But today, it didn't work out. Unable to sleep, Hari planned to walk downstairs. In the lobby of the hotel, the cashier's sister-in-law at the front desk saw Hai Rui and immediately called out to him. Since Hari had chatted over here before, he was a familiar face. Sister-in-law said thievishly, tonight the big star Du Chen why back to this side he is living here, or something over Hari froze for a moment. Du Chen is here? This hotel, where most of the crew stayed. Du Chen also had a room here, but Du Chen had only been here once, and hadn't stayed here, but had stayed by himself in a better hotel outside. The room that belonged to him, though, stayed here. That's the kind of service the big names have. Once Hai Rui heard this, his mind came alive and asked, Du Chen really came? My sister-in-law was puzzled. You don't know? After she finished speaking, she realized that she might be exposing the privacy of a big star and immediately covered her mouth and stopped speaking. Hari took a look at the situation and it must be true. He immediately went back to his room, grabbed the script, and planned to knock on Du Chen's room, taking advantage of the current break to go to Du Chen's and ask him if he had time. Arriving at Du Chen's room, Hai Rui summoned up the courage to knock on the door. The door to Du Chen's room was opened, but it wasn't Du Chen who opened the door, but a woman who had also been seen at the theater. Chapter 137 Position. It was Sasha who opened the door. Today is a very beautiful, feminine woman. Hari was confused. He was too embarrassed to look Sasha squarely in the eye to meet Sasha's eyes when he was on set. Now come knocking on people's doors in the middle of the night. Hari wanted to say I'm looking for Dukhen. but Sasha grinned broadly, opened the door and asked, "What's the matter? What's the matter with you?" Before Hari could get the words out of his mouth, he saw another hand reach out and hold Sasha by the waist, pulling Sasha away as Du Chen's figure appeared in the open doorway. "Work will be tomorrow." Bang! After Du Chen's words, the door of the hotel was closed. Hari stood in the doorway. On this trip, he didn't say a complete sentence. Back in his room, Hari wanted to slap himself just thinking about it. What do you do to go to people by yourself on a big night off? Now that people have a bad impression of themselves, can they still talk about it when they go and ask tomorrow? The next day, when Hai Rui arrived at the set, Du Chen was already there, but after what happened yesterday, he was too embarrassed to come up and ask. A short time passed and the director hadn't shown up yet. A glowing Sasha came to the set. Hai Rui is even more embarrassed. Originally because people are beautiful, do not dare to look squarely at. It was even more embarrassing at this point. Hardly had he waited until the director had arrived to shoot a couple of scenes and everyone had taken a break before Hari found a chance to walk over. Brother Chen, there's a question I'd like to ask. Hari from the heart. Du Chen was a little surprised to see Hai Rui come over with the script as well. You're not going to say that you can't figure out the role either, are you? Hari said blankly. Anan? Yeah. No. You're such a well-understood character. How can you not feel it? Haley didn't know what to say. He just happened to think he'd look stupid if he said anything. Du Chen asked rhetorically, "You do realize that you yourself are a purist, don't you?" Hari nodded. Du Chen continued, "Then you do realize that you have a very singular script of being a good officer, right?" Hari still nodded. Du Chen said, "At the same time the script says that Hai Rui is a very upright and strong-willed person, right?" Hari still nodded. Du Chen said, "This is not on the line. This is Hai Rui just follow this play." The actors on the set, who were also taking a break, saw that Hai Rui had gone to find Du Chen, and their curiosity was instantly raised. The character of Hai Rui is very important in the show, and the whole main line needs to be held together by Hai Rui. The director also said in casual conversation that the play actually has another name, Jiajing in Hai Rui, which was the original name, but because Du Chen's rendition was so much over the top, that name was changed to use the one that was uniquely Du Chen's, Daming Jiajing. But from there it also proves the importance of Hai Rui in this drama. Even Hai Rui needs guidance from Du Chen? They all gathered around. On Hai Rui's side, he was dumbfounded by Du Chen's few questions. It doesn't sound like there's anything wrong with it, and there is, the script says it all. But Hari finally, with difficulty, voiced his confusion. He really doesn't know how to act without it. I know the script has Hari as a person, but I read the scenes in it, and it's as if my character, Hari, is working against everyone. It's as if he's sincerely against the world, and a lot of things that could have been simply passed over, but he's just holding on to them. The whole drama of the show, it seems like he's the one who's making things happen, creating problems like a villain and making everything go wrong. Isn't that what makes a villain's role such a drama? Du Chen sucked in a breath of cool air and said, "Hate Hari? If anyone hates Haley after this show airs, all I can say is that there's either something wrong with their ass or something wrong with their head. If he's worth hundreds of millions and billions of dollars, it's probably out of his ass, because they hate it when people like that get in the way of their harvest. If he doesn't have that kind of money and hates Hari, he's out of his mind." When Du Chen said these words, all the people around him froze, not knowing what Du Chen's words meant. What to say about a character that will talk about whether or not there's money on the line? Hari couldn't figure it out himself. Du Chen continued, "You said a lot of things in the show that could have simply passed. It's you as a character who has to hold on to them and make everyone look the other way. But do you realize what it means if all these things go well? Means the people are going to pay for it. You say it's revolting. Yes, your character in the play is, indeed, revolting, but those who revolt against Hai Rui have a vested interest in harvesting the people. It's Hari who hinders them. It's Hari who grasps at their business and becomes a stumbling block. That's why they resent Hari. But can the people turn against Hari? If the people turn against Hari, they will have to take their lives to fill it. There's a thing in the play about destroying the dikes and flooding the fields in order to square the accounts of Kaching and those who embezzled. There's been a thing behind this thing that hasn't been said explicitly because it's been said explicitly. Forget it. I'll just say what's going on. Do people think that destroying a dike and flooding a field is really just flooding a field? What they're really after is drowning people. Drown hundreds of thousands. Can this be said explicitly? No. Who of them cares about the people's lives? Zhang Zhuzheng renewed the life of the Ming. Renewed whose life? Renewed the life of the royal family. The life of interest groups, not the life of the people. Why he was able to renew his life and who created the value in it was the people. Zhou Zhonggil's mouth to make the people bitter again. Is this a bitterness? On what basis can he afford this offense? On the basis of him acting like he's heartbroken and aggrieved? Du Chen's words sent chills down the backs of those present. That's when they really realized why this drama was different from the ones they had filmed before. Or maybe something is different. The previous shows they filmed had clear characters on the script. But this play, throughout the script, are there really good guys and bad guys? All for their own purposes. The director comes over at this point and ends up listening. Because he was just over there. He noticed that Du Chen seemed to be talking about something. Talking with some excitement, which was rare to see in Du Chen's body. So he came over out of curiosity. Du Chen swept his gaze over the people present and continued. Ka-ching is the main character, right? All want to see a good performance from Ka-ching. It's great to see him with a great imperial mind, isn't it? But what he's doing, he follows through with this play is only one sentence. Where is my money? That's right. He just wants his money. He has a line in the play where he throws a fit and says where's my money? Although Du Chen was chatting with the people on the set, the aura on his body clearly changed when he said Jia Jing's lines. From his expression to his aura, he gave off the feeling that Jia Jing himself had arrived on the set. Everyone looked at him. Du Chen deduced. Where is my money? They took 2 million. I only have 1 million. I have to thank them. Listen to the lines you hear. What's the difference between him, Ka-ching, and those people? Who is a corrupt official? A corrupt official who shares money with Ka-ching. And what about Haley? Du Chen asked. But he didn't think anyone could answer as he continued. He found the officials bullying the people. And he stiffened them. He found out that the crooks were using tactics to buy the land at the bottom price. And he stiffened the crooks. He found out someone was corrupt and he fought tooth and nail to bring down the other guy. He did everything for the last 2 words. The people. But he just had one after another and he won them all. But none of this solves the underlying problem. Even if the Yen party falls, the problem is not solved. Without the Yen party, there will be other parties. Until finally, he realizes that behind it all is Ka-ching. Hari, charge against Ka-ching. Du Chen took an earthy breath as he spoke. He's annoying, isn't he? Obviously there are so many charismatic characters in the show. They all seem to be thinking about solving problems. Even if some of them are greedy and some of them are bad, they're still solving problems. But Hai Rui, it's like the one who creates the problem. He doesn't solve the problem, he's going to bite the person. Du Chen laughed softly and continued. Hai Rui has decided to make a charge against Jia Jing. He bought a coffin and wrote a suicide note. A book that shook the ancient world was sent to Jia Jing, written by Hai Rui. When Jia Jing saw this thing, he just wanted to chop up Hai Rui's entire family and drag out all 18 generations of his ancestors to chop them up again. Directly angry, Ka-ching almost stomped his feet straight. Du Chen finished and said, now do you still think that Hai Rui, this person, is annoying? Hai Rui shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I've been taken inside the drama and am thinking in terms of Ka Jing and the others. Du Shane said, yes, you have to realize that this role, it's thinking from the people's standpoint. Hari nodded and said, got it. His heartbeat was racing at the moment, and it wasn't just Du Chen giving him pointers only. Rather, it was the shock that Du Chen had just brought to him with these words. It's no longer a matter of acting or character understanding. It's a matter of heightened thinking. After Du Chen finished speaking, he had a feeling that he was really common and could easily be taken off track. Du Chen, on the other hand, is sober enough to know that even if he himself is playing Jia Jing, he can distinguish between the issue of position and what the play is trying to bring to the audience. Du Chen, can you continue? Suddenly someone said at this point, though Du Chen's instructions to Hai Rui were over. But what Du Chen had just said was really enjoyable for him to hear. And he hadn't heard enough. With one person leading the way, the others said they all followed suit. Talking about it. What happened at the end? Du Chen, tell me. If you don't, I don't think I'll have the chance to listen to it in the future. What happened to Hai Rui and Jia Jing back there? What I heard you tell me was completely different from my understanding of the script. And I realized that I only saw the surface, while you told me what was behind it. Me too. If it wasn't for Chen saying all this, I think I'd have finished the play and I might not have understood what I was acting in myself. Sasha squatted next to Du Chen and shook Du Chen's arm as well, saying, Brother Chen, tell me more. I want to hear the back as well. Du Chen glanced at her and said, you also come to join in the fun. Can children understand? Sasha said unconvincingly, Brother Chen speaks with good understanding. It's easy to listen to and understand. In depth. Ahem. Du Chen coughed lightly, seeing that so many people wanted him to speak. He continued. Then let's talk about Hari. Saying that he finally issued a charge against Ka-ching. Was his aim to bring Ka-ching down, to bring out Ka-ching's crimes? No. What Hai Rui wrote was sent to Jia Jing, who was angry, but had the same 2 words in his heart. Admiration. He wants to kill Hai Rui. But if such an official is killed by him, how is he different from King Zhou? Ka-ching didn't want to be such a person, so he held back from killing. But if we don't kill Hai Rui, then it's like saying to the world that what Hai Rui wrote about his crimes was right. Can he, Ka-ching, take the blame? Can't. What then? There's only one way to do it. And that's to keep Hari alive. But to make Hari bow down and admit his mistake and rewrite it. And so it came to pass that the 3 subsequent debates between Jiajing and Hai Rui were exchanged. In the first scene, the official tried the official and intimidated. Hai Rui almost disliked Zhao Zhenji to his death. In the second scene, the eunuch makes an offer to Hai Rui, while recognizing on behalf of Jiajing that Hai Rui is a loyal official, but he has to retract his words. Hari refuses. In the third match, Jiajing himself went on the stage, and Hai Rui disliked Jiajing's bloody nostrils. Those who were present, hearing this, their gazes went to Hai Rui. Is this character that fierce? The next question that came to their mind was, could this actor hold down the role? After all, the biggest opponent in this is Jiajing, and Jiajing is also Du Chen. This aura above, not have to lose Du Chen? That Hai Rui's actor himself realized the problem. Said, Brother Chen, then this I do understand, but I'm afraid it's a bit hard to act, right, in the face of a Jiajing like you. I really don't have confidence. Du Chen said, you don't have to have no confidence. You have to remember that behind you are millions of people. Du Chen finished and continued, having said that, let's give a closure. In the end, Jiajing had no choice, and after resting and thinking for a few days, he had the eunuch prescribe a medicine, the drug that drained the last of his energy. He took his own son and grandson, and tried Hari together. Hari knelt in the great hall and watched the 3 kings in the same frame. Dukhan said, suddenly addressing the actor of Hari, you'll have to pay attention to this scene when the time comes. It was at this point that Ka-ching had given up, and although he didn't say it, he had admitted his mistake. So this showdown is not about him trying to punish Hari, but about teaching his descendants a lesson. So here, too, Haley has gone soft. Hai Rui's purpose is not to see who falls and who doesn't. He wants this world to be good. He wants the people to be good. And surprisingly he has already seen that Jiajing has admitted his mistake, and he has achieved his purpose. And he doesn't need Ka-ching to make it known. At the same time, he also understands that in this last fight, Jiajing is just trying to save face. So Hai Rui has gone soft and is willing to give Jiajing this face. As long as the people are good, what's the harm in giving Jiajing a face? After this one was over, Hai Rui was very happy and relieved, because Jiajing admitted it, then it would be changed. And the emperor was willing to change, and this world would be good. But unfortunately, it wasn't long before Hai Rui received news of Jiajing's death. Hari fainted in grief. Right, Haley's actor said, this is the place. I almost asked. It's just that I saw for myself that in the script I was having a hard time with Ka-ching and the rest of them, but in the end when Ka-ching collapsed and I was so sad and bitter. What kind of emotion was it? Was it to show that I'm a loyal minister? Du Chen shook his head. No. It was Hai Rui who took great pains to get through to Jiajing, who didn't say so explicitly, but had also indicated that he had admitted his mistake. But at this time, Jiajing died. A man of words who has a great possibility of actually looking out for the people, is gone. Hai Rui is not grieving for Jiajing. He is grieving for the people of the world. Chapter 138, you have this relationship. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Du Chen's flurry of speeches shook the backs of those present. They have the script in their own hands, which they have read countless times. As long as they're not cuties, all can be seen in it. And the show does have a deep meaning, but plays with deeper meanings, and they've seen them, end up showing nothing more than a shallow truth. And now after Du Chen's narration, this drama is no longer just about expressing a certain deep meaning or telling the audience anything in their eyes. He is more like a narrative piece, telling of a time and a generation. It's very three-dimensional in its telling, rather than trying to deliberately try to convey a certain kind of moral to the audience. But the audience, or the actors in the audience, however, heard in Du Chen's narration what they themselves had realized. And that was the really scary thing. Zhang Jiuzheng, Yan Shifan, Yan Peking, Gao Gong, Su Shi, and so on for the actors present, all revisiting their scripts. Yan Gulao re-looked at the scene he was going to shoot afterward, which had this line on it. The only one who can call the wind and the rain in Daming is the emperor, and the only one who can shield me from the wind and the rain is me. I have sheltered the great Ming for 20 years. Now that he's reading these lines again, he has a different realization. Yan Gulao's acting skills are definitely considered veteran actors, and his strength does not need to be questioned. This is also the reason why since Du Chen has been in the crew for so long, Pavilion leader Yan has only ever questioned Du Chen's acting skills for the first time, and after that, there were no more words, and he didn't come to ask for Du Chen's advice, because he does have power. But at this moment, after listening to Du Chen's explanation, Yan Gulao sighed in his heart. Young people, it is not all without real talent na. Su Shi and the others, moreover, straightly thanked Du Chen. The groundskeepers, who had just finished collecting their stuff, saw the scene, and seeing that the director was by his side, the groundskeeper wondered, "Director, I see Du Chen just talked about Hai Rui, and he didn't say anything about those people. How did they thank Du Chen?" The director glanced at this female field agent and said, "You, forget it, you can't possibly understand. I'm telling you, Du Chen just talked about Hai Rui and Jia Jing, but he was talking about the heart of this drama. Others are able to see their characters from inside this core. It's the equivalent of Duchesne helping them understand their role. You do not underestimate this. The layman may think that this and did not make it clear. Understand, so what? Not still the same acting. It's just like those traffic stars. Most of them never understand a role, and they won't understand a role. They open the show and just play it cool. Make him sad and he gets constipated. Make him a little bit of intrigue and high and mighty and he squints his eyes. But these older actors are different. They go for the divinity of the character. Did you see Du Chen as Ka Ching? Did you see that crazy and thinking over all people demeanor of his?" The field agent nodded in confusion. The director said, "This role is also on Du Chen to play. If you change this circle of other people, his age to play, absolutely give you to play into a real psychopath, you wake up or not?" The female groundskeeper substitutes for a moment, and thinks about it for a moment, not to mention the insanity of playing the inscrutable like Jiajing. Even let them play a bit of arrogance, that can be awkward to death. The director continued, "Now you know about Xing Yun. So the same lines, the same scene, and the ability to perform a character's Xing Yun is what matters to these veteran actors. You're like Yin Gao Lao, who often only has a very few simple lines, but he has to use them to act out the infinite stories behind the character. It's not acted out by making any face or any tone of voice. It's got to deeply understand the context, understand the characters, vicariously feel the emotion from within, and it needs to amplify that divinity for the audience. The only way to do that anymore is to be able to do it in a way that the audience, many years after they've watched the show, can recall a character, an image from the show, and still recall that flavor. So, in the eyes of a true insider, Du Chen has just been truly subjected to the way. Do you think they feel grateful to Du Chen?" So, the groundskeeper, though not specialized in acting, caught on. "That's awesome, he's still so young." The field agent unconsciously said to himself. The director said, "You just wait for Du Chen in this circle. Ask the realm that has never been." With this discussion, Du Chen became, unsurprisingly, the man of the hour in the crew of the great Ming Jiajing. His reputation, too, is gradually spreading in the circle because of the recognition of these veteran actors. As for Du Chen's own acting skills, the more those actors who know the drama Daming Ka Ching better, the more they know the horror of Du Chen. In almost every segment of the filming, a look from Du Chen, a gesture, will not be a pretense plain and simple, but a deeper connection to the Emperor Jiajing or the plot as well as the people Jiajing is facing. If we let these old actors evaluate Du Chen, we can't say that Du Chen is bringing the character of Jiajing to life, but rather that after Jiajing's death 300 years ago, there was only Du Chen. Time just goes by day. In the same time frame, another crew was shooting a movie, a big production of sorts, based on the Wu Zetian period, titled The Divine Detective. Click, click, click. This still doesn't work. The director was on the set, looking at the crowd of actors, a bit clueless. The actor for Wu Zetian, a woman of some age, guiltily bowed her head slightly and said, "I'm sorry, I'll do it again." The other actors on the set didn't know what to say when they saw this scene. The director of this drama is demanding. Wu Zetian's actors are also old actors. In fact, the acting is not too bad. To put it bluntly, sloppy some can pass. But the director strives for excellence, cannot afford to be sloppy. So the shooting process, that is a shot in countless times, especially the footage of Wu Zetian. That is the extent that if you succeed in filming a segment, you can burn incense and sue the heavens. So for this time Wu Zetian's cast, once again, the director was not satisfied, and the other actors had no complaints about Wu Zetian's cast, because they were no better, just not as exaggerated as Wu Zetian's scenes. Emperor. The director frowned. We've emphasized many times that this character is an emperor, not just a strong woman. It's not acting like a strong woman that makes you emperor caliber. The director's tone was a bit agitated when he said the latter. Then he paused for a moment and said, "Sorry, I just got excited. Work stuff, don't mind. Let's take a few more shots and see." Results. Click, click, click. Each one was clicked before I got halfway through the shot. The director began to teach again. "Emperor, although you are a woman, you have to realize that your character is an emperor, the only female emperor in history, and you have to make sure that the audience can feel that you are worthy of this position. You can't just act like a strong woman. That kind of image can only be seen in traffic dramas. We're after classics. Dramas that can stand the test of time. Should I practice a little more on my own? Auntie Wuzzle's actress. Her own is very tortured. She also wanted to get a good shot. Had already done all sorts of different poses and attempts. And was experienced anyhow, but still couldn't satisfy the director. Director, I have a proposal. A group actor couldn't help himself at this point and said, if Du Chen were here, he would remember this kid, whom he had seen when he was acting as Zhu Zhanji. And this kid thought of ways to add Du Chen contact information. Basically every 1 or 2 months to give Du Chen a message. Ask Du Chen is still filming the movie. There is no do anything else. Such as the need for what entrepreneurial need manpower things. So Du Chen would have remembered this kid if he was around. The director took a look at it. It was a group show. And thought to himself, what good advice could a ing dead bunker have? The director looked away and ignored it. That group act unwillingly shouted, this is the time to go on my big brother Du Chen. Surely it will work. Du Chen? Hearing Du Chen's name, many people looked over. The director also looked at the group acting. That group act wasn't vain at all. If my big brother was here, he could definitely do it. Not to mention, the scriptwriter of this drama ran out at this time and said, I didn't even think of this without saying it. Du Chen would really be useful if he could come. Du Chen is now on the set of Daming Jiajing. The screenwriter over there is a friend of mine, and he has told me about Du Chen many times. The actors over there are all veteran actors as well, but the planning for the interpretation is all done by Du Chen, and it's those veteran actors who take the initiative to ask Du Chen for advice. Moreover, with Du Chen's planning and designing, my friend there said that the drama has been upgraded by a few notches, focusing on the fact that this is still upgraded without increased investment. The screenwriter took a breath and looked to the director. The director's eyes flashed. Really? He had actually heard about it. He just really didn't think about it for a moment. That screenwriter immediately said, really so cattle? My friend is a screenwriter. Will not talk nonsense. And this matter said out he also has no face. The scripter let Du Chen signed. The actors in the play that are old actors. The director cannot teach, but Du Chen can give them to talk about the play. Talk about the shooting of the direct effect of the pull full. The more the screenwriter said, the more agitated he became, saying, the director of this play, originally intended to shoot some deep things, and as a result of shooting to now the play has been shot deeper than the director can grasp. That's what the director over there said. That kaching is too deep for him to grasp anymore. The director clenched his teeth and made up his mind. He had heard of Du Chen. He just hadn't thought in that direction before. He looked at that group actor at this time and said, you have this relationship you didn't say so earlier. This time please big brother. The group act froze for a moment, then said, sorry, I was just pretending. I'll admit it just got a little louder. But what I said is true. My big brother Du Chen will definitely be able to do it. Get out. The director was furious. Okay. The group acting brothers are very snappy. Wait a minute. The director saw the group actor, who had already rolled twice on the ground, and said, go to the finance to receive a red packet after work. Shoot with your heart. You still have a lot of roles suitable for you in the future with that image. Yes. The group of brothers climbed to their feet, their mouths cracking with laughter. It was obvious what the director meant. Other than that, there will be a red packet later. And if the director can remember, he can just arrange a role with a camera that is definitely easier than saying a sentence. My big brother is just great. Fierce. The group actor has only one thought in his mind. Usually he doesn't say it outside. This time, it's really a ing bike for a motorcycle. Find someone. Contact the Jiaxing side to communicate. Do your best to fight for it. Maybe the hope is here in Du Chen. After you get on the line, you can let me come and personally communicate with their people. The director turned back and explained to his assistant. Chapter 139, Countless Notices. The Great Ming Gargantuan, in a late, smooth and rapid progression, was killed off with a large chunk of the expected time to spare. The reason for this was self-evidently because of Du Chen's presence. So the thing about art is that it really isn't the number of people that makes it useful. Sometimes one person can be worth 1,000. Du Chen, a person with a good character as well, received unanimous praise in the crew, and no one felt that Du Chen had young and arrogant ideas anymore. Set a bar to say, some actors think, if they are Du Chen, so young and have this ability and there is traffic also fame, do not talk about floating not floating, the director to speak have to give me squatting to say. But Du Chen is really calm in the face of all this pomp and circumstance, and does not deliberately keep a low profile. For example, everyone else is busy, but he can enjoy the services of a small assistant resting on the sidelines. There is also no high-profile proof of yourself to accuse others of not being able to, because most of the time it's someone else who takes the initiative to run over to me with a bitter face. Brother Chen, save me. I can't make it. The script was killed at the same time. Du Chun hadn't even left the set when he received a reward from the system. Infected aura. Seeing this reward, Du Chun himself wondered, but after comprehending it on his own for a while, Du Chun figured out what it did. It's the fact that when he has it, what he says will be more contagious and convincing. I'm not an art student. Why did you give me this? Du Chun realized that the system rewards he had received were getting a bit off. It's not like I'm going to be able to live like this for much longer without reopening the current era to the imperial feudal dynasty again. Is it? When Daming was finished, the director and screenwriter had to invite Du Chun to dinner. Du Chun originally refused, but the director had a sentence that had "eat while you talk." Du Chun thought that he was the main character of a drama after all, and it was only right to communicate something with the director. Didn't invite more people, just the director and screenwriter and Du Chun. And Sasha followed to dabble in the food, sitting next to Du Chun to give him food. She now knew what her brother liked and didn't like to eat. Doing things anyway will be at your brother's whim. Now Du Chun is not only the lead actor, but also signed his name at the screenwriter, and was also forced by the director to put a title of assistant director. As the three ate and chatted, the director got to the point. It'll be about 2 months from now if we release this drama. Du Chun looked up and thought for a moment. Time wasn't slow. When the time comes, I plan to have a press conference. Can you come over when you're free? The director carried an inquiring tone, because Du Chun's time is really expensive. Du Chun said, I will come over without anything special. Just communicate with my company's side when you arrive. For the play he starred in, Du Chun never refused to publicize, which is also part of being an actor. Responsible for their own play. Responsible for the director and investors who shot the play. Let people shoot the loss of this is a shame. But it's a bad culture in today's circles. Who cares about these things? And when you talk about anything, you talk about money first. So the director was very happy to hear Du Chun promise. Worried that Du Chun drink too much. He disliked a cup of meaning by himself. Du Chun suddenly said, can you stop staring at my assistant all the time? It's mine. Writer Voron was a little embarrassed. Well, caught again. Still, he couldn't hold back and gave a hard look before retracting his gaze. Bad man. Sasha was bearing her salmon, and after Du Chun reminded her of this, her arched buttocks moved to hurry closer to Du Chun so that Du Chun could block herself. Her pretty brows knit in dislike of Voron. Du Chun reached out, gave Sasha's head a touch and said, well, it's okay, keep eating yours. Sasha was then relieved and continued bearing up next to Du Chun. Joshing World Company, for a long time, a rare big gathering. Not that they did anything or had a dinner get-together or anything. Rather, the company's artists, most of the time, are out catching up on announcements, and it's rare that everyone has time. And this time, all the rare artists of the company, who were busy with the work at hand, returned to the company's headquarters. There was coincidence and deliberate domination by Young Mi, because after the company had Du Chun on board, although the company didn't earn Du Chun's money and did a lot of padding for him, Du Chun also brought many quality resources to the company, allowing the company to move forward faster. It's as fast as an airplane ride. So she thought of assembling the company's artists, redoing the deployment and planning, and also optimizing its artists. Brother Chen is coming back? Is the news really true? A woman who looked like she was dressed up in a demure manner asked, running to the office area with some surprise. Another innocent-looking girl who walks in the fresh style said, I also heard about it. Not really false. It seems like only our company's Optimus Prime Brother Chen didn't come. Everyone else is here. A girl wearing a short skirt and sandals with bare long white legs like a model said. The sister beside her said, it's Topper, not Optimist. Watch your language. Sorry, got used to sleeping. Is Brother Chen really back? I haven't even seen Brother Chen yet. I've long been mesmerized by him. I can't believe it's my colleague. I'm so happy. What's the point of you being happy? It's just a coworker, not your man. I shook hands with Chen last time. I didn't even say it. Just at this time, Yang Mi's voice came. What are they doing? Pay attention to the image. In the company outside or not, pay attention to their skirts and necklines. Are not afraid of becoming a hot spot? Several girls who were gathering to fool around hurriedly pulled their skirts when they heard Yang Mi's voice. No. Yang Mi stepped a little closer and said, I see people pulling their skirts down all the time. What the hell are you doing lifting it up? The girl bit her lip, a little embarrassed, and said, this will look good with longer legs. Yang Mi rolled his eyes. It's good to be young. She didn't say much as she headed for the company elevator entrance. Someone asked curiously, Sister Honey, are you going out? Pick up Du Chun. Yang Mi said without looking back, disappearing around the corner on her heels. Wow, Morn is really coming. What really wanna come? This has gone to pick up Brother Chen. Go together. Yes, Morn is here. My goodness. Sister Honey even came downstairs to pick up Brother Chen herself. I've never seen anyone get this treatment before. Hurry up and keep up, keep up. Hey, don't step on my heels. What are you doing? Why are you ripping a perfectly good stocking? What if Morn likes it? A group of women chattered and chased them down the stairs. But there were simply too many people for the elevator. So much so that some people went down and others are still waiting at the elevator. Du Chen is not the first time to return to the company, so he was prepared. He took Sasha off the car, saw Yang Mi, then pulled Yang Mi to walk through the consumer channel. What's this? The stairwell is dark, what are we going in? Yang Mi wondered. Du Chen said, don't ask, just go in and you'll know. Yang Mi rolled his eyes, somewhat embarrassed, but still followed Du Chen inside. Then she was pulled by Du Chen towards the upstairs. Yikes, what a way to take you. I don't want to walk, Yang Mi complained. She, in order to protect the skin on their feet, so that their feet look good, most of the time is able to not walk, like walking on the stairs, such things, if not necessary, absolutely not on. The feet where flowers cannot look good. Usually sports are wearing very good sneakers, well protected. Du Chen pulled Yang Mi directly from the consumer channel up to the company. After coming out, it just happened to be the elevator entrance. There are still a lot of people waiting for the elevator here. As soon as he saw Du Chen coming, he got excited. Morn, wow. Du Chen dealt with it while walking inside the company, and finally returned to his long-lost office under a group of women's chattering siege. Sasha's clothes were squeezed askew to straighten them out. Yang Mi said after giving Du Chen a brief overview of the payroll situation of Daning Jiajing and arranging for it to be credited to his account. Du Chen, there is a thing to trouble you for a while, also for the preparation afterward. That is, these days the company's people are all in. Do you have time to give them a training? Du Chen was puzzled. Training is no problem. Preparing for afterward. What kind of preparation? Yang Mi didn't hide the fact that these were the announcements she had picked out for Du Chen. A historical drama is having trouble with interpretation during filming and has contacted my side hoping to invite you to be a consultant. I've given you the next one for the long run, as I watch your path to widen a bit. Du Chen did a little thinking and then said, okay, that's no problem. Yang Mi did not say he did not think so. After Yang Mi reminded, he did feel that he did stop and take a break. See others acting or not, has been his own acting, did not stop. And then there are a lot of other announcements, too many to count. And we need to sift through them carefully, and I'll send you a look at the back schedule then to make a final decision. Du Chen said, okay, I can trust Sister Honey with these things. Thanks to Sister Honey. Yang Mi glanced at Du Chen. The corners of his mouth couldn't suppress the hook, counting that you still have a conscience, knowing that I'm also fortunate. Du Chen touched his nose and didn't know what to say. He was really just being polite just now. I just saw that quite a few people from the company happened to be there. Why don't we let them go to the big classroom now? I happen to be fine. Let's see what's going on with all of them first. So soon? Yang Mi first froze for a moment, then immediately agreed. Good. She immediately went to make the arrangements. Outside the fight put the people are hoping to listen to Du Chen class it. Their own company has this opportunity. Du Chen hope faster, of course better. Chapter 140, I'll give the lecture. The classroom was set up and everyone was there before they went to call Du Chen over. Du Chen swept over with a glance. Dozens of people sitting neatly, each one out. That is the value of the bearer. This standard level line, Yang Mi really grasped very well. Around the man sitting in the center, 7 or 8 other company executives were also present, including a few of the company's agents who managed the artists. Everyone's gazes, which moved with Du Chen's entrance, did not leave his body, mainly from when he entered. So much so that Du Chen was almost in the middle of the podium before anyone rang up and applauded. Mainly because the moment Du Chen entered the door, the aura on his body was instantly stunning. And the source of this feeling was not that Du Chen intentionally made the move of playing handsome or had the hint that I'm going to make an appearance. If that was the case, there would have been applause at the first opportunity. But instead, Du Chen walked in flatly and unassumingly, cloudy but with an indescribable nobility and spontaneity. That's right, it's the word noble, like an aristocratic male just acting normally with a stripped-down spontaneity. So it's rather more stunning. Turns out it's possible to be cool or cool without putting on airs. And it's inherently good. Du Chen's temperament is this kind of like being born. Everyone applauded and looked at Du Chen with excitement on their faces. Only when the applause had weakened a bit did Du Chen press his hand and look at the people in front of him with a smile on his face, saying, all colleagues, friends, hello, I'm Du Chen, an artist from Jiaxing, and I'm honored to stand here and give you a lesson. Du Chen's introduction elicited another round of applause, but those who are attentive will realize that this part of Du Chen's introduction doesn't have the whole I don't dare to be. I dare not teach. I don't deserve to teach. Instead, I'm going to speak directly and frankly. I'm here to teach you a lesson. just saying it in a polite way. This is not Du Chen crazy, but to be a person, to understand their own positioning, more than the positioning of the crazy is pretending to be, deliberately stand in the position of the bully to pretend to be a grandson. It is the same as pretending to be a pussy. Du Chen didn't want to pretend this ratio. He's already been out there winning all those big awards and crisscrossing the all-older actors crew. And now standing up in front of all these younger actors and putting on this low profile is just completely unnecessary. The course was a bit rushed and there was no advance preparation. But it's better this way instead. Let's just see how well we can switch moods at any time. Yes, Brother Morn says so. Whatever brother says. Hatba also sat down to show her support for Du Chen. And Sasha, sitting not far from her, was clapping along. Sasha was now following Du Chen. And the water had risen so high that the average small entertainer couldn't compare to her in terms of status and treatment. Even when she sat there were some co-workers who wanted to flatter her. And that was all because of Du Chen. It was also a great time to throw flying kisses down there. Since it's my course, let me be allowed to have a selfishness. And the teaching will start from, Du Chen said after a little thought. Teaching starts with the role of Li Shiming, which I played. There, like brothers Li Shimen. Save Li Shimen. Li Shimen Shui. The students were very enthusiastic, all sitting down like little fangirls and fans, but in fact, those of them, when they walked outside, it was just ordinary fans chasing after the stars. Du Chen was at the podium, and began to operate the computer, finding the play from Sui and Tang, and then a random paragraph from it. It happens to be a clip of Li Shimen and his men, in a secret room, resolving the Zuan woman change. I'm going to play this segment for you to see, and I'll probably give you a rundown before you watch it. This paragraph, after Li Shimingman passed Li Yuan, he perceived from various signs that his two brothers were likely to make a move against him. So in this chamber, he and his men made the decision to rise up. But in fact, before this secret room, Li Shimen had actually thought about such a dynasty in his heart for a long time. And at the same time, in this secret room, when he asked his men for advice, he actually had already made a decision within himself. And then everyone starts to look at this rendition. Du Chen finished speaking and pressed the play button, then turned back to Sasha, who was sitting below, and said, "Come up here and memorize the lines." I'll do it. An on-site executive immediately grabbed the lead and ran over, and Du Chen nodded without saying anything more. This was supposed to be on-site administrative assistance. It was just that he was used to calling out to Sasha when something happened, and besides, his own little assistant had been used long enough to get by. Sasha watched as someone passed. She pursed her lips and sat down quietly again. After playing the clip once on the screen in front of the classroom, Du Chen played it a second time. The segment wasn't supposed to be long, so Du Chen played it many times in a row for them to see clearly. Then the administrative staff present did a great job of typing out all the lines and then printing many sheets through the printer. Anyone want to volunteer to come up and try out for the show? Du Chen asked, holding the line book given by the administration. Me, I'll do it. Many of the male actors stood up and raised their hands, including two of the female actors. Du Chen casually pointed his finger at an actor whose temperament still matched some. Just you come up here. The actor was named and immediately ran towards the podium in excitement. Du Chen handed him the line book in his hand. The actor shook his hand and said, "No, I have it all memorized." Du Chen nodded. He had just played it many times, and the lines in this section were not long, and as an actor, the most basic ability to memorize this little bit of line was completely routine, and he would be really disappointed if he said he hadn't memorized it and needed a line book. Then adjust your emotions and start when you're ready. I'll work with you and I'll play the supporting roles. Really? The actor was excited and couldn't believe that he actually had a chance to play opposite Brother Chen. But as soon as the words were out of his mouth, he realized something was wrong, and that he was in class now. He immediately began to adjust himself. The other actors and actresses on the stage were also waiting curiously. On one hand, they wanted to see Du Chen's live performance, and on the other hand, they also wanted to see what comments Du Chen would give to those of them about their performances or how to teach them. Yang Ni didn't know when, but also walked into the classroom and found an inconspicuous place to sit and watch Du Chen on the stage. After closing his eyes for a moment to percolate, the actor looked up and said, "Morn, I'm good to go. Okay, let's get started then." As Du Chen's words fell, he immediately adjusted his stance himself. Those watching below were stunned. Du Chen on the stage, who had just so casually stood up straight for a moment, his body's aura, as well as his demeanor immediately changed. Just by seeing Du Chen's expression and appearance, it felt like something big would happen next in general. Isn't that what the supporting cast looks like in the secret room in that video just now? The actor was shocked to see Du Chen instantly get into the scene. He didn't dare to be careless and immediately became more serious. Then the show began. Not even a moment later, Du Chen hadn't said a single line and spoke directly. Stop, stop, stop. I said it's bad. There's a degree of bad. Which school did you graduate from? Your acting is even worse than Yenshi Fan. The people under the stage, hearing Du Chen's words, sucked in a breath of cool air. The actor on stage is really not that great, and it's not even close to Du Chen's performance on the video. But Chen opened his mouth to directly compare it to Yenshi Fan from his last drama? That's also a old actor and actress, going to schools where you can give them lessons at the level of a teacher. It turned out to be a unit of measurement when it came to Morn. Yang Mi, who was under the stage, almost couldn't hold back her laughter and sprayed out, and hurriedly covered her mouth. Du Chen is really outside to see the world more. Contact is a big director old actor, completely unaware of the world of these young actors. It was clear that Du Chen himself was young, even younger than the students here, but it was obvious that Du Chen was no longer in the same world as them. The student on the stage was confused, and almost didn't cry out, saying, "Brother Chen, can the school stop talking about it? I can't discredit the school." And which? That Yenshi Fan actor, who used to come to our school to give me a lesson. Me. Du Chen lightly coughed and said, "That's fine, you do it again." In his heart, but secretly, is that old boy Yenshi Fan so powerful out there that he can still give lessons? Then on the set, why did this old man act like a grandson and call me Brother Chen? Chapter 141. Brother Chen is too ruthless. Yang Mi, who was sitting at the bottom of the stage, after gathering up the mood of being amused by Du Chen, suddenly thought of a question, which was also the key question of this lecture. This time Yang Mi let Du Chen take classes at the company, partly to train the students, and partly because Du Chen's next announcement was to be a consultant to D's crew. It's actually for the actors over there to plan how to interpret it. This was a very formal invitation, and it would definitely have a great impact on Du Chen's reputation in the circle in the future. So in order for Du Chen to make preparations in advance, and also to be considered to be familiar with it in advance, this collective possibility was created. But now it seems, Du Chen has spent so much time with those old actors that he is no longer able to adapt to these new actors. This situation makes it difficult to teach. By the time it goes to the D crew, it's going to have a huge impact on word of mouth. Thinking of this, Yang Mi's eyebrows knit up. His heart began to calculate for Du Chen if he goes to D Renjia crew to teach bad. What is the way back? Or just don't go. But at this time, it was definitely not convenient for her to go on stage and disturb Du Chen. Du Chen on the stage, on the other hand, didn't think that much in his head, but was watching the young actor perform. This time, instead of interrupting the young man, he went along with the other man's performance and didn't steal the other man's scene, taking control of his role and letting the other man be the lead. After a rendition was completed, the young man could no longer see the excitement on his face and waited bitterly for Du Chen to scold him. He did his best, but Chen opens his mouth to compare is the small courtier, and the tone of voice also said that the small courtier is not good. In this situation, where could he still be confident? And it seemed like Brother Chen's temper wasn't too good just now. Inside he was now praying, I hope Brother Morning doesn't curse too dirty. But this time, Du Chen's tone was calm, and he didn't even bother to accuse the young, but somewhat older than him, actor. Instead, he said calmly, I can see that you're acting seriously. The young actor's eyes lit up for a moment at those words. Is this a compliment from Brother Morn? Then he heard Du Chen continue, but your seriousness is not used in the right place. Your seriousness should be used before the interpretation. It is necessary to think carefully about the paragraph. What kind of behavior you, the character, should make, what kind of tone and state of mind you will have. This way you can perform from the inside out. But the truth is, you're using all your seriousness on the proscenium. You're thinking hard about what expression you're going to make, how your eyes are going to look, and even you're constantly recalling that rendition of me from the video that was playing in front of you, and you're mimicking it. Isn't that right? Du Chen spoke and the young actor nodded vigorously. Du Chen said, that's why what you've interpreted is very raw. I do know you're playing Li Shimen. For those who don't, when I see you like this, I'd think you're going to take someone to steal the groundnuts from the next village. When Du Chen said this, the whole audience laughed. Originally, the people under the stage were listening attentively. They were never expecting that Du Chen suddenly came to such a sentence. Moreover, before these people, there are actually some people who have little cognizance of Du Chen's acting skills and whatnot, and they only think that Du Chen is famous for his curiosity, and that's why so many people flatter him. However, it was only when they heard Du Chen utter such words that they were suddenly struck inwardly, realizing that they seemed to have overlooked the most important thing. Acting is what made Du Chen famous, and the stage, the young actor, himself, blushed, and the analogy of Chen was so embarrassing, but there was no evidence of him cursing. When Du Chen finished, he said, stand by for a moment. Yes, the young actor walked honestly over to the side of the podium. feeling a little fluttery in his person as he walked over. Just now, not only did Morn hook up with him, and instead of scolding him at the end, he gave him some serious pointers, and he understands. What's more, instead of teaching him what to act on the surface, Chen had already discovered his fundamental problem by watching him act, and directly instructed him on his most core fundamentals. When he just performed, he really didn't think about anything else. His mind just kept thinking about his expression movements, and the video playing above. Du Chen's rendition. Yang Mi, who was under the stage, was a little shocked after watching some of Du Chen's instructions just now. It was her who had just failed to realize the problem that Du Chen had talked about. If she had been up there instead, he would have taught this artist just now which move was wrong, which expression was wrong, and it wouldn't be like Du Chen, who didn't chat about the surface and directly saw through to the essence. Next, who else can come up here and perform? After having the first actor perform and stand next to him, go ahead and call out the second person. Du Chen himself didn't even realize that after obtaining the infectious aura, his words were actually more infectious and convincing than before. This is actually also very crucial. A person listening to another person to be able to listen to the first thing to describe, believe, absolutely believe in the other person's words. Without the existence of this aura, Du Chen himself could have done it himself, such as when he was on the cast of Daming Jiajing. But the prerequisite for doing so is strength that is impeccably recognized by others. And now with this aura, the speed of trying to do that is accelerated. His words can be more effective in influencing others. Then the second actor came up. After the performance was completed, Du Chen remained calm and said, "The way you just performed, I could sense that you were trying to do it from the inside. But you're starting from the wrong place with this from within. This within is wrong. The first thing you have to figure out is that your starting point is your character. The state of mind in which your character is confronted with this thing, not your own state of mind in which you are confronted with this thing. To be an actor is to perform someone else. So forget yourself. Maybe no one has ever said it, but I can tell you that the first level of an actor is to perform the play. The second level is to act the part, and the third level is to perform the role. The highest tier is not acting. Become the character. Express the character." After Du Chen finished speaking, he didn't give him time to think about it and beckoned. "Alright, you can also stand by the side for now." The third actor came up. The fourth actor came up. For each person, Du Chen made the most central pointers. Then Du Chen looked at the four men. "You four, from the first, have been standing here for a while. Now for your last chance. Start with the first and perform each one. If you can't meet my requirements, go write your own separation report, and get every penny of compensation for your salary, and go as far away as you can. I say." Du Chen's tone was flat, but he said the most ruthless words. "Take a class. Straight up ing expulsion? And look at Brother Chen just spoke in a good tone of voice. Also did not see him angry. How can you open your mouth and hit me so hard?" And everyone present turned back at the same time, their gazes all looking at Yang Mi. Yang Mi herself was shocked for a moment. She also didn't expect Du Chen to suddenly say such a sentence. But Dukhan has spoken. Yang Mi barely hesitated and said, "What's the point of looking? Here Du Chen has the final say. Didn't he already say so?" The bosses were all straight up speechless, and directly backed up Chen. This is not a joke. Involving interests and contracts? Actually here, to Du Chen, just a casual sentence. It is evident that Brother Chen has a place in me's heart. I'm afraid it's already stuffed with honey, sister. Her heart is full, right? Everyone's gazes were once again unified as they looked towards Du Chen on the stage. Du Chen remained calm and said, "Don't ask me what my standards are. Ask us to satisfy me. Will they work? My God, will not really be terminated. Right. The company is now developing just right. The people who stayed can definitely sit in the fast lane, which was terminated. How bad? Wow. Chen is too serious and ruthless in his endeavors, isn't he? I don't think Chen is being ruthless. He's just been giving one-on-one instructions to each and every one of them, and he definitely has a standard of his own. So if this isn't up to par, he's disappointed." Chapter 142 Pointers, 2 and 1. Du Chen finished his words. The people in the arena were surprised. Even Yang Mi was a bit surprised. Those four actors on the floor, however, didn't have much to show for it outside of just some nervousness. Then the rendition begins, starting with the first actor on stage first. It was still Du Chen who cooperated with them in the drama. When all was ready, the show began. That first actor had only just opened the show, and the audience on stage froze, followed by their eyes widening. "It's over. It's over. He's definitely going to be fired. How did he make such a cheap mistake?" The video that Chen showed them so many times earlier was watched in vain, wasn't it? The reason why the people on stage were surprised was because the young actor performed it differently than in Du-chen's video. It's not the same except for the same lines, which are only similar in places. In the middle of the performance, someone noticed something and said, "I don't feel right." Even though he's performing differently, it feels like he's so much better than when he did it the first time before. I feel it too. It's so much better. I couldn't even look at it before, and I can say it kinda looks like it. No, I think. After the first performance was completed, Du-chen did not give an evaluation, but called the second person up and continued the performance. Then a third, then a fourth. The audience on stage was confused. These four actors, who really weren't all that great once before, all knew they were performing Du-chen's rendition of Li Shi-min. But just this time, from the first performance, the performance was different from Du-chen's, and then the second and the third behind. Every one of them performed differently. What are you doing with chemosynthesis? After everyone had finished their performances, the entire room looked at Du-chen nervously. Because before, Du-chen said that he was going to be fired and terminated if the performance couldn't be up to his standards. Honey all but nodded her head. The four people on the stage, on the contrary, were not as tense as they were at the beginning, but they were all watching Du-chen closely. Everyone was waiting for Du-chen to speak, so Du-chen had nothing to sell and said, "All passes." "Yeah, I knew it. I get it. I am enlightened." Du-chen looked at the four people and a smile appeared on his face as well, saying, "That's right. It's what you're all thinking right now. Remember the state you were just in, and when you go out to act in the future, act like that." A little sister on the stage stood up and said, "Brother Chen, I have a question I want to ask." Du-chen looked back to see the girl blushing, like she was bracing herself to ask a question. Du-chen said, "You say." The little girl said, "I just watched them perform, and while it was pretty good, they didn't act the same as they did on the video, so why is it an improvement?" This is actually a question that many people want to ask. Du-chen asked rhetorically, "Are you new here?" The little girl nodded. "Well, just signed on, haven't acted in any productions yet, studying at the company." Du-chen nodded and said to the little girl, "No one ever plays a scene that is necessarily correct or unique. It's the actor's responsibility to take a character and bring out an emotion. Then the first thing to do is to understand the character, and the scene, and then interpret it from the inside out." The four of them, just now, performed a tableau that was their own interpretation of the character, or what the character looked like on the script, and then interpreted it from the inside out. So they acted, unlike me, with no problems at all. The acting may have been juvenile for the four of them just now, but it flowed well throughout. If it had just been a cast audition, the director would have looked for the best fit out of them, but wouldn't have eliminated them for being unprofessional. If you take the scene they just did and put it on the screen, the audience might not like the characters they play, but they certainly won't laugh at their acting. When Du-chen finished speaking, Yang Mi was the first to applaud. Then the whole room burst into applause. While they were all thinking about what Du-chen had just said, while watching those four perform, they noticed the problem. Although the rendition was not the same as the one on the video, the whole thing, there really wasn't too much of a problem. Of course, it wasn't that they acted as well as they did. How divine. It was definitely 100,000 miles away from Du-chen. But let's just say the acting is handled in a way that doesn't feel drawn out or emotionally out of place. The whole thing flowed well. After a moment's reprieve, everyone had their own thoughts, and that's when they reacted. Just now, Du-chen had only given the four co-workers a few pointers, and their changes had unexpectedly changed qualitatively. This is even in school. Learning to perform, but also one by one to point out the problems of the performance, and then over and over again. There will not be the first performance and the second performance, completely different situations, but here in Du-chen it appears. The same person, two performances, two essentially different. The crowd on stage was thrilled, and some of the smart ones had just recorded it. Although the four colleagues on the stage, it is Du-chen one-on-one to point out the core issues of each person, but they can at least play a reference role. Yang Mi saw the scene, and a hanging heart was released. She was worried that Du-chen wouldn't be able to adapt to the circle of young people with green acting skills, but it turned out to be a hard lesson for these people. Even Yang Mi herself blushed a little. She seemed to have learned something even as she sat here, but it's not surprising when you think about it. Nowadays, Du-chen just didn't have enough people's background yet, but in terms of achievements and acting skills, he had long surpassed her as his boss. It's more than. Say the important thing 3 times. Don't misread it. One word is 1,000 miles away and affects comprehension. You guys go down. Du-chen Chao waved his hand towards the 4 men. Thank you, Brother Morning. I'll definitely remember your words. Brother Chen. Thank you. All 4 of them thanked Du-chen and then walked towards the stage. Just then, Du Chen called out to them again. Wait a minute. All four of them turned back to look at Du Chen. Du Chen said, it was just said that all those who didn't meet my requirements would be terminated. Not really firing you guys. I'm the one who targeted the problem one-on-one and then made it too easy for you to interpret it. And if that doesn't work, you don't deserve to be an actor. So add a little bit of difficulty to you guys, cause psychological pressure. If you can still make it to the pass line despite the psychological pressure, then it really counts as a pass. And only then are you qualified to face all sorts of uncertainties in the outside world and kill your own way. Du Chen finished. Those four men's eyes were inexplicably red. The original. That's the most important lesson. The world out there is not a school or an arena for teaching. It has all sorts of contingencies and competition. Flowers that can grow well in a greenhouse don't always bloom beautifully when they go out into the world. Everyone present, who did not make a sound, had their hearts trembling. At this moment they understood that the fame and fortune that Chen had gained, that it was not a becoming of luck, but rather a deserved one. Okay, are there any girls willing to go on next? Du Chen didn't give them time to be sad and clapped his hands and said. Hataru was on her feet almost instantly. That's what she was waiting for. Finally a chance to get a one-on-one scene with Morn. And you get to be taught experience by morning. Well, you come up. There. Hot Fuzz stepped onto the stage with a bounce in her flat sandals. It was hard to hide the excitement on his face. Du Chen thought slightly and said, you've acted in a play called Chang Guxing, right? Hotbo was first shocked for a moment, then jumped up in excitement. Brother Chen, you actually know the drama I'm in. Morn, did you watch it too? Yes. That's me acting. Off stage. Sasha rolled her eyes and muttered, what green tea? Hataru bowed her head slightly, wanting to send Hataru somewhere again. Such a lively girl must be suitable for some challenging roles. Then Du Chen turned around, and went to find the clip of Hataru's singing line, and then gave Hataru the scene, explaining it to the clip. It was a lesson for everyone in the room. This includes the boss Yangmi, who even regretted for a moment after listening to Du Chen's class the performance of one of her roles not long ago. And if she were given another chance to start over, she would have been able to portray the role in a more three-dimensional way. Time rushes. Du Chen was at the company to give his artists 3 days of lessons. Meanwhile, under Yang Mi's strong demand and Du Chen's polite refusal, Du Chen became a shareholder of Jiaxing. And on this day, Du Chen was going to take Xia to Dee's crew. When parting, Yang Mi said, you go at ease. There is me at home. No, I mean you go to the theater at ease. Dalong, rest assured. Blah 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 blah. What I mean is, I've already screened almost all of the circulars behind you, and when you come back you can just go straight to the next one. Du Chen asked curiously, what business exactly? Yang Mi said, CCTV has a program called Huaxia in the collection and has sent you an invitation. They wish to invite you over to one of the overlords of the far spring and autumn, King Gojian of you. After screening, this show is pretty good. Finalizing it, Du Chen quickly waved his hand and said, no, this role can't be acted. He's lying down. That thing can't be swallowed at all. If you want to eat you go and act. I'm not acting. Yang Mi first froze, then laughed back and forth. She is also aware of the character of Yu Wang Gojian, the so-called taste of gall. I don't need to eat it. What are you thinking? And Du Chen, who was serious just now, had a smile on his face and said, that's right. Nothing to do but smile more and look good. Don't keep a stern face all day. You're teasing me. Ha! Yang Mi could also tell that Du Chen was joking just now. This role. It's okay. Du Chen made a reply and then got into the car. Du Chen thought, Go Jian, that is also a king of a country. He is really caught in the circle of the emperor. Cannot get out. But Du Chen does not resist. Even feel quite good. Sometimes when nothing, he will go to understand the character of Qin Shi Huang. Hope that one day he played so many emperors. Play once the founder of the emperor. Shi Huang Di. The car door closed. Sitting next to Xia at this time softly spoke. Brother likes girls who love to smile, I know. I will not give brother a bitter face. I will only make brother happy. Du Chen glanced at the ninny. Any more green tea is going to be a spanking, huh? Oh. Sasha pursed her lips and was honest enough to keep quiet. Sleuth's side of the cast. An appointment had been made with Du Chen, but because of Du Chen's schedule, he was not able to come in time, so they had to wait and shoot at the same time. The director is also hoping that if it can be made without Du Chen's help, it would definitely be better. He had even thought about the fact that even if Du Chen came over, it wouldn't necessarily make a difference, so he didn't dare to pin all his hopes on Du Chen. The result of the shoot, however, was that there was no change or growth. It was still the same. The shoot was extremely uneventful and the footage simply didn't live up to the expectations of what the director had in mind. Okay, get ready, we'll continue and take a few more selections. The set. After a short break, the director started organizing the shoot again. Du-chen is saying that it's almost coming in the next 2 days, right? Not far from the director, 2 actors who were preparing for filming work were chatting casually. One of them is Mr. Liang, who played Zhu Gaoqi. Mr. Liang said, "That's what I heard, but I don't know exactly." Mr. Liang, don't you know Du-chen and have filmed the one with Ming that was very hot together? Yeah. Mr. Liang said, "It's true that we know each other, but in the blink of an eye. It's also been 2 years since we've been in contact." That's right. People like Du-chen, how big of an actor now? Wouldn't be fine with contacting people like us, the actor said with a sigh. Mr. Liang froze for a moment and turned back. You can't say that nonsense. Du-chen is a very good person. We didn't contact each other because we all have jobs to keep us busy and there's not much going on. I don't mean that. Just, Mr. Liang's face was a little less than pretty, saying, "If you don't understand, you can't just say that. Young people like Du-chen, there are fewer of them now." After Mr. Liang finished speaking, he walked towards the field, leaving that actor embarrassed and unconvinced, casually chatting about what's wrong with it, not just afraid of Du-chen afraid into this. It wasn't long before filming began on the field. Among the group of actors, Du-chen, wearing sunglasses, also stood in the crowd, watching the shooting inside. Just after looking at it for a while, Du-chen unconsciously shook his head. It's true that some parts of the movie aren't that far off, especially on the Wu Zetian side, so it's no wonder the director needed to hire outside help. But Du-chen didn't bother at this point. When the shot was done, he removed his sunglasses with the intention of walking over. Juniper? Du-chen suddenly heard a familiar voice and looked around. It was none other than Mr. Liang, who played Zhu Gaoqi in a previous drama. "Pops," Du-chen shouted. That's what the two had called each other before when they were on the set. After Mr. Liang's voice, as well as Du-chen's response, the gazes of the cast and crew who were now present all looked over and landed on Du-chen's body. Du-chen, wow, this is Du-chen. First time I've seen him, so young and elegant. Du-chen is here, really here. Asterisk 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 is even more handsome than on camera. How did he manage to become known in the biz for his acting skills when he could totally live off his face? Wow. Go, 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 go. Director, Du-chen is here. Where's the shouting Nima? Raoul saw it. Mourn, I love you. Chapter 143, Wu Zetian. The crew looked enthusiastic when they saw Du-chen. Quite a few people gathered around. Du-chen just nodded his head and counted it as a greeting, then looked at Mr. Liang and said, "Mr. Liang, I didn't expect that after 2 years of not seeing each other in the blink of an eye, you're still the same as ever. Nothing has changed, even younger. Hey, look at you. You've changed a lot in the past 2 years. You've grown up and become more handsome, and now you're a big star too." Du-chen laughed heartily. The director walked over at this time, greeted Du-chen, and then said, "I'll have the field manager arrange a place for you to rest. You've just arrived here, and you've worked hard, so take a break." Du-chen said, "Let's talk about the rest. Since we're here at the theater, let's get straight to the point and see what I can do to help." The director's mouth almost cracked with laughter when he heard Du-chen's words. When a big name like Du-chen was invited over, he was actually under quite a lot of pressure, and he didn't like to deal with it. He has no temper at all when such big players have to play a little big or something. But it didn't occur to me that Du-chen was so good at talking. Just come straight to work. Can the director still not be on board? Immediately, he brought over Wu Zetian's script and handed it to Du-chen. The main thing is that we're really having trouble with the feeling of Wu Zetian, the female emperor, in this drama, and we can't get the kind of feeling that we want. Du-chen didn't say anything, just flipped open the script and looked at it. The director added from the sidelines, "I can't tell you exactly what the feeling is. The problem is that I didn't find that feeling of Wu Zetian female emperor." Without taking his eyes off the script, Du-chen responded, got it. Wu Zetian's actor, who walked over at this time, was shocked when he saw Du-chen. Although she knew Du-chen was young, she had never seen him in person. It was quite a shock to think of Du-chen's own person standing in front of him. Seeing Du-chen reading the script, she didn't go over to disturb and just waited by the side. The surrounding actors and stagehands quieted down when they saw Du-chen reading the script right there on the set. On the one hand, they felt it was impolite to disturb others, and on the other hand, they were also curious as to what role Du-chen played when the director invited him so solemnly. After watching for a while, the people in the room got bored. Everyone was silent. The director wasn't organizing the work, and it was certainly boring to go on like this. The director also thinks, is it necessary to arrange some filming work to shoot first? Otherwise Du Chen read the script still do not know when to see. So many people waiting for it. But just as this thought was born in him, Du Chen, who was looking at the script next to him, had already closed the script. The director was puzzled for a moment. It's only been less than 10 minutes. Why isn't Du Chen watching? Alright, let's start now, Du Chen said. The director was puzzled for a moment. Starting what? Then he immediately reacted and said in surprise. You're looking good here? Du Chen was also puzzled and said. Yeah, what's the problem? No problem, no problem. The director said hurriedly. The mind is idle. That fast? Isn't it true that you've read it all? The surrounding actors, just now, are ready to leave. Their patience has been used up. But just at this moment, Du Chen says it's okay to start? That's it? The actor of Wu Zetian had been paying attention to Du Chen from the sidelines. And at this moment, he was also looking at Du Chen with a surprised look on his face. He knows her script best. It's just that it would take 10 minutes or so to scan over and try to read all the words in it, right? Du Chen actually took less than 10 minutes to start? So casual? So she subconsciously asked, which scene do we start with? Du Chen stood up and said, don't shoot either scene. Start with the walk. Walk? The surrounding actors were confused. Didn't they know about the shooting when they invited Du Chen over? How did you get on the road? But they reacted quickly. In my heart, I thought, does it mean that acting as an emperor? How to walk is also learned. But come to think of it, it's not that much of a stretch. Pretending to be deep? Wu Zetian's actor herself was confused. The emperor does need to walk with aplomb. But after being an actress for so many years, what character has to walk how? Would she still not know? What's left to practice? Wouldn't it be nice to just say how the role should be played? Du Chen saw the expressions of the people around him, and saw that Wu Zetian's actor was also puzzled. He explained, it is known that the emperor has to walk like a dragon. There can be no subtle kneading or hunching of the chest. What is needed is momentum. But therein lies the problem. Is that the problem? The crowd frowned slightly as they listened. They thought that Du Chen was right in the previous sentence, and that what the director had been looking for after such a long time of filming was the aura and temperament that Wu Zetian should script. But say here's the problem. What problem? How? The actor from Wuzhou asked. Du Chen said, on this basis, the decorator is prone to enter a misunderstanding. That is, think to pretend, or to act that way, but this creates a picture that is on the side of abstraction, not realistic. It is difficult to reflect the aura in the grand picture. Instead used as some spoof plot will be more appropriate. Du Chen this sentence out, Wu Zetian actor's face became unsightly. Doesn't Du Chen's words mean that she's acting like a joke? Suitable for a spoof plot. Isn't a spoof plot a funny plot? Sister don't mind. Du Chen continued. Let's talk about things. This kind of side stuff doesn't need to be taken to heart. If we hadn't gone into the wrong area before, we wouldn't have invited me. Du Chen, since I'm here, if I can't solve the problem after coming, then it's me. Du Chen, who's incapable. Yes. The director heard Du Chen speak so seriously and hurriedly came out to round up the conversation. This Du Chen can play so many emperors, so he naturally has his own method, which is just right for all of us to learn. He also saw, Du Chen looks young, this said method and they generally think different. Now the attitude of the people are questioning, change who is not happy, not to mention the fact that people invited themselves here. How can you invite people here and not trust them? It definitely gives people unhappiness. Wu Zetian's actor reacted and immediately said, Mr. Du, I didn't mean that. There were too many shots in front of me. I couldn't react at once. Du Chen nodded and didn't say much. In fact, he was not angry. He was new to the country and had to make changes to people, in which there were obstacles belonged to a very normal thing. Well, let's get right to it then, Du Chen said after putting the script down. Okay. The director said, what kind of venue do we need? Du Chen looked around and said, just next to it. You guys keep filming yours. We won't disturb the filming. Just be next to it. Chapter 144, Incorporating Identity. Aura Change. Du Chen since he said himself how to arrange it. The director is naturally happy to do so. And not to mention the question of whether Du Chen is good or not. But this spirit of just arriving on the set and starting to work is something that the vast majority of big names cannot possibly do. Most of the big names, but also the company's team to do public relations, all kinds of publicity business. But behind this little thing, where will really make things difficult for themselves, come not all have to show a face first, and then mention the segment and then open up? The director cleared out the site for Du Chen on the side. Then he gathered people to shoot other shots, partly to keep people from disturbing Du Chen, lest a group of people gather around to watch what Du Chen is about to do. Those actors who were summoned away by the director took one step and turned back 3 times to see what kind of airplane Du Chen was going to pull. The actor of Wu Zetian, who was a bit older, so she didn't have the same kind of work as on the youngsters, waited for the others to leave. Then she said, Mr. Do, let's get started. What do I need to do? You start by taking a few steps in the same way you filmed your appearance before and see. Duchen said. Wu Zetian was obedient, and with a change in her aura, she was also into the scene. True to form, the veteran actor walked down a section with style, but Duchen shook his head and said, Nope, you're forgetting that you need to raise your aura right now. Forget that point and you'll just take a few random steps. Wu Zetian was puzzled. Without boosting her aura, then this was too much of a difference between walking up and the characters in the play, but she obeyed and did as she was told. A few steps down, Duchen still shook his head and said, Relax some more. Forget about the character you're going to play. Get out of your fixed mindset, and break the break before you break it. The actor of Wuzel knew what it meant as soon as he heard it. Solely this time just let go of it, whether you act or not. A few steps up, kind of like an older woman going to the market. But Duchen nodded and said, Very well. Good. Not waiting for Wu Zetian to say more, Duchen continued. This time, you blend into your identity. Remember, into your identity, which is Wu Zetian. Good. Wuzel answered, then thought for a moment to allow herself to adjust, and proceeded to walk a bit. The difference between these steps, and the big mom who was buying groceries before, is not. Duchen continued. Now, in front of you is a group of ministers, and you are Wu Zetian who is responsible for this world. Remember who you are and take a few steps. Wu Zetian was stunned for a moment, then walked a little further. This time, there was a noticeable change in her stride and demeanor, as well as the micro-movements of her arms and feet. But again, this change can't be described on the surface. It's just a feeling. Then Duchen gave suggestions for adjustments over and over again. It was probably less than half an hour before the director's site ended up with a shot. Some of the actors who had finished filming ran over to see it curiously while the director was gone preparing for the next shot. This look was a shock. Has it changed that much? So this is what Wu Zetian looks like? More and more actors came over, all whispering. Not to mention, I didn't even know what Wu Zetian should look like before. I just thought the acting was great, and after watching the current one, I know why the director wasn't satisfied with the previous one. It's a completely different look. I really didn't expect the changes to be so drastic, and it turns out that the interpretive routes are also critical. With all the talk over here and some people gathered around, the director was naturally drawn to the situation. Ran over and was really walking, but seeing the current rendition of Wu Zetian, he was shocked in his heart. The main reason is that Wu Zetian because when she came to the set, she was changed into her costume and painted her makeup. So the whole generation is very strong. Exactly. That's what it feels like. The director spoke up directly. He was really excited inside. Previously, Wu Zetian's performances were all about momentum, and with each segment of the performance, she liked to raise the momentum up. But now, just now, he saw Wu Zetian walk this section, seemingly flat, but that feeling, giving the bottom of the face, has been comparable. To use a good analogy, the previous performance looked like a weak person putting on airs, whereas now, it's a strong person, walking normally. One is externally supported and one is internally driven. This is the ing Wu Zetian. How can the real Wu Zetian have to put on airs and graces to act like she's awesome? She was supposed to be a woman who looked mortal, but had a river and a sea in her heart and the world behind her. The director's voice broke the calm, and all the people looked at him. Duchen and Wu Zetian also stopped. The director walked over and said, Duchen, I have to say you're really something. I've been grinding for so long without finding a problem, and you've straightened it out for me with this visit. Yes, that's how I want to feel. It feels right, and the back of the house is good. Duchen just laughed lightly without saying much. It's just a matter of what he just dealt with. It's really not that hard. It can only be considered a show of hands. Plus Wu Zetian is supposed to be a veteran actress, so if she just corrects the core problem, she'll be able to do it in no time. So Duchen thought it was a very small thing. But, this is just for Duchen. Otherwise it wouldn't be so bad that the crew has been filming for so long and is still at a loss needing to invite him over. Wu Zetian's actor, who was just honestly listening to Duchen's advice before, doesn't know herself whether it will work or not. At this moment, when she heard the director's compliment, her eyebrows lifted. Meaning, that's how it's performed? After filming for so long, she doesn't feel confident filming on her own, and sometimes wonders if she'll ever be able to film again. It didn't occur to me that after this tutelage from Duchen, it was actually possible to play the emperor. It's still Duchen, the director said. The actors around us are happy too. I also feel before as the director deliberately make things difficult for people it, over and over again. How to shoot are not satisfied. I feel very imposing. The director still said no. Now it seems that the original problem is not the reason for the imposing. It seems that we will play the role. Cannot just think of the role to play how to act like, or have to be multifaceted to look at a role. It really is a small tweak that makes a big difference. Not bad for someone who has won an Oscar across the border. And at such a young age. It's really impressive. Truth be told, I didn't see before. I didn't know Wu Zetian was acting like this. Now I am all think the teacher doesn't look like acting. She walks down a few steps. I really feel as the real Wu Zetian come. Du Chen dealt with the director before saying, how about we don't shoot Wu Zetian's scene today? There are still some places I need to adjust. Wu Zetian's scene will wait until tomorrow. Okay. The director immediately agreed. And then said, what do you need, Mr. Du? Just say it, and then accommodation and whatnot, I'll immediately let someone go and arrange it. Don't worry, Mr. Du. I'll arrange everything. The director is happy in his heart. Not to mention shooting tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. It's only been less than half an hour and Du Chen has made a stage change. Give Du Chen some more time. That's definitely better. Chapter 145, Classic. So classic. The next day, the crew kicked off. The director decided that Wu Zetian's scene, from the first episode, to start shooting again. The director didn't really have much hesitation when making this decision because yesterday he watched the results of Du Chen's debugging of Wu Zetian. It's completely different than before. When he shot it before, he was too embarrassed to get it on the screen for the audience. The cast and crew, knowing that the director was going to reshoot Wu Zetian's scenes, were not much surprised. Everyone thinks it's reasonable. Before the accident, I didn't think anything of it, but compare it to what Du Chen taught yesterday. It's just not eye-catching. So for the first episode, as soon as the crew started work, they had people prepare the venue. The director, on the other hand, sat with Du Chen, with a piece of theater equipment in front of him. The director said, I'll show you what we shot ourselves before you came. Then the director played it. Du Chen looked at it. I don't know what to say. Ha ha ha. The director said, laughable. Du Chen said, the thought process is wrong. There are some point tigers. Yes, the piece of acting the emperor. It still has to be you. Then the venue was set up and the shoot began. The shot is taken of the Turkic envoys coming. And before this shot, the courtroom of Wu Zetian and her ministers. The shooting starts with Wu Zetian sitting on the dragon chair. The group of ministers stood below. A take ended. And then the camera was given to Wu Zetian. On camera, Wu Zetian didn't say any lines, just swept her gaze over the group of ministers below with a slight smile on her face. Hi! The director, looking at the monitor screen, nearly gasped in shock at just one glance. He's done this shot many times before. Every time, it was in the hope that Wu Zetian would come up with the aura of the 9 to 5, but the result of the shooting, with the aura getting stronger time and time again, felt completely wrong. And now, this shot looks like the opposite compared to the previous one. Even the corners of Wu Zetian's mouth, a smile could be seen. But, that feeling of emperor supremacy, but it was there. Then Wu Zetian coughed lightly, but the ministers all looked over, and their expressions were all a little tense. It's out. Coming. The effects are really coming out. The director squeezes his thighs in excitement. After one shot was done, it went well, but later on, when the rendition of lines and dialogues was needed, the director pulled the actor of Wu Zetian and walked directly to Du Chen's side and sat down. The actor of Wu Zetian, who was also aware of Du Chen's power, opened his mouth and said, Mr. Du, this next section, how to act, I hope Mr. Du will give some guidance. Wu Zetian's script had long been in Du Chen's mind, memorized by Du Chen. Du Chen opened his mouth and said, I watched what you guys shot before. From this perspective, and if I were to make suggestions, then the first thing is to remember the feeling you just had. If that feeling is not clear, you need to think about one thing. It's the power of the wuzzle that's not sitting there and needing to act scared to feel like you're the wuzzle. Wu Zetian's power is the power behind her. She holds the power of speech in this country. She holds the power in her hand. So even if she acts kindly, she can't hide the killing power of the power behind her. And that's the point where Wu Zetian is awesome. So the so-called aura is not a look that is put on the surface, but a mindset that is driven by the power behind it. Then Du Chen talked about some examples of micro-expressions, as well as sitting postures and so on. After hearing this, the Wu Zetian actor said, this is completely different from what the director said before. The director was a bit ashamed. Oops, don't care about the details. I got it backwards before. Shame on me. There were actually quite a few actors eavesdropping next to them, hearing Du Chen speak so meticulously and in a completely different way than what the director had asked for before. But now that it was filmed, the director was very happy with it. It surprised them in their hearts. It stands to reason that, as a matter of common sense, the director himself made the request, and he must have been satisfied with what he asked for. And it turned out that, in the end, he endorsed a form of performance that was the exact opposite of what he asked for. This can only mean that Du Chen's understanding of the emperor, of the role, is really deep to a certain extent. More than that, interpretation is really multifaceted, and from different perspectives, you end up with different results. After Du Chen's explanation, the director and the actors of Wu Zetian have confidence in their hearts. Of course, this is also because Du Chen did some training on the meticulous demeanor of the actors of Wu Zetian. Just yesterday, shooting begins. Wu Zetian swept her gaze across the group of ministers below, a confident and dignified light smile on her face. I didn't realize that the legs of the secretaries were so strong. It has been more than 2 hours since the 5 drums entered the court. The secretaries of state, to be so upright. It really makes me sigh at myself. Wu Zetian's tone of voice was unhurried, and his bugwan was calm and composed. She sat on top of the dragon chair in the great hall, her voice echoing in the hall. The actors standing below sucked in a breath of air. This is compared to 2 days ago. Now this is true queenliness. Before the shoot, it was like pretending. And now, it's like it's really a woman sitting up there. And it's still the queen trying to refrain and make herself feel calmer. It's the exact opposite state. Previously, Wu Zetian gave the impression that she was thinking of desperately trying to prove that her sister was great. But now Wu Zetian, it was like she was desperately trying to say to people, don't be afraid, brother. Sister is actually not scary, but it's the latter that's really scary. It gave the impression that she could flip out and kill someone at any time. Within a short time, a section of filming was completed, and some of the actors, standing below, hadn't slowed down when it was over. After all, everyone is a man, in the momentum of the reel by a woman. And this woman is still in this crew, has been together for a long time. Suddenly changed the woman. Let them heart is very uncomfortable. But the director is thrilled. Almost cried. Classic. Classic. With this show, he has big ambitions. One of the difficulties, however, is the portrayal of Wu Zetian, who is, after all, the only female emperor in history. According to the Chinese Cultural Heritage Projection, this is basically an absolutely impossible thing to happen. But it is indeed real history. So this is a character that is difficult to portray. Now, at last, he saw hope, and it's the hope of seeing results. All this was brought about because of one young man, Du Chen. Mr. Liang stood beside the set. Just now there was no turn for him to appear. After watching this section of the shooting, Mr. Liang had a smile on his face and said to the person beside him, now you see it. Do you know how powerful Du Chen is? Don't compare an idle young man with Du Chen. Du Chen is not like most people, at all. The actor beside Mr. Liang, who was the same actor who had previously mouthed off to the unintelligible Du Chen, nodded approvingly and said, indeed it's better to be known than to be seen. Awesome. Well, why do you keep staring at Wu Zetian? Mr. Liang asked curiously, because this guy beside him, his gaze never left the Wu Zetian actor's body. Then the guy says back, I wonder if she's seeing anyone. I love it so much. Just love women who are such dominant queens. Mr. Liang? No, people's grandchildren are damn well capable of finding a date. And you're asking her if she has a date? Mr. Liang was stunned and hurriedly took a few steps away from the guy. This is not a ing normal person. Du Chen, how nice it would be for you to stay here and finish filming this drama together. During the break, the director found Du Chen and asked tentatively. Du Chen said, it's fine. I'll get whatever I can help with during my time here. As soon as the director heard the meaning of Du Chen's words, his face fell forlorn for a few moments, and he really couldn't keep Du Chen off. Du Chen also saw the director's meaning, so he said, mainly because there's still a notice on my side to go to CCTV's Huaxia in the canon. Otherwise I'm sure I'd stay longer. Chapter 146, a collection of Chinese. Canonical Chinese? The director directly ignored Du Chen's later words and looked at Du Chen in shock. You're talking about CCTV's canonical Huaxia? Du Chen froze for a moment, not understanding the point of the director's excitement for a moment. What's the problem? Asterisk. Du Chen and the two were surrounded by a number of actors who were also listening. After all, Du Chen belonged to the storm outside, and now that he had come to the crew for less than 2 days, he had also come up with strength that everyone had to admire. He was naturally the center of attention of the crowd, and everything he did was watched. At this time, when they heard Du Chen say that he wanted to participate in CCTV's canonical Huaxia, they all looked at Du Chen with incredulity and envy. That's CCTV. Not just anyone can go up there. Yeah, even if you're hot. But you can't pass their scrutiny. They won't see you. Du Chen is surprisingly so young to be on a CCTV program, and he's still a traffic star himself. What a heavenly favorite child. Truly young and talented. Even CCTV is recognized. It's not strange to think about it. Du Chen's acting has always been historical dramas, and his reputation is good. He's also won international awards, so it can be said that he's also accounted facade in this circle, and for such a long time, I haven't heard of any scandal appearing on him. Ms. Liang had just been putting on her makeup, and when she came out at this moment, she saw quite a few people gathered around where Du Chen was sitting, talking about something. So he walked over curiously and saw that the director was there. Mr. Liang asked, "What's going on? What are they all talking about?" Du Chen is going to be on CCTV's program, Trophy China. What? Mr. Liang froze for a moment and said, "Really? I've been following that show for a long time. A very good show. Definitely a keeper for the future. I've been wondering for a while if I'd have a chance to come up here, but it's hard to get up there with the small number of actors needed for that show." The man next to him said, "Mr. Liang, although you're also in good condition, there are too many people in this circle, so you'd better not think about it." Teacher Liang glanced at the man with a dark face. "If you want to say it, can't you say something nice?" Then he looked at Du Chen, and another smile appeared on his face. "That's awesome. This is going to be on CCTV. How many people dream of that?" The crew, upon learning the news, were purple with envy. Du Chen hadn't thought about it that much before, but now that he saw the excitement of the cast and crew, he had the hindsight to feel, could this show be really good? Before the announcements on the Chinese side of the canonization were scheduled, Du Chen stayed on the set of Dee's show. The director also knew that it was impossible for Du Chen to accompany them for the entire drama. That's why he unusually cherished the time when Du Chen was still on the set, especially for Wu Zetian's scenes. He wanted Du Chen's guidance everywhere. Du Chen's character was also such that he wouldn't slack off on any work that he could do, so the atmosphere on the set of the shoot was quite cordial. And so image after image of Wu Zetian's rendition blowing up appeared during the shoot. Not to mention the post-processed videos. There are times when people nowadays have their scalps tingling when they see a rendition of Wu Zetian. That one line. That one scene. "I am the first female monarch. I feel marvelous. I am proud of everything. The world is at my feet. The courtiers are at my feet." The Son of Heaven had 9 tripods, and the King of Chu asked for them. His intention was not the tripods of the King of Zhou, but the world. With the rekindling of the war, the people are suffering, and those rebellious parties that are attempting to restore Li's world will be even more likely to rise up and take advantage of the opportunity to start a rebellion. Saying what a great credit to me. Is this the capital for him to take credit and be proud of himself? Not to mention a small Xue Qinglin, when the Chancellor pays silence, General Chang muting, Zhao Huai and so on, which is not a great success in the dynasty, but not one by me to be put to death? Each of the lines is a rendition of Wu Zetian's dominance, a dominance that is no longer over-the-top posturing. Those actors who play with Wu Zetian, sometimes the heart is trembling, and even acted in the heart of the play will think, this Wu Zetian is not serious. They can't help but freak out. It's rather more realistic in the sense that the director wanted it to feel. Du Chen, as a consultant, he didn't have much work, but he still brought Sasha to the set on time or even earlier than the others every day. This made no one in the crew dare to look down on Du Chen. Even if Du Chen didn't play big names, everyone was treating Du Chen as a big name. People want fame and fame. Strength and strength, traffic and traffic, name and fame, have won awards, and will soon be on CCTV again. Worked still this hard, never a little less or a little more condescending than the others. On this condition here, is the thick skin again? Also dare not say Du Chen a what bad, or difficult Du Chen what. Moreover, whenever Du Chen was taking a break, some of the actors were thinking of finding a chance to approach Du Chen for a chat, hoping to get some guidance from him. These include Mr. Liang, who has approached Du Chen to talk about the play and discuss the experience with him. Mr. Liang, the man in the circle, that is also over the top. Let him speak from his heart. Is that he thinks that his professionalism will not be worse than Du Chen? What a difference. Just not as handsome as Du Chen. But after talking to Du Chen, here's what Mr. Liang himself said. I'm an actor, and in the future maybe someone will call me an old artist. But Du Chen is different. He is the teacher who will be the artist in the future. The patriarch of the circle. Filming continued on this day. An actor with a script is asking Du Chen and pointing out, Du Chen also has something to say, and will not feel that the other party is older. They teach others will have any impolite. People ask, he will teach. That's when Sasha trotted over with the phone, attracting a sea of peeking eyes. She held a cell phone in her white hand and ran to Du Chen. Brother, the CCTV side called and said they were looking for you. Give it to me. Du Chen took the phone from Sasha's hand. A lot of the actors around them heard what Sasha had just said, so all went quiet and leaned over. But they heard it. CCTV called. They remembered what Du Chen had said before, that the CCTV program had invited him. Hello, is this Mr. Du Chen? On the phone, a man's voice came. The main reason was that the phone in Du Chen's hand was tapped on speaker by Sasha, so the voices on the phone were heard by anyone who leaned over. That's a familiar voice. Ha, who is this? Yes, I remember. It's Sabine's voice. CCTV actually sent Sabine to personally communicate with Du Chen. It seems that CCTV also attaches importance to Du Chen, inviting Du Chen to actually give this kind of treatment. Shu, Chapter 147. The CCTV invitation to Du Chen was something Du Chen had said before, and everyone in the crew knew about it. But invitations, too, are situational. This kind of lets Sabine personally call over. Give is rowdy, is the attitude of CCTV invitation. Sabine, that's the pillar of the younger generation of CCTV, not necessarily saying how much hotter Sabine is than Du Chen or anything like that. Instead, he asked Sabine to personally call Du Chen, which represents the attitude of CCTV. It was CCTV that gave Du Chen his platoon. This is extraordinary in its significance. Everyone looked at each other in shock, and they all saw the envious look in each other's eyes. Du Chen took the phone and heard the voice inside before realizing that Sasha was on speakerphone. He gave Sasha a no-nonsense look before tapping off the speakerphone and putting the phone back to his ear. Hi, I'm Du Chen. Du Chen was talking to Sabine on the phone, and the people next to him were even more excited than he was himself. One by one, their ears perked up, all wanting to listen to what Sabine was saying on the phone. But the speakerphone was turned off and there was no way for them to hear it. One could only stare blankly at Du Chen. When Du Chen hung up the phone, Mr. Liang asked curiously, Du Chen, the one who just called you, was it Sabine? Du Chen nodded. Well, it's him, that's what his introduction said. I'll go, it's really Sabine. What did he say to you? Is that your role lined up over there? CCTV really thinks highly of you, having their station chief call you personally. Hearing the people around him talking, Du Chen said with some bewilderment, it's just a phone call to communicate. It shouldn't be that much of a stretch. The director sitting next to Du Chen said at this time. Du Chen, nah, you can be the one who has seen a lot of big scenes, or you may not care about these things, but CCTV's invitation to you, this kind of thing is really a kind of recognition. Likewise, have someone with a head in them call you to make a formal offer, even if the contract has been sorted out. But this kind of issue is a matter of attitude. Indeed, there is no exaggeration, it is a very great recognition of you, and given in good faith and in a friendly manner. The director said so. Du Chen nodded, thinking maybe, but that doesn't change much for his life. He'll still do what he has to do. Even if CCTVs doesn't invite him, he'll still do what he has to do. The Wuzzy actor interjected at this point. Do you guys think it's weird? I wouldn't be surprised at all. Mr. Du definitely deserves this. Young age, we all need to learn from Mr. Du. CCTV invited Mr. Du. Isn't that normal? If this kind of history program does not invite Mr. Du, that would be strange. Hearing Wu Zetian say this, some people reacted and said, that's right, in this circle, if we want to talk about the platoon of historical dramas, if Du Chen says second, no one would dare to say first. I really don't know if Du Chen will take all the emperor actors. I'm very much looking forward to Du Chen's role as Qin Shi Huang, the Qin Shi Huang who shares in the remaining martyrdom of the 6th dynasty. It's going to be very interesting to watch. Du Chen, invited by the CCTV. It's a real honor. It's really not surprising. He's not like us. Du Chen is leaving and the director knows it. He didn't stay, because he knows he can't stay. Du Chen has a wider stage and he's already honored to be able to stay in his crew for this period of time. So on the night that Du Chen answered Sabine's call, the director let the crew off work early. Everyone gathered for dinner. This was of course Du Chen's face, so the whole crew cheered. The director invites Du Chen to have dinner with him to give him a goodbye while celebrating the CCTV invitation. Du Chen didn't refuse and agreed. He was supposed to go back to the office that night, but he postponed it for one night because of a get-together. He doesn't socialize much on his own accord, but he's not stupid. He understands this human basic stuff. He just doesn't like the hassle. We're leaving tomorrow, and there's no point in turning down the OP when people are buying dinner today. And so, evening, the director had chartered a small restaurant and set up a banquet directly in the hall. Big bites of meat, big bottles of wine, and a main focus on grounding. That's stance. And just because there are a lot of stars present, otherwise look at the director's appearance. It is likely to give the van to drag people to the stalls. The director's whole thing is so grounded, and the cast and crew are unapologetic about it. Gorgeous food and drink, but it's all circle jerkers, so no one gets themselves drunk. Many people ran over to give Du Chen a toast. And they didn't let Du Chen drink more. They all let Du Chen mean it. As long as he took a shot with Du Chen he was happy. Mr. Du, thank you for your guidance during this period of time. This is the period of time that I have made the most progress since I came out as an actor. An actor came over with a wine glass and toasted Du Chen. Then someone else ran over, their eyes unconsciously glancing first at Sasha beside Du Chen before hurriedly retracting them. Morn, it's truly an honor to have the opportunity to work with you, Brother Chen. I don't know when the next time I'll have a chance to be a co-worker with you will be. Mr. Liang also walked over, and Du Chen was likewise standing. Teacher Liang patted Du Chen's shoulder and said, after not seeing you for more than 2 years, you've really changed, and progressed not a bit. Yes, Mr. Liang, it's been more than 2 years since I've seen you. Du Chen picked up his wine glass and took the initiative to drink with Mr. Liang. The actors next to them, too, bumped into each other with their glasses together. Everyone had a good time drinking. The director said, Du Chen although we couldn't finish this drama together, but having you on board does make me feel grounded in my heart as well. I'm looking forward to your performance in this program on CCTV. When the time comes, it will definitely let the people of the country see your strength. I'll try my best, Du Chen said with a smile. By the way, I still don't know what role you're playing when you go to CCTV. With this invitation, if it's inconvenient, we won't talk about it, Du Chen said. This is nothing. I used to act as King Gojuan of you. Hooker, isn't that also the king of a country? The director was a bit surprised and said, CCTV is really good at choosing. They've chosen the right person this time. And they will. There's no one better to play the emperor than you. Chapter 148. Du Chen, who was supposed to leave the theater the day before, was a day late because of the director's invitation. So book a flight directly to the capital. At the airport in the capital, Du Chen got off the plane. However, it was no secret outside that he was going up to the capital as a traffic superstar. Unless the news is intentionally blocked, as long as the news goes out, there is bound to be a large group of fans paying attention. So at the international airport where Du Chen got off the plane, the place was already filled with waiting fans. It's just that Du Chen was recognized by the ground staff of the airport, as well as the security staff, before he even came out of the airport. Wow, that's Du Chen, handsomer than on TV. This temperament really isn't covered. Even if someone who doesn't know Du Chen sees him, they will feel that this is different from ordinary people. That woman beside him, is she his little assistant? So pretty. Yeah, that's his little assistant. More than pretty, cute and sexy, and very feminine. What a great body. Come on, don't say anything, the team leader is looking at us. What are you afraid of? Don't you see the team leader looking at Du Chen as well? She's got little hearts in her eyes. Du Chen this handsome. These were all staff members after all, so when they saw Du Chen, they only secretly looked at the whispered comments and did not make any crazy moves. Some of the travelers who passed by and saw Du Chen also recognized him, but by the time they reacted, Du Chen had already walked away. Du Chen brought Sasha with him, his footsteps quickening. He had already made an appointment with someone from the CCTV side, who was waiting for him outside. But from the airport, Du Chen himself was taken aback. There was a large crowd of fans outside, each holding banners and other things related to Du Chen. Seeing Du Chen's figure appear, a large group of fans immediately shouted with excitement like crazy. Du Chen, I love you. Here, look here. Morning brother, I love you. Brother Chen. Morning brother, swimming fitness understand. Brother Chen, I love you. I want to marry you. Can I shake your hand? Morn. The fans' voices made the airport burst with people. Everyone's eyes were attracted to this side, and some uninformed people were shocked to see the crowd. What's this? What's the pickup? Such a big show. Some people just watched the fun. But there was another part of the group that originally didn't know, but once they inquired it was Du Chen who had come. Straight away, the fans were even crazier than those who already knew, and joined the greeting line. Asterisk. What's going on? What's going on over there? Call for backup. B12 exit, call for backup. All hands on deck. Support exit B12. Report. There is a large group heading to B12 at exit A03. Report. A large group of travelers at exit B05 is heading to B12. The security staff at the airport, momentarily confused. What's going on at exit B12? Who's coming? This damn last time that what star to come? The king of heaven over. Also not so exaggerated. Who is it today? Why are you so exaggerated? Support. Quickly support. Pay attention to the safety of passengers. The security of the entire airport went on alert and started doing emergency evacuations. They didn't even get the whole idea of what had come to make such an impact. On the B12 side, Du Chen was also confused and got blocked when he slipped out of it. Those fans were yelling like crazy. I have drifted for half my life without a clear master. I would like to worship your majesty as my righteous father. Your majesty, I have an urgent report. Your majesty, I can't do it. Your majesty, this time you come, but you want to attack this place. Brother Chen, when are you going to play Qin Shi Huang? Brother Chen, how much did CCTV pay you for the invitation? Mourn, do I look good in black silk? Mourn, yes. Your majesty, can you love my concubine? In the airport, the security personnel who had rushed over to provide support were confused when they heard the chants of these fans. What's going on? Is this the emperor coming? Did I hear you wrong? What are they going to do? Attack this place? Holy, call the police. Quick, call the police. Don't bull asterisk 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 me. That's Du Chen coming. Alarm what is Du Chen came? Quickly do evacuation quickly. Du Chen came how not to say in advance? Not to do evacuation in advance asterisk 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 asterisk. Du Chen and seldom on the variety show. Who can know Du Chen's influence is so big have so many fans? Asterisk 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 it. Du Chen handsome and acting skills? Works are classic. How can not many fans in advance should be predicted? Now well, trouble. So many people appeared to stampede to see how to do. On the scene, Du Chen was just caught off guard by the situation in front of him, but he immediately reacted. The first issue that comes to mind is the safety of the fans. Without saying a word, Du Chen looked to the ground crew next to him with a loudspeaker in their hands. He walked over and took the loudspeaker from the crew. Borrow it. The staff member, a girl in her 20s, was there in a daze at the moment, reacting only after the horn was taken away. Du Chen saw a stool and he stepped right on it, plus he was already tall, so he was directly one section taller than everyone else. Hello everyone present, I'm Du Chen. I want you all to stand where you are now and don't move. Don't rush. Can you promise me that? If any crowding occurs, I'll turn my head right back around and not play any part. Can you promise me that everyone will stand still and not move? Please. Du Chen's words shouted me out, and most of the fans responded immediately. Yes, yes, brother I don't get it. Brother Chen, I'm very good. I won't move. Brother, I'm not moving. Then some of the pretty girls were still memorizing, and someone around them immediately shouted, don't move. Slow down. Brother said don't move. Can you stop and listen to your brother not to move? Don't you move. If you don't listen brother won't like you. Under Du Chen's maintenance, it was now finally calming down a bit. Those security personnel on the scene breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at Du Chen, who was standing on the chair, and were a little shocked in their hearts. This man's influence was really great, and he was able to stabilize the scene. Then Du Chen continued to shout, thank you all very much for your cooperation. I will stand here to take pictures of all of you. I will also take pictures with all of you. Please make sure you don't crowd. I will disappear immediately if crowding occurs. Yes, brother, it's all yours. Whatever you say, brother. After stabilizing the scene, Du Chen also did what he said he would do. He first took pictures of everyone, and then from passing by, he shook hands with people and took pictures of them. It took quite a bit of time to go all the way there. However, Du Chen still kept his eyes open. That is, he had to get out quickly and could not linger, or else he would be prone to accidents. Outside, Du Chen saw the CCTV car that picked him up. However, the car door opened and Sabine jumped out of the car. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Sabine personally came to pick up Du Chen? Chapter 149 presenting historical figures. Sabine saw Du Chen come out and got down from the car, looking at the large group of fans following behind Du Chen. He was also confused. He knew for sure he would be greeted by fans for Duchesne. But Duchesne's influence is so great? Fans so much? Heavenly King level characters he has also seen that is not such a scene Sabine, at once, felt that she had underestimated her influence on Du Chen. This is also mainly because again, Du Chen doesn't speak much online and at the same time doesn't participate in various variety shows. He basically shoots movies and then you can only see him from various classics. So normally, there was no chance to discover Du Chen's influence. I didn't expect this appearance in the capital to go straight to the top as soon as the news came out. The divas don't have this kind of platoon, do they? Du Chen walked over quickly, but he didn't have time to say much. Hello. Sabine was also very knowledgeable and hurriedly got out of the way. Get in the car. Get in the car. We're going straight. Do you need him to tell you that? Straight away, he took Sasha and got into the car. Sasha was a bit stunned. She had followed Du Chen for so long and it was the first time she had encountered such a situation. And, more to the point, it turned out to be that very famous host from CCTV who came to pick up his brother in person. Although just now also quite famous. But it's like, joshing company to invite someone. Certainly will not let the brother personally to pick up, unless important to a certain degree to deserve. So the flip side of that is that CCTV's recognition of his brother has reached a certain level, and that's why Sabine came to personally pick up his brother. After Du Chen got into the car, Sabine also immediately got into the car. As soon as the door closed, the driver was a hard kick on the gas. The fans who ran out after Du Chen also saw that it was Sabine who had just picked up Du Chen. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Did I just read it right? The one who escorted the car over to pick up brother Chen is Sabe Ning, right? I saw it too. It's really Sabine. This row pulls all the stops. CCTV is so important to brother Chen. I don't think it's surprising at all. Brother Chen is so powerful. But it's still quite surprising that Sabine personally came to pick up Du Chen. I don't think anyone else has that. At least not that I've heard of. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I just filmed it. I really filmed Sabine picking up Du Chen. I got a shot too. Can you send it to me? They just got in the car so fast I didn't have time to film it. How can I send it to you? I won't even send it if I'm paid. I'm going to tweet it first. I've already posted it. Ha ha ha. In the car, Sabine looked from the rearview mirror and turned back. This scene, really didn't expect. You have so many fans in the capital. Du Chen said. I didn't think of it myself. It gave me a fright. I almost couldn't get out. Ha ha ha, proves you're hot. I see a lot of big stars out there. Not so much. This was not a good thing to say. And Du Chen just laughed. Then Sabine said, Du Chen, do you know anything about this program of ours before? Du Chen said, I've read it, but not much. What Du Chen said was true. He couldn't learn anything more from such a program. From knowledge to acting skills, just looking at the general idea of what it is. Sabine Dao, our program, mainly to bring the historical figures three-dimensional, so that more people can understand our history, and the stories that have happened in this great land. Among them, we also added the element of dialogue between the ancient and the modern, so that the ancient and the modern, on the stage to have a time-traveling conversation. Therefore, in terms of artistic effect and true restoration of history, as well as the restoration and transmission of culture, we favor more on the transmission and restoration of history and culture. Du Chen nodded. This is a big difference from the TV series in these. The first thing to consider in TV series is the dramatic effect, and then the pursuit of story attraction and historical restoration and so on. But the fact that this show focuses on cultural heritage makes a fundamental difference. Sabine continued. I've heard from friends that you're quite insightful in your knowledge of history. Sasha confidence, that's for sure. But he knew it was his brother talking to someone else and she had to be good at this point or his brother would surely say that interrupting would fix her. So Sasha didn't say anything, just thought in her mind. Du Chen said, it's actually okay. Don't be modest. Sabine was quite a bit older than Du Chen, and had previously spoken on the phone so there wasn't much rustiness in talking to Du Chen. But someone told me, you're in the theater group, and a lot of those lines and scenes, you're the one who directly modified them. Du Chen smiled and said, that's true. Sabine said with an expression that said I was right. Here's the thing. We've got this show, right, and in order to do it right, you first have to really know history, and then on top of that, you have to make the show work. This leads to the fact that teachers who know history don't know anything about theater at all, and those who do know theater are ultimately insufficiently specialized in history. So I was thinking, history and theater, both of which you're strong in. Would you like to wait to go over your own script for this episode? The script is still being revised. It's not finalized, so I'm just in time for you to come over and show you around. Du Chen said, this is fine. It's okay to just go and study. Du Chen thought, anyway, it's my own script and it's not even written yet, so just go check it out. A smile appeared on Sabanin's face as he received Du Chen's reply. Du Chen's script for this installment will be used soon, but the review side hasn't passed yet. The main vetting is on the one hand the station vetting for dramatic effect, and then once it has dramatic effect, it still has to pass the vetting of the professor of history. It has to be in line with the history and culture. There can't be any discrepancies in the traditional culture. That's why the vetting of each paragraph is called rigorous. CCTV radio and television offices. In the special program team of the collection of China. At this time a few people are having a meeting. The content of the meeting is nothing else. It is the conversation scene between King Gojian of Yu and King Fuchai of Wu. In fact, the lines are being negotiated. I do think this sentence is redundant. After all, that man Gojian has the illusion of lying down and tasting the gall. He is a person who is extremely capable of stoicism. I do not agree. Hooker can be stoic, but we have to know the purpose of our show is to convey culture, and not to go for film and television effects. Fuchai or Gojian, there is no one who is the villain or the villain in this. They are all the monarchs of this great land. Once, Just that they all have their own people and positions. It was a meeting of a few people, but it was a heated back and forth between you and me, and there was no stopping the mouths. Such meetings have been going on for many days. The planner said at this time, "We can't argue like this. I heard that Duchen is already coming. The director and the station manager's side are also pressing. They want to check it as soon as possible. It won't do for us to have no finalization on our own like this." The group was talking. The door to the office was pushed open and Sabine led Duchen in. Chapter 150, The Heroes of Youth. Duchen? Sabine saw all eyes on them. He led Duchen in and said with a smile on his face, "It just so happens that everyone is here. And the script hasn't been finalized yet. So I brought Duchen over to take a look. He's also very knowledgeable about history. And again, this is his own role to show." The choreographer and director frowned when he heard the words of Sabe Ning, thinking that this is not nonsense. Duchen no matter what, but also just an actor. How much can he know about you is? And so what if you know about history? Instead, it was the one in charge of the master planner who voiced, "Will this work? It's quite demanding." Duchen didn't say anything. Sabine laughed softly. "It's okay, take a look. It's okay if it doesn't work." The choreographer pushed a file in front of Sabine. This was not Duchen's home turf after all. But Sabine was very good at taking care of people and had a high level of emotional intelligence. He dragged a chair out for Duchen and put his hands on Duchen's shoulders to sit down. "Duchen is not polite. This kind of thing, there is nothing polite. Just work. Line on the line. Not on the line." He does not care about other people's eyes. He picked up the script and frowned just reading it. He had previously heard Sabine talk about the nature of the program and the vetting requirements. And with the script in his hands now, it would be strange if it could pass the vetting. Theatrically and culturally, there is a clash, a meltdown. Then Duchen began to revise it. The knowledge in his brain, too, surged wildly, and various scenarios began to surface. The pen in Duchen's hand wandered over the white paper. Halfway through writing a piece of paper, Duchen suddenly paused, then tore the paper off, tore it off and rewrote it. That's how many chapters were written. Rather, no one felt that there was anything wrong with Duchen's behavior. No one could write a script well at once. Instead, as they looked at Duchen, they were thinking, is he serious about this? For a moment, they felt that Duchen wasn't really okay. But at the sight of that earnest, yet unusually young face, the idea was immediately vetoed by themselves. No one present, though, explicitly said just that. After all, Duchen is a guest invited by the station. It doesn't matter if it works or doesn't work. Face always has to be given a little bit of face. So what's wrong with letting people write about it? Duchen was writing alone with his head buried in his hands, and after 2 minutes, the others didn't dare to wait and started discussing again. But Duchen seemed to be shielding their voices as if he couldn't hear them, just burying himself in writing. One manuscript after another was nullified by Duchen. About 10 minutes passed. Duchen finally raised his head. "Okay," Duchen said. The sound of the scene came to an abrupt halt. Everyone's gazes went to Duchen, and the movements in their hands looked like they were frozen. What does it mean to suddenly say yes and write it out? That's good? Cough cough cough. The choreographer coughed lightly and reached for Duchen's script, saying, "Okay Duchen, please, let me take a look." He picked up Duchen's manuscript out of politeness, but in his heart, he didn't think that Duchen could really write anything good, and it had only been 10 or so minutes. What can I do with 10 minutes? Not enough time to think about a frame, right? The choreographer's eyes fell on the script. Hooker, I can't fight anymore. I'm done. Talk, to beat you. The people of Wu are henceforth the people of Yu. I implore the king to treat them generously. Insert footage of the defeated king of Yu submitting. King Wu, please rise. Thousands of years ago Wu and you were originally one family. Thousands of years later, you and I are gone. Wu and you are still one family. 5 at your service. The choreographer took Duchen's manuscript and read it softly. As his voice came out, his gaze grew brighter. Bang! The writer-director suddenly slapped the manuscript in his hand on the table, startling everyone. Duchen, did you really just write this? His eyes were filled with surprise and incredulity as he looked at Duchen. Duchen was also stunned by his reaction. Yeah, what's wrong? The writer-director pushed the script to the center of the table and swept his gaze across those present. Everyone, look at it. The curator picked it up somewhat suspiciously and proceeded to look at it carefully. There is some doubt in my mind. Looking at the editorial director's appearance, this manuscript is very unusual, but Duchen is only 10 minutes or so. What good can he write? But the more he looked, the more alarmed he became. This has not only lines on it, but also scenes and the production process. Let's see. What's going on? Show me too. What's with all the looks on your faces? Others, too, noticed the reaction of the choreographers and planners. so a circle of people grabbed it. Sabine stood aside and was a little confused when he saw everyone's reaction. To be honest, he brought Du Chen here, partly out of enthusiasm to do his duty as a landlord, and partly because he thought that Du Chen might be able to participate in the discussion of the script as well, so that everyone could have a better familiarization with the environment. Introducing some contacts to Du Chen? But, as a result, Du Chen ran here, 10 minutes or so gaga a meal to write, and then all the professionals in the room say bulls *** T? This was an outcome Sabine had not expected. This damn we discussed so long twisted. Du Chen this written. It is very simple and clear, not at all esoteric, very simple lines. Wrote out the essence of what we want in this program. Yes, Wuwei is originally a family, and this is the culture we want to pass on, along with the stories of that era. Yeah, why do we need to come out with such complexity? Du Chen this is just fine. If the audience wants to see complexity and twists and turns in the story, they can totally go and watch the adapted drama. Perfect. The group was talking when the office door was pushed open again. Stage manager, you're just in time. What's wrong? Du Chen saw a middle-aged man in his 40s come in, presumably the station manager. The station manager wondered, how's the script coming along? Have you gotten it out yet? Then he saw Du Chen, walked over quickly and shook Du Chen's hand. It's Du Chen, isn't it? Younger than what you see on the screen. I'm Situ Jean, the person in charge of this side. You're very welcome. Du Chen nodded his head and said, well, I'm Du Chen. Good day to Director Situ. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Situ Jean remembered the main event and said, look what you're all getting excited about. How's the script going? Du Chen are already here. This needs to be gotten out quickly. Professor Chen's side is asking me. We all know that Prof. Chen, whom the station manager is talking about, is a professor of preaching history at Kyoto University. The screenwriter handed over the manuscript in his hand and said, it's done. Station manager, take a look. The stage manager suspiciously took it, looked at it, and then looked up. This, you guys got, this style is completely different from what you got before. How did you suddenly become enlightened? The expression on the stage manager's face already proved that he was satisfied, and his hand was already reaching into his pocket for his cell phone to call Professor Chen. It's a shame to say that we didn't write this, but Du Chen just did? The station manager's hand, reaching for his cell phone, paused. What the? This is what Du Chen just wrote. Du Chen wrote this? Don't get so worked up. Station manager, can I not be excited? This is written by Du Chen? The screenwriter nodded and said, yes, Du Chen just sat here and wrote it. Situ Jean remeasured Du Chen once more. It's really better to be known than to be seen. A hero is indeed a young man. I'll show it to Professor Chen. Chapter 151, Overthrow and Redo. Hey, Prof. Chen, I've got this table book done. Yes, King Dojin of Yu and King Fuchai of Wu. Okay, I'll fax it to you right away. The people on the set were quiet while the station manager, Sito Jin, was on the phone. From Situ Jin's tone, it could also be heard that he had a sense of respect for the person on the phone. Then after the station manager hung up the phone, the fax machine was used on the spot. Du Chen's manuscript was quickly passed on. On Professor Chen's side, it wasn't the first time that he had reviewed the program, so for the caliber of the show, he also knows that it usually takes a lot of tweaking. This one, for example, has been adjusted many boards. Still, there is a lot of neglect of cultural and national emotional delivery for dramatic effect. Therefore, Prof. Chen didn't have much expectation for this time's fax, and had already modified his habits anyway. But after the fax paper was printed out, Prof. Chen just scanned it first, and was instantly shocked. It's nothing like the previous style, belongs to the overthrow and redo. Prof. Chen carefully considered up the lines and scenes in the manuscript. Then he realized that the lines were very simple and straightforward, but the details stood up to scrutiny. It's hard to even notice that there are traces of intentionality in it, but the end result is that it's completely in line with history without emphasizing it, but it conveys this national sentiment and character information to the audience. This is good. Professor Chen immediately called Situ Jin's side. That's all the addition there is. No questions asked. On Situ Jin's side, they were very satisfied with Du Chen's manuscript, but whether it could pass Prof. Chen's scrutiny was another matter, and they had no idea in their hearts. So the crowd was still a little nervous, hiding their nerves and chatting casually. But just a few minutes passed and Professor Chen's side came to the phone. Situ Jin nervously picked up the phone and heard Professor Chen's affirmative tone. His eyebrows took off. Prof. Chen, do you mean this version has been reviewed? Yes, it's been reviewed. So send me the paperwork when you get there and I'll stamp it for you. Well. Situ Jin couldn't stop smiling. The others around him, who had heard what he said, could understand what it meant. one by one. All of them are all excited. It's been cleared. Then Prof. Chen asked, "Can I ask who wrote this version? I've looked at it, and it's a different style than any of the ones you guys have sent me before. So I assume an expert has come over to give me some pointers?" "Ha?" Situjin froze for a moment and said, "Professor Chen, you've seen all this?" "That's right. This version was written by Du Chen." "Oh yeah, that's the actor we invited over." "I know," Prof. Chen said. "Isn't it Du Chen who played several emperors in historical dramas?" Yeah, that's him," Prof. Chen said. "I didn't expect this little guy to have this kind of knowledge, and I like to watch his TV series that I have watched." After Situjin finished talking with Professor Chen, he hung up the phone and grabbed Du Chen for a compliment. What with the current writers and all, it's also a reintroduction to Dokhen. No one ever again underestimated Du Chen or looked at him only as an actor because he was young. Man, this is something real. Even if you're not an actor, that's still bull. Being an actor, that's even more awesome. The script is finalized. Next is the time for the program to prepare. In the days that followed, in addition to the program team preparing, Du Chen also had rehearsals. A few days passed in this way, and finally the day came when Du Chen was to perform. Duchesne is backstage getting ready for her makeup. Fans have entered the scene early. When the time was up, Sabine walked onto the stage and did an opening speech for the heat. But in fact, the scene didn't need to be crowded at all. Fans on stage. Excitement could be seen on their faces. Almost all of them came at Du Chen. Everyone's eyes were looking around, hoping to catch an early glimpse of Du Chen. Until Sabine said, "Next let's enjoy the wonderful performance of Du Chen and Mr. Xiao Qi." Woohoo! Snap! The room erupted in applause. Then the lights dimmed and the stage went dark. A moment later, a large light came on and projected onto the stage. It just happened to shine on Du Chen's figure. "Whoa! Du Chen! I saw Du Chen! Du Chen, I love you! It's really Du Chen! Du Chen is here! Baby, I love you! Mourn, love me! Brother Chen! I want to marry my wife to you! Brother is so handsome! I saw Chen come in ancient costume live. So handsome! The armor looks really awesome on Chen's body." A scream came from the fans at the venue. Du Chen wore the armor of the Preqin dynasty and stood there without moving. The fans must be given some reaction time. And when the enthusiasm of the appearance passes, the next performance can be seen in the heart. After a while, the sound dropped down a bit before Du Chen snapped his head up. As a result, with just this one action, he once again pushed the scene to take off. The main thing is, this CCTV look he designed through the Beauty Academy looks really cool on him, along with the makeup that fits the hooker's image. The show begins. Stage play. Knowing chance. It has to be done in one performance, in which there are mistakes or accidents, that all need to test the actor's ability to adapt to the scene. "Hooker, I can't fight anymore." Hooker said the line first. Du Chen just looked at him quietly. A bruised and battered Fuchai said, "No more fighting. Let's talk. Today, the capital city of Wu is like the Huiji mountain of the past. In the past, you were for me, and today, I am for you." On the screen at the back, the image of the Yu King being defeated and bowing down to the King of Wu in that year appeared. The audience, too, was brought into the fold. They saw the heroes late in life, and they saw the heroes together. "You've suffered under me all these years, and you hate me." Du Chen, as Go Jian, had a pained look on his face as he sighed and shook his head. "I don't hate now." The audience was brought in. Instantly, with reddened eyes, they didn't see that Victor's condescension in Du Chen. Rather, they see the irreversibility of history, the cycle of time, and the impermanence of the world. Look red-eyed, especially the moment when King Wu fell down in obeisance and Du Chen quickly walked over to help him. Straight to tears. Sa Beining stood backstage and saw Du Chen's rendition on the stage and couldn't even hold back his emotions. A show that ended perfectly, during which there were no surprises. Du Chen's heartfelt portrayal of the character of Hooker is deeply memorable. Plus the King of Wu is superbly portrayed online. That's why the audience couldn't jump out of the theater for a long time after the performance. Sabine walked onto the stage and did a heartfelt curtain call. Then, quickly adjusting himself as the host, he said, "Another thing that you may not know is that for the performance just now, Du Chen also made an undeniable credit to the script. Sa Beining did not say that this was written by Du Chen alone, because the people at the station also put a lot of effort into it, and afterwards showed it to Du Chen, and based on that, Du Chen composed it." The audience under the stage, once they heard that there was actually such an inside story, they were all shocked. A script this macro that requires cultural underpinnings, with Du Chen's involvement, and still a role that can't be ignored? Those fans who already loved Du Chen went even more crazy when they knew about this news. There was a flurry of applause. After the show, Sabine and the stage manager personally escorted Du Chen to his car, to say that when he came, Sabine went to pick up Du Chen. That represented CCTV's sincerity and friendly attitude towards Du Chen. But Du Chen left in. The station manager and Sa Bei Ning sent him. Then it is entirely they feel Du Chen. When the platoon can afford it. When it was time to say goodbye, the lines waved to Du Chen and said, "Our and Together program today airs online next week." Chapter 152 Hot Search 1, 2, 3. When Du Chen returned from the capital, he returned to the company and stayed for a few days. Soon it was time for Canonical Wasia his show to air, and the trailer for the show, coupled with the news of his previous trip to the capital to record, had long since spread. So at this point in time, the online heat has completely and naturally finished warming up. The topic of his participation in the recording has also hit the hot seat. That's if it hasn't aired yet. This shows how many people are waiting for Du Chen's participation in the recording of Canonical Wasia to be aired. Holy, I heard from my friend that he went to the scene and said Du Chen was awesome. Oh, I fallacious to go to the scene. I also know Du Chen handsome, okay? I have seen in the trailer inside. It's still not the same. And I heard him say that when she watched it live, she cried without realizing it. Seriously, son. I've seen people on the internet saying that this show is great, but I haven't even watched it before. And if it wasn't for the fact that Du Chen is in it, I wouldn't even be watching it. This program is really good, but the ratings are also limited. And this time Du Chen's joining the show has brought in a significant wave of traffic. How long until we can watch it? The official message says update at 1800 hours. So I shouldn't be wrong. There's still a few minutes to go. Mud. It's just the last few minutes. It's so hard to get through. I wonder what Du Chen is acting out this time. Yu Wang Go Jian. I did learn a text about him before, but I really don't know much about this character. It seems that there is a Yu Wang sword that is very famous. It's coming soon, it's coming soon. It's coming to theaters soon. Fans all over the country, who were free at this time, picked up their cell phones and waited for Du Chen's show to be released. They had already watched Du Chen's previous works. Some of them had even watched them as many times as they could. So they were all looking forward to Du Chen's new works. Although this time around, it's only one episode, but it's better than nothing. Moreover, Du Chen acts in historical dramas, and watching Du Chen's works not only passes the time, but more or less learns something. In an apartment in Magic City, Su Yashi, the receptionist of a big internet factory who just got off work and rushed back. Su Yashi, who is in her early 20s and has a slim figure and delicate features, usually likes to brush up on her dramas after work, especially like the Duchesne drama. So today it happens to be an early shift. Come back from work and take a shower and wash your hair, clean yourself up, and at this time sit on the sofa, crossing your toes and waiting for Du Chen's new work to be updated. It's 6 o'clock. Suyashi hurriedly clicked on the playback software and refreshed it, and sure enough, she saw Du Chen's cover in the new episode of Canonical Huaxia. Excited, Suyashi clicked and jumped in. Here we go. Tong Tong from the capital, a flight attendant, had the honor of being on a flight not long ago, and met Du Chen, and she even took a picture with him. The feeling Du Chen gave her was very down to earth. Before that, she was a fan of Du Chen and had seen all of his works. Start with your face and stay true to your talent. Today, Duchesne has a new piece on the air. Come on Blue. It's been updated. Tong Tong saw the updated artwork and immediately beckoned for her air hostess roommate. The roommate rushed over and the two stared at the screen. Lon Lon said, "Look at you. You won't be on top of Du Chen. I even saw you sneaking a look at Du Chen's group photo yesterday. You don't like Du Chen, do you? People are big stars. What's the point of me liking them?" Tong Tong gave her roommate an angry look and said, "Stop it. You can watch." At this moment, everywhere across the net, people were looking at Du Chen's work. The show's pop-ups, too, filled the screen in just a few minutes. You basically can't even see the people on it if you don't turn off the pop-ups. Du Chen, I love you. After waiting for an hour, I can finally watch it. Did anyone get there before me? I'm the first one, right? Coming old man. I'm here for Du Chen. Anyone like me? A variety of pop-ups that spread across the screen. Meanwhile, netizens got a glimpse of Du Chen's new work. Seeing Du Chen as Go Jie, talking to King Fu Cha of Wu. I don't hate you. When Du Chen's line came out, the pop-ups on the screen were all in tears, and the look on Du Chen's face moved everyone, and unconsciously, they also had a feeling of a rabbit dying. Woo. Obviously when I read the text as a child, I felt that they were fighting a war, and that the Fu Zhen was the bad guy, but when I look at it now, why do I feel that? They are both pitiful and honorable. I didn't like Go Jin before. He was too sinister, but now I realize I thought wrong. They all have their own mission and endure humiliation for their own mission. Du Chen's acting was so bombastic that I didn't feel out of place the entire time. I also think Du Chen's acting skills bombed. Before I thought I would think of Du Chen as Zhu Zhanji, but after I watched it, I realized that if you hadn't told me it was Du Chen, I wouldn't have even remembered that he was the image of Fu Zhai. The episode wasn't very long and the end was quickly seen. At the end of the place, Sabine comes on stage to summarize. Originally, this segment, which was just calming, many people didn't care and their attention was on watching the pop-ups. But suddenly they heard a word, the script of the program, with Du Chen's involvement and with Du Chen's undeniable credit. What? Du Chen is still involved in this script? No. Such a strong script that Du Chen was involved in and has unmissable credits? All the fans who were watching were shocked. The pop-ups took off straight away. All of them are all kinds of unbelievable. Others said, ha ha ha, I went to the site and knew it already. I held back from saying anything for so long. Now you know how powerful Du Chen is. In addition to the active playback software pop-ups, on Weibo, Du Chen's topic directly rushed to the top 3 of the list. The first one, Du Chen acting. The second, Du Chen's involvement in the script. The third, Du Chen stars in the canonical Waxia. The domination of the 3 topics on the list put the entire circle, no matter if you are a heavenly king or traffic netizen, this moment all to the side. Even if Mr. Wang came to play a concert, the topic would have to be moved back a bit. Those stars who wanted traffic and bought all kinds of hot searches, seeing this situation with Du Chen, their eyes reddened with nausea pain. Chapter 153, Song Gaozu, Zhao Kuangyin. Underneath Du Chen's hot topic, it was a sea of comments and forwards piled up. No one disagrees when I say that Du Chen's acting has improved again, right? I was not expecting Du Chen to be so explosive as a preaching gentleman. He's just a born king. Du Chen will never disappoint when he plays the king of any era, including in today's era. He's just as much of a king. I'm so grateful to have been born in the same era as Du Chen and to be able to see him in all his splendor. In this day and age, it's a blessing to have Du Chen. In the past, I like the stars. They are short-lived. Collapsed house. Exposed nature of the exposed nature. There are still some of them will not do anything. Fire for a while is also gone. Now I kind of found out. Chasing after the stars should be chasing after Du Chen, such a star. He never need to rely on the traffic to make money. On the contrary, he does anything, can be attracted by the traffic over. This is the form of drama. There is no chance. The actors all have only one chance, where the strength of Du Chen can be seen even more. Du Chen Nyobi. China can't live without Du Chen, just like the West can't live without coconut cold bubble milk. Online, Du Chen, who had been silent for some time, reappeared, and through canonical Huaxia, the heat was directly pushed to the highest point. The crew of Damien is working overtime in post-production. The director and screenwriter personally supervised the work. Director. A field agent came rushing in. The writer and director are discussing things. Being disturbed, the director was annoyed and said, "What are you shouting for? I'm not dead yet. Du Chen is on fire." "Look, director, Du Chen is on fire." Screenwriter Wolong said, "Isn't it normal for Du Chen to be on fire? He's always been on fire." The field manager said, "No, look at that. It's on fire again." The director takes the phone from him and looks at it. "Is that hot?" The director showed a surprised look. The screenwriter, also curious, brought her phone over. "Show me. Du Chen is hot, I know." The director said, "I also know that he went to Kyoto for a program. But now, is his traffic that high?" After reading it, Wulong was also dumbfounded and said, "I still muttered about Du Chen. His kind really doesn't show his face." And at the critical moment all these fans came out. "This heat is a little scary," the director said, stroking his chin. Voron looked away and said, "What do you want?" The director glanced at him. "That's right. You and I were thinking the same thing." "Ha," Wulong said smugly, "how could I not know you? I know what kind of farts you put out when you take off your pants." "So it?" the director asked. Voron said, "Okay." The groundskeeper who brought the cell phone over looked at it, then at the writers and the groundskeeper. I'll go out first if it's not convenient." Soon, major portal platforms, a new message inserted strongly. Du Chen's new work, Daming Jiajing, will be released soon, and Du Chen will be there for the launch of the work before the release. The heat is on right now online for Du Chen. All over the internet, he's the talk of the town. But nay, the canonical Huaxia Du Chen's work is ultimately limited in length. There's only so much you can talk about, and the heat will soon pass. But not anymore. Du Chen has a new piece out, and it's still a big long drama. Look at the name. It's a historical drama. And it goes without saying that Du Chen must be playing the emperor. It's not the emperor's fans who dare to chop Diao. Historical dramas. Du Chen's historical dramas have never flopped. Babies, there's happiness. Du Chen has a new work coming out soon. Looking forward to it. Chen is also considered a model of labor, just never resting. New works constantly. This time it's a big long serial. Damn me. I'll be damned. How did I see this news in advance? It's going to keep me awake. I'm not interested in watching any other dramas. Emperor Jiajing. The one with the best power play? Jiajing. Ah. This emperor has something to see. The old craft of the Zhu family, he is the most skillful in playing. When is this launch going to happen? And don't make it clear. I'm definitely going to be there for the launch. And Du Chen will be there too. Is it true what the conference said? Will Du Chen be there too? Upstairs. You don't have to doubt it. Du Chen's works. He's been to every single launch of his works. Don't worry about Du Chen's dedication. He never lets his fans down. Morn, I love you. I'll have to visit you at the launch. Where and when is the launch? Does anyone know? This dog director purposely did not say the time and place. It is to do the preview. This is not to rush me to death. This pussy director. Who knows what other works he has? Tell me. I'll go give him a bad review. Du Chen's works. Can't give a bad review. Du Chen sighed. When he came back from Jingchen, he returned to the company. Yang Mi was also shocked when she saw the hot searches on Weibo and saw those fans' comments. Before, she hadn't expected that Du Chen's popularity had built up step by step to such an extent. It's true that a person needs to have a chance to show if they are hot or not. This CCTV invitation has directly galvanized Du Chen's fans. All of them. Moreover, the director of Damien, who was also a dog thief, took advantage of this wave of heat from Du Chen to add another fire. Directly when Du Chen was at the height of his heat, he put out the news that Du Chen was going to participate in the conference, indirectly announcing again that Du Chen had a new work. This wave of operation. Genius enough dog. Yang Mi bit her lip as she swiped her phone. Since she was alone in the office, her high heels were tossed aside and her bare jade feet were placed on the desk to let one foot relax. But just then, the office door was pushed open. Du Chen walked in. When Yang Mi saw Du Chen, she hurriedly put her feet away and sat down in a panic to straighten her clothes. Du Chen walked to the desk and said, "Sister honey, I feel very unhappy recognizing me in the company." Yang Mi was startled for a moment. Unhappy at the office? What's wrong? Du Chen said, "Yes, the company didn't treat me as one of their own." Bang! What's wrong? Yang Mi stood up with a slap on the table when he heard Du Chen say that. In this company, there are still people who don't treat Du Chen as one of their own. Eating leopard's gall? Du Chen, you boldly say, who is it, and how she doesn't treat you as one of her own? Du Chen said, if you treat me as one of your own, why did you put your feet away as soon as I came in and hide your mind's eye for me? Cough cough. Yang Mi was confused and his face turned red. Stop it. Janomi squirmed a little and resumed her seat. Only then did Du Chen get down to business. That good role you mentioned last time. What role is it yet to be said? Yang Mi blushed and glanced at Du Chen. Last time, she deliberately whetted Du Chen's appetite for an announcement but didn't tell him about it. At this moment, she was a bit flustered and could not hide it anymore. Saying, Song Gaozu, Zhao Kuangyin. Chapter 154, A Real Superstar. Zhao Kuangyin? Du Chen's eyebrows were unconsciously raised. Yeah, this emperor is interesting. The yellow robe is a cup of wine. He did like the role, but Du Chen still asked, what about Qin Shi Huang? Is anyone going to do this play? With a pair of big eyes, Yang Mi looked at Du Chen. You're not too ambitious. Du Chen nodded and said non-committally, it's pretty big. He has been in this circle for so many years now, and he is not the white guy who just joined Jiaxing at the beginning, so he always has to pursue his goal a little bit. And Du Chen thought very clearly, the interpretation of the end, or to enjoy the audit. Finish what you want to play and just find a place to retire as a boss. It would certainly be better if there were ready-made bosses to do it. Alright, I know. I'm sifting through it. Yang Mi's mouth lifted up with an honorable pride and said. Then she asked, on the side of Daming Jiajing, what is the situation when they put out the news that they are going to have a launch party? Du Chen said, well, I've already made the handover to Sasha's side. I'll go over there then. Yang Mi said, I'll go with you this time. Du Chen looked at Yang Mi suspiciously. You're coming along? In all the time he had been in the company, he had never heard of Yang Mi and anyone from the company going to a launch party together, and it wasn't even her own work. What's wrong? Can't you? Yang Mi saw Du Chen's eyes and hardened. Du Chen nodded his head and said, okay, that's right, high and low I'm your boss. Isn't it normal to go with you to the launch to cheer? Du Chen said, let me correct you, it's the boss's wife, not the boss. And, are you there to cheer? You're there to dabble in traffic. After Du Chen finished speaking, he turned around and left the office. Yang Mi reacted and stood up suddenly in anger, but the office door had already been closed by Du Chen. Du Chen, you're dead. Yang Mi office company takeout. Some staff heard the sound inside, scared to look over there, only to see Du Chen out of it. the boss's wife and Du Chen. What's going on? For the rest of the day, Du Chen stayed at the company. When he has time he goes to the company's special classroom and gives lessons to the company's stay-at-home actors. Du Chen's heat this time also let the company see that Jiaxing, in addition to the boss's wife Yang, that there are also superstars. What is a superstar? Dukhan this kind. Movie and TV stars. Not traffic stars. It's a solid step-by-step superstar. So the classes were attended with more enthusiasm than before. Brother Morn, can we learn to act in a stage play? Stage plays seem to be more challenging. Like the canonical Chinese you went to star in. I want to act too. Why don't we reenact the canonical Wasia that Chen starred in? The trainees were enthusiastic, but Du Chen knocked on the table and said, you can't act this out. One more point of clarification. There's a process to learning, and stage plays are really challenging and difficult, but when the acting skills and mentality are not yet up to par, don't try to force it, or you'll learn the wrong path and it'll be hard to return, and everyone here, in the end, will have to rely on movie and TV productions to eat. So the first thing to learn is the ability to be able to do well in film and television, and then when the day comes that the acting skills are able to handle the roles, then you can use stage productions to polish your acting skills, or else you get to the end of the pouring of the book. What Du Chen said was straightforward. No knock on them, but it does kinda hit home. Ah, Brother Morn, I know. Yes, Brother Chen. I'll learn it well. I love you. Morn, ahem. Who was the one who just said I love you? Go out and reflect on yourself. Du Chen said with a light cough, and then no one in the room acknowledged it. I didn't say that. I didn't say that either. I just heard someone say that. But I didn't. I put it in my heart and didn't say I loved you. I didn't say it either. Then they didn't say anything, and neither did I. Time just goes by day. On the Daming Jiajing side, the launch was also scheduled. On this day, Du Chen was ready to fly out and arrived at the time agreed upon for the launch. The co-workers in the company, seeing Du Chen with Shasha and Shasha carrying the suitcase, such a combination, they were no longer strangers. But this time, Yang Mi also followed behind Du Chen, carrying a boarding box. Hataru followed her over and wondered, Sister Honey, what are you carrying the suitcase for? Several other actors, too, looked at Yang Mi curiously. Every time Du Chen went out, it was Shasha with one suitcase, Du Chen with one suitcase, a total of 2 suitcases. This time, to carry 3 boxes? Yang Mi glanced at Hotba and said, what else can I do with a suitcase? Of course it's to go with Du Chen to the launch of his new work. After Yang Mi finished his words, the few actors who followed him over, all sucked in a breath of cool air and looked at Yang Mi incredulously. Not. When has the owner ever gone to a launch party with anyone? When have you ever stood up for a company's human work? Du Chen is the first one, right? Holy, Sister Honey is out of the picture. This isn't easy. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful that Mimi hears you. But then again, I really haven't seen Honey cheering on anyone's launch, huh? Awesome this time. Honey really listens to Chen. From now on, it's Brother Morning listening to Sister Honey. What do you mean by that? It's rare. The director of the Ming Jiajing learned that Yang Mi is coming, gave a bad excitement. Can this not be exciting? It's the same as buying one and getting one free to make a lot of money. And, Du Chen is hot. But Yang Mi isn't bad either. Moreover, a large part of Yang Mi's fan base is different from Du Chen's, which means that Yang Mi's arrival can bring in new traffic. One could only say that Du Chen was truly honorable. This time the launch must give me a tight watch. Can't have any problems? People Jiaxing side took out a great sincerity. We can't make things not beautiful. The director commanded at the scene, making all sorts of arrangements. Director's response. This time we went with the biggest venue possible, and we're not afraid of not being able to sit in the seats, because we don't open up where we can't sit in the seats. So we're prepared. We can do it with as many people as come, and if we can't do it, we'll close it up and fall back on the fact that the camera doesn't shoot over there just fine. The various details of it have been deduced many times, so there must not be any problems. What about the media side? The director asked. The staff said, the media side is also properly prepared, of which we have arranged many people. Security has also been arranged. If anyone messes up, or if there are media maliciously making things difficult, we have a plan to deal with it. So don't worry, director. Okay, Du Chen and Yang Mi side are already on the airplane. All cheer up. Chapter 155, Chinese historical dramas are the most tricky ones. Du Chen, along with Yang Mi and Sasha, got off the airplane. There was a special car to take them to the venue. The venue has been properly set up. Yang Mi was also a bit confused when he saw the huge stadium. The launch of a TV series, is there such an exaggeration as to make a stadium to open it? Yang Mi is also considered to have seen a lot, but he was still shocked by the director's tawdry maneuvers. Is this a ING launch party? Are you sure you're not going to confiscate the tickets? And, can this be made full? Du Chen's mouth also twitched when he saw the venue. For those who know, it's a TV show launch. For those who don't, it's a ING concert, isn't it? Sasha was a different story, clueless and a little excited with her little red face. Brother is awesome. The conference hadn't started yet, so Du Chen and his group went backstage. Du Chen and the others were considered to have come early. Shortly after they arrived, the venue opened and fans who came early were able to enter. And all these fans who entered were booked online in advance and had tickets. Then the rest of the cast came in one by one. By the time Yen Song, Yen Shifan and the others arrived, the venue was almost full of fans inside. The two saw the scene and were directly given a shock. After so many years of filming, I've really never seen such a scene. Is this our launch party? Indeed not a concert? Yen Song's actor, Mr. and I, said. Did you see the banners and pictures they were holding? Du Chendo was very much a fan. My god, that means we are following Du Chen's face this time? Don't tell me. It's true. I haven't been on a stage this big live in all my years in the biz. This row surface pull full out. The play has not yet been released. Directly on fire. By the time Zhang Jujing and the others arrived, there were even more people, and the venue was basically completely full. The staff at the site, too, were busy and sweaty. Looks like we still underestimated Du Chen's influence. When I saw the online booking before, I thought all those fans were just fooling around and wouldn't come, but I didn't realize that most of the real ones came, plus the fillers, and it was filled up straight away. The program to prepare for closure would not have to be used at all. It's all been done to full capacity. A host of actors and actresses. Seeing the scene was an eye-opener. It's no wonder they haven't seen the world. It's a perennial traffic star like Yang Mi that hasn't seen such a launch. Actually, one of the reasons for this is that Du Chen basically doesn't do any other activities other than filming dramas, nor do they participate in any variety shows. All his fans, they're kind of holding back. With this situation, there is always a tipping point and then it is ignited. And this time, it's the opportunity to ignite that point. That's why it's created the situation that it is today. Once the personnel and fans had arrived, it was time. The launch has officially begun. Before going on stage, a group of actors from the crew expressed their gratitude to Du Chen with all sincerity. But when they saw Yang Mi, they were also shocked in their hearts. Before coming here, they hadn't heard that Yang Mi was coming. Moreover, Yang Mi didn't act in this drama. But Yang Mi is Du Chen's boss. But this time he came over to give Du Chen a stand. Everyone here, they're traffic. Not to mention compared to Du Chen, even compared to Yang Mi cannot be compared. But now, then their traffic is much larger than Yang Mi, but is willing to do their accompaniment, all because of Du Chen's face. A bunch of them came on stage. Most of the audience below came for Du Chen, and many of them knew that Du Chen was from Jiaxing Company. When they saw Yang Mi's figure, they shouted. Yang Mi joined the industry much earlier than Du Chen, and has a large fan base, which is considered the top stream of the entertainment industry. That's why appearing on such occasions made Du Chen's fans feel doubly honored. After the host's opening, it was time for the director to speak. The director is nothing else but a real dog for being a human being, and he knows that the ones who are here today are basically Du Chen's fans. That's why the speeches were basically all about Du Chen, left and right. Then to the other actors speaking, they also learned. That's right, learned dogs. Anyway, just grabbed Du Chen and praised him. For example, Yen Shifan said that in the theater, it was all about asking Du Chen to teach him how to act. Mr. and I, on the other hand, said that he gained a lot of insight from talking to Du Chen all over the set. Zhang Jujing acted decent, said the most Lima dog. He said since he knew Du Chen, from Du Chen learned the truth of life. Go back. His wife are more belching him. Hai Rue, the pussy, is no good. He says Du Chen seems to have opened up his capillary chakra, and now he's tired of memorizing half an hour's worth of lines in one breath. The other actors look at Haley. You're a ING bully to amateurs. Can you memorize your lines for half an hour? Then came the question period. There were questions from fans, questions from the media, and questions arranged by the crew. The main event is one that is going to be topical and also ask fans what they care about. All through the round, the topic didn't leave Du Chen. Director, I'd like to ask you, there's news that your old friend is also making a drama called Detective D. Is your work confident of surpassing him? The director was very unimpressed and proud. That's a must. It's definitely better than him. And you have to look at what kind of lineup we have. And it took a lot of effort from Du Chen this time. One thing you all may not know is that our screenwriter also has Du Chen's signature. So do you all think we'll be bad? No way. Absolutely no way. Then another media question was asked. Screenwriter, I'd like to ask, is this a script written by you or Du Chen? And why does it have his byline? The screenwriter, Wulong, took the microphone and said, "I'm ashamed to say that I did write the script, but this drama is going to break the plot style of all previous dramas. So in this, Du Chen put in a great deal of effort, and if it wasn't for Du Chen, this drama might not have been as complete as it is." When the topic came up, it all came back to Du Chen. Then there were the media, who started to ask questions to Du Chen. In fact, it's a heavy hitter, so it's left for last. Mr. Du Chen, may I ask what you think of this drama? It's the kind of question where the answer isn't really nutritious, but it's ultimately the answer. Du Chen said, "This drama is tricky. Everyone should remember that the historical dramas of China are the trickiest." That answer instantly had the stage and the entire stadium of female fans going to their heads. A chorus of screams rang out. Then another media asked, "Then may I ask Mr. Du Chen, what makes you persevere to keep playing the emperor?" Du Chen said, "No, I did not feel the insistence on the need to overcome, just very sparse acting." Chapter 156, Ka Ching, the director of the Daming Ka Ching crew, true to form, is also good at messing things up. A launch that capitalized on Du Chen's traffic and pushed him into the headlines again. It directly allowed Du Chen to continuously dominate the list. This, naturally, was joined by Yang Mi. After all, it's also such a big star. The show, Daming Ka Ching, followed suit and benefited from it. Of course, such things are all mutually reinforcing. They all fulfill each other. So it's impossible to say who takes advantage of whom. Du Chen this number of people, but also completely opened the door in the capital circle. Before that, no matter how good your acting skills are, and no matter how good the word of mouth is for the drama you're acting in, capital measures your value in terms of traffic and influence. And Du Chen, for once, fully proved his influence and fan base. For words to describe it, awesome. Du Chen is on fire. Daming Jiajing very much hasn't started broadcasting and has already amassed a large group of waiting fans. Penguin Video's headquarters. This time Sister Chen learned her lesson. It is also considered to have the experience of once. Last time, Du Chen a drama, a daytime directly rushed 54 million. He also has a dabbler in his department that's going to eat. This time, Sister Chen prepared ahead of time. A report was written in advance to his superiors, who then called a meeting. "Are you saying that you want to put all of Du Chen's works up at once?" The higher-ups, somewhat surprised, looked at Sister Chen. Usually with member dramas, there's a rule about how many episodes are updated in a day, and then those who have a membership can watch 2 episodes ahead of time. But putting it all up at once is tantamount to giving the market time to react. It's a matter of common sense. So immediately someone said, "I object. If we put it up at once, there is no chance to hype up the heat to attract people to come. We put it up part by part. The purpose is to attract people to come over, to give time for the market to reflect, and at the same time the new user who comes in, after watching today's update, he will also watch other dramas on our platform." Sister Chen said very firmly, "I don't know if you remember the last time, but one of Du Chen's dramas pulled in hundreds of thousands of members in a single night without much warm-up. And then this time, it says that there is no time for the market to react, but you all can go and look at the headlines of the major platforms. Are they all about Du Chen? Does the market still need time to react? It's already on fire." My point in releasing all of them is not to be criticized for our platform's reputation. Releasing them all at once will definitely change our platform's reputation out there. After all, the whole internet is now saying that our platform is harvesting. This time, if they open a membership, they can watch the whole episode. With this spot, not only can we attract a lot of new users at once, but we can also change our word of mouth at the same time. So what's not to love about that? I can say for sure that if we do this, our platform will follow suit and make headlines for once. Which doesn't mean the same thing to our platform as a drama making headlines. Sister Chen finished. Many were caught up in thought. "I still don't think it's cost effective. What's not to like? It's already made a fortune. When the rights to the show were bought over, the fees weren't given at today's actual rates. We've made a lot of money. Are we really going to become harvesting machines? Can't we just think about our users and keep them happy while we make money?" Sister Chen's paragraph came out, and the leader's eyes lit up, saying, "Yes, we've earned it. We can't forget our users. We can't be profit-oriented in everything. We have to think about our users too. This time, since all the users are expecting it, what's the harm in satisfying them? Plus the fact that this script has already exceeded our expectations, which is the value given by the users. Just do what Little Chen said and release them all." After the leader's words, many of those seated below actually felt justified. So there was an outpouring of support. And so the matter was, happily, decided. Du Chen as Jiajing, released in full episode on Penguin platform. The news, once it was announced, immediately hit the hot seat. Penguin finally did something this time. Damn. I've been cut by Penguin for so long. This time it's finally my own free will. I'm going to give Penguin a favorable review this time. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Du Chen's drama actually released all the episodes. This is too powerful. Then I'll open my membership in advance. Penguin is so powerful. I can't be petty. We're not cheap. I'll open the membership first. Brothers feel free. The fans online, as expected by Sister Chen, all gave favorable reviews to Penguin Video's operation this time. The people at Penguin Video, seeing the numbers, were also shocked. Du Chen's influence, this is really big. None of the artwork has been updated yet. Just put out there. Their platforms have already received so many benefits. Genius is awesome. Online previews, step by step. A few days passed and the Great Ming Jiajing finally went online. Penguin speaks his mind and releases the full episode. This time, Penguin was prepared ahead of time and turned on a backup server. It guarantees absolutely no server crashes. Updated at 7 p.m. As soon as the time was up, the Penguin staff saw the numbers spike almost 90 degrees. User activity, new user downloads, and new memberships are all pulling up at an incredible rate. And the fans, well, they're happy. It's cool to think about it. Open a membership to be able to watch the entire Du Chen drama at once. It definitely doesn't add up to a loss. Or at least it's less than what you'd pay to see a movie. Ming Jiajing. Does anyone know how many emperors this is? Du Chen has already played Zhu Zhanji. This time Jiajing. What kind of person is Zhu Zhanji? I guessed that Du Chen's next work would still be emperor. And sure enough, I guessed it. It's the emperor again. And the drama is still written with Du Chen's participation. Nyobi Ah Chun. Already involved in screenwriting. When can Chen play Qin Shi Huang? The Ming Jiajing was just clicked on and it was covered in pop-ups. It's enough to see how many people are counting the minutes waiting for it to start. But after watching a few episodes, viewers realized something was wrong. That is, it's this what's going on, how can I read it? And the pop-ups are all starting to change. A whole bunch of people were saying what a thing to watch. The other part is explaining, saying that they read it and then giving others what it means. The drawing style is completely different from the pop-ups at the beginning. Chapter 157, Drama with Historical Underpinnings. The vast majority of fans, who stuck around for 3 episodes, got numb in the head. It's ing completely unreadable. What's playing? Du Chen's hardcore fan with an iron head looked on, but not the hilarious fans who follow the hilarious buzz. If you can't read it, you just start cursing. What ifs? What's being filmed? It's so incoherent. I've watched 3 episodes and I don't even know what it's talking about. The audience can't understand what's being put here. Can you blame the audience? Aren't dramas made for the audience? I'm really ing convinced. I saw how hot it was and came here to open a membership, only to be shown this, and I thought it was just me, but then everyone said it wasn't good. Didn't you say that the screenwriter of this drama is still Du Chen? He's an actor. What the hell is he doing as a screenwriter? I'm Ed. Really dry. If you don't know how to write a screenplay, you can't write a screenplay. And now you're making a piece of. Who are you going to show it to? Money back, to whoever can give me a refund. This is a ing scam, isn't it? It's definitely a scam. It's definitely a scam. The hot search heat is so high, and then they end up doing this. I see that this time, Du Chen's signboard, too, is going down. The story of the collapse of the Great Ming Jiajing quickly spread across the internet. This thing is hard to save and hard to PR, because TV shows are for the audience. And now that the vast majority of the audience can't understand them and can't watch them, this doesn't make sense. Over at the Detective D crew, filming is also complete. The director had also seen his old friend, the director of the Daming Ka Ching TV series, before, saying at the opening of the conference that he must surpass him. At that time he was really worried and angry at the same time. The old boy didn't give him any face at all. But now, seeing the information on the internet, Situ Jinrun was energized. The Great Ming Jiajing collapsed. It's not like his INGD is hard and numb. But while happy, Situ Jin had some hard feelings. After all, the drama of Great Ming Jiajing was Du Chen's work. Du Chen helped him a lot last time when he went to his theater group, and during the time he spent with Du Chen, he also knew that Du Chen was really a good person. But right now, the whole internet is underwhelmed. Even those iron fans who wanted to defend Du Chen, and the comments they made in defense, seemed a bit strong. For example, everyone needs time to grow. Can't we be a little more forgiving? Du Chen's first screenplay is good enough. Can't we just look for our own problems? This kind of maintenance is better to have than not to have. Is the audience ing indebted to you for making a drama for the audience to be forgiving? Shouldn't be on if it works and replace it with someone who does? Viewers want to see a good drama, not come here to sympathize with someone else's coming. Those what everyone has a first time. What's your first time got to do with anything? So this kind of maintenance is better to have than not to have. On Penguin's side, they were also confused when they saw this first wave of feedback. Their numbers, they did pull up in a straight line, and they made headlines yesterday. But, now this show is all cursed. The airplay is all stuck on the first 3 episodes, and the viewership after the 3rd episode is falling off a cliff. This ing shows one thing. The show is ruined, and to be a black spot. Penguin hypes it up with a crap show and then releases it all to rip off fans of their membership. Isn't that the end of it? All the penguins are confused. Especially Sister Chen. Sister Chen wanted to die. At this time she really wanted to take a vacation to escape for a while. In this case, it's a show that she's pushing for, saying it's all released and doing a lot of traffic promotion. Because of what happened last time, she thought Du Chen would give her a big one this time. But it turned out that Du Chen backhanded him and pulled a big one. Though there are some of these negative reviews that give an explanation for the show, saying that it's definitely in the top 5 of all time. But there are just too few of these voices to be of any use. The news is festering online, and news of the show's collapse can be seen on all major platforms. Prof. Chen, from Kyoto University, also saw the news. The main reason was that he saw Du Chen's name, and because of that program on Canonical China, he had a deeper impression of Du Chen. So when he saw Du Chen's name, he stopped for a moment. Written by Du Chen? Can't read? Let's see. The old professor, for Du Chen's sake, also opened a membership, clicked on the drama Daming Jiajing, and watched it. Just reading the beginning, the old professor was hooked. The images, the sense of camera work, and the drama and expression of it all. It's infinitely closer to being real. This authenticity is not so much the authenticity of a one-to-one replica of history, but the authenticity of emotional and cultural attributes. It's like a lot of shows that are alluding to a situation through a story. The play, Emperor Jiajing of the Ming Dynasty, conveys the emotional realism of the era right from the camera, plus the conversation between the emperor and the minister, that fireplace they put in the center. Nothing is staged. It's like a real documentary. But did the old professor read it? Read some of it, not all of it, but the old professor wasn't surprised at all. Such authenticity, when viewed as if it were a true account, makes it impossible to understand what's going on through a single shot or an episode or two. That's the reality. The old professor watched less than 1 episode and immediately shared the show with his friends in history and his students. Let's get all these people to check it out. Good show. The old professor was, after all, a prestigious professor at Kyoto University, and his students and friends, all of whom were still in the history department, were not idle. With his recommendation, these people are always going to take a catered look, whether it's to save face or for whatever reason. But this is a great look. What boring research haven't scholars like them experienced? So for a TV show to have a slower pace, that's perfectly patient. So it's the more you look at it, the more flavorful it gets. And then again, because all the reviews of the movie online were bad, which made them feel bad inside. Just thinking what's wrong with people these days. Are they blind? Is it indistinguishable from the basic aesthetics of art? They shared it with their friends while giving the show a shout out online. And so, as word spread, more and more scholars with historical background began to push the play. Toxic Movie, the blogger who once caught fire for pushing Du Chen's The Last Emperor, but he usually only talks about movies, so he didn't bother to talk about any of Du Chen's dramas. But this time, he was surprised that people on the internet were saying that this work by Du Chen was scrapped. This is not at all what he had in mind. Du Chen's drama, not to be wasted. He was concerned about Du Chen this and knew that Du Chen was a man of caliber. So see this situation. He had only one idea. That's going to be a study. As a result, he only watched a few episodes before realizing that something was wrong in the show. Chapter 158 Top Power Plot Drama. This Daming Jiajing, there it can only be viewed as a historical drama. If you just treat him as a historical drama, it's definitely a loss that slaps itself in the face in a midnight dream. The more Toxic Ton looked at it, the more alarmed he became. This is clearly a top-notch power drama. As the blogger who narrated the movie, Toxic was mesmerized watching all of Damien Kaching. For the next 2 days, Toxic Ton was immersed in the drama. One of the lines he studied over and over again, the look in Kaching's eyes, Kaching's behavior. He watched it again and again, never tiring of it. It's a drama that speaks of power and human nature to the extreme. 3 days have passed and Toxic remains reluctant and wants to keep watching. But he hasn't forgotten that he's a blogger and he needs to make content videos for his fans. So Toxic Tongue had to stop and do an installment of explanation for the 3 days of viewing. If there are options, if the fans don't push, Toxic wants to give him another week. He wants to study it more thoroughly. Next, Venomous began making his own video. After thinking about it, the poisonous tongue thinks, all this, let's start doing it from the power. Just talk about it. The Ming Jiajing in the middle of the talk. What is the power? Toxicity is seen in this drama, which tells the audience all the core elements of entitlement. Toxic even thinks that anyone who can put it into perspective basically understands what rights really are. So go ahead and think about how to face rights in your life, as well as use them. In Toxic's analysis, the show divides power into 4 main elements. He compares power to a knife, dividing it into a handle and a blade, a sheath and an operator. First of all, the point of a blade is to have the ability to hurt people and hurt each other. What an ability it is! It's the idea that you can be hurt without your consent, that you can be deprived of benefits, and things you want to have, that you can lose. It is also the basis of all rights, without which they do not exist. It's shown in many parts of the play. For example, when Hai Rui resigned from the government, those of his men immediately went to do things that hurt the people, and in front of Hai Rui, not taking Hai Rui seriously at all. At the root of this is the fact that Hari has lost his sword, and when he resigns, he has no ability to control the interests of those who were previously under his command, so he lost his rights. And then in the stills, this plot doesn't count here. It goes on to speak of power, even more in depth. It's all about getting Haley back to picking up the blades. Hai Rui said, the current governor of Chun'an County, Hai Rui, does not wear a crime. I'm afraid I have to be promoted. This is telling those who thought he was resigning, I have blades again. I have the ability to influence your interests. The henchmen, naturally, immediately changed their faces. Besides, why did Jiajing manage to control the dynasty even though he didn't go to court for 20 years? Its most fundamental basis is that he has blades, such as, for example, the brocade guards. It's a right that can hurt anyone. Jinyui's line, we've killed officials a few levels older than you, and we haven't even nibbled on a mosquito. This is the Jinyui. Don't talk about what East Factory West Factory false head of the brain. Passing dog, Jinyui hit it and Irid dare not bark, dare to bark already gone. So don't care how much Yen Shifan Yen Song can make a fuss, how bullish the Yen party is, the genie way is out of the way. The coffin board can be lifted for him. Humans fight over and over, and in the end the competition is violence. This is the essence of rights. After talking about the blade, Toxic began to explain the hilt. The handle of the knife represents, well, information. The hilt is the ability to gather information. For example, the inner thoughts of others, the state of affairs in the outside world. This is all information. Kaching could just hand over the heavens, and in addition to possessing the power to do damage in the absolute sense, he also possessed godlike information gathering abilities. Those ministers of his, what kind of mentality they are, he can, and seeks to, learn firsthand. A good grip on the hilt is the only way to wield a blade that is windy. Why is Yen Song more powerful than Yen Shifan? What pulls it apart is the ability to hold the hilt, the ability to gather information. What happened inside the palace? What happened in Zhejiang, Shuji, and what happened to those ministers? Yen Song can always be the first time to know everything, which brings us back to why who should be stronger than Yen Shifan. The key point is also because of his greater ability to gather information both internally and externally. After Hu Zongxian left his position as governor of Zhejiang, he was still able to lay all kinds of eyes and ears to help him deliver news. Just the 2 points stated above. On top of that, think of the teachers who were there. First point number 1. She has the right to call her parents. Are students afraid when parents are called? She can still hit hands. It's all about the blades, and having the ability to do harm to students is the basis of the right. Then she possesses more knowledge than the students. She can think better than the students. She can gain insight into the students' hearts. And at the same time she can know more information through small reports or inquiries from other students. This is the blade and handle. Back to the play. Yen Song's ability to gather information is not as strong as Hu Zongxian's, and at the same time, he does not understand Hu Zongxian's mind, so he is not as strong as Hu Zongxian. Jiajing did not know the internal and external information about the mentality and actions of the forces when Hai Rui was on the law and order book, so in that stage, Jiajing fell into a frenzy because he did not have the information and lost the hilt of the blade that wielded it with the most precise power. This is also reflected in the play, with Kaching blindly and frantically wielding the blade that is Chun Hong. But afterward, Jiajing understood the process of Hai Rui's petition, and he immediately calmed down again, because he had a knife and a firm grip on the handle. So the hilt of power represents everything about the ability to gather information both internally and externally. The next step is to talk about the sheath. What is the sheath? It is the sheath of the sword that is righteousness. That is legalism. That is the moral foundation of all that is believed and obeyed. If you want people to respect and accept you as a sword, you need to have a face, and the greater the power, the higher the morality you need, such as the emperor, who defines the orthodoxy of the Zhu family, which is to serve heaven and love the people like a son. If that's not easy to understand, Then again, when it comes to teachers, he was the teacher who preached and taught his students how to behave, and she was on the side of justice in the first place. So now she has the blade, the handle, the sheath. She has the ability to hurt students, the ability to gather information, the ability to justify the use of blades, and a higher standard of credibility. So why did Confucianism flourish? One of the most important things is that it gives power to a more perfect sheath. There's a work called The Grandmaster, and there's a line in it that says something classic. Do you know why knives have sheaths? The answer is, the sword does not kill, but hides. Here's what it says about the relationship between the blade and the sheath. If it's not well understood, it still says back to the teacher. Teachers possess the ability to hit their classmates on the hand and the ability to make them call their parents. It's a razor blade. It's something that can do harm to students, and students are afraid of it. But teachers don't go so far as to, at the slightest thing, or if something happens, arrest the student and beat him up, and then after the beating make the student call out to his parents, and then arrest the parents and beat them up together. Sorry, passed the mark. That said, it's that he couldn't, absolutely couldn't, use a knife every now and then. She needs to hide the knife, and that something is the sheath, hidden behind her identity as a teacher, behind her moral high ground of preaching and teaching. You don't know when he's going to come out with the knife, while at the same time she possesses the reasonableness to do so. So most of the time, the only thing she'll reveal about the hilt is that she'll tell you what you're thinking. Maybe she'll tell you what message she's gotten. Give a hilt to show you. The last element is the manipulator. The manipulator needs no explanation. The teacher. Toxicity does the commentary for this installment. He didn't think it was enough. The play, there was so much that could be said about it. Chapter 159, The Trash of Trash? Or God of Gods? Toxic did an issue that went a little deeper into the commentary, and then followed it up with commentary on top of the plot. Various lines that he edited out. I have 3 virtues, that I am kind, that I pick up, and that I do not dare to be the first. Where is my money? Yen Shurfan. Ha ha ha, what qualifications do you have to lecture me? The 2 capitals and 13 provinces of the great Ming dynasty are on my shoulders. It's not your turn to say the words world Samson. Cho Jonggil. Heaven and earth are unkind, taking everything as ruminants. The saints are unkind and take the people for ruminants. The hearts of men are like water, a gale will blow down the sycamore tree, and there will be others to discuss the length of it. Yenson, the water goes to the lower place. The human heart is always high and still wants to be high. Again we are asked to do the work of plucking out flesh and mending sores, and we have to send a bone setter to watch from the sidelines, and we have to make up for the deficit, and we have to face the hall of light. Again we want the horse to run, and again we want the horse to not eat grass. I'll send you 8 words. Fatherless and kingless. Abandon your country and your family. After making the video, Toxic Tongue took his work and posted it all. Before Toxic released his work, many learned scholars have already appeared on the internet, buttonholing words to do justice to this drama in the majors comments section. And, with professional narration, there were a few appearances. Some fans have also seen some of the fun of the show through the discussions of these commentaries and reviews, but that's still a small number after all, and most people, for the most part, still can't see it, and even give up. And Toxic is more professional, does videos well, and has a huge fan base. He was like an igniter. The video was released and it completely ignited the forces that had been muffled and not exploded inside. There are more and more people discussing the meaning of the play Damien Kaching, and studying the lines. Word of mouth creates a polarization, all the while blowing this show up to be more than a god. The other side says it's garbage and can't read it, but more and more people are reading it, even if they can't understand it. But more and more people are watching the commentary and going back to watch the show all of a sudden. So those 2 voices, the number of people who say classic is increasing, causing those who say they can't read it to look like they're stupid and they have no substance. So this is something that many people are embarrassed to say. A lot of people, in order to prove that they're not stupid, feel like checking it out again. With all the explanations and clips, they went back to watch it, and this one was instantly on the top of the list. I don't know. It really is a classic. After watching it, they even had a sense of accomplishment. It's such a classic god-awful show that they actually read it. But not. They don't think it's enough. They don't really understand it. They can't go out and brag about it. So they read it a second time and a third time. After you watch it, jump to another platform. See someone say it's not good, and just reply, you're a dirtbag with no culture. You're only worthy of watching Joy Luck. The person being scolded is confused. I'm only ing worthy of watching Pleasant? No. I don't believe it. I can't read Ming Jiajing, so go look up, watch it and come back. Oh, it's just like that? I read it once and understood it. The play is a good play. Can I ask Hai Rui didn't hate Jiajing? He was not only unhappy when Jiajing died, Why did he vomit blood in anger? Then the clip blew up and spread all over the internet. Because as soon as you cut out a clip of Damien Kaching, there's a lot of likes and a lot of comments. Yanshi fan, weightlifting champion of the Great Ming Dynasty. I searched for the public exam information obviously. Why did I jump to this? Einstein, the false physicist. Young Goldwater, the real physicist. Kaching is so awesome. He didn't die even after eating so much heavy metal and lived for so long. Pre-Jiajing, Hai Rui was fatherless and abandoned his country and family. Later period, he is a sharp sword of the Ming. The lines in this play are half literary and half vernacular. The writers have great literary skills. I've pushed this play to many people around me, but unfortunately boars can't taste fine chaff. The Great Ming, Jiajing, has seen a reversal of fortune. Gone are the voices that said the show was trash. It's more of a discussion about how the characters in this show are. There's no longer any discussion about how good or bad the show is, or how good or bad the plot is. As if those things no longer exist. It's as if this is no longer a filmed movie or television production, but a discipline. So no one is going to veto the correctness of the discipline. Instead, it's all about creating, sensing, and debating within the disciplines. Some say you're wrong. Some say he's wrong. Some say I feel like I see through someone in the crew. The only thing no one is saying is that the writers are wrong or the director is wrong. It's like doing reading comprehension. No one is saying Yuval is wrong. Even that reading comprehension Yuval himself couldn't do. Penguin Video subscribers, those who have opened a membership, have gone back to hold Penguin's conscience. Of course, it's holding Penguin's conscience, not Sister Chen's. Penguin's Sister Chen, who now walks in the company, looks at people with her nostrils, twists her waist, and an ass waist takes up the path of two people. The collar ripped off the cause flying hard. Do not ask why. Ask is this wave of occupying the position of Daming Jiajing. Is Chen's sister a strong advocate? Detective D's side. The director had thought he was going to win Hemp this time. After all, there's an identical historical drama, Daming Kaching, for comparison, plus his drama, which also features Du Chen. By then it will have sucked all the heat out of the Great Ming Kaching. In the meantime, he's ready to eat into the traffic when his own show is released. He also had to help Du Chen. After all, Du Chen's reputation had been tarnished by the Great Ming Jiajing. He wants to help out Du Chen and tell everyone that his drama also has Du Chen in it, so that others know that Du Chen is powerful and the one who isn't is his director friend who made Daming Jiajing. But he didn't end up in such a mood for a few days. The word of mouth for the drama, Daming Kaching, has taken a blistering turn for the worse. How low it was before, how fierce the interviews are now. This made him, a director whose time is as good as gold, also clicked on the drama de Ming Jiajing to look at it, to see if the drama was so good or not. After watching it, he had only one feeling and only one thing to say. Learned. What about Du Chen's side? There was never any concern about whether the show Daming Kaching would work or not. When it was first released to bad reviews, the people of Jiaxing Company were anxious. They were worried for Du Chen. Yang Mi was ready to go all out for PR, but was stopped by Du Chen. Du Chen told them not to do anything. The people of Jiaxing Company, besides worrying, were also nervous. Nervous because they were worried that when they were with Du Chen, they would not pay attention to say a wrong sentence or something and sting Du Chen. After all, Du Chen's new drama is failing miserably, and people all over the internet are talking about it. So in case any of the words stung Du Chen, it wouldn't be good. They're all careful. Sasha was also careful. These days, everything went along with Du Chen. Whatever Du Chen wanted, he doubled it, and if Du Chen didn't want it, he doubled it even more. So lately Sasha's skin and mood, too, have been much better. On the contrary, Du Chen himself did not take it seriously at all. Is it a problem that Damien Kaching has a bad reputation? It's not. You think it's his confidence? It's not. It's that he's already got his paycheck. I've already acted and written the script. It's none of my business if you can't read it. Everything else is fine, but a refund is definitely not. Since there's no refund, nothing else matters. It's your problem if you can't read it, and it's certainly not my problem if you don't appreciate it. Perfect. But on this day, Du Chen was still leaving. Thought the legend of Zhao Kuangyin side had been on for a long time. It's just that Yang Mi was worried about him, so he didn't let him go and kept putting it off. It was only after the reversal of the Daming Jiajing by now that Yang Mi agreed to Du Chen's passing. But as he walked away, Du Chen still remembered something important. You're not lying to me about Qin Shi Huang, are you? Yang Mi stood beside the car bidding Du Chen farewell and said angrily, deadbeat, cough 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 dead man dead Du Chen. You even don't believe me? I said I'm already looking for something. Wait for you to come back after filming this drama. Okay. Du Chen set off with Sasha. Sasha sat in the car, remembering the boss's secret greeting with her yesterday, and said, Du Chen is at the peak of his career. He can't have a child yet. Du Chen is simple and unintelligent and easy to be cheated. so you need to watch and pay attention when you're around him. Chapter 160, Sizzling Hot. Du Chun took Sasha and flew to Hundian. His itinerary was not revealed, but at the airport, it was still recognized. Today, Du Chun is the entire entertainment industry, the hottest figure. His traffic pulled through the roof even before Damien Kaching aired. From the canonization of the Wachovia then rushed to the headlines. It also created a sensational capital city airport congestion. And now, the great Ming Jiajing has directly ordained Du Chun as a god. The traffic is even more so. The airport staff, needless to say, were the passing travelers who quickly recognized Du Chun. Du Chun didn't dare to make a stop and could only run, following the people from the crew who came to pick him up. Difficulty. It's so hard. Money is hard to come by. Put on a show, make some money, and run for it. Du Chun rushed to the theater group. It was already more than 3 p.m. and almost 4 p.m. The cast and crew, filming. Du Chun stood by the side without going over to disturb, but his status today was there, and he was soon found out. After one shot, the director trotted over and those actors gathered around. Hello, Du Chun. I'm Ma Jin, the director of this movie. Hello, Du Chun. Du Chun responded. I've been looking forward to you coming over for a long time. Finally today. This is the first time we've met, isn't it? You're even more graceful than on camera. The director was very enthusiastic. The surrounding actors, too, greeted each other, each showing their friendliness towards Du Chun. Brother Chen is really great. I've seen the real person today. I've watched your performance of the great Ming Jiajing twice. I stayed up late to watch it. I almost couldn't shoot the movie watching it. That drama was really too good. It definitely sealed the deal. It's a shame I didn't go to the audition. I heard from my friend earlier that I had the chance to go. Who says it isn't? If I'd known about this, I'd have auditioned for it. Maybe I could have gotten a part in it. It's not too late. I got myself back to my best with this drama. Just because Duchesne is here. Mr. Du, I heard that the last time you had a launch party for that drama, it was more lively than a singer's concert. Something I didn't believe when I heard about it. I went to watch the video myself. It really scared me. Brother Chen, your acting skills I know from watching Zhu Zhanji before, but I didn't expect your screenwriting ability is also so strong. As far as this drama of Daming is concerned, the screenwriting ability is at its peak, absolutely because of your joining. How can I say that I'm not afraid of offending people? A group of people, surrounding Du Chun, greeted him very enthusiastically. Du Chun dealt with them one by one. That being said, reaching out is not a good idea. People are complimenting themselves? There's no need for Du Chun not to accept it. Moreover, Du Chun had discovered something. When I first joined the industry a few years ago, I had to compliment others before I could do so. But now, he would like to praise others. But these people don't give him a chance to interrupt. One to praise him great. So simply do not wipe his mouth. Let these people praise Can. After all, it wasn't like the others were his assistants or employees. Unlike Sasha, who was a junior assistant and was fine with being interrupted in her speech. After some warm pleasantries, the director looked at the time. It was 4 o'clock. The director said, Du Chun, you've just arrived today and you're tired from traveling. I'll have someone arrange for you to rest first. As the director said that, he immediately manned the set to come over and carry things for Du Chun. 2 rooms. The director didn't finish his sentence, but after his eyes caught sight of Sasha, he changed his words. 1. No, it's a suite. Fine. Du Chun shook his hand and said, let's talk about it after work. Shoot it first. There's no rush to arrange it. Just go straight over there when you get off work. The director didn't think much of it. After all, these actors, they all like to do superficial things. Like when he says rest, the actor says no. Then he forces him to say rest. Then the actor goes to rest. The message that has reached the outside is how hardworking the actor is. How hard it is. How much sweat and effort he puts into it. And how he refuses to take a break from filming until he is going to die. And it is the director who has to force him to take a break before he is willing to do so. The director, Ma Jin, understands the routine of this set, so he didn't take it seriously. Du Chun shook his hand again and said, let me read the script. With that he reached out directly to the field agent. That field service was confused for a moment and didn't dare to stay. She didn't have much of a choice when a big shot like Du Chun spoke. Immediately, he turned to get the script. The director smiled and said, okay, then take the script to the room and read it. Du Chun said, it's fine. I'll look at it for a few minutes to see what kind of footage is being shot. So let's get right to it. When I came here, I also heard that the crew has been shooting for some time now, and it's just my part that hasn't kept up. I'll have to speed things up a bit here too, or I won't be able to keep up with the pace of the crew's shooting and waste the crew's time. Du Chun, this person is like this. The work of words without so many false head things. How others say how to see is not important. The important thing is that he believes that he has to do a good job of doing things, is the focus. The script was quickly delivered to Du Chen. Du Chen picked it up and looked at it. The director was confused. No, is Du Chen for real? Instantly, he felt that it wasn't a relationship of sets anymore. Rather, he really felt that Du Chen must be very tired after running around like this and should have taken a break before shooting. It's okay to be a day late. Seeing that Du Chen was already reading the script, the director couldn't say too much and mentioned. The actor next to him chimed in. Why don't we just take a day off and shoot again? We did get pretty tired along the way. Young people are in good health, but you can't wear out like this. Work is important as well as rest. After a few minutes, Du Chen looked up and said, why don't we start filming with this fight scene? It's already a lot of scenes behind, and filming will take some getting used to. So let's get acclimated today so we can speed up filming tomorrow. The director saw that Du Chen had said so. Then it must be serious, not polite with him. He looked at the script. A fight scene? He was a little surprised. Du Chen, not to mention running all the way here, but also have to shoot a fight scene. The body can really eat it? The surrounding actors, that are quite enthusiastic about Du Chen, because Du Chen's reputation in the circle is really good, and then people are hot and have no frame. So when he heard that Du Chen really wanted to film, he also wanted to film a fight scene. At once, someone said, Du Chen, it's fine for you to take a day off. I'm not busy with announcements anyway, and I'm not delayed much, right Du Chen? Just take a day off. This fight scene is also tiring. You're all here and we're all drenched in light. It's perfectly fine to delay the work progress a bit. It's not like our time is worth as much as yours. Director, we can't give Du Chen the shot. We absolutely can't let him do it. You let him rest. It's just a little delay for us. It doesn't matter at all. Du Chen said. Thanks for your kind words. This is a small problem. No need to dwell on it. Let's just get ready for the shooting. I feel bad for delaying everyone's time. The director definitely couldn't dismiss Du Chen's face and could only agree. Then Du Chen went to put on his makeup, while the people on the set continued to shoot their scenes, and when Du Chen was ready, he started to advance Zhao Kuangyin's scenes. Chapter 161, Too Handsome. In a short while, Du Chen finished his makeup and then followed the director to the shooting location, where other scenes were being filmed earlier. It's just as well that we don't have to reset the scene, so we can have Du Chen, the protagonist, shoot it. They'd love to see the Oscar winner and now hot big shot embarrass himself. Nothing else, just for fun. It's always interesting to see a master fall on his face. And the scene is the 20-year-old Zhao Kuangyin, who goes to Luoyang to recruit soldiers. He had no intention of joining the army, but his father, who was commander-in-chief of the Home Guard, gave him a piece of his mind. Zhao Kuangyin agreed and headed to the barracks. But Zhao Kuangyin is not willing to kill people with a benevolent heart. Gao Wide, the head of the barracks, was surprised to hear that Zhao Kuangyin was actually unwilling to kill. On the side, Captain Fu Xiaoshu was even more furious. He went up and tried to teach this brat who had spoken out of turn a lesson. But Zhao Kuangyin, that's all true kung fu. Gao Huai saw that although this man had good martial arts, he insisted on refusing to hurt anyone, and was useless in the army. So he fulfilled Zhao Kuangyin and let him go home to farm. That is the general plot of the scene. Du Chen, who had already put on his makeup, had a tiger's head and was completely different from the ethereal temperament he had when he first arrived on the set earlier. At this moment, Du Chen looked a bit naive. A lot of the group actors on the set, these people are going to play soldiers in the barracks when the time comes. They all looked at Du Chen with curiosity, mainly because Du Chen's reputation outside was too big, giving off a feeling of being out of reach, like some big shot in the legends. But now seeing Du Chen himself, it is felt that it is not what they thought in their hearts. Du Chen gives people the feeling of being approachable, not taking himself as special, making a high and mighty appearance. Fu Xiaoshu saw that Du Chen was already ready next to him, and he walked over to greet him. Hello Mr. Du. Du Chen nodded. Fu Xiaoshu said, I'm the Fu Xiaoshu who's going to play opposite you later. Hello, just call me Du Chen. Okay Mr. Du, it's just wait for this scene, we're going to act out the fight scene, because my identity is a captain of the military camp, so if we fight, I might hit a little hard. It's mainly the persona that needs to act him out. When the time comes, Teacher Du take more care, but if Teacher Du is in any discomfort, just say so, and I'll be sure to take care of it. Well, Du Chen looked at this kid. This kid is afraid to wait to kill himself, so come over in advance to express goodwill? Du Chen asked. Practiced? In this regard, Fukushima Shaojo is confident. Asked by Du Chen, he replied confidently. Practiced. Du Chen looked at the military camp in front of him and the already prepared group of actors, and said, good, later on, you just let go and act. Acting the role is the first thing. Don't have any worries. Alright, Fu Xiaoshu said with a smile on his face. At the same time, he was relieved. After all, Du Chen's curiosity was really not something he could touch, but he also wanted to play the role well and was afraid of offending Du Chen, so he thought of coming over to say hello first. Seeing that Du Chen was quite good at talking and had said that he should let go of his acting, so when they fought later, in case there was an eventuality, he wasn't afraid of offending Du Chen. At the same time, the heart was a little excited at this time. He could actually beat Du Chen. On the director's side, he's almost ready to start shooting. The martial arts director on the set stood next to the director and said, "The moves and everything are ready for them. But director, there's a problem. That Fu Xiaoshu kid is practiced and moves handsomely, but on Du Chen's side, can he take it?" The director rounded his eyebrows and said, "I did hear that Du Chen's fight scenes are not bad, but there should be some difference with a practiced one like Fu Xiaoshu. Let's shoot it first, wait and see. If there's a problem, let the Fu Xiaoshu kid collect it when the time comes." The martial arts director nodded and said, "Fu Xiaoshu shouldn't be so rash as to injure Du Chen with a single strike. Let's shoot first." Shooting begins. Du Chen, who was already ready, stepped into the barracks. "Where is your sword?" an officer asked Du Chen. Du Chen said, "That's it, let's go." Gao Huide and a few of their officers looked at each other and asked, "What do you mean?" Du Chen said, "I can go on a journey with you, but I will never kill anyone." Immediately, one of the group acting soldiers said, "Just like your father, being a commander of the Close Guard army, but never protecting the official family, right?" The group of actors rose up and laughed, mocking Du Chen. "Don't even laugh." An officer stopped the uproar. At that moment, a child enters the frame, holding a sword. This is Zhao Kuangyin's younger brother. "Brother, father's weapon. You forgot to take it." He sent the sword to Du Chen. Fu Xiaoshu said, "Since the sword has come, then we two brothers called to compete twice. Otherwise I don't think you can get out of this door." Du Chen was very spontaneous and said, "Fu Xiaoshu, come." Fu Xiaoshu glanced at Gao Huide, who saw the arrogance of Du Chen's portrayal of Zhao Kuangyin, also wanting to fix this kid. He said, "Go." Fu Xiaoshu walked forward, his gaze sharpening up as he looked at Du Chen. He did a starting stance and then reached out to draw his saber, but halfway through, he put it away again. Du Chen asked, "What's wrong?" Fu Xiaoshu arrogantly said, "I'm afraid of hurting you." He tossed his saber to the crowd next to him and then moved his muscles. Du Chen stood there quietly looking at Fu Xiaoshu's stance, thinking that this kid had indeed practiced, but hadn't practiced the essence of the flavor. On the director's side, he also tensed up and kept a close eye on the camera. It's a fight scene that can't be filmed well, and you have to have both actors in control of the pace in order to follow the script. And at this time, Fu Xiaoshu had already rushed towards Du Chen, his aura as strong as a rainbow. A punch was thrown and Du Chen fended it off. The whole room was staring at the center. I only saw Fu Xiaoshu punching with a mighty fist, but Du Chen surprisingly blocked them all without any breaks. Yes, the director said darkly that the segment was a great shot. Du Chen's action scenes really weren't bad. Surprisingly, he didn't have stage fright in Fu Xiaoshu's hands, but it was a bit of a long fight scene and he was still nervous. But it turned out, surprisingly, to be perfectly measured over. Fu Xiaoshu suffered a loss at the hands of Du Chen. He showed a look of defiance. The director saw Fu Xiaoshu's expression, first froze for a moment, said, "Fu Xiaoshu, this kid today play can also this expression absolute, as really unconvinced." The martial arts director, however, stared intently at the screen and said, "It's broken." The director asked, "What's wrong?" "It's great," the martial arts director said. "Fu Xiaoshu, this kid is not acting, is really unconvinced. Just now he and Du Chen's competition, is a real fight, did not eat sheep. Now a belly full of unconvinced." The director's expression was dumbfounded, and he hurriedly stared at the screen. "This kid can't mess up for me." And the field. Fu Xiaoshu had already drawn his sword and charged towards Du Chen. The script says the same thing though, that Fu Xiaoshu is unconvinced. But now, Fu Xiaoshu was truly unconvinced. The martial arts instructor took one look at the kid's stance and said, "This kid is for real." On Du Chen's side, his saber was held in his hand without drawing it out, easily fending off several rounds of Fu Xiaoshu's attacks. Finally, Fu Xiaoshu saw a glimmer of a break in Du Chen. Other than that, this scene was a real blast for him to shoot. Totally into it at this point. He wanted to win Du Chen. Seeing this glimmer of a break, he rose his hand and attacked towards Du Chen with a sword flower. The group of actors watching this around them were not able to stop their hearts from tightening. This isn't going to hurt, is it? Everyone was sweating for Du Chen. However, just in the nick of time, Du Chen directly changed his stance and used his backhand to dislodge Fu Xiaoshu's sword. The sword spun twice on the bridge of Du Chen Kei, and was flung by Du Chen and shot to the ground outside the arena, and half of the sword's blade, half of the sword, was inserted into the ground. Everyone looked at this scene incredulously. It's too fast and handsome. This damn thing can't be this handsome even if it's a pre-designed move. Fu Xiaoxiu is confused. What the hell? Is Du Chen for real? He just got on top of it and didn't follow the scripted moves anymore, instinctively wanting to win that second. But, as a result of the reaction, he was surprised that he lost just as scripted. The martial arts director slapped his hand straight across the face. Beautiful. The director also rubbed up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This Du Chen is really extraordinary. And you're worried that he won't be able to take on Fu Xiaoxiu's drama? If this is going to be for real, I have a feeling he could beat Fu Xiaoxiu to death. Chapter 162 Pride. Du Chen gives or doesn't give. Everyone sees it, haha. The director was so happy that he walked to the scene and said to the crowd, all of us learn from Du Chen. We won't be afraid that this drama won't be filmed well. With Du Chen joining us, we won't be short of traffic when the time comes. And everyone, potentially, will follow the fire. The actors, who were present, were a little excited to hear what the director said, because it was not for nothing. Du Chen's previous filming of Daming Jiajing, in which many of the actors and actresses are now very popular, so they do have that in mind. Now see Du Chen, such a big star, are so dedicated, even more dedicated than these small karami them. It was all a bit humbling to say the least, but at the same time, the ambition was a bit more. After filming the barracks scene that day, he made up a few shots and left work. The next day was very early in the morning. Du Chen brought Xia to the crew, and now Xia was used to getting up early after Du Chen. But the crew didn't know Du Chen had this habit, and when they came to the set, they learned that Du Chen had been here for a while. It was all a bit of a surprise. That's real hardworking. Instead, no one felt that Du Chen was just for show. They had already seen Du Chen's diligence and professionalism yesterday. So besides being surprised, it's just self-consciousness. Du Chen is so hot and still works so hard and dedicated. On the contrary, those of them who were not as good as Du Chen were trying to be a bit more grandiose, which was a bit of a stretch. The director came to the set and then led the way to the set. Then the actors were put in place. It's a country scene. Today's shooting is about years of conquest and banditry. A group of bandits, led by the Wang party, bloodied a village near Kaifeng. The local officials were not at all interested in combating the bandits, but only came to the scene afterward and issued some blustery orders of severe punishment, and then get someone to bury the bodies on the ground, and strip the dead of their clothes. A woman named Jing Yang pleaded with the magistrate to avenge her murdered parents, but was also excused by the magistrate on the grounds that she had no money to fight the bandits. Jing Yang goes around trying to get money together, but to no avail, and is fretting when she sees a group of people on the side of the road betting on cards. Seeing some silver taels on the ground, she bets on herself. A group of rascals see that Jing Yang has some good looks and agree. Maybe it's God's favor that Qiangnang won. Then those shrews were not martial and robbed all the silver, and Zhao Kuangyin happened to be in the group. He was on his way to Wenzhou idly over to have some fun. Zhao Kuangyin, who has benevolence and righteousness in his heart, stepped forward to fight for justice when he saw someone so underhanded. Okay, now those group actors also learned the power of Du Chen. Looking at the young age, that is really able to fight, do not need their cooperation, completely able to hold them. The director watched it and shouted that it was too much. The group actors wanted to curse when they saw the director's smug look, but then there was a scene that the director was not comfortable with. In this scene, Du Chen is going to lead the village to fight against the bandits, and he needs to mobilize before fighting the bandits, so he comes up with a speech. But on the set, Du Chen met Fan Kuai from that Liu Bang drama, and also Zhang Fei from the Three Kingdoms. Big brother, long time no see. This was how Fan Kuai's actor used to call out to Du Chen. Du Chen patted him on the shoulder and greeted him warmly as well. Then the two stepped to the side to catch up. Big brother, I won't hide it from you. Dipping into your light. After The Legend of Chu Han was filmed, the notices outside about me filming that were also many times higher. Du Chen said, no, this one is about your own acting skills being recognized by everyone. We are accomplishing each other. The two chatted. Many people around them were a bit envious. Fan Kuai, that actor, had indeed gotten better after following Du Chen in 2 plays. But thinking about the fact that they were now also in the same crew as Du Chen, which was equivalent to them having such an opportunity, it was satisfying to think about it. This part of the speech, why don't we postpone it a bit and let Du Chen go a bit deeper to feel the character before we shoot it? The screenwriter said so after finding the director. The director knew what he meant and said, that's what I was thinking. This speech like practicing the lines. It needs to be very contagious. Otherwise the boring will be a little abrupt. Call Du Chen over and talk to him. Not long after, the field agent called Du Chen over. That Fan Kuai actor. They all followed. Du Chen and Fan Kuai's actors, who played the bandits, followed them here, and the others were idle anyway, so they had to follow them to see what was going on. So when the director saw Du Chen was followed by a group of people. What's this? What's wrong? Du Chen asked. Director looks behind Du Chen. It's fine. If there's anything you can say. Du Chen also said after looking back. The director was concerned about Du Chen's face. But now that Du Chen had said so, if he still didn't say anything, if the word got out in the future, Du Chen would lose even more face. Isn't there a speech next? Du Chen nodded. The script he had memorized in his head. The director continued. Because this acting demonstrates Zhao Kuanyin's ability to mobilize and the infectious power of his speech. So what I'm saying is, why don't we postpone this part of the scene until later? Because there's not a lot of tie-ins to this part of the scene, and it's just your speech alone. This section of the speech requires a high level of integration if you want to play it well. Wait until we've been shooting for a while and you understand the character deeper into the scene. Then we'll come back to this section. And it'll definitely be a little bit better. Those who followed to see what was going on also heard what was meant. It turns out that he was worried that he was afraid that Du Chen wouldn't be able to make a good shot. But it's normal to think about it. This kind of high level, trying to act well with challenges is supposed to be normal. Du Chen, however, said, no need. I see the scene. It should be the next scene to be filmed. Or else we'll have to reset the scene again then. It's fine. It's not a hassle. It's okay to have some delays. The director said. The surrounding actors, Jing Niang and the girls also said. It's okay for Du Chen. It's us actors anyway when the time comes. It's okay for us to take one more shot. That's really how this whole thing works. One more set. One more workload for the actors who need to show their faces on camera. The people present just now had heard it. And Du Chen didn't want to hold up everyone's time. But those present said that they support Du Chen to support the director and it's okay to shoot one more time. It should be said or not. How big a name Du Chen is. What can be considered a matter of being able to shoot with Du Chen for some more time? It's okay to shoot twice as much triple time. Du Chen, however, insisted. It's just a small speech. There's absolutely no need to waste time. Pride. Enough pride. The people on the scene all saw arrogance in Du Chen, and even couldn't help but frown at the first moment, because that kind of arrogance is offensive, and no one likes a proud person. But then they reacted immediately. This is Du Chen. If it was anyone else, you could call the other person arrogant. But is Du Chen arrogant? Odds are it's confidence, right? Really just don't need to get used to the idea that this boring speech can be interpreted? The director was a little confused. But Du Chen had shown so much confidence. What use was there for him to say more? It had to be a shot anyhow. Du Chen is not a small karami can be arranged at will. To put it bluntly, on the set many times, he still have to look at Du Chen's face to act. And so the shooting began. Chapter 163, King of Qin. And so the shooting began. Night scene. Heavy rain. Du Chen stood in the rain. The group of actors are also drenched in the rain. Of course, the rain is the crew sprinkled. But the realism pulls full circle. After all, the rain is not high-tech. Difficult to defeat the professionals in this circle. Once such a scene was set up, it was originally ready to be filmed. However, Du Chen offered the director to wait for his notice before shooting. So the group actors and Du Chen, along with some of the actors who needed to be in the movie, stood in the rain for a few minutes. Everyone is strange. This ing light standing here in the rain. How not to shoot? Some people stirred. Then a few more minutes went by. Almost 10 minutes in all. And everyone was just drenched in the rain. Those actors were fine. But there was a lot of impatience among the groupies. Along with the director and the floor manager. They didn't know what Du Chen was up to. The director even once wanted to ask Du Chen what the situation. You are a big curiosity. You have something to make things difficult for me just fine. Why make things difficult for these group actors is not it. But just at this time, Du Chen also felt that the time was almost up. He stepped forward and opened his mouth. What is a mountain bandit you may not understand? I will tell you the story of my grandfather. That was before the founding of the country. That night. Then Du Chen told the story of how his grandfather's village had once encountered bandits. But is it true? That's gross. Du Chen himself didn't even know who his grandfather was. A story told. Those who were drenched in the rain just couldn't get enough of it and hadn't heard the end of those bandits. But one by one, they all rose up in righteous indignation. Damn bandits. It turned out to be so horrible. I watch TV only think this is a movie and television effect, far away from our lives. It turns out that a few decades ago, there is the existence of mountain bandits. I want to know if these bandits ended up dead. If I'm given the chance, I'll kill them. What goes around comes around, and they will surely die. Damn bandits. Brother Chen. What happened to these bandits afterward? Brother Chen? The director, who was hiding in the backstage, saw the scene and finally realized what Du Chen was up to. Those people outside the venue also reacted. And even those group performers who were drenched in the rain were aware of Du Chen's intentions. Du Chen was laying down the emotions for them. A story was used to set the mood for them. And the story is true. Of course, they were believing that the story was true, because what Chen told was too real to be false. Turn it on. The director was very resourceful and felt that it was about time, and that the atmosphere of the scene no longer needed to be acted out at all. It was very real, and on everyone's faces, there was a look of hatred for the bandits. Director, don't you remember that you've already called out to start the movie before? Ha? Oh, yes, then it's on all the time. The director then remembered that while Du Chen was telling the story, he had already asked someone to start the movie, so he recorded all of Du Chen's storytelling just now. Mountain bandits come year after year and take away our food, taking our women and killing our old men and children, take our house. And now, the 30 horsemen of the mountain bandits are here again. We can't let them go. Kaiyoniang. Then Du Chen began to arrange his strategy according to the script. Those group actors standing in the rain just felt heat all over their bodies. They felt like they had water vapor on top of their hair from the rain that was pouring down on it. A short while later, a shot was completed and the director shouted with excitement. Is it a matter of whether it's infectious or not? It's all going to be real now. Okay. Those group actors who had just participated in the movie didn't get over it for a while after the shooting was done. Was that just a shot? Oh my god. I'm in the middle of it. I almost forgot we were filming. Mud. I don't want to be a groupie. I want to be with Chen. Is Brother Chen really an actor? I so want to follow him around and follow him to fight the world. You think you're the only one who wants it. I want it too. My brother Arrow wants it too. Arrow just went to find Brother Chen. Arrow went to see Brother Chen? What was said? Arrow approached Brother Chen and said he wanted to go with him to fight the world. What did Morn say? Chen said get lost, as far away as possible. Alas, Morn is still missing someone to push him. After the shooting was completed, the director found Du Chen and surrounded him with compliments. The actors who have just participated in the show also have a high opinion of Du Chen. Their first time in Du Chen's body, to appreciate what is to take the pinch. This is no longer a problem of acting. Du Chen, even the scene of other people's emotions, are pinching into a part of his acting skills. The good-looking actress, looking at Du Chen's eyes, turned ambiguous. Her face flushed red from time to time. This is not to blame that the actress is too much. As a young and not so young woman, more or less than the young girl bold, see such a good and handsome boys. Plus Du Chen just performed the infectious. On the degree of Du Chen produce adoration, is also very normal. Du Chen looked at them and really didn't know what to say. They really hadn't seen the world. Seeing that everyone was in a good mood, so Du Chen also joked. That's a lot of excitement for just where we are. Isn't there an important speech after the script? That's the main event. Won't you be more excited then? When Du Chen finished speaking, the other actor's eyes widened. That's not even strong? Asterisk 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 me. Could the one after that be any more violent than this one? Holy, I'm kind of looking forward to this. How did you talk about being so good? Morn, what do you usually practice? What do I have to do to be as good as you? Brother Morn, do you want a wife? Suong, the company headquarters of Kung Lung, a great director with a certain degree of popularity in the country, is located here. Johnny Long hasn't filmed a new work in many years, because in the past few years he had a bold idea to film King Ing Zheng of Qin. But Kung Lung is a man of character. Making money is incidental to him. His philosophy is first and foremost to get things done. He is a person who shoots works. To not shoot. If you shoot must be shot out of the fine. That's why he has been polishing the script and casting for many years for the subject of Qin King Ing Zheng. Now every aspect is pretty much in place. So Strong Dragon is planning to make his move. He gathered his team and called out the representatives of the capital as well, intending to finalize the matter. Other than that, Strong Dragon's call is still one of the best. His one call to arms was joined directly by the top capital in the circle. Now it comes down to the last question. Who will play the lead role? From the script to the actors to the leads, all of these things are about the amount of capital thrown at it. That's why such a meeting was called today. My suggestion is to invite director Chen Ming to play the King of Qin, Ing Zheng. He's experienced with a small risk factor and can have a good take on various character scenes. The actor is okay, but there's so much stereotyping on him that he plays every role like he's playing himself. And this can't be bad, but it's missing something. I suggest inviting Mr. Li Shuejian to come over and play the King of Qin. He can perform the old-fashioned sophistication of the ancient style without being unable to handle the role. No, he's old. We have to start young with this one. Ing Zheng died at the age of 49. We can't have a big gap in flavor with this one. How about who? This young man is not bad either. And his temperament is pretty much on point. The character is good. But this evidence-based historical drama. Du Chen. Right. Why don't you guys talk about Du Chen? He's played so many emperors and hasn't flopped. And the man has no failures. He's a perfectly good candidate. Ah, the director, Strong Dragon, didn't say anything when he heard the offer, but his expression eventually changed, because the first person he considered before was Du Chen. Without waiting for Chan Long to speak, someone immediately said, Du Chen can't do it. It's not that his acting isn't good, it's that his Jia Jing is too hot. You've all seen that role of Ka Ching, and I bet in 20 years, at least 20 years, there won't be anyone playing Ka Ching who can top that role. And the portrayal of Ka Ching requires a very deep immersion into the character, which is very special and different from any other character. But just such a special role was interpreted by Du Chen into the wood, and a big fire. I dare say Du Chen, this person, many years, 10 years, 20 years, it is difficult to get out of this role. The people in the room, more or less, knew something about the interpretation profession. Both cringed when they heard such a thing, for it was rightly said. Du Chen's portrayal of the role of Ka Ching is so good and wonderful. It's a fabulous rendition, but just because it's so good, it's also turned out to be short. There are many of these in the acting circle, sometimes performing a classic role, but because the acting is too good into the scene too deep, many years or even a lifetime have not been able to get out of the role. It's like the person who holds chopsticks with his left hand, and you ask to hold them with his right hand again. It's not about considering acting anymore. It's about not being able to do it. It's about not even knowing how to do it. Plus, not only can Du Chen himself not walk out of this role, but there is also a very important aspect of a character that is too much of a character, and the audience will also carve the character into their hearts. This person represents the character and can't be changed in the minds of the audience. To give you an example of something simple, who is Li Xuanhuan, the little Li flying dagger? Everyone has a standard answer. If it weren't for the overly mythological nature of the later Erlang god, this cast would be set. But even so, this actor, in the end, is framed by these two roles, which is already very impressive. Something that no one else can do in their lifetime. But the shortcoming is that Strong Dragon wants to shoot the King of Qin, and his ambition is big, so he doesn't want to leave such a loophole. So Du Chen is initially ruled out by him. Those of Ben as well think it's a shame. If Du Chen had played the King of Qin before Jiajing, it would have been perfect. A meeting that went on for another hour. Finally, the representative of the capital side said, "We absolutely believe in Director Qianlong. This matters since we have no better choice. Why don't Director Qianlong go to see Du Chen again to inspect and try, and then we will decide?" Strong Dragon nodded and said, "That's exactly what I'm trying to do." In trying, the session ended with this summary of the results. Qianlong went to see Du Chen again. So the meeting ended, and Qianlong arranged his trip and went to his company in Jiaxing. How do you know that Du Chen is not in the company? Strong Dragon came without an appointment and just contacted him when he got this way. It was his usual style, liking a good unprepared and most authentic encounter. But it's good to know that Yang Mi is in the company. As soon as he heard that a director like Qianlong was coming over to the company, he immediately arranged a reception of the highest standard. Strong Dragon thought to himself that he had come all this way, so let's go check it out. The two chatted for a while, and then Strong Dragon stated the reason for his visit. "I'm trying to make a production of Qin King Ing Zhang, and I'm looking into casting the main character, so I wanted to come and find Du Chen to see how things are going." Yang Nima Strong Dragon wanted to shoot Ing Zhang. She was so excited, because Du Chen had always wanted to play the role. She had hinted at agreeing to it in order to please that man. However, after rounds and rounds of screening, we can't say that there is no role for Ing Zhang. But from the script and the production team, Yang Ni is not confident. One's heart and soul should never be sent out to act in a trashy production. That's why up to now, she hasn't found a team or script for Du Chen that's good on this topic. But now the Strong Dragon wants to send. That's different. As long as Strong Dragon shoots it, the script and all that can be left out of the equation. Just believe it and be done with it. Everything else is something that is said afterward. Du Chen is not in the company though, but I happen to be planning to visit Duchesne in the last few days. If Director Strong Dragon doesn't mind, we can go over there together. Yang Ni said sincerely, "That dead guy Du Chen. That guy also said to me from time to time that he wanted to make a work on this subject." At Yang Mi's invitation, Strong Dragon agreed, but he asks Yang Mi not to tell Du Chen about his purpose and the visit. He likes unprepared encounters. In the meantime, he's going to take a couple of people with him to check it out. This includes screenwriters and so on. And then there's a big director Zhang Yimeng along for the ride. How could Yang Mi not agree? Of course, the more people that go, the better. That's more good for Du Chen. Yang Mi agreed unanimously. He was afraid that the Strong Dragon would not go, but after agreeing to do so, Yang Mi felt the pressure again. After all, she promised Strong Dragon that she was going without giving Du Chen notice. there would be a lot of uncertainty in this. But come to think of it, Du Chen hasn't flipped a car before? That man is still very good in that area. It's not so bad. On Du Chen's side, the plot proceeded as usual. After sending Jingyang 1,000 miles away, Du Chen, with his brothers under him, finally made the decision to join Guowei and enlist in the army. But it's a messy world, all the way around. A line of hungry people with their fronts to their backs. It's a bad play. The actors in those can really start to get hungry before they shoot. But they are hungry to a degree that is certainly not up to what is required on the play script, which can only be made up for by acting as much as possible. But not Du Chen, who ate and drank as usual. This worried some people. After all, the hunger thing, it's really not well acted. There's still a big difference between acting and real. It has to be a little bit of itself to make it better. Plus, everyone has put so much effort into this show before. Of course they want to make it better. But Du Chen hadn't missed a beat in all the time he'd been on the crew, and had performed better than all of them. So basically Du Chen didn't follow their usual execution. But still, no one said much and just kept this worry in their hearts. Shooting begins and the front section is finished. The latter requires a separate rendition from Du Chen, as it contains the conversation and is the key part. It was Du Chen who led the men to defect to Guowei, then entered Chai Rong's tent and conversed with him. Shooting begins. Du Chen walked to the shooting point. The eyes of those who weren't filming next to him fell on him. Both knew he was going to shoot hunger. But the current Du Chen looked like he was full of wine and food. Not to mention that he was full of wine and food. But his little assistant Sasha, that was also in an overnourished look. How can I shoot this? Chapter 164, each one of them can play the essence of the character. But as the shooting began, Du Chen suddenly shuddered. The aura of his body instantly changed. Along with his eyes, pupils, all seemed to have subtle changes. I don't know if it was a psychological effect, but as the people next to him watched, they felt that Du Chen's skin color had changed. He looked starved, but his eyes were unusually determined. This state of affairs shocked the hearts of the surrounding actors as they watched, because acting hungry starts with the eyes. If there is no hunger in the eyes, their straight doesn't know how to interpret it. However, right now, Du Chen's eyes were unusually godly, but they gave off a feeling of weakness and hunger. The feeling is just very real and in keeping with today's drama. What are you doing here? Inside the tent, Kai Rong looked at Du Chen and asked. Originally, before filming, Kai Rong had no idea how this part was going to play out and was a little unsettled. But as soon as the shooting started and he saw Du Chen's appearance, his mind instantly cleared. His emotions were substituted and his thoughts were clear. The director looked at the monitor screen and secretly said, worthy of being Du Chen. His presence not only allows him to act well himself, but also drives other people. The director also saw that Chai Rong was playing very well, and this was all because of Du Chen. That's why it's important to say that the actors in the rivalry are important, because a good actor, matched to a good rival actor, can play better. And now, instead of Chai Rong getting Du Chen status, it was Du Chen who drove Chai Rong. This was because the two were not of the same magnitude, and with a slight drive from Du Chen, Chai Rong would have to elevate a lot. The shooting continues. Du Chen replied to Chai Rong, I came here just to be a common soldier. As a veritable second-generation official, Zhao Guangyin just wanted to be an ordinary soldier, which made Chai Rong very puzzled. Your father is the commander of the close guards in Kaifeng, and you only want to be a pawn? Then came Chai Rong's constant yin-yang Zhao Guangyin's purpose for coming here. As for Du Chen's rendition of Zhao Guangyin, when he was conversing with Kai Rong, his body was shaky and he was obviously weak to the core. Cold sweat had broken out on his forehead and face. Such a skill is no more than a piece of cake for Du Chen. But for the actors on the set, it's a masterpiece. Both looked at Du Chen in amazement. Only the bandit who had played Fan Kuai had an expression that this was a normal operation, because he had followed Du Chen for 2 movies, and this was already the 3rd movie. Du Chen's strength is something he's seen before? So, this is nothing. A performance is completed and at the end Du Chen finally faints on camera. It fell straight to the ground. The crew on the set rushed over. They had a look of horror on their faces, because in their eyes, Du Chen was truly dizzy. The way he just looked. How did he look like he was half acting? You're really hungry, aren't you? But just as they ran past, Du Chen opened his eyes and got himself up from the ground, intact. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, which was probably the only evidence that he had just weakened. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's awesome Du Chen. Chen, you're my brother. How do you make yourself sweat coldly? Ah, you just shed tears. I'm not surprised. A lot of actors can do it. But to sweat coldly, is that something that can be controlled? My god. I have heard before Du Chen shooting Zhu Zhanji, rendition of an injury, but also in front of the camera cold sweat deflated. At that time I heard disbelief, but also thought it was some people on the network rubbing rumors. I did not expect to see the real thing today. For that one move, Could 5 people in the entire circle do it? 5? I'll eat if there's a second one. Du Chen's acting skills conquered everyone present. The director was also saying to wrap up and take a break after this shoot. On the one hand, he also had to set the scene, because there was another important scene filmed in this place. When Du Chen was planning to take Sasha back to the hotel, the director found Du Chen and said, Du Chen, didn't you say last time that you have a bigger role to play in the speech that comes later inside the script, so it's up to you tonight? Du Chen was a bit surprised to hear the director say that. Not so worried that I can't act right. Then not knowing the situation, Du Chen didn't think much about it. After promising the director, he went back to the hotel, planning to come back in the evening. As for the director's side, he had actually received a call from Chen Lung and also said that he was coming to see Du Chen. After all, they were known to each other and were good friends. It's just that Chen Long said that he told Ma Jin not to tell Du Chen yet. On Strong Dragon's side, he had also arrived in the vicinity of Du Chen's shooting. They didn't rush over though, they found a place to eat first. After all, so many people come over. When there is no food to run to the other crew, they still have to find a way to entertain. The other crew is shooting. Let people entertain on the waste of time, how embarrassing. So it was decided to eat first, then go to the theater. At the dinner table, Zhang Yiming was there. Yang Mi saw this rare opportunity. Then of course he wanted to speak more for Du Chen. And after a few drinks with the 2 big directors, Yang Mi said, Director Chang Long, don't worry, you will be satisfied after seeing Du Chen. Du Chen is a person who is very serious about everything he does. He plays every role with the essence of the character. In fact, Yang Mi said all these things, and the people present were also aware of them. Otherwise where would they have come over to see Du Chen in such a big way? But the problem of Kaching is what they are considering. Other people did not say, Zhang Yiming this person is more straight. Then said, you this is some king's wife sell melon sell self-praise. Du Chen's acting skills and so on I see really okay, but now let him play the role of the king of Qin. It is really not good to say, we have to see. Zhang Yiming such a big director. Yang Mi could not possibly offend the other party because of a sentence. Only smiled and said, ha ha ha, I do have some self-promotion, mainly because Du Chen is really excellent. Anyway, some more time, we will go over there after dinner, then let you look at it. You must be satisfied. The time came tonight. On Du Chen's side, he didn't know about Yang Mi and the others coming over. He followed the makeup artist to his makeup. There was a very important scene to be filmed tonight. Du Chen also took it seriously. Of course, he took every scene seriously. Chapter 165, people are still filming, but business comes to the door by itself. On the set, Du Chen and the others are still getting ready. Yang Mi and the others then arrived. The actors on the set saw Yang Mi and Chang Long, and Zhang Yiming followed. Many of those who found them were shocked. It's amazing how many big openings come out of nowhere at once on the set. Then someone immediately came over to say hello, leaving those they saw alone for a moment. But on second thought, they realized that these people must have come because of Du Chen. Now the people on the scene, only Du Chen has this energy. The others, how could they get so many big names to come over? Then the soundscape came out. The army is neat and tidy. This episode features Guo Wei's men, who are trying to push Guo Wei to become the emperor. But there has to be an opening, right? And so this opening goes to our little Zhao Kuangyin. So Zhao Kuangyin made an impassioned speech. The generals, driven by Zhao Kuangyin, were furious and reacted enthusiastically, swearing allegiance to Guo Wei. The generals in the tent urged Guo Wei to claim the title of emperor. And when Chai Rong saw that Guo Wei was silent, he gave a wink. Then he gave a wink to his little brother, Zhao Kuangyin. Zhao Kuangyin understood, directly dragged out the dragon robe, to Guo Wei draped. This is actually the very first allusion to the yellow robe, which was later carried forward by Xiao Zhao. The renditions in the field, the inconspicuous places, Yang Mi and his party, all looked in their eyes. It's also been a long time since Yang Mi has seen a live rendition of Du Chen. The last time I visited the class was when Du Chen had just joined Jiaxing. At this moment, looking at the field, Du Chen, who was giving a speech, a pretty face was also in shock. That one who was giving a speech is Du Chen? Strong Dragon asked with some uncertainty. Yang Mi hadn't returned to his senses yet, and with his eyes glaring at the field, he said, yeah, it's Du Chen. Strong Dragon was a little nonplussed, because it was a bit far away. He was nearsighted and couldn't see very well, but he could still feel that aura of Du Chen. If not know is Du Chen, someone, and he said this in Jiaxing is a person. Beat him to death he do not believe. Of course, this is a joke. If you really killed, you can still believe it. Zhang Yiming stood next to him, also looking seriously at Du Chen, sighing in her heart. Are all young people so fierce nowadays? He had learned what kind of feats that character Jiaxing was, so he hadn't vetoed Du Chen's acting skills and strength. But now, Looking at Du Chen again, he could not see a trace of judging at all. Those who followed them along were also thinking that it was worthy of being Du Chen, who had no problem at all navigating such a big drama. Soon enough, this one shot was completed. It's just that the groupies and whatnot who were just cast in the movie couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. This also goes back to the infectious power Du Chen gained from the system. It was a real treat, and allowed him to hold someone's rhythm more easily. Yang Mi led Chang Long and the others over to meet up with Du Chen. Naturally, there are a lot of onlookers. After all, the meeting of the big names. Who will be curious? Du Chen, give an introduction. This one is Director Chang Long, and this one is Director Zhang Yimeng. Du Chen also greeted politely. Hello, two directors. It's true that heroes come out of youngsters. I admit that I underestimated you before I met you. Young man is good. A talent. There is still a farther way to go in the future. Zhang Yimeng patted Du Chen's shoulder and said. Du Chen said. Director Zhang Yimeng is too kind. Zhang Yimeng he knew. It's just that Strong Dragon wasn't familiar with him. But looking at the battle, Du Chen could also understand that the people who came here were not small people in the circle. A guest could tell that it was a new character coming to the door. But it was just that Du Chen definitely wouldn't take the initiative to ask, which would be passive to ask. If the other side really wants to hire him, he'll have to see what role first. That's the initiative. We all just watched the show. It was really well acted. Strong Dragon said. When are you going to shoot this drama? I have a role on my side, so we can discuss it together then. Du Chen thought about it and said. It should be able to finish filming in a month or so. This world was calculated by Du Chen. Okay, we'll communicate when the time comes, and I'll talk to your company first. Du Chen nodded and said. Good. It had indeed been Jan Mi who had been opening up these things for him. If he were to decide for himself all at once, he wouldn't really know where to start. In the evening, Strong Dragon stayed on the set for a while, watching Du Chen shoot, because there are still shots of the barracks to make up. Du Chen is busy until late. There were more groupies present for this one today. Everyone has seen a big beautiful star like Yang Mi and then heard about the big director. So one and all are excited and have a bit of time to talk together. At the same time, Du Chen's status in their minds was higher. All these big names are here because of Brother Chen. Du Chen, there's really something about you. People are filming in my place and business is coming to my door. And it's two big directors themselves. I've never really seen such treatment. Your boss, Yang Mi, is here too. The director, Ma Jin, took advantage of the scene change to talk to Du Chen. Du Chen said, why? I don't even know what exactly is going on. I might just pass by and stop by. Why yes, the director said. You know Strong Dragon called me before he even came here and said he came over for you. He just asked me not to tell you. When Du Chen heard this, he thought to himself, what character would it be? Du Chen projected that Yang Mi followed over. It is estimated that it is also the role of the emperor, as he has a reputation for playing emperors in all of his works. I just don't know which emperor it is. Du Chen thought this in his heart. Finally, all the footage filler is done. You can call it a day. Yang Mi trotted over to Du Chen's side, not caring what others thought of her. He was wearing a black dress with high heels and just carried his hands. Looking up slightly, I notice you're disrespecting me. Why? Du Chen glanced at her once, ignored her and walked outside. Yang Mi immediately followed up again and said, because you didn't even greet me when you were just talking to Strong Dragon and the others. Dukhan looked back at her. Okay now say hello. Hello boss. He. Yang Mi accelerated his pace and walked with Du Chen and said in unison. Zhang Yimeng and the others asked if you have time to go and have a snack together. Well, it's on me. Du Chen said. People in their party had been here for so long, not saying if they were waiting for him, but it was true that they had come over because he was here, and it was evident that Jan Mi had run over for his sake as well. So this is the end of the work. People take the initiative to say together to eat. Their own not a little sincerity words really cannot say. Okay. A smile appeared on Yang Mi's face. It is not completely unable to socialize. Chapter 166 Launching of DD's Detective. Separate after dinner. Chan Long and Yang Mi and their group also checked into the hotel where Du Chen was staying, and said I'd get up tomorrow and leave. See you in a month. It was only when saying goodbye that Yang Mi said to Du Chen, the drama that you went to be a consultant for last time is going to be released. D? Du Chen asked. Yang Mi said, yeah. 2 days later, Detective D had a launch party. The traffic from this launch exceeded the original publicity for the show. The reason for this is that the drama Detective D was mentioned in the previous launch of Daming Ka Ching, so it gained a lot of attention and popularity at that time. Backstage at the launch party, the director and screenwriter bunch arrived. Everyone was inside a conference room waiting to go on. Director, I see you're nervous. What's going on? The screenwriter asked as he sat next to the director. The director rubbed his hands together and said, The great Ming Jiajing Jade Pearl is in front of me. Can I not be nervous? Jade feet? What jade feet? I watched Daming Jiajing. I didn't see any jade feet? The screenwriter wondered. Ahem. The director was speechless and said, forget it, you don't understand. The screenwriter said, who says I don't understand? You're afraid that people will compare our drama to Daming Jiajing, aren't you? Right. The achievements of the great Ming Jiajing are there. It's not that we don't have confidence. It's this thing to recognize the reality. But why should we compare ourselves to him? Our show has our show to watch. The director said, I don't want to compare either. But you've forgotten that old boy. The director of Daming Jiajing openly said at the launch that our drama is no match for him. When this is said, the media mustn't compare when the time comes. The screenwriter said, the last time the launch of the Daming Jiajing, it should be said not to say that it is still considered to give us a wave of traffic, for us to publicize, but this director is indeed also bad. Make hard eyes. The writers also pondered up this question. Plus the star of the show D was there, among others. They are also all concerned about the future word of mouth of their show. It's about their careers. Now a question looms. Their drama has to be compared to Daming Jiajing, which is an already canonized work. How can this be compared? Anyone who comes across it is under pressure, right? Wu Zetian's actor, at this time, said, oops, this would be really a bit difficult. The characters in Daming Jiajing are on fire. Even I know. Weightlifting champions Little Courtier, Blender Zhang Juzheng, and non-sticky pans. What's coming? Mr. Liang, D's portrayer, said, non-sticky Zhou Zhonggil. The director said, we're funny too. He smiled and said, today is our launch. Instead we're here to talk about other people's good and grow others' ambition. The other actors grinned back. This thing has to be seen to be open. Mainly because the people of Daming Jiajing is really good. You do not convince cannot. It's just that wait, there's bound to be some media outlets hyping up traffic on this topic. And I'm just wondering what I'm going to say if they ask later. Those present, faced with this question from the director, fell silent. At such times, it is indeed the time to reflect the emotional intelligence. A good answer will add points. A bad answer will be hacked to death. Some media outlets, asking about traffic. That's what everything says. Just as everyone was silent, D's portrayer said, I do have a way to answer that question perfectly. All eyes looked over. The director said sharply, what's the problem? Tell me. Don't sell yourself short. Mr. Liang. Mr. Liang smiled and said, isn't this problem due to Du Chen? So let's just dump this problem on Du Chen again. How? The screenwriter asked suspiciously. Mr. Liang continued, this drama of ours, isn't it Du Chen who is the advisor? Daming Jiajing was made well, and everyone knows that Du Chen has a lot of credit for that. And it's said outside that it's because the actors in Daming Jiajing all got guidance from Du Chen. Then we can also say let's just say that the people who were present, shooting this drama were also instructed by Du Chen, and he is also our advisor, guiding us. When the time comes for the media to compare the two dramas, we'll let them compare Du Chen to Du Chen himself. If this is the case, both dramas are from Du Chen's hand, so it's none of my business if it's good or not. Just say Du Chen. Mr. Liang said, joking to himself. Then he swept his gaze over those present and asked, wouldn't everyone here disagree with this and be unwilling to say that they have been instructed by Du Chen? Wu Zetian's actor was the first to say, how can that be? I have indeed been instructed a lot by Du Chen and have learned a lot from him. What can't be said about that? Other actors also said, it's not shameful at all to be instructed by Du Chen. Others have been instructed by him and have caught fire. If I could catch fire, he would be willing to teach me every day. What do you mean? Everyone's eyes went to this dude. There's something bold about this dude. The director said at this time, just do it. Let Du Chen compare himself to himself and see what else they say. Then the launch began. Because of the previous publicity and the fact that the crew themselves spent money on promotion. So they're launching this one at a much higher level than the average TV show traffic. Just compare it to the Damien Kaching. And that's definitely not going to work. But it's good enough for a TV show. The site of the launch was also full of people and media from all sides. The launch started with the normal flow. This is the kind of promotion that everyone has become accustomed to. Nothing special. It's all run in the middle of the road. Then it was time for questions from the media and fans. Someone stood up and said, can I ask you a question? Mr. Liang? Mr. Liang stood up and said, sure, ask all 10. Better keep asking me. Tomorrow it's all about me. Don't ask anyone else. Let them have no shots. Mr. Liang said, pointing at the people present. Ha ha ha. Teacher Liang is quite humorous. Everyone in the room laughed. That female reporter from the media asked, may I ask if Mr. Liang is confident in this drama? Mr. Liang said, Of course I'm confident. And I'm very confident. The female reporter continued to ask. In that case, Mr. Liang is also very satisfied with his performance in this drama, right? Mr. Liang said. Yes, this is the drama I'm most satisfied with my own performance. The female reporter saw that Mr. Liang was so cooperative and spoke so slowly that this kind of topic would have a lot of traffic, so she followed up with, may I ask Mr. Liang the source of this confidence? When female reporters ask such questions, they are actually hiding their hard eyes, because if such a topic is put out there, if the drama doesn't end up doing very well, it will turn out to be Mr. Liang's hubris and arrogance, and it will be a very hot topic then. If this drama ends up with good word of mouth, it will turn out to be Mr. Liang's real name, and there is something really wrong with self-confidence. All professionals who are media professionals have sniffed out the traffic code. Everyone was looking at Mr. Liang, waiting for his answer, including the director and other actors at the scene. They were all a bit nervous, because Mr. Liang's answer was even more pointed than the female reporter's question. Chapter 167, Admiration. The scene at the launch of Shenanigans. All the media and fans were looking forward to Mr. Liang's answer. Only the crew was nervous, but at the same time, they guessed how Mr. Liang would answer. Mr. Liang said, I'm so confident because of Du Chen's guidance. Maybe many of you don't know that Du Chen is actually the advisor of our drama. During our filming, Du Chen had come to our crew and stayed for a long time, with important scenes having Du Chen's guidance, including the fact that I've learned a lot from Du Chen. That's why I'm so confident. It's just that people don't believe in my acting skills, but they have to believe in Du Chen's strength, right? After Mr. Liang finished, he put down the microphone. The people at the scene, looking at Mr. Liang, became shocked. Those in the media rushed to record this important information with their pens. Even though the footage had just been captured, they still wanted to record this information even more clearly, because it's traffic. At the same time, what was even more unbelievable to them was that this drama actually had Du Chen's participation, and Du Chen was involved as an interpretive consultant. Has today's Du Chen grown to such a level? A veteran actor like Mr. Liang is willing to say Du Chen's name in front of the media, at the launch of his new work, and humbly says that he's learned a lot from Du Chen. Being able to say that proves that Du Chen did have a great contribution to the drama, and also proves that Du Chen's strength is admired by these veteran actors. Otherwise no one would use their own face to stick it to someone else's. Then again, it makes sense. After all, Du Chen's daming judging, the actors in that, nowadays, has been fire, a lot of them, many of which are old actors acting online can be before also not fire. But just because they filmed the daming judging with Du Chen, they are both very popular contestants nowadays, and the average traffic stars don't have as much traffic as they do. So the veteran actors claim that he learned something from Du Chen isn't that much of an exaggeration when you think about it seriously. Then someone else stood up and asked for the cast of Wuzel. Wu Zetian had the example of the previous teacher Liang, that had learned and learned. No matter what the media asked, she pulled the conversation towards Du Chen. People asked her how she felt about playing the only female emperor in history. She then said, I didn't know how to act, and I couldn't act well anyhow, but we invited Du Chen, a professional who plays the emperor, and under his guidance, I think I should be able to act passably well. Not too bad. This would be just like Mr. Liang's previous answer if he were to answer like this. Too confident and arrogant. But she added Du Chen to the mix, with Du Chen's insertion. This whole thing sounds surprisingly treadmill-like. After that, the other actors, when asked, all answered in the same way, saying that they had been instructed by Du Chen, and that they were very confident in their performances, and in what the play would look like. Even the screenwriter was asked a question and stood up, almost unable to hold back, and was close to saying that the play was written by Du Chen. But think about it. No, these actors can be said to have been taught by Du Chen, but after all, they acted by themselves. If you're going to say that Du Chen wrote the script, what are you doing here? Here for the sauce? So he had to hold it in. That makes him very upset. One thing he figured out was that when the time comes, the drama airs and there are any problems in it, everyone else will be discussing Du Chen's problems. But if it's not good, people won't say it's Du Chen's problem. They'll say it's him, the screenwriter, who didn't write it well, who harmed Du Chen and ruined his reputation. The more this ing thought about it, the more I wanted to die. Why is it that all of you can talk about Du Chen but not me? Even the director, when he stood up to answer questions, said that Du Chen was the advisor, and that a lot of things were given advice by Du Chen, and that he felt that the suggestions Du Chen made were very good, and basically adopted them. So very confident about the show. The screenwriter cursed in his heart. There is a nasty confidence. You put here bragging. To the end of the back of the pot even became me? The launch of the sleuth is over. it was soon on the hot seat. Originally, according to normal logic, this drama, as well as the actors and actresses enabled in the drama, although it will also be favored, but on the hot search, but really not yet. And it's even less so when it's still not aired and is just a launch party that's on the hot seat. But this conference is interesting. The cast and crew one by one completely let go of their ego. Death blowing, the cattle are blowing up to the sky. The heifer cried out that she couldn't stand it. Plus, they were saying Du Chen on the left and Du Chen on the right. Du Chen's previous heat was already high. It's just that he was filming during this time and wasn't in the limelight. But with them bringing it up so round and round, it's not pushed back into the limelight. Incidentally, the show, Detective D, was pushed up. It's amazing that this drama also features Du Chen, which makes me look forward to it a bit. Brother Chen is really bullish. At his age, other actors are still thinking about how to show up in the media, how to create their own persona, and how to embody their modesty. Du Chen, on the other hand, has already become a teacher of strength in this circle. Do you guys dare to believe that if it wasn't for the cast and crew to say it? Who could believe that someone as young as Chen is already directing a historical drama like this? That he doesn't just have the ability to be able to play a role in a drama. He can be the director of a drama as well. Please don't measure Brother Chen's strength by his age. To tell you the truth, I've long since separated Brother Chen's strength from his age. I didn't even think of comparing Brother Chen to his peers. It's an insult to Brother Chen. Upstairs, please don't give Brother Chen a bad name. Brother Chen is a very low-key person. Everyone on Weibo knows this is from Du Chen. And a huge swath of Du Chen's fans are coming. The director and others, who had finished the conference, also gathered together. It's still Mr. Liang who's great. Not only did he defuse all our problems, but he also rubbed off on Du Chen's traffic. This wave, we rubbed the traffic a bit hard. And we didn't even pay Brother Chen for the advertisement. The director said, yes, Du Chen also took the consultant's money. And as a result, we also ate a wave of traffic. Although it is said that these things are mutually reinforcing. But it is we who have benefited. Traffic is money. Let's put it this way. We all owe Du Chen a favor this time. As for Du Chen's side of the crew, they had no idea what was going on outside. Ever since he hit the big time, he rarely reads the internet because there's just too much of it and it's a waste of his time. Might as well do your own thing. And it used to be that you had to go out on your own and do PR to compliment yourself. But not anymore. Even if you go on your own trumpet and say one bad thing about yourself, you're going to get a bunch of people disliking you to death. He was filming in Zhao Kuainin's theater at ease. The actor of Fan Kuai, his brother in this play, came rushing in. Du Chen, you're on the hot seat again. Look at that. It's all over the internet. What? Du Chen was confused for a moment, and his gaze went to Sasha. Why am I suddenly popular again? What you did last night was exposed by Sasha? How else is it popular? Sasha, clueless as to what was going on, ran over to see it too. The rest of the crew, too, gathered around curiously. And some of them took out their cell phones to check it out. Fierce morning brother. I did not realize that you went to work as a consultant before coming here. Awesome. It's really popular. This D-Rengia hasn't even been released yet and it's popular because of Chen. By the time this drama of ours is released, the traffic will be even bigger, right? The director was happy and envious when he found out about this. Happy that random topics with Du Chen were trending. And Du Chen was now his main character here. Which could show that his drama wouldn't have poor traffic in the future. I'm envious of D's crew. None of his previous dramas, starting before they aired, ever had that kind of traffic, and now other people's dramas easily do. Everyone rests this afternoon. We're tired of filming all this time. Du Chen is on the hot seat. Everyone rests for a day. As soon as I heard that I could rest, everyone cheered, though the favorites are someone else's, but he also dipped into Du Chen's favor. At least he could rest for a day. And one is even more excited about this ongoing drama of theirs. Chapter 168, A Cup of Wine to Release Military Power. After a day's rest, it is to be on the big show. That's why the director gave everyone half a break to adjust. Because the scene to be filmed today is the very famous cup of wine. Du Chen has been on the set for more than 2 months. The plot progresses nowadays to a mid to late stage as well. The filming begins in the courtroom. This section of the play had a large number of participants, said Zhao Kuanin. Called all those who followed him to fight the world, all those military generals. Above this great hall, he gave these military generals exams, and those who failed were directly dragged out and chopped to death. And so the exam begins. But these military generals, they are all big old men, one by one where they can dance around. Then there were quite a few jokes. A bunch of big old men, some caught cheating, some collapsing on the spot in a fit of pique. Fu Jiaoshu draws chickens on his exam paper. Don't ask why you don't draw something else, because something else is too hard to draw. After 10 incense sticks, the exam was over. Ministers Momoya and Ludson read the papers on the spot. More than 10 military generals, including Zhang Qiong, Fu Xiaoshou, and Zheng En, fell out of the list, and in accordance with the previous decree, Zhao Guanyin ordered all of them to be dragged out and hacked to death. Thought it was a joke. Seeing that the emperor is playing for real, everyone was so scared that they knelt down to the ground and knelt in a row, not daring to breathe. They don't know what their big brother, the one they put on the yellow robe together, means. Everyone knelt down. So Zhao Guanyin was in no hurry to cut people. Then he asked the teacher who was marking the papers how he was doing with his own paper, because he had just participated in the exam, along with his brothers, too. Do the teachers who marked the papers dare to speak of the emperor? Not dare, for the 9 clans of his family had not offended him, nor did the family have 100 acres of unused land to bury a man. Your Majesty is a handsome man with a big sculpture. Mr. Zhao is tall and powerful. Brother YYDS. It's a compliment anyway. Then Xiao Zhao said faintly, oh, I don't even have enough words on my test paper. According to the rules, I'm going to be dragged out and hacked to death too. When Xiao Zhao's words came out, everyone was confused. What does that mean? Men, cut me down. No one dares to move. Then Gao Huaidi came out to plead for mercy. A flurry of horse and steps, and the chopping is over. Then Xiao Zhao had all the tables used for the exam removed and replaced with tables for eating, with meat on the table. And they say that they have enough tables and are not afraid to drink themselves to death. But now these military generals, where there is still a mood to drink they cannot figure out what big brother to do. Then when the wine and meat came up, Cho began to tell a story. He talked about the time they started a business together to fight the world. As soon as the brothers heard their big brother say this, they were energized. Back in the day, with my 2 killing knives, I cut from South Street to North Street without blinking an eye. Back in the day, I beat the out of 10 of them on my own. Back then, when I followed Big Brother, I've been to the mountains of swords and seas of fire wherever I've never been. A bunch of people gave blow-ups and the atmosphere was up. At this time, Xiao Zhao picked up a glass of wine and drank it down in front of everyone's attention. Everyone looked at his expression and instantly knew it wasn't that simple. And they froze. Xiao Zhao stood up, leaving a backdrop for everyone and said, he talked about his top 10 worries. But after saying that, the guys didn't understand. People go out, where they watch people live their lives. Where they hear about this, Xiao Zhao had no choice but to say something more understandable. Throughout the ages, which emperor is not like this? I just remembered a dream that bothers me to come. A brother asked, Big Brother, what dream? 88 mechanic? Xiao Zhao said, I dreamed that, among you, some of you woke up early in the morning. A large group of hearts not from the ministry to see read. Hard rushed in and gave you a yellow robe. It's exactly the same as what you did to me at Qinshaoyi. I walked over to look at it. But I realized that this person in the yellow robe was not me. This has to make me sleep and eat. Xiao Zhao finished the speech. These people heard it too. But what can we do if we understand it? So one by one, they showed their loyalty while begging the emperor to spare their lives. But Zhou doesn't talk. So the clever Gao Huaida begged Xiao Zhao to show the brothers a way to live. Zhao Guanyin said, hand over the military power. Hand over the military power. There is no threat. We live a good life. Can you not say yes? Everyone agreed because it was the only way to stay alive. The emperor has already said his words to this point. It is impossible to still be against it, unless he really wants to revolt. This is the story of the cup of wine. One rendition and it's all over. The actors were still looking at Du Chun with a slight fear in their eyes. Du Chen's performance just now wasn't that intense, but that depressing atmosphere was something they truly felt. For a while, it was hard to calm down. Du Chen, on the other hand, recovered right after the shoot and went to scrape his little assistant Sasha's little agric nose to make Sasha happy. Brother Chen, you just acted with so much dedication that your mood wasn't affected? Fan Kuai asked as he walked to Du Chen's side. He had just been a part of this scene, and at this point his heart was still racing, and the man was a little tired. Du Chen said strangely, it was just an act alright. Who can take it seriously? Fan Kuai stopped talking, pissed off. With the passage of time, half a month later, Zhao Guanyin was in this drama. And the plot came to an end. He invited his brother, Zhao Guangyi, to the palace for dinner. At this time, Zhao Guanyin, already old and frail without much energy, he knew that his brother Zhao Guangyi wanted to rebel, but he couldn't care less anymore. So there was this family dinner. Between the seats, Zhao Guangyi looked at Zhao Guangyin, played by Du Chen, who was already dying, and the aura displayed on his body still scared him. It's not an acted fear, it's a real fear. In Zhao Guangyi's heart, his knowledge of Du Chen as a person was also more deeply admired. The meal was a frightening one for Zhao Guangyi. Among other things, the script was written in such a way that it was supposed to be that Zhao Guangyi could act, but he realized that he didn't have to act at all. As long as he didn't put on a show, Du Chen was truly terrifying and awe-inspiring to him, and this emotion naturally flowed out. And Zhao Guangyin, but also in this meal, as if to see his brother cavalry, to see his brother rebel. He was going to go to a duel with his brother, but he had no strength left. In the hallucination of him and his brother pulling at it, he closed his eyes. Du Chen kills it. Du Chen's killing banquet is indispensable, that is, he himself can't not eat even if he wants to. It was the will of the entire crew. Everyone was sad to part with Du Chen soon. During the time of filming, they really learned a lot from Du Chen. Not to mention those professional things, just Du Chen's attitude towards life and work ethic were all examples worthy of their study. Moreover, Du Chen was still so young, so this made them have a different kind of affection for Du Chen all the more. At the killing banquet, everyone thanked Du Chen. The director was a bit drunk and patted his chest and said to Du Chen, "Du Chen, I guarantee this is the best drama you've made so far. This drama will be a hit." When an actor next to him heard it, he joked, "Director, you've got it backwards. This should be the best drama you've ever filmed." "It's not, Du Chen." The director got angry. "You're the one who talks too much. Don't interrupt while I'm drunk." Du Chen came back from the killing banquet, being helped by Sasha. Back at the hotel, Sasha sobered Du Chen up, and Du Chen got better before realizing that he had received a reward from the system. Dragon's breath. When Du Chen saw this thing, the wine completely sobered up. "No. Is this something you can just have? If this was a few hundred years ago, this stuff would have killed your head. This is no joke." But after familiarizing himself with it for a while, Du Chen figured out that it was controllable and belonged to an intangible aura. For example, just now, he tried to drive up and Sasha, who was standing aside, immediately pounced. When I asked her what was wrong, she didn't say anything, just blushed and said that my brother was so handsome. After resting for the night, Du Chen took Sasha back to the office the next day. While on the road, Du Chen recalled that Yang Mi came to visit the class earlier and came along with Strong Dragon. He thought to himself that time Strong Dragon came over, 100% there was a role offer. Just don't know what role. Also don't know Yang Mi promised or not. Of course, this was just Du Chen idly and casually thinking about it. In fact, he didn't put anything on it. These things had been arranged by Yang Mi for so many years, and every time it was well arranged, so he wasn't worried. Back to the company, unable to resist the fact that there are now many people in the company, all claiming to be Du Chen's students. So even if it's just a normal workback, there are still a lot of people to greet. Even some of them were received at the airport. After returning to the company, Du Chen followed Yang Mi to the office. "Du Chen, this time you won't be able to rest even if you want to," Yang Mi said as she looked at Du Chen. But there was an uncontrollable smile at the corner of her mouth. Du Chen looked at her expression and already had a guess in his heart as he asked, "Is it director Chang Lon's side that arranged the role?" "Right," Yang Mi said with his arms wrapped around his chest, crossing his legs with the look of a very smug and big-hearted hero. "Guess what the role is," Du Chen said without thinking. "Ying Zhang." "Ha?" Yang Mi put her feet down and looked at Du Chen with wide eyes, saying, "This is all stepped out by you?" Du Chen shrugged his shoulders. "That's what's so hard to guess. Look at your smug look. It's almost written on your face." "Okay." Yang Mi was not happy. He was still trying to sell the story, but it turned out to be guessed so easily. "When will you leave?" Du Chen asked. Yang Mi said, "Any time. His side is already preparing in Yokohama." "Good. Then I'll go over tomorrow," Du Chen said. "Well, there is more," Yang Mi said after he sat down again. "It's impossible for your eyes to wander. There's another thing to tell you. Strong Dragon's dramas are all big productions, and the resources in the circle that are top-notch. When you arrive at the theater, even though you're the main character, you have to keep it in check. You can't be too big for the theater," Du Chen said. "I'm not like that either. Do I need to say hello for this kind of thing?" Yang Mi gambled. "I'm concerned. Now that you know that's good. I'll get you ready and you'll leave tomorrow. Also, Zhao Guangyin's side of the final payment has been settled over. I ask you to settle clearly hit your account." "Okay, I know," Du Chen said. Then he was ready to leave Yang Mi's office. But Yang Mi spoke out. "Wait a minute. What's wrong?" Yang Mi said. "I've recently realized that Sasha is different from before. She used to be a young girl and flexible in doing things, and I've recently noticed that she has a bit of a young woman's temperament in her sometimes. How is she doing with her current job? If she can't keep up with you anymore, she can get you a new assistant." Du Chen said. "There's no need to change. It's quite good. It doesn't matter if she can't keep up with the rhythm. It's good to be at ease and run in my rhythm." After Du Chen finished speaking, he left the office. Sasha, who was still outside by the fish tank looking at the little goldfish and sneezing a few times, had no idea what she had just experienced. Do-chin didn't stay at the company much longer, but took Sasha back to the apartment to rest. It's time to go out to work again soon, and there's no point in staying inside the office. Sasha, on the other hand, helped Do-chun prepare for this outing. The next day, the two set out. When they came to Yokohama, both of them were confused. Even Do-chin, who had already seen the world, was a little confused when he looked at the scene in Hengdian today. The entire movie city, the palace, was bagged by strong dragons team. It's so damn rich. No wonder Yang Mi said that Qianlong has the top resources in the circle. Sure enough, it's not false, Du-chen thought in his heart. Chapter 169, 50-50 with anyone. After Du-chen arrived at Hengdian, he was immediately greeted by someone. He walked towards the inside and didn't go far before he saw the director coming from afar. Director Kung Lung came over to pick him up himself. After the two met, Qianlong greeted him warmly and proceeded to take Du-chen to the stronghold. There were already quite a few actors there, and when they saw Du-chen coming, they all greeted him. There were a few of them, although Du-chen had not worked with them, but he had seen them in some other excellent movie and television productions. For example, Wang Jiwen, and Duan Hongyi, and so on and so forth. Du-chen, first time meeting, right? You're really young. Seeing Du-chen, Wang Jiwen nodded and said in greeting. Du-chen said, "Hello, Mr. Wang." He called Wang Jiwen Wang teacher. It is not too much. Wang Jiwen is a veteran actor in the circle, especially the line work of the long. What's a line credit is a big line that comes out of his mouth not only emotionally, but also with a rounded diction. It's all about line credit. This aspect has been unrivaled for many years, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it is a figure standing at the top of the tower. Wang Jiwen was not modest, but just smiled and nodded in response. Duan Hongyi and the others also came over to exchange pleasantries. After everyone met and Du-chen, the main character, arrived, the director arranged for scripts to be handed out to all the actors. Everyone familiarized themselves with the script first, then during this time, we'll do some more preparations, and in your free time, you can first familiarize yourself with rehearsing the script on your own. At the scenes in Hengdian, the lead time for this kind of big production is usually extraordinarily long, for the sake of excellence, and so, a month passed. The actor spent the month in Yokohama reading the script, and the director is designing all kinds of sets. Finally, De Qin Fu opened on this day, but Du-chen, playing Ying Zhang as an adult. The play starts with Ying Zhang as a child, so when filming started, there was no part for Du-chen. It's little Ying Zhang, a child. Meanwhile, during this period, the important actors of this drama, as in the case of Dukhen, have not yet appeared, so everyone was on hand to watch the director shoot, but the start of the shoot didn't seem to go well. That little Ying Zhang was filmed and everyone thought it was passable in every aspect, but the director still wasn't satisfied and didn't even have a good word for that little actor. That's not to say how the director's character is. Say he said the kids. Here, there are only crew members, no kids, and kids are paid crew members, so don't come and make that money if you don't meet the requirements of the job. So, what people care about is what the director wants. I'm looking a little worried here, some of the actors whispered. It's hard not to worry about it. This child looked at all aspects are not bad, then my last play inside the child, acting much better, but still not up to the director's requirements. It's going to be our turn on. Certainly more demanding. It's not surprising. Look at how much money was spent on this drama. Hengdian wrapped it all up. It's normal to demand more. Normal is normal. But let's just ask you if you're afraid of this request when you're shooting. Afraid. A few people were chatting when Du-chen happened to bring Sasha over. A few of the actors immediately came over and told Du-chen what had just happened. Even little Ying Zhang's requirements are that high. Du-chen nah. As the main character, when it comes to your part, it will definitely be more demanding. This director's temper is a bit sore when he shoots. You have to be mentally prepared. Yeah, that kid was almost crying just now. Du-chen didn't say anything, just looked at the director who was filming. He wasn't afraid that the director was demanding, only afraid that the director's skill was not good enough to film. But now that he heard the actors here say this, Du-chen's heart instead became more solid. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, little Ying Zhang's scene was over. It's Du-chen's turn to take the stage, and the drama's important cast of actors begins here. As the shoot progressed, the director became more and more demanding. It's a good thing that the important actors present there, in the circle that are top-notch actors. Everyone's performance was very charming. Although people feel pressurized, I can still meet the director's requirements if I sharpen it. This creates a situation where the gods are fighting, one after the other, in a frenzy of drama. Du-chen was inside here, and did quite well, and didn't let his youth hold him back. This made these actors, who were so arrogant outside. Look at Du Chen one more time. In fact, Du Chen was very famous outside. But these actors present, really not simply good acting, just, each of them, have their own stunts. So as for the rumors about Du Chen from the outside world, they didn't take it to heart, even though they knew that Du Chen must have overacted as well. Because they themselves were confident that Du Chen was famous. Perhaps just because he was more handsome than them. But now, after filming and shooting with Du Chen for some time, everyone had a different feeling. Du Chen is strong, and has that indefinable character flavor about him. It's something that doesn't hold up with acting. Mr. Wang, as I see the progression on the script, there's a scene between you and Du Chen tomorrow, right? On this day, during a break in filming, Duan Hongyi sat down next to Wang Jiwen and chatted idly. Wang Jiwen said, "What's the matter? You want to see a play?" Duan Hongyi said, "Of course, have reached this point, who do not want to see the hilarity? This Du Chen people young, acting is really old, not like that kind of young people lack of experience." Yeah, Wang Jiwen also nodded and said, "This Du Chen, don't look young, he's like a bottomless pit, he can go 50-50 with anyone, at least until now I haven't explored his bottom." Listening to your words, are you going to explore tomorrow? Duan Hongyi said jokingly. Wang Jiwen didn't veto it and said, "This can't be helped, like tomorrow's play, if I don't come up with some masterpieces, the audience will definitely scold me then. Isn't that what I rely on for a few audience favorites?" Duan Hongyi nodded. Non-committal. Wang Jiwen in the hearts of fans, the status is actually very high. In fact, relying on the hand of the masterpiece, others really cannot compare. His interpretation of the role, those of the classic, within a few decades may not be able to be surpassed by someone, just not as Du Chen. That flow of high so hot. So in person, I am very confident and those who know about it are very positive. Duan Hongyi said, "When you say that, I'm looking forward to tomorrow's scene even more." Chapter 170, Oppression. The next day, the director was still setting up the scene, so the actors got together and talked about it. They all knew that Wang Jiwen and Du Chen had an intense rivalry today, and this is what involves Wang Jiwen's best skill. It can be said that director Qianling took the trouble to invite Wang Jiwen to the theater, focusing on this part of the scene to see. The director's hope is that Wang Jiwen will be able to come out of his peak form and leave a classic bridge in this part of the world. That, in and of itself, is a big point of interest. But now, Wang Jiwen's rival hitchhiker is Du Chen. There's even more to see in the man Du Chen. The reputation of young age, and up to now has not flopped, and no one outside to say Du Chen's strengths. Just talk about Du Chen, said Du Chen, good acting. This would be completely different from Wang Jiwen, making it hard to figure out which aspect of Du Chen's good acting skills is the strongest in terms of focus. Moreover, they had been filming with Du Chen now for some time, and Du Chen's play had been very stable, not weak anywhere. It seems like every aspect can be carried. So, with a combination like Wang Jiwen and Du Chen coming together, it's even more exciting to watch. You said Du Chen's line skills. This aspect won't be stronger than Wang Jiwen, right? Another actor said. How can that be? That's Wang Jiwen's specialty for dinner. And I haven't heard anyone say this is Du Chen's specialty before. He can't rob everything, can he? That actor who first mentioned Du Chen said. You're right. People always have something they're good at. It's impossible for everything to be a specialty. It would be unrealistic to say that Du Chen's ability to deliver lines can also surpass Wang Jiwen. That's right, but it depends on how much worse it is. I've been filming with Du Chen for so long, and I've yet to see Du Chen suffer, so I'm looking forward to it today. Seeing Du Chen suffer under Wang Jiwen's hand. Ha ha ha, you old coin is quite shady. You laugh at me. You're still the same yourself. Your expression betrays you. Don't say you don't want to see it. Okay, I admit I want to see it too. Okay, on the director's side, there was actually a lot of pressure on this scene. The scene is about after Emperor Qin Shi Huang knocked down Lao Ai. Lao Ai was captured inside the prison. Before the execution, Emperor Qin Shi Huang went to see Lao Ai. There was a conversation during this time. It was a long rumor in the palace that the first emperor of Qin was not born of the foreigner himself, but was the son of Lu Buwei. The story was so stormy that Qin Shi Huang, himself, almost believed it. But he was not willing. How could he not be orthodox? He's the first emperor of Qin. So there was the prison conversation. The director was also under pressure for this scene. How's the script coming along? Are you confident? Director Strong Dragon asked the screenwriter. The screenwriter had a face full of stubble, like he had simmered down to a six-pack. Hearing the director's question, he also sucked in a breath of cool air around his head and said, there shouldn't be any more problems. This is already the result after countless versions have been changed. Should be okay? The screenwriter nodded and said, well, that should be fine. Where he dared to fill his words. This drama, he also demanded a lot from himself, in which every line, every scene and line design, he was carefully polished. In particular, he took great pains to shoot this scene this night, so the pressure that is quite a lot, not that he does not have confidence, is the more grinding the higher the requirements of the words will not be able to say. If it was a simple request, he'd feel like he had lines in this script that rang true when he took them out, but he was going for an unsurpassed classic, and this one wasn't as confident, but it was the best that could be done. Alright, there's no way around it. It's impossible to drag it out any longer. Wang Jiwen was specially invited by me. He should have no problem being able to best play it out. I just don't know if Du Chen can keep up, the director said with some concern. The screenwriter said, it shouldn't be a problem. Didn't you go and scout Du Chen and finally make the decision? The director said, examination after examination. At that time, when Du Chen acted, he himself had no pressure. But who is Wang Jiwen? This part is his specialty. It's a different story. In case Wang Jiwen pressurizes Du Chen, this matter will not be easy to say. And there's no way to put Wang Jiwen away with this one. This is supposed to be one of the points of the drama and a moment where Wang Jiwen has to show it. And that's bound to be at full strength. The screenwriter frowned and said, why don't we ask for less? This is grinding people to death, and I'll be the first to die. The director said, how can you say such things? This drama must be made famous. Strong Dragon's tone became a bit fierce. The screenwriter immediately said, no, I'm just saying. Strong Dragon glared at him, but Strong Dragon's heart also knows that he must be just talking, not really want to lower the invitation requirements. After all, this play, the screenwriter is also a great effort, just short of boiling bald. Forget it, let's not talk about this matter. We're going to shoot soon. Let's hope Du Chen can hold up. The director dropped the words and went off to make final preparations. Not long after, the shooting began. Wang Jiwen and Du Chen both drew good quasi. Once the two were ready, Wang Jiwen instantly got into character. There was that carelessness of a man dying in him at this moment. That wild and teasing smile sent chills down the spine of the field. There was madness from the soul in that smile. Worthy of Wang Jiwen, the crowd thought so in their hearts. The rendition on the field has begun, and Wang Jiwen has already taken out his skills. The director was shocked and delighted to see Wang Jiwen on camera, speaking his lines. I was amazed at Wang Jiwen's skill and delighted that Wang Jiwen interpreted his work. Pity the great king who has been the king of Qin for so many years and doesn't even know who his real parents are. Poor Na. He mouthed his lines with a rich expression and a proper diction. Between the staccato and the rise and fall of pitch, the emotions were full and on point. This meritocracy is a gift. The people on the sidelines, the more professional they are, the more chills they get in their hearts. How did this happen? Duan Hongyi looked at this scene and thought, this segment is definitely going to be ruined. Du Chen definitely can't match this segment, either it will be res hot or after it is broadcast out. Du Chen is going to be questioned about his acting skills. And in the middle of the arena, Wang Jiwen's performance continues. He drew a sharp breath. A man who ordered all the ministers and people of Qin and led the Qin army to destroy the Six Kingdoms was not a descendant of the Qin people. It's still not treason? After this line was finished, the room was silent, and all eyes fell on Du Chen. Can Du Chen match the excitement of this segment? Ruined? To remake? Chapter 171 Immortals Fighting. King against King. While Wang Jiwen was saying his lines, Du Chen in the other camera. He looked at Wang Jiwen in a daze, as if he was recalling his own experiences in this life, and as if he was facing an unacceptable fact. Then his body physically began to tremble and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Such a state, so that the surrounding people watching are worried. Cold sweat came out. This is not the makeup to get. Was really standing there in a cold sweat. Too much pressure? But the crew after all. There are many people. There are still people who have seen Du Chen before acting. Du Chen other stunts and what they do not know. But on the spot sweating lips white this, they have seen. So instead, they were more expectant compared to those who thought it was Du Chen who was under pressure and his mind couldn't hold up. Du Chen, this is right on. To soar? Just as the people watching were each harboring their own thoughts. The last line of this segment of Wang Jiwen falls. The camera from the other camera position had captured Du Chen, only to see Du Chen trembling and seemingly somewhat maniacal said, your bull asterisk ting me. That panicked and helpless expression was unmistakable. Catch. Asterisk absolute. This is an absolute catch. I just thought Du Chen was scared. He's been in the movie for a long time. Following the script, I thought he was out of the theater, but it turned out to be in. That last quiver. I can't say it's stronger than Wang Jiwen, but it really catches peak Wang Jiwen. A group of actors were whispering next to each other like they were talking to themselves, but the shots on the field weren't over yet. Ing Zhang, you bastard. Ask your old man. Lao Ai laughed maniacally and was dragged away. This also means that for this scene, Wang Jiwen went down. The actors around him immediately gathered around. That was really God just now. This should be your peak state, right? Congratulations on another new picture. Several of the actors around him said goodbye, but Wang Jiwen made a silent gesture before pointing to Du Chen, who was still on the field. Du Chen's performance is not over yet. Du Chen, looking flustered on the field and forcing himself to be calm, his head covered with sweat, asked the historian, whose son is the widow? The historian is afraid too, but the historian in those days, he had to tell the truth, and it was useless if he didn't, because the historian's record, not out of one person's record. He needed to check with all the historians around him in the end. The historian said, the king is the son of King Zhuangxiang of Qin, the king has no second father. Ka! The director made a noise, and then he was heard to shout, one over. Then the crowd, all of them, cheered. Someone rushed towards Du Chen. Someone rushed towards Wang Jiwen. Jiwen Wang, today, had another breakthrough and overachieved. This is a segment that could definitely seal the deal. But, more crucially, this section Du Chen actually caught it. One catch. The gods fought a 50-50 battle, king against king. It's a performance that, in the eyes of a professional, carries a lot more gold than those parts of the audience out there saying who's a good actor. Where exactly is Du Chen's limit? After filming for so long, I haven't seen Du Chen's limit for real. He seems like he can do anything and everything. It's simply unscientific. I'm also curious about where Du Chen's limits are. That aura of Du Chen's just now, his maniacal appearance, and with the underpinnings of power. I felt scared even standing next to him. The way I see it, this shouldn't be Du Chen's limit, right? It's awesome. What they say out there is true. Du Chen is that strong. Do you guys know what the point is? Did you guys watch Emperor Jiajing? That was played by Du Chen, but up to now for such a long time. Have you guys found the shadow of Jiajing in Du Chen's body? That's the point where Du Chen is great. The director came over at this point. I could tell the director was also excited at this point. He waved his hand and said, this performance will surely provide traffic to the show on the internet for many years to come. Among them, Mr. Wang Jiwen's performance can be said to be divine. Wang Jiwen smiled modestly. The director's words didn't fall as he continued. But what surprised me even more was Du Chen. You know, of all the actors, Du Chen is the finalized lead. At the time, I did think that he had played such a classic Emperor Jiajing, so I guess he would be unable to play Qin Shi Huang. But I was wrong. Then I watched his Zhao Kuangyin and I was sure of him. But this performance just now, I was not hopeful. I just thought that as long as Du Chen didn't drag Wang Jiwen's feet too much. I didn't realize I was shallow. The director's words were not finished, but they were taken over by Wang Jiwen. Wang Jiwen himself said, I'm also surprised. And truth be told, in that section just now, Du Chen's rendition was better than mine. All of them looked at Wang Jiwen with great astonishment, not knowing what Wang Jiwen meant by this. The rendition he had just given was already a breakthrough performance. But he said Du Chen is a better actor than him? Humble? Saying 50-50 is okay. Saying it's well acted. It's not necessary, is it? Wang Jiwen could see everyone's doubts. He said directly, ladies and gentlemen, truth be told, it's really not that I'm being modest. That section Du Chen just now was indeed a better rendition than me, because he stood in front of me while I was performing to match. I wouldn't have gotten into the movie as much without his drive. At the time, seeing his reaction, it was natural for me to perform it. The director also said at this time, yes, I did just found a little bit, but how to say, both of you are very good. Strong combination. In order to appear just now that section of the scene, less anyone can't. So don't say who is stronger. Both strong. The director's words were euphemistic, but all of them were understood. That's the part of the performance just now where Du Chen really played better, and it was even him who drove Wang Jiwen, not Wang Jiwen who drove him. What the? That said, I'd like to know where Du Chen's ceiling is. But I don't think I'll get a chance to find out. Duan Hongyi stood next to her and said at this time, this look is stressing me out. Everyone's attention fell on him. Hearing him say this, everyone also reacted. The later scenes, really can play rivalry with Du Chen have a point of view. Can only be Duan Hongyi's Lu Buwei. Wang Jiwen has been killed. How the next acting can catch the front of this wave? The pressure is all in Duan Hongyi. Wang Jiwen teased. Didn't you say before that you wanted to probe the bottom of Du Chen? I can't do it. Now your chance has come. It's up to you. Chapter 172, Qin King Zhang. Have you forgotten the great wish of Qin's ancestors to unify the world? After Wang Jiwen killed off the film, Du Chen shot some more footage the day before leaving work, but everyone is looking forward to tomorrow's scene. That is the part where Du Chen and Lu Buwei saw Duan Hongyi soar. Wang Jiwen has been in the hands of Du Chen. did not take advantage of? Duan Hongyi and well how can? The time soon came to the next day. The director is not good for the scenery. This is at the ancestral shrine of the king of Qin. The general plot of this scene is that rumors are spreading that Ying Zhang is the son of Lu Buwei. So in order to preserve Ying Zhang's orthodoxy, Lu Buwei must die, and he must kill Lu Buwei. And so it was in this shrine that the next part of the play took place. Once all the sets and actors were ready, it was time to plan the shoot. Outside the scene, naturally, there was a crowd of people, all looking forward to watching the scene. Next thing you know, the shoot is officially underway. Lu Buwei, do you realize your guilt? A minister yelled. The silver-haired Lu Buwei echoed. Of course Lu Buwei knows his sins. Then he paced forward on one side. If the king of Qin, Ying Zhang, is my son, he can no longer be the king of Qin. The minister shouted again and corrected him. Qin Wangzhang is the son of King Shangzhuang of Qin, not your son. Then came the conversation about this point. The king of Qin remembered the words of Lao Ai before his death, which made him panic. Lu Buwei said as he turned his face away from Ying Zhang, no longer locking eyes with him. Without further ado, just kill me. He also knew that if the king of Qin did not kill him, he could not convince the world that the king of Qin was the son of King Shangzhuang of Qin. When the king of Qin heard this, his person was confused. This Ing Lu Buwei has this look on his face, like he's really saying it's his dad. But without waiting for the king of Qin to speak, Lu Buwei continued. If the king of Qin, Ying Zhang, is not my son, why did he kill me? And in the ancestral temple of Qin. After hearing this, Ying Zhang directly panicked. If he doesn't kill, the world won't believe he's not Lu Buwei's son. But if he kills, why kill? If not, why kill? The king of Qin, played by Du Chen, had a wonderful expression on his face at the moment. He forced a smile, but there were already tears in his eyes. It means you have to make it clear to the world that I'm okay with you. Lu Buwei, however, wore a cold smile. You also only have to kill me to convince the world that you are not my son, because a son would not kill his own father. Ying Zhang said, I won't kill you, but why didn't you say so earlier? Lu Buwei turned back and said in a heavy tone, because I want you to be the king of the world. When Ying Zhang heard this, his person almost collapsed. This was already explicitly stated. So Lu Buwei said that he was his son. But this is unacceptable to Ying Zhang. Then, Du Chen said that he must give Lu Buwei his old age. Even if this Qin king cannot be done, it does not matter. The acting got to the point where the emotions of those onlookers, including the director, were subbed in. They looked at the two in the field in a daze, their hearts lifting. I don't know why I'm nervous. Anyway, but just at this time the minister shouted again. King of Qin, have you forgotten the great wish of the generations of Qin's ancestors to unify the world? Not forgotten. Du Chen roared. Du Chen with the Dragon Qi enhancement. This instant caused everyone to tremble. It was as if they felt fear from the depths of their souls. The director looked at Du Chen in the camera in shock. If before this, Du Chen was crushed by Lu Buwei, crushed by this world peace, but with these two words, we can see that Ying Zhang is still the same as the one who swallowed the mountains and had ambitions bigger than the sky. The screenwriter scratched his hair in a daze. He wrote a script that relied on words, in which the portrayal of emotions, just about anything, was a matter of writing a single line. But acting is different. To act out the words has a completely different meaning. It's like the scriptwriter said that this part of the performance of a hit 1500 sadness and mixed with a little bit of the old king's daughter-in-law ran away of the loss. Ask how to play. I can't do it. But at this moment, Du Chen portrayed the kind of emotion that was on the screenwriter's script. The side of the Qin king's inner fortitude. Did I forget? I was born a hostage. The Zhao spat in the face of the late king, and the horsewhip lashed at my body. Du Chen's voice was agitated and trembling. Where were the Qin at that time? Where are the ancestors of the past generations? As he talked, he recalled his childhood, when he was a hostage in Zhao, where he was not fed or clothed, and only Lu Buwei took care of him, taught him knowledge, and taught him how to be a king. No one can kill him, the king of Qin said. Then that minister but said, Your Majesty, then please kill the little minister. I really can't kill him. The Qin king continued. King of Qin, Ying Zhang, have you really forgotten the great wish to unify the world? The minister repeated. He forced the king of Qin. But the king of Qin, is it really possible for others to force him? When the king heard this from his minister, he hurriedly knelt down in front of his ancestor's tablet to show that he had not forgotten. When Lu Buwei saw the king of Qin in this state, he didn't want to see Ying Zhang in trouble, so he walked towards the white silk himself. But then, the darkness of the king of Qin was shown. It's like he doesn't know how Lu Buwei killed himself. By the time he turned around, Lu Buwei was already hanging on. Ying Zhang rushed over to rescue him, but I don't know if it came too suddenly, but when he went to rescue him, it seemed that his feet were weak, and he went over on his knees. walking very slowly. By the time he got to Lu Buwei, who was standing on it, it had been a while. Then, as if he was heartbroken, Ing Zhang held Lu Buwei's legs and pulled them down. Yeah, yank it down hard. The camera gives a close-up that clearly shows that the King of Qin just wants Lu Buwei dead. But he can't kill him. He wants Lu Buwei to kill himself. After a scene, the whole room applauded. Such a level of interpretation can already be described as divine. Totally picks up on that compared to the previous segment with Wang Jiwen. And this section, because it was the King of Qin's performance that needed to be highlighted even more. It was obvious to feel that Du Chen was completely at ease without any strain. The director sat behind the monitor screen, secretly sweating. A really tough one to get right. I didn't expect to be given a pass on one line. The writers couldn't believe their eyes looking at the camera. He performed exactly what I thought. Exactly. That's what I think. Just as everyone was shocked by Du Chen's rendition just now, someone realized that there was someone standing beside them who wasn't supposed to be here in the first place. Mr. Wang Jiwen, didn't you kill the film yesterday? Why haven't you left yet? Wang Jiwen said. Who says you have to leave after the finalization? I want to see Du Chen finish this drama. Can I leave again? Yeah, sure. Chapter 173. The play, as intended by the director and writers, has three climactic parts. The first is a showdown between the King of Qin and Lao Ai. The second is the closure between the King of Qin and Lu Buwei regarding his own identity. The third one is the well-known Jingku assassination of Qin. The first two have been filmed. The first Du Chen and Wang Jiwen pairing delivers a peak moment. The second Du Chen and Duan Hongyi pairing was a very powerful way to hold the bottom for the first wave of peaks. Now it's on to the third wave. The third wave of renditions is more difficult than the first two, because the focus of the first two segments is centered on the lines and context. It's just that Du Chen renders the details well, which is a bonus item. But the third segment to be filmed next is technically even more difficult, though this difficulty is for Du Chen's character, the King of Qin. In this one, not only are the lines as solid as they need to be, he has the moves, body language and reactions, again, are very crucial and important aspects of this scene, because after all, it is an encounter with assassination. A King of Qin, the King of Qin who will unify the world in the future. An encounter with assassination of this kind of thing. Do not interpret a little bit of caliber. Not only cannot drag the climax of the previous two scenes, the same cannot afford to drag this story. So this one, very crucial. Du Chen, rest today, and figure out which scene is important tomorrow. The director said as he found Du Chen who had just finished filming the scene. Du Chen waved his hand and said, "No, it's still early. There are still a lot of shots that need to be taken without delay." The director raised an eyebrow. He told Du Chen to go back and rest, not to shoot his scene today, also because he was afraid that Du Chen would be stressed out. To know today's rendition, not simply walk on top of a process on the end of the play. He was witnessed Du Chen in the rendition. Forehead cold sweat, body trembling. Even if that's staged, it won't be any easier than the real thing, and it's even more physically and mentally draining. Because to perform that kind of effect, you need to have superb control over your body, and that is definitely not an easy job. It's safe to say that even with that kind of ability, doing it that way once wouldn't be any easier than doing a day's worth of hard labor. This one is too tiring. I'm afraid you won't be in shape tomorrow, the director said. There's nothing wrong. Do you look like someone who has something wrong now? Du Chen said with a relaxed face. He knew the director's concern, but he really didn't have much pressure himself. He worked out every day. His stamina was good. Sasha praised him every day. Duan Hongyi, who had already killed off the film, stood by the side and heard Du Chen chatting with the director, and looked at Du Chen in surprise. You're really fierce. Well, that's what everyone else says, Du Chen said. Then Du Chen continued into the shooting. He didn't leave until his normal quitting time. Moreover, Du Chen as the main character, the proportion of time he spent filming. In terms of the crew, the proportion of scenes and time spent is the smallest. Because of his shots, in many cases one goes straight through, and the ones that don't are basically someone else's problem as well. And then being driven by him a little bit, basically 2 or 3 of them will pass as well. So the shooting time, shortened to make the director some surprise, save a lot of money. The director also set out to say, this Du Chen's pay, certainly after the completion of the shooting, to add money. The director did not avoid this news. It was directly to the crew, and the word spread in the crew. No one in the crew had any complaints because not only did Du Chen shoot well, but he also saved money. Just to their surprise, the first time they heard of a negotiated price, shooting the filmmakers themselves to take the initiative to say increase the money. This is not even Du Chen proposed. This is very rare. Usually basically does not happen. And Du Chen was invited over. Itself is already sky-high prices to invite. And then add money to add less, that is a slap in the face. and certainly should be added to a certain percentage. The thought crossed the minds of some that maybe this addition might be as much as all of us put together. The Moro shooting begins. Jingke stabbed Sheen. At the beginning of the shoot, Jingke delivered the painting. The scroll opens a little. Everyone at the scene held their breath, because they all knew the idiom, Tuin dagger. So, when this scroll is opened, the sword that assassinated the king of Qin will definitely come out. Your Majesty, please see, this is the land of Yen, the land of Dugong. This place is surrounded by 4 waters, rich in goods and people, Jingke said, giving the eunuch standing next to him, would you please take the trouble to step back? The eunuch got in the way because the scroll was too long. When the eunuch took a step back, he continued to stretch the scroll and said, it can be compared to that Guanzhong fertile field of Qin. A smile appeared on the Qin king's face, but just then, the picture came to life. A sword stabbed at Ying Zhang. Ying Zhang reacted quickly and dodged the longsword with a roll. Then Ying Zhang, played by Du Chen, climbed up and ran downwards. Jingke was quick on his feet and chased after him with his sword. The photographer's camera quickly followed suit. The whole room, tense, watched. This was the big show, and the director's fists clenched a little tighter. The camera's lens, for the most part, captures Du Chen's expressions and movements. This makes Du Chen's acting skills very demanding. The director is ready to spend 2 days today, 1 day or even tomorrow to shoot the footage for this segment. But at least, Du Chen up to now, interpretation has not been a problem. The director's heart inexplicably gave birth to a bold idea. Can this also be all at once? Du Chen ran around the pillars in the Great Hall, with Jingke chasing after him. The Great King draws his sword. The Great King draws his sword. I don't know which minister was yelling. Du Chen played the King of Qin, although he knew it was scripted, but he still came up with a sentence in his heart. What about plucking Nima? The laborer is being chased and killed, and you guys are ing faster than the laborer, shouting for me to draw my sword? After a moment of frantic fleeing, King Qin finally found a chance to draw his sword. He reached out and gripped the hilt of the sword, giving it a brush and pulling it out. In a split second, Du Chen's aura was all over the place. Whether it works or not depends on the moment. Results 4. Of course it works. The King of Qin is bound to look like the King of Qin. But there were 2 actors beside Du Chen who had originally intended to cooperate because they hadn't had time to run away and saw Du Chen draw his sword. But the dragon aura on Du Chen's body was superimposed on the killing aura, and the 2 actors were chilled that instant. Their backs were hairy, and their legs went limp, paralyzing them directly on the ground. Click, 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 asterisk 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 is up. The director came storming out of it, that temper like he wanted to eat someone. What the hell? Du Chen, the protagonist, didn't even have a problem. You guys have a problem? Okay or not? If it doesn't work, we'll replace it with someone else. It's not as bad as your footage. Those 2 are also quality extras now. 1 level higher than the group actors, but at this point the words don't even dare to say much. They can only apologize. They've just been really scared to death. Du Chen said, if you can't eat it, watch your alignment later and don't get close to me. He poured out a kind greeting. For the key moments of a production, Du Chen can't be charged for 2 background actors. That has to be as well acted as possible. Moreover, with the experience of the first shot, Du Chen was certain that he could raise another level the second time. That's why he greeted the 2 featured actors. Again, Chapter 174, I have unified the 6 kingdoms, and the world has returned to one. Looks like everyone overthought and underestimated Du Chen at the same time. Before, it wasn't a question of whether Du Chen could or couldn't do it. It was a question of who the rival actor was, and Du Chen controlled himself very well. You can tell from his solo performance this time that he didn't even bring out his true strength before. Truth be told, I'm so on the field watching from the sidelines. I'm a little weak in the knees. Look at how I feel. He's really the first emperor of the unified world. The moment he drew his sword, my mind went blank. I don't know why. Wang Jiwen didn't go away and waited to see Du Chen's wonderful rendition. At this moment, watching Du Chen finish his performance, he couldn't help but applaud. But there was also some slight loss in his heart because, instead of being a chess match with him, Du Chen was far superior. Well, suddenly, Wang Jiwen was in the crowd and saw a man with his Duan Honi stood outside the arena, looking at the performance he had just given, unable to speak for a long time. He thought that his acting skills were already very good. Even compared to Du Chen, there would not be a noticeable gap. He had already proved it last time, but now it seems that last time it was Du Chen who suffered. He was more than a little bit worse compared to Du Chen. Hey, you didn't leave either? The 2 ran into each other, and Wang Jiwen asked with a smile. Duan Hong gave him a helpless expression and said, you're still the same. How does it feel? Wang Jiwen asked without a clue, but Duan Hong knew what he meant by that. In the past, it was me who was short-sighted. thinking that what I didn't see didn't exist, thinking that I had come to the head. As it turns out, I'm still just on the mountainside and have never seen the top before this, probably haven't seen it now either. The two men were silent as they spoke of their heroes. After a scene, no one had any more questions about Du Chen's acting skills, and no one even bothered to compare Du Chen to anyone, because at that level, maybe there's no point in comparing anymore. Just saying that people like that might have different paths for each person. 3 big scenes were shot and filming was almost at an end. Next, the director began to plan for the final scene of the movie, a big scene belonging to Du Chen alone. Unification of the world. In the open space outside the main hall, the director sent a group of thousands of actors. The scene is set up in a grand manner. The group of actors at the bottom, where they were preparing, were amazed to see such a scene. This theater group is really rich. Even I, Lee Dogwon, can be invited. Who says it's not? Jiang Marijuana are invited by him. More than 1,000 people, almost 2,000 lineup. I've been in Yokohama for so many years. Is really never seen. I heard it's a play starring Du Chen. This director is also stupid. Don't get so costly. Just invite some people to shoot a little look on the good. Late red not on the line. Get so many people, what's the use? This square is so big. Du Chen stood in the forefront of the words. I cannot even see his face. I'm still standing here to play soy sauce. This shot out of no significance. Directors chant. Directors nowadays like to make gimmicks. Hung Dian is all wrapped up by him. Not bad for this amount of money. He just wants to think it's publicity time. Something to brag about. Saying he's on the real 2,000 people. This is also this use. Used to brag. Otherwise really useless. Du Chen stood above the performance. The distance from me here are to Grandma's house. What he said I guess I cannot hear. So it's not that we want to play the sauce. It's that the director forced us to come and play the sauce. Because there's no hair acting. As the two group actors chatted, some people beside them heard and chimed in. But someone else said, it's necessary to underestimate Du Chen. I have a brother who said that Du Chen's acting skills, unrivaled in the circle, have reached the point of reaching the peak. So what if he climbs to the top? You think he's really Qin Shi Huang? I can still feel his mighty dominance as I stand here, accompanying him in his performance? Isn't this a joke? There were many small groups of people chatting like this before the shoot. Basically everyone thought that the director was making a big deal out of it and only brought in so many people for the sake of gimmicky blowing awesome afterward. But on the director's side, with the writers, the screenwriter looked at the group of performers in the square with fascination and said, "You're for real? We were just talking about it before, weren't we?" The director said, "Yeah, we were talking about it before, but I realized we could have done it without talking about it. The writers are stupid. Sure, you can stop talking about it for fun, but these 2,000 people, that's not money, that's a hit?" The director continued, "Look at your unproductive looks. You are not realizing that when Du Chen was filming before, the penetrating power and aura of his voice, if he really acts up, we've definitely not wasted our money on these 2,000 people." The corner of the screenwriter's mouth twitched. More than 2,000 people, not for nothing? Director Chang Long saw that the screenwriter still had this expression and said in a bad mood, "Forget it, you won't understand even if you say it. If you do, you're the screenwriter. Ahem. The writers really don't understand it and don't want to understand it. And that's money down the drain." Once the preparations were pretty much done, the shoot officially began. Du Chen stood outside the Great Hall, looking disdainfully at himself as he swept over the crowd below. Then he spoke slowly. 700 years of war and strife, and now the world is one. Du Chen's voice was calm, but the group acting below, especially in the back, people goofed. What the hell? Was Du Chen's voice on speaker? Why could his voice be so loud and so smooth? Moreover, his voice seemed to come from all directions, clearly speaking plainly, but giving people a sense of oppression. Immediately, Du Chen's voice came again. "I have unified the 6 kingdoms, and the world is one." As soon as these words from Du Chen came out, the group actors below, all of them, had their scalps numbed for a moment. Is this what Qin Shi Huang looked like over 2,000 years ago? They didn't know if this was what Qin Shi Huang looked like, but at this second, they wanted to know very much. And at the same time their minds were filled with fantasies of what it would have been like 2,000 years ago, borrowing from the fantasy scene and blending it with the scene in front of you. So grand and atmospheric. This is the Dragon Father? Immediately afterward, they once again heard Du Chen's voice that sounded like it had a hold on their souls. "Cast the great wall to subdue the dragon veins of the 9 states, to defend my great Qin and protect my country. In the name of the first emperor, I hereby swear that I will guard the land and open up the frontier, sweep away the 4 barbarians, and set the foundation of my great Qin for the ages." Du Chen's voice, more and more ethereal, felt like it was knocking on the souls of each and every one of those group actors. Their looks, along with Du Chen's voice, became more and more grandiose. But Du Chen's voice wasn't finished. If I die, I will also be transformed into a dragon spirit to bless my China for eternity. The sun and the moon are witnesses to this matter, and heaven and earth are witnesses to it. Immortals, devils and gods listen together. Du Chen's words fell, and under the director's arrangement, someone led the shouting. At once, the whole group of actors spontaneously shouted. It's not giving the lines in advance, but the effect is more realistic. All of them are coming from within. It's not an act, it's felt. Those outside the arena, seeing the scene and then looking at Du Chen, who was standing at the very front and highest, had a chill running through the top of their heads, as if there was blood pounding against their heavenly aura over and over again with their breath. This shock from the soul is completely uncontrollable. Kaobi. It's awesome. Chapter 175, Peak. After this scene was shot, Du Chen killed it. Those bits and pieces of footage are long gone. Coming down from the field, Du Chen was immediately surrounded by people. It was all the cast and crew, giving Du Chen a happy birthday. This is definitely a pinnacle in the history of domestic film and television. Everyone knows that after this drama is aired, whether the audience likes it or not, this drama will become a classic that can't be bypassed, for no other reason than he has so many unreachable points in it. Take, for example, this speech by Du Chen at the end just now. Du Chen na, time and time again, I thought that I saw your limit, but time and time again, I drove away the acting. Wang Jiwen was convinced of Du Chen at this time. He was indeed older than Du Chen, but the aspect of acting, if someone out there said that Du Chen was a better actor than him, he wouldn't be offended, because Du Chen's acting skills are very obviously just better than his. Du Chen, this drama is here, and you've killed it. Now Mr. Duan Honi and Mr. Wang Jiwen are both still around as well. Why don't you see? If the announcement isn't urgent, get together tonight? Without much thought, Du Chen agreed. After all, Duan Honi and Wang Jiwen are both famous and well known in the circle. Both of these two were killed off early, but neither of them left and stayed to watch him. Now that work is over, a dinner together is totally necessary. That's a little bit of human decency. And so, in the evening, a few of their main actors, plus the director and screenwriter, and the producer came over, and some of the key funders came along for the ride, and everyone got together. This get-together, naturally, needless to say, centered around Du Chen. When it was almost over, the director gave Du Chen, "We've been preparing long enough for this movie, and a lot of things are bottomed out, so the release will be quick. When the time comes, you're going to have to make time for it no matter what. I have faith in this movie." The director used whatever any 4 words. Du Chen said, "Okay, the director has said so, I'll definitely come over when the time comes." However, Du Chen looked back and thought about it, as if every one of his works, as long as the director asked for a conference, he had never been absent. After the gathering, Du Chen and Sasha returned to the hotel to rest. On the way back to the car, Sasha pulled at Du Chen. That eyes now had a hint of flirtatious. Sasha looked at Du Chen and said, "Brother is so handsome today." Du Chen pinched her smoothly. "Just tell me when I'm not handsome anymore?" Sasha didn't dodge Du Chen's movements and snapped, "Brother is handsome every day." The two returned to the hotel and Du Chen told Sasha to be quiet for a while and wait before making any noise. He sat alone on a couch in front of the hotel's floor-to-ceiling windows. Eyes looked away from the hotel, the cars on the horizon. After today's shoot, a sudden emotion grew within him. At first he didn't know what the emotion was. Later, he understood. It's the end of the line, the consummation. The years of being in show business may not have been enough time for many to just run the show, but he has played emperor after emperor. Kaching had his first peak. Xin Shi Huang. After that, there will be no more peaks. If you're at the top, you'll just have to go in. Moreover, now that the first emperor had acted, he had no more expectations for the other emperors. Why act when there are no expectations anymore? And the only thing you're going to get out of acting anymore is a paycheck. But he had enough money to spend. So an idea popped up in Du Chen's mind. No more acting. As soon as this idea popped up, Du Chen became unusually determined. It's really not acting. There's no point in acting it out anymore. Let's just leave the goodness until then. It doesn't seem like there will be any joy in acting it out any longer. After doing a final thought, Du Chen suddenly calmed down. In his life, his heart had never been so calm. The world in front of him seemed to have changed and become different in that instant. Perhaps there was more to the world waiting for him to explore. And today, he was not even 25. This night, Du Chen, whose thoughts were transparent, was unusually raw and slept well. The next day it took Sasha back to the office. Yang Mi saw Du Chen return and went to greet him cheerfully. "How is it? Is it back from the kill? How did the play out?" Du Chen looked at Yang Mi. who looked a bit like a naughty little woman, and said, "The acting was okay." Yang Mi's big eyes narrowed in a smile. "Chen is awesome. I'll have to be more careful in picking roles for Brother Chen in the future. General roles should never be allowed for Brother Chen again." Du Chen smiled and said, "No more acting. Take a break first." Yang Mi froze for a moment and looked at Du Chen. This is the first time Du Chen said he's not going to act and volunteered to take a break. A flicker of glee surfaced on her face, but it was immediately suppressed. Curious, she asked, "How long does Sung intend to rest?" Du Chen thought about it and looked at Yang Mi. "I don't know. Indefinitely." "So, breach of contract?" Yang Mi froze for a moment. "Contract? I'll tear up the contract right now. You can rest as long as you want." She had a premonition in the back of her mind that this time Du Chen was different from before. However, the latter words, Du Chen did not say. She did not want to ask. Anyway, if Du Chen says rest, then rest. How about, do you want to go anywhere? Or are you going on vacation somewhere? I'll contact someone to arrange it. Du Chen thought for a moment and said, "Tell me more. I'll find a place to rest for 2 years and then we'll see." Yang Mi's heart fluttered. Sure enough, 2 years. Yang Mi didn't say the latter words, just immediately nodded his head and said, "Good, if you have a place in mind, let me know. I'll arrange it. You've never done these things before, so you're definitely not familiar with it." Du Chen nodded. Good, he really can't do it right. Never has, even if he has money. But to spend this money to understand, this is a moment of time cannot be straightened out, or this boss's wife is better to use some, then use it. As time passed, a month passed. During this month's time, Du Chen didn't go anywhere, just in his own apartment, taking Sasha shopping when he had nothing to do. Occasionally, I go to the company to teach a newcomer or give a core talk to a veteran actor. And all this is not the company's arrangements, just Du Chen with the mood to do what he wants to do. People from the company, and from time to time, would ask Du Chen what he planned to act in his next movie. Du Chen said every time, "Rest, rest, rest." At the back of the room, no one asked, because they all knew, and were used to it, that Chen was really going to take a break and rest. But the resting Chen, the character he plays, is out there becoming mountain after mountain that no one else can surpass but imitate. On this day, The Legend of Zhao Kuangyin, finally to be released, held a conference and invited Du Chen, who agreed. Do things with a beginning and an end. Chapter 176, Du Chen, really acting as Qin Shi Huang. The Legend of Zhao Kuangyin crew, 2, held a conference, but because of limited funds, their traffic, basically relying on Du Chen's name, held a conference and did nothing to warm up or promote it, probably trying to invite Du Chen to see if he would go or not. Du Chen still agreed. Popular, but not a big venue. The launch party started off moderately, and Du Chen was on stage to answer a few questions. With his present value and status and connections, there is no amount of filmmakers more pitched him. So Zhao Kuangyin the drama crew, although he invited him to go over, but also dare not let him bear too much earned him flow, has been very satisfied. The day after the launch party, the play Zhao Kuangyin was released. Even with no advance previews, the show is still getting a lot of attention. Du Chen has a new drama. Have you watched it yet? In the breakfast store, one of Du Chen's fans, pulling her sister, asked gleefully. His sisters were a little confused. New drama? What? I haven't heard about it. Why is it out? Yeah, I was halfway through it last night. Asterisk 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 asterisk, why didn't I know that? And you didn't tell me. I thought you knew. Looks like you're also a fake fan of Brother Chen. You don't even know that Brother Chen's new drama is out. We can't be sisters. I'm convinced you. No, also do not say with me. And now also come to blame me. Quickly say what drama. Do not say. Then have to tell your boyfriend you last night did not come home is to do what? Shhhhhh. Don't joke about it. I'll tell you. The Legend of Zhao Kuangyin. You know it. It was released last night? The female fan's best friend was a bit confused. Legend of Zhao Kuangyin? What drama? You'll just have to go and see. It's so strange. I haven't heard a thing about it. Well, there really doesn't seem to be much publicity for this one. Just the day before yesterday I swiped a video of them having a launch party, and Du Chen was there. So that's how I found out about it. And then last night me and my male best friend watched this together? What? You didn't come home again last night? Yeah. I had a fight with my boyfriend and I didn't come home. Why the fight? Because I don't want to go home. Then why the fight? I forget. For a random reason anyway. I'll be damned. So you're not going back yet? Right. Going back after breakfast? No, not going back. I have a date with my boyhood friend this afternoon and something else. I'll get a room somewhere random later in the evening and wait for my boyfriend to coax me into seeing me alone in my room before I go home. This will work? Break up if you can't. He loves me. He wouldn't dare. Okay. The two were chatting when they heard someone at the next table say the same thing. Did you watch Du Chen's new TV show last night? Well, watched it. How could I not watch it? I'm telling you, Du Chen's dramas are really flavorful. No matter what the role is, as long as he plays it, he always plays it in a way that makes people want to watch it. I watched it all night last night, I tell you. I love Du Chen to death. If I were 10 years younger, I would marry Du Chen. You say that as if you're young and Du Chen is begging to marry you. Can't I? I was watching Du Chen's drama all night last night. Is there a problem with marrying me? Am I not worth it? How to say you? Is it that I was not watching all night last night? I was also watching all night. Watching the old king are not happy. Said that if I look at ignore him again, I have to wait for my husband to come back from a business trip. Send the video to my husband to see. Finally forced me no way out. Can only compromise. Wasted some time. Old Wang is a real person. Always wishing for this, and he gave me the same thing last time. Ha? You? What did you say? No. You misheard me. I didn't say anything. Li Hua, you even robbed my boyfriend. The woman yelled. The people at the breakfast place all heard it. Li Hua instantly became anxious as well and roared. What are you shouting about? What are you shouting at me for? I came here early in the morning to buy breakfast for your husband, and you yelled back at me? Is it easy for me? He said he won't be able to come home until 3 days later. I've been buying him breakfast every day for 4 days now. I'm not buying it anymore. Didn't my husband go on a business trip and say he'd be back in 3 days? Ask him yourself. I'm not buying it. Really? I've never seen you two like this. Your husband is no good either. He doesn't even take a bath when he goes to bed. He has to get up to do it. You two are really the same. You both stink. Your mouth stinks. Your husband stinks everywhere. The breakfast place was shocked. KFC burned out for a while and couldn't figure out exactly what was going on. They feel that this is not going to get straightened out until they sit down with a pen and make sense of it. The Zhao Kuangyin saga has not been publicized much though, but with Du Chen's fame and traffic, it still sucked up a lot of traffic online. Plus Du Chen's superb acting skills, the reviews were overwhelmingly favorable, and it was born by word of mouth, and hit the ground running. Above on Weibo, on Shake It Off, there was spontaneous fan promotion everywhere, and the comments that followed, and quite a few stems came out. My lord, it's cold, I'll give you extra clothes. Zhao Kuangyin, I don't know. They put it on me. Zhao Kuangyin, I am assured that you take off your clothes, but I am not assured that you give others clothes. Is a brother's drink this cup of wine or back to planting? Okay? Du Chen so quietly and silently came out with another new movie. Brothers, I've already made the clothes. You all understand. I just don't know where Chen is right now. I want to put them on him. Is there any brother who can give me a report on Chen's location? Secretary, find Du Chen for me in 10 minutes. I have a dress for him. Brothers, are you cold? Wearing clothes? Is there anyone who can give me an idea when Chen will be playing Emperor Qin Shi Huang? I've already heard about it. I heard from a friend that Du Chen was filming a movie some time ago, and it seems to be Qin Shi Huang. Upstairs, your news is true or not? I also heard that it said that Brother Chen has already acted as Emperor Qin Shi Huang, and it hasn't been released yet. Nyobi, I guessed there would be such a day. If Chen doesn't play Qin Shi Huang, heaven forbid. Didn't have to go much longer. Zhao Kuangyin this drama, in the case of not spending much on promotion, relying on Du Chen's acting skills, killed off the competition, the ratings for the same period of time far ahead, and just at this time, there was a movement into Qin Fu, promos and promotions, as well as some highlight videos from the set, were released. Du Chen, really playing Qin Shi Huang, Chapter 177 completion, retirement. De Qin Fu held a movie launch, the promotion was done even before the launch event. So there's a lot of people who know about it and a lot of traffic. After all, it was no surprise that it was on the hot seat. In fact, relying on the heat Du Chen launched with Zhao Kuangyin, coupled with the words Du Chen Qin Shi Huang, basically can be 100% guaranteed than the headlines. Not to mention it's still in the context of the show's intentional promotion. Chen is finally playing Qin Shi Huang. The news is all over the internet. Each and every one of them yelled that they must go to the movie theater to see it this time. Even if it was just for the sake of going to give a movie ticket to Du Chen. There are many people who say this, even if some of them were following along. It could be seen from here that this drama of Du Chen's would not be bad. It's what everyone wants. It's impossible for Du Chen to play Qin Shi Huang without people expecting it. Chen is finally playing Emperor Qin Shi Huang. I've been looking forward to it for 2 years. I dare say, Chen will be able to give us a replica of the first emperor of Qin Shi Huang. Everyone has seen the roles he played in front of him. Every emperor is different. Many historians all say that the emperor played by Du Chen, the plot not to mention, on his own interpretation and thinking, and the historical records, No different from each other. You know what? I just saw a Seixiao saying that Chen can't play Qin Shi Huang and can't handle the role. I laughed. If Chen can't handle it, then no one can play it. Upstairs, let me reply to you. This one's really hard to say. Other emperors can be played casually, but if the dragon ancestor's words are not acted correctly, the audience really won't buy it. And don't look at the status of the dragon ancestor in everyone's mind now. I don't care. I must go to the movie theater and buy a ticket for Brother Chen. If Chen can't act, there's no one else who can. And it's rumored that there's going to be a launch party soon, and Chen will be there. Brother Chen will definitely be there. He personally goes to the launch of every one of his works, not to mention works like Qin Shi Huang. A friend of mine told me that when Chen was playing Emperor Qin Shi Huang, the most group actors he ever hired was over 4,000. Upstairs, your information is inaccurate. The exact figure is 8,745 people, and I was one of them, and I was there. Envious of being a groupie and getting to act in a production with Chen. Is that fierce? The launch of The Great Qin Fu was held as scheduled, and this time, director Qianlong invited a professional team for a live broadcast of the launch. Du Chen came to the scene. If anything, the launch of Kaiying was hilarious and unprecedented. Then the launch of The Great Qin Fu was unprecedented. A crowd of over 10,000 went to the venue, and it's all live. Du Chen rushed to the scene and saw such a situation that not only was the scene crowded, there were even more people in the live room. Fans from all over the internet came in a large portion, all squatting in the live room. An idea popped up in Du Chen's mind. Since so many people could see it, let's make an end here. Then the launch began. The various processes went through normally, except that the various actors in the crew, as well as the director and others, talked mostly about Du Chen. When it was Du Chen's turn to speak, Yu Zhu, who was watching the live broadcast with her phone, was watching Du Chen on stage, promoting the movie. Yu Zhu snapped her fingers. When he first met Du Chen, he was deeply attracted to the boy. That was when he knew that the boy, for sure, was going to be something. Now, he's a man now, I guess. She guessed rightly that the current Du Chen, indeed, had come out on top. What Yu Zhu just didn't expect was that Du Chen would be so productive. If she could have known about Du Chen's present day, could have known that Du Chen had such charisma, she couldn't help but regret a little. Regretting that night when she suddenly looked for Du Chen to chat. She was already standing at the door of Du Chen's room when she suddenly got shy and went back. If only I hadn't been shy. Maybe I'd be raising my children. It's just fate. It shouldn't be mine. Zhang Yikai, who was giving a lecture at an art college and had come back to rest for the night, was also watching Du Chen's launch live. He looked at the live feed, at the boy who stood on the stage and spoke. The boy, now a man. In the beginning, he was the one who realized the potential of the little man and pulled him through. I didn't expect it to be a success. Thinking of this, Zhang Yikai was, more or less, somewhat pleased. To compare the vision of people, or to look at the little master before this launch, Zhang Yikai liked to take Du Chen out when he was bragging outside. He doesn't care if Du Chen is awesome or not. He doesn't care if the bull is awesome or not. He doesn't want to comment on whether Du Chen's acting is good or not. He just wants to say that Du Chen is really good at it. Every time there was a critical moment, or a lesson, if someone was unconvinced, it was still good for Du Chen. Just take out Du Chen and ask those students who are still unconvinced in class. You know Du Chen, right? How do you compare to Du Chen? You're so arrogant in front of me, aren't you? Are you pretending to be a chicken? These few words came out, and basically no one dared to pick up on them. Thinking that he had really developed a bullish character like Du Chen, Zheng Chong, who at one time regarded Du Chen as his rival, is not doing as well as he would like. He has retired from the entertainment industry. There is no longer a place for him there. At this time, when he saw Du Chen's video, he didn't hold back and gave himself another load of forced beans. Don't ask why. Ask just can't figure out where his previous self got the guts to dare to take Du Chen as a rival. This is simply an international joke. Laugh your ass off. Likewise, the one who gave himself a forced pocket at this point in time was Li Qian. He had once managed to become a minor celebrity and could often take supporting roles. But now, he could only run the show and mix it up some days, just because he had underestimated the new Du Chen at first and wanted to use him as a useless stepping stone. But now, he realized how stupid he was. Maybe in this world, there is no one more stupid than me? And Du Chen, who was standing on the stage to speak, suddenly turned his words around and said, "The rendition has been going on for years, and I'm grateful for the support of those in the audience, and those on the air. It's your support that has given me a different life. But after today, I will no longer be involved in any showbiz as well as movie and TV industry. I'm going to say goodbye to everyone here, and I've played all the roles I wanted to play. I want to rest and relax. Friends, The green hills will never change. The green water will always flow. I wish you all happiness and prosperity forever. We'll see you later. Dushane's segment came out live on Now. All the fans, all the people who were following Duchen, all friends and foes, all of them were unable to react for a moment. There was a deep question in his head. Did Duchen mean by that he was only in his early 20s and was planning to retire? End of book. P.S. Thanks to all my readers and friends for enjoying this book. It is hereby concluded.